Fire Country Konoha. Outside the Uchiha clan grounds the air was thick with murderous intent and the stench of blood. Countless Root and Umbu squads were tense, their eyes sharp with killing intent, carefully monitoring the Uchiha grounds, while also guarding against everything around them. Previously, even knowing the Uchiha planned a rebellion, they were not this cautious. This change was due to the rise of one person. Uchiha Jin, a standard Uchiha who had been taciturn since childhood with average to good grades at the Ninja Academy and had suddenly awakened the Mangekyō a month ago. Deep night. Inside the Uchiha clan grounds of 3 courtyard residents. The security here was extremely tight. Not only were there patrols openly, but hidden posts on trees, corners, and rooftops, all with the Sharingan activated. In the reception room, the atmosphere was solemn. Though only 7 or 8 people were present, they were all core members of the radical faction. With a creak, the door was pushed open. A Uchiha wearing a black flame spiral open jacket, his eyes flashing, 3 Tomo knelt on one knee. Jin-sama, Setsuna-sama. 7th squad mission complete, eliminated 3 Root squads. We encountered an Umbu team of 1 Jonin, but we eliminated them all. All enemies were reduced to ashes, the scene destroyed, so even the Yamanaka clan can gain no intel. This Uchiha's eyes were full of arrogance. Meanwhile, as his report concluded, those in the room burst into laughter. Excitement was written on every face. What a relief. Truly satisfying. A Uchiha stood up, trembling with excitement. This is the Uchiha we should be. Fugaku deserves death, he should never have become clan head. Others nodded in agreement. Clearly they were all fed up with Fugaku. Fugaku is indeed unworthy, I regret it too. Since Fugaku became leader, we have been retreating. On the battlefield we die the most, yet the village ignores it. The Nine Tails incident forced us to give up our ancestral land, and now they openly monitor us. Fugaku. Jin-sama should be the leader. The crowd spoke up, showing how desperate the Uchiha had become. Uchiha Setsuna looked old, but his murderous aura remained strong. His eyes were obscure, then he rasped. During Tobarama Senju's era, the Uchiha were unpopular, but we could barely protect ourselves. Since Fugaku became leader, the clan has deteriorated sharply. He is weak abroad, can't control the clan, split into 3 factions, and even spawned traitors like Shursui and Itachi. Fortunately, heaven sent us Jin-sama. I'm old, I should retire. I decide that Jin will be the leader of the radical faction from now on. Cheers erupted, no one objected. It was clear everyone had long been dissatisfied with Fugaku, but the handsome young man sitting in the main seat showed no excitement. He was Uchiha Jin, a transmigrator from the Blue Star. Not new, he had been reborn into this world as a baby over a decade ago. He had no system or cheat, so he chose to grow steadily. Fortunately, his bloodline was decent. Though not a genius in the clan, he was still a small genius in Konoha. He had never thought of hiding or lying low because he wasn't qualified. The Third Ninja War broke out while he was at the academy, and he was bound to go to war. Unlike the original, Konoha's surveillance was too tight. Not only the barrier team monitoring 247, but countless Umbu and Root in the shadows. The most absurd were Orochimaru and Danzo, who often acted secretly, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, who abused the telescope jutsu. Hide. That was suicide. Over the years, he had almost no friends. Even as a peer of Kakashi and Obito, he didn't try to contact Minato Namikaze. He entered the police force, unremarkably surviving the war and practicing silently. Until a month ago. His parents in this life suddenly went missing, but Uchiha Jin knew clearly they were secretly captured by Root. Because that day he returned from training at dawn and saw it secretly. As a Chinese person, he was clear about gratitude and grudges, treating this life's parents as family. So that dawn he awakened the Mangekyō. But because of the shock he fell into a coma, which is why he couldn't save his parents. His eye technique was extremely rare. Because at that moment he wanted to destroy everything his left eye awakened the technique, called Susanoo, a god of destruction, which can erase all things, ignoring defense, including time and space. And because Uchiha Jin was a transmigrator, knowing the flaws of the Mangekyō, his right eye awakened a technique called Aminoto Kotachi, a god of time capable of rewinding his own time state. The consumed eye power could of course be rewound. He even vaguely felt that if developed well, this technique could allow him to go back to the past and future and enhance his Anaji. Of course, this was not the eternal Mangekyō. Though he could rewind the left eye's power, it still consumed the right eye's power. However, compared to other Uchiha, the right eye technique had a bug-level ability, nurturing. With time it could generate eye power. Though slow, it was far stronger than others. Because others' Mangekyō power was non-renewable. Actually, he had prepared an escape plan, and it was quite simple. He had used mission breaks to secretly create fake identities outside the village, planning to take his family away before the massacre night. If he could survive the first search wave, once news of the Uchiha massacre spread, other villages would act. In the original, Cloud's kidnapping of Hinata happened during that period. Then Konoha would be busy guarding borders, no time to catch him. He could take his family to the land of snow, a place far from conflict. But unexpectedly, Root's actions broke his plan, and Uchiha Jin was completely enraged. Did they think this transmigrator had no temper? So wanting to save his parents, knowing Fugaku was useless, he directly revealed his Mangekyō, joined the radicals, planned several actions, and finally took over the radical faction. At this moment he took a deep breath. Looking at the admiring and excited Uchiha around, he stood up and said, "All this hypocrisy is too fake. From today, I am the leader of the radical faction. I promise to lead you to victory and restore our lost dignity." But unfortunately before he could finish, Uchiha knocked and entered. "Jin-sama, Setsuna-sama. The clan head has sent a message to convene an immediate clan meeting." The faces of the crowd turned grim, the air in the room growing heavy with tension. The Uchiha were not fools, merely proud and arrogant with a hint of swagger. Why else would a clan meeting be called at nearly 2 in the morning? There was no doubt this was aimed directly at them. Fugaku has gone too far. We've only just dealt with the root, and before Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo have even made a move, Fugaku can't sit still. Anyone who didn't know better would think Fugaku was Hiruzen Sarutobi's loyal dog. The crowd seethed with righteous indignation, especially considering that Fugaku, their clan leader, had once been elected by them. Now it felt as vile as swallowing filth. Uchiha Jin furrowed his brow slightly. Though his speech had been interrupted, he showed no sign of irritation. Instead, he raised a hand to quiet the crowd, his voice calm and measured. Without the overwhelming power that Patriarch Madara once wielded to dominate the shinobi world, a little arrogance is fine, but one must still play by the rules. "Let's go." He took the lead toward the Naka shrine, the others following closely behind him. Though the single-minded Uchiha didn't fully grasp his words, Uchiha Jin had proven his capability, and as a Mangekyō-level powerhouse, they naturally chose to follow him without question. In the parlance of the shinobi world, Uchiha Jin had demonstrated his caliber. 10 minutes later, at the Naka shrine, the moderates and the centrists had arrived early. Both factions wore grim expressions, their eyes blazing with boundless fury. And the reason was simple. In their view, the Uchiha clan's situation was already precarious enough. Uchiha Jin, this suddenly rising Mangekyō powerhouse, had not only failed to become the stabilizing anchor of the clan, but had instead become the greatest source of internal turmoil. Especially tonight, striking at root again. The previous reckless acts of the radical faction had only been suppressed because the Hokage in his great wisdom had chosen to forcefully contain the matter. And now again, pushed beyond endurance, the moderates and centrists had for the first time in a long while united. They intended to use this clan meeting to teach Uchiha Jin a proper lesson. It was at that moment the radicals arrived. Led by Uchiha Jin, they ignored the near-murderous glares of the moderates and centrists, taking their seats as if nothing was amiss. "All right, the clan meeting begins." Fugaku's brow furrowed and he spoke directly. "Tonight Root lost 3 squads and an Umbu squad. Elder Setsuna, do you have anything to say about this?" He was quite blunt. They all knew each other too well for pleasantries. Shursui added, "The Hokage can barely hold back Lord Danzo anymore, but merciful as he is, he still wishes to give the Uchiha a chance. Elder Setsuna, the Uchiha's position is extremely dangerous. I hope you can hand over the culprit, or else even the Hokage will find it hard to help us." Others chimed in, almost all directing accusations at the radicals. They yearned for a peaceful life, having long been fully assimilated into the village, and with their single-minded Uchiha nature, they genuinely trusted Hiruzen Sarutobi. This was the Uchiha way of thinking. Their minds couldn't grasp complexity. Once they believed in something, it was nearly impossible to change. Even the seemingly gentle Shursui and Itachi of the original timeline were like this. This was precisely why Uchiha Jin, after all these years of transmigration, had never once considered trying to win over Shursui or Itachi. Before transmigrating, he too had thought changing the Uchiha would be easy given how early his new life began. But after actually living among them for a while, he had utterly discarded that notion into the trash bin. It was futile. The seemingly gentle Shursui and Itachi were in fact the most extreme Uchiha of all. That was why they could awaken the Mangekyō. And he, Uchiha Jin, was exactly the same. With memories of 2 lives, he too was an extremist. It was merely that, hailing from the land of blooms, he possessed a broader perspective and richer experience. This was also the true reason he had never sought help from others after his parents in this life were captured by Root. Even now, having awakened the Mangekyō and taken control of the radicals, he still kept the matter hidden. And it was precisely because of his extremism that he could unlock the Mangekyō. My apologies. I've already retired. Take any matters up with Jin. After internal deliberation, Jin will henceforth be the leader of the radical faction and will also assume my position as clan elder. Just as Uchiha Jin was deep in thought, Uchiha Setsuna spoke with a smile. Having said that, he paid the crowd no further mind, adopting a calm, detached air. But the gathered crowd was stunned into silence, their faces etched with disbelief. Fugaku was aghast. Elder Setsuna, you're retiring. Yes, is there a problem? Uchiha Setsuna retorted. Fugaku fell silent. Shursui's expression soured as he couldn't help but speak up. Though Jin's strength is impressive, he's far too young. Moreover, clan elders must go through a proper election. How can such a position be passed down privately? Setsuna's expression remained unchanged, a hint of amusement curling at his lips. All members of the radical faction fully support Jin. Would you like an impromptu vote? Shursui fell silent at that, knowing a vote would be pointless. Though he looked down on Uchiha Jin and even harbored a deep resentment toward this troublemaker, he couldn't deny the man's immense prestige within the radical faction. Even if the moderates and centrists disagreed, the radicals alone would be enough to carry it. After all, this wasn't an election for clan leader. So drawing a deep breath, he turned to Uchiha Jin with a solemn look. Elder Jin, let's return to the earlier topic. This matter is of great importance to the Uchiha clan, and I hope you can give me an answer soon. Hand over the culprit as soon as possible. Don't make things difficult for the Hokage. Then at Shursui's words, all eyes turned to Uchiha Jin. Everyone was curious how this new leader of the radicals would resolve the issue at hand. Refuse to hand over anyone and risk angering the village, comply and risk alienating his own faction. And to this, Uchiha Jin, seated beside Setsuna, remained unhurried and composed. He had not spoken a word since entering, only now lifting his head at Shursui's inquiry. Hand over the culprit. Shursui, what are you talking about? I'm still completely in the dark here. Root and Umbu members were killed. Why would you ask me to produce the so-called culprit? It seems you've already decided the radicals are the killers. So where's your evidence? If you can pin this on the radicals without proof, then by that logic, any murder in the village could be blamed on us. That's utterly unreasonable, isn't it? Or are you planning to use a trumped-up charge to condemn us? Though the radicals and moderates have our grievances, you can't shamelessly frame us just to score points for your faction's influence, can you? At the clan meeting, as Uchiha Jin spoke, everyone present was stunned. No one had expected Uchiha Jin to deny it. Although there was indeed no evidence, such matters required none aside from their radical faction. Who else would have done it? The stubborn Uchiha members found themselves unable to refute. They revered combat and slaughter, though verbal sparring was not their forte. Shursui could no longer contain himself, his face filled with grievance. Uchiha Jin, do you dare to do it, but not admit it? If I did it, I would certainly admit it, but the problem is I didn't do it. Uchiha Jin shrugged. Why should I confess to something I never did? Do you intend to force a confession by torture? Perhaps I should swear an oath. If this deed was done by my radical faction, may the six-paths sage strike me dead with lightning. The clan meeting fell into utter silence. No one had anticipated Uchiha Jin to be so uncompromising, even resorting to swearing an oath outright, which completely confounded everyone. What to do? The moderate faction and the neutral faction were utterly dumbfounded. They had assumed the radical faction would surely admit it, or at most refuse to hand over the culprit. Thus they had spent a long time discussing how to make the radical faction surrender, never expecting it wouldn't even reach that stage. He simply flatly denied it. Damn it, they were stuck. What now? In truth, not only the moderate and neutral factions, but even the radical faction's own members were dumbfounded. Good heavens, what a shameless move. The radical faction members twitched at the corners of their mouths, barely restraining their expressions. Uchiha Jin shrugged. Everyone saw that the six-paths sage did not strike me dead, proving that I did not lie. A trace of mockery curled at the corner of his lips. He held no regard for those before him. What a joke. These fools, easily duped by Sarutobi Hiruzen, were nothing compared to him, who had received over a decade of education in his past life. If he couldn't outplay the likes of Fugaku and Shursui, he might as well go find a piece of tofu and knock himself dead. Losing in battle was understandable. But if he couldn't even win a verbal duel against these simple-minded Uchiha, he would truly disgrace the army of transmigrators. As for the oath, Uchiha Jin was not afraid. Although the six-paths sage truly existed in this world, he was far from a true deity, at best a slightly more powerful alien. After all, this world had no heavenly Tao. Jinyu. Shursui tried to retort, but found himself speechless. No way. Faced with the shameless Uchiha Jin, a simple soul like him was utterly out of tricks. Fugaku, as the clan leader, could no longer sit still. He rose and looked sternly at Uchiha Jin. Jin, stop this. I know the clan has suffered many grievances, but Shursui and I have truly been trying. Give me some time, will you? Fugaku's words carried a hint of pleading, clearly intending to play the emotional card. And, in his gaze toward Uchiha Jin, a glimmer of killing intent indeed began to flicker. He was well aware of the grievances the clan suffered in the village, but he also knew that the Uchiha clan was no match for the village. Thus he had racked his brains over the years to maintain the balance. Yet he could not comprehend why the clan members did not understand. If only they would endure and yield, the clan would eventually integrate into the village. The radical faction had already been difficult to suppress, and with the rise of Uchiha Jin, he felt an even heavier burden. A genius who refuses to obey is better off not existing. Meanwhile, on the other side, in response to Fugaku's slightly pleading words, Uchiha Jin's expression remained calm. I'm sorry, clan leader. I sympathize with the plight of Root, and Umbu, but if you want to pin the blame on me, I suggest you find evidence first. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Having said that, he was too lazy to continue dealing with Fugaku and walked straight out of the Nana's shrine. Explain. No need. He did not even bother to win over other Uchiha factions, for he knew that prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain. Only by completely purging the Uchiha, allowing enough deaths, would there be a slim chance. For the Uchiha to be reborn from nirvana, they must be tempered by blood and fire. But no rush. He knew that this opportunity was already approaching. As Uchiha Jin departed the other radical faction Uchiha, all followed in his footsteps. Clearly, the current clan leader Uchiha Fugaku had long lost his prestige in their eyes. Jinyu. Shursui tried to stop them, but was blocked by Fugaku. Shursui, enough. Let them go. Detaining them is pointless. Can you tell me about the battle scene? Does the village really have no clues at all? Fugaku was deeply puzzled by this, because if there were evidence, the matter would be easier to handle. And regarding this, Shursui appeared somewhat hesitant, as Umbu had rules against leaking intelligence. But considering the complexity of the case, he helplessly shook his head. The scene was completely destroyed, and the bodies were burned to ashes. There is no way to find any clues. However, I am certain that this was definitely the work of the radical faction, and Uchiha Jin is the mastermind. Fugaku's face was full of bitterness, for everyone knew who the culprit was without needing to say it. After all, before Uchiha Jin rose to prominence, the radical faction, though somewhat reckless, had never dared to attack the village. At worst, they engaged in verbal sparring. It was only after Uchiha Jin's rise that things got out of control. Whenever an Uchiha went missing within a few days, some members of Root and Umbu would die. Such an obvious pattern. How could Fugaku as clan leader not see it? But it was useless. Arrests require evidence, especially for a figure like Uchiha Jin. After a long silence, he slowly spoke. I can't help much with this matter. Shursui, report truthfully to the Hokage. This? Shursui helplessly shook his head with a bitter smile. That's the only way. Having said that, he vanished from the Nanha shrine in a shunshin. After Shursui left, Fugaku dissolved the meeting and returned home. Yes, that was it. For the frequently missing Uchiha, neither of them had ever thought to seek justice for them. This was also the reason why Fugaku's credibility as clan leader was increasingly diminished. Mikoto brought him a cup of tea and then couldn't help asking, is the matter resolved? Did the radical faction yield? No, it's more complicated. Fugaku shook his head. Uchiha Jin has risen to power. The radical faction will be even harder to deal with from now on, since they have a Mangekyō. Mikoto became interested. Then how will you account for this to the village? Fugaku pondered for a moment. There's nothing to account for. We just won't interfere. Let Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Jin fight it out. At least I can see the village's attitude toward the Uchiha. If things go wrong, we sacrifice Uchiha Jin. If the village backs down, even better. Either way, it won't affect us. After hearing this, Mikoto finally understood. So her husband had regarded Uchiha Jin as a pawn to test the village's stance. Though she wanted to urge him to reconsider, she ultimately chose silence. Uchiha Jin was a clan member, but not as close to her as Fugaku was. But neither of them noticed a small figure hidden outside the tea room. Uchiha Itachi. After overhearing their conversation, he clenched his fists in anger. Clan. Why can't they think from the village's perspective? What a foolish clan. The next morning at the crack of dawn, Uchiha Jin had just returned from the training ground when Uchiha Taihwa approached him respectfully. Jinkin, the Umbu have arrived. As expected, Uchiha Jin said casually. Summon Elder Shana. Uchiha Taihwa departed respectfully, while Uchiha Jin returned to his home. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Shana and the Umbu ninja entered together. The Umbu ninja spoke directly. Uchiha Jin, the Hokage summons you. Bang! Before Uchiha Jin could speak, Uchiha Shana slammed the table. Show some respect. Jinkuin is now an Uchiha elder. The Umbu remained silent, offering no reply. He represented the third Hokage and could not bow to the Uchiha. However, he had no intention of provoking either, for he knew that the Uchiha Jin before him was undoubtedly the most ruthless and dangerous among the Uchiha. Enough, Elder Shana. He is merely an Umbu acting according to protocol. Harassing him serves no purpose. I must go to the Hokage building immediately. Elder Shana, take the elite members of our faction and await orders at the Sarutobi clan compound. Proceed as planned. Uchiha Jin said with a smile. He did not bother to conceal his words from the Umbu, then strode directly toward the Hokage building. 20 minutes later, by the time Uchiha Jin arrived at the Hokage's office, the Umbu had already reported and respectfully departed. With a cold glance at the departing Umbu, Uchiha Jin spoke in a tone that feigned respect. Lord Hokage, Advisor Danzo, Elder Udatane, Elder Midokado, Advisor Nara. Greetings to all. A smile adorned Uchiha Jin's face, giving an impression of remarkable gentleness. Paired with his handsome features, he even evoked the illusion of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Yet recalling his ruthlessness, everyone present couldn't help but shudder. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were deep. He took a puff of his pipe, then set it down. May I ask Jin-kun, why did you send Elder Shana to lead a team to my Sarutobi clan compound? A shadow flickered across his face, but his tone remained as gentle as possible. To protect the Sarutobi clan, of course. Lately enemy spies have been rampant. Not only have many Uchiha gone missing, but the Umbu and Root have also suffered heavy losses. As the Konoha military police force, it is our duty to intensify patrols. The Hokage exhausts himself for Konoha, so it's only fitting that the military police force ensures you have no worries. Uchiha Jin's tone was flat. Since he had dared to give orders in front of the Umbu, he naturally was not afraid of Sarutobi Hiruzen's questioning. Indeed, that was the case. At Uchiha Jin's words, everyone present was stunned into silence. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was left speechless, feeling an intense discomfort. What could he say? The tension between Konoha and the Uchiha was covert. On the surface, they maintained a semblance of harmony. Could he now claim to distrust the Uchiha? Uchiha Jin, you go too far. Danzo roared in anger. The Sarutobi clan does not need your Uchiha protection. Oh, I see. Uchiha Jin's expression remained unchanged. Then I understand. Does that mean any harm to the Sarutobi clan regardless of how many die is none of the Uchiha military police force's concern? Then I request the Hokage to issue an official statement. I will immediately withdraw the military police force. Everyone present fell silent again. Such a statement was unthinkable and would never be issued. They feared that if they issued it, the scoundrel Uchiha Jin would not hesitate to hunt down Sarutobi clan members at any cost. Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were unfathomable. His gaze was obscure and wavering. He began smoking his pipe in silence, showing no intention of speaking. Danzo's face was grim, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, but he was not foolish enough to voice such thoughts. In contrast, Uchiha Koharu slammed the table in anger. Uchiha Jin, you are too presumptuous. Showing disrespect to the Hokage. Are the Uchiha plotting rebellion? Mitokado Hamura added. Uchiha Jin shrugged. Are you two elders saying that caring for the Sarutobi clan's safety is a sign of disrespect? Uchiha Koharu. Mitokado Hamura. Both were instantly at a loss for words, suffocated by frustration. Of course. Alongside their fury, astonishment surged within them. Was this man truly an Uchiha? Since when did the single-minded Uchiha possess such a sharp tongue? If not for the fact that this man had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan and behaved even more radically than the average Uchiha, they would have suspected the hospital had swapped babies at birth. His verbal skills were far more reminiscent of the Nara clan. And seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a sigh. His two old friends were too useless, filling him with helplessness. He could only shoot a glance at Nara Shikaku. Nara Shikaku felt a chill run down his spine. He really didn't want to get involved in the mess between the Uchiha and the Konoha higher-ups. But since Sarutobi Hiruzen had personally signaled, he had to steel himself despite his reluctance. Ahem. Jin-kun, let's focus on the main issue first, shall we? Regarding last night's murder of Root and Umbu members, many, even within the Uchiha, suspect your radical faction is responsible. Do you have any explanation? Uchiha Jin's eyes narrowed. As expected of the Nara clan, they were setting a trap for him. A classic self-incrimination trap. If it were anyone else, they would likely fall into it. But unfortunately, it didn't work on him, someone who had received compulsory education. Without even a moment's thought, he replied, Advisor Nara, that's not right. The correct approach is for you to prove my guilt. Otherwise, we radicals could also claim that the Nara clan did it, since the Ino Shikacho trio have motives too, don't they, eh? With Minato Namake's death, your investment in the Ino Shikacho went down the drain. Inoichi Yamanaka was removed as intelligence chief. Chozo Akimichi seems to have been sidelined, and even you lost your position as Jonin commander, now left with only the title of advisor. I suspect last night's incident was the work of the Ino Shikacho. Why don't you, Advisor Nara, explain first? Indeed. During Minato Namake's era, Nara Shikaku was Jonin commander, Inoichi Yamanaka was intelligence chief, and Chozo Akimichi controlled the barrier team, also serving as deputy Umbu commander. Along with Kakashi Hitaki, they were Minato's planted agents within the Umbu. And now, the intelligence division and the interrogation and torture division had merged, headed by Ibiki Marino. The barrier team leader had become a civilian ninja loyal to the Sarutobi clan. Inoichi Yamanaka and Chozo Akimichi were now sidelined, while only Nara Shikaku remained useful, granted the title of advisor. In the original story, when Sarutobi Hiruzen was killed by Orochimaru, almost none of the major clans showed up. That itself spoke of an inevitable trend. To claim the Ino Shikacho held no grudge against Sarutobi Hiruzen would be nonsense. Nara Shikaku. He was completely dumbfounded, a chill crawling up his spine. Especially when he subtly caught the ugly expressions of the Konoha for a cold shiver ran down his backbone, and fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. Uchiha Jin was too formidable. Even he Konoha's foremost strategist could only awkwardly wave his hands. Jinkun, don't speak nonsense. Inoichi and Choza are just on temporary leave due to health reasons. The Ino Shikacho harbors not a shred of resentment toward the Hokage. Panic. Cold sweat beaded on Nara Shikaku's forehead as he fell into an awkward silence. The grudges between the Ino Shikacho and the Konoha higher-ups were well known to all, yet this was a truth that must never be spoken aloud. What the devil? This Uchiha Jin before him. Was he truly a member of the Uchiha clan? Meanwhile on the other side, as Nara Shikaku fell silent, the Konoha F4 were plunged into utter stillness. 2 minutes later, Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe and spoke in a calm tone. Shikaku, you may take your leave now. Very well. Nara Shikaku was taken aback for a moment, then departed without a second word. The silhouette of his retreating figure betrayed a palpable sense of fluster. After Nara Shikaku left and closed the door behind him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression gradually darkened. Now that no outsiders remain, let us speak plainly. Uchiha Jin, what exactly is it that you intend to do? In an instant, the Konoha F4 shed all pretense, their eyes brimming with contempt, fury, and even icy murderous intent. Indeed, they had seen through Uchiha Jin completely. He was a die-hard radical with no possibility of redemption. Pretense. Utterly meaningless. To this Uchiha Jin retorted with razor-sharp words, an eye for an eye, blood for blood. A sharp intake of breath. The Konoha F4 gasped in unison, and Uchiha Koharu snapped furiously. How dare you? Are you plotting a rebellion? I would love nothing more, but I lack the capability. Uchiha Jin shrugged. I must concede that the lot of you are quite formidable in your machinations. The Uchiha name has long since been sullied beyond repair, and within the clan you have fractured us into a heap of scattered sand. While your prestige in Konoha may have waned from its former glory, it still far surpasses that of the reviled Uchiha. His voice was remarkably composed. Even with the Uchiha's dire circumstances, he remained utterly nonchalant. The Konoha F4 found this quite intriguing. Mitokado Hamura couldn't help but ask with curiosity, since you are fully aware of Konoha's political landscape, why would you join the radical faction and adopt this posture of irreconcilable confrontation? The others were equally perplexed. If Uchiha Jin were like the rest of the Uchiha, such behavior might be somewhat explicable, but since he understood everything so clearly, why would he choose this path? Uchiha Jin smiled with easy grace. Precisely because I see everything with perfect clarity, that I know I must fight with everything I have. Oh, now this is intriguing. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled without warmth. Do elaborate if you would. Uchiha Jin made no effort to conceal anything. As I see it, you intend to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan sooner or later. Your current restraint is merely a strategy to systematically strip away our support, laying the groundwork for the eventual massacre. Senju Hashirama cared not for the Uchiha's power, and Senju Tobarama could suppress them through cunning schemes. But you possess neither their strength nor their intellect, yet you still dream of holding the reins of Konoha's authority for all eternity. Thus your only option is to make the Uchiha vanish entirely, leaving at most 1 or 2 bloodlines as relics. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a soft sigh. His gaze was profoundly complex. You truly don't seem like an Uchiha. Hiruzen, we cannot let him live. Danzo's expression turned icy, murder gleaming in his eyes. We must kill him today. Afterward we'll claim that Uchiha Jin flew into a rage and attempted to assassinate the Hokage in his office. A radical Uchiha. Anything he does would be readily believed by all. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, deep in thought. He slowly lowered his Hokage hat and picked up his pipe to smoke. Seeing this, Danzo was elated. He instantly understood the Hokage's unspoken intent. Not speaking was as good as giving consent. While casually unsealing his left arm, he fixed Uchiha Jin with a chilling stare. I'll admit you're an Uchiha with brains and skill, but unfortunately, in this world power reigns supreme. You're far too arrogant. Did you truly believe that awakening the Mangekyō would make you invincible? Bang! The sealing shackles on his right arm crashed to the ground, and he lifted his eye patch, revealing a crimson Mangekyō. Tsukuyami. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Jin found himself upon a vast azure plain surrounded by birdsong and blooming flowers, a veritable paradise. What astonished him even more were the countless familiar faces. These were friends Uchiha Jin held dear in the depths of his heart, and they were all beckoning him toward the heavenly realm. So this is Uchiha Kagami's dojutsu. Uchiha Jin murmured softly. Though it was the same Tsukuyami as Itachi's, compared to Itachi's crimson, Hell Kagami's Tsukuyami was far more akin to paradise. It made sense. In the original story, Itachi had dwelled in hell himself, so naturally his awakened Mangekyō reflected that hell. Uchiha Kagami was an entirely different story. A disciple of Senju Tobarama, who considered Sarutobi Hiruzen and others his friends living what could only be described as a near-perfect life. The Mangekyō is a mirror of the soul. Even though Kagami's awakening yielded the same Tsukuyami illusion, his version was filled with beauty. What a pity. Though everything here is utterly exquisite, falsehood is falsehood. Susanoo. At Uchiha Jin's command, his eyes transformed into the Mangekyō, forming a crimson six-pointed star pattern. Indeed, like Uchiha Sasuke, his was a direct vision Mangekyō. In that very instant, as Uchiha Jin's dojutsu took effect, the illusion shattered like a bubble, and the scene before him reverted to the Hokage's office. Would release gun tree. No sooner had Uchiha Jin broken the Jinjutsu than he heard Danzo's roar. Immediately after, he watched as Danzo's right arm transformed into a massive tree, hurtling toward him like lightning. Danzo, wary of Uchiha Jin's unknown Mangekyō abilities, launched his attack without the slightest hesitation, opening with Kagami's Mangekyō Jinjutsu, then unleashing his most devastating technique the moment Jin was ensnared. Would release. Susanoo. Uchiha Jin held nothing back, countering with his own ultimate technique. A trail of blood tears streamed from his left eye as his Mangekyō spun into overdrive, draining his ocular power at a terrifying rate. Danzo's would release collapsed instantly, his Sharingan arm, his entire body, all disintegrating piece by piece. Oh! Danzo let out a blood-curdling scream, and in the next moment, he was dead. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and the others felt their scalps crawl, instinctively rising to their feet, their eyes flooded with boundless terror. They couldn't believe it. Danzo was dead, just like that. But then the very next second, Danzo's corpse vanished without a trace, and Uchiha Jin immediately went on high alert. Izanagi. It was one of the Uchiha's most formidable techniques. How could he not recognize it? Whoosh. Danzo's figure materialized behind him, a sharp kunai piercing through his chest. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Jin die. Danzo roared in triumph, his eyes brimming with mockery. But alas, Uchiha Jin's body dissipated with a poof, and Danzo couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. A shadow clone. Impossible. When did he? However, just as confusion clouded his mind, Uchiha Jin appeared behind him. And with equal precision, a kunai pierced through Danzo's heart. Useless. Izanagi is an Uchiha ninjutsu. How could I not have prepared for it? Uchiha Jin's expression remained calm. A blood-red hexagram rotated within his eyes, his dynamic vision amplified countless times over. Danzo's speed still appeared far too sluggish in his sight. Next, Danzo resurrected once more, only to perish again. It was not until the Sharingan eyes embedded in his arm were completely exhausted that he flashed away and took cover behind Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen, help me. And yet, Hiruzen and the other two had long since grown numb to this. Especially Danzo. This man died and revived again, truly terrifying. But facing Danzo's plea for aid, Hiruzen let out a sigh and shielded him with his own body. Uchiha Jin, that's enough. Hiruzen bellowed, his tone grave. I will dismantle the root and umbu units surrounding the Uchiha district. Is that acceptable? Hiruzen, how can you do this? Danzo countered in astonishment. Are you joking? He had employed countless schemes, leveraging the Ninetales attack to corner the Uchiha. Now Hiruzen would abandon years of painstaking effort with a single word. But Hiruzen had no patience for further discussion. Silence. I am the Hokage. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo gritted his teeth. Uchiha Jin's eyes narrowed slightly, killing intent radiating from his body. He genuinely wanted to take advantage of the situation and eliminate Danzo. After all, Danzo had struck first. He did not believe Hiruzen would completely sever ties with him over a dead man. Konoha was too fragile now to withstand such turmoil. But unexpectedly, Danzo was far too cunning. Sensing danger, he immediately took cover, showing no shred of a warrior's dignity. Nevertheless, Hiruzen's proposal was reasonable. Neither Konoha nor he himself was fully prepared for an outright rupture. The time was not yet right. Fine, agreed. Uchiha Jin nodded slightly. Having said that, he no longer deigned to glance at the Konoha elders before him, and simply turned and left the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression darkened. His gaze followed Uchiha Jin's departure, killing intent so thick it threatened to erupt from his eyes. Yet he still reached for his pipe and began smoking, his thoughts flickering as he contemplated a way out. Danzo spoke coldly. Hiruzen, you are far too weak. Even Jinin Koki, usually overlooked, spoke with indignation. Uchiha Jin is far too arrogant. We should eliminate him at all costs. How can we dismantle the umbu and root surrounding the Uchiha? I disagree as well, Maboshiin declared. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's headache only intensified. You fools. When facing Uchiha Jin, Danzo, the useless one, could only hide behind you. Maboshiin and Jinin Koki became invisible. Now that he has left, you suddenly grow bold. He truly wanted to punch these idiots to death. But considering that the Sarutobi clan alone could not fully control Konoha, he still needed these three's cooperation. Thus, taking a deep breath, he could only explain. You three fools, haven't you noticed? Uchiha Jin is fundamentally different from other Uchiha. He is truly willing to fight to the death with us. Moreover, he commands the most elite radical faction within the Uchiha. Regardless of whether my current authority can rally the entire village, even if all of Konoha were willing to wage war against the Uchiha, destroying them would leave Konoha severely weakened. How would a weakened Konoha face the other great ninja villages? And do not forget, the radical faction is stationed just outside the Sarutobi district. Do you truly wish for the Sarutobi clan to be wiped out as well? Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke with a chilling tone. He could see that Uchiha Jin was serious. The man had already prepared for death and intended to take the Sarutobi clan down with him. Eliminate Uchiha Jin. Are you joking? Do you mean to eliminate the Sarutobi clan instead? Danzo, Jin and Koki, Maboshi and... The three fell completely silent at a loss for what to do. Uchiha Jin was far too extreme. Ordinary radical members only dared to make loud boasts, but this man was genuinely willing to kill, and with the resolve of someone determined to take others down in his final moments. Watching the three fall silent, Hiruzen sighed. Danzo explained, "What is the matter with that arm full of Sharingan? And what was with the dying and reviving? Also regarding Uchiha Jin's Mangekyō Sharingan, did you gain any insights from your engagement with him?" Danzo's face wore an expression of helplessness, yet he dared not conceal the truth. He stated that this arm was Orochimaru's creation and remained highly unstable. The Sharingan, naturally obtained by secretly capturing Uchiha clan members and extracting them. Even before the night of the massacre, Root's methods ensured a steady supply of Sharingan. The effect of dying and reviving came from Izanagi. And when speaking of Uchiha Jin's ocular techniques, his eyes filled with utter terror. Uchiha Jin's ocular technique is terrifying, truly unstoppable. Any ninjutsu that contacts it dissolves completely. Once locked onto by his gaze, no defensive technique or barrier holds the slightest value. During our battle, Uchiha Jin rarely used his ocular technique, clearly because it consumes enormous energy. In future engagements, I recommend overwhelming him with sheer numbers. Once his chakra is exhausted, he becomes useless. Danzo explained earnestly, while Hiruzen frowned upon hearing this. He had originally hoped his would-release experiment had succeeded, only to discover it was merely experimental, leaving him deeply disappointed. As for Izanagi, he held no interest. Not everyone could ravage their own body the way Danzo had. Wait, something doesn't add up. Danzo, Uchiha Jin clearly saw that arm full of Sharingan. Why did he not demand it, or even ask about it? That makes no sense. Jin and Koki suddenly spoke up. And to this, Hiruzen took a drag from his pipe before speaking in a low, ominous tone. This only proves how troublesome Uchiha Jin is. A man who can ignore having his clan's Kekkei Genkai stolen. Imagine how patient he is, and how grand his ambitions. Wait, Hiruzen. Danzo suddenly interjected. I have figured it out. There is something I have not told you. Uchiha Jin's ability to awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan is likely connected to me. Uchiha Jin's parents are actually in Root's custody. The very day after Root captured his parents, word spread that Uchiha Jin had awakened the Mangekyō and ultimately decided to join the radical faction. Hiruzen Sarutobi gasped upon hearing this. Good heavens! He finally understood why Uchiha Jin had awakened the Mangekyō and resolutely joined the radical faction, adopting an attitude of irreconcilable conflict with Konoha's higher-ups. So that's how it is. Mitokado Hamura nodded slightly, but then his face filled with confusion. But something's off. When parents are arrested, shouldn't they first seek the Hokage? Even if not the Hokage, shouldn't they ask for help from Fugaku, the clan leader? Koryudatane was equally puzzled. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head. I wouldn't be surprised by any decision the Uchiha make. There's no point discussing this now. I have no objection to Danzo's idea, but I won't give you any support. Uchiha Jin is not easy to deal with. Danzo planned well before you act. If it were any other Uchiha, he might have hesitated, but Uchiha Jin was entirely different. There was no possibility of winning him over. Danzo, without any surprise, directly stated his terms. I need a few squads of Umbu, and each clan must provide some personnel. Absolutely not. Don't even think about it. Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately shook his head in refusal. Place a bounty through the bounty exchange. Udatane, try to allocate some funds to Danzo. Choose an ambush site outside Konoha. Even if it fails, it must not give him an excuse to start a war. He knew full well that Danzo was seeking cannon fodder. But if he truly let the major ninja clan serve as cannon fodder, his tenure as Hokage would likely be over. His own forces were even more out of the question. His prestige had waned after the Third War, and the death of Minato Namikaze in the Nine Tails incident had further diminished it. Coupled with his indulgence of Danzo, the persecution of Tsukumo Hatake, and especially the mistreatment of Naruto Uzumaki, the fourth Hokage's son, Hiruzen Sarutobi's reputation had plummeted. He barely held his position due to some lingering popularity among commoners. If his own forces suffered severe losses, he wasn't sure he could still control Konoha, let alone face provocations from the four great ninja villages. And to this, faced with Hiruzen's refusal, Danzo directly shook his head, Relying solely on rogue ninjas from the bounty exchange, and a few missing nin isn't even enough to force Uchiha Jin to use his Mangekyō, let alone deplete his Mangekyō's ocular power. If you won't provide even this minimal support, then I'll abandon this operation. Danzo was no fool. On the contrary, his survival skills were among the best in Konoha. If not for encountering the overpowered Sasuke Uchiha, he could likely have survived well into the Boruto era. Despite his numerous schemes against the Uchiha, almost every time he struck only when he held the advantage, and he always positioned himself in the safest zone. If the Uchiha had been more assertive in the original story, and without the traitorous Itachi's help, he might not have been able to eliminate them. Although the current Uchiha seemed timid, they remained the foremost clan. A lean camel is still bigger than a horse. This time was no different. He could sense Uchiha Jin's determination and madness, so plotting against him was fine, but sacrificing his own root members without backup. Don't even think about it. While eliminating Uchiha Jin was important, building his own power to ascend to the Hokage position was even more crucial. He was willing to take the blame for Hiruzen Sarutobi only because that would help him accumulate strength, but he would never sacrifice too much of his own power. Otherwise, how could he compete for the Hokage position later? After all, Uchiha Jin's rise threatened Hiruzen Sarutobi the most. So, if he disagreed, so be it. Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was stunned. At that moment his mind went blank, and he looked at Danzo in bewilderment. Was Danzo actually refusing to take the blame for him? Don't look at me like that, and don't treat me like a fool. We're all among ourselves here, so there's no need for pretense. I know my reputation in Konoha very well. If Root is wiped out, even if we manage to kill Uchiha Jin, when you step down the ninja clans will never spare me. Think it over, Hiruzen. With that, Danzo left the Hokage's office without any hesitation. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched Danzo's retreating figure and felt a severe headache. With Danzo refusing to take the fall, this was going to be very difficult. So what to do? He instinctively looked at Konoha Uchiha and Mitokado Hamura, but in the end, he said nothing and just shook his head helplessly. Those two fools were even less reliable. Hiruzen, what should we do? Konoha Uchiha asked. Mitokado Hamura furrowed his brow. Uchiha Jin is a problem, we must eliminate him as soon as possible. In response to their words, Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed. Called it. Those two fools could only raise problems, not solve them. So in the end, after a long pause, he reluctantly spoke. There's no need to rush. Uchiha Jin has just taken control of the radical faction. His threat to us isn't too great yet. On the contrary, Fugaku should be the one worried now. Uchiha Jin's rise will inevitably challenge his position. I'll have Shisui truly join Fugaku's faction, and will secretly provide Fugaku with some help. Let the Uchiha fight among themselves. This is a good opportunity. Later we'll spread the word that considering Fugaku's loyalty to Konoha, the Nine-Tails incident likely had nothing to do with him, but subtly hint that the radical faction might be involved. That's enough for now. Hiruzen Sarutobi's methods were seasoned. Since Danzo refused to take the blame, he as the glorious Hokage naturally couldn't personally act against Uchiha Jin. So supporting Fugaku, the clan leader, and causing internal strife among the Uchiha was the best approach. Konoha Uchiha and Mitokado Hamura, though displeased, had no choice but to accept. Meanwhile, back in the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Jin was surrounded by many radical faction members. Don't worry, it's fine. Hiruzen Sarutobi chose to step back. The Root and Umbu outside the compound have been withdrawn. This proves that our radical faction's plan is working. Just follow the plan step by step. Uchiha Jin smiled slightly at their concerns. Then, he briefly recounted the events, and everyone present felt a surge of excitement. This was the first time since the conflict with Konoha that the higher-ups had chosen to back down. However, unfortunately, before they could celebrate long, though Root and Umbu had withdrawn, the reason the higher-ups gave for their retreat made everyone gnash their teeth. They sensed the sincerity of Fugaku, the clan leader. Konoha was willing to extend some trust to the Uchiha, led by Fugaku. Damn it. The shamelessness of Konoha's higher-ups shattered the radical faction. It was clearly Uchiha Jin's achievement, yet in the end the coward Fugaku got the credit without lifting a finger. Within the Uchiha clan, laughter and joy echoed incessantly. Following the decision of Konoha's High Council, Fugaku's approval rating soared to new heights, leaving only the radical faction gnashing their teeth in fury. In the clan leader's mansion, Shisui, dispatched by Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat respectfully in the tea room and spoke. Clan leader, your judgment is correct. Under your leadership, the Uchiha have finally achieved a significant easing of tensions within Konoha. I am willing to serve as a blade in your hand to help you completely unify the entire Uchiha. Even though Shisui, who knew all the intricacies, was aware that this was the Hokage's scheme, he still chose to obey, believing it was merely a temporary measure. The primary goal was still to target the radical faction, yet he remained willing to comply, convinced that all of this was merely transient. Once that damned Uchiha Jin was truly eliminated, the Uchiha would surely integrate into Konoha under the guidance of the Hokage. Good, very good. Shursui, you have found your way back, and the Uchiha gain another powerful ally. At this moment, Fugaku's dignified face revealed a faint smile. Though he knew this success was largely unearned, he felt no shame, only pride. Because in his mind, Uchiha Jin was merely a pawn, and this was all the result of his own scheming. Shursui's allegiance excited him, yet he still maintained the air of a clan leader. After a moment's deliberation, he continued, the Uchiha situation is gradually improving, a cause for celebration. Summon all who have awakened their Sharingan to the Naka shrine immediately. Today we shall celebrate heartily. Fugaku's intention was not hard to discern, and Shursui understood it instantly. As a newly pledged subordinate, he naturally bowed and took his leave to inform the others. Witnessing this, the smile on Fugaku's face grew even broader. Even Shursui had defected to him. The unification of the Uchiha was imminent. He decided to seize this auspicious day to properly intimidate the radical faction. Even if he couldn't win over the radical faction's high-ranking members like Uchiha Jin, at least he could sway some of the lower-ranked radicals. Itachi, hidden in the shadows, wore an expression of pain and confusion. He quietly followed Shursui and stepped out to block his path. Shursui, why did you? Don't speak. Shursui quickly stopped him, pulling him into a corner before whispering cautiously, this is the Hokage's arrangement. I still serve the Hokage. Hearing this, Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. They exchanged a few quiet words, and Itachi departed contentedly. Shursui smiled and said no more, silently thinking, I am not alone on this path, and began contacting the clan members. The moderates and centrists had no objections. After all, a celebration was only natural for such a joyous occasion. The radicals, however, felt entirely the opposite. Everyone had already heard the truth from Uchiha Jin. Though they were simple-minded, they were not foolish. The surveillance was removed right after Jin met with the village, and now Fugaku claimed it was due to his own influence. Nonsense. Did Fugaku have that kind of face? He had none. Uchiha Jin said nothing more, merely raising his hand to silence the crowd. Calm down, everyone. Don't be angry. Hiruzen Sarutobi would love nothing more than internal conflict among the Uchiha. We cannot be led by the nose by Konoha. I will take Tekka and the others to the clan meeting. The rest of you follow Elder Setsuna's command and take action during this time. All radical faction members, ninja and civilian alike, relocate to the vicinity of my home. Divide all ninja squads into 3 shifts, morning, afternoon, and night, for 24-hour patrols. Set up both overt and covert posts. Everything must be done covertly, understood? His tone was calm as he began assigning tasks. Konoha's manipulation was not particularly sophisticated. Anyone with basic education could see through it. So he refused to be led astray, instead seizing the opportunity to achieve his own objectives. Everyone present nodded solemnly. Since Uchiha Jin had joined the radical faction, every deed he had accomplished had thoroughly won them over. Even if they couldn't fully understand his reasoning, they had grown accustomed to acting first and thinking later. Half an hour later, the Naka shrine buzzed with excitement, everyone wearing smiles, as if celebrating the new year. However, the moment Lin Mo and his companions arrived, the atmosphere instantly turned silent. The moderates and centrists frowned, clearly displeased with the radical faction, especially under Uchiha Jin's leadership. They believed the Uchiha-Konoha tension was already severe enough, and the radical faction under Uchiha Jin was only making it worse. Fugaku spoke with a gentle smile, since you're here, take your seats. Today is a good day, so let's set aside disputes. This is purely a celebration. With Fugaku's opening, the plants he had arranged began to sing his praises. They lauded the breakthrough in Uchiha-Konoha relations under Fugaku's leadership. The underlying message was simple. Fugaku, the clan leader, was mighty, and the radical faction should kneel. The radicals could no longer contain themselves. You're all talking nonsense. Is this Fugaku's achievement? Jin-sama met with the village, and immediately the Root and Umbu withdrew. What does that have to do with Fugaku? If it weren't for that timing, why would they pull back right after Jin's meeting? He claims credit for nothing, stealing others' accomplishments. How can the Uchiha have such a shameless person? This is clearly a scheme by Konoha to stir up internal strife, and you fools are celebrating it. I'm worthless. The radical faction was indignant, their words dripping with sarcasm, showing no respect for Fugaku as clan leader. Fugaku's face turned ashen, and the others began to ponder. There was logic to this. The timing was too coincidental. Though they were not the sharpest and looked down on the radicals, they were still reasonable people. If not for that, they wouldn't have been bullied so badly by Konoha. Thus, hearing the radicals' words, their gazes toward Fugaku shifted. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, his expression utterly calm. He sat quietly in his seat, neither refuting, nor intervening, nor defending himself. He simply watched Fugaku, observing his changing expressions. After 2 minutes, seeing Fugaku's face redden as he tried to speak, Lin Mo cut him off before he could say anything. Enough. Everyone shut up. Fugaku is our clan leader. What's a little credit compared to that? If the clan leader wants it, then let him have it. At this moment, Lin Mo exuded an air of authority. He seemed utterly indifferent to such a trivial accomplishment, projecting an image of magnanimity. He played the role of a generous sage, unwilling to let a minor issue affect the greater good of the Uchiha. Everyone present looked bewildered. They were all stunned by such righteous words. Could this really be something Uchiha Jin, the radical leader, would say? In truth, not only the moderates and centrists, but even the radicals themselves were baffled. Only one person was struggling to contain himself. Fuyue. He had mentally prepared for this scene. After all, the timing of events was indeed too coincidental. But since he dared to convene this clan meeting, he had naturally already devised a solution. This was the source of his confidence in this action. However, damn it, he hadn't expected that before he could even speak, Lin Mo's seemingly generous words would choke him so badly. What was he to do? Lin Mo didn't care at all, willingly offering to cede the credit. If he continued to insist on explaining, wouldn't it make him look too petty? But not explaining was also not an option. Wouldn't that prove that he as clan leader had poor character and forcibly seized the merits earned by his clansmen? In an instant, Fuyue was left hanging in midair. There was no help for it. Although Konoha's upper echelons publicized it as Fuyue's achievement, not only those within the Uchiha clan, but many perceptive people in Konoha could roughly guess the truth. It was precisely because of this that Fuyue was instantly stuck in a difficult position. Originally, he had thought that Uchiha Jin would seize the credit and he, Fuyue, would magnanimously show he didn't care, because he hadn't claimed the credit himself, thus earning the goodwill of a large number of clansmen. This would not only force Uchiha Jin to swallow his pride, but might even allow him to win over some radical clansmen. But unexpectedly, Uchiha Jin, this young man, disregarded martial virtue. Was that something a radical member should say? Uchiha Jin, what nonsense are you spouting? This matter itself is Patriarch Fuyue's credit. Why do you need to hypocritically yield it? Shursui couldn't bear it and directly reprimanded him. In response, Uchiha Jin didn't even lift his eyelids, merely shrugged, and said calmly, whatever you say? How would I dare to compete with the Patriarch for credit? You. Shursui's scalp went numb. At that moment he was completely dumbfounded, and he faintly sensed danger. And indeed that was the case. With Uchiha Jin's words, the entire shrine erupted into an uproar. Fuyue's face turned ashen, and he couldn't help but sigh. He knew that Shursui might be skilled in combat, but in political maneuvering he was far inferior to Uchiha Jin. Of course, even he himself didn't know how to respond. Refuting would make him appear intolerant as a patriarch, while agreeing would signify total surrender, severely damaging his authority as clan leader. So what was he to do? His mind began to race frantically, his head throbbing with pain. Uchiha Jin was far too troublesome. Why hadn't he noticed this before? He cast a profound gaze at Uchiha Jin, but suddenly felt something was off. The radicals seemed to have diminished in number. At this thought a chill ran down his spine, and he couldn't help but ask Uchiha Jin, where are the other radicals? Why aren't they attending the clan meeting? What conspiracy are you brewing? Huh. At his words, everyone was bewildered. They glanced at the empty seats of the radicals, and only then belatedly realized something was amiss. Right? Where were they? Everyone turned to Uchiha Jin in confusion. After all, the clan meeting was a major event for the Uchiha, and those eligible to attend would never miss it. At this moment, even the slowest among them realized something was wrong. In response, the radicals exchanged glances, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of their mouths. Lin Mo remained calm, then slowly rose to his feet. As expected of the Patriarch, you've caught on. But the time is almost up, so there's no need to waste any more of it. For the sake of our shared clan blood, I don't mind giving everyone a friendly reminder. The reason Root and Umbu were withdrawn was not because Sarutobi Hiruzen had a change of heart, but because I almost killed Danzo. That Danzo transplanted a whole armful of Sharingan. Not only that, he can even use Senju Hashirama's wood style, and most importantly, he has mastered the Uchiha forbidden technique, Izanaji. Patriarch Fuyue, wise up. You've let the Uchiha forbidden technique slip away and lost so many Sharingan. The right eye under Danzo's bandages even has a transplanted Mangekyō Sharingan. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably Uchiha Kagami's. After all, only a handful of Uchiha have ever awakened the Mangekyō, and the only one who died under mysterious circumstances was Uchiha Kagami. Konoha has suffered such a heavy loss at my hands this time, so the upper echelons will definitely retaliate covertly. Therefore, instead of throwing a celebration banquet, you should tighten clan patrols and vigilance. Otherwise, when more people die, don't say I didn't warn you. I'm leaving. With that, Uchiha Jin couldn't be bothered to say more and turned to leave. The radicals naturally followed suit. Explanations. He couldn't be bothered. As the leader of the radicals, he was no longer the small fry he used to be. The so-called patriarch couldn't suppress him. On the contrary, as he left, he didn't forget to stir up trouble for Fuyue. During your tenure as Uchiha leader, clansmen shed blood and died on the battlefield, yet when they returned, they couldn't even be enshrined on the memorial stone. So many sacrifices, yet nothing was gained. Not only has the Uchiha's reputation worsened, but now even the ancestral land has been lost, and we are ostracized by the entire Konoha, with Root and Umbu starting to surveil us. He Uchiha Jin barely managed to turn the tide, and you still shamelessly try to steal the credit. So what now? Clansmen go missing every day while Danzo has a whole arm of Sharingan, and even knows Uchiha forbidden techniques. This burden can only be carried by Fuyua. And indeed, as Uchiha Jin had anticipated the moment the radicals left the shrine erupted into chaos. Danzo has a whole arm of Sharingan. His right eye is Uchiha Kageme's Mangekyō. He even knows the Uchiha forbidden technique Izanaji. These revelations completely ignited the Uchiha. Even the moderates and centrists could no longer tolerate it. Alright, silence. This is just Uchiha Jin's one-sided story. Don't believe it so easily. I promise you all I will provide an explanation, but I asked for some time. That's all. Meeting adjourned. Fuyua's head throbbed with pain, but he still had to helplessly explain. Of course. Given his indecisive nature, he obviously couldn't articulate any clear reasoning and ended up resorting to his old trick, bluffing. Admittedly, the Uchiha were easy to bluff. Although everyone was furious about the matter, in the end they were still pacified by Fuyua's vague promises. This was perfectly normal. In the original story, even when the radicals were ready to stage an armed rebellion just before the night of the Uchiha massacre, weren't they still fooled by Fuyua? The clan meeting ended without resolution, leaving a mess in its wake. As the radical faction led by Uchiha Jin departed, Fugaku felt too embarrassed to stay, so he gave some perfunctory remarks and announced the dissolution of the gathering. Shursui watched Fugaku's retreating figure, his eyes filled with even deeper disappointment. Even with the Hokage's help, could he really suppress Uchiha Jin? But recalling Jin's words before he left, Shursui took a deep breath and said sternly, "Clan leader, I must see the Hokage. Regarding the Mangekyō Sharingan in Danzo's possession, I need to ask specifically what is going on." With that said, he didn't even wait for Fugaku to respond before vanishing with a body flicker technique. Fugaku's face darkened at this. He was already frustrated and annoyed from being rebutted by Uchiha Jin, and now Shursui's lack of respect only added to his suppressed rage. Yet he held it in letting out a cold snort before returning home. Shortly after, an Uchiha entered, knelt on one knee respectfully, and said, "Clan leader, something is wrong. All radical members, both ninja and civilians, have moved near Uchiha Jin's residence. That entire area has been fortified with new defensive barriers and patrols, and countless hidden sentries are visible inside." As he spoke, sweat beaded on the Uchiha's forehead. Indeed, this behavior of the radical faction was practically a state within a state, and absolutely unacceptable. Despite the internal factions within the Uchiha clan where no one could convince the other, they still maintained a semblance of unity on the surface, otherwise without the need for Konoha's higher-ups to act, the clan might have already collapsed from within. But now, Uchiha Jin's actions had directly broken the rules. Bang! Fugaku, who had just picked up his teacup, was stunned, then slammed the cup to the ground in fury. Damn it! What does Uchiha Jin intend to do? Force a split in our clan? Fugaku's face was grim, and murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He couldn't accept it. He had spent years walking on eggshells to maintain the clan's stability, always cautious lest the Uchiha be destroyed by his own missteps. And now, that cursed Uchiha Jin, even if he didn't understand him, was tolerable when he caused trouble, but now he dared to split the Uchiha. As for that, the kneeling Uchiha kept his head bowed and offered no rebuttal. Instead, his eyes flickered with a trace of confusion. He had actually taken to heart everything Uchiha Jin had said at the clan meeting. Looking back at Fugaku's rise to clan leader, although he had earned the title of Fierce Eye, on the battlefield, he was far too timid when facing Konoha's higher-ups in the village. He hadn't felt this way before, but after hearing Jin's words, he realized it was indeed the truth. Take the Nine Tails incident, which had the greatest impact on the Uchiha. At the time, the clan had been ready to rescue the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, but unfortunately Danzo had blocked their way. He remembered that Uchiha Jin, then still an insignificant figure, had suggested they ignored Danzo's so-called order from the third Hokage, since the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze was in charge at that time. But sadly, that proposal was rejected by Fugaku, and no one took it seriously then. And in the end, the night Minato Namikaze died, the Uchiha were completely ostracized, and even forced to leave their ancestral grounds. He often wondered if they had followed Uchiha Jin's advice, and actually rescued Minato Namikaze, would the Uchiha situation be better now? But there was no if about it. After that night, Uchiha Jin once again became an invisible figure in the clan until he awakened the Mangekyō and joined the radicals, becoming their leader a few days ago. He roughly understood why Uchiha Jin didn't ally with Fugaku, because in a sense Fugaku was too indecisive. So what should be done? Uchiha Inaho's eyes were full of confusion. Though he now vaguely realized that Fugaku was truly lacking, the problem was that Uchiha Jin was too radical, leaving him unable to make up his mind. Sigh. After an helpless sigh, he decided to wait and see. Inaho. Just as he was lost in thought, Fugaku suddenly spoke coldly. Yes. Uchiha Inaho replied with utmost respect. A faint glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. Could it be that Fugaku had truly made up his mind to act directly? Although he also felt that some of Uchiha Jin's words were right, he absolutely could not accept the splitting of the clan, so if Fugaku gave the order, he would definitely support him. Wasn't it just war against the radicals? The Uchiha were not afraid of battle. But sadly, under his expectant gaze, Fugaku became hesitant again. No, forget it. The Uchiha cannot endure more turmoil. As for that Uchiha Jin, we'll deal with him another day. You may leave. As for the radical faction, pretend we know nothing. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Inaho's eyes grew even more disappointed. His clan leader was too irresolute, leaving him at a loss for words. In the end, he could only respectfully leave. Inside the Uchiha clan grounds, voices were everywhere, with some saying that the change in Konoha's higher-ups was due to clan leader Fugaku's efforts. But likewise, others claimed it was Uchiha Jin's doing. In short, the entire Uchiha clan was filled with endless arguments. Only a few clear-headed individuals let outside their dissatisfaction with Fugaku growing ever stronger. How could a man who couldn't even control the voices within his own clan qualify to be the Uchiha clan leader? But before the argument could reach a conclusion, they discovered that the radicals had formed their own system, creating a village within a village and a clan within a clan. Of course, Uchiha Jin's speech at the clan meeting had by now spread throughout the entire Uchiha clan. Konoha's concession this time was won by Uchiha Jin, and surely the higher-ups would seek revenge afterwards. Thinking of the Uchiha who had gone missing some time ago, some in the clan scoffed at this, while others believed it to be true and consequently moved into the radicals' compound. And for that the radicals welcomed all comers. After all, they were all Uchiha. At the radicals' compound, Uchiha Jin's residence. Late at night, Uchiha Jin sat cross-legged on his bed, the Mangekyō in his eyes flickering as he used his ocular power at the minimum level. Aim no Hisakata. This was a subtle use he had discovered by chance. By maintaining the ocular power at its minimum, he could slowly recover 2 units of pupil power for every 1 unit consumed. Although it was very slow and not as good as the eternal Mangekyō for him, who had no system, no cheat, and no access to weakened Hashirama cells, it was still quite good news. Within the Uchiha clan, a great migration began. As the words of Uchiha Jin spread from Naka Shrine, the Uchiha, who chose to believe him, moved one after another to the radical faction's territory. The reasoning was simple. Regardless of whether the Konoha higher-ups would retaliate, it was better to believe it than not, since they had little to lose. Especially recently, people had indeed been secretly disappearing within the Uchiha compound. Considering this, although they cared little about factional disputes, they did not mind seeking refuge with the radical faction. The radical faction members naturally appeared elated. In their view, this was a sign that the radicals were gaining popular support. Time slowly passed. As time passed, due to Fugaku's weakness and hesitation in allowing this to happen, many Uchiha who had been watching began to move to the radical faction's territory as well. The vast Uchiha compound was thus directly split in 2. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shisui did indeed approach Sarutobi Hiruzen, but was easily rebutted. According to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo and Kagami were close friends, and the Sharingan was a gift before death. And so Shisui believed it. After all, there had been the incident with Obito and Kakashi before, so another such occurrence seemed understandable, didn't it? If it were Uchiha Jin, he would naturally regard this as nonsense. How dare Danzo compare himself to Kakashi? Did he have the nerve? But unfortunately, Shisui was not Uchiha Jin, and he was so easily persuaded. As for the armful of Sharingan that Danzo had, it was dismissed with the phrase, "It's all for Konoha." After all, years ago Danzo lost his arm for Konoha, so what was wrong with using a few Sharingan from the Uchiha to better serve the village? The persuaded Shisui had long forgotten that the Sharingan was a clan's bloodline limit, and that any bloodline was the foundation of a ninja clan. No clan could tolerate such an act. 10 days later, the great relocation within the Uchiha clan ended. The radical faction's territory became bustling with sentries, both overt and covert, densely placed around the perimeter, and a new barrier directly enveloping the entire compound. On the other side, the moderate and neutral factions, under the leadership of clan leader Fugaku, and with the support of the Mangekyō wielder Shisui, chose to trust the Konoha higher-ups. But unfortunately, Danzo, having lost an armful of Sharingan in order to stabilize the Hashirama cells in his right arm, could only arrest Uchiha with 3 Tomo, even more frantically. There was no choice. It was not yet the time of the Uchiha clan's extinction, so Danzo did not have many 3 Tomo Sharingan in stock. Last time Uchiha Jin had destroyed 10 of them directly, so for the sake of his body, he had to do this. Even more crazily than before. But because the radicals' defenses were too tight, he could only target the moderates and neutrals. For a moment, the neutrals and moderates naturally felt endangered. Fugaku said, "Trust the village, trust the Lord Hokage, these are all coincidences." Shisui said, "Everyone don't panic, the Lord Hokage will investigate." Both the clan leader and the Mangekyō wielder raised their voices. They were also panicked under great psychological pressure. But they dared not imitate the radicals, dared not easily change the compound's barrier, nor increase sentries, because that would signify distrust of the village. For people like them, no matter how great the pressure, they dared not easily resort to such methods. However, 3 days later, they no longer had time to worry about this, because rumors began to circulate in the village that the Uchiha were about to rebel. Moreover, this time the rumors were far more intense than before. Fugaku Shisui and others were panicked, but had no solution. Even when they sought help from the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, all they received were the same old platitudes. Trust the villagers, trust the village. Rumors cease with the wise, leave everything to time. Don't panic, don't fear, I'm here. As the Hokage, I will definitely handle it. Although Fugaku and Shisui felt stifled with no other options, they could only temporarily trust the village and the Hokage. But unfortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not stop it at all, and even tacitly approved of it. Otherwise, the root alone could not have made it so big. Unfortunately, the two fools Fugaku and Shisui could not even see through such a simple matter, and aside from worrying, they could solve nothing. On the other side, compared to the anxious Fugaku and Shisui, the radicals were strangely silent. Uchiha Jin had completely disappeared from view. During this period, he seldom left his residence in order to restore the ocular power of his Mangekyō. After all, without a system to rely on, he had to keep himself in peak condition as much as possible. This was also why he did not directly overturn the table, kill off the other factions within the clan and the Konoha higher-ups, but chose to engage in a battle of wits within the rules of the game. Strength was his weakness. Unless he obtained Hashirama cells in the future or found a way to awaken the eternal Mangekyō. Jin-kun, are you really not going to do anything? Last night another one went missing from the moderates and neutrals, a strong one who had even awakened 3 Tomo. Although we are in different factions, we are all Uchiha, and watching this truly pains me deeply. If we truly rebel, these are all combat power. Uchiha Setsuna smiled bitterly. At this moment he was restless. Even as a radical, he was deeply grieved by such losses. In response, Uchiha Jin leisurely brewed tea, not taking the matter to heart at all. Elder Setsuna, I am also pained. But the Uchiha of today have long been domesticated into house dogs, having lost the savagery of their ancestors. The only method I can think of is to break down and rebuild. In my view, these losses are far from enough. Only by letting more ninja die, completely shattering these people's illusions, can we hope to unify the entire clan and have the right to contend with the Konoha higher-ups. This is also why I have not broken with the Konoha higher-ups. With only the radicals, not to mention rebelling, we don't even have the right to drag the Konoha higher-ups down with us. Only by unifying the entire Uchiha can we barely have that right. Yes, you heard correctly. Even if we unite the entire Uchiha, we only have the right to drag Konoha to death with us. Rebelling is still too difficult. Uchiha Jin's tone was deep. As a transmigrator, he had a deeper understanding of Konoha, so he dared not act too rashly. Hearing this, Uchiha Setsuna was stunned on the spot. Jin, why are you so wary of the Konoha higher-ups? Do those old fogies really have such ability? Aren't you being too cautious? Sarutobi Hiruzen might have been formidable in his youth, but now he is old and frail. The experts of other ninja clans are no match for the Uchiha. I think if we Uchiha rebel, our chances of success are quite high. Uchiha Setsuna was utterly stunned. He couldn't quite comprehend Uchiha Jin's caution. In his view, this wasn't how Jin should be. After all, this was a man bold enough to lock horns with the village's higher-ups. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Jin's brow furrowed slightly. In response to Setsuna's confusion, he let out a soft sigh after a moment of deliberation. Elder Setsuna, Konoha's foundations run deep. Among its forbidden scrolls there is a technique called the Dead Demon Consuming Seal, one of the Uzumaki clan's greatest legacies. It summons the Grim Reaper at the cost of the caster's life. This jutsu can ignore all ninjutsu and barrier techniques. If one is caught by it, the soul is directly reaped by the death god. Minato Namikaze used this very technique to split the Nine Tails into yin and yang, has then sealed it within himself and his son Naruto Uzumaki. If the village higher-ups are truly pushed to the brink, they could unseal this forbidden technique and teach it to all of Konoha's jonin. What then? Granted, this technique is extraordinarily difficult to master, but Konoha has many jonin. If even 20 of them manage to learn it, do you think our clan could withstand that? Even with my Mangekyō, I wouldn't dare risk it. Hearing these words, Setsuna's face instantly contorted with sheer terror. Konoha actually possesses such a thing. Before he could even process this revelation, Uchiha Jin continued speaking. And then there's the Nine Tails. If the higher-ups are truly cornered, what if they release the Nine Tails at any cost? Jiraiya will undoubtedly side with Konoha, and Tsunade, though she cannot stand the sight of blood. If the Uchiha rebel, she might overcome her trauma for the sake of the village her grandfathers built. Who would be able to hold off these two Kage-level fighters? The Umbu and Root are loyal to the Hokage to the death. Though an Uchiha can match 3 ordinary enemies faced with so many foes, even if we hold, how many lives would it cost? Danzo has already collected quite a few 3-tomo Sharingan, and that bastard himself has mastered Izanagi. How many lives would we burn through just to wear him down? Hiruzen Sarutobi may be the weakest Hokage, but he's still not someone ordinary clan members can withstand. And I've personally investigated the Sarutobi clan. Having embezzled from the village's coffers for years, they rarely participate in war missions. The Sarutobi clan alone now has at least 1,500 ninja, with no fewer than 300 jonin. Even if these jonin are far weaker than the Uchiha, sheer numbers alone can overwhelm us. And that's not factoring in the other clans. Given the Uchiha's tarnished reputation, do you honestly believe the other clans and civilians would support the Uchiha rising to power? What if they all joined the fight? As Uchiha Jin's words sank and sweat beaded on Setsuna's forehead, and he found himself utterly speechless. He realized how shallow his previous thinking had been. Konoha's true strength was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The Uchiha, crippled as they were now, had no right to even contemplate rebellion. Even with Uchiha Jin's Mangekyō, the village's higher-ups could simply outlast him. Reflecting on their earlier rebellion plans, he couldn't help but let out a resigned sigh. Jin-kun, you've thought this through well. We truly have no grounds for rebellion. He was convinced. The points Uchiha Jin had raised were things he had never once considered. No matter how strong the Uchiha were, they could hardly withstand all of this. Yes, it's difficult, Uchiha Jin nodded. Konoha's foundation is too deep. Even after losing so many powerful shinobi, and with the village in its current weakened state, it's still not something the Uchiha can trifle with. And that's without even counting the moderates and the middle faction within our own clan holding us back. Even if we somehow manage to overthrow the village's higher-ups and seize power, how would a broken Konoha fend off the 4 great ninja villages? Elder Setsuna, do you think the other 4 great ninja villages would spare a weakened and broken Konoha? So let's be realistic. My goal for now is to stabilize the village's higher-ups and unify the Uchiha. Everything else can wait. Uchiha Jin took a sip of tea, his gaze growing impossibly deep. What allowed him to keep the village's higher-ups at bay was his willingness to risk everything, to fight to the death even at the cost of annihilating his own clan just to cripple the leadership. The village's higher-ups wanted a stable Konoha above all else. Even if they could eliminate the Uchiha without losses, they would still have to figure out how to deal with the other ninja villages afterward. Uchiha Setsuna took a deep breath. He gazed at Uchiha Jin with profound gratification, then a faint smile crept across his face. It seems this old man Setsuna is quite fortunate to have found such a worthy successor in my twilight years. Even if I were to die right now, it would all be worth it. The radical faction is in good hands now. I can rest completely at ease. In his heart, Setsuna was genuinely satisfied with Uchiha Jin before him. The old radical faction, for all its strength, could do nothing but shout bluster. But under Uchiha Jin's leadership, it had truly become a razor-sharp blade. Not only ruthless and daring, but also wise. He thanked the heavens for sending such a genius to the Uchiha in their darkest hour. To this, Uchiha Jin simply smiled, offering no further words. After a moment of deliberation, Setsuna spoke. What about the clansmen who keep disappearing and the increasingly radical rhetoric in the village? Are we truly going to do nothing? Will it have any impact on your plans? Though he had already come to understand Jin's plan, using the bloodshed to disillusion certain members of the clan, he still couldn't help but ask, because the pain was too great. The Uchiha, a proud millennium-old clan, stood but as a feeble shadow against the full might of Konoha's leadership. With so many dying, even now he truly feared Uchiha Jin might lose control. To this, Uchiha Jin shook his head. In my view, it's far from enough. Too few have died. Only when death has shaken the moderates and the middle faction to their very core will they wake up. The Uchiha are too single-minded. It's the only way to shatter their illusions about the village. As for the village's rhetoric, that's not our concern. The clan head is Fugaku after all. A rush deal is never a good one. If they want my help, they'll all have to come begging. It's not that I, Uchiha Jin, am putting on airs. But if I'm too forward, those people will only grow suspicious of me at every turn, throwing obstacles in my path and scheming behind my back. Do you think manipulating the village's public opinion is easy? I refuse to scheme for the Uchiha's benefit while also having to deal with the fools in the moderate and middle factions. Uchiha Setsuna let out a sigh. After a moment's thought, he realized Uchiha Jin was absolutely right. Given the folly of Fugaku and Shisui, it was inevitable, certain to happen. Just then, Uchiha Tetsuka walked in. Elder Jin, Elder Setsuna. Word from Fugaku. He's calling an emergency clan meeting and demands that the radical faction attend. A clan meeting, another clan meeting. Uchiha Jin's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but slap his forehead. Fugaku as clan leader left him utterly speechless. Any sensible person knows that trivial matters warrant large assemblies, while grave matters should be discussed in small circles, or not at all. For ordinary folk lack the capacity to resolve issues. Instead, they are prone to echoing others and being led by the nose, while the risk of intelligence leaking to spies grows ever greater. Thus the rank and file need only execute orders. When truly deliberating strategies, the fewer the participants the better, provided those present possess prestige, authority over the lower echelons, and the ability to settle matters. But now, Fugaku calls meetings at every turn yet resolves nothing, devoid of the decisiveness a clan leader ought to embody. He scarcely even knows how to act. For a clan, this spells certain paralysis. That Fugaku is truly useless. It must be about the missing clan members and the village's rumors. Can't he handle even such trivialities? Can't he use his brain? Calling meetings at the drop of a hat. He must be out of his mind. Uchiha Setsuna frowned deeply, unable to restrain himself from cursing aloud. Previously he had never seen anything wrong with the endless clan gatherings, but through his growing contact with Uchiha Jin, he increasingly realized such meetings were woefully inefficient. Nothing but a waste of time. Looking back at every operation Jin had led since joining the radical faction, none had involved formal deliberations. He simply summoned a few individuals, issued orders, and executed. Covert, efficient, and flawless. More importantly, the results were remarkable. Setsuna had attended clan meetings his entire life, yet never once had anything been accomplished within them. Enough, stop grumbling. Since we have nothing better to do, Fugaku is still the clan leader after all. As long as it doesn't touch upon matters of principle, granting him some face won't hurt. Tekka, select 5 elite jonin from the radical faction to maintain a show of strength. The rest of you will strictly carry out patrol duties during this time. Overt and covert posts must keep the compound under tight surveillance, leaving route no opening whatsoever. Elder Setsuna, let's go. Uchiha Jin rose and strode directly outside. Setsuna naturally followed, leading by example to affirm Jin's position as the leader of the radical faction. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Jin and Setsuna led the way, followed by Tekka and the unnamed elite jonin, making their way to the Naka shrine. At their arrival, those present furrowed their brows. However, unlike last time, many lower-ranking Uchiha clan members now gazed at the radical faction with complex, thoughtful expressions. Clearly, the many recent events within the clan seemed to be proving Uchiha Jin right. The Uchiha were stubborn and single-minded, yet they were not true fools. With such a contrast, they could sense something amiss, though their habitual trust in the elders of each faction kept them from defecting to the radical faction for now. Elder Jin, Elder Setsuna. Why has the radical faction sent so few? Why do the other Uchiha members refuse to attend the clan meeting? Is this not a violation of protocol? Fugaku sat at the head, his face radiating authority. Had one not known his true character, that first impression might well have been intimidating. At the very least, his bearing had the semblance of a clan leader. But alas, he was but a silver spear with a wax head. Fugaku was the epitome of all show and no substance. After the group took their seats, Uchiha Jin adjusted his robes and spoke with an unhurried smile. The others must guard against infiltration of the compound, so naturally, they could not attend the clan meeting. Fugaku's face darkened at these words. Was this not an obvious jab at him? But before he could speak, Shursui interjected. Jin-kun, you should trust the clan leader and the Hokage. The radical faction's actions are far too extreme. It's clear you don't trust them at all. Such behavior is unacceptable. I hope the radical faction will withdraw its defenses. To this, Uchiha Jin didn't even lift an eyelid and shot back directly. I do not trust the clan leader, nor Sarutobi Hiruzen. You? Shursui was stunned. Fugaku was the clan leader and Hiruzen was the Hokage. How could he show such blatant disrespect? Such bluntness left Shursui's mind blank. After all, regardless of one's true feelings, weren't outward gestures of respect supposed to be maintained? But alas, unfortunately, Uchiha Jin couldn't be bothered with him and spoke again with indifference. Many have died within the compound recently, and all of them were 3 Tomo Uchiha, were they not? I recall warning you all at the last clan meeting. I never imagined you fools would actually gamble your subordinates' lives on the character of Fugaku and Sarutobi Hiruzen. You're impressive, I salute you. Fugaku's indecisiveness is nothing new. During the war, the Uchiha earned battle merits, yet even the dead couldn't be enshrined on the village's memorial stone. Do the villagers even know the Uchiha fought desperately for the village? The Ninetales night, the loss of the ancestral grounds, the ANBU surveillance. One incident after another. You truly have no brains. But enough. Good counsel is wasted on the damned. If you're all set on courting death, then I won't bother with you. But likewise, the radical faction does not accept Fugaku as clan leader. I, Uchiha Jin, will state it plainly, I must take responsibility for my people's lives. So no more nonsense. Let's get straight to the point. I still have matters to attend to back at base. Uchiha Jin was exceedingly direct. At the last clan meeting, he had still deigned to address Fugaku as clan leader, for he had just risen to power and lacked a firm foundation. But with the recent string of Uchiha disappearances and the radical faction suffering no losses whatsoever, his capabilities had already spoken for themselves. His authority was now established, so there was no need to defer to Fugaku. And indeed, that was precisely the case. Even though Uchiha Jin was being utterly insolent, the entire Naka shrine fell into absolute silence. Not a single Uchiha clan member raised a word of objection. Even the elders of the moderate and neutral factions kept their tongues firmly in check. The reason was simple. The string of events during this period had already demonstrated Fugaku's incompetence as clan leader. Even if they could not accept Jin's radicalism, that did not mean they were obliged to show Fugaku any face. They had long grown weary of this incapable leader. Fugaku, staring at the utterly silent Naka shrine, his expression shifted unpredictably. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes, and when his gaze fell upon Uchiha Jin, a murderous intent surfaced. He was seething with rage. He believed that for the stability of the Uchiha he had groveled and endured countless humiliations abroad, and within the clan, he had done everything possible to appease those who failed to understand him. And for what? Was it not to balance the village and the clan? Was it not to ensure the Uchiha survival? His goal was clear, integration into Konoha. But damn it, why couldn't this pack of idiots before him understand that? Fuyue's face was ashen, yet his back was drenched in cold sweat. He knew all too well that if this matter were not resolved properly, his authority would be severely undermined. But here came the problem. He could not answer a single one of Uchiha Jin's questions. After a long silence, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "The current restraint within the clan is meant to help the Uchiha integrate into Konoha." "And what have we achieved?" Uchiha Jin retorted. "Have we merged into Konoha?" Upon hearing this, Fuyue was instantly silenced. He had indeed produced no tangible results. Despite his efforts and a lifetime of endurance, all he received in return was the village's intensified persecution. But he wanted to voice his plight, yet his face was not thick enough for that. So taking a deep breath, he spoke coldly. "Uchiha Jin, you are too young. You simply do not understand the complexity of the situation. However, considering your youth, I am not willing to argue with you any further. Now let's discuss the real matter." Fuyue, though gritting his teeth, chose to back down. He knew he could not out-argue Uchiha Jin, so he wisely shifted the topic, laying out the clan's current troubles and hoping everyone could brainstorm a way through the crisis. To this, Uchiha Jin remained impassive. Seeing Fuyue concede, he naturally ceased his attack. Understanding the principle of not pursuing a fleeing enemy, he fell silent, uninterested in participating in the clan meeting's deliberations. The radical faction was likewise. Perhaps they once enjoyed arguing in clan meetings, but now with Uchiha Jin at the helm, their methods had completely changed. They had no interest in meetings now. Uchiha Jin made the arrangements, and they simply followed through. They disdained such tedious procedures. If not for Uchiha Jin's attendance, the radical faction would likely have skipped the meeting. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Fuyue began presiding over the council, everyone present started voicing their opinions. "I think we should discuss this with the Hokage. Yes, we must not act rashly. The Uchiha's position is already precarious. We must be even more cautious in our actions." "I agree too, let's consult." The moderate and neutral factions offered their suggestions. The atmosphere at the clan meeting was harmonious. With the radical faction silent, there was naturally no quarreling. Everything seemed peaceful. Everyone in the Naka shrine felt an oddity. After all, such a quarrel-free meeting was a first, and they were somewhat unaccustomed to it. Fuyue at the head found it equally awkward. He cleared his throat softly. "Elder Jin, what is the radical faction's opinion?" "No objections," Uchiha Jin said flatly. "We agree." Everyone's lips twitched. They couldn't comprehend how he could agree so lightly. Was this still the radical faction? Shursui frowned, his naivety prompting him to ask directly, "What scheme are you plotting?" "A scheme? Huh?" Uchiha Jin sneered. "You underestimate me. I have never engaged in underhanded plots, and I disdain such tricks. But since you wish to know, I don't mind telling you. The reason I don't oppose is that my radical faction's territory is impregnable. No matter how chaotic the outside world becomes, it won't affect us. So why should I bother with your sorry affairs? I eagerly await your continued foolishness leading to more deaths of 3 Tomo Uchiha elites. Once their corpses land on the dissection tables of Root's lab, and their 3 Tomo Sharingan are implanted into Danzo's arm. The more elites your factions lose, the more terrified your supporters become, and they will naturally flock to my radical faction. This is a good thing. Why would I oppose?" Uchiha Jin's expression remained calm, his tone as flat as ever. Indeed, it was an open stratagem. He had no interest in scheming. Coming from a land of strategy, he knew that underhanded plots could not last. Thus, he only ever employed an open and upright approach. As seen here, he chose to speak the truth. But what did it matter if the others knew his intentions? Given the folly of the moderate and neutral factions, they would still act according to his plan. Trust the village, neglect defense, and suffer more casualties. All he had to do was wait for their factions to collapse from within, and the remaining Uchiha would naturally choose to join him. And indeed, that was the case. As Uchiha Jin's words sank in, the faces of the moderate and neutral faction members turned extremely grim. Shursui slammed the table in anger. "Uchiha Jin, you. Did I say something wrong? Uchiha Jin asked, utterly indifferent. Are you planning to resist? I'm not looking down on you, but you fools lack the courage. If you truly resisted, you'd become the radical faction yourselves. And if you choose to trust Sarutobi Hiruzen, you'll fall right into my trap. I'll just sit back and watch your elites march to their deaths. Whichever path you choose, I lose nothing. With Uchiha Jin's declaration, the entire Naka shrine fell into dead silence. Everyone had to admit the terrifying cunning of Uchiha Jin. Even knowing his scheme, they found no way out. Silence. After a long pause, Shursui finally spoke through gritted teeth. I trust the Hokage. Your scheme will not succeed. As you wish, if it makes you happy, Uchiha Jin shrugged. Meanwhile, Fuyue fell into a long silence, his mind racing frantically. But unfortunately, it was useless. Could he adopt the radical faction's proactive defense? Impossible. Yet if he maintained the status quo, the deaths of elite clansmen would continue playing into Uchiha Jin's plan. Unlike the naive Shursui, he knew the ruthlessness of Root and the maliciousness of Danzo. Thus, the covert hunting of Uchiha elites would never cease. If Uchiha Jin wasn't lying, then 3 Tomo eyes were a necessity for Danzo. As for discussing it with Sarutobi Hiruzen, he held little hope. If talking worked, the situation wouldn't have deteriorated to such a state. What frustrated him further was that this didn't affect the radical faction, as they had already fortified their territory, making it no easy task for Root to strike. What to do? Fuyue found himself unable to muddle through any longer. If he followed his old ways, he would likely brush it off again, and the clan meeting would end inconclusively. But this time it was different. Because of Uchiha Jin's words, if he continued to evade, more and more would defect to the radical faction over time, and his position as clan head would likely become unstable. No, absolutely not. Uchiha Jin was too radical. He must never become the clan head, or the Uchiha would truly be doomed. He must not panic. There must be a way. Fuyue kept trying to convince himself, grinding his teeth as he desperately sought a solution. The clan meeting once again concluded without any resolution. The radical faction led by Uchiha Jin did not leave early. Instead, they observed with keen interest the performances of Fugaku and Shursui, finally departing from the Nanha shrine with satisfaction. Clan leader. Shursui's voice was hoarse. He spoke only after everyone had left. We must find a way. We cannot allow Uchiha Jin to continue his arrogance. He felt a growing fear. Knowing the others' schemes, but powerless to stop them, filled him with restlessness. This open conspiracy left him deeply conflicted. Fugaku's eyes were deep and profound as he sat silently in his seat. He glanced at the empty Nanha shrine, and in a daze he saw how his appeasement strategy had led the Konoha higher-ups to gradually indulge Danzo, with more and more Uchiha being captured. In the past they had no choice, but now with Uchiha Jin, everyone was frantically defecting to the radical faction. Shursui, go and discuss with the Hokage. Ask the Hokage to restrain Danzo. I will try my best to stabilize the clan's emotions. If this continues, the Uchiha will become the domain of the radical faction. Fugaku spoke, his face full of helplessness. He was truly forced into a corner, hoping that Hiruzen Sarutobi would exert some effort. To this, Shursui's face showed a hint of anger. Clan leader, you cannot be misled by Uchiha Jin. Lord Danzo is a high-ranking official of Konoha. How could he possibly do such things? He does have my grandfather's Sharingan, but it was a gift from my grandfather before his death. Fugaku let out a sigh in response. Foolish child, do I not know what kind of person Danzo is? But he also knew that Shursui had long been brainwashed by Hiruzen Sarutobi, and arguing further would be meaningless. So he merely waved his hand and said casually, just tell the Hokage what I said. Don't concern yourself with anything else. After saying that, he ignored Shursui and left with heavy steps. Shursui opened his mouth to explain, wanting to persuade Fugaku, but watching Fugaku's departing figure, he eventually let out a helpless sigh. The clan's misunderstanding of the Konoha higher-ups runs too deep. Even the moderates and centrists harbor severe distrust of the higher-ups. The Hokage is such a good person. Why can't they show respect? It seems I must continue to work even harder. His eyes gradually grew resolute. As if he had made a decision, he went to the Hokage's office and reported the contents of the clan meeting. Hiruzen Sarutobi, smoking his pipe, let out a sigh with a cryptic look. Times are hard. I understand the situation. Convey to Fugaku that I will do my best to restrain Danzo. Shursui, do not blame Fugaku. The Uchiha's misunderstanding of Konoha is deep, and it will take time to resolve it. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke with deep emotion. His aged face was filled with exhaustion, and his eyes held a complex look of being misunderstood, yet he still forced himself to console Shursui. Shursui was deeply moved. Lord Hokage, you have suffered much. It is my duty, Hiruzen Sarutobi replied with a smile. You are a good child. Let us work together. He then spoke at length about the will of fire, and only after Shursui left did he summon the Umbu. Lord Hokage, inform Danzo to strictly monitor the Uchiha compound. Also deploy the 3rd Umbu division to assist. All actions are to be under Danzo's full command. Hiruzen Sarutobi gave the order directly. His old face was now full of coldness, and after the Umbu left he let out a cold snort. Restrain Danzo. Nonsense. Danzo could no longer suppress the Hashirama cells within him and urgently needed the 3-tomo Sharingan to balance them. Under these circumstances, even if he ordered it, it would be futile. He couldn't just let Danzo die, could he? For the sake of the Uchiha. Don't be ridiculous. As for Uchiha Jin's open conspiracy, it was indeed difficult to counter, but Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't need to solve it. After all, it was merely an internal factional struggle within the Uchiha. He would be happy to see more Uchiha die. Even if Uchiha Jin took power, it wouldn't matter to him. A weakened Uchiha, no matter how strong Jin was, could not cause much trouble. He only needed to ensure that the internal strife within the Uchiha did not affect the village. As for the rest, he chose to let nature take its course. Time passed slowly, and 10 days flew by. Fugaku was anxious, but had no solution. Hiruzen Sarutobi chose to let things be. The radical faction close their doors and live their own lives, and Danzo, in order to suppress the raging Hashirama cells within him, continued to hunt down Uchiha with 3-tomo Sharingan. For a time, the entire Uchiha clan was in a state of panic. Some who saw the reality chose to join the radical faction, but the vast majority remained loyal to their factions and refused to defect. After some discussion, these people prepared to learn from the radical faction and form a defensive alliance. However, their plans were immediately thwarted by Shirsue's intervention. Everyone must trust the Hokage. He will surely resolve this issue. This is definitely not Lord Danzo's doing. It is all slander by Uchiha Jin. These are likely spies from other villages, and the Hokage is already working on a solution. Fellow clansmen, wait a little longer. Trust the village. Trust the Hokage. The naive Shirsue truly believed in Hiruzen Sarutobi, and this was the very foundation of his life's beliefs. The Uchiha were an extreme clan. As a member of the Uchiha, Shirsue naturally inherited this trait. Especially as someone who had awakened the Mangekyō, he was even more stubborn and single-minded than ordinary clan members. But unfortunately, not knowing that he had been sold out, and was still counting money for Hiruzen Sarutobi, he could not change the deteriorating environment within the clan. He could only watch helplessly as his fellow clansmen were killed day by day. Even if he stayed up all night patrolling the entire compound, it was useless because one person could not guard the entire clan territory. It was precisely because of this. Another group of clansmen chose to join the radical faction. The remaining loyalists of the moderates and centrists ultimately decided to have Fugaku lead the defense. But Fugaku was a man of good ideas, but no decisiveness, great ambition, but little wisdom, and a weak heart. Although he could clearly perceive the problems within the clan territory, he could not make up his mind to break with the village, nor did he dare to counterattack or even actively defend, because he feared the situation would worsen. Just like in the original story, when faced with Itachi's massacre of the clan, even though he did not agree with it internally, he still chose to offer his neck to the blade. Now it was the same. Even as clansmen died one after another, even as the moderates and centrists pressured him, he still kept thinking, hoping that delaying might bring new opportunities. In the end, amidst Fugaku's procrastination and deliberation, more and more Uchiha joined the radical faction until Fugaku became a leader with no followers. The only ones he could now lead were the high-ranking moderates and centrists, along with a few core elites from both factions. In total, less than 15 people. Uchiha clan grounds, the radical faction's headquarters. Compared to half a month ago, the headquarters had expanded twofold. Helpless. Recently, too many had defected to the radical faction, forcing them to forcibly expand their territory. Consequently, the barrier had to be redesigned, and the patrol teams as well as the visible and covert sentries were reorganized. As for the police force, from the moment Uchiha Jin truly assumed power, he ordered all members of the radical faction to withdraw from the police force. Now, with the influx of many moderates and centrists, Jin immediately issued a command for them to quit the police force entirely. The police force had long become a hollow shell. Although it still existed in name, with Fugaku serving as its captain and some personnel stationed in the building, in reality, no one was actually performing any duties. Surely they couldn't expect Fugaku, the captain, along with a few elders and elites from the two factions, to actually patrol the streets like common officers. Fugaku and the others couldn't afford to lose face. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was dark as thunder as he glared at Fugaku, who stood before him, and slammed the table heavily. Chief Fugaku, this is too much. Can you still do your job as the police captain? Look at the chaos in the village. Where are your police force members? Why is no one enforcing the law? He was seething with rage. Though he knew the Uchiha were unstable, with fierce internal factional struggles and Danzo's incessant assassinations that turned the Uchiha clan grounds into a reaping field. Still, that was no excuse for the police force to be idle. In Hiruzen Sarutobi's mind, until the last Uchiha fell, they must never abandon their police duties. Otherwise, if the Uchiha ceased to antagonize the commoners, where would he find the moral high ground to keep targeting them? But unfortunately, faced with Hiruzen's fury, Fugaku's expression remained remarkably calm. He merely cast a faint glance at Hiruzen, then spoke with a helpless tone. Now the vast majority of the clan have sided with the radical faction. I can only command Shisui 2 or 3 moderate and centrist elders and the 6 or 7 Jonin elites under their command. Shisui is assigned to the Umbu, and those 6 or 7 Jonin elites need to attend to the elders and guard against the frequent enemy spies that appear at night. Surely you don't expect me, the clan chief, to patrol the streets with a few elders. Fugaku spread his hands, adopting a resigned attitude. Indeed, he was equally helpless and despairing. And on the other side, Hiruzen Sarutobi was left speechless, unable to utter a word for a long time. Damn it. When he thought about it, Fugaku's words were indeed true. The so-called Uchiha clan chief had become a general without an army. After silently smoking a pipe, Hiruzen hesitated. Don't you have any countermeasures prepared? No, I can't think of any. Fugaku didn't even lift his eyelids, simply shaking his head. Uchiha Jin played an open stratagem, so I concede defeat willingly. He truly had no solution, so he chose to accept it calmly. Such was his nature. In the original story, he had accepted Uchiha Itachi's betrayal with the same equanimity. Hiruzen Sarutobi. His mouth twitched violently, and he wanted nothing more than to slap Fugaku. Damn it. He had never seen such a useless man. Even if he thought Fugaku was no match for Uchiha Jin, he couldn't just surrender without a fight, could he? Now this was troublesome. If Fugaku didn't contend with Jin once Jin took full control of the Uchiha, wouldn't he stir up trouble again once he had free hands? No, absolutely not. Fugaku was clearly a lost cause, completely hopeless. However reluctant Hiruzen had to fight for Fugaku's sake. At the very least, he needed to rally some people for Fugaku to keep the Uchiha clan divided. Thinking this, he let out a soft sigh. Never before had he imagined that one day he would actively help Fugaku. Yet Fugaku's ineptitude truly shocked him. From now on, he would have to find ways to let Shisui assist him more, and also find him more allies. Knock knock knock. Hiruzen Sarutobi tapped the table, and an Umbu knelt respectfully on one knee. Hokage-sama. Go find Uchiha Jin and tell him to come to the Hokage's office immediately. The Umbu nodded and left. With the Umbu's departure, the office fell silent. Hiruzen, no longer in the mood to deal with Fugaku, lit his pipe and began to ponder. He needed to use this time to think carefully. What rhetoric could he employ to make Uchiha Jin back down? Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the core courtyard of the radical faction's headquarters, before Uchiha Jin stood a young Uchiha Jonin, but what truly piqued his interest was the man's identity. Uchiha Inabi, Fugaku's absolute confidant. Likewise, the man Fugaku trusted most, and one of the strongest Uchiha. You defecting to me, eh? To be honest, I find it hard to understand. You are Fugaku's core confidant. Why would you want to join me? As his absolute confidant, it should be easy for Fugaku to protect you, shouldn't it? Uchiha Jin's eyes flickered. He was somewhat wary of this Uchiha, given his awkward position. As the clan chief's most trusted man, defecting to Jin, a radical faction elder, seemed suspicious no matter how he looked at it. It didn't sit right, did it? Yet to this, Inabi's expression remained unchanged, his tone calm. I have a younger sister. The clan grounds are not safe. I need to guard the clan chief every day, leaving no time to care for her. But that's only the surface reason. In truth, I have lost hope in the clan chief. The day you became the radical faction elder and established the headquarters, I believe the chief should have stopped you at all costs, even if it meant a civil war. Because of his indecisiveness, he missed the best opportunity. Now with the slander against the Uchiha in the village and the daily disappearances of clan members, Fugaku, as the chief, has found no way to stop it. Even though your methods have proven effective, the chief hasn't resolved to imitate them. This made me see clearly Fugaku as the clan chief lacks any decisiveness. Whether to fight or make peace, at least make a decision. With his hesitant nature and considering the complex relations between the clan and the village, I believe following Fugaku is doomed. Therefore, my defection to the radical faction is sincere. Fugaku is unworthy to be chief. I want to support you, Jin, as the clan chief. I don't know if the Uchiha situation will change under your leadership, but in my view it will at least be better than under Fugaku. That is enough. Uchiha Inaho concealed nothing. He straightforwardly recounted the entire matter, even casually mentioning his intention to move against the radical faction in secret. This is Uchiha. They disdain concealing their emotions, speaking directly whatever is in their hearts. Since Jin's actions had earned his recognition, he would dedicate all his loyalty, caring not whether it might offend Uchiha Jin, even willing to sacrifice his life, if necessary. You could say the Uchiha are extreme, arrogant, and haughty, but similarly, if you truly have the means to make them submit, they will follow your lead for life. So that's how it is. Then I congratulate you on making the right choice, because Fugaku indeed lacks the ability to handle the village's complex situation. I will show you that under my leadership the Uchiha will reverse their current decline. Uchiha Jin narrowed his eyes. Looking at Uchiha Inoho before him, he felt increasingly certain of the correctness of his plans. Because according to his original estimate, many Uchiha would have to die before the remaining ones could awaken, yet he hadn't expected that with only a few Uchiha dead the vast majority would flock to him, and even clan leader loyalists like Inoho would rebel. Indeed, the Uchiha are a bunch of stubborn fools who never look back until they hit the wall. Only by making them truly bleed and feel pain will they genuinely be willing to listen to you. Now it seems the gains are substantial. At the very least among the entire Uchiha clan aside from a few faction elders in power and their close associates, almost everyone has now defected to him. As for whether these people were spies, Uchiha Jin was not worried at all. The Uchiha simply lacked the brains for that. Even Shursui and Itachi, who were bought by Sarutobi Hiruzen in the original story and considered geniuses of the Uchiha, couldn't. They even managed to conceal their emotions on a daily basis. In the original story, the Uchiha clan members all knew that these two stood with the Hokage. Their undercover work was essentially a joke. This is actually one benefit of being born into the Uchiha. There's basically no need to worry about spies within the clan because the Uchiha's character determines that they simply can't do such work. Even if someone genuinely wanted to be a spy, they would be itching to carve the word spy on their forehead. Elder Jin the Umbu is looking for you. A Uchiha walked in, kneeling respectfully on one knee. His eyes were filled with adoration and fervor with no thought of hiding his emotions. Uchiha Jin, seeing this, couldn't help but smile and say, "Longyan, get up. We were teammates before, so there's no need for such formalities with me. You know I don't have many rigid rules here, so from now on don't keep kneeling to me. I know you respect me, but in my view respect is in the heart. As for these outward rules, except for formal occasions, don't bother with them in daily life." Uchiha Longyan, upon hearing this, admired Jin even more. After all, a person who is strong in strength methods and character, yet so gentle with subordinates. Such a leader is far superior to Fugaku. In fact, it wasn't just him. Even Uchiha Inoho was astonished. No help for it. His impression of Uchiha Jin was still dominated by the domineering attitude at the clan meeting. This was the first time he saw the other's private side. "Elder Jin, be careful. Our members in the village saw that Fugaku is also at the Hokage building now, so I think this visit bodes ill," Uchiha Longyan said in a deep voice. Because of Uchiha Jin's rise to power, the radical faction was now completely different from the original story. Not only was their base heavily guarded, but they had also deployed many spies throughout the village. Whether it was the Hokage building the route or the various ninja clans, as long as there were any signs of trouble, Uchiha Jin could now grasp them immediately. This was why, just as the Umbu had arrived, Uchiha Longyan could easily obtain intelligence from the Hokage building without any effort. And as for this, Uchiha Jin smiled but didn't take it seriously. "Don't worry, it's nothing. I roughly know what Sarutobi Hiruzen is up to. Longyan, there's no need to worry about my safety. During my absence from the base, make sure to protect it well." At this moment, Uchiha Jin's face was as calm as ever. Sarutobi Hiruzen's political tactics were too low level. The ninja world had only established the one village, one country system a few decades ago. So, although Hiruzen's methods seemed decent for Uchiha Jin, who in his previous life came from China, as soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen pulled down his pants, he knew what kind of fart he wanted to let out. 15 minutes later, at the Hokage's office, Uchiha Jin knocked on the door and entered only after receiving permission. His face was full of a gentle smile. When he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes narrowed slightly, but he still spoke very politely. "Hokage-sama, do you have any orders for me?" His words were quite humble. However, his body posture was extremely rude. He didn't even kneel on one knee, and there was no trace of respect in his eyes. This was normal. They had already torn apart the pretense last time. If not for the fact that neither side could kill the other without injury, they would have already overturned the table and started a civil war. So it was enough to barely get by on the surface. One shouldn't expect much respect from Uchiha Jin. Fugaku's face darkened. Seeing the utterly disrespectful Uchiha Jin, he wanted to slap him to death, but considering the other's terrifying power, he could only sigh helplessly and pretend not to see it. No help for it. As a clan leader with no real power, he really couldn't do anything about Uchiha Jin. Although he had also awakened the Mangekyō, his indecisive nature made him afraid to reveal it lest he incur even greater suspicion from the Leaf's higher-ups. Now that he had lost even his clan authority, he was even less confident to move against Uchiha Jin. So he chose to endure. Since he had endured for so long, naturally he could endure this one more time. Sarutobi Hiruzen twitched his mouth. He was naturally also displeased with Uchiha Jin before him, so when he saw the anger in Fugaku's eyes, his eyes lit up, thinking, could this guy be about to stand up for once? That would be a good thing. That bastard Uchiha Jin indeed needed a lesson. Even if Fugaku wasn't his match, making Uchiha Jin lose face would be good. However, unfortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already settled in to watch the show, but Yu Fugaku suddenly went soft again. Damn it, a complete waste. What the hell can I expect from you? After all this I have to do it myself. In an instant Hiruzen Sarutobi mentally cursed Fugaku with every vile word imaginable, even beginning to suspect that he had miscalculated his own scheme. Could this fool Fugaku truly contain Uchiha Jin? Yes. Because of Jin's rise he had long regarded Fugaku as an ally planning to use the Hokage's authority to bolster him against Jin. But damn it. Though he had known Fugaku was inept, he never imagined the man could be this pathetic. So now he couldn't help but wonder, could this hopeless fool really trigger a civil war within the Uchiha? Difficult, far too difficult. He grew pessimistic about this idea. Yet at the same time, was there any other choice within the Uchiha besides Fugaku? Undoubtedly no. Shursui was a good pawn and his strength was considerable, but he was far too naive. Especially since he was Kageme's grandson, naturally viewed with hostility by the Uchiha, and his closeness to Hiruzen made the clan reject him outright. Though loyal to Hiruzen, Shursui was not suited to lead a faction. He could only be a blade, not a commander. So it seemed he had no choice. To split the Uchiha, he had to rely on the Fugaku before him. No alternative. Danzo, that black-gloved operative, refused to do dirty work. Even when it came to the Sharingan, he wouldn't target the radicals. So to stop Uchiha Jin's rise, even if Fugaku was a piece of mud, he had to be propped up. With this thought, Hiruzen let out a soft sigh. What a disaster. The very idea of allying with someone like Fugaku made him feel utterly disgusted. Finally, after glancing at the completely calm, resigned Fugaku, Hiruzen turned to Uchiha Jin. Jinkin, do you know that Konoha is in chaos? I don't know, Uchiha Jin replied flatly, and I'm not interested. I'm just a freelance ninja. I stay in the clan grounds when not on missions, and I pay no attention to the outside world. Hiruzen's forehead veins bulged. Freelance ninja? Are you kidding me? You who have sidelined the clan leader Fugaku and practically taken over the Uchiha now claim to be a freelance ninja. But he took a deep breath and said in a low tone, stop joking, Jinkoin. You are the leader of the radical faction. If you are just a freelance ninja, then what are the other ninjas of Konoha? However, Uchiha Jin's expression remained unchanged and he merely shrugged. Hokage-sama, I don't quite understand what you mean. Radical faction? Never heard of it. I'm just a freelance ninja. I hold no official position and I haven't even joined the police force. Hiruzen's face darkened instantly. This Uchiha Jin simply refused to take the bait, making his punch land on cotton, leaving him unsure of what to do next. No choice. Because if he stuck to the official records, Uchiha Jin hadn't lied. The so-called Uchiha Radical faction was not a registered organization in Konoha, it was merely a private group within the clan. As long as Jin denied it, Hiruzen had no handle. According to official records, Uchiha Jin was an ordinary chunin, one of many freelance ninjas. His team had died in the Third Great Ninja War, and considering the Uchiha's peculiar situation, each battle took many lives, but also awakened many Sharingan. Under his orders, the Uchiha were confined to Konoha, no longer allowed to freely take missions. And that was precisely why. Uchiha Jin's official rank was only Chunin, promoted for his battlefield contributions. Jonin. Konoha's Jonin were not cheap, they were a privileged class with voting rights. How could he possibly hand that to Uchiha Jin? So trouble. From a purely official standpoint, he had no grounds to blame Uchiha Jin, blaming the chaos of Konoha's villagers on a Chunin. If that got out, his reputation as Hokage would be ruined. Uchiha Jin. Hiruzen crushed his pipe in his hand, his voice turning icy. In response, Uchiha Jin remained calm. He looked at Hiruzen with eyes full of contempt and faint disdain. As someone who had come from the land of flowers in his past life, he knew well that every shortcut in this world came with a hidden price. Rights and responsibilities must be equal. That was an iron law. Since you refused to grant him the rank of Jonin for your own schemes, then don't try to pin the blame on him. That was precisely why Uchiha Jin had never been angry about not being promoted to Jonin, nor had he sought a way around it. Because he knew that strength was paramount. As long as he was strong enough, being Jonin or not didn't matter. On the contrary, since he didn't hold that rank, he couldn't be held responsible. Even if he was the elder of the Uchiha Radical faction, even if the clans secretly obeyed him, even if the village's police force collapsed into chaos, Hiruzen could not make him take the blame. Because officially he was just a Chunin. Since Hiruzen had blocked his promotion to Jonin, now it was time for the Hokage to pay the price. Hokage-sama, don't get upset. Let's talk things over slowly. Anger harms the body. Do you need this Chunin to carry out a mission? But what a pity. I don't even have a team now, so according to Konoha's rules I can only take C-rank missions at most. Has someone lost a cat? Need a babysitter? Or perhaps a river to clean? I am ready to contribute to Konoha. Please give me a mission, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Jin smiled slightly. His tone was calm, but everyone could hear the mockery. Yes. As a registered Chunin without a team, he could only perform C-rank missions. Even if Konoha wanted to trap him, it was impossible. He wasn't even qualified for B-rank missions. Hiruzen trembled all over. This Uchiha Jin was utterly frustrating. The kid was too slippery. No wonder he had never applied for the Jonin exam, never asked for a new team, nor joined the police force. He had been completely indifferent from the start. So, this was his true aim. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into silence. Gazing at Uchiha Jin before him, he felt like a dog trying to bite a turtle. No way to start. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Let's be straightforward. What exactly do you want to restore the police department? That kind of thing you'll have to ask our clan leader. Uchiha Jin directly passed the buck. Fugaku's gaze was very displeased, and he wanted to scold him several times. I damn well want to take charge, but no one listens to me. However, considering that he as a titular clan leader had no deterrence against Uchiha Jin, he finally sighed, and chose to give up. I can't do anything either. The others don't listen to me. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned grim. The matter had come full circle. Fugaku wanted to resolve it, but lacked the ability. The Uchiha below him didn't listen to him. Uchiha Jin had the ability to solve it, but he didn't want to, and crucially, he held no official position, so even the Hokage couldn't punish him. This matter was stuck and difficult to handle. But the village's security had to be resolved, so after a moment of thought he revealed a faint smile. Jin-kun, your rank indeed needs to be raised. After all, a strong man like you shouldn't stay as a chunin forever. I hereby specially promote you to Jonin of the village, and have Fugaku hand over the position of police chief to you. How about it? Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind was clear. The reason he couldn't deal with Uchiha Jin now was that this guy's rank was too low, and fearing to provoke the entire Uchiha clan, he couldn't punish all of them. On the contrary, if he could raise Uchiha Jin's rank, then in the future if Uchiha Jin didn't do his duty, he as Hokage would have the right to punish him. But unfortunately what he could think of Uchiha Jin was not stupid either. Without any hesitation, he directly shook his head. Lord Hokage, you jest. My abilities are lacking you. I doubt I can pass the Jonin exam. Better to forget the special promotion. Oh, it's too unfair to other ninjas. Armai upholds the will of fire. Everything should be fair and just. Lord Hokage, you must set an example. Uchiha Jin's tone was calm. But hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly burst with rage. Will of fire. Is that something a Uchiha like you has the right to say? He wanted to curse aloud, even strike Uchiha Jin dead with his staff. But no, he couldn't even counterattack. Uchiha Jin's last words had completely checkmated him. As the Hokage, he had to uphold the will of fire. This was the foundation of his entire tenure as Hokage, so with Uchiha Jin's words he completely lost any possibility of forcing Jin into the position. According to Mai's rules, to become a Jonin, the first step is for the individual to voluntarily apply. That was the bottleneck. Of course, special appointment was also possible, but that required the individual to have rendered great merits which Uchiha Jin did not have. If it were promoting one's own people, it would be easy to manipulate. Uchiha Jin, he was not one of them. Sarutobi Hiruzen truly feared that if he forcibly promoted Jin to Jonin, now Jin would immediately take to the streets and claim that the Hokage lacked the will of fire. So sigh. After a helpless sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood very clearly. If he wanted to get rid of this Uchiha Jin, he would have to rely on sheer strength to kill him directly. The difficulty of trapping him through rules was too high. He didn't understand. This guy was clearly a Uchiha. Why was he more shrewd in political maneuvering than himself? Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head helplessly, then put down his pipe. What conditions do you have? Just state them directly. My security must be restored immediately. There is no room for negotiation. Otherwise, if Mai is completely torn apart, I think the other ninja clans and civilians will not let the Uchiha off either. Of course, if you are ready to tear off the mask and start a civil war now, then I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, will readily accompany you. These words were extremely domineering. And looking at the Sarutobi Hiruzen before him, Uchiha Jin's eyes flickered. He seemed to truly see the former ninja hero. However, just as he was about to speak, Fugaku anxiously interjected, Jin-kun, stop messing around. The security issue of Mai is not a bargaining chip. It is our Uchiha's responsibility. You must shoulder this responsibility. Uchiha Jin's mouth twitched. Looking at Fugaku, he really wanted to slap him to death. Couldn't he see that he was negotiating with Sarutobi Hiruzen? But he took a deep breath and helplessly shrugged. You're good, you do it. You're the clan leader, you call the shots. I'll just wash my hands, alright. Hearing this, Fugaku was dumbfounded. If I damn well had any power, would I let you mess around here? Meanwhile, on the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the suddenly appearing Fugaku. Although he also agreed with his foolish remarks in his heart, he knew that Fugaku's words didn't carry weight in the clan now. So, bang. Sarutobi Hiruzen slapped the table. Fugaku, shut up. Fugaku. He looked at the furious Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling extremely aggrieved. I'm on your side. And to this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't be bothered to respond, and directly addressed Uchiha Jin. Jin, continue. Feel free to state any demands. As long as I can fulfill them for the sake of my security, I will agree to all of them. Uchiha Jin nodded. This was the right way to negotiate. That fool Fugaku really didn't understand a thing, just causing trouble. His mind began to race, and after a moment his eyes suddenly lit up. After clearing his throat, he spoke slowly, "Lord Hokage. Originally as a chunin it's indeed not appropriate for me to get involved in such major matters. But since Lord Hokage thinks highly of me for the sake of my will of fire, I am still willing to do my best to resolve this. However, right now within the Uchiha clan the resentment is extremely great. If I cannot give them some benefits I truly have the heart, but not the strength. So I certainly need Lord Hokage's assistance." Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were obscure. He had a new respect for Uchiha Jin. Clearly Jin wanted something for himself, yet he deliberately wrapped it in the guise of the will of fire. This tactic was indeed not bad. But at this moment he saw Fugaku about to speak again, and immediately felt a headache coming on. This Fugaku, why is he so stupid? He quickly stopped Fugaku. "Fugaku, shut up. From now on don't speak." Fugaku, who was about to open his mouth to scold Uchiha Jin, was stunned by Sarutobi Hiruzen's rebuke. At this moment Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored him, and said with utmost seriousness, "What do you want?" "It's not what I want, but what the clansmen need." Uchiha Jin retorted. Sarutobi Hiruzen, somewhat exasperated, "Fine, what do the Uchiha clansmen need?" "The original clan grounds." Uchiha Jin, without any nonsense, "The plot to the left of the Hokage building. That is the Uchiha clan grounds before the Ninetales incident. If Lord Hokage is willing to return the clan grounds, then I have the confidence to completely resolve this matter." A sharp hiss. As Uchiha Jin spoke, the entire Hokage's office fell into a silence so profound that even a pin drop could be heard. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes grew obscure as he began puffing heavily on his pipe, his mind racing with frantic calculations. Uchiha Jin remained impassive, standing there with an air of nonchalance, as if utterly unconcerned by the scene unfolding before him. Fugaku's expression was a mixture of complexity. His gaze at Uchiha Jin was filled with terror and dread. Though he had dreamed of reclaiming the Uchiha clan's ancestral land, he had only dared to entertain such a thought in the deepest recesses of his mind. For he knew it was utterly impossible. Once the meat was swallowed by Konoha's F4, how could they ever be willing to spit it out? The Uchiha clan lacked the strength and were despised within the village. Achieving this in a lifetime was beyond reach. But now, Uchiha Jin had laid this matter on the table. Instead of feeling joy, Fugaku's first reaction was a bone-deep dread and terror. What if the village's high-ranking officials turned hostile? The current tension between the Uchiha clan and the village was already precarious. If this matter pushed them into outright enmity, disaster would be inevitable. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he immediately spoke. "Lord Hokage, absolutely not. The Uchiha clan has no intention of reclaiming the ancestral lands. This is all Uchiha Jin's wild fabrication. Please do not take it seriously." Fugaku's tone was resolute. In his view, maintaining the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village was paramount. At the very least, they should find a way to ease the tension. Uchiha Jin was too radical. He would never agree. On the other side, Uchiha Jin remained expressionless, watching Fugaku's terrified face, with eyes full of disdain and mockery. However, he did not retort, merely said with a light laugh, "Clan leader Fugaku is quite right. I am only a mere chunin, perhaps I cannot truly grasp the village's grand strategy. Then regarding matters of persuading the Uchiha clan, I'm afraid I must plead incompetence. After all, I'm just a chunin." Uchiha Jin's logic was simple: if you are not in a position, you do not plan its affairs. Since he could not be granted benefits, nor held any official duty, there was no need to pressure him. Hiruzen Sarutobi. He let out a soft sigh. He was quite pleased with Fugaku's submission. If only all Uchiha were of such a caliber, how wonderful that would be. But unfortunately that was not the case. Though he was satisfied with Fugaku's weakness, the Uchiha clan leader held little sway within the clan itself. As for the Uchiha ancestral land, to be honest, that area was indeed prosperous, but it had long belonged to the Sarutobi clan. Yet at the same time, that piece of land was not highly valued by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Having served as Hokage for decades, the Sarutobi clan had grown wealthy and powerful. The original decision to relocate the Uchiha clan was primarily to contain them. That location was too close to the bustling center of the village and too near the major ninja clans, especially the Sarutobi. He feared that if the Uchiha were pushed to the brink, they would rise up and annihilate the Sarutobi clan first. Now, however, things were different. Though the Uchiha were becoming increasingly troublesome, Hiruzen Sarutobi could see that Uchiha Jin was a man of considerable intellect. Such a person would not erupt unless forced into a corner. Under these circumstances, returning the ancestral land to the Uchiha was something he could reluctantly accept. After all, compared to that piece of land, he was more concerned about the village's public order. Recently, due to the deteriorating security, complaints had been directed at him as the Hokage. Therefore, let the Uchiha go back to that cesspool. With this thought, he nodded directly. "Very well, I agree. I will vacate the land within 3 days. The Uchiha clan must restore the village's security immediately." Uchiha Jin, any problem? Hiruzen Sarutobi was quite straightforward. He was not inclined to haggle over such trivial matters. Restoring the village's basic order and letting the Uchiha sink into that cesspool continuing to absorb the village's resentment. That was his primary concern. In response, Uchiha Jin nodded. Since the Hokage is so generous, I feel reassured. In 3 days, the village's security will be restored. 3 days? Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes grew obscure. 1 day. I'll vacate the place in 1 day. Uchiha Jin shrugged. Then I'll also take just 1 day. Having said that, he ignored Hiruzen Sarutobi and turned to leave. Respect. Not necessary. The two sides had long since torn off all pretense. It was only because neither had the ability to eliminate the other without cost that they barely maintained a shred of face. As for his rudeness, Hiruzen Sarutobi pretended not to notice. Compared to having Danzo killed countless times right in front of him, such discourtesy was nothing but child's play. On the contrary, he glanced at Fugaku, whose face was a mix of fear and a hint of joy, and a flicker of disdain passed through his eyes. Fugaku, you may leave as well. Yes, Lord Hokage. Fugaku bowed hastily. He left the Hokage's office with a respectful demeanor, still not fully registering what had happened even as he returned to the clan grounds. Was it really that simple? At that moment he could not comprehend it. After all, in his view, Uchiha Jin had been too arrogant. How could the village tolerate such insolence? But the outcome left him bewildered. Hiruzen Sarutobi had not even bargained, agreeing so easily that it felt like a dream. Was it truly that he himself was too lacking and Uchiha Jin too exceptional? No, absolutely not. Though Uchiha Jin had reclaimed the clan's land, he had deeply offended Hiruzen Sarutobi. Such behavior was wrong. The Uchiha clan should now humble themselves and do everything possible to ease the relationship with the village. Uchiha Jin's approach was more like courting destruction. Back at home, Makoto greeted him directly. Fugaku, how did it go? Was the Hokage angry? Is the matter settled? Fugaku's face was dark and irritable. He was in no mood to talk to Makoto and asked directly, where is Inabi? I haven't seen him. Makoto shook her head. Fugaku's expression darkened. Inabi, his most trusted subordinate, was usually always by his side. It seemed he had not been seen since today. After a brief thought, Fugaku said, I'm going out for a while. Makoto wanted to say something, but seeing Fugaku already leaving, she could only sigh and turn back inside. Meanwhile, Fugaku searched the clan grounds for a long time before learning from a moderate elder that Inabi had taken his sister and defected to Uchiha Jin. Upon hearing this, Fugaku's face darkened. Anger, frustration, bewilderment, and grievance. A complex array of emotions flickered in his eyes. Finally, he spoke to the elder before him. Help me notify our people. We'll have a brief meeting at my house later. We are in trouble. Half an hour elapsed. In the reception hall of the clan leader's residence, the Uchiha who had not yet joined the radical faction were now all seated in the meeting hall, murmuring among themselves. Their expressions were clearly grim. Fugaku was the same. Although the reception hall seemed crowded, this was the entirety of his support. Most were moderates, and those he could truly command could be counted on one hand. Alas, he let out a sigh. A month ago he could still command with authority. How had things come to this? All right, Fugaku. Everyone is here. Speak your mind directly. The speaker was Uchiha Yashiro, one of the moderate elders inclined to concede to the village and integrate. Now that the situation within the Uchiha clan had deteriorated, frankly, his mood had been sour. The clansmen who once trusted him now numbered only a handful. If not for Fugaku's claim of a major matter, he truly had no desire to come. The others remained silent. By now everyone had lost respect for Fugaku. After all, he was merely a commander without troops. Though he still bore the title of clan leader, no one took him seriously. Fugaku. His face was so dark it seemed to drip water, his fists clenched in fury. He hated this. If only he had known Uchiha Jin would turn out so disastrously, he would have killed him at all costs when he first rose. Now too late. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed this thought and spoke in a grave tone. That Uchiha Jin has reclaimed our ancestral land. Hiss. Hearing Fugaku's words, everyone drew in a sharp breath. But before the crowd could recover from the shock, Fugaku as clan leader spoke again. But this is absolutely not a good thing. Everyone knows the relationship between the Uchiha and the village. Forcing the village to return that land will only heighten tensions. So Uchiha, we cannot let Uchiha Jin continue his reckless behavior. We must find a way to stop his foolish actions. We have barely managed to ease relations with the village. We cannot let Uchiha Jin destroy everything. However, unfortunately, even though Fugaku shouted passionately, the atmosphere was dead silent. Everyone remained silent, no one spoke. Fugaku was stunned. He couldn't understand why everyone had no reaction. After a long while, as Fugaku's face grew darker, the neutral elder Uchiha Shimi sighed and spoke reluctantly. I admit what you say is very true, but the problem is we cannot stop it. Indeed, there's no one left. Uchiha Yashiro also nodded slowly. Fugaku accepted. Except for the people in this room, everyone else has joined the radical faction. Even if we wanted to resist, we have no strength to do so. As they spoke, Fugaku's heart sank deeper. The previously silent Uchiha Shirho couldn't help muttering. I told you before, Fugaku, we should have adopted defensive measures similar to the radical faction, but you hesitated and refused. You think of the bigger picture, but the people below don't understand. They only know that if they don't join the radical faction, death awaits them. Everyone present spoke up. They all had grievances against Fugaku. If not for his lack of responsibility as clan leader, they wouldn't have been abandoned by most. The last one, Uchiha Tinya, the grand elder of the Uchiha, who dated back to the era of Uchiha Madara, had long retired to live at home. Now he existed merely as a mascot. But this time he also spoke. I do not hate those clansmen who joined the radical faction, they simply want to survive. Since you, Fugaku, as clan leader, cannot protect their safety, don't blame them for choosing to join the radical faction. Don't talk about the greater good of the Uchiha. If you were truly selfless, would you be willing to send your wife and children directly to Tuansong in exchange for the ordinary clansmen? Why haven't the people here joined the radical faction? It's not for the sake of the Uchiha. It's simply because we have the strength, but we are not afraid of the Root's assassination visits. I am tired. Since Uchiha Jin now represents the prevailing trend, I and Uchiha will also join the radical faction. As for you, Fugaku, I give you a final piece of advice. You are always hesitant. The Uchiha fell into this predicament because of your hesitation. Back then, the Uchiha had chosen to fully support the 4th Hokage Bofeng Shuemin. But when Bofeng Shuemin truly fell into trouble, you, because of Tuansong's obstruction, missed the chance to rescue him, leading the clan into this plight. You are truly unfit to be clan leader. I advise you to step down voluntarily. That's all I have to say. Farewell. After saying this, Uchiha Tianai stood up unsteadily, taking a few people with him, and left straight away, heading to join the radical faction. The reception hall fell into dead silence. Everyone sank into silence, no one spoke again. Fugaku's face was grim. Uchiha Tianai had torn open the truth he least wanted to face. The Uchiha had fallen into this situation precisely because of his earlier hesitation. But likewise, he absolutely refused to acknowledge Uchiha Jin's ideas. In his view, Uchiha Jin was far too radical. If the Uchiha were led by him, they would surely be completely annihilated. At this moment, Uchiha Yashiro also chose to stand up. Everyone, I too shall take my leave. Although I don't fully approve of Uchiha Jin, I have thought carefully during this period. Whether it was the Root and Umbu choosing to retreat, or his proactive defense, it has indeed ensured the safety of our clansmen. Now he has even reclaimed the Uchiha ancestral land. I think I should try to trust Uchiha Jin. Although his actions are somewhat radical, they have indeed changed the Uchiha's passive situation. Perhaps following Uchiha Jin will lead to clan extinction, but it's better than living in humiliation. I, Uchiha Yashiro, also have blood in my veins. I would rather die standing than live on my knees. After saying this, Uchiha Yashiro left directly, and those who followed him also left. As the two elders left, many others stood up one after another, eventually choosing to join the radical faction. In the end, only Fugaku, the clan leader, Uchiha Shirho, Uchiha Shimi, and 3 subordinates, totaling 13 Uchiha Jonin, remained. Fugaku's face grew even more grim, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Uchiha Jin. Because of this bastard, he had truly become a commander without troops. Suddenly, at this very moment, Shursui, who had just finished his shift, entered. Seeing the empty room, Shursui couldn't help but speak. Clan leader, where are the others? Weren't we supposed to hold a meeting to decide how to stop Uchiha Jin and the radical faction? Where are the other elders? In the reception hall, there was a dead silence. No one answered Shursui's question, not even Fugaku spoke. The reason? It was simply shameful. A clan leader betrayed by almost all his clansmen. He had set a precedent for the Uchiha. They've all defected to the radical faction. Uchiha Simon spoke coldly. Then, he cast a complex glance at Shursui, then ignored Fugaku. I feel this meeting is meaningless. Though I'm unwilling to join the radical faction, I also refuse to acknowledge you, Fugaku, as the clan leader. You are a complete failure. Elder Tianai is right. I advise you to resign voluntarily. From today, I will not recognize your orders as clan leader. You'd better fend for yourself from now on. After saying that, Uchiha Simon left with his subordinates, having apparently completely abandoned Fugaku. Uchiha Sifong also departed. He did not mock Fugaku, but his implication was clear. He would not recognize Fugaku as the clan leader in the future. Almost in an instant, the entire reception room became completely empty. Aside from Fugaku and Shursui, only 3 of Fugaku's loyalists remained. Clan leader, are you alright? Shursui found it hard to hold back his eyes filled with sympathy. In response, Fugaku took a deep breath and forced a smile. Shursui, you must be amused. No, I just... Shursui tried to explain. But before he could finish, Fugaku interrupted. Shursui, you're not good at comforting others, and I don't need comfort. Let's talk about business. I suppose you've heard about the ancestral land. Shursui nodded, his face heavy. Though he desperately wanted to reclaim the Uchiha's ancestral land, he didn't want to resort to Uchiha Jin's methods. In his view, the situation between the Uchiha and the village was already extremely tense. He had done his best to maintain it, but unfortunately he had encountered that madman Uchiha Jin. This left him utterly helpless. The fruits of his hard-earned efforts were destroyed by Uchiha Jin's casual actions. So alas. After a helpless sigh, Shisui spoke in a grave tone. Clan leader, you are right. This is definitely not a good thing. We must stop it. Yes, that's good. Fugaku nodded solemnly. Let's go together. We must convince Uchiha Jin. He cannot be allowed to ruin this favorable situation. Shisui nodded without refusing. Then the two, having made up their minds, naturally didn't hesitate and went straight to the radical faction's base. Then they were stunned. The radical faction's base before them was peaceful and tranquil with smiles on every face in the streets, something that had never been possible in the old Uchiha compound. Due to the village's oppression and Fugaku's inaction, the Uchiha clansmen had naturally been living in fear. But now, they actually saw this in the radical faction's base, which they found hard to accept for a moment. No, impossible. These must be fake. With Uchiha Jin being so radical, how could the clansmen be so peaceful? I don't believe it. It's all fake. Fugaku's voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with disbelief. Yes, in his original imagination these clansmen should have been numb. Especially under Uchiha Jin's leadership, they should have been worse off than before. It was only natural that the radical faction didn't know how to govern. But now, the genuine smiles radiating from the clansmen felt particularly dazzling to him. More importantly, if they were so happy following the radical faction, would they still acknowledge him as their clan leader in the future? His fears soon became reality. As soon as he spoke, it instantly drew the attention of all the Uchiha on the street. However, upon seeing Fugaku, not a single person greeted him. Instead, as if encountering something filthy, they all began to flee into the distance. Fugaku's face turned even darker. Shisui was also astonished by this scene, but he quickly took a deep breath. Clan leader, take it easy. This is all temporary, just an illusory peace. Our path is the right one. Only by reconciling with the village and truly integrating the Uchiha into it can we achieve lasting peace. Fugaku came to his senses at Shisui's consolation. Right? This was only a false peace. The village's power was too strong. Only through conciliation could there be a way out. Don't be fooled by the radical faction's apparent prosperity now. The rift between them and the village is growing wider. If this continues, they will inevitably face annihilation. Meanwhile, on the other side, in Uchiha Jin's small courtyard, everyone was also holding a meeting in the yard. There was no choice. His courtyard was small to begin with, and Uchiha Jin was not one for luxury. Moreover, with all the problems between the village and the clan, he had no mind to expand his courtyard. Previously it hadn't seemed like a problem, but now with more and more people under his command it naturally became inadequate. For instance, when they wanted to hold a meeting, everyone had to gather in the yard. Recovering the ancestral land this time was actually a coincidence. I didn't expect that the clansmen's assistance in moving would coincidentally disrupt the police force's work, which gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a headache, leading him to exchange the ancestral land for the Uchiha's return to the police force. So this time the credit belongs to everyone. Uchiha Jin spoke with a smile. At this moment, he sat at the head seat announcing the results to everyone. Upon hearing this, almost everyone present let out exclamations of surprise. It was truly hard-earned. After all, losing the ancestral land was a pain for almost all Uchiha. But this time Uchiha Jin had brought it back. This skyrocketed everyone's support for Uchiha Jin immeasurably, for compared to Fugaku, who failed at everything, Uchiha Jin was the king worthy of their trust. As for the claim that the credit belonged to everyone, they didn't actually agree. Because if Fugaku had been in this situation, the result would have been to make everyone suffer and then obediently go back to work. He wouldn't have dared to make any demands of the Hokage. Elder Jin, thank you so much. Please don't flatter us. We have no credit at all. Without a reliable leader, no matter how hard we work, it's meaningless. If it were Fugaku, the Uchiha would definitely have to bow their heads. Yes, right, and probably even apologize. It was clearly because Danzo assassinated us Uchiha, yet Fugaku didn't dare to resist or even defend. Could we expect him to demand our ancestral land from Konoha? The people present all spoke up. The entire courtyard instantly became an ocean of joy. Unlike Fugaku and Shisui, who were hesitant and overthinking, since Uchiha Jin had the ability, they would just follow his orders. Uchiha Jin's smile grew even more radiant, but then he raised his hand to stop them. Let's enjoy the moment, but we must return to reality. The Uchiha situation is already unfavorable. We'll need everyone's even greater efforts in the future. So let's talk about business. I haven't been paying attention to the village recently. Does anyone know the current situation? After the Uchiha police force was disbanded, how chaotic has the village become? Uchiha Jin was quite curious. He rarely walked through the village, and only when attending the ninja academy in the past would he briefly pass through the village streets, yet he seldom visited any shops. After graduation, he went straight to the front lines. Later, when his teammates fell in battle, he was ordered back to the village and had remained within the Uchiha compound ever since. There was no helping it. The Uchiha were too deeply resented, and he couldn't bear those judgmental gazes. Only someone like the pre-darkness Obito, that simple-minded fool, could remain indifferent to such things. Though he occasionally visited the Hokage's office these days, he never really paid attention to the shifting conditions on the streets. And so, now upon learning that the absence of the police force had plunged all of Konoha into chaos, he found himself genuinely intrigued. Elder Jin, I know about this. The matter started because everyone has been busy these past few days. After all, to relocate their entire families into our radical faction, not only did they need to pack up their valuables, but even furniture like tables, chairs, and beds couldn't be left behind. So it's been quite troublesome. Therefore, in order to accomplish this as quickly as possible, everyone could only request leave using excuses like physical discomfort or family matters. At that point, the police force was already stretched thin. I myself only chose to join the radical faction later after being worn down by my family's constant nagging, so I have a fairly good understanding of the changes within the police force. The streets have now fallen into complete disorder. Because of the police force's absence, all sorts of thugs and ruffians have crawled out of the woodwork, and incidents of theft and robbery have become frequent. Especially since these bastards know the police force isn't on duty lately, their methods have become even more reckless than before. Coupled with disputes among merchants and neighbors that no longer have the police force to mediate, the level of chaos in Konoha has skyrocketed. Among them, some scoundrels from the various noble clans have taken advantage of the situation to coerce and deceive, and cases of encroaching upon civilian assets have increased considerably. So the streets right now are truly chaotic in every sense of the word. Elder Jin. My name is Uchiha Takashi, a former member of the moderate faction. Though I've only recently joined the radical faction, I hold great admiration for your governance. I'm quite comfortable here in the radical faction. Not only do I no longer have to worry about assassination attempts from Danzo's route on a daily basis, but my family can also sleep soundly at night. Under your command, we've repeatedly wrested benefits from Konoha's grasp. Compared to that unreliable clan head Fugaku, your actions have truly given me hope. So from this day forward, I offer you my loyalty. Uchiha Takashi spoke with solemn gravity. Following his declaration, everyone present voiced their willingness to pledge loyalty to Uchiha Jin as well. And to this, Uchiha Jin's eyes curved with a smile. It would be a lie to say he wasn't pleased. His judgment had indeed been correct. If he had originally tried to persuade these people through words alone, he would never have been able to unite the Uchiha into a single force, for under the deliberate sabotage of Konoha's higher-ups, the internal factional strife within the Uchiha clan was far too acute. And now, simply by letting these people taste blood after only a few Uchiha had died, they were thoroughly awakened. Of course, he still had two people to thank. First was Danzo. Had it not been for his assassination attempts, these people would never have flocked to him. Second was Fugaku. Had it not been for that fool implementing his non-resistance and non-defense strategy, the moderate and neutral factions of the Uchiha would never have become utterly disillusioned, with Fugaku ultimately choosing to defect to Jin's side. Everyone, by all rights I should offer some modest words of refusal, but given the internal and external troubles facing the Uchiha, we must unite as one. Therefore I will shamelessly accept your loyalty. However, I must still tell you all, the situation for the Uchiha remains extremely grave. Externally, we are targeted by the Hokage and the higher-ups, especially that old dog Danzo. Internally, clan head Fugaku and Shursui are pulling us back. Thus our next moves must remain cautious and prudent. Uchiha Jin spoke with a serious tone. Indeed, though his actions seemed effective for now, each time managing to tear a piece of flesh from Hiruzen Sarutobi's jaws. But likewise, the Uchiha situation remained perilous. Hiruzen Sarutobi was a formidable opponent, and having suffered such a loss this time, that old man would surely seek revenge in the future. Fugaku and Shursui were also difficult to handle. This was after all a world where might reigned supreme. Both of them possessed Mangekyō Sharingan, with the ungrateful Itachi lurking on the side, and that bastard Obito scheming in the shadows. To call it internal and external troubles would be putting it mildly. So at this moment Uchiha Jin was genuinely troubled. Though he had already awakened his Mangekyō, it was not the eternal Mangekyō that came without drawbacks. While his Mangekyō could slowly recover its ocular power, it still couldn't sustain prolonged large-scale battles. Thus he was indeed treading on thin ice. Though his actions appeared aggressive on the surface, inwardly, he remained cautious, not daring to push his enemies completely into a corner. Otherwise, Shursui would likely use Kodo Amatsukami on him. Fugaku was currently hiding his Mangekyō precisely because he didn't want to provoke the village's excessive wariness. If Jin went too far, that old man would probably stop concealing it as well. As for Itachi, Uchiha Jin wasn't too worried for the time being. Unless Shursui died, Itachi wouldn't be able to awaken his Mangekyō anytime soon. By the time he awakened his Mangekyō, it would mean Shursui's threat had been eliminated. The same logic applied to Obito. That bastard didn't want to expose himself at this stage. Unless Konoha chose to act directly, or the Uchiha clan fell into internal strife, he would only watch and stir the pot from the shadows. So for now he couldn't push the enemy too hard. Everything still required careful gradual planning. As for his parents who had been captured by Root, honestly Uchiha Jin worried about them the least, because they were Danzo's trump card against him, and he wouldn't be willing to waste them as disposable assets. Now was not yet the time to burn bridges with Root. So even though his heart ached as if twisted with knives, his rationality still told him he must remain calm. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but seethe with frustration. Other transmigrators landed with a system at the very least, or were given some kind of golden finger. Himself. Though he did have a 7-story pagoda pendant that had crossed over with him, he had tried every conceivable method over the years, dripping blood on it, nourishing it with chakra, and so on. Yet to this day, nothing had changed. Damn it. Surely it wouldn't only reveal its power after he had eliminated Konoha's higher-ups and unified the ninja world. If he had a system to support him, he would have already gone head-to-head with Konoha's higher-ups instead of having to scheme so cautiously all this time. By the way, Gene, there's something I've been struggling to understand. Why did Hiruzen Sarutobi concede? Couldn't the Umbu temporarily fill in for the police force? With so many ninjas and so many clans in Konoha, he could easily pull together a team to calm the chaotic village, right? Why would he rather pay such a heavy price than let the Umbu step in? Or perhaps assemble a new group to temporarily take over the police force? Uchiha Setsuna spoke, his eyes flickering with doubt. Almost instantly as Setsuna's words rang out, all the Uchiha turned to look. Obviously, everyone had thought nothing of it before, but now they suddenly realized. That's right. It was clearly a simple matter to resolve. After all, maintaining village security was a trivial task for the Konoha high-ranking officials. But why? Why would the Konoha high-ranking officials rather return the ancestral land to the Uchiha than handle this matter themselves? Uchiha Jin paused in surprise. He truly hadn't expected Setsuna, that old radical, to ask such a penetrating question. Could it be that after stepping down as elder the fellow had actually gained wisdom? However, despite his deep confusion, he still smiled directly. Elder Setsuna, you've asked a sharp question. I imagine everyone is also very interested in this issue, so I will briefly explain it. The root cause of this issue inevitably points to the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Back when Madara-sama lost the Hokage election, Tobarama created this so-called police force to appease the Uchiha. In essence, it was completely unnecessary. Think of the other 4 great ninja villages. Which one has anything like a police force? The functions of the police force could actually be performed by the Umbu. Why do you think that is? Uchiha Jin narrowed his eyes. In the past, he would not have bothered to explain so much. For one thing, the Uchiha were all stubborn-headed. If they didn't acknowledge you, they wouldn't listen to your words at all. For another, there was no time. When he truly resolved to join the radical faction, the Uchiha clan was already extremely unstable. What he needed most was to increase the radical faction's influence, and then find a way to stabilize them. Now, however, it was different. The radical faction had been completely stabilized, becoming his staunch supporters. Even the moderates and neutrals, for the most part, were now willing to follow his orders. Though he was not the clan head, as a leader, he should demonstrate his wisdom. Therefore, with a narrowed gaze, he gave everyone time to think. Meanwhile, with Uchiha Jin's words, everyone present began to ponder. However, although they hadn't fully thought it through yet, upon hearing that other villages had no police force, combined with the treacherous ruthlessness of Senju Tobarama, they immediately sensed something was amiss. 10 minutes later, seeing that no one spoke, Uchiha Jin knew that the Uchiha were all stubborn, so he naturally did not continue to wait. He took a deep breath and spoke in a grave tone. The police force is a conspiracy. Senju Tobarama knew that the Uchiha were proud and not skilled at dealing with others, so he deliberately assigned this task to the Uchiha. His aim was to create a rift between the Uchiha and the other clans and commoners of the village so that he could rally them to isolate the Uchiha. In Tobarama's own words, because the Uchiha were too strong, they had to be caged. After the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took office, he exploited countless rules, and because the clan head Fugaku was weak, he forced the police force to relinquish many of its original important powers. Intelligence gathering, spy detection, interrogation. All were lost under that worthless Fugaku. Now the police force retains only one authority: public security. It is the most insignificant duty of the police force, and the one most likely to create friction with the villagers and clans. Of course, Hiruzen would never allow the Uchiha to abandon the police force. Otherwise, if the villagers and clans no longer had a rift with the Uchiha, how could the Konoha high-ranking officials continue to target them? Therefore, the village will never send its own people, it will only force the Uchiha to take charge of the police force. Uchiha Jin said coldly. Gasps. With Uchiha Jin's words, everyone was stunned in place. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. No one had imagined that such a small police force could conceal so many schemes. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. The entire courtyard was filled with a terrifyingly oppressive air. Finally, one Uchiha, unable to bear it, couldn't help but speak. Why does the village force us? What crime did we Uchiha commit? Damned village, another Uchiha said. For a moment, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Setsuna at the forefront was also perplexed. He couldn't help but look at Uchiha Jin. Jin, I know you are very smart. Do you know the reason? Almost instantly. With Uchiha Setsuna's words, everyone couldn't help but look at Uchiha Jin again. They all desperately hoped that Uchiha Jin could provide an explanation. As for this, Uchiha Jin pondered for a moment, then smiled and spoke. The reason? Of course I know. Since everyone wants to know, I will briefly explain. One word: money. You must understand that although the Third Shinobi World War has ended and Konoha appears to be a victor, in reality Konoha received no war reparations. Moreover, the pensions for countless fallen shinobi have yet to be paid. Why? Because Konoha has no money. The pensions for the fallen must be paid, and Konoha also needs to replenish the food, weapons, and other supplies consumed during the war. The daimyo has said that the Land of Fire will absolutely not provide this money. So everyone, where will the money come from? Considering the sudden tension between Konoha and the Uchiha since the Nine Tails incident, I have strong reason to suspect that the Konoha high-ranking officials have their eyes on the Uchiha. Everyone think carefully. Every time the Konoha ninja demand pensions, or when the village faces financial problems, doesn't Danzo suddenly launch an attack on the Uchiha? I can think of two reasons. One is to divert attention, using the Uchiha whom everyone fears to cover up the pension issues, financial gaps, and so on. The other reason is to buy time. What is Konoha waiting for? Considering that if they can destroy the Uchiha, the 1,000-year accumulated wealth of the Uchiha will fall completely into the village's hands. Then the pensions for the shinobi who died in the Third War will be available, the financial gaps and food supplies for Konoha will be met, and even after all that, the high-ranking officials can still make a profit. Sacrifice one uncontrollable, universally feared Uchiha clan, and the pensions for fallen ninja and the village's finances can be resolved. The Konoha high-ranking officials can even line their pockets, and Danzo can finally obtain the Sharingan he has always coveted. Sacrificing one Uchiha clan brings happiness to thousands of families. What do you all think of this deal? This is why I joined the radical faction and never considered compromising with Konoha. Because Konoha does not allow us to surrender. If we Uchiha surrender, what will happen to the pensions of the fallen ninja? How will the village's financial gap be filled? Think carefully about recent events. Why is Konoha suddenly so eager to confront us? Wasn't it about a month ago when many ninja proposed that the village should promptly distribute the pensions for fallen shinobi? The entire courtyard was shrouded in a deathly silence. Everyone was immersed in Uchiha Jin's speculation, their faces turning grim and ugly, and many had even widened their Sharingan in shock. If it weren't that almost everyone who could enter this small courtyard were considered the elite of the Uchiha clan, there might have been a large number of people so enraged that they would have awakened their Sharingan. Especially the moderates and the radicals. They were the ones most provoked, for Uchiha Jin's speculation had answered many questions that had long puzzled them. It was one thing for the village to be wary of the radicals, but why were they, who had always been loyal to the village, still treated differently? How could this be? Though it's a bit unbelievable, with Elder Jin's speculation as a premise, everything that was previously incomprehensible now makes perfect sense. I never imagined that while we sought to integrate into the village had its eyes on the Uchiha's 1,000-year accumulation. I swear they will never succeed. Everyone present began to speak. All were filled with righteous indignation, especially the moderates and the centrists, for betrayal inflicts the deepest wound. Though the Uchiha were stubborn to the point of foolishness, they were not entirely devoid of intelligence. Uchiha Jin's speculation, though lacking evidence, was highly plausible given the village's current predicament and the blatant targeting of the Uchiha. The possibility was indeed very high. In fact, not only the moderates and centrists, but even the radicals were seething with anger. They had never before considered that the village's persecution of the Uchiha might conceal such intricate schemes. Uchiha Shana, in particular, wore a cryptic expression. He had never realized that the root of Uchiha Jin's decision to join the radicals lay here. Creek. Just as everyone was deep in thought, Uchiha Tianai and Uchiha Badai led their respective trusted followers into the courtyard. Everyone, this old man will join too. Uchiha Tianai stepped to the front and bowed respectfully to Uchiha Jin. I happened to overhear Lord Jin's speculation outside the door. Considering the history between the village and the Uchiha, I believe the likelihood of your speculation is indeed very high. For the survival of the Uchiha, this old man must become radical. Uchiha Badai also bowed solemnly. He looked at Uchiha Jin with a profoundly complex gaze. This young Uchiha, whom he had once deemed too radical and unworthy of regard, had utterly stunned him with his recent assertion. So after a helpless sigh, he couldn't help but ask, I am willing to join the radicals, but I am curious. Did Lord Jin join the radicals because he perceived this truth? Hearing this inquiry, everyone was intrigued. Meanwhile, Uchiha Jin showed no surprise at the two newly joined moderate elders. His perception was not weak, he had sensed their approach long ago, but he had deliberately allowed them to overhear his words. Hearing Uchiha Badai's question, Uchiha Jin pondered briefly, then shook his head directly. No, you are wrong. In truth, I had long seen through the village's schemes. However, due to the Uchiha's nature, I did not believe I had the power to change the clan. Initially, I only sought to protect myself. The Night of the Nine Tails was my attempt. I tried to persuade Fugaku, the clan leader, to disregard the obstacles set by Danzo and the root. If Fugaku had heeded my advice and supported Minato Namikaze, it would have proven that the Uchiha were still worth saving. But alas, Fugaku refused, and the clan did not support me either. At that point, I was utterly disillusioned. I believed the Uchiha were too foolish to change. Compared to the doomed Uchiha, I could only think of how to save myself. To be honest with you all, as early as the Third Great Ninja War, I had already prepared an escape route for my family. The Snow Country. My original plan was to sneak my parents out of Konoha during the chaos before the village exterminated the Uchiha, then use the prearranged path to reach the Snow Country. But that day when I finished my training late at night, I witnessed the root abducting my parents right before my eyes. That very night, the shock awakened my Mangekyō Sharingan. However, the shock was so immense that I fell unconscious, directly waking up only the next day. I knew how tight root security was. Going alone to rescue them would not only fail to save my parents, but would also cost me my own life. But Fugaku's character destined him to be of no help. So I chose the radicals, and began causing trouble immediately. I knew Danzo's nature well. Once he identified me as a threatening Uchiha, he would never kill my parents so easily. On the contrary, he would hold my parents tightly as a trump card to use against me in the future. The higher my status, the safer my parents would be. Uchiha Jin narrated calmly. He had no intention of hiding anything, for he would eventually rescue his parents. It was better to reveal this himself than to have Danzo expose it later. Thus he did not deny his selfish motives. In an instant, as Uchiha Jin spoke, everyone drew in a sharp breath. No one had expected the truth to be this. Uchiha Jin's parents had been taken by the root, and he had witnessed it himself, which had awakened his Mangekyō. So that's how it is. Uchiha Badai said with a bitter expression, I suppose I should thank Danzo for his actions, otherwise the Uchiha would have been beyond saving. The others nodded in agreement. However, their expressions were grim, for Uchiha Jin's behavior revealed that he had not truly regarded the clan as his own. They wanted to call him selfish, but the words would not leave their lips. There was no help for it. Just thinking about their own past actions made them want to slap themselves. Even if Uchiha Jin had stood up back then, they probably wouldn't have believed him. So, other than a sigh, they could only feel fortunate. Indeed, as Uchiha Badai said, if not for Danzo's unexpected stroke of genius, Uchiha Jin might have already defected. Uchiha Tianai asked with curiosity, I can understand Lord Jin's choice. The Uchiha are too straightforward. Back when the clan leader Madara left Konoha, we didn't follow him either. What I'm curious about now is, did Lord Jin sense something wrong back during the Third War, when he prepared his escape route? That's right. With Uchiha Tianai's question, everyone's interest was piqued. Uchiha Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. At Amano's inquiry, his mind began to race furiously. His influence had already reached its limit. With Danzo's recent frantic actions, he had drawn in almost everyone that could be swayed. The remaining Uchiha, Fugaku, Shisui, and their like, were utterly beyond his reach. So now it was indeed time to speak from the heart. After all, his subsequent moves would require the full cooperation of everyone present. Helpless, without a system or the eternal Mangekyō, it was nearly impossible for him to take on Konoha alone. All he could rely on were these Uchiha before him. Taking a deep breath, he slowly began. Elder Amano is right. I've seen through it all long ago. But the Uchiha are a clan that values strength above all. I was confident that even if I had spoken out back then, I would have earned no trust from my clansmen. So all I could do was protect myself. As Uchiha Jin spoke, those present slowly nodded. Yes, the Uchiha clan relies on strength. Without any power, even a moderate like Shisui would not listen to a single word you said. Uchiha Setsuna then spoke up. Jin's choice is not wrong. The Uchiha are indeed extreme. It's not the time for that now. Let's get straight to business. All Uchiha suffer from a lack of wisdom. Take this chance to enlighten everyone on the bigger picture. At the very least, let everyone have a basic understanding of the village and the clan. His words earned nods from all. Everyone was indeed interested, for whether they were radicals, moderates, or centrists, hardly any of them ever used their brains. Now that they had a chance to learn, they were eager to listen. They truly wanted to know why Jin had been certain during the Third War that the village intended to eliminate the Uchiha. To this, Uchiha Jin did not demur. He nodded and began, since everyone wants to hear it, I'll share a few thoughts. Excellent. They all chimed in. Uchiha Jin wasted no time. He asked directly, Everyone knows that Hashirama Senju became Hokage through his overwhelming power that suppressed the entire ninja world. Tobirama Senju, while not as strong as the first, was still among the elite, and his schemes and strategies were top-notch. So what about Hiruzen Sarutobi? Was it just because of his self-proclaimed title of strongest Hokage? Uchiha Jin's face was full of disdain. After hearing this question, everyone present was baffled. Indeed, they might have limited knowledge of the first and second, but they were quite familiar with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Was he powerful? They weren't sure. Because Hiruzen had only fought in a few battles during the Second War. Afterward, he simply stayed in Konoha and never went to the front lines again. The same went for the so-called Konoha F4. They also rarely fought. Yet they had held the Hokage seat for so long without anyone questioning it. Everyone had grown so accustomed to it that they never saw anything wrong. And now, Uchiha Jin's words finally made them realize. Yeah, this was damn suspicious. Think of the Kage from other villages, the fourth Raikage, whose physical prowess was unmatched, and who fought Minato Namikaze to a standstill. Minato would have lost without the Flying Thunder God technique. The third Raikage, needless to say. Inoki's dust release was no joke. Yagura of the Mist and Raza of the Sand had all proven their strength on the battlefield. But Hiruzen Sarutobi. Everyone said he was the strongest Hokage, a professor of ninjutsu, yet no one truly knew his real strength. Yawaye. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, seems to only talk about the will of fire. They call him the ninja hero, but he rarely fights. Can't figure it out, they all exclaimed. Even the older Uchiha were baffled, shaking their heads in confusion. In the end, they could only turn their gazes to Uchiha Jin, waiting for their leader's explanation. Uchiha Jin let out a soft sigh. Someone already gave the answer just now. It's the will of fire. And that wasn't established from the start. It was something Hiruzen Sarutobi defined later. Initially, Hiruzen became the third Hokage partly due to Tobirama Senju's dying wish, but more importantly, he had the backing of Mito Uzumaki. After Hiruzen truly ascended to the Hokage seat and prepared to make his mark, his heart turned ice cold. Back then, the Senju clan, under pressure from Mito Uzumaki, didn't deny his position as Hokage, but they completely ignored him, engaging in passive resistance. The Uchiha clan, needless to say, looked down on him as Hokage. With the Senju and Uchiha like that, the other clans were even worse. In short, Hiruzen was nothing but a puppet. How did the situation change? Hiruzen, forced by circumstances, had no real power. He could only go to the Ninja Academy to preach his damned will of fire, since there was little else he could do. But then the Second War broke out, and Hiruzen's chance came. Does everyone remember Nawaki Senju? He was the hope of the Senju clan, the most likely candidate to become the fourth Hokage. Yet on his first battlefield, he was blown to pieces by explosion tags. But here's the question. What are the traits of the Senju clan? Vast chakra and immense vitality. Even if an explosion tag directly hit an Uchiha, it would likely only cause severe injury with a very low chance of killing them. Yet Nawaki, with his Senju vitality, died, and even the medical genius Tsunade couldn't save him. Thus the Senju clan suffered a heavy blow. Later, Hiruzen initiated the Hashirama Cell experiments, claiming to revive the first Hokage's mighty wood release. Consequently, a large number of Senju died on the experimental table. Coupled with the fact that most Senju fought on the front lines during the early Second War, the combination of these two factors depleted the Senju's elite. To preserve their strength, the remaining Senju adopted Tobirama's plan to integrate into Konoha. Some gave up their surnames to become civilians, while others chose to serve the Fire Daimyo. At that point, the Senju were completely gone. But the name of the Senju still carried weight, and Tsunade and Mito Uzumaki were still alive. It was around this time that Dan Kato emerged. He became engaged to Tsunade, and backed by the Senju legacy, his voice for becoming the fourth Hokage grew loud. Then he died. The Uzumaki clan refused to join Konoha. When they were besieged, their clan was annihilated for no clear reason. At that time, Konoha had the Sannin Tsukumo Hatake and other experts, yet they only managed to rescue Kushina Uzumaki and the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Thinking about it makes me laugh. They couldn't save the people, but they brought back all the sealing techniques. Interesting, isn't it? Next came Tsukumo Hatake, another strong candidate for the fourth Hokage. Then he inexplicably committed suicide. I'm baffled. I recall Tsukumo Hatake was on an S-rank mission. Even A-rank missions require confidentiality, yet an S-rank mission was spread through the streets within a day. The so-called confidentiality protocols were thrown to the dogs. Tsukumo Hatake killed himself, and no one was held accountable. It was just glossed over. Then Orochimaru was discovered conducting human experiments and defected. To me, that's even more ridiculous. Orochimaru was a commoner. Although some clans supported his bid for the fourth Hokage, those clans wouldn't back his human experiments, would they? Conducting human experiments costs money. Astronomical sums for high-end equipment. Where did the money come from? If you ask me, it's impossible without the village's support. And consider this, before Orochimaru defected, he was the frontrunner for the fourth Hokage. It's obvious that the Konoha higher-ups were scheming behind the scenes. They didn't want Orochimaru to become Hokage because despite being a commoner he was ruthless and principled. He would never be Hiruzen's puppet. So it was either defection or death. Finally, Minato Namikaze is the most interesting. As everyone knows, he was a commoner. Hiruzen let him become Hokage hoping he would be a puppet. But Minato had his own principles. Once he became Hokage, he wanted to do his own work. So he placed Kakashi in the Yumbu and formed his own Hokage guard. Wasn't that a direct challenge to Hiruzen's authority? And then he died. Have you noticed? Anyone who tries to seize power from the F4 ends up dead, with only Orochimaru surviving as a missing nin. Hiruzen Sarutobi controlled Konoha through the will of fire. Anyone who threatened their power inevitably died for various reasons. Now it's the Uchiha's turn. On one hand, the Uchiha are disobedient, strong, and unpredictable. On the other hand, the village is desperate for money. This fat piece of meat is ready to be slaughtered. Uchiha Jin spoke in a measured tone. This time his explanation was exceptionally detailed, dissecting the path of Sarutobi Hiruzen's rise to power and laying it bare for all to see. The reason was simple. The Uchiha clan served as the very foundation of his power and self-preservation. He had to make these people thoroughly realize that there was no possibility of reconciliation between the Uchiha and the Konoha High Command. There was no other way. Whether it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's Hokage leadership, the two Mangekyō wielders, Shursui, and Fugaku the Dark Obito lurking in the shadows, or even Uchiha Itachi, who had already awakened the three Tomo and could unlock the Mangekyō at any moment. The potential enemies were far too powerful. Relying solely on his own Mangekyō, a direct confrontation would surely lead to his death. The Uchiha clan before him was now his foundation. This is utterly terrifying, but if you think about it carefully, Elder Jin's words are absolutely right. I used to wonder why whenever a strong ninja appeared in Konoha they would meet an unexplained accident. One or two might be accidents, but when there are too many coincidences, even a ghost wouldn't believe that excuse. I was also bewitched before actually thinking of reconciling with Konoha. The crowd present began to speak up, especially the moderates and centrists. As they re-examined Sarutobi Hiruzen's path to power, they began to regret their previous choices. This man could not be trusted. The leading elders let out a soft sigh. Unlike the ordinary clan members, their high positions meant they understood far more. But they had been blinded by illusions before. Only now, with Uchiha Jin clearing away the mist, did they instantly realize how foolish they had been. Jin, I am enlightened. Uchiha Yatsushiro took a deep breath. From today on, I will fully support you. With his lead, the other elders also voiced their support. Having truly understood the Uchiha's predicament, they knew that integrating into the village was a dead end, so they naturally chose to back Uchiha Jin. Seeing this, Uchiha Setsuna couldn't help but smile faintly. He was overjoyed. Uchiha Jin had truly been the right choice as heir. Not only had he effectively stabilized the radicals, but he had also won over the moderates and centrists. However, after taking a deep breath, he still asked a question. Jin, I have a question. Since we know the police department is a trap, why did you still agree to the deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen? Was it really just to reclaim the ancestral land? I don't think that's in your character. His face was full of confusion. The others also turned to look at Uchiha Jin. They hadn't thought about this before, but now with Jin's explanation, they all realized the police department was a pitfall. Everyone began to speak up, saying that even if it meant giving up the ancestral land, they didn't want to take on the police department trap. To this, Uchiha Jin gestured for silence, then began to explain. Everyone, don't be impatient. I have a countermeasure. Previously, due to internal factional divisions, the Uchiha strength was scattered, and my influence was limited, so I had no choice but to turn a blind eye. Now that everyone is willing to listen to me, solving the police department issue is not difficult. One word: delay. The Uchiha of the past were too straightforward. From now on, when handling cases in the police department, remember not to be too diligent. Drag out any case as long as possible. If you can't gauge the pace, use the shadow clone technique to find me when an emergency case arises, and I'll teach you on the spot how to handle it. In short, the core principle is one: for a case that could be resolved in a day, drag it out for 10 days or half a month. After all, even if the village descends into chaos, it will only affect the Konoha High Command. Since the villagers don't favor the Uchiha, why should we uphold justice for them? Uchiha Jin's tone was calm. Handling the police department was not difficult. Any other ninja clan could have managed the balance. It was only the Uchiha's straightforwardness that had led to this situation. The Uchiha had simply been too sincere. Hearing his words, the crowd was bewildered and unable to comprehend, but they didn't say much. They would just come to Uchiha Jin when they encountered problems. After handling a few cases, they would learn. Uchiha Amino asked in confusion, Jin, why go through all this trouble? Since we've nearly broken with Konoha, why not just abandon the police department? To this, Uchiha Jin let out a soft sigh. He glanced helplessly at the crowd, then said calmly, the Uchiha's strength is insufficient, We cannot openly break with Konoha for now, or it will benefit no one. Our struggle with the Konoha High Command must be confined to a certain scope. Conflict without rupture is good for everyone. Otherwise, if we truly fight Konoha, even if the Uchiha wins in the end, we won't be able to withstand attacks from other ninja villages. This is precisely why the Konoha High Command keeps squeezing the Uchiha's living space constantly, trying to provoke us into action rather than taking the initiative to annihilate the clan. Because only if the Uchiha rebel first can the High Command mobilize the other ninja clans and civilians. Everyone must remember our main enemy is that small clique of Konoha High Command. Specifically, it's the 4 clans including Sarutobi, as well as the Umbu and Root. The other ninja clans and civilians are all centrists. Whoever wins they will side with. Don't think of Konoha as a monolith. In reality, there are factions within Konoha. Take Sarutobi Hiruzen's return to the Hokage seat. Have you noticed that those who supported the 4th Hokage have all been removed from key positions? Especially the Inoshikacho trio who suffered heavy losses. They lost the positions of Jonin Commander Intelligence Chief and Deputy Umbu Commander. Do you think the Inoshikacho have no resentment toward the High Command? The other clans are the same. It's just that Sarutobi and his faction are too powerful, and they fear the Uchiha's temperament won't cooperate, so they are biding their time waiting for the right moment. These people are not our enemies. So all of you remember this: our only enemy is the Konoha High Command. The crowd suddenly understood. So that's how it was. They had never thought of this before. Now listening to Uchiha Jin, they realized that Konoha itself was divided into many factions. Uchiha Yatsushiro, we were indeed mistaken before. Only after hearing Jin's explanation did I understand. Uchiha Tano couldn't help but say Sarutobi Hiruzen may be Hokage, but he doesn't represent all of Konoha. We used to treat the entire village as the Uchiha's enemy. The crowd sighed with emotion. But now with Uchiha Jin's analysis, they suddenly felt that the future was indeed promising. To this, seeing the crowd buzzing with discussion, Uchiha Jin spoke again. Let's end today's talk here. Everything discussed in this meeting can be leaked. I don't mind if other clans or the village know. The following content involves the Uchiha's future plans and is not suitable for most people to hear. Except for the elders, everyone else may leave. Upon hearing this, the crowd dispersed. The radicals, of course, were already accustomed to this. The moderates and centrists had no objections either, as they were all part of the same clan and had long understood Uchiha Jin's methods. Minor matters call for a large assembly, major matters demand a small gathering. Matters like the Unified Front Alliance were discussed in a large meeting, but when it came to true strategies and actions, Uchiha Jin only consulted with a select few. The rest only needed to execute their tasks. In the past, they had disapproved, believing that clan affairs required collective deliberation. Now, however, things were different. Uchiha Jin's several successful operations had convinced them that he was right. 10 minutes later, the small courtyard began to empty. Aside from a dozen Uchiha with 3 Tomo Sharingan, they dispersed around the perimeter to ensure that not even a bird could fly past. In the courtyard, Uchiha Jin invited several elders into the house, and personally poured tea for each. Without waiting for them to speak, he began directly. Everyone, he said. Among those present, there are both newcomers and veterans. Since you have all gathered here, it proves your trust in me, Uchiha Jin. Thus I will dispense with formalities. As per the old tradition, I will first set the next phase's objectives. If anything is unclear, I will explain afterward. Uchiha Jin's tone was stern. The radicals like Shun, of course, had no objections. For newcomers like Yashiro and Amano who were able to join, it was a novel experience. The radical faction operated completely differently from the clan council. Nevertheless, they nodded in agreement. After all, the radicals' previous successes had sufficiently demonstrated the superiority of this method. Alright, no problem. I accept. Please speak, Jin-sama. Both spoke calmly. Seeing everyone nod, Uchiha Jin took a deep breath and began without further preamble. Next, phase 2 objectives. First, use the authority of the police force to raise high the banner of the will of fire and thoroughly throw the entire village into chaos. We need to give the Konoha higher-ups something to occupy their time, so they stop fixating on the Uchiha clan. Therefore, I plan to appoint Shunin as squad leaders and have Jinin serve as police force members specifically to handle trivial village affairs. Second, win over other ninja clans. Of course, direct appeals won't work. The Uchiha reputation is too tarnished, and other clans won't trust us. Thus my plan is to force their hand. Although many of the police force's powers have been usurped by the Umbu in recent years, the fact remains that these powers were established by Senju Tobarama. Reclaiming them is legally sound. The specific plan: find a spy from another ninja village, use the Sharingan to control him, and have him flee directly toward the Root's base. The police force, under the pretext of capturing a spy, will gather all the clan's elites and launch a fierce assault on Root. Danzo will likely believe I'm trying to rescue my parents. Then the Root's elite will be diverted to transfer and guard my parents. Thus other areas of Root will be left defenseless. The police force has only two objectives. First, collect as many of Root's mission scrolls and research materials as possible. Second, kill as many of Root's combat personnel as we can. Especially Root's Jonin elites. Kill as many as you can. Danzo dreams of becoming Hokage. With such heavy losses among his elite forces, he will be forced to replenish Root by pressuring other ninja clans to send their promising young members into Root. Therefore, the more Root elites we kill, the more desperately Danzo will coerce other clans. Then we will have an opportunity to win those clans over. Gasps filled the room. As Uchiha Jin spoke, everyone present was stunned. At that moment, they truly saw the difference between Uchiha Jin and Fugaku. Fugaku often held clan councils, but they solved nothing. Uchiha Jin. His meetings had no superfluous words. He directly assigned actions. More importantly, his actions were reasoned and justified, unlike the old radicals who constantly rebelled. He was genuinely playing within the rules against the Konoha higher-ups. While striking at the Konoha leadership, he also used this to pressure and win over other clans. Truly impressive. I agree. Uchiha Amano immediately voiced his support. Though a moderate, he was still an Uchiha. In the past, he had opposed the radicals because the chance of a successful rebellion was slim. But now Uchiha Jin's approach, fighting without breaking, uniting without uniformity, gave him genuine hope for success. I also support wholeheartedly. Uchiha Yashiro raised his hand as well. After fully realizing the untrustworthiness of the Konoha higher-ups, he had even considered joining the radicals outright. But unexpectedly, Uchiha Jin's methods were far more moderate, yet with a high probability of success. This made him trust Uchiha Jin even more, believing him to be a truly cerebral Uchiha. The others chimed in almost unanimously without needing Uchiha Jin to explain, expressing their support for his actions. Shun sighed, so alike, truly alike. Your schemes and strategies remind me of Uchiha Izuna, an Uchiha who could match Senju Tobirama in intellect. As Shun spoke, the others nodded in agreement. They were all old-timers who had survived the end of the Warring States period. Though they had never personally witnessed Uchiha Izuna's prowess, they had heard tales from the clan's elders of his brilliance. And now in Uchiha Jin, they truly saw the shadow of Uchiha Izuna. The atmosphere in the living room grew relaxed. Uchiha Jin said nothing more. Since the serious matters were concluded, he began to chat casually with the others. At that moment, Uchiha Inabi entered. Elders Fugaku and Shursui have arrived. They wish to see Jin-sama. The crowd was taken aback. Uchiha Jin remained calm, unsurprised by their arrival. After a brief thought, he said, "Let them in." Understood. Uchiha Inabi bowed. 2 minutes later, Shursui and Fugaku entered the living room. Upon seeing Yashiro and Amano, their expressions darkened. They were not foolish. The tight security outside indicated that serious discussions were taking place inside, and the presence of two moderate elders, Yashiro and Amano, was enough to prove they had already made their choice. Fugaku's eyes were obscure and his body trembled slightly. Yet, his composure was well honed, so even witnessing this scene, his face remained calm. But inwardly, he was seething with rage. That damned Uchiha Jin had not only brought the radical faction under his control in a short time, but now he had also won over the moderates and the centrists. He, the dignified clan leader of the Uchiha, had become a commander without an army. What a grievous humiliation. Shursui, however, lacked such composure. As soon as they met, he could not help but speak. "Elder Hakadai, Elder Amano, how could you also?" Shursui, give up. Uchiha Amano interrupted him immediately. "This is our choice. We gave Fugaku many chances, but under his leadership the Uchiha have become a disgrace. Anyone with eyes can see that. Even if we play the village's obedient dog, constantly retreating, what did we gain? They only push further. Our concessions earned no goodwill from the village. Instead, we faced endless escalation. Previously, our clan grounds were under surveillance by the Umbu and Root. Now the Uchiha can barely breathe thanks to Uchiha Jin's efforts. Your patience and Fugaku's might be correct, but we see no results. In contrast, Jin's methods show tangible effects." At this moment, Uchiha Amano showed no deference to either of them. And for this, Shursui fell silent, words failing him. He wanted to persuade everyone to be patient and trust that the village and the Hokage would resolve matters, but his arguments paled in comparison to Jin's actions. What to do? As he wrestled with his dilemma, Fugaku stepped forward. "Shursui, it's pointless. Clan leader, Shursui was stunned. But Fugaku ignored him, directly addressing Uchiha Jin. "Your actions will drive the Uchiha into a dead end. I advise you to abandon the plan to reclaim the Uchiha ancestral grounds. Such radical behavior will only make the Uchiha a target for everyone." Almost instantly, with Fugaku's words, the atmosphere in the room turned deathly still. Uchiha Jin shook his head. "Absolutely impossible. No explanation, no hesitation. For people like Fugaku and Shursui, any explanation was meaningless, merely a waste of time. Are you going to lead the Uchiha into ruin?" Fugaku's face was filled with fury. Uchiha Jin sneered. "Think what you want. But let me tell you this, even if I lead the Uchiha to death, the members of this clan are willing to die with me." Fugaku fell silent. This damn conversation was impossible. Uchiha Jin couldn't even be bothered to explain, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. Of course he understood. Uchiha Jin did not trust him at all. In fact, he looked down on him. Jin must have his own schemes, but he simply deemed it beneath him to explain. He glanced around, noticing that even when Jin said he would drag the Uchiha to death, the elders of all factions remained unmoved. In that moment, realization dawned on him. Uchiha Jin had already convinced these people. Even if Jin ordered them to die, they would likely obey without hesitation. What to do? His mind raced, and finally, through gritted teeth, he said, "Uchiha Jin, do you think I have no cards left? Your Mangekyō?" Uchiha Jin remained disdainful. "Sorry, I don't care. You and Shisui could join forces and annihilate the Uchiha. But let me warn you, though, you have 2 pairs of Mangekyō. I, Uchiha Jin, am not made of clay. If you try to destroy the Uchiha, I will not save a single one of them. But likewise, I will be the first to kill your wife Mikoto and your son Itachi, including the child in Mikoto's womb. Then I will make the Sarutobi Uchiha Midokado and Shimura clans pay for the Uchiha's demise. I know a single pair of Mangekyō cannot defeat the entire village united, but I also don't give a damn about the so-called dignity of the strong. Whenever a strong opponent appears, I will hide and run, then strike at the weaklings of Konoha. Fugaku Shisui, I warn you. If you dare to act against the Uchiha for the sake of the village, I will make the entire Konoha pay with their lives. Once I cripple Konoha, I doubt other ninja villages will resist the temptation to wage war against it. I have only one bottom line. If you play by the rules, if you can convince the village not to target the Uchiha, or convince the clan to follow you, then I, Uchiha Jin, will play within the rules. But if you want to overturn the table and suppress the Uchiha with force, then we all die together, and Konoha no longer needs to exist. His words were resolute and powerful. He knew very well that with only his single pair of Mangekyō, he was no match for the countless strong warriors of the village, let alone Fugaku and Shisui's Mangekyō and the lurking Dark Obito. Thus, he directly stated that the Uchiha could not contain him. If it came to overturning the table, he would not care about the Uchiha's fate. He would become a reaper in the shadows, fleeing when the strong pursued, striking at the weak of Konoha when they were off guard, essentially employing guerrilla warfare in the ninja world. After all, with a Mangekyō, if he simply wanted to escape, no one could ever corner and kill him. Fugaku, you have a Mangekyō. Uchiha Amano stood up and couldn't help asking. The others also rose. Everyone stared at Fugaku in shock and confusion. And to this, Fugaku looked utterly bewildered. Uchiha Jin, how do you know? Don't worry about that. Uchiha Jin said directly, no secret in this world can escape my eyes. If it weren't for you 2 traitors, Fugaku and Shisui, do you think I would be so cautious in my actions? And you, Shisui, I know your Mangekyō ability is Kodoame Tsukumi, which can forcibly alter anyone's will. Although I also possess a Mangekyō, I am not sure if I can resist Kodoame Tsukumi. So listen carefully. If one day you find my thoughts altered and I act completely differently from before, do not hesitate. Attack the Sarutobi Uchiha Midokado and Shimura clans. Don't fight the Konoha high-rankers, the Uchiha lack enough strong warriors. So kill their clansmen instead. Even if the Uchiha are completely annihilated, drag Konoha into war and give other ninja villages the opportunity to launch an attack. The core principle is simple: if the Uchiha are destroyed, then Konoha must also be destroyed. Kodoame Tsukumi. Upon hearing the effect of this dojutsu, the faces of everyone turned extremely grim, even indignant. At this moment, they were truly enraged, for within this very room lay no fewer than 3 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan. Even in the annals of the entire Uchiha clan, this was a moment of unparalleled brilliance. Yet alas, these 3 pairs of Mangekyō were far from united in purpose. 2 of them stood on the enemy's side. A heart-wrenching sight. Shisui trembled all over, staring in disbelief at Uchiha Jin. Fugaku too felt the same. If the others were shocked by the awakening of his own Mangekyō and the terrifying power of Shisui's Kodoame Tsukumi, then he himself was stunned by Jin's resolute determination. How terrifying! This man had adopted a stance of mutual destruction, realizing that he could not protect the entire Uchiha clan. So he chose to protect none of them, threatening that if the village or anyone dared to break the impasse by force, he would become a rogue ninja lurking in the shadows. Bear in mind, Konoha could not escape. Had he hailed from a certain land, he would have understood that Uchiha Jin's approach was essentially no different from nuclear deterrence. However, if these actions only shocked him, then Uchiha Jin's threat truly filled him with terror and fury, yet above all a profound sense of helplessness. Though he was not as trusting of the village as Shisui, his wife and children were his Achilles heel. He could not protect his family around the clock. If he truly chose to break ties with Uchiha Jin, he had no doubt that Jin would stop at nothing to kill his children and wife. So with a sigh, he let out a helpless sigh and finally spoke. I am the clan leader of the Uchiha. I will not raise my hand against the clan. I will no longer meddle in the affairs between the village and the Uchiha. Even if you wish, Jin, I am ready to pass the title of clan leader to you at any time, provided you never disturb my wife and children again. And to this, though the others were astonished, Uchiha Jin remained calm. As a transmigrator, he knew well that Fugaka's life was one of compromise. His true concern was only his family. Having struck his nerve, Fugaka's retreat was only natural. Thus, he merely nodded gently and said in a calm tone, I guarantee the safety of your family. Even if the Uchiha clan is annihilated in the future, I will have your wife and children evacuated. I have prepared a retreat in the land of snow. Is that so? I see. Fugaka was stunned, then suddenly understood. Then I thank you. With that, he simply waved his hand and strode out. After all, he had long been a figurehead as clan leader. Now that he had truly laid down the heavy burden, he felt a lightness in his heart. He even thought that this was not so bad. Now he would have more time to spend with his children, free from the worries of clan affairs. Since Jin had prepared a retreat, and he had heard of the land of snow, a place far from the mainland of the ninja world, even Konoha in its madness could not pursue them that far. Shisui, however, was dumbfounded. What the hell was he to do now? Uchiha Jin had already seized control of the entire Uchiha clan, and even the sole clan leader Fugaku had caved. How could he alone stand against Uchiha Jin and the whole clan? Bitterness filled his voice. Jin, can't we negotiate? Who said we can't? Uchiha Jin replied calmly. I am more than willing to negotiate. As long as the village does not target the Uchiha will not stir up trouble. But can you make Danzo stop hunting the Uchiha? Why did the clansmen flock to me, the radical faction? Because you could accomplish nothing, babbling about integrating into the village, and that the Hokage-sama would solve everything. But what is the reality? Clansmen die in battle without compensation, and they cannot even be entered into the memorial stone. Our ancestral land is taken. Clansmen are monitored and hunted. Initially, the Uchiha demanded the position of Hokage, which was agreed upon before the village's founding. Later, they reneged and forbade the Uchiha from becoming Hokage. The Uchiha endured. Later, the Uchiha demanded power, but the village still refused. The Uchiha endured again. Now all the Uchiha want is to survive, yet the village still denies them. How far must we retreat? Must the entire clan be wiped out before the village is satisfied? But sorry, I cannot do that. Even if the Uchiha must die, we will drag the village down with us. Shisui fell silent, devoid of words. Though he was willing to believe that the Hokage would change everything, what Uchiha Jin said was also the truth. At the very least, he could not stop Danzo from hunting the Uchiha. Previously, he thought the Uchiha were too radical. But now, hearing Uchiha Jin's words, he realized how many steps the Uchiha had already taken back. How much further could they retreat? His head ached terribly, and he finally spoke. But confrontation is meaningless. It will only drain the village's strength. If we both suffer, how can we face the other villages? Why must I choose? Uchiha Jin's expression remained unchanged. This time, I will make the village choose. For the stability of Konoha, can't the village take a step back? Shisui was dumbfounded. Make the village choose. He had only ever considered making the Uchiha retreat, never once thought of asking the village to yield. But upon reflection, it made sense. The Uchiha had retreated so much, why couldn't the village retreat a little? He was truly at his wit's end. Jin had unified the Uchiha, and even Fugaku was disheartened. It was impossible to stop him now, as he was just one man. He was not Itachi, he still cared for the clan. So he decided to first see what Uchiha Jin intended to do before deciding his own course of action. At the very least, he would ensure the stability of both the village and the Uchiha, even if it was a fragile peace. After a long deliberation, he spoke seriously. I want to know your next plan. I want to know what exactly you intend to do. I am waiting for you to die, Uchiha Jin said. Shisui was taken aback. What? Me die? Uchiha Jin's expression remained calm, his eyes growing deep. Yes, waiting for you to die. If I am not mistaken, you have already reported this matter to the Konoha higher-ups, haven't you? The power of Kodoame Tsukumi is too terrifying, but sends chills down anyone's spine. If you think carefully, you will realize that even Sarutobi Hiruzen now dares not face you alone, and when he meets you, he avoids your gaze. Sarutobi Hiruzen will not make a move against you, as he needs to maintain his image of righteousness. But the problem is he has Danzo as his black glove. Danzo has Hashirama's cells implanted in his body, and he urgently needs the release of the Sharingan to suppress them. Moreover, he himself fears Kodoame Tsukumi and covets its power. Danzo dreams of becoming Hokage. If he could obtain Kodoame Tsukumi, he could manipulate Sarutobi Hiruzen into stepping down. He will definitely make a move against you. And because you trust the village's higher-ups too much, you are completely unprepared. Your death would be no surprise. Sarutobi Hiruzen knows this very well, so he has Danzo eating out of his hand. If Danzo succeeds, Hiruzen can use that to hold him in check. If Danzo fails, it has nothing to do with him. As Hokage, it is not difficult for him to deal with a hidden pest. Finally, do not think I am warning you out of kindness. Because I know well the Uchiha's extremism and stubbornness. Even if I say this, you will absolutely not believe it. I, however, always use open schemes to break the situation. Your death is of great significance to me. Not only will it remove one of my concerns, but it will also give me an excuse to confront the village. Whoever touches a clan's Kekkai Genkai will die. If I use your death as a pretext, the other clans will definitely sit on the sidelines. My next move is to wait for you Shisui to die? Is that clear enough? Is that plain enough? Uchiha Jin's face was full of mockery, utterly disdainful of concealing his intentions. As he put it, he excelled in using open schemes to break the deadlock. Even if he explicitly told Shisui, the latter would most likely follow the old path. For a leopard cannot change its spots, many things are hard to alter. Of course, if Shisui could truly come to terms, then it would be a good thing for him. In any case, he would not lose out. Impossible. The Hokage is just a kind old man, and he would never do such a thing. Uchiha Jin, you won't succeed. Shisui shook his head, his gaze firm. He would not be swayed by Uchiha Jin's instigation. Even though images of past meetings with the Hokage kept surfacing in his mind, he chose to steel his heart, believing that only the Hokage could help the Uchiha integrate into Konoha. The others let out a sigh. Although they were also stubborn, they could still tell right from wrong. If Uchiha Jin lacked strength, no one would bother to listen to his nonsense. Now that his power was sufficient, they were naturally willing to listen attentively. But unfortunately, Shisui, who could awaken the Mangekyō, was more extreme than others, and such a person could not be easily persuaded. Otherwise, he would not have been extreme enough to awaken the Mangekyō. Understanding this, they did not try to persuade him, only sighing bitterly, their gazes towards Shisui, filled with pity. Meanwhile, on the other side, facing Shisui's roar, Uchiha Jin's gaze remained calm. Shisui, do you know what an open scheme is? It means that no matter what choice you make, it won't affect my specific plans. If you suspect Hiruzen Sarutobi, that's good for me and the Uchiha, since the clan can have one more expert. Even if you still choose to trust Hiruzen Sarutobi, it won't have any impact on my plans. Open schemes are different from conspiracies, they cannot be counteracted. Shisui was stunned. The others looked at Uchiha Jin as if admiring a lofty mountain and flowing water, their hearts filled with admiration. Uchiha Jin's scheming ability was simply astonishing. Even if explicitly told you could not change it, you could only follow his scheme. In the end, Shisui let out a helpless sigh and then left the courtyard directly. As for this, Uchiha Jin did not stop him. He merely watched Shisui leave with indifference, then spoke to the others present. Fugaku's decision to delegate power is a good thing. Let's proceed with the plan as scheduled. Hearing this, everyone was puzzled. Their minds took a moment to catch up, and finally Uchiha Setsuna asked, execute the original plan. Or the one you mentioned to Shisui. Jin, were you deceiving him when you said that? Uchiha Yashiro also looked confused. Uchiha Jin was slightly taken aback. He instinctively glanced at everyone, and upon seeing their confusion, he couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. Good heavens! The Uchiha really had simple minds. He rubbed his forehead in exasperation, but still began to explain. Both plans need to be executed. I didn't mean to deceive Shisui. Although they are all my deductions, and I have no evidence, I genuinely believe the Konoha higher-ups want to kill him. And I indeed plan to use Shisui's death to scheme against the Konoha higher-ups. This doesn't affect our previously formulated plan. After all, I only said I wouldn't deceive Shisui. I never promised to tell him all the plans. Upon hearing Uchiha Jin's explanation, everyone was speechless. Though it was technically true, wasn't this essentially misleading Shisui? However, if one thought about it carefully, what Uchiha Jin said was indeed correct. After all, they weren't on the same side, and the plans he revealed were true. He just hadn't disclosed the full scope. So alas, everyone's gaze toward Uchiha Jin instantly became complicated, yet they also felt a sense of reassurance. Having such a leader was a good thing for the Uchiha. At the very least, it was no easy task for Konoha to set a trap for Uchiha Jin. Meanwhile, on the other side, after leaving Jin's courtyard, Shisui's eyes were filled with confusion. At this moment, his heart was truly in turmoil. He knew he shouldn't believe Uchiha Jin's instigation, but Shisui, though blindly loyal, was not foolish. Sometimes lies don't hurt. The truth is the sharp blade. As someone who had earned the name Shisui of the Body Flicker on the battlefield, although his scheming ability was not as good as others, he at least had the basic skill of reading people. Thus, thinking back to after he had told the Hokage about his Mangekyō ability, Hiruzen Sarutobi, just as Uchiha Jin had said, never met him in private again. Every time he saw Hiruzen, there were at least 2 Umbu members accompanying him. Especially Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze. He had never looked him in the eye again. In the past, he hadn't thought much of it, but now that Uchiha Jin had pointed it out, it would be a lie to say he held no resentment. Even though he understood Hiruzen Sarutobi's actions, the feeling of betrayal was terrible, especially since he had trusted Hiruzen so deeply. Have you heard Elder Jin's speech? It's all over the place. I really didn't expect Hiruzen Sarutobi to be so ruthless. The Hokage looked so kind, but I never thought he could do such a thing. Do you think Elder Jean is overthinking this? Although Elder Jean hasn't provided any evidence, sometimes too many coincidences are no longer coincidences. That's true. Let's be more careful from now on. Amid the dense discussions around him, Shursui felt a sense of foreboding. What was going on? What were they all talking about? It seemed to be about the Hokage. Shursui's expression instantly turned serious. Although he had some reservations about Hiruzen Sarutobi, he still trusted the village and the Hokage more. He didn't go forward to ask directly. Instead, he hid in a small alley, used the transformation technique, and then came out again. Then he joined the chatting crowd and learned of Uchiha Jin's earlier remarks. His scalp tingled. From the mysterious deaths of Nawaki Senju and Dan Kato to the extermination of the Uzumaki and Senju clans, the successive departures and defections of the Sannin, then Tsukumo Hitaki's forced suicide, and finally Minato Namikaze's death, one incident after another. This left him with mixed feelings because many things were indeed hard to explain. Just the leak of Tsukumo Hitaki's mission. No matter how you looked at it, it was inexplicable. The most confidential S-rank mission was leaked and spread throughout Konoha within a day, yet the Umbu conducted no investigation. This simply didn't make sense. Although he didn't know much about the other incidents, he knew that one or two things could be coincidences, but when there were so many, could they still be explained by coincidence? Hokage-sama, should I trust you? Shursui's expression darkened, his eyes clouded with complex emotions. Sigh. After a soft sigh, he departed from the radical factions compound. Regarding the village and the Uchiha clan, Shursui felt the need to deliberate further. Since Uchiha Jin had no immediate plans for action, he decided to seize this opportunity to conduct his own investigations. The land outside the radical factions compound was desolate. Though this area still belonged to the Uchiha, the surrounding houses lay abandoned, exuding an eerie stillness. After all, nearly every Uchiha member had relocated to the radical factions compound. However, unfortunately, just as he was about to return home to rest and reflect, an ANBU operative appeared and blocked his path. Shursui, the Hokage requests your presence. Understood, I'll be there. Shursui furrowed his brow, but nodded in acquiescence. To be honest, he had little desire to see Hiruzen Sarutobi at this moment. Yet the habits cultivated over years of service compelled him to respond without hesitation. Subsequently, after taking a deep breath, he arrived at the Hokage's office. Lord Hokage. Shursui knelt on one knee, his face radiating loyalty. His gaze had shifted subtly from before his eyes, briefly sweeping toward the ANBU lurking in the shadows. He also noticed details about Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage, that he had never paid attention to in the past. For instance, Hiruzen Sarutobi subconsciously lowered his Hokage hat, and upon seeing him instinctively cast his eyes downward, showing no intention of meeting his gaze. Even without activating his Sharingan, Shursui could keenly perceive the faint tension emanating from Hiruzen Sarutobi's body. Though the movements were subtle, they did not escape his notice. Having come from the battlefield, if he lacked such basic vigilance and the ability to read others, he would have perished long ago on the front lines. Thus, in the past he had simply trusted Hiruzen Sarutobi too deeply, never stopping to consider such things. But now everything was different. Even though he still trusted Hiruzen Sarutobi, Uchiha Jin's words had taken root. Instinctively, he began to observe these minor details. Perhaps in his own way, he wanted to prove Uchiha Jin wrong. Unfortunately, however, his discovery seemed instead to validate what Uchiha Jin had claimed. At this realization, his heart grew heavy with conflicting emotions. Shursui. Although today is your day off, matters concerning the Uchiha are too crucial for me to leave unattended. I must reluctantly call upon your services. Today you and Fugaku visited the radical factions compound. Could you tell me what transpired there? Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke with a gentle smile curving at the corners of his mouth. His face remained a picture of benevolence, his tone warm and reassuring. Yet upon hearing the inquiry, Shursui's heart jolted. He quickly suppressed his inner turmoil and recounted everything truthfully, withholding nothing. He concealed nothing. This included Uchiha Jin's threats to Fugaku's despair that led him to withdraw from worldly affairs, and the warnings and threats Uchiha Jin had directed at Shursui himself. He recounted every detail with complete accuracy. Of course, he omitted the revelation of Fugaku awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan, as well as the whispers he had overheard within the clan's territory. On the one hand, he feared increasing the village's vigilance and straining relations with the Uchiha further. But more significantly, he struggled to articulate these matters, for the implications were far too offensive to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Deep within, a faint dread stirred within him. The rumors had already begun circulating within the clan's territory, but given how rarely clan members ventured into the village to interact, they would likely remain contained for some time. But what if those rumors ever leaked out? He dared not imagine it. The thought made his head ache, and he felt a sense of relief that the clan remained so insular. Nonsense. How could I ever deliberately watch Shursui walk to his death? Danzo. Absolutely impossible. He is an elder of this village. How could he possibly lay a hand on its own citizens? Uchiha Jin's speculations are a complete slander against this village. Shursui, you must not believe a word of it. Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed his hand upon the desk. Forcing down the terror rising within him, he rushed to refute the accusation. But simultaneously, his heart quaked with fear, for Uchiha Jin's judgment struck him as disturbingly accurate. Danzo would inevitably make a move against Shursui. The only question was when. And he himself would undoubtedly choose to turn a blind eye, then hold Danzo accountable afterward. That bastard Uchiha Jin had seen through the innermost recesses of his mind. The very thought sent a chill down his spine. Having such a man at the helm of the Uchiha clan boded ill for the village. He would be far more formidable to deal with than Fugaku ever was. Rest assured, Lord Hokage, I still choose to place my faith in this village. Shursui hastened to respond upon hearing this. Hiruzen Sarutobi, observing the sincerity on Shursui's face, breathed an inward sigh of relief and quickly smiled. That puts my mind at ease. Shursui, do not let such baseless thoughts take root. I understand, Lord Hokage. Shursui nodded. Hiruzen Sarutobi paused for a moment, steadying his emotions before asking, how did Uchiha Jin come to know of your Mangekyō? I'm not certain either. It puzzles me just as much. Shursui fell into genuine bewilderment, and only after a long while did he speak hesitantly. Perhaps it is an ability of his Mangekyō, some form of prophetic power. I see. Indeed. He too was at a loss. After all, he had revealed the nature of his Mangekyō abilities to only one person, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Thus he could conceive of no other explanation besides a prophetic ability. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression grew increasingly grim. A prophetic ability would be utterly devastating. It would mean that no matter how he schemed, Uchiha Jin would anticipate his every move and either counter or thwart him in advance. This was a formidable predicament. In the end, after learning of all that had transpired within the Uchiha clan that day, he offered Shursui a few words of reassurance before sending him home to rest. Once Shursui had departed, his fury erupted as he slammed his hand against the desk. Damn it, curse it all. How did that Uchiha Jin become so infuriatingly difficult to handle? Having vented his rage, Hiruzen Sarutobi knocked on the desk, and an ANBU operative knelt respectfully on one knee. Hiruzen Sarutobi thought for a moment before speaking in a detached tone. Compile everything Shursui just told me and deliver it to Elder Danzo. Warn him that he must not lay a hand on Shursui for the foreseeable future. As you command, Lord Hokage. The ANBU bowed and departed. After the ANBU left, Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a heavy sigh. His burden was immense. It was clear that dealing with Uchiha Jin would not be accomplished overnight. This man was quick to resort to mutual destruction. If he could not be neutralized first, then even if the Uchiha clan were annihilated, he would remain a monumental threat to the village. A hidden Mangekyō wielder targeting the ordinary members of various ninja clans and innocent civilians would leave the village with virtually no means of defense. He would have to be patient. First transfer the Uchiha to that cesspit known as the police force, then find ways to weaken the clan further. As for the rest, he would deal with it in due course. However, the one thing that truly made him uneasy was the village's ever-widening fiscal deficit. During the Third Great Ninja War, the funds allocated by the Land of Fire had long been siphoned off. Nearly 90% of it divided among the Sarutobi, Udatain Mitokado, and Shimura clans. Of the meager remainder, Shimura Danzo had taken the lion's share, leaving barely enough to sustain the war effort until its conclusion. Now with the shortfall in survivor benefits, the need to stockpile grain reserves, and the cost of paper bombs, kunai shuriken, and other supplies, the daimyo was already refusing to fund such a massive shortfall. If he couldn't finish off the Uchiha soon, where on earth would he find the resources to cover this enormous financial burden? Hiruzen Sarutobi's head began to throb with worry. Early the next morning, groups of Yuzhibo set out from their clan territory, every family dragging along their households and all their belongings, making their way through the village's most bustling district and heading straight for the original Yuzhibo ancestral land. On the streets, the villagers were horrified. Ever since the Nine-Tails incident ended, the Yuzhibo had been branded as the culprits, though no concrete evidence could be found at the time. Yet, even so, the Yuzhibo had been driven out of the village's prosperous areas, forced to huddle in a corner on the outskirts. From that day onward, aside from the security department members, the villagers barely saw a single Yuzhibo. Now, unexpectedly, the Yuzhibo had returned. What is this? Why is the village doing this? I don't want to live so close to the Yuzhibo. This morning, the bulletin board in front of the Hua Ing building stated that after an investigation over this period, the village believes the likelihood of the Nine-Tails incident being caused by the Yuzhibo is very low. Additionally, the Yuzhibo have shown good behavior recently, so the village has decided to return their ancestral land to them. The village is foolish. Even without the Nine-Tails incident, I still don't want to live next to the Yuzhibo. We finally managed to drive those damned Yuzhibo away, but now they're allowed to come back, just like that. The streets buzzed with murmurs. All the villagers wore grim expressions and the ordinary ninja were much the same. Only the members of the various ninja clans and the civilian ninja with a certain status had complex looks in their eyes. Clearly, those who understood the inside story knew that despite the village's high-sounding announcement, the truth was that in the power struggle between the Yuzhibo and the village's high-ranking officials this time, the Yuzhibo had gained the upper hand. Helpless, the village backed down. Among the crowd, a white-haired Umbu agent was on full alert, closely watching the Yuzhibo to prevent any conflict between them and the villagers. But just then the energetic bowl-cut Mangekyō came running over. "Kakashi, you're getting too caught up in the spectacle, aren't you? But today is truly a day worth celebrating. The facts prove that the Yuzhibo are still everyone's comrades. On such a happy day, how about a youthful competition?" The white-haired Umbu was speechless. Looking at this hot-blooded youthful fool, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Was this something to celebrate? Knowing the truth, he only felt a headache. This new leader of the Yuzhibo was clearly no ordinary troublemaker. Now that they had moved back to the village center, he could imagine there would be even more antics in the future. However, he didn't bother to explain this to Mangekyō. He simply said coldly, "I'm on duty as an Umbu right now, executing a mission. You can't just talk to me casually." "Fine then." Mangekyō scratched his head. "I'll wait for you to get off work." Kakashi's mouth twitched, thinking, spare me the trouble. He was already busy enough every day. He truly had no energy for a competition. At a tea house overlooking the street on the second floor by the window, the current generation of Zhu Lu Dai sat drinking tea and chatting. Shanzhonghai, looking at the Yuzhibo figures, couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Troubled times. In response, Naoyang Lujio's expression remained unchanged, but he stared blankly at the Yuzhibo, his gaze filled with complexity. Shodao Dingzhua, on the other hand, couldn't be bothered to think too much. He didn't even touch the tea on the table, instead eating snacks one after another. Dingzhua, stop eating, Shanzhonghai said helplessly. His mood was already sour, and the sound of Shodao Dingzhua's snacking only agitated him further. In response, Shodao Dingzhua shrugged. "What else should I do if not eat?" "Forget it, I can't reason with you," Shanzhonghai said, full of resignation. "Lujio, what do you think?" Naoyang Lujio pondered for a moment before setting down his teacup helplessly. "This is a matter between the Yuzhibo and the village's high rank. It has nothing to do with us, Zhu Lu Dai. In any case, I don't want to get involved in these messy affairs." Shanzhonghai found this hard to understand. He gave Naoyang Lujio a deep look. "You didn't used to say that." "The situation has changed," Naoyang Lujio said calmly. "So my attitude must change too." Shanzhonghai was somewhat surprised. "Is that Uchiha Jin really that formidable?" Naoyang Lujio nodded. In particular, recalling his brief encounter with Uchiha Jin last time, he still felt a chill run down his spine. Then, without any intention of hiding it, he briefly recounted that encounter. That's about it. What was supposed to be a questioning of Uchiha Jin's responsibility, he not only handled with ease, but even managed to drag us Zhu Lu Dai into it, and on the sly sowed discord between us and the Huang. His thinking is unconstrained, and his reaction speed is terrifying. He can instantly find your weak point and counterattack. More importantly, he is powerful enough. He dared to kill Tuan Tsang in the Huaying's office, showing no respect for Yuan Fei Risen, and yet in the end, he managed to maintain a state of conflict without breaking ties. Facing a Yuzhibo who can think and is also strong in combat, I really don't want to go up against him. I even advise your two clans not to get involved in this matter. If it were Fuyue in charge, I would definitely support the Huang high rank. Because it's obvious to everyone that the Mu Yi high rank would win. Now it's different. The current Yuzhibo is under Jin's control. The Mu Yi high rank has been acting against the grain for years. How many ninja clans will fully support them? Who wins and who loses is still unknown. Naoyang Lujio's tone was somber. Shanzhonghai and Shodao Dingzhua fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Because listening to Naoyang Lujio, they too sensed the terror of Uchiha Jin. After a long silence, Shanzhonghai spoke. "If the Yuzhibo wins, will they make a move against Zhu Lu Dai?" "That's what I'm worried about too," Shodao Dingzhua said seriously. "Zhu Lu Dai is a faction of the Huang. I'm afraid that if the Yuzhibo come to power, they will settle scores with our three clans." In response, Naoyang Lujio's eyes flickered. After a long deliberation, he spoke solemnly. "I can't vouch for other Yuzhibo, but if Uchiha Jin comes to power, I believe he won't settle scores with us. He is a very rational Yuzhibo. As long as he's not a madman, everything can be discussed. And haven't you noticed? The Yuzhibo's tactics have changed now. Under the leadership of Uchiha Jin, the Yuzhibo now only target the Yuan Fei, four clans, the Umbu, and the Root. Not once have they acted against other ninja clans. That in itself speaks volumes. So let's wait. The situation isn't clear yet. There's no need for Zhu Lu Dai to rush. For now, let's just watch the tiger fight from the mountain." Shanzhonghai and Shodao Dingzhua thought for a moment and nodded. Indeed, Naoyang Lujio's words struck a chord with them. In the end, the two decided to follow Lujio's advice. Inside the village, discussions were rife. Apart from the commoners who knew nothing and were kept in the dark by the village, the thoughts of the various ninja clans were similar to those of the Ino Shikachō trio. No one was foolish. Everyone had witnessed the actions of the village's high-ranking officials over the years, and they had long harbored resentment toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, this resentment was now suppressed in their hearts. This was also the reason why when Orochimaru initiated the Konoha crush, the village suffered almost no other losses. Only the death of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. After all, could the prestigious #1 ninja village be unable to handle the 4 Red Yang formation conjured by mere fortune? Indeed, the formation was formidable, but its potency depended on the strength of the ninjas maintaining the barrier. Thus, as long as the clash between the Uchiha and the village's upper echelon did not affect their own clans, these ninja clans were content to watch from the sidelines. At the Uchiha ancestral grounds. Though they had been away for only 2 or 3 years, the Uchiha who returned could not help but shed tears and weep aloud. At the same time, their respect for Uchiha Jin surged to new heights. Compared to Fugaku, who only retreated and appeased, they were far more willing to support Uchiha Jin. After all, Uchiha Jin could genuinely lead them to victory and gradually change their current predicament. Alright everyone. What I promised has now been fulfilled. All civilians may return home and resume their normal work and lives as soon as possible, but avoid going out carelessly in the coming days. The ninja will immediately set up defensive barriers, and the patrol squads will commence patrol actions right away. Additionally, dispatch a special squad composed entirely of jonin to thoroughly search the entire ancestral grounds in the shortest time possible, mainly to check for any traps deliberately laid by the village's upper echelon. Uchiha Jin spoke with a stern tone. Although returning to the ancestral grounds was a good thing, his primary concern was security. After all, who knew whether the village's upper echelon might set traps? What if they went mad and covered the entire underground ancestral grounds with explosive tags? Everyone bowed in obedience to Uchiha Jin's orders. Clearly, after his frequent actions during this period, especially securing the return of the ancestral grounds, he had earned the genuine allegiance of all. Immediately after, the entire Uchiha ancestral grounds plunged into bustling activity. Smiles adorned every face, laughter echoed throughout the grounds, and a feeling of hope surged in people's hearts. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Jin was accompanied by several elders to a massive courtyard. Jin, your status is different now. You cannot stay in that small courtyard. Otherwise, when clan meetings are held in the future, your home won't even have a suitable venue. This courtyard used to be clan head Madara's residence. After he left the village, it naturally fell into disuse. Even later, clan heads like Fugaku and his father built their own residences elsewhere. Your contributions to the clan merit this residence. Uchiha Setsuna's eyes were sincere. The other elders raised no objections, also believing that Uchiha Jin deserved it. Uchiha Jin narrowed his eyes. Gazing at this ancient courtyard before him, he hadn't expected it to be the former residence of Uchiha Madara. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the courtyard gate. What met his eyes was an expansive artificial lake complete with rockeries, flowing water, pavilions, and towers. After crossing the front courtyard to the middle courtyard, he found an enormous training ground. Upon reaching the rear courtyard, there was a vast garden. The residence also had numerous rooms, enough to comfortably house 100 or 200 people. He truly knew how to enjoy life. With such a large 3-section estate, indeed fitting for Uchiha Madara. But after living in a place like this, how did Madara later endure living in that dark, dim cave underground? Uchiha Jin's eyes flickered. Without commenting further, he simply nodded and said, "Since everyone agrees, I won't stand on ceremony. From now on, this is my home." "That's only proper." The others nodded in approval. 2 hours later, the Uchiha civilians arranged by Setsuna and others had thoroughly cleaned the entire courtyard. Everyone gathered in the tea room, and as they took their seats, a young girl had already brewed tea for them. "Jin, let me introduce you. This is my daughter Uchiha Suki. Her ninja talent is average. She only has 2 tomo, and she'll likely never advance further. From now on, she'll handle household affairs for you. I've arranged for a batch of servants for you. After all, with such a large courtyard, you can't possibly clean it all yourself. Although you're not the clan head, yet you have many matters to attend to daily, so you shouldn't waste your energy on trivialities. In the future, you'll also need your own guard. You may select 2 elite jonin squads," Uchiha Setsuna said with a smile. The other elders raised no objections, as these amenities were basically standard for someone of Uchiha Jin's standing. Previously, the clan was too chaotic, with factions competing against one another, external interference from the village, and Jin having been in power for too short a time. Now that things had temporarily stabilized, it was only natural that the necessary accoutrements be provided. As for this, Uchiha Jin remained calm. Being an Uchiha, he knew the clan had such customs. Since it was given, he would accept it. However, he couldn't help but speak about Elder Setsuna's granddaughter. "Elder Setsuna, isn't it inappropriate for your granddaughter to do this?" "It's fine." Uchiha Setsuna waved his hand directly. "Just let her work with you, Jin. My granddaughter's ninja talent is average, and I, an old man, won't live much longer. Naturally, I need to find her a patron in advance. You'll give me that little bit of face, won't you? Being an Uchiha, he was quite direct. He didn't bother with beating around the bush and spoke his true thoughts plainly. In the past, when meeting Uchiha Jin, he had never let his granddaughter meet him because he wasn't certain of Jin's abilities back then. Even after handing over the position of leader of the radical faction, he still had to carefully consider his granddaughter's safety. Now, however, things were different. Uchiha Jin had proven his capability, and so Setsuna had made his decision straightforwardly. And in response, Uchiha Jin thought for a moment and understood Setsuna's intentions. Favors are like water. Each use diminishes them. Perhaps in the future, out of respect for Setsuna, he might help his granddaughter a few times, but once the favors were used up, the connection would fade. Thus, having his granddaughter work with him was a clever move. Alright, I accept. With Uchiha Jin's nod, a faint smile appeared on Setsuna's face. For the time being, the atmosphere in the tea room became relaxed. But just then Uchiha Tadashi walked in. Elders and Anbu came by. He brought the Hokage's order requiring us to resume the work of the police force as soon as possible. The crowd's eyes flickered, their lips curling into cold sneers. What was coming had finally arrived. The village wasn't going to be so easily exploited, but what to do next still depended on Uchiha Jin's thoughts. All eyes turned to Uchiha Jin, who wasted no words. Elder Yatsushiro, you'll handle it. Me, eh? Yatsushiro was taken aback. Uchiha Jin slowly nodded, a faint smile crossing his face before he said, You're one of the moderate faction leaders. The village isn't on high alert against you. Your appearance will lull them. Bring 20 lower ninja squads and set up the framework for the police department first. Remember, if any trouble arises, the solution is one word. Stall. If the Hokage presses say the clan just moved and everything is chaotic, so we can't spare more manpower. If the village keeps pushing, tell them the Uchiha are willing to give up the police department. Let whichever clan wants it take it. Before, Uchiha Jin had been worried about who would take over this mess. After all, he needed to restore his dojutsu, daily manage clan affairs, and outwit the village while keeping the big picture in mind. He couldn't devote all his energy to the police department. Now, perfect. Since the moderates and centrists had come to him, it was better to let the moderates handle this. As for that, Uchiha Yatsushiro, though lacking confidence, finally accepted the burden. Alright, understood. I'll strictly follow Jin's instructions and do my best with the police department. Time passed slowly. Though the Uchiha had relocated, they quickly stabilized. After all, compared to the clan grounds on the village outskirts where they had lived for only a few years, they had resided here much longer. Uchiha Jin was practically in seclusion. Apart from spending 2 hours a day practicing ninjutsu and lightly exercising, he stayed home almost all the time. All to restore his dojutsu. In his previous clash with Danzo, he had used nearly 3% of his dojutsu to thoroughly intimidate the village's upper echelons. To always be at his peak, he needed to fully recover that dojutsu. As for the squabbles within the village and clan, he only ensured the big picture stayed on track, delegating the details to his subordinates. This delegation of authority would have delighted other clans, but the Uchiha were an exception. Almost every member of every faction was single-minded. They excelled on the battlefield, but were utterly unfit for desk work. If not for Uchiha Jin's insistence, they would have gladly quit. Especially the police department. Previously, there was Fugaku, indecisive, but barely steady. Now with Uchiha Yatsushiro, though he was a moderate, the mountain of paperwork nearly drove him mad. At 8 in the morning at the police department, Uchiha Yatsushiro had just sat down in his office when someone knocked. Hearing the knock, the corner of his mouth twitched, and a headache began to set in. But sigh. After a helpless sigh, he spoke listlessly. Come in, Lord Yatsushiro. Uchiha Jin entered and immediately knelt on one knee. Those troublemakers are asking about the verdict again. Should we keep stalling? This case is simple. He just ate without paying. Everyone knows that local thug. Why not just arrest him? The Jinin's face was strained, almost in tears. Yes, because of Uchiha Jin's new rules, they were being tortured beyond belief. Problems that used to be solved easily now required a whole set of procedures, leaving these illiterate ninjas baffled. Hearing this, Uchiha Yatsushiro said in a hollow tone, Do you have evidence? Well, the Jinin gave up, shrugging. Many villagers saw it. Uchiha Yatsushiro rolled his eyes. Then find those witnesses, take their statements, and have them sign and fingerprint. They won't cooperate. The Jinin shook his head. Uchiha Yatsushiro continued, Do some ideological work. It's impossible. The Jinin was nearly sobbing. No one is willing to testify. Eating without paying is a minor offense, at most a month in jail. The villagers are afraid the thug will retaliate after release. This is a dead end. The Jinin poured out his grievances. But unfortunately, Uchiha Yatsushiro had heard enough over the past few days and cut him off before he could finish. Enough, shut up. Complaining to me is useless. This is Elder Jin's rule, so follow it. If you can't convince them, keep trying to persuade them. In short, as long as the police department is making an effort, it's fine. I haven't set a deadline, have I? Just take it slow. The genin looked bewildered, cursing inwardly. Yes, there was no deadline, but the problem was that those troublemakers were blocking the police department every day, giving him a massive headache. He instinctively started, but... No buts. Uchiha Yatsushiro cut him off. That's final. Get out. The genin swallowed a mouthful of words, but could only hold them back. Finally, with a sigh, he had no choice but to leave. Watching the office return to silence, Uchiha Yatsushiro relaxed a little, then let out a long, weary sigh. What a headache. But unfortunately, before his sigh could end, the familiar knock came again. Uchiha Yatsushiro's temples bulged with veins. Enter. Lord Yatsushiro, have you taken statements? Found evidence. Completed the procedure. Not yet. Get out and follow the procedure. But. No buts, get out. Then. The newly arrived police department member scurried out of the office. 10 minutes later, the familiar knock sounded again. This time, Uchiha Yatsushiro, completely enraged, shed his usual moderate demeanor, flung open the door, and roared. Take statements. Find evidence. Secure witnesses. Don't come to my office until the procedure is complete. Get out. Get out. Get out. Right now? If I see you bastards again, I'll roast you with a great fireball. In the police department, a dead silence reigned. Everyone looked at Uchiha Yashiro, who was speaking directly, and couldn't help but shiver. Many genin who had come to vent their grievances instinctively changed their minds, not daring to provoke the enraged old man. But the problem was that what had originally been easy to handle had become too complicated for them after Uchiha Jin issued the new regulations. However, there was no choice. Compared to being scolded by Uchiha Yashiro, it was better to endure the nagging of those troublesome citizens for a while. Only the genin standing at the door, despite his terrified expression, still gathered his courage and spoke. Elder Yashiro the Umbu has delivered a notice requesting the police department chief to go to the Hokage's office. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yashiro's angry expression instantly calmed down. The Hokage summons. He had actually anticipated this. After all, although the police department's procedures had become more formal, few problems had actually been resolved. Those troublesome citizens would surely go to the Hokage building to complain. However, although he was assigned to handle the police department, he was not actually the chief. After a moment's hesitation, he said, I understand. You may leave. The genin, upon hearing this, felt as if pardoned. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yashiro pondered for a long time and decided to consult Uchiha Jin. After a moment, he returned to the Uchiha compound and found Uchiha Jin, who was training. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Jin said directly, since the Hokage is looking for the police department chief, let Fugaku go. Uchiha Yashiro looked bewildered. Fugaku? Will that work? Facing the bewildered Yashiro, Uchiha Jin remained calm. Fugaku is still the clan leader, and the village hasn't removed him from the position of police department chief. You are just an elder of the clan, and I am just an ordinary chunin. The Hokage is looking for the police department chief. If you don't let Fugaku handle it, who else? Uchiha Jin shrugged. However, looking at Uchiha Yashiro, who still couldn't understand, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Uchiha indeed were not good at handling such matters. Rubbing his brow, he began to explain. Elder Yashiro, you must remember one thing. Our goal is not to solve problems, but to cause as much trouble for the village as possible. The busier the village is, the less time they have to trouble us. So does it matter whether Fugaku has authority? Since Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't specifically ask for me, let Fugaku as the police department chief go. As for whether Fugaku can solve the problem, that's none of our damn business. As long as we ensure the procedures are correct and no mistakes are made, the village higher-ups have no evidence to hold against us. The rest is none of our concern. After hearing this explanation, Uchiha Yashiro suddenly understood. So this is how it's done. He nodded, and then took his leave. However, when he found Fugaku, who was currently idle at home, Fugaku was dumbfounded upon hearing the news. I'm already idle at home, what does this have to do with me? Listen to Jin, consider it a favor. Uchiha Yashiro said with a helpless expression. Even though you're idle at home, you still have to live within the clan, right? It's not wrong to build a good relationship with Jin. You know very well about Itachi's thoughts will cause big trouble sooner or later. Since you can't solve Itachi's problem, building a good relationship with Jin now will make it easier for you to plead for leniency later. What do you think? Fugaku fell silent at a loss for words. He was indeed troubled by Itachi's matter. Especially recently being idle at home and truly focusing on Itachi, he realized how serious his son's problem was. Especially after joining the Umbu, he had almost become a staunch loyalist of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yes. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had sent Itachi and Shursui as spies, the problem was that the Uchiha clan members were simply incapable of such deception. Their minds lacked scheming, and they didn't know how to act. Previously, Fugaku was too busy worrying about the clans and the village's troubles to have time to care about Itachi's growth. Now that he was idle at home, he immediately noticed the problem. But unfortunately, Itachi's mindset had already been set. Even if he intervened, it was already too late. Alright, I understand. Fugaku took a deep breath and then headed toward the Hokage building. It was just a matter of bluffing. He was familiar with that. He had previously bluffed in various ways within the clan. Now even if it was against the Konoha higher-ups, he could handle it with ease. Meanwhile on the other side, Uchiha Yashiro looked at Fugaku, who was already far away, with a complex expression. Previously he had felt some sympathy for Fugaku, but now seeing him idle at home, with a ruddy complexion and no trace of worry on his brow, he looked several years younger than before. And what about himself? Troubles in the police department kept coming and dark circles had formed under his eyes. But endure. He hoped that Uchiha Jin truly had the ability to change the Uchiha situation for the better. 20 minutes later Fugaku arrived at the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was utterly exasperated. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was smoking while wearing his Hokage, had almost cursed out loud the moment he saw Fugaku. Damn it, was he crazy? Shursui and Itachi were his spies. Did they really think he didn't know that Fugaku had no power and had been kicked out to idle at home? What was the point of talking to him? However, considering that what he had told the Umbu was indeed to find the police department chief, and although Fugaku had been stripped of power, he still held the titles of police department chief and clan leader, which Uchiha Jin had not revoked. Fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a sigh and then tapped the table. Umbu. Hokage-sama. The Umbu hidden in the corner appeared and knelt on one knee. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. Go find Uchiha Jin. Don't make a mistake. The Umbu bowed and then left. Fugaku was quite embarrassed, but his composure was decent and he maintained his stoic expression. In short, as long as he wasn't embarrassed, the embarrassment would be on others. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head to deal with official business, completely ignoring Fugaku. He simply pretended not to see him. 20 minutes later, Uchiha Jin arrived at the Hokage's office. After greeting Fugaku, he spoke in a very respectful tone. Hokage-sama, what is it that you wish to see me about? It was only then that Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up. His gaze at Uchiha Jin was profound, and then he spoke in a grave tone. What is going on with the police department? Why aren't you handling the villagers' problems? I'm not the police department chief, so what's it to me? Uchiha Jin rolled his eyes and retorted without hesitation. Uchiha Jin was quite straightforward. Though he had already effectively controlled the entire Uchiha clan, why was he still not interested in seizing the clan leader's authority? Even last time, when Hiruzen Sarutobi proposed to make him the head of the police department, Uchiha Jin flatly refused without hesitation. Still, that same phrase, authority and responsibility, must be equal. As long as Uchiha Jin didn't accept these positions, he would remain merely a chunin, and these troublesome matters would not fall on his shoulders. If any issues arose, they could go to Fuyu with a scapegoat. As for whether Fuyu could solve them, what did that have to do with him? Of course. Would Fuyu be willing to bear the blame? At this moment Fuyu indeed had a pale face, trembling with anger, yet after a moment, he suppressed his frustration and didn't refute. No choice. With that troublesome child Itachi at home, given the ruthlessness Uchiha Jin had displayed, even if only to leave a way out for his family, he dared not easily fall out with Uchiha Jin. So endure. After all, he had been used to it for years. He could endure the Leaf Village's higher-ups before, and he could do the same with Uchiha Jin. Having realized this, Fuyu's expression calmed down. He stood there like a clay statue, motionless, and even when faced with Hiruzen Sarutobi's strange gaze, he merely coughed and pretended not to see. Hiruzen Sarutobi. His mind went blank, completely stunned. What the hell? Is this how you play it? He was so angry he laughed, gritting his teeth, and saying, since that's the case, then Fuyu, will you tell me how should this matter be resolved? Fuyu was baffled. How to resolve? How the hell would I know, being a mere figurehead commander? He instinctively looked at Uchiha Jin. After all, he was the real power holder. As for this, Uchiha Jin rolled his eyes. Clan leader Fuyu, why are you looking at me? Since the Lord Hokage wants you to handle it, and you are the Minister of Police, you are naturally duty-bound. Fuyu coughed and said, well, I'll try my best. Hiruzen Sarutobi rolled his eyes. Try your best, my ass. Does anyone in the Uchiha clan even listen to you? But alas, although Uchiha Jin could play games, he didn't have the time. So he angrily slammed the table. Uchiha Jin, that's enough. Stop playing tricks with me. Since you choose to fight me within the rules, you must abide by the village's rules. The ninja clans of the village are not blind. The village has kept its promise. If you choose to break the contract now, I hope you can bear the consequences. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was full of malice. Since he had already torn off the mask with Uchiha Jin, and Fuyu, this useless man, was no longer of any use, he naturally didn't bother to hide his true face. He was truly anxious. If it were anything else, he would never have said it, wishing Uchiha Jin would break the contract. But the police department? Absolutely not. This was the foundation for maintaining the hostility between the Uchiha and the village. As the Hokage for decades, he knew well that ordinary villagers were the most forgetful, most easily manipulated, and most easily bought off. Currently, the police department was delaying, but it was damn well justified. The villagers had no reason to complain about the police department. If the Uchiha kept mingling for a while longer, their bad reputation would disappear, and at most they would gain a new title of useless. On the contrary, when the villagers couldn't solve their problems, they would likely resent him as the Hokage. So no, other things could be negotiated, but the police department was different. Even if forced, the police department had to return to its former state. Fuyue. Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi like this, Fuyue was stunned. What the hell? When did Hiruzen Sarutobi become like this? Was this the gentle and kind old man, just a bit conflicted, that he had in mind? Meanwhile, on the other side, compared to the utterly bewildered Fuyue, Uchiha Jin's expression remained unchanged, but his tone grew serious. Oh, interesting. Since the Lord Hokage is talking like this, then I agree to let the police department open for business. Did I do it? Breaking the contract. What are you talking about? Uchiha Jin was quite straightforward. At first, Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted to play bureaucrat, so he was willing to play along and kick the ball around. Since Hiruzen Sarutobi had put aside the Hokage's identity and chose to talk as the leader of a faction, Uchiha Jin also shed the skin of a chunin and directly put on the skin of the Uchiha clan leader. Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed the table. Uchiha Jin, don't go too far. I promise to give the Uchiha the ancestral land in exchange for the peace and stability of the village. To this, Uchiha Jin was full of disdain. Sorry, you didn't make it clear. What you exchanged was the Uchiha going to work, the police department reopening for business. Those were your exact words. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes darkened and he took a deep drag of his pipe. Nitpicking words is meaningless. That argument won't convince anyone else. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you're wrong again. Uchiha Jin shook his head. Actually, it can be convincing. In light of the numerous complaints from villagers against the police department in the past, we have decided to reform completely. From now on, we will adhere to the principles of having laws to follow, enforcing them strictly, and ensuring justice for all. To avoid wrongful cases as much as possible, and to enhance the happiness of Leaf Village's residents, the Uchiha will henceforth focus on evidence and strictly follow procedures in every case. Everything for the sake of Leaf. At this moment, Uchiha Jin was full of righteousness. No kidding. Did he really think only the Leaf Village's higher-ups could play the Will of Fire? Someone who had experienced 9 years of compulsory education could play this game just as well as Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi was instantly dumbfounded. He stared at Uchiha Jin in shock, his mind completely short-circuited. Although he tried desperately to think, he could not find a single counter-argument. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fuyue was stunned, his mind already overloaded. Could he really play it like this? When he had led the Uchiha, he had never thought of this. Similarly, he gained a deeper understanding of Hiruzen Sarutobi. It turned out Uchiha Jin was right. Hiruzen Sarutobi was usually hypocritical, putting on a show for outsiders, while only he naively believed it. Without Uchiha Jin's rise under his leadership, the Uchiha might indeed have become dangerous in the future. After a long silence, Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath. Uchiha Jin, what exactly do you want? Of course, to contribute to Leaf. Uchiha Jin replied without thinking. Where the leaves dance, the fire burns ever brighter. Lord Hokage, don't be too moved. It's all for Leaf. Farewell. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze grew cryptic. A terrifying coldness flashed from his eyes, his entire demeanor like an enraged vulture fixated on the retreating figure of Uchiha Jin. Get out. He did not look at Fugaku, merely pointing coldly toward the door. Fugaku felt a chill run down his spine. This was his first time witnessing Hiruzen in such a rage, shattering every illusion he had ever held about the Hokage. And then, displaying none of the arrogance befitting a Mangekyō Sharingan wielder, he fled the Hokage's office in utter disarray like a startled cat. Notify Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura, 3 elders. Tell them to set aside all current affairs and come immediately. Hiruzen spoke coldly. The kneeling on one knee, departed with respect. 10 minutes later, Fugaku caught up before the Uchiha compound. He regarded Uchiha Jin with an extraordinarily complex expression, pondering for a long while before speaking bitterly. Jinyu, don't hesitate. If you have something to say, just say it. Uchiha Jin appeared casual, his eyes half closed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Fugaku pondered long before finally asking, did you already know Hiruzen Sarutobi's true nature? Your words are unnecessary. Doesn't it stare you right in the face? Uchiha Jin rolled his eyes. Fugaku asked, how do you mean? Uchiha Jin had no desire to waste breath on this. However, considering that many upcoming actions would indeed require Fugaku to serve as a scapegoat, he simply stated directly, Tsuno Senjukato Danhei Gekko Minato Namikaze. The Senju and Uzumaki clans, and then the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Especially Orochimaru. A commoner like him. Where did he get the funds for human experimentation? Fugaku was dumbfounded. Due to leaving early and never relocating to the current ancestral grounds, he had indeed been unaware of these matters. Seeing Fugaku's bewildered expression, Uchiha Jin spoke directly. You should go discuss this with the other elders. I have already shared these matters with them. The Konoha High Command will certainly not remain idle from here on. I need to give them something else to occupy themselves with, so I have no time to discuss this further. With that, he waved his hand casually and headed toward his home. Fugaku's expression remained complex, but he ultimately made up his mind. I am also willing to contribute to the Uchiha clan. If we ever reach the point of armed confrontation, I will stand with you. At this moment, he had made his final decision. There was no other choice. Hiruzen's true nature revealed today had genuinely terrified him. Having fully understood that he had been deceived all along, even if he had not shown it outwardly, when the time came for armed confrontation, he would naturally stand resolutely on Uchiha Jin's side. Uchiha Jin's lips curved into a faint smile, but he merely waved his hand casually and departed. Fugaku's willingness to act was of course a good thing. Although his mind was indeed rather slow, the man was at least a powerful Mangekyō wielder. Speaking of which, he actually felt somewhat grateful to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Without today's incident, Fugaku would have merely lay low and done nothing, certainly never spoken those words. Shortly after, Uchiha Jin had barely sat down when Uchiha Suki brewed tea for him and began massaging his shoulders with utmost obedience. Such treatment was indeed enjoyable. However, although he was gradually growing accustomed to it, he still felt somewhat uneasy. It was far too decadent. But he could not bear to refuse. It was after all her sincere intention. So he cleared his throat and spoke directly. Have Zhong come here. Yes, Elder Jin. The Uchiha guard at the door immediately knelt on one knee in assent, then departed. A moment later, Uchiha Zhong entered. Elder Jin, you summoned me. Yes, help me with a task, Uchiha Jin said. Then, he called Uchiha Zhong over and whispered in his ear, have Elder Hakadai proceed with caution. When clan members patrol Konoha, take the opportunity to create several shadow clones. Use the transformation jutsu to conceal your presence and quietly spread information throughout various parts of Konoha. Remember, act swiftly. Uchiha Zhong's eyes were resolute. He nodded solemnly, then departed the compound and made his way to the police force headquarters. Gazing at the noisy market-like police force headquarters, a hint of disdain curled his lips before he proceeded to Elder Uchiha Hakadai's office. Zhong, has Jin given new instructions? Uchiha Zhong nodded. After briefly recounting Uchiha Jin's directives, Uchiha Hakadai couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Truly ruthless. His eyes held a trace of horror, but he ultimately spoke solemnly. Tell Jin I will handle this. Understood. Uchiha Zhong nodded. Elder Hakadai, I take my leave. With his departure, the office fell silent. Uchiha Hakadai took a deep breath before summoning his subordinate captain and assigning the mission. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fugaku found Uchiha Tnai and learned the so-called truth from him. Then, he fell into complete silence. 5 minutes passed before a long sigh escaped his lips. Indeed, it's too coincidental. I always found it strange, as if Konoha were cursed. Any ninja capable of standing on their own seemed to ultimately meet some unfortunate end. Viewing it from Jin's perspective now, all these people threatened Hiruzen Sarutobi's rule. And now it's the Uchiha's turn. Fugaku's expression was deeply troubled, barely able to accept it. There was no way around it. This contradicted everything he had previously believed. Uchiha Tnai sighed. Fugaku, do you truly believe this? His eyes were filled with doubt, clearly struggling to accept it himself. Yes. As someone who had lived through the era of Uchiha Madara, he understood all too well how drastically and extremely Uchiha's mindset could change after awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan. Therefore, regarding Fugaku, a powerful Mangekyō wielder, he genuinely did not believe the man could change his thoughts. And yet, Fugaku's face was etched with bitterness. The technique awakened in my left eye is called Izanagi prophecy. It can anchor a single point to predict the future for a certain period. Through the intelligence gathered today and Hiruzen's true nature, I have dimly glimpsed a path to survival. I have abandoned all illusions. From now on, I will prepare completely for battle. As he spoke, a killing intent erupted from his body. No longer timid as before, he actually carried a hint of the fierce eyes. Uchiha Tnai was somewhat startled, then broke into a gratified smile. Good. Fugaku had chosen to join, only Shursui and Itachi remained. Of course, they were the true hard bones. Almost impossible to persuade. Inside the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was stiflingly heavy. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen had not spoken, the three who had just arrived, including Danzo, could feel an immense pressure. Hiruzen, what's wrong? Udatane Koharu was the first to speak. Midokado Hamura's face was filled with worry. After all, their abilities were mediocre, and they had only reached their current elder status thanks to Sarutobi Hiruzen's support. Thus, sensing something amiss, they were naturally very anxious. Only Danzo looked utterly disdainful. With Root as his own private armed force, he was naturally more assertive than those two old friends. Now he merely leaned on his cane, sitting silently in his chair. All right, let's talk business. Seeing his old friends had arrived, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not conceal anything and briefly recounted what had just happened. The more he spoke, the angrier he grew. Under Uchiha Jin's leadership, the Uchiha clan had completely slipped out of control. Realizing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was truly anxious. Uchiha Koharu spoke first. Bastards. Are they plotting rebellion? They must be punished. Midokado Hamura added his opinion. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly asked, then should I leave this matter to you two? Almost instantly the two who had been so righteous just moments before fell silent. There was no choice. Uchiha Jin's strength was overwhelming and his methods were ruthless. He showed no respect even to the Konoha higher-ups. Danzo, who had died several times before, knew this best. Provoking him would certainly lead to death. Shouting a few times in the Hokage's office was fine, but actually leading a team to deal with Uchiha Jin. What a joke. They didn't want to die, so without a doubt they chickened out. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Looking at his two old friends who chose to play dead, he couldn't help but frown. What a disaster. They were useless at everything but excelled at playing dead. Of course, he hadn't held much hope for them in the first place. With a sigh, he turned to Danzo. And as for that, before Sarutobi Hiruzen could speak, Danzo said with utter disdain, I told you long ago the Uchiha are all madmen. The longer you delay, the more likely accidents will happen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was full of bitterness. Yes, he truly regretted it. The Uchiha clan was too uncontrollable, and the power of the Sharingan was full of uncertainty. Someone might be a nobody today, but after a sudden shock tomorrow they could unleash terrifying power. But alas. With a helpless sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe. This is not the time to assign blame. Danzo, I need you to act immediately. You must do everything possible to eliminate Uchiha Jin. His tone was extremely cold. An opponent skilled in political maneuvering posed a far greater threat than any before. In the past, he had faced many challenges, but those enemies all had weaknesses that Sarutobi Hiruzen could exploit relatively easily. For instance, he dared to kill Shinju Nawaki and Kato Dan because he knew Tsunade cared more about her grandfather's village. He dared to let the Uzumaki clan be completely annihilated without fear of Uzumaki Mido going berserk because she cared about the Senju clan. The moment Uzumaki Mido died, he initiated the Hashirama Cell experiment and conveniently wiped out the Senju clan. Hatake Tsukumo was too upright and cared about his son Kakashi. Minato Namikaze's weakness was Uzumaki Kushina. Jiraiya, though righteous, lacked the courage to shatter everything. Even Orochimaru, who seemed cold and ruthless on the surface, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew valued bonds most. Otherwise, with Orochimaru's intelligence, would he not realize that experimenting on villagers would eventually catch the attention of the Umbu? No, he knew. He was simply disillusioned with his teacher and wanted to sever ties and defect. Thinking back on all the opponents he had faced in his life, Sarutobi Hiruzen could always grasp their weaknesses, except for Uchiha Jin, who was an exception. That bastard had no weaknesses. He didn't care about the survival of the Uchiha clan. The slightest move from Sarutobi Hiruzen would make him risk the entire Uchiha clan's destruction to drag the Sarutobi clan down with him. Friendship. He had no friends. Love. He had no girl he liked. Parents. He had thought about using them to control Uchiha Jin, but now he had little confidence. The reason was simple. This man was already a Mangekyō user, had seized control of the entire Uchiha clan, yet showed no intention of rescuing his parents or even negotiating to resolve the matter. His ruthless nature made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel like a thorn in his back. Moreover, Uchiha Jin was skilled in politics, and in their several confrontations Sarutobi Hiruzen had always been subtly suppressed. So he had no intention of playing political games with Uchiha Jin. He just wanted to kill the bastard as soon as possible. In short, he was ready to overturn the table. But unfortunately Danzo's tone remained cold. I'll say it again, I want a battalion of Umbu and authorization to take 3 elites from each clan to join Root. Also give me 100 million Ryo, though I need to hire cannon fodder from the bounty exchange. Yes, Root was his entire life work and his leverage to become Hokage. He knew very well how terrifying Uchiha Jin was, and he would never let Root be wasted on such a matter. At that, Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table and roared in anger. Danzo, are you insane? Uchiha Jin is our greatest enemy, and we must eliminate him as soon as possible or the consequences will be dire. This is not a time for bargaining. If Uchiha Jin really takes power, do you think he will spare you? Uchiha Koharu and Midokado Hamura also chimed in to persuade him. But unfortunately it was useless. Danzo's face remained cold, even showing a hint of contempt. Hiruzen, save it. As you said, the threat of Uchiha Jin concerns all of us. Why should Root alone take the losses while you contribute nothing? Do I look like a fool? My demands are clear. Decide whether to accept them or not. Almost instantly with Danzo's words, everyone fell into silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also speechless. He had indeed intended to drain Root, but now it was clearly impossible. After a moment of deliberation he spoke again. I'll give you 1 Umbu battalion. Not enough. Danzo shook his head. I need the authorization. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned ashen and he roared at him. Don't even think about it. That's absolutely out of the question. Yes, because of the third great ninja war his reputation was already tarnished. If Konoha could find a more reliable candidate, the clans would not have agreed to make him Hokage. Under these circumstances, giving Danzo authorization, that would be asking for death. Then forget it. Danzo crossed his arms full of disdain. I'm not taking this job. Danzo was quite direct without any hesitation or delay. He and Hiruzen Sarutobi were comrades allies, but beyond that they were also enemies. Of course, he understood Hiruzen Sarutobi's concerns. However, this was also precisely his true intention. He could hardly wait for Hiruzen's reputation to be completely ruined so that he himself would have a chance to vie for the position of Hokage. Thus he was quite relaxed at the moment, showing no sign of urgency whatsoever. In response, Hiruzen Sarutobi fell into silence, and only after a long while did he slowly speak. Danzo, can't we negotiate? Sorry, no negotiation. Danzo flatly refused. Although he also wanted to eliminate the Uchiha as soon as possible and knew that Uchiha Jin was a major trouble, he was not overly worried in his heart. Because even if the sky fell, the tall ones would bear the brunt. And in the current Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi was that tall one. If he wasn't anxious, why should he be? Hiruzen Sarutobi fell into silence. He cast a deep, penetrating glance at Danzo, then immediately began to smoke. He could see through Danzo's intentions. It was simply that Danzo would take the blame for him, but in return he had to give Danzo benefits, and in the process deplete his own reputation. What should he do? He indeed wanted to deal with Uchiha Jin as soon as possible, but he was also reluctant to sacrifice his reputation. So for a moment, the entire room fell into a tense silence. Hiruzen, Danzo, both of you take a step back. There's no need to take it this far. Our enemy is the Uchiha. We cannot afford internal strife at this time. Konoha Uchiha and Hamura Midokado grew anxious, earnestly trying to persuade the two. There was no choice. If the Uchiha threat hadn't been resolved yet, and they fell into internal chaos, the news would undoubtedly be laughed at by the Uchiha. In response to their persuasion, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Danzo, his eyes filled with hope. He wished Danzo would yield, but his hopes were destined to be dashed. What kind of person was Danzo? Throughout the original story of Konoha's many calamities, when had Danzo ever taken the initiative? Selfishness was his motto. With such a perfect opportunity to weaken Hiruzen Sarutobi, if he gave it up, he wouldn't be Danzo. Thus there was no way out. The matter was deadlocked with neither Hiruzen Sarutobi nor Danzo willing to concede. At 3 in the afternoon, Hiruzen Sarutobi did not choose to end the meeting. He continued to vie with Danzo in the office, determined to make Danzo yield. Konoha Uchiha couldn't help but say, how about we grab a bite first, then continue discussing? Yes, let's eat first. Hamura Midokado also sighed helplessly. Staying like this solves nothing. But unfortunately, upon their words, Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed the table, displaying the demeanor of the professor of shinobi. Enough, both of you shut up. I'm already too furious to eat. How can I have the appetite? Danzo, I'll give you one more chance. Will you take this mission or not? Faced with Hiruzen's raging fury, Konoha Uchiha and Hamura Midokado were instantly at a loss. You're too angry to eat, but we're hungry. They wanted to mutter a complaint, but facing Hiruzen Sarutobi at that moment, they dared not speak. In response, Danzo's expression remained indifferent, utterly unfazed by Hiruzen Sarutobi. He sat leisurely in his chair, his face exuding an air of calm detachment. Clearly, unless Hiruzen Sarutobi agreed to his demands, he would never willingly take the blame. Thus time gradually dragged into the evening, but Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo were still locked in a stalemate, neither backing down. Creak. Just then the door was suddenly knocked. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. He knew that this was a high-level Konoha meeting. Under normal circumstances, unless something major happened, no one would dare interrupt. So after a moment of thought, he sat back down. He adjusted his Hokage hat, and then spoke toward the door. Come in. With a soft creak, the door to the Hokage's office was opened. An ANBU member entered and knelt respectfully on one knee. Hokage-sama, esteemed elders, today some very unfavorable rumors have spread through the village involving all of you. After a brief explanation, the ANBU produced a scroll. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart sank, instantly sensing a very ominous feeling. He took the scroll and dismissed the ANBU with a wave. Then with a puzzled expression, he opened the scroll and glanced at it. Before he could finish reading, he slammed the desk in fury, shattering it. Nawaki Senju Dan Kato Sakumo Hataki. A string of familiar names came into view, and more importantly, the slander against him contained within. Clearly this was exactly what Uchiha Jin had speculated earlier. It had previously only circulated within the Uchiha clan, but now it had swept through the entire village. In response, Hiruzen Sarutobi was gnashing his teeth, trembling with rage, his voice turning hoarse. Uchiha Jin, you bastard. You deserve to die. I will kill you. Danzo, I give you authorization. You must kill that bastard Uchiha Jin as soon as possible. Hiruzen Sarutobi was almost mad with fury, reaching the peak of anger. Meanwhile, on the other side, seeing Hiruzen so enraged, Hamura Midokado and Konoha Uchiha was bewildered. They picked up the scroll, read it, and instantly fell into a frenzy as well. Slander, pure slander. This Uchiha Jin deserves to die. He's framing us. We can't keep him any longer, we must kill him immediately. After reading it, Konoha Uchiha and Hamura Midokado were also enraged. Danzo grew interested as well. After reading the scroll's contents, he couldn't help but sneer. Hiruzen, I told you before you would regret this. Uchiha Jin, after his negotiation with you broke down, keenly sensed that you were about to make a move, so he struck first. Hiruzen Sarutobi trembled all over. He felt a tremendous crisis. If he couldn't resolve this matter, his career as Hokage would end, and in a most disgraceful manner. You? Jin. His tone was terrifyingly cold, like a chilling wind from the abyss. He was truly enraged. Uchiha Jin's move had struck him directly at his most vulnerable point. However, after a long deliberation, he calmed down. Danzo, now is not the time for internal strife. We must unite. Your route often manipulates public opinion. Surely you have a way to counter this. What should we do next? Danzo remained utterly nonchalant. A joke. Every faction harbors countless sub-factions. The Uchiha had their moderates, centrists, and radicals, and the same naturally applied within Konoha. Konoha Uchiha had one view, Hamura Midokado, another Hiruzen Sarutobi, yet another, and Danzo himself held his own perspective. Even among the major clans, the great and minor clans differed in their views, as did the civilian factions and the clan-based ones. And now it was the same. To Danzo, eliminating the Uchiha was important. But was it not equally important to tarnish Hiruzen Sarutobi? Bear in mind, for someone aspiring to become Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood as an insurmountable mountain before him. Now that an opportunity to smear Hiruzen had arisen, Danzo, refraining from adding fuel to the fire, was already a favor. How could anyone expect him to help Hiruzen find a solution? Nonsense. And what about the dirt splashing back on himself? Danzo was already a cesspool. Why would he care about a bit more filth? Pure overthinking. As for whether Hiruzen could withstand these rumors, Danzo had absolute confidence. Such trivial matters might unsettle Hiruzen or even damage his reputation, but to nail him for good, that possibility was minuscule. The reason was simpler: Konoha was too weak right now. If Hiruzen were toppled, who would take over as the 5th Hokage? Thus, even though many clans loathed Hiruzen, they had to grit their teeth and support him. Otherwise, would they let the Uchiha take the position of 5th Hokage? Understanding this, Danzo was in no hurry. Sorry, Hiruzen. Public opinion cannot be stopped. The more you suppress it, the stronger it rebounds. Leave it to time. We must trust the villagers. With that, Danzo rose and prepared to leave. Hiruzen was dumbfounded. Yet he instantly grasped Danzo's intention, his face ashen as he ground out, "Each clan, I grant you the authority to take 5 members. Now will you speak?" At that moment, Hiruzen chose to give ground. He had no choice. Danzo was a master of public opinion warfare, and it was a game Hiruzen couldn't play. More precisely, Hiruzen wanted no part in such tactics. How could the flawless righteous Hokage sully himself with such sordid methods? If he were to handle such dirty business himself, what use was Danzo as his black glove? Meanwhile, hearing Hiruzen's offer, Danzo's eyes lit up instantly. 10 members per clan. You're insane. Absolutely not. I'll compromise. 9. No, it's 5. I'll drop to 8, or I'm leaving right now. 7. Take it or leave. Deal. Danzo reseated himself, a barely concealed smile spreading across his face. 7 was enough. The bloodline clans of Konoha, though perhaps not equal to the Uchiha, were each immensely powerful. Among them, Danzo favored the Yamanaka and the Aburame. On the other side, in contrast to the satisfied Danzo, Hiruzen's face was livid and his heart was bleeding. Damn it. His reputation was already tarnished. Once this Hokage decree was issued, he could only imagine how much the clans would resent him. But there was no help for it. Compared to the clan's resentment, resolving the immediate crisis was far more important. After all, his standing among the civilians was what he cherished most. All right, speak up. I've given you what you wanted. This matter must be resolved quickly, or else, Hiruzen said coldly. To resolve this crisis, he had paid a heavy price. If Danzo failed, he would make him understand why he was called the ninja hero. At that, Danzo couldn't help but shudder. Hiruzen's gaze was truly terrifying. He coughed and began to speak. To resolve this, there's only one way. Spread more and more absurd rumors. Whether true or false, just unleash them all at once. Don't look at me like that. Oh, I'm not joking. The villagers are ignorant. They have narrow access to information and can't verify the truth of rumors. As long as the logic holds loosely, it works. Only by flooding them with such a torrent of rumors can we divert their attention. I'm well versed in this. Trust me. Danzo spoke, laying out his plan. Of course, though Hiruzen and the others were skeptical, if Uchiha Jin were here, he would have given Danzo a thumbs up. Indeed impressive. This was the same tactic as suppressing heat in his past life. It had to be said, Danzo, the darkness of the ninja world, had certainly developed some skill in underhanded dealings over the years. Fine, I'll leave it to you. But it must be done quickly, and don't forget about Uchiha Jin. I don't want to see that man again. Find a way to make him disappear within a month. How you do it I don't care. I only want results. Hiruzen gritted his teeth and issued his ultimatum. Clearly his hatred for Uchiha Jin had exceeded his tolerance. He now only wished to see Uchiha Jin dead. The process and methods mattered not to him. A month. Danzo pondered briefly, then nodded. Fine, no problem. With that he leaned on his cane and left, this time without slamming the door. Instead he closed it politely. In the Hokage's office after Danzo's departure, Hamura Midokado voiced his concern. Hiruzen, Danzo's power is growing too large. Yes, Hiruzen, Konoha Uchiha added, her brow furrowed. If the root continues to expand like this, are you not afraid it will become too big to control? Indeed, they were comrades and knew Danzo's temperament all too well. With Root so powerful, could they really let him become Hokage? No, absolutely not. Because that would spell disaster for all of Konoha. Danzo's character was even worse than the Uchihas. At that, Hiruzen sighed and spoke resignedly. Do you think I don't know? You didn't object just now, and now you worry about Root becoming hard to manage. But forget it. We have no choice now. For the public opinion matter, we must trust Danzo. And he'll be facing Uchiha Jin. Defeating a powerhouse of that level is no simple task. Even if he manages to kill Uchiha Jin, how many of Root's members will remain? Hard to say. Hiruzen Sarutobi, of course, was not foolish. In his view, Danzo was still too inexperienced, truly thinking Uchiha Jin was a pushover. Even if he gave Danzo these men, it was hard to say how many would survive. Of course, even if Danzo failed, it did not matter. At the very least, it would consume some of Uchiha Jin's ocular power, which was a good thing for him. Provoke the Uchiha. That was the least of his worries. The reason he chose to endure now was that his authority as Hokage was insufficient. He had no justifiable reason to target the Uchiha, and the other clans would not support him if he did. If the Uchiha were to rebel, the other clans would be forced to act. So that's how it is. If that's the case, I can rest easy. Hamura Midokado and Konoha Uchiha exchanged a glance and nodded. After confirming there was nothing else, they took their leave. Konoha was already in chaos, filled with conspiracy theories. Countless people whispered among themselves, and many instinctively showed fear when looking toward the Hokage building. Of course, if one observed closely, they would notice that the street in front of the Hokage building was eerily empty today, not a single passerby. Even if people had to pass by, they would rather take a longer detour than walk in front of the Hokage building. Tsukumo-sama, why did it come to this? Actually, I thought it was strange back then. B-rank missions were supposed to be top secret, yet the S-rank intelligence was leaked so suddenly, and within a day the whole village knew and the higher-ups remained silent. I think Tsukumo-sama took his own life to protect Kakashi. Definitely, if he hadn't, Kakashi wouldn't survive either. The streets buzzed with discussion. Kakashi, wearing his mask as an umbu, crouched in the shadows nearby, seemingly deaf to the chatter around him. Yes, as a member of the umbu, how could he not have figured it out after all these years? But by now he was completely numb. Especially after the deaths of Obito Rin and the fourth Hokage and his wife, he was now no more than a walking corpse, merely going through the motions of living. Revenge? Meaningless. Even if he took revenge, what would it change? Would his father come back to life? Just like the name his father Tsukumo had given him, he was like a scarecrow standing in a field, a hollow shell, a walking corpse. Kakashi. Just as Kakashi was lost in thought, a bowl cut had appeared above him. Kakashi was annoyed. Guy, stop it. I'm on a mission. I can't talk to you. But my guy ignored him and pulled him into a hug. Is what everyone says true? Did your father really? Guy, shut up. Kakashi's gaze was cold. Don't talk nonsense. This has nothing to do with you. Just pretend you didn't hear those words and go about your business. Don't get involved. At that moment, Kakashi's tone was icy cold. My guy was one of the few friends he truly acknowledged, and no one else came close. Even Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma were just colleagues, mere acquaintances. So he didn't want Guy to be in danger. He knew all too well how deep these waters ran. My guy. Seeing Kakashi's serious expression, his heart sank. He might be simple, but he wasn't stupid. Kakashi had spelled it out clearly, so how could he not grasp the truth? So with a sigh? After a helpless sigh, he could only nod heavily. I understand. There was a note of resignation in his voice. Indeed, even if he knew, what could he do? It had been years since Tsukumo Hatake died. Even confronting the Hokage would change nothing. Kill the Hokage. He didn't want to see Konoha fall into chaos either. After all, this was his home. Seeing this, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. He slipped back into his lazy demeanor. Guy, you should go. Got it. Might Guy nodded. Kakashi watched Might Guy leave, then turned his gaze to the increasingly chaotic village and let out a helpless sigh. What a headache. But what could he do? This was a power struggle between the Uchiha and the village's higher-ups, hardly something a small fry like him could meddle in. Indeed, even as an elite jonin in the current Konoha, he was still just a small fry, not far away in a tea house. The clan heads of the Ino Shikacho trio sat upstairs drinking tea, having overheard the discussions below. The Uchiha are ruthless. Inoichi Yamanaka shook his head and spoke seriously. Shikaku, should we get involved? Get involved, eh? Shikaku Nara's lips twitched. And then what? Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi is despicable, if we got rid of him, who would you make the 5th Hokage? Given the current state of Konoha, who is qualified? Danzo, or the Uchiha? Hearing this, Inoichi fell silent. Indeed, Konoha was too weak now, and only Hiruzen Sarutobi could suppress the Uchiha. If they truly ousted Hiruzen, who could take his place and keep the Uchiha in check? Wasn't that why they had reluctantly chosen Hiruzen after Minato Namake's sacrifice, precisely to hold the Uchiha down? Ugh, such a headache. The village is in a transitional period with no one capable of holding things together. That old man Hiruzen is truly vicious. He's let so many of Konoha's strong warriors wither away. Inoichi let out a sigh. Even Shikaka gave a bitter smile, but what was the use of saying it all out loud? Even if they were angry, they had to hold it in. It wasn't just the Ino Shikacho, the other clans hadn't stepped in either. Everyone shared the same concerns. In truth, they didn't care who took power, but the Uchiha was absolutely out of the question, because the Uchiha were one of the founding clans of Konoha. Yes, all that talk about their extreme temperament was nonsense. The real reason was simply this one point: the Uchiha were too powerful. If the Uchiha truly took over with their strength and control of the village's reigns, Konoha would become an appendage of the Uchiha. When the Senju and Uzumaki clans fell, why didn't the other clans raise a hand? The same logic applied. These great clans were just too strong. They all wanted to see these great clans disappear, or else the Kekkei Genkai clans would never get a chance to rise. In fact, this wasn't unique to Konoha. Other ninja villages did the same. Although there was no formal agreement, all villages followed nearly the same path, supporting civilian ninja, while systematically weakening the great clans within their midst. However, unlike the worried Inoichi and Shikaku, Choza Akimichi continued to munch on his food, showing no interest in these affairs. The other clans were no different. Their sentiments mirrored those of the Ino Shikacho trio. They harbored no fondness for Hiruzen Sarutobi, nor did they hold any particular affection for the Uchiha. Thus they all remained silent during the clash between the two sides. Danzo, who had gained the most from this affair, was uncharacteristically swift in his actions, commencing his own maneuvers immediately upon his return. Danzo was a master of manipulating public opinion. With a single move, he flooded the village with a torrent of rumors that diluted the scandals plaguing the village's leadership. Shocking, why are the Inuzuka clan's dogs barking in the dead of night? Stunning, the untold stories of the Nara Yamanaka and Akimichi clans. Terrifying, the Hyuga clan. Countless rumors about various clans and the high-ranking elders spread across the village, immediately capturing the attention of the villagers. Within just 3 to 5 days, the Uchiha's campaign to sway public opinion was effectively neutralized. Of course, amidst these chaotic rumors, they had to insert some slander aimed at Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. For instance, they claimed he loved using his telescope jutsu to spy on the bathhouse, and that as Hokage, he never set foot on the front lines. They also sang their own praises. Nonsense about how Danzo, the darkness of the shinobi world, had sacrificed so much for Konoha. In response, the other clans sneered, believing the Uchiha were proving themselves incapable. The ease with which the village's leadership had defused the situation only deepened their wariness of the elders, and they decided to maintain their previous approach towards the Uchiha. No contact, no alignment, utter indifference. And that was to be expected. They had perhaps entertained the faint hope that with Jin Uchiha in a position of power, the Uchiha's fortunes might change. But now they saw no reason for optimism. The Uchiha were clearly no match for the village's leadership. Of course, as for the slander of Hiruzen and Danzo's self-praise, they simply dismissed it all except for the Ino Shikacho trio. More specifically, Shikaku Nara. As the one who had truly interacted with Jin Uchiha, he understood the man's intractability better than anyone. He refused to believe Jin would be so easily defeated. A persistent nagging feeling remained that he had missed something crucial. Danzo, however, was openly contemptuous. Did a mere Uchiha think he could rival him? Events had proven them to be nothing but a pack of buffoons. Hiruzen Sarutobi breathed a sigh of relief. His black-clad right hand had come through. Danzo had actually managed to pull it off. At the Uchiha compound, several elders once again approached Jin, their faces etched with worry. Fugaku was also present. It was clear that after learning the truth about Hiruzen Sarutobi, he had fully committed to following Jin's orders. Jin, things are looking grim. We need to think of something. The village leadership is too cunning. Who would have thought they'd find a way out of this predicament? Murmurs of agreement filled the room. Jin, however, remained impassive. Without hesitation, he stated, release another rumor. Claim that Hiruzen Sarutobi's position as Hokage is illegitimate. As members of the second Hokage's escort unit, they abandoned their Kage when danger arose. Who knows if Tobarama Senju truly intended for Hiruzen to succeed him? Perhaps it was Hiruzen and his cronies who conspired with the Cloud Nin to get Tobarama killed, then forged his final orders to seize the Hokage seat. After all, what's the point of an escort unit? They're meant to take a blow for the Hokage. A collective intake of breath. Jin's words sent a chill down their spines. Good grief. The more they thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Fugaka couldn't help but ask, Jin, is this true? Of course it's false. Jin rolled his eyes. What kind of man was Tobirama Senju? He was a true master of deception. Unless Tobirama allowed it, do you think someone like Hiruzen could have outmaneuvered him? The others nodded in agreement. Indeed. Even if they harbored resentment towards Tobirama, they had to concede that his cunning was formidable. Hiruzen was hardly a match for him. Shortly after Uchiha Tadashi left to spread the new rumor, soon the entire village was thrown into an uproar. There was no choice. If this rumor held any truth, then Hiruzen's entire claim to the Hokage's seat was fundamentally illegitimate. Almost instantly, all the rumors Danzo had fabricated along with Jin's earlier accusations were completely swept aside. The villagers were now entirely engrossed in debating the legitimacy of Hiruzen's ascension. A day later, at the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi smashed his desk, shouting at everyone present. Slander. This is slander. How could I have conspired with the Cloud Nin to kill my own teacher? Cursed Uchiha. How dare they? His voice was hoarse, and he was on the verge of losing control. Koharu Udatain and Hamura Kato were seething with fury as well. However, they were at a loss, turning to Danzo for a solution. Danzo waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, just watch me. He immediately set the Root Division to work, and soon the village was awash with gossip about its prominent figures. Tales of Kakashi's love for picture books, Jiraiya's peeping habits, and Tsunade's gambling addiction. And amidst the gossip, a more insidious narrative was woven that the Sannin as Hiruzen's students had been corrupted by their teacher. A day later, the Uchiha struck back, releasing a new wave of rumors claiming that the Council of Jonin had long been a hollow institution. That Madara Uchiha was promised the title of Hokage when the village was founded, but after the Uchiha Senju alliance, Hashirama took the position, then passed it to Tobirama, and when Hiruzen assumed the role, it was through direct appointment rather than the council's approval. The Hokage's power was now completely monopolized by his own faction. Danzo's side responded by attacking the Uchiha's history of harming the village. For a time, the entire village was a chaotic mess, a maelstrom of conflicting stories and wild accusations. This clash between the Uchiha and Danzo had plunged Konoha into turmoil, but in the chaos, everyone had forgotten the spark that ignited the conflict in the first place. In the Nara clan's tea room, Akimichi Choza appeared calm, still munching on snacks, but Yamanaka and Noichi finally spoke up. Shikaku, what's wrong? Why the urgent summons? Has something happened? Hearing this, Choza set down his snacks and looked at Shikaku with a grave expression. Shikaku smiled wryly and nodded. Yes, something major. I had a nagging feeling I was missing something, and now I've figured it out, the Uchiha's true aim. The village leadership has been outmaneuvered. Jin's war of words wasn't meant to destroy them, but to create a diversion. Have you noticed? We've all overlooked the police department. That's where the conflict truly began. It was their inaction that started this whole mess. The leadership clashed with the Uchiha over it, but now no one seems to care about the police department anymore. So what is the police department doing now? Nara Shikaku, his gaze deep and thoughtful. And upon hearing these words, Yamanaka and Noichi and Akimichi Choza were both filled with shock. Yes, the police department. At first, it was the drastic change in the police department style that caused the village to be filled with complaints. Countless villagers lodged protests against the police department, which led to Hiruzen Sarutobi questioning the Uchiha, ultimately sparking this war of public opinion. The problem is, now that both sides are locked in a war of public opinion, the very core of this matter, the police department, has been overlooked by everyone. So here's the crux. The villagers' problems remain unresolved. The police department continues its high-handed ways, and they have a perfectly legitimate excuse. That excuse is the search for evidence. Regardless of whether they ultimately find evidence or whether the case is solved, the Uchiha have successfully shifted the blame, leaving the village's top brass to bear the burden as scapegoats. The villagers of Konoha have already filed complaints with the village. Village, are you going to solve this or not? How are you going to solve it? For heaven's sake, just give us a response. But the problem is the village's top brass are currently locked in a battle of wits with the Uchiha, having completely forgotten about this matter. The longer this drags on, the more resentment the villagers will harbor towards the village's leadership. Therefore, the so-called war of public opinion waged by the Uchiha is merely a tactic to buy time. So that's how it is. This Uchiha Jin, he's quite a formidable opponent. If you hadn't pointed it out, Shikaku, I would have been in the dark until now. Yamanaka and Noichi's gaze was complex. After hearing Nara Shikaku's analysis, he finally understood the Uchiha's cunning. Fortunately, they had Nara Shikaku on their side, though otherwise he would still be in the dark. To this, Nara Shikaku could only let out a helpless sigh, and then said with a bitter expression, "It's only because I'm on the outside looking in that I can see clearly. If I were truly in the thick of it, I might not be able to see through these things either." On the other side, Akimichi Choza, who had remained silent all along, finally spoke up. Should we help the village's top brass? You decide, Shikaku. Yamanaka and Oichi said in a serious tone. The Inoshikacho are bound together in life and death. We will follow your decision. Nara Shikaku's eyes flickered with thought. After a long moment of deliberation, he finally made his decision. We will help neither side. Let them fight it out. The village's top brass are no good, but we also can't side with the Uchiha. After all, if that 1,000-year-old clan with their bloodline limits were to take power clans like ours with secret techniques, would have no chance of ever rising again. Of course, if the Uchiha do gain the upper hand, the Inoshikacho must make some gesture. Otherwise, once the Uchiha truly come to power, they will definitely come after us first. To be honest, Uchiha Jin is too difficult to deal with. I'm fairly confident that the village's top brass are no match for him. He's currently only playing within the rules. He hasn't even resorted to using the Uchiha's actual military might. Don't ever forget they are the Uchiha. Yamanaka and Noichi and Akimichi Chozo were both startled by this realization. Indeed, they had almost forgotten. During this period, Uchiha Jin's actions had given them a false impression that he was similar to Shikaku. Now they finally remembered. He was a Mangekyō-level powerhouse. Moreover, he had already unified the entire Uchiha clan and held their strongest military force in his hands. Akimichi Chozo asked with some confusion, why not help the village's top brass? Yes, Shikaku. Yamanaka and Noichi quickly added, if the Uchiha rise to power, it would be bad for everyone. Even though the village's top brass have poor character, wouldn't they still be better than the Uchiha taking over? To this, looking at his two old friends, Nara Shikaku let out a sigh. They were still too naive. Shaking his head helplessly, he explained briefly. You must remember, development is secondary, but survival is the priority. Given how troublesome Uchiha Jin is, are you sure the village's top brass can win? Even if they could win, at what cost? After the battle with the Konoha left in ruins, how would they fight against the other ninja villages? The two of them grimaced upon hearing this. They had to admit that Nara Shikaku was right. The Uchiha's power was right there in front of them, and Uchiha Jin was a Mangekyō-level powerhouse. If they were to fight a hard battle against the Uchiha, even a victory would be a Pyrrhic one. Therefore, from this perspective, the Uchiha might not be able to win, but they certainly cannot afford to lose. Because the cost is something no one can bear. In the original story, if it weren't for that filial son Uchiha Itachi, the Uchiha might have been framed and ostracized, but they would never have been so easily wiped out. The Uchiha fell due to internal strife, not because the village's top brass were strong. The current Uchiha are willing to play within the rules only because Uchiha Jin is a smart man who doesn't want to inherit a ruined Konoha. The Inoshikacho and other ninja clans can sit on the fence and watch the tigers fight, choosing to remain neutral for now. But likewise, if they truly descended into the fray to help the village's top brass, then the Uchiha, once pushed to complete despair, would drag them all down to hell with them, even in death. Then we remain neutral. But it's truly disheartening. We finally got rid of the Senju clan, and now it seems the Uchiha will take their place. Let's hope the village's top brass can win. Yamanaka and Noichi said with a bitter expression. He still remembered the entire process of the Senju clan's downfall. Don't be fooled into thinking Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others were powerful. I remember they had only just assumed the position of Hokage back then. At that time, Hiruzen Sarutobi's position as Hokage was not yet secure. If it hadn't been for the covert push from all the ninja clans of Konoha, could they have taken down the Senju clan with just Sarutobi and his group? Dream on. But what they never expected was that even though the Senju clan was gone, an Uchiha would rise in their place. But there's no alternative. Who could have imagined that among the straightforward and simple-minded Uchiha clan, a freak like Uchiha Jin would emerge? If it weren't for Uchiha Jin, the Uchiha would have been played to their doom, and the Hyuga clan would have been next. Nara Shikaku's eyes flickered with thought. He ignored Yamanaka and Noichi's internal fretting, and his brain began to work at full speed. After a moment, he spoke directly. You two go back and prepare a group of your clan members. Have them ready to defect at a moment's notice. The village's top brass are definitely getting impatient. Next, they'll have Danzo make a move. As long as Uchiha Jin can get through this, we'll have to diversify our investments. We'll send a group of our clansmen to pledge their allegiance to them. The reason is easy to find. We'll say that we've been monopolizing the clan's resources, and this group has been secretly oppressed. They're dissatisfied and want to advance, so they've chosen to defect to the Uchiha. Let these defectors take a batch of the clan's resources with them. If we want the Uchiha to accept us, we need to offer a proper token of goodwill. Nara Shikaku spoke in a grave tone. The two who heard this were stunned, and Yamanaka and Noichi couldn't help but ask, is it really necessary to go this far? The situation hasn't reached that point yet, has it? Akimichi Chozo was also horrified, his gaze towards Nara Shikaku, filled with disbelief. It is necessary, absolutely necessary. Never underestimate Uchiha Jin. What makes him most terrifying is that he thinks. We ninja clans, the things we've done in the past cannot possibly fool that guy. What I fear most is that Uchiha Jin will come to settle accounts with us in the future. After all, no matter how clever he is, his nature remains that of an Uchiha. And he is an Uchiha who has awakened the Mangekyō. This proves that deep down he is still an extremist. We cannot take this risk. Narashikaku's tone was stern. The two who heard this broke out in cold sweat, for they had indeed overlooked Uchiha Jin's true nature due to his style of conduct. The entire shinobi world knows that the more insane an Uchiha is, the stronger they become. And Uchiha Jin, who has awakened the Mangekyō, who knows what dark color he suppresses deep within his heart. For now he seems manageable, but once he truly seizes control of Konoha, many issues will become unpredictable. Alright, I agree. I'll arrange it once I return. The two were silent for a moment before nodding quietly. In response, Narashikaku merely nodded, then gazed out at the night, finally letting out an involuntary sigh. The road ahead is arduous. At the very least, the troubles of Konoha's higher-ups are about to descend once more. Indeed, that was the case. 3 days later, the common citizens who could no longer endure directly blockaded the Hokage's building, clamoring wildly for Sarutobi Hiruzen to solve the problem. If he couldn't, he should step down immediately. This was hopeless. Because the police department was not handling matters, they could only hope the Konoha higher-ups would intervene. However, little did they expect. How long has it been? The Hokage's building has shown no response at all. In the past few days, everyone had endured this matter temporarily for the sake of watching the spectacle. And now, they could no longer bear it. After all, everyone needs to eat. Gossip won't fill their stomachs. So the people, pushed beyond endurance, spontaneously gathered in front of the Hokage's building. Sarutobi Hiruzen, abdicate. Can the police department issue be solved or not? If not, replace the Hokage with someone who can. We need food, we need to live. In front of the Hokage's building, the citizens were filled with rage. Everyone's face was contorted with anger. A long-term resentment had driven them mad, erasing all respect for Sarutobi Hiruzen. In response, the ANBU guard stationed in front of the Hokage's building felt their scalps tingle. Although they were powerful, they dared not act rashly against these citizens. In the end, they could only barely maintain formation to prevent the crowd from storming the Hokage's building, then turn their heads back, hoping their Hokage would come up with a solution quickly. However, unfortunately, in the Hokage's office, the current Konoha higher-ups had gathered, but all of them were suffering from severe headaches. Even Danzo. Obviously, during this time, he had been fully engaged in a war of words with the Uchiha, and had long forgotten about this matter. What should we do? This has blown up completely. We must come up with a solution as soon as possible. Hiruzen, what should we do? How about ordering the Uchiha to resolve this matter within today? Uchiha Koharu and Midokado Hamura were now as anxious as ants on a hot pan. In the end, unable to think of any other way, they could only hope to let the Uchiha solve it, since it was after all the Uchiha who had stirred it up. In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen rolled his eyes, put down his pipe, and said in a gloomy tone, "The police department is carrying out reforms in the name of the village. On what grounds could you ask them to abandon it? If Konoha orders the police department to give up the reforms, then in the future, when there are wrongful cases, they can shift the blame onto us, saying everything was the order of the Konoha higher-ups. Then what will you do? More importantly, if this order is issued, the Uchiha will have a scapegoat and the villagers will hate us from now on." Almost instantly, as Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, everyone present fell into deathly silence. They were all dumbfounded. There was no way around it. What Uchiha Jin had devised was a clear and open scheme. No matter how they chose, it would be a mistake. Damn it. This Uchiha Jin is a bit too troublesome, isn't he? Is he really an Uchiha? Midokado Hamura's face was full of bitterness. In response, no one could give him an answer. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. "Danzo, do you have a way?" No, Danzo shook his head. At this moment, he could still remain calm, since this matter was a blow to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Of course, considering they were all allies, after a brief thought, he still said directly, "At least there is no conventional method. What I can think of is to eliminate him completely. If you can't solve the problem, can't you solve the person who raised it?" His face was ruthless. For him, the leader of Root, this was the best solution. Uchiha Koharu spoke. "Let's do it this way. Uchiha Jin indeed deserves to die." Midokado Hamura nodded. Sarutobi Hiruzen also became very ruthless. "Danzo, you must do it as soon as possible. As for the police department issue, call Shikaku over and ask him." Then he directly called an ANBU and ordered him to find Narashikaku. 10 minutes later, Narashikaku arrived at the Hokage's office. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's request, he pondered for a moment, and then said directly, "Truly, resolving this matter is very troublesome. I can't think of any way for now. As for temporary stability, I suggest letting the ANBU handle it. Let the ANBU temporarily take over the police department's work. At least it can suppress the public's dissatisfaction in the short term." Narashikaku spoke slowly. Since he had long anticipated this day, he had naturally already thought of a solution. Yes. If he had to confront the Uchiha head-on, Narashikaku would certainly be unwilling. After all, this was a conflict between Konoha's higher-ups and the Uchiha, and had nothing to do with the Ino-Shikacho alliance. However, if he was only asked to come up with a way to stabilize Konoha's chaos, then there was no problem. That was his duty as an advisor. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment. Finally, he let out a sigh, and then said directly, "If that's the case, then do as Shikaku says." Obviously, at this point, he truly had no other choice, and ultimately accepted Nara Shikaku's suggestion. Although he was reluctant to have the ANBU take on the dirty work of the police department under the premise of the police department's collective dereliction of duty for the stability of Konoha, he could only nod in agreement. Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended to the rooftop of the Hokage building, gazing upon the endless sea of citizens below. His fury toward Uchiha Jin swelled within him. Yet he quickly composed himself, his face once again adorned with a benevolent expression. Everyone's silence. At his command, the clamorous crowd instantly fell silent. Evidently, his authority as Hokage remained intact. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen first offered his apologies to all, affirmed the reforms of the police force, and finally explained that during the transition, the village's security would be handled by the Umbu. He would designate a location in the village as an external Umbu outpost where citizens could seek assistance during this period. Thus, the populace, seeing their issues resolved, reluctantly withdrew. However, though the citizens were satisfied, the Umbu now faced a headache. No help for it. The Umbu were well aware of the troubles the police force had endured over the years. Though these civilians lacked chakra, they were far more unruly than shinobi, often refusing to listen to reason. But there was no choice. They could not defy the Hokage's decision. 2 hours later, a 3-story building rose not far from the Hokage building. Such rapid construction was of course thanks to the wood-release ninja Yamato. Soon after, as Umbu members moved in, a crowd of civilians surged through the doors. The Umbu members' lips twitched. But fortunately, they all wore masks, so their agony remained hidden. Umbu receptionist, what seems to be the matter, ladies? The leading woman immediately spoke. She stole my hen. That was meant to nourish my child attending the ninja academy. Nonsense. That's my hen, the other woman retorted. Then before the Umbu receptionist's eyes, they began grappling with each other. The Umbu receptionist was dumbfounded. The noise grated on his ears, making him feel more exhausted than after a battle with an enemy. What a headache. But he quickly spoke. Team Alpha 3, handle this. A squad of Umbu emerged and escorted the 2 women away to investigate the scene. With their departure, the receptionist finally breathed a sigh of relief. But alas, before he could even sip water, another man approached. Kintaro borrowed 300 ryo from me, promising to repay within a month. It's been 3 months already. I'm broke, the other man shrugged. I'll pay you back when I have money. The receptionist felt his head about to explode. How was he supposed to handle this? Finally, he waved his hand and said, I'm just here to record the cases. Someone else will take over yours. Team Alpha 5, it's yours. With that, another reluctant Umbu squad stepped forward, leading the 2 men out of the Umbu building. Then the numb receptionist greeted the 3rd complainant. 2 hours later, before a residential house, Kakashi, leading Team Beta 7, listened to the 2 families' quarrels. We broke off the engagement. The 30,000 ryo bride price must be returned. Absolutely not. You called off the wedding. You didn't mention your daughter was blind. You didn't ask. Anyway, no refund. Umbu-sama, please help me get my money back. It's 30,000 ryo. You broke the engagement, why should I return the bride price? The 2 families, spittle flying, erupted into another argument. Kakashi's squad was utterly exasperated. The racket gave them all a headache. Yamato couldn't help but ask, Captain, how do we resolve this? I have no idea. Kakashi shrugged. Indeed, with each party insisting on their own version of the truth, who the hell knew how to handle this? Another Umbu muttered, is this the sort of petty squabble the police force dealt with every day? Honestly, I'm starting to sympathize with them. If it were me, I'd have quit long ago out of sheer frustration. Kakashi and Yamato nodded in agreement. Indeed, such matters were truly difficult to resolve. No matter how they ruled, one party would inevitably be dissatisfied. Konoha, being a military fortress, prioritized its ninja forces and naturally lacked a civil code. Thus, the outcome always depended on the enforcer's judgment. This was precisely why the police force's reputation had soured. No matter what they did, someone was always unhappy. Now that the Umbu had taken over, they too faced the same misery. Finally, driven to distraction by the noise, Kakashi decided to pay out of his own pocket. Problem solved. But Yamato couldn't help remarking, we can't keep paying our own salaries every time, can we? We can't afford it. What do you suggest? Kakashi asked. Yamato had no answer either. With this grim thought, they returned to the Umbu building. But before they could rest, they were assigned another case. Kakashi had to fork out another 800 ryo. By the end of the day, Kakashi's squad had spent over 10,000 ryo. Even so, they were utterly drained. It wasn't just their squad, others were also on the verge of breaking down. This continued until the 3rd day, when the Umbu could no longer bear it as their salaries were drained. In desperation they had no choice but to issue rulings, either pay compensation or face imprisonment. Yet this decision tarnished the Umbu's reputation, leading them down the same path as the police force. Realizing the dire situation, the Umbu sought out Sarutobi Hiruzen. But what good solution could he offer? He once again turned to Narashikaku. The Umbu are struggling. Can you think of something? There's no solution. Narashikaku replied helplessly. This is merely a stopgap measure. Whoever takes over the police force will face the same problems. Why did the villagers resent the Uchiha? It all stems from the police force. This is a hot potato. The Uchiha couldn't handle it, and neither can anyone else. Sarutobi Hiruzen was deeply troubled. In the end, he could only urge the Umbu to endure a while longer and ordered Danzo to eliminate Uchiha Jin. Within the Uchiha clan grounds and the clan leader's courtyard, all the high-ranking Uchiha had gathered, their faces brimming with joy and excitement. Do you see, everyone? The Konoha higher-ups still foolishly thought the Umbu could replace the police force. Now the Umbu's reputation is utterly ruined, isn't it? It's absolutely hilarious. What's so-called Uchiha arrogance that it's the Uchiha's fault for not integrating into Konoha? The Umbu's behavior has completely proven that this is a lie fabricated by the Konoha higher-ups. The police force was deliberately set up by Tobarama Senju to trap the Uchiha. In the past we were naive and ignorant. Fortunately, heaven could not bear to see this, and sent us Elder Jin. Everyone join me in toasting Elder Jin. Uchiha Yashiro laughed heartily and raised his glass to toast Uchiha Jin. Yes, only now did he fully understand how foolish he had been before actually harboring the delusion of truly integrating into the village. If when he first joined the radical faction, he still had a trace of reckless abandon, now the Umbu's ordeal had made him realize that Uchiha Jin's thoughts and actions were the correct path. Had it not been for Uchiha Jin, the Uchiha would have continued along the old path, and perhaps they would have truly been annihilated. The other Uchiha naturally voiced their agreement. Toward the Uchiha Jin before them, everyone's hearts held only the word loyalty. Even Fugaku, the most stubborn of them, had to admit that Uchiha Jin's strategy was right, and the Uchiha's resurgence was entirely due to him alone. In response, a faint smile graced Uchiha Jin's face, and he did not refuse the toast. After downing the drink in one gulp, he gently raised his hand. Almost instantly the clamorous courtyard fell into absolute silence. Everyone hear me out. Although we have indeed achieved considerable victories, this is not the time for true celebration. The journey of 100 miles is half through 90. The greatest taboo is to hold a feast midway. Although this move with the police force has indeed dealt a blow to the village, it has not truly harmed Konoha. On the contrary, I believe it will further provoke the Konoha higher-ups, driving them to take desperate measures and overturn the table. Therefore, in the coming days, everyone must be more cautious than ever to prevent the village from jumping the wall in desperation and attacking us. Uchiha Jin's tone was somber. Indeed, no matter how many victories he had achieved, unless he completely eliminated the Konoha higher-ups like Sarutobi, he would never let his guard down. Hearing this, everyone present regained their composure. Clearly, since following Uchiha Jin, they had clashed with the Konoha higher-ups multiple times and had thoroughly seen the filthy and ugly true face of those leaders. Thus they understood that Uchiha Jin was right. The excitement in their eyes gradually faded, replaced by depth, coldness, and caution. Seeing this, Uchiha Jin finally revealed a faint smile. Good, very good. Seeing everyone so cautious, I am somewhat relieved. However, in my opinion, even if the Konoha higher-ups wish to make a move, they will likely try to kill me directly. Once the core of the Uchiha collapse, they will feel at ease. Since I rarely leave the clan grounds, if they want to act against me, they will have to use my parents as a bait. Almost instantly, as Uchiha Jin spoke, fury filled the faces of everyone present. After all, based on their understanding of the Konoha higher-ups' typical behavior, Uchiha Jin's speculation was undoubtedly correct. Uchiha Tenya immediately spoke up. No need to say more, let's launch a rescue immediately. Yes, Elder Jin. Uchiha Yashiro's tone was filled with killing intent. I know you haven't rescued your parents because you still prioritize the Uchiha as a whole. But there's no need. The Uchiha are a single entity. Even if it costs a great price, we must rescue your parents. Even if it means death, I will not hesitate. The others also volunteered for the mission, including Fugaku. His tone was resolute, his eyes blazing with murder. I am willing to personally lead the rescue operation. In an instant, the entire courtyard was filled with a chilling atmosphere. In response, Uchiha Jin's eyes showed a trace of emotion, but after taking a deep breath, he calmed everyone down and then spoke in a cold tone. Everyone, do not worry. Since I can anticipate the Konoha higher-ups' thoughts, I have naturally already devised a plan of action. Based on my understanding of the Konoha higher-ups, Hiruzen Sarutobi cares too much about face and reputation to act personally. Koharu Udatane and Hamuramito Kato are useless. So the assassination attempt against me will most likely be carried out by Danzo himself. And Danzo, although he has earned the title Shadow of the Underworld, he is essentially a coward who values his own life. Considering our previous encounter, he will probably send a horde of cannon fodder to exhaust my dojutsu. Danzo also has the trait of arrogance and self-conceit, so he will likely appear in person. Furthermore, even if he uses my parents as bait to lure me, he will never keep them by his side. Instead, he will imprison them in the most secure location of the route. So for the next operation, we will act simultaneously. I will go to the trap Danzo has set while you infiltrate the route, and do everything possible to rescue my parents. Of course, if you have the spare capacity, seize as many valuable items as possible. The route's operation records, experimental data, achievements, and so on. However, considering that the Konoha higher-ups are still relatively powerful, it's better to find a convenient excuse. After all, when this is over, we'll have to fool the Konoha higher-ups. Here's the plan: find a spy from another village. During the operation, use the Sharingan to control him and make him run straight toward the route's territory. Our police force also has the authority to arrest spies. Uchiha Jin's tone was calm, but upon hearing this, the others were stunned. Spies were trivial matters. As members of the police force, they had already gathered many clues, just waiting for the right moment to spring the trap. The only thing that troubled them was Uchiha Jin walking alone into the trap, which filled them with unease. However, the decisions made by Uchiha Jin were not something they could defy, so in the end they had no choice but to acquiesce. Finally, there is one more thing. What I am most uneasy about are Shisui and Itachi Uchiha. Does anyone know what those two have been up to lately? Uchiha Jin narrowed his eyes. This was what he was most uneasy about, for Shisui and Itachi had been too quiet lately. That was highly abnormal. After all, they belonged to the most iron-blooded faction of the village. The recent Uchiha had been so restless, and the village side had suffered many losses. Given their personalities, they should not have been so silent. Especially considering the upcoming operation, he would need to walk straight into Danzo's trap. Therefore, he naturally had to figure out what those two were up to now. At this, everyone present froze in place upon hearing Uchiha Jin's question. Shisui, Itachi. Indeed, there had been little news of them recently. It felt as if they had completely vanished. After a moment, it was Fugaku who pondered briefly, and then spoke up. I have some idea about this. Both Itachi and Shisui are members of the Umbu. A few days ago, they apparently took on a mission and have since left the village. Of course, he added, that's just Itachi's word. Oh, I don't know if it's true or false. Fugaku's eyes wavered, clearly carrying a trace of fear in his heart. At this, after hearing Fugaku's words, everyone fell into silence. However, after a brief thought, Uchiha Jin spoke directly. It's most likely just an excuse. There have been no major troubles in the ninja world recently. Although the front lines between Mai and Yunin are somewhat tense, and the final peace treaty hasn't been signed, Yunin is already exhausted and simply cannot start a war in the near future. Especially at this critical juncture, with the situation between the Uchiha and the village growing increasingly tense, Hiruzen Sarutobi, unless he's foolish, would not let those two leave the village. With that in mind, they're most likely en route. In the trap being set for me next, these two will probably be part of it as well. As Uchiha Jin spoke, everyone present drew in a sharp breath. All faces turned grim. Fugaku's face was filled with inner conflict, momentarily at a loss for words. So alas, after a helpless sigh, he was filled with weariness. There was nothing he could do. Having such a son, he was truly exhausted at heart. Damn it, curse it. They are both Uchiha, yet they insist on siding with the village. Can't those two fools see how the village treats the Uchiha? Everyone present voiced their complaints. Their expressions were unpleasant, for as Uchiha, they were helping outsiders harm their own kind. At this, Fugaku could only force a bitter smile, not knowing what else to say. Uchiha Jin fell into thought. This was not good news for him, so he had to find a way to stop it. It wasn't that he feared Shisui and Itachi, but those two must not die at his hands, even if they had indeed betrayed the Uchiha. However, people of the same clan must not kill each other. That is a core principle that absolutely cannot be broken. Otherwise, even if everyone internally understood him, it would still leave a knot in the clan members' hearts. On the contrary, only by letting Shisui die at Danzo's hands could the clan's desperate resolve be ignited. What to do? Uchiha Jin's mind raced, and after a moment he spoke in a cold tone. Fugaku, I need you to reveal your Mangekyō, and let the my high-ranking officials learn of it. Then let's do this. In a moment, go to the Hokage's office and tell Hiruzen Sarutobi directly. Two factions may fight for power. Whether through political maneuvering or outright breaking the table, it's acceptable. But Uchiha must not kill Uchiha. Tell Hiruzen Sarutobi that I am willing to clash head-on with Danzo. But Shisui and Itachi absolutely must not participate in the battle. Have him immediately recall Shisui and Itachi. Otherwise, the moment I, Uchiha Jin, die will be the moment the entire Uchiha clan rises in armed rebellion. Uchiha Jin's expression remained calm. He had long been mentally prepared to clash head-on with Danzo, for in essence this was a world where might reigned supreme. But Shisui and Itachi, those two turncoats, absolutely must not join the fight. That was the most crucial point. If that point could not be guaranteed, then he would completely overturn the table and wage a direct all-out war against my high-ranked officials. At worst, if he truly smashed me to pieces, all Uchiha would wander the ninja world as refugees. At this, Fugaku did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately nodded. No problem, I understand. The core is that Shursui and Itachi must not participate. If Hiruzen Sarutobi refuses, then before I die, I will first kill my high-ranking officials. I will personally witness Shursui and Itachi being brought to the Hokage's office, and then I will personally seal the chakra within them. Since Jin trusts me, I guarantee I will complete the mission. Fugaku's face was filled with ferocity and murderous intent burst from his eyes. Yes, the methods of my high-ranking officials were too filthy, especially since they involved his own son. This clearly struck at Fugaku's bottom line. On the other side, Uchiha Jin and everyone present were stunned by Fugaku's words. Good heavens! This had truly enraged the usually mild-mannered Fugaku. Sure enough, in the matter of being inhumane, my high-ranking officials never disappoint. However, that was fine. With Fugaku's momentum and his Mangekyō, Hiruzen Sarutobi would surely compromise. Indeed, even though Fugaku had not yet left for the Hokage building, Uchiha Jin had already anticipated this outcome. And at that very moment, a patrol member walked in and said, Elders, Danzo has sent a letter specifically addressed to Elder Jin. Give it to me. Uchiha Jin said coldly. Then he immediately began to read Danzo's letter. Meanwhile, as Uchiha Jin read, the faces of everyone present began to turn grim. Obviously, even if they didn't yet know the letter's contents, they understood it was most likely exactly what Uchiha Jin had mentioned. Indeed, that was the case. While they were silently speculating, Uchiha Jin had already put down the letter. Everyone had guessed it. Danzo is using my parents as leverage, demanding that I go to the forest of death alone. Otherwise, he will kill my parents. This matches my prediction. Uchiha Jin spoke calmly. Since he had anticipated this, he naturally wasn't too surprised. Then he handed the letter to the others, and after reading it, they were all filled with murderous aura. My high-ranking officials are utterly inhuman. Elder Jin, give the order. Everyone present rose to their feet. At this, Uchiha Jin wasted no words and directly said, Fugaku, go to the Hokage building immediately and bring Shursui and Itachi back. The rest of you immediately mobilize 2/3 of the Uchiha Jonin. While I begin fighting in the Forest of Death, immediately launch a surprise attack en route to rescue my parents. Almost instantly, with Uchiha Jin's command, the entire Uchiha clan, like a precision machine, began to operate at a frantic pace. Uchiha Yashiro and Setsuna, along with several other elders, gathered 2/3 of the Uchiha's elite Jonin and, concealing their presence, headed directly for the Root's base. Because of Uchiha Jin's ascension and methods, the Root's base was no longer a secret to the Uchiha. And then, upon arriving at the entrance to the Root's base, they completely concealed their presence, patiently waiting for Uchiha Jin's signal flare. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Amano, leading the remaining Uchiha Jonin alongside numerous Chunin and Jinin, began their operation surrounding the entire Uchiha compound in an impenetrable encirclement. Each person was issued 200 explosive tags acquired by Uchiha Jin from the outside world at nearly 2/3 of the radical faction's total expenses during this period. Fugaku alone headed towards the Hokage building. Uchiha Jin stood solitary at the clan's entrance, waiting silently for the outcome of Fugaku's actions. Only if Fugaku succeeded would he choose to step into the trap Danzo had laid. 10 minutes later, Fugaku arrived at the Hokage's office, where Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded him with complete indifference. Clearly, because Fugaku was deemed too incompetent, had lost his clan leader authority, and could not be won over. Facing him now, Hiruzen didn't even bother to continue the pretense. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat steadily behind his desk, his Hokage hat tilted low over his eyes. The smoke from his pipe curled upwards, shrouding his features in a haze. He didn't even lift his gaze to look at Fugaku. What is it? His tone was calm, utterly indifferent. And to this, Fugaku, who had long seen through Hiruzen's true nature, naturally didn't take it to heart either. He dispensed with pleasantries and stated directly, call Shursui and Itachi back. Impossible. Cannot be done. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied calmly, they are not in the village. Fugaku's expression remained unchanged, merely stating, regarding Danzo's invitation to Jin, if Shursui and Itachi are not returned, then Lord Jin will not attend the meeting. Even if you kill Jin's parents, it will be useless. Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily stunned. For the first time, he looked up at Fugaku. You've also defected to Uchiha Jin. Yes, you guessed correctly. Fugaku nodded, his gaze perfectly calm. Send the two of them back. Even if they are traitors, the Uchiha do not allow internal conflict and bloodshed. We can contend with you within conventional boundaries. Even if you resort to open hostility, we are willing to follow your rules. But likewise, do not push us too far. Do not force the Uchiha to take that final path. Although we wish to inherit a relatively unscathed Konoha, and are therefore willing to contend with you within a limited scope, we have no desire to extend the conflict to encompass the entire village. But if you interpret this as a sign of Uchiha weakness or believe we lack the capability, then you, the Konoha leadership, would be gravely mistaken. Fugaka's expression turned icy, his voice laden with menace. Then without another word, he revealed his Mangekyō. This, an ability he had kept hidden for many years, known to no one. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon hearing these threats, Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily frozen, in place a flicker of astonishment showing in his eyes. Was this still that weak-willed Fugaku? However, before he could fully process it, he laid eyes on Fugaka's Mangekyō. He was utterly dumbfounded. Sucking in a sharp breath, his voice turned trembling and fearful. Mangekyō, you've awakened it too. This? Sarutobi Hiruzen shuddered. His face turned ashen, and he couldn't help but tremble slightly. Fugaka's Mangekyō had thoroughly terrified him. It couldn't be helped. A single Uchiha Jin with a Mangekyō had already cornered the Konoha leadership. Now Fugaku also possessed a Mangekyō, which completely put him in a checkmate position. Especially considering the possibility of a full-scale rupture with the Uchiha pitting the village against two Mangekyō wielders and the entire clan. Could the village truly withstand such an assault? Even if they managed to annihilate the Uchiha, what immense price would the village have to pay? Could a shattered Konoha withstand the other hidden villages? Indeed, just as Uchiha Jin dared not rashly start a war, Sarutobi Hiruzen had the same concerns. After mulling it over for a long time, he let out a helpless sigh. He tapped his desk, and an Umbu appeared. Hokage-sama, have Shursui and Itachi return immediately. They are to disregard all other matters. Then without a single word of dissent, the Umbu turned and left. 20 minutes later, Shursui and Itachi, who were setting up defenses in the Forest of Death, were stunned by the abrupt order from Hiruzen. Danzo, however, couldn't contain his fury, roaring, "Has that fool Hiruzen lost his mind? Why recall Shursui and Itachi at a time like this? Shursui, Itachi, neither of you is to go anywhere." Danzo was livid, his veins bulging in anger. Nonsense. This was the most critical moment for ambushing Uchiha Jin. He was loath to let them leave. But unfortunately, Shursui and Itachi were not Danzo's men. They were loyal to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now that they had received a direct order from Hiruzen, they naturally wouldn't obey Danzo. They offered him a brief apologetic bow before swiftly heading to the Hokage's office. Then the moment they saw Fugaku, their expressions turned grim. But before they could even voice a question, they saw Fugaku open his eyes, revealing his unique Mangekyō. Mangekyō? Fugaku-sama, what is the meaning of this? Shursui began, instinctively sensing trouble. Unfortunately, because they were in the Hokage's office, Shursui had no guard up against Fugaku. Takamagara. This was Fugaku's right eye dojutsu. Similar in function to his left eye, was also a special time-based ability. Its ability was even simpler. His left eye, Izanagi's premonition, saw through time to anchor a point and make predictions. His right eye's ability was pure delay, slowing the passage of time by 10-fold, 100-fold, even 1,000-fold within a certain range. Within this space, only Fugaku could move normally. Of course, Fugaku's current ability was rather limited. He could only slow time by a factor of 20. But that was enough. Even though Shursui tried his utmost to resist his speed before Fugaku was too slow. Even as Shursui the body flicker, he appeared to be moving in slow motion in front of Fugaku. In an instant, Fugaku's hand pressed against Shursui, sealing his chakra completely and directly gouging out his eyes. Immediately after, he began sealing Itachi's chakra, and 5 seconds later Fugaku closed his Mangekyō. Yet even in those mere 5 seconds, a streak of blood trickled from Fugaku's eyes, revealing the immense power of this dojutsu and the extraordinary drain on his ocular chakra. "Fugaku, what are you doing?" Hiruzen, Sarutobi roared. Shursui and Itachi were his pawns, especially powerful ones, and now they were being crippled like this. He rose to his feet, smashing the desk with a single palm, tore off his Hokage robe, revealing the battle attire beneath. At this moment, he was truly enraged. Yet he did not actually strike, as he was also intimidated by Fugaku's methods. Indeed, the abilities of the Mangekyō were myriad and strange, though only a few, like Amaterasu and Kimi, were visible to outsiders, while most were imperceptible. Like Tsukuyami, unless you were the target, no one else could perceive it. Such was the case with Fugaku's Mangekyō technique. From Hiruzen's perspective, it seemed as though Fugaku leisurely sealed Shursui and Itachi's chakra, then casually took Shursui's eyes. Shursui and Itachi were, as if stupefied, offering no resistance whatsoever. Fugaku's ocular power was limited to them alone, which was the least draining method. Thus Hiruzen could not discern the truth, but it only filled him with greater dread. After all, he knew well that even Shursui and Itachi, with their formidable strength, could not resist. He himself would likely be powerless. Imagining himself unable to offer even a token resistance under Fugaku's eerie technique, easily stabbed by a kunai, sent a shiver down his spine, raising his wariness of Fugaku to the highest level. Clan leader, why? Father, how could you do this? Shursui and Itachi spoke, their hearts filled with anger, but even more with incomprehension. After all, in their minds Fugaku should not be like this. Such behavior was utterly unjustified. To this, Fugaku's expression remained cold and indifferent as he spoke calmly. Lord Jin is right. No matter what you think, there must be no civil war within the Uchiha. In ordinary times, losing one or two in internal strife might be tolerable, but now the Uchiha are on the brink of destruction. All the ninja clans of Konoha are watching us. The Uchiha situation is already dire. If internal conflict erupts, it will only make other clans look down on us further. A Uchiha that falls into infighting even in the face of extinction. Even if Lord Jin achieves great victories, other clans will hesitate to align with us. So, that is why I had to bring you two back before we wage war against Danzo. Of course, Lord Jin only wanted you to refrain from involvement. He was unwilling to imprison or seal you because he has absolute confidence in himself, believing that even if you sided with the Konoha higher-ups, he could still triumph over them. This is his conviction, like an invincible path. He never resorts to schemes, only employs open strategies. But I, Fugaku, am not. After participating in the Hokage's conversation with Lord Jin, I truly understood the attitude of the Konoha higher-ups. I realized how terribly wrong I have been as clan leader all these years. If not for Lord Jin's emergence, the Uchiha would likely have been annihilated under my leadership. So I must atone. When Lord Jin is unwilling to intervene, I, Fugaku, will set aside my reputation to cripple you two, Shursui and Itachi. I cannot help Lord Jin in other matters, but this small task I am capable of. Itachi is my own child. As his father, considering his youth, I merely confine him at home to learn properly. No one in Konoha can object to that. As for you, Shursui, though you are not my child, I am your clan leader. Konoha must not interfere in internal clan affairs. This was declared by the first Hokage, Hashirama. Therefore, as clan leader, I have the right to discipline you, and Konoha has no grounds to intervene. If you choose to leave the Uchiha, you must also surrender your Sharingan. That is the clan rule. So, Shursui, I give you a choice. If you choose to leave the Uchiha, I will later find you a pair of ordinary eyes, and you may follow your Hokage. If you choose the Uchiha, return with me, and I will replace your eyes with a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Fugaku's tone was icy as he explained his reasons. Indeed, in the past the Uchiha seemed disunited, unlike the Hyuga or Ino Shikacho, but the true reason was their arrogance. They disdained wielding authority. Each member chose their own faction. Yet in reality, clan rules existed for every clan. When Root demanded personnel from other clans, the clan leader decided who to send, and the lower-ranked members had no say. The principle of Konoha not interfering in clan affairs was established by Hashirama Senju. Therefore, Fugaku's argument was absolutely valid. Every clan had to acknowledge this, and Hiruzen Sarutobi could not refute it. In matters within a clan, his status as Hokage held little sway. If he dared to interfere, other clans would surely stop him. So once again, don't underestimate the role of a clan leader. Now that Fugaku had truly set aside the Uchiha's pride and acted as the clan leader, he might not have influence over village affairs, but he held absolute authority over Shursui and Itachi. Of course, from Fugaku's actions now it was clear how profoundly Hiruzen's true nature had changed Fugaku's worldview after their last conversation. Shursui was stunned. After listening to Fugaku, he fell silent for a long time before sighing. His earlier anger had dissipated completely. Though he wanted to help the clan in his own way, he also acknowledged his Uchiha identity and knew the clan rules must be followed. Itachi might choose the village directly, but Shursui was different. His heart leaned more toward the Uchiha. Even his actions now were meant to help the clan. So with a helpless sigh, Shursui spoke directly. I choose the Uchiha. I am willing to accept the clan leader's judgment. Itachi wanted to say something, but in the end he could only let out a long sigh. There was no choice. Previously the clan's internal supervision had been relatively lax, so they naturally did as they pleased. Now that his father had spoken so bluntly, even the Hokage would find it difficult to speak on their behalf. And this was indeed the truth. Although ninja clans possessed a certain degree of autonomy, and the Hokage could not easily interfere, if a clan showed weakness, the Hokage could subtly intervene in its internal affairs. The Uchiha of the past had been in such a situation. Because of Fugaku's weakness as clan leader, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo had meddled, leading to the situation with Itachi and Shursui. But by the same token, as long as the clan stood firm, the Hokage would be left helpless. This was precisely why the Konoha higher-ups had always tried to divide and eliminate the various ninja clans. They lacked Hashirama Senju's overwhelming power and Tobirama Senju's unparalleled strategic and combat prowess. To seize power, they had no choice but to act this way. Now that Fugaku had suddenly hardened his stance, even Hiruzen Sarutobi had nothing to say. If he forcibly interfered in the clan's internal affairs, he would be confronted by all the clans the very next day. They might not ally with the Uchiha, but on the issue of clan autonomy no clan would ever concede. Because if the village could meddle in the Uchiha's affairs today, it could meddle in other clans tomorrow. Thus, even though Hiruzen Sarutobi was trembling with rage, and his eyes blazed with boundless killing intent, at this moment he could only remain silent. Lord Hokage, I apologize, Fugaku said calmly. My clan has other arrangements for Itachi and Shisui, so from today onward they withdraw from the Umbu, and will also step down from the ranks of active shinobi. Of course, if the village is short on ninja, the Uchiha will provide new members to fill these 2 slots. There are matters within the clan that require my attention, so I will not take up more of your time. Farewell. Fugaku's face was calm, his tone even and measured. Having said that, he directly led Itachi and Shisui out of the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted to speak, but chose to remain silent. Because there was no point. Shisui, a Mangekyō user, had been rendered useless, and while Itachi was still a valuable pawn, with only 3 tomo, Hiruzen Sarutobi found him rather unremarkable. For a crippled Shisui and an ordinary 3 tomo Uchiha, it was not worth breaking the rules and openly clashing with the Uchiha. In the end, he could only watch Fugaku lead the others away, never uttering another word, his face turning an ashen shade of iron. With a helpless sigh, Hiruzen Sarutobi relaxed. He put on the Hokage's robe once more, donned his hat, and sat back down behind his desk. He puffed on his pipe, the furrow between his brows deepening. Jin, Fugaku, the situation is spiraling out of control. I can only hope Danzo succeeds. Failure. Impossible. Even without Itachi and Shisui's combat power, Danzo still holds many cards. That bastard Uchiha Jin is too arrogant. He's still willing to step into a trap, even when he knows it's one. But then again, that's typical of the Uchiha. However, even the 3rd Raikage was cornered and killed by the IWA ninja. I refuse to believe that Uchiha Jin is stronger than the 3rd Raikage. That bastard Uchiha Jin will pay for his arrogance. Fugaku. Though he's awakened to Mangekyō, he's still a complete fool. Once we confirm Uchiha Jin's death, dealing with the Uchiha will be easy. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes flickered with calculation. Only after he had fully reasoned through these matters did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. At last, he took a long look at the portraits of the past Hokage on the wall, then walked to the window and stared blankly at the night scenery outside. Finally, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Hokage rock. In the pitch-black night, the statues of the former Hokage loomed, shifting between light and shadow. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes fell on the 2nd statue, that of his teacher, Tobirama Senju. Sensei, I will protect Konoha with all my might. Never shall I allow the Uchiha to claim the title of Hokage. Everything for the sake of Konoha. Meanwhile, on the other side, outside the Uchiha clan grounds in the pitch-black night, Uchiha Jin leaned against a utility pole. On the wide road, dim lights flickered, and a flock of crows rose from the dense forest behind him. These were the summoning beasts raised by the Uchiha clan members. But at that moment, Jin had no mind to watch them. His brows were slightly furrowed, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, his mind deep in thought. Of course, he was not pondering the petty conflicts between the village and the Uchiha clan. Instead, he was thinking about the most formidable figures in this shinobi world. First, the Sage of 6 Paths. This being lurked in the Pure Land, and Uchiha Jin could not determine whether he could actually manifest in the ninja world. He had only appeared once during the 4th Great Ninja War, and given his limited screen time, many things could only be inferred. Jin was tempted to kill Sasuke and Naruto outright, because protagonists were inherently uncontrollable. He feared that no matter how well he laid his groundwork, these 2, once they grew up, might reject his plans and deliberately sabotage him. But at the same time, if he did make a move against them, would the Sage of 6 Paths suddenly appear and crush him with a single slap? Throughout every reincarnation of Indra and Ashura, they had almost always died only at each other's hands, never once at the hands of another. This made Uchiha Jin feel a prickling unease. Then there were the 3 great sage regions, especially Mount Myaboku, which was deeply suspicious. Why would a bunch of toads care so much about humans? They weren't even the same species, were they? It was as absurd as humans caring deeply about the world of ants, constantly selecting certain ants to teach them senjutsu, and sending them to find the savior of the ant world. Would humans care if ants went extinct? No. So by the same logic, why did Mount Myaboku care so much about the human world? Moreover, they possessed prophetic dreams. Could they foresee him? Beyond that, there were the hidden Jigen, the unknown fate of Hamura Otsutsuki, the mysterious death god Yama and Jashin, and the enigmatic bounty exchange. Was it truly only backed by the daimyo and nobles? And the strange power structure of the ninja world? Was it really just because shinobi were too loyal that they allowed the daimyo and nobles to sit on top of them? Was there a deeper reason? Were there puppeteers behind the daimyo and nobles? Sigh. Thinking of this, Uchiha Jin let out a helpless sigh. The waters of the ninja world were still too deep, which was why he dared not overturn the table recklessly, but instead probed cautiously. After all, he was just an ordinary man, with no cheat like golden finger, and his strength was only that of a Mangekyō user. He was genuinely afraid of disrupting some cunning veteran schemes, and having a hidden mastermind jump out to slap him to death. So playing it safe was fine. Uchiha Jin's eyes flickered. Amid his thoughts, he saw Fugaku returning, with two miserable children. Elder Jin. Fugaku, what have you? Seeing Shirsue's blinded eyes and Itachi's grim expression, he was truly taken aback. Indeed, he hadn't expected Fugaku to be so ruthless, directly gouging out Shirsue's eyes. Damn, was this the same weak, hesitant Fugaku? Fugaku's face was calm. Some things Jin can't do, but I as the clan head am not exempt. Since I am the Uchiha clan head, I have the authority to discipline all Uchiha. Since seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi's ugly face, clearly I've grown ever more hateful of my past mistakes. This can only be considered my atonement. He sighed deeply. Uchiha Jin, hearing this, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It seemed seeing Hiruzen's true face had indeed impacted Fugaku's worldview greatly, turning the timid Fugaku into an aggressive man. If Hiruzen learned of this, he might actually cry himself unconscious in the bathroom. Fine, it's good too. It's Shirsue's luck though his Sharingan was removed, at least he kept his life. Temporarily hand them over to Elder Amano, then you go help Elder Hakadai at the root base. After I clash with Danzo, we'll launch a surprise attack on the root base. Uchiha Jin spoke with a serious tone. Since Shirsue and Itachi were already sealed in their chakra, and Shirsue's eyes were removed, he could speak quite freely now. Fugaku had no objections, but the blinded Shirsue couldn't help but speak out. Jin, what are you planning? Itachi also turned pale, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. They truly hadn't expected that while Danzo had set a trap for Uchiha Jin, it seemed Uchiha Jin had other schemes in mind. And to this Uchiha Jin casually said, my parents are in Danzo's hands. Can you guess whether I could see the village using this to set a trap for me? So the question is, why didn't I rescue my parents in advance? Why deliberately leave this flaw? Shirsue, you're too naive. Losing your eyes might be a good thing. Spend this time in the clan grounds and reflect deeply. I'm off. After saying that, Uchiha Jin patted Shirsue's shoulder and walked toward Danzo's trap with a smile. Fugaku's gaze was deep. He quickened his pace and handed the two over to Elder Amano. And to this, looking at the blinded Shirsue and the chakra-sealed Itachi, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. All this Uchiha power, not only can it be used, but they might even have to fight against their own kin for the village. Sealing them is also for the best. Better than death at least. Leave this matter to me, Fugaku, you go attend to your duties. Uchiha Amano's tone was somber. Indeed, if Shirsue and Itachi were both willing to help, the clan the Uchiha could rise faster and spare Jin some worry. Unfortunately, Shirsue and Itachi were too stubborn, so sealing them temporarily was also a good thing. However, he was increasingly satisfied with Fugaku's decisive action and sense of duty. It had to be said, though Fugaku wasn't a good clan head, if he weren't forced to be one, he would be a fine Uchiha warrior. Elder Amano, I've troubled you. Fugaku gave a slight bow, then turned and left. His eyes no longer held confusion or hesitation, only a chilling coldness, and a battle intent soaring to the heavens. What harm was there in killing? Perhaps he was indecisive when handling clan affairs, overthinking, and thus making mistakes, but when it came to killing he never faltered. Otherwise he wouldn't have earned the title Fierce-Eyed Fugaku on the battlefield. Meanwhile, on the other side, compared to the Uchiha's soaring battle-intent, Shirsue and Itachi's hearts plunged into an abyss. This was a disaster. Danzo's so-called killing trap was from the very beginning within Uchiha Jin's calculations, and it seemed Uchiha Jin intended to take advantage of this opportunity. They wanted to go to the Hokage's office to report this major matter so the village could prepare in advance. However, thinking of their current predicament, they could only sigh and give up that idea. Shirsue, Itachi, you two need not overthink. Just stay in the clan grounds from now on. The sealing technique Fugaku used on you is the four-symbol seal from the Uzumaki clan. Back then, Mikoto and Kushina were close friends, and it was Kushina's birthday gift to Mikoto. Among the current Uchiha, only Fugaku has mastered this sealing technique. Moreover, the key to this sealing technique is not fixed. Each user has a different key. Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi knows the four-symbol seal, without Fugaku's key, he couldn't undo it either. So don't cause trouble for me. Just be ordinary people for a while. Uchiha Amano's tone was strange. Indeed, he suddenly realized that apart from being the clan head, Fugaku was actually a damn genius in every other way. He had awakened the Mangekyō, early earned recognition from enemy villages through his combat prowess, thus gaining the title Fierce-Eyed Fugaku, and even showed talent in sealing arts. In short, as long as he wasn't the clan head, he was an outstanding talent within the clan. Back then, everyone might have been wrong if Fugaku truly wasn't suitable to be the clan head. Itachi, Shirsue, both were speechless, their expressions sour. Uchiha Amano's words completely shattered their illusions. No matter how grand their ambitions or dreams were, from this moment on it was all over. The future direction of the Uchiha could only be left to Uchiha Jin. Other than silently praying, they could think of no other solution. Outside the village in the forest of death, Uchiha Jin wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he strolled leisurely, even taking time to appreciate the scenery along the way. Even though it was deep night pitch black all around with no scenery to speak of, he still maintained the demeanor of a supreme powerhouse entering Danzo's trap without haste. Looking around, there was a sea of people. In the front were a horde of rogue ninjas and miscellaneous defectors from various villages. Behind them were masked Umbu, and at the very back stood Danzo with his core subordinates. Danzo, let's begin. Uchiha Jin crossed his arms, eyes full of disdain and mockery, standing there calmly. Now, Danzo narrowed his eyes. With a slight wave of his hand, elite Umbu hidden in the four corners appeared and began forming hand seals. Ram, monkey, snake, rabbit, tiger, for violet flames formation. Within the forest of death, violet flames surged upward. In merely a dozen seconds, a cube was constructed, each side enveloped by purple fire, directly enclosing the entire battlefield. Standing outside the four violet flame barrier, Danzo's lips curled into a sinister grin. Gazing at Uchiha Jin trapped within, he felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Uchiha Jin, I never imagined your weakness would be your parents. Though I can't fathom why you never came to rescue them from Root all this time. But it doesn't matter now. His face was filled with disdain. The moment Shursui and Itachi were reassigned, he realized the plan had been leaked. Originally, he thought the scheme would be scrapped, yet Uchiha Jin still came. Thus, even though much remained beyond his comprehension, he had no desire to delve deeper. As long as Uchiha Jin died, nothing else mattered. Kill. With a wave of Danzo's hand, the Umbu and Root operatives within the barrier began forcing the rogue ninjas and wandering ninjas to confront Uchiha Jin. But unfortunately, the foremost wandering ninjas and rogue ninjas were not fools. They almost instantly sensed something amiss. They had been lured by money tasked with dealing with an ordinary Uchiha, but the spectacle before them clearly indicated they were meant to be cannon fodder to exhaust the enemy. Would they even live to spend the promised wealth given the adversary who made even a Konoha elder so wary? I'm out. Me too, let's go. Whoever wants that money can earn it. I'm not staying. Numerous wandering and rogue ninjas voiced their dissent. Clearly they were not stupid. Sensing trouble, they immediately prepared to flee. But in response, the Root and Umbu personnel did not stop them merely watching. As if they were fools, as one by one they collided with the four violet flame barrier and turned into great fireballs. Screams, cries of agony, and howls ensued. The rogue and wandering ninjas' faces darkened while the Umbu and Root observed coldly. At that moment, Danzo spoke again. Your mission is to kill Uchiha Jin. Only when the enemy before you is dead will you gain true freedom and a lifetime of wealth beyond your needs. Otherwise you are doomed. With Danzo's icy provocation, a carrot-and-stick approach, the gathered rogue and wandering ninjas finally fixed their gazes on Uchiha Jin. Their eyes harbored a steadily intensifying murderous intent. In response, Uchiha Jin narrowed his eyes. He stood with arms crossed, as if watching a farce, too lazy even to stop Danzo. Now, seeing that Danzo had finally completed the death trap, he cracked his neck and loosened his limbs. Do you two wish to dance? Uchiha Jin's tone was flat. His serene gaze turned bloodthirsty and frenzied, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he charged straight into the crowd. At that moment, he tore off his gentle mask entirely, as if returning to the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War. Hey, yes. During the Third War, the Uchiha were frequently stabbed in the back by Danzo. He survived the war not by luck. No reputation had spread because his methods were ruthless enough. Everyone who witnessed his actions died, including his own teammates. Kill. With all escape routes cut off by the four violet flame barrier and goaded by Danzo's promises of gold, the rogue and wandering ninjas erupted with soaring battle spirit. Soon the two sides clashed violently. In an instant, Uchiha Jin's figure became a black lightning bolt. His body flicker technique was used to perfection, evading all taijutsu and dodging any ninjutsu with ease. Bang! With a sweep of his left arm, Uchiha Jin shattered the steel blades of three wandering ninjas, sending them flying like ragdolls. He crouched slightly, then kicked off, cracking the ground like a spiderweb, and casually sent a rogue ninja, who was forming hand seals, flying. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen had lost their lives, not even touching his clothes. Mangekyō. Unnecessary. In his crimson eyes, 3 Tomo spun ceaselessly. Though the scene seemed chaotic, every move and flow of chakra was laid bare before his vision. He wielded Uchiha's ninja body art with divine grace, moving like a fluttering butterfly. In less than 3 minutes, he had killed over 200. Without using a single ninjutsu, he shattered the entire group of rogue and wandering ninjas that Danzo had gathered. Demon, he's a demon. I won't fight him. Everyone run. The remaining rogue and wandering ninjas, their courage utterly broken, fled in panic, crying for their mothers. Some charged into the 4 violet flame barrier and became fireballs, while others rushed toward the root and Umbu lines, only to be instantly slain by Konoha's elite. In response, Uchiha Jin sneered with contempt. Without hesitation, he strode toward the Umbu and root. Meanwhile, on the other side, Danzo, witnessing this, was utterly dumbfounded. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he couldn't help asking, "Sugen, is Uchiha Jin really this strong?" Yes, he had originally intended to exhaust Uchiha Jin's ocular techniques using these men. But now, the rogue and wandering ninjas he had paid for didn't even qualify to force Uchiha Jin to activate his Mangekyō. In an instant, Danzo felt his scalp prickle, sensing a loss of control. In response, Uchiha Jin furrowed his brow slightly, but replied respectfully, "Lord Danzo, I am not certain. Uchiha Jin participated in the Third Great Ninja War, yet no one truly saw him fight. I never thought much of it before, but seeing this now, I believe. It is highly likely that anyone who witnessed Uchiha Jin in action probably died. That is the only plausible explanation. Otherwise someone so powerful would not have remained completely unheralded on the battlefield." Yes, in Uchiha Jin's view, that was the only possibility. Normally, anyone who fought on the battlefield would leave behind legends. Names like Minato Namikaze's Yellow Flash, Fugaka's Fierce Eye, and Tsukumo Hataki's White Fang were earned blade by blade on the battlefield. Uchiha Jin was entirely different. He had no moniker. He was virtually invisible. Had he not awakened his Mangekyō Sharingan, no one would have known his true strength. Thus, considering this, the only conclusion was that Uchiha Jin deliberately concealed his power. Anyone who saw him fight had likely perished. Damn it! This Uchiha Jin is truly insidious. You should join the fight. Find a way to kill him. Danzo's voice was icy as he issued the command. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, a faint tremor of unease stirring within him. Perhaps even he refused to admit it, but at this moment he was afraid. Yes, Uchiha Jin was so formidable, yet he had never revealed this power before. Even during their last confrontation in the Hokage's office, he had chosen to use his Mangekyō instead of this strength. Was it to guard against the death trap Danzo had prepared for him now? What was this insidious man plotting? But there was no time to dwell on it. No matter what Uchiha Jin was scheming, Danzo had to eliminate him today, or the difficulty would only grow. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Danzo spoke, Aburame Toryun and the others nodded slowly. Under Root's brainwashing, they had long lost fear and dread. So no matter how powerful Uchiha Jin was, their eyes remained unchanged. They merely bowed slightly and walked to the edge of the 4 violet flame formation. The Root elite controlling the formation opened a small gap, and once Aburame Toryun and the others entered, they slowly sealed it shut. "Let's begin." Aburame Toryun spoke calmly. Then he charged straight at Uchiha Jin, with the others following close behind. Meanwhile, Uchiha Jin began to feel the pressure mounting. Even as he unleashed ninjutsu, his killing pace slowed. It couldn't be helped. Root and Umbu were elite Konoha shinobi, far beyond rogue ninja or renegades. One-on-one, he was unafraid, even against a few squads. But now he faced an overwhelming number of enemies. A quick glance told him there was at least one Umbu battalion. A battalion consisted of 3 companies, each with 12 squads. That made 36 Umbu squads in total. Root had fewer members, but still 15 squads. It seemed Konoha's higher-ups had truly spared no expense to eliminate him this time. Hey, interesting. Trying to drain my dojutsu. Then as you wish. It's time to make Konoha's leadership feel fear and dread, to show them how foolish it is to overturn the table. Uchiha Jin's eyes flickered. Then without hesitation, the 3 tomo in his eyes transformed into the Mangekyō Sharingan. Third power Susanoo. In an instant, Uchiha Jin's Mangekyō spun wildly, emitting a blinding crimson light. His dojutsu poured forth furiously from his eyes, and faint black curse marks spread across the ground. Then a black Susanoo rose upon the earth. Not enough. To intimidate Konoha's leadership, the first stage is far from sufficient. Then, disregarding the cost, Uchiha Jin unleashed even more dojutsu. The black head of the Susanoo emerged from the void, followed by its neck, limbs, and skeletal frame. In the blink of an eye, it grew to over 10 meters tall. Still not enough. It needs to be more awe-inspiring. So continue. Uchiha Jin's eyes flickered. Then, with another surge of dojutsu, the Susanoo grew flesh and finally clad itself in black armor. The black giant now stood over 30 meters tall. More importantly, at this stage, the Susanoo held a long sword in its hand. Yes, that's enough. Half-stage Susanoo is sufficient, the full-body form is unnecessary. Even to intimidate Konoha's leadership, there's no need to waste too much dojutsu. Uchiha Jin's eyes flickered. He controlled the 30-meter-tall black Susanoo, standing proudly in the forest of death, stunning everyone present. Yes, since Madara Uchiha had left Konoha, no one had seen the Susanoo in years. To the current Konoha, the Susanoo was merely a legend. Now faced with this 30-meter giant, fear crept into every gaze. What is this thing? You're kidding, fight him. Run. At this moment, even the Konoha Umbu couldn't hold their ground, let alone the rogue ninja and renegades. No way. This was something beyond human capability. For the current shinobi world, Hashirama Senju and Madara were already legends, and it was not yet the era where Kage-level fighters were a dime a dozen. Thus faced with this clearly unnatural Susanoo, even the Konoha Umbu couldn't withstand it. Only Root, though shocked, managed to maintain a semblance of calm. Outside the 4 violet flame formation, Danzo was utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? The legendary third power, the Susanoo? Is this powerful, eh? This? Then the next second, Uchiha Jin commanded the Susanoo to draw the long sword from its waist and slash fiercely at the crowd. Boom. With that one stroke, countless died in terror. The ground was split open with a horrifying crack, and even the 4 violet flame formation was cleaved apart by the Susanoo's blade. Then, knowing time was short, Uchiha Jin gave no one a chance to recover. He swung the long sword horizontally again, instantly slaughtering countless more shinobi. In just 2 strikes, 2/3 of the enemies were eliminated. Seeing the 4 violet flame formation shattered, rogue ninja and renegades fled frantically toward the outskirts of Konoha, while the remaining Umbu also retreated into the distance. Root, under Danzo's coercion, fought desperately. But it was useless. All their ninjutsu couldn't breach the Susanoo. On the contrary, because they didn't flee, they were cut down by Uchiha Jin's blade. Damn it, it's over. How could the Uchiha Susanoo be this powerful? How do we fight this? Sweat beaded on Danzo's forehead, his eyes filled with terror. Then the next second, without hesitation, he turned and quietly slipped away. Yes, he had no interest in fighting Uchiha Jin. Seeing the death trap collapse, he quietly left the scene, signaling the other Root members to withdraw discreetly. 10 seconds later, feeling the tremendous drain on his dojutsu, Uchiha Jin deactivated his Mangekyō. With the Susanoo's disappearance, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, with his 3-tomo Sharingan active, Uchiha Jin ignored the scattered remnants and dashed straight toward Danzo's direction. Uchiha Jin, your parents are in my hands. Susanoo. Seeing Uchiha Jin closing in, Danzo couldn't help but speak. But unfortunately, Uchiha Jin paid him no heed. Instead, he activated his Mangekyō technique. In an instant, Danzo's entire body collapsed, dissipating like a wisp of smoke into nothing. 10 seconds later, Danzo, resurrected once again, fled without a second word, casually throwing out, "Stop, Uchiha Jin." Aburame, Toryun, and Yamanaka Fu charged toward Uchiha Jin without hesitation. Mind disturbance jutsu. Secret art poison dust jutsu. Their speed was blinding, accompanied by a swarm of venomous insects spreading like a locust plague. Beneath the cover of the insect swarm, the Yamanaka clan's mind disturbance jutsu began attempting to disrupt Uchiha Jin's chakra. However, unfortunately for them, Uchiha Jin was even faster. Susanoo. He had no interest in wasting time on these small fry. With a single Mangekyō technique, he instantly eliminated both of them, then charged straight toward Danzo's position. 10 seconds later, catching sight of Danzo's back once more, Uchiha Jin struck without a moment's hesitation. Susanoo. As a trail of blood tears streaked down his face, Danzo's body crumbled once again. Uchiha Jin halted his steps. He crossed his arms once more, beginning to wait. The next second, not far to his right, Danzo's figure appeared. Wind-style vacuum great sphere. Whoosh. Uchiha Jin easily evaded the wind technique, then activated his Mangekyō once more. Danzo dead again. Briefly assessing his ocular power consumption, he even felt his vision had begun to blur slightly. I need to finish this quickly, Uchiha Jin murmured to himself. He had never considered fighting a conventional battle against Danzo, for the old man's combat prowess was far from weak. Combined with his Anaji inward style, killing him permanently within a short time would be no easy task. Therefore, it was better to seize this opportunity to exhaust his Sharingan completely. After all, given the current state of the Uchiha clan, collecting Sharingan had become an almost impossible endeavor. That's right, Uchiha Jin had no intention of killing Danzo. The purpose this time was merely to buy time, to secure precious moments for Uchiha Yashiro's side, while depleting Danzo's stockpile of Sharingan. Kill Danzo. Danzo indeed deserved death, but not yet. If Danzo and Root were gone, who would be left to force the other clans to abandon darkness and embrace the light? Therefore, eliminating Root's fighting force as much as possible, exhausting Danzo's Sharingan reserves, and driving him to desperately oppress the other ninja clans. This was Uchiha Jin's true objective. 3 minutes later, Danzo's stockpile of Sharingan was completely exhausted, leaving only the Mangekyō embedded in his right eye socket, the one belonging to Uchiha Kagami. Enough, Uchiha Jin. I think we can talk. Whatever you want, I'll provide it if I can. Let's make a deal. Danzo chose to cease hostilities, preparing to negotiate with Uchiha Jin. Indeed. Faced with Uchiha Jin's virtually unsolvable ocular technique, he genuinely could not devise a countermeasure. Even fleeing had become a luxury beyond reach. Therefore, Danzo, who was not yet ready to die, decided to attempt a negotiation. What choice did he have? Though he knew the odds were slim, this was his only remaining chance to gamble on survival. And to this, hearing Danzo's capitulation, Uchiha Jin breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Indeed, he too feared accidentally killing Danzo for good. Should that happen, the Uchiha would gain nothing, while the other clans of Konoha would be celebrating with fireworks and festivities. Such a gift to his enemies was something Uchiha Jin would never do. Negotiate. Fine. Dead demon consuming seal flying thunder god technique Hashirama cells with the corresponding research data and impure world reincarnation. Give me these 4 things, and I'll spare your life today. Uchiha Jin stated directly. These were the prizes he most desired to secure at this stage. Although Uchiha Yashiro and his team had already raided the root base, there was no telling whether they could locate these items. If he could obtain them directly from Danzo's hands, it would be a welcome bonus. What? How do you know about these? Damn it, there's a spy. Danzo's expression turned grim, his entire body trembling with rage. These matters were top secret within the village. How could the Uchiha possibly know of them? Therefore, the only explanation he could conceive was a spy. And to this, Uchiha Jin remained noncommittal, merely stating calmly, just say the word. Will you hand them over or not? Once I return, I'll give them to you. Danzo spoke. However, unfortunately for him, Uchiha Jin's tone was composed. An item of such importance, I doubt you'd store it at the base. You'd certainly keep it on your person. Hearing this, Danzo's face darkened. Nevertheless, gazing into Uchiha Jin's stern, unyielding eyes, he knew that stalling was virtually impossible. So in the end, he reluctantly summoned a massive storage scroll through the summoning jutsu. After searching through it briefly, he grudgingly handed over the items. Uchiha Jin inspected them, and only after confirming everything was in order did he stow them away. Good, a pleasure doing business. With those words, Uchiha Jin turned to leave, for all of today's objectives had been accomplished. And yet at this, Danzo stood frozen in place, unable to stop himself from asking, don't you want to rescue your parents? My parents? Uchiha Jin's tone was dismissive. They're at the root base, aren't they? However, I do appreciate your concern. The other Uchiha have already made their way to the root base. By now I imagine my parents have already returned to the clan compound. Farewell. Uchiha Jin offered a casual smile. He cast one last indifferent glance at Danzo, then strolled away with complete nonchalance. Danzo. At this moment, he was utterly bewildered. Appreciate my concern. I don't give a damn about your gratitude. Was I worried about you? But, upon hearing that the other Uchiha were currently assaulting the root base, he nearly vomited blood from sheer fury. It all clicked. It finally all made sense. He had kept feeling something was off. Why Uchiha Jin wasn't anxious to rescue his parents, and why he had willingly walked into this trap, even knowing it was one. Now he understood. On one hand, Uchiha Jin had absolute confidence in his own strength. But more crucially, the bastard had turned the trap against its creator, imagining a horde of Uchiha storming into his root base. Danzo's face was twisted with despair, as if he had lost his own father. Damn it! You accursed Uchiha! I, Danzo, will not forgive you. Arg! Having fully grasped the situation, Danzo felt his heart shatter into pieces. He rushed toward the root base with all his might, but by the time he actually arrived, all he could see was a towering blaze rising into the sky, surrounded by ANBU operatives, and at their head the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Root. My life's work. It's all over. No. Gazing upon the raging inferno before him, he spat out a mouthful of blood. And then, he collapsed into unconsciousness. Sarutobi Hiruzen was instantly dumbfounded. Watching Danzo, who had directly spit blood and fallen unconscious, the questions he originally wanted to ask were immediately choked back down his throat. Is Uchiha Jin dead? How many men did we lose? Damn it, couldn't you have finished giving me the details before passing out? But alas. With a helpless sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. Third squad, take Elder Danzo to the hospital. First squad, head to the Forest of Death. I want to know who Root was fighting and the exact casualty situation. The two Umbu squads immediately knelt on one knee. Then one squad carried Danzo and rushed to the hospital, while the other headed toward the Forest of Death. As for this, Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly watched the two Umbu squads leave, then turned to look at the fiercely burning root base, momentarily unsure if he should extinguish the fire. There was no choice. Who knew what was inside the root base? If the Umbu firefighters discovered something they shouldn't see. At that thought, he shook his head. He couldn't afford that cost. After all, he had brought Umbu, not the Sarutobi clan's loyalists, so he naturally didn't dare take that risk. Therefore, at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only pray that Danzo would truly kill Uchiha Jin. Unfortunately, however, first squad returned quickly, their eyes filled with terror. Hokage-sama, so many dead bodies. Many people died at the edge of the forest of death. At least over 300, most of them rogue ninja and missing nin. We even found many bodies wearing Umbu uniforms. The exact numbers and identities require further verification. Also, a huge new fissure appeared near the forest of death. It's unclear what kind of jutsu caused it, but it's likely related to the giant black figure that suddenly emerged there earlier. The Umbu knelt on one knee and began to report in detail. Indeed, the black giant silhouette at the forest of death was so enormous that even though they were far away, they could still see that over 30-meter tall black giant. Not to mention them, even the entire Konoha probably could see that thing. As for this, Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes in contemplation, his mind racing. Although the death toll was indeed alarming, as long as they could kill that bastard Uchiha Jin, these people's sacrifices would be meaningful. So is that Uchiha Jin dead or alive? It's all Danzo's fault for being so alarmist. Couldn't he have told me the truth before passing out? That way I could consider how to handle things next based on the situation. But fortunately, while he had detected the battle at the root base and rushed here with the Umbu, he had also sent his trusted subordinate to the Uchiha clan compound. If Uchiha Jin had really survived, he would know soon. 10 minutes later, an Umbu member approached from afar and spoke in a low voice to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Jin has returned. Hiss. Hearing this answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen's scalp tingled. After giving Danzo so many men, this time Uchiha Jin still survived. Almost instantly, he knew his plans were ruined. The Uchiha would be even harder to deal with from now on. Thinking this, he quickly asked, "How is Uchiha Jin's condition? Did you see him injured or blinded in any way?" There was still a glimmer of hope in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. As for this, the Umbu member respectfully replied, "No, Uchiha Jin is very healthy. Although his clothes were stained with much blood, his steps were steady and there was not a trace of fatigue on his face. His eyes were still bright and piercing." Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank to the bottom. What to do? His mind began to race furiously because almost all of his previous plans were based on Jin's death. Who could have imagined that Uchiha Jin would still be alive? Not to mention other things, the police force alone gave him a headache. Previously in his imagination, as long as Uchiha Jin died, he would directly support Fugaku to take over, and then let Fugaku first fix the police force, at least replacing the Umbu. Then after some time, he would release Shursui and Itachi. Everything would return to how it was. But now the most damnable thing was that Uchiha Jin hadn't died. After pondering for a long time, he slowly spoke. "Dispatch men to find Jiraiya and Tsunade. Try to persuade them to return." "Yes." The Umbu bowed. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen took one last deep look at the blazing root base. He still said nothing, turned and left the place. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Uchiha Jin returned to the clan compound, he saw the Uchiha gathered in the streets. Indeed, they might not know exactly what happened tonight, but with so many clan elites dispatched, and the over 30-meter black giant appearing at the forest of death, they were naturally very worried. Now seeing Uchiha Jin return, they instantly felt a sense of reassurance. "Everyone, it's fine. Please go back and rest. As long as I'm here, the Uchiha will not fall into chaos. Don't worry, sleep peacefully." Uchiha Jin said with a smile. His tone held a reassuring power, and the many anxious Uchiha finally put their hearts at ease. 10 minutes later, back in his own home, Uchiha Jin was greeted by many clan elders and the elite Fritomo members. Many of them had blood-stained robes and various wounds of all sizes, but the moment they saw Uchiha Jin, they all began to speak with delight. "Elder Jin is back. Jin, are you alright? Thank goodness you're back." The people present all spoke. Everyone's faces were filled with smiles, and the previously heavy atmosphere instantly dissipated. Seeing this, Uchiha Jin immediately smiled and said, "Everyone, you've worked hard." As for this, everyone waved their hands, almost unconcerned. Fugaku walked over. "Jin, your parents have been rescued. Their bodies are not seriously injured, but your father's Sharingan was taken. However, we have some spare Sharingan in the clan left by previous Uchiha before their deaths, so I've already replaced your father's eyes with a new pair. But your mother's strength is lower. She only has a 2-tomo Sharingan and cannot use his Anaji, so her eyes were not taken. Oh, and also, we rescued 32 of the Uchiha who had gone missing from the clan compound tonight." Upon learning that his parents were safe, Uchiha Jin breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It seemed his reasoning was correct. If he rose to prominence and revealed his capabilities, Danzo would not truly harm his parents, but would instead keep them as a bargaining chip against him. On the contrary, if he had chosen to storm the root headquarters alone, even with his Mangekyō, whether he could rescue his parents was uncertain, and even if he succeeded, he would be branded a rogue ninja. Thus he would be hunted by the entire Leaf Village, and even the Uchiha clan would pursue him. If he were alone, he would not fear such consequences, and could simply become a rogue ninja. But that was not an option. As a lone rogue ninja, it would be nearly impossible to protect his parents while fleeing. Therefore, Uchiha Jin pondered long in his mind, and ultimately chose to join the radicals. Now at last success was achieved. Though his scheme seemed cold and ruthless, it was the path with the highest probability of success. Thank you. I am grateful to everyone. I owe you all a great debt. Even any further words would seem insincere. Just watch my actions in the future. I promise to make the Uchiha great again. Uchiha Jin spoke with slight emotion. At this moment, he had truly made up his mind and was willing to shoulder the banner of the Uchiha clan. Indeed, previously he had been indifferent to the clan, offering help only when convenient, like the warning he gave to Fuyue during the Ninetales incident. But when he sensed the clan was beyond saving, he prepared to flee without hesitation. Now, however, it was different. He fully understood his debt to the Uchiha. Without the clan backing him, he would have no grounds to contend with the Leaf's higher-ups. A mere Mangekyō Sharingan was far from sufficient. As matters stood now, even though he had eliminated so many Umbu and Root operatives, and the Leaf's higher-ups knew his parents were in the Uchiha compound, the village dared not exploit that fact. His parents' safety relied entirely on the Uchiha's protection. Having realized this, Uchiha Jin truly integrated into the Uchiha clan at this moment. Jin, no need to say more. Elder Jin, this is what we all should do. Yes. Everyone present chimed in. Even Fuyue could not help stepping forward. Without a proper title, one's words carry no weight. I suggest you directly assume the position of clan leader and take over the police department. The others quickly nodded. By now everyone had accepted Uchiha Jin's leadership. There was no objection to him becoming clan leader. But unfortunately, after a moment of deliberation, Uchiha Jin slowly shook his head. No, not yet. One must attend to the duties of the position. The situation is already unstable. Fuyue, you should remain in your role for now. Only after we have truly eliminated the Leaf's higher-ups will it be time for me to assume the clan leadership. With Uchiha Jin's refusal, the others said nothing more. They were well aware that their own judgment was lacking. Since Uchiha Jin had not outright refused, but merely said, not yet, they would simply follow his commands. Even Fuyue chose to accept. No one even asked why, which sufficiently demonstrated the high prestige Uchiha Jin commanded. Jin, tell us. Uchiha Setsuna stepped forward, speaking in a calm tone. What do we do next? Almost instantly the entire room fell silent. Everyone turned to Uchiha Jin, eager to hear if their leader had any other arrangements. In response, Uchiha Jin pondered briefly, then invited everyone to take their seats. He sat at the head. Fuyue took the second seat, followed by the elders, and finally the clan's elite, with 3 Tomo Sharingan. Compared to the clan meetings during Fuyue's tenure, those with only 2 Tomo were not even permitted to sit. As for what to do next, we'll discuss it later. First, let's review the situation. In tonight's clash with Danzo, nearly an entire Umbu battalion was wiped out along with all of Root's elite. Only a few scattered individuals escaped. Yatsushiro, Fuyue, what about your side? Uchiha Jin asked in a calm tone, summarizing his own situation before turning to Fuyue and Yatsushiro. Yes. Even though everyone had prepared mentally, they still couldn't help but gasp in shock. Too powerful. An entire Umbu battalion and Danzo's elite. Eliminated just like that. In response, the group exchanged glances, and then Uchiha Yatsushiro spoke. There weren't many personnel left at the Root base, but the things they did were too filthy. Fuyue and I killed them all. His tone was exceedingly cold. Even Fuyue's face wore a frosty expression. I never imagined the village's higher-ups could be so corrupt. The experiments in Root were too cruel. I saw many missing ninja from the village there, but they were already beyond suffering. They all begged me to kill them. Only our Uchiha clansmen were somewhat better off. Perhaps because Sharingan were valuable, they were treated as precious experimental subjects, so Root handled them more carefully. That's why we were able to rescue most of them today. Tonight's gains were also enormous. Root's mission records, various ninjutsu scrolls, exploding tags, kunai shuriken provisions, and a large sum of banknotes. The goods are miscellaneous and haven't been inventoried yet. Uchiha Jin's eyes lit up. This was good news. Although the Uchiha were a 1,000-year-old clan, they had been suppressed by the Leaf Village, leaving them in dire financial straits. They had been relying on the clan's reserves to survive. With this sudden influx of wealth, things would be much easier. As for going into business, he had never considered it. Though he understood some business tactics and capital operations in this martial world of shinobi, he had no intention of focusing on such matters. Unless the Uchiha truly stabilized, eliminated the Leaf's higher-ups, and he became the 5th Hokage, then he might implement some necessary reforms. Now, what business scheme could be faster than plundering? The Uchiha had deep roots. There was no need for such things. His current goal was singular. Eliminate the Leaf's higher-ups. Until that goal was achieved, he had no interest in any other trivial matters. I see, understood. Sort out these supplies as quickly as possible for future use. Categorize the ninjutsu, and compile the Umbu mission records. They are a trump card if used well. As for the village, ignore it for now. The longer the police department issue remains unresolved, the worse the Umbu's reputation becomes. Time is on our side. I'm quite curious how Hiruzen Sarutobi will find a way out. But if you have nothing better to do, there is one thing you can do. Kakashi Hatake. Since we have nothing to do, let's bleed the Leafs higher-ups a little. It was 2 in the morning. The gathering had truly come to an end, and as they departed, everyone was brimming with excitement, looking as though they were ready to charge into action. Meanwhile, at that moment, Uchiha Jin arrived at his parents' room. Clearly, they had not yet retired for the night. The dark ordeal they had endured in the Umbu was not something that could be erased in just a day or two. Jin, mother finally gets to see you. I've heard everything from the clan about what you've done. You've suffered so much, my child, during this time. You must be tired. Come sit down. In the room, Uchiha Keiko was a beauty around 30 years old. Thanks to the constant training of a kunoichi, her figure and skin rivaled those of any young girl. The moment she laid eyes on Uchiha Jin, her eyes reddened instantly. And on the other side, Uchiha Jin's father Uchiha Tenichi was also around 30, right at the prime of his life. Unlike his mother, however, his father was one of the jonin of the Uchiha clan. As he watched his son enter, his gaze was exceedingly complex. Clearly neither of them had ever imagined that their son would become this formidable. Not only had he awakened the Mangekyō on his own, but he had also won over the entire Uchiha clan. Even the clan head had to heed his words. Honestly, even now they still couldn't believe it. In their eyes, their son had always been quiet and withdrawn since childhood. He had no friends inside or outside the clan, and his strength was rather ordinary. They found it unbelievable that he had even survived the third Great Ninja War. But who would have thought he'd suddenly hit them with something this monumental? Don't worry, I'm fine. Do you blame me for taking so long to rescue you? Uchiha Jin's voice was somewhat hoarse. Although he had his own reasons, he knew that what he had done was indeed not entirely right. He could claim he was wary of the high-ranking officials of Konoha and needed to maintain the persona of not caring about his parents, but as a son, it was truly. Well, however, Uchiha Tenichi patted his shoulder. What you've done is already more than enough. I've heard the full story from the clan. Your mother and I are both proud of you. Yes, Jin. Uchiha Keiko said with a smile, don't feel pressured. Your father and I will always support you. We used to think you just didn't want to play with other kids, but now we understand. Perhaps you had already seen through everything long ago. But while you're busy with work, do remember to think about your personal life. It'd be best if you found a girlfriend soon. Your mother and I are waiting to hold a grandchild. Almost instantly upon hearing those words, Uchiha Jin's expression turned awkward. He truly hadn't expected that even after changing worlds, he'd still face pressure to get married. So he immediately lost the desire to continue the conversation. He made up an excuse for his parents to rest early, then dashed straight back to his own room. This was far too terrifying. He had no intention of considering such matters anytime soon. After all, his struggle against the Konoha High Command was still ongoing. He certainly didn't want to gain another weakness. He didn't bother explaining himself to his parents, knowing full well that explanations would be futile. Even though his parents were still young on such matters, communication was simply impossible. The next morning early, Kakashi with his listless dead fish eyes once again donned his Umbu mask. After the squad assembled, they headed to the Umbu headquarters. The 3-man squad wore numb expressions. They hadn't participated in last night's events as they belonged to the Umbu's 5th division. Moreover, these past few days had drained them completely. The villagers had been driving them to their wits' end. Exhausted, they had simply gone straight to sleep after their shift. So as for the covert clash that unfolded last night, many members of the 5th division weren't really aware of it. Of course, Kakashi had certainly sensed it. However, with the truth behind his father's death now exposed, although he had no immediate interest in pursuing revenge, the problem was that he also had little desire to help Sarutobi Hiruzen anymore. So regarding the clash between the Konoha High Command and the Uchiha, he simply chose to pretend he knew nothing. For now, he only cared about his work. But the thing was, he really didn't want to deal with those trivial, messy affairs of the villagers. He had repeatedly applied to be reassigned to other missions, even the most dangerous ones, and he would have welcomed them gladly. But unfortunately, his application reports were directly rejected by the Hokage's office. Kakashi, I'm about to lose my mind. I really don't want to deal with these missions anymore. Can we resign from the Umbu? I truly don't want to do this anymore. Yamato, walking behind Kakashi, couldn't help but voice his complaints. Yes, he felt that his past experiences en route were nothing compared to the absurdity of the current affairs in the police force. It was utterly child's play. To that, Kakashi rolled his eyes, shrugged, and said in a flat tone, everyone in the 1st division wants to resign. If the Hokage were to approve all of them, the entire village would be thrown into complete chaos. So just endure it. The thing you're hoping for is absolutely impossible. Kakashi saw it all too clearly. Konoha had in a sense dug its own grave. In truth, no other ninja village had a police force. Konoha was the exception. The 2nd Hokage had established that department specifically to corner the Uchiha. On one hand, he let the Konoha villagers freely preach the will of fire. On the other, he imposed strict demands on the Uchiha, deliberately isolating them. And now, the Uchiha had chosen to stop playing along, leaving the village's high command utterly stuck. What to do? After so many years of indulgence, the villagers had long been spoiled into a bunch of troublemakers. They couldn't exactly expect these Konoha ruffians to suddenly transform back into the gentle, obedient folk they once were, could they? And if they tried, what would happen to the will of fire? So there was no solution. Until the village's high command came up with a plan, the Umbu would just have to endure as best they could. Suddenly, just at that moment, the three walking men overheard a conversation. Have you heard? That Hatake Kakashi. What, another rumor? Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly. Yamato and the other Umbu's expressions also grew complicated. The three of them were good friends outside of work, so upon hearing that new rumors were circulating, and that they seemed to involve Kakashi again, they naturally worried for their comrade. Kakashi, Yamato started to speak. But unfortunately, before he could finish, Kakashi cut him off. Don't worry, I'm perfectly calm. But I do need to hear this rumor. At the very least, I should be mentally prepared. Yes, indeed. As for the rumors surrounding his father Hatake Tsukumo, after all this time of settling, he had actually begun to slowly let it go. There was no choice. He was merely an ordinary elite jonin. How could he possibly fight against the entire village's high command? And as for joining the Uchiha faction, he entertained the thought briefly, then promptly dismissed it. Because the Uchiha were too unstable. Did he really want to spark a civil war and tear the village apart? No. He still cared about the village deep down. He didn't want Konoha to fall to ruin. Meanwhile, on the other side, just as Kakashi was lost in thought, the new rumor reached his ears. I heard that when Kakashi was paying respects at his father Hatake Tsukumo's grave, he said something truly astonishing. A few days ago, after learning the truth, Kakashi knelt at his father's grave and said, "Father, my strength is insufficient and your enemies are too powerful. If I can't avenge you, I truly have no face to see you." So, Kakashi pulled out his father's white light chakra saber, tore a strip from his own sleeve with a fierce glare, then stood up and said flatly, "From this day forth, I sever my ties with you as father and son. For this vendetta, you'll have to find someone else. Farewell." Kakashi's expression shifted abruptly. His languid, vacant eyes instantly sharpened like a blade, and a ferocious, killing intent erupted from his entire being. Without a moment's hesitation, he moved to charge forward. But alas, seeing the danger, Yamato quickly wrapped his arms around Kakashi. "Kakashi, don't be impulsive. It's just a rumor. Everyone knows you're not that kind of person. Yugugo, help." Yamato hastily spoke, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He dared not let Kakashi rush over, or things would truly spiral out of control. And at that, Yuzuki Yugugo, snapping back to her senses, also hurriedly blocked Kakashi's path. "Don't do anything foolish. Rumors only grow darker the more you try to refute them. Kakashi, it's best to act as if you haven't heard. If you go argue with them, you'll only make things worse." Kakashi's eyes turned bloodshot. His entire body trembled with rage. This rumor was beyond excessive and utter humiliation to his very being. He had chosen to let go of his hatred only because the village mattered to him. He didn't want to see internal strife tear Konoha apart, leaving a broken shell vulnerable to attacks from other villages. But damn it all, how could they spread such a vile rumor? That he had severed ties with his father because the enemy was too strong, and that he'd told his father's spirit to find someone else to avenge him. Oh, at that thought, Kakashi felt as if he might explode. Yet restrained by his two comrades, he managed to barely calm himself. In the end, Yamato forcibly escorted Kakashi home, while Yuzuki Yugugo went to the Hokage's office. She briefly recounted the incident and casually mentioned that Kakashi would be taking leave. And at that, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated behind his desk, furrowed his brow deeply. He smoked in silence, lost in thought. Troublesome. There was no doubt. This was a move from the Uchiha. But he hadn't expected them to target Kakashi instead of him. What to do? His mind was a tangled mess. The police department issue was still unresolved, and now Kakashi had become a problem. The Uchiha's methods were utterly despicable. Yes, once he truly understood the content of the rumor, he instantly sensed the Uchiha's deep malice. But alas, he sighed in helplessness. Letting out a resigned sigh, he found no good solution. After all, Danzo's failed attempt to overturn the table meant that Uchiha Jin hadn't stormed the Hokage's office. That was already a blessing. Leave? Granted. You and Yamato should take some time off to stay with Kakashi for a few days. Go on. Sarutobi Hiruzen made his decision. He needed to temporarily stabilize Kakashi to prevent him from doing something rash. After all, in the current Konoha, Kakashi was one of the top-tier shinobi. No help for it. Konoha was at its most vulnerable now. And at that, Yuzuki Yugugo was actually quite pleased. The MBU work had been giving her a headache. A few days of normal rest were a welcome relief for her. "Yes, Hokage-sama." Yuzuki Yugugo bowed and withdrew. Shortly after she left, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned his comrades. Danzo kicked open the door of the Hokage's office. His face was still slightly pale. Obviously, upon hearing the rumor about Kakashi, he had leapt from his sickbed and rushed over as fast as he could. "Hiruzen, give the order. Kakashi is unstable. Transfer him to my route. I will train him into a powerful weapon who strictly obeys orders and is willing to die for the village." Danzo was direct, stating his purpose. "Yes." He had long had his eye on Kakashi, but Hiruzen's obstruction had kept him from achieving his goal. Today's incident was perfect. It gave him the perfect excuse to take Kakashi under his wing. Uchiha Koharu hearing this couldn't help but interject, Danzo makes a good point. Kakashi can no longer be trusted. Joining Root would be a decent outcome. Mitokado Hamura also spoke directly, and at that Sarutobi Hiruzen was utterly exasperated. Join Danzo's Root. Danzo had never given up his ambition for the Hokage seat. Even when Hiruzen was reinstated, this very man had attempted to assassinate him. Kakashi, as one of Konoha's strongest shinobi at this stage, was to be handed over to that bastard Danzo. Huh. Was he asking for an early death? Enough. Don't even think about it. Kakashi embodies the will of fire. He must live in the sunlight. I will never agree to him joining Root. Danzo, give it up. Sarutobi Hiruzen was unyielding. Hearing this, Danzo coldly retorted, Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen blurted out. Danzo gnashed his teeth, trembling with rage. Hokage. Again that damned Hokage. If he hadn't been a step too slow back, then perhaps it would be he Danzo uttering those words now. So humph. Danzo snorted coldly and turned to leave. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but call out, Danzo, wait. What is it? Danzo turned his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. The Uchiha have made another move. We need to discuss how to respond. Yes. The police department issue was unresolved, and now Kakashi had become a problem. Since Danzo's attempt to overturn the table had failed, they had to figure out a solution. But unfortunately, Danzo merely replied calmly, I am severely injured and need to rest for a while. You handle this yourself. After all, you are the Hokage. I'm no Hokage. He sneered with utter contempt. The Uchiha's move affected Hiruzen the most. When the sky falls, the tall ones bear the brunt. And right now Hiruzen was the tall one. Why should he bother? He wouldn't even give him Kakashi, yet expected him to keep taking the blame. Dream on. After speaking, Danzo, leaning on his cane, left the Hokage's office and slammed the door shut behind him. Bang. With a loud crash, Sarutobi Hiruzen was covered in dark lines. Good grief. Was Danzo giving up too? What to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively glanced at his two old friends beside him, then after a moment of hesitation, let out a helpless sigh. He shook his head and didn't even bother asking. Because he knew all too well how useless these two old friends were. Forget it, you can go back. Control the rumors in the village. I'll think about the rest. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. And at that, Mitokado Hamura. Uchiha Koho. The two exchanged glances, feeling as though they had been insulted. No help for it. Hiruzen's gesture was essentially ignoring them. But likewise, they truly had no way to counter it, so despite their displeasure, they could only leave in resignation. On the other side, at the Hitaki residence, Kakashi's face was filled with dejection. He looked as if his soul had been lost. With vacant eyes, he seemed to be lost in thought, unaware of what he was pondering. Clearly, this rumor had dealt him a heavy blow. Cheer up, Kakashi. No one will believe those rumors. Everyone knows you're not that kind of person. Yes, Kakashi, don't be sad. His friends had all come over trying their best to console him. But unfortunately, at that moment Kakashi couldn't hear a word. Instead, his true friend Mangekyō said nothing extra, his face losing its usual sunshine and youth, and he fell into a heavy silence. Because he could empathize, fully understanding how devastating this rumor was to Kakashi. He certainly wanted to urge Kakashi to look on the bright side, but the words just wouldn't come out, for he knew Kakashi would never let it go. What to do? He didn't know. He silently stood by Kakashi's side, uttering not a single word the entire time. Time slowly passed. To the exhortations of those present, Kakashi remained, as if his soul had departed, offering no response whatsoever. 2 hours later, everyone gradually left. After all, everyone had their own work and lives. They were no longer in the school days, so naturally, they couldn't stay with Kakashi all day. Guy, you should go back too. I want to be alone for a while. Kakashi spoke, his voice hoarse. Hearing this, Mangekyō opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately chose to stay silent. In the end, he merely nodded, then chose to leave. He could sense his best friend's feelings and felt he should give him some personal space. Thus, the entire Hitaki residence fell silent once more. Kakashi sat blankly on the porch steps, quietly gazing at his father's white fanged short blade, his fingers gently tracing the crack on it. That crack had been made during a battle. Although he had sought the finest repairer, a scar still remained. It was from that very battle that he had completely abandoned the family's sword art. At this moment, he was like a statue. He sat from morning till noon, and from noon till night. When the sky had turned pitch black and the pale moonlight cast down, Kakashi finally murmured hoarsely to himself. Father, it wasn't like that. Those rumors are false. Kakashi's face was ashen and his eyes were grim and obscure. At last, he stood up. First, he split a shadow clone to go buy groceries while he himself went to the kitchen to clean. Yes, since his father's suicide, he had never cooked at home, so the kitchen was naturally covered in dust. Kakashi began to move. His cleaning movements were very gentle, as if caressing a blade. 20 minutes later, by the time he had almost finished cleaning, the shadow clone had returned with the groceries. Kakashi picked up the spatula and cooked himself a meal of 4 dishes and a soup. In the living room at the dining table, looking at the neatly arranged dishes, he felt as if he had returned to his childhood. He first pressed his palms together solemnly. "I humbly partake." After speaking, he took a deep breath and began to eat. At that moment, he ate with great earnestness, his eyes brimming with memories, as if his father were sitting right beside him. Half an hour later, after finishing the meal, Kakashi washed the dishes and chopsticks and put them away neatly. He took one last look at the Hitaki residence, then closed the courtyard doors solemnly, and his gaze instantly became as sharp as a blade. Swoosh! He directly drew the white fang short blade, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty gleam. "Father, wait for me. I will avenge you now, starting with Danzo." After speaking, he pushed the body flicker technique to its limit, turning into a streak of white light and charged straight toward the root base. Along the way, thanks to his concealment, naturally no one noticed him. Half an hour later, at the root base, Danzo was cursing and swearing. "Yamanaka-fu, haven't you cleaned it up yet? I need to know the exact losses. Speed up." Danzo leaned on his cane, his eyes blazing with fury. Root was his life's work, and this confrontation had destroyed it all. Although he carried the most important items on his person, the contents of the root base still represented most of his wealth. So after his falling out with Hiruzen Sarutobi, he gathered the remaining root members and came directly here to begin sorting out the base. And at that, Yamanaka-fu's expression changed. He bowed and withdrew, then began directing the cleanup. His heart was filled with anxiety. Clearly, he had never expected that after going out on a single mission, he would return to find the root base in this ghastly state, and even his clansman Yamanaka-Kumo was dead. He had been busy all day today. Because Root's losses were so immense, nearly all the station personnel had died. He had to urgently summon back operatives from other villages, the capital of the Land of Fire, and other places, as Root's reconstruction depended on them. Furthermore, after the root base was restored, they might even have to recall intelligence agents, for compared to gathering intelligence on other ninja villages, rebuilding the base was the top priority. Yes, for these root members, the village's mission always came second. Helping Lord Danzo rebuild Root was the most important thing. Swoosh! Just then a flash of white light suddenly streaked by. Danzo's heart jolted. He instinctively dodged, only to find his left arm severed. Well, at least it's fine. Fortunately, it wasn't his right arm. With the Sharingan and Hashirama cells, or his overall combat power would have been greatly diminished. "Who's there?" Danzo yelled instinctively, then recognized the attacker. "You're Hitaki Kakashi." In response, Kakashi's eyes flashed with killing intent. He didn't bother to answer, and instead charged straight at Danzo again. "That Hiruzen has made another mistake. Attack! Kill him!" Danzo snorted coldly, leaped backward, and shouted. Immediately, all the root members present dropped their work and rushed at Kakashi. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Earth release, earth spear. Secret technique, mind body disturbance technique. Everyone struck. Kakashi was only an elite jonin. Without Obito's Mangekyō, he could never reach the Kage level. Thus, in just 3 minutes, though he had killed 6 or 7 men, he himself was cornered. There was no choice. His chakra reserves were too meager, especially with the Sharingan, an absolute chakra guzzler, making it impossible for him to last long. Raikiri. Using the last bit of chakra in his body with a sky full of blue lightning, he charged straight at Danzo. He succeeded. Danzo's heart was pierced. He also failed, because 2 minutes later Danzo revived. Izanagi. Although his loss of 3 Tomo Sharingan was severe and collecting Sharingan had become very difficult now, the fact was that Danzo had killed too many Uchiha during the Third War, so he still had some stock. I failed. It seems my life is full of tragedy. Father, don't blame me. I did my best. But this is fine. Let it end here. Kakashi collapsed to the ground, choosing to give up resistance completely. He had done his best. The root members naturally would not let him go, and they charged at him. Just as Kakashi was waiting for death, he suddenly heard a very familiar voice. Gate of opening open. Gate of rest open. Gate of surprise open. Meitikai arrived. At this moment his eyes were as sharp as a wolf's, blue steam rising from his entire body, and the aura he unleashed made everyone present change color. Kakashi, seeing this, immediately said, "Kai, go back. This matter has nothing to do with you. You don't need to get involved." This was his own revenge. Even if he failed and died, he would accept it. But Meitikai was different. He could not drag him into this. In response, Meitikai simply gave a thumbs up and said without hesitation, "My father told me that the 8 gates are only opened for protection. Kakashi is my most important friend. Even if I lose my life, I will protect him to the end. That way, even if I die, I will leave behind proof that I lived as a man. The proud blue beast of my burn your youth." Kakashi was very troubled. Looking at Meitikai before him, his eyes showed a slight stir. He used to think his life was a tragedy, all the important people in his life had died. Now looking back, he realized there was still one friend. A friend who would rather defy the village's high command, and still willing to help him. Meanwhile, on the other side, all the root members instinctively looked at Tuanzang. Tuanzang's eyes narrowed slightly at this, and he said without hesitation, "Kill them, move." Almost instantly, with Tuanzang's command, the root members moved. They did not understand concepts like protection or bonds. Tuanzang's orders were their supreme principle, so they naturally charged at the two without hesitation. My strong whirlwind. My great whirlwind. Youth power prelude. Under the blessing of the seventh gate, Meitikai was terrifyingly strong. Any ninjutsu or techniques of the root members were almost immediately kicked away by Meitikai before they could even form hand seals. However, Meitikai still held back. Even though Tuanzang had said, "Kill them," Meitikai still regarded everyone as comrades. Now he only wanted to save his best friend Kakashi and did not wish to actually kill these village comrades. But unfortunately, those root members clearly did not appreciate it. Even though they were severely injured, they still struggled to get up. Enduring pain, they crawled to thrust the kunai in their hands directly into the throat of the fallen Kakashi. Meitikai enraged. Just as that root member was about to stab Kakashi to death with the kunai, Meitikai completely abandoned the concept of village comrade in his heart and mercilessly kicked that root member to death. Then in just over 10 seconds, he instantly killed over a dozen root members, even causing Tuanzang's heart to bleed as he watched. Damn it! Uchiha Jin had almost wiped out the root members, and now the men he had just brought back from outside were being killed in such numbers by that idiot Meitikai. So he made his move, summoning technique Mengma. A summoning beast resembling an elephant appeared. With a low elephant-like cry, the trunk of Mengma produced a huge suction force. Its massive hoof was raised high, clearly intending to use its enormous size to crush Meitikai to death. Daytime Tiger. A powerful air cannon shaped like a tiger formed, carrying an overwhelming force, and directly blasted Mengma into a mist of blood scattered in the sky. Yes, Mengma didn't even have time to cancel the summoning before being blasted to pieces by a single punch from Meitikai. What? Damn it. How can this guy Meitikai be so strong? Tuanzang was dumbfounded. As an elder of Mai, he had certainly heard of the reputation of that taijutsu idiot Meitikai. But in reality, he had never taken him seriously. However, the power the other had now unleashed thoroughly shocked him. No doubt absolute Kage level. But damn it, why should that idiot Meitikai be Kage level? Even if Yuanfei Risen were here, he would definitely not be a match for this brat, right? However, afterwards he thought it best to beat a retreat. Following the principle of, where there is life there is hope, he immediately began to flee into the distance without a word. Yes. He had no pressure in escaping. After all, for the future of the village, he had to endure humiliation and stay alive. If he died, the village would have no future. So everything for Mai. 2 minutes later, all the root members present were killed by Meitikai. Then he hoisted the weakened Kakashi onto his shoulder and headed straight toward the village. Meanwhile, on the other side, watching Meitikai, who had ended the 8 gates and was weakened, but still carrying him, Kakashi's eyes began to grow extremely complex. To be honest, he really wanted to die. He felt that living was too meaningless, and that was the real reason for his actions tonight. In short, he simply wanted to die intentionally. It would be best if he could kill Tuanzang, but if he couldn't, it didn't really matter. Now, however, it was different. Meitikai's appearance shattered his resolve. Even if he didn't care about himself, he had to be responsible for his best friend before him. Tonight the two of them had attacked Tuanzang, which had clearly cut them off from the Mai High Command. Now and Mai, who could protect them? On one hand, Zilai and Gangsho were not in the village, and even if they were, Kakashi dared not trust them, because the past of these two had proven that they were not worth betting on. The Chinshou clan Xingshu Jiating Duan, and even his own teacher Buofeng Shuimin. These two people had saved none of them. When it came to the life of his best friend Meitikai, considering that guy was still a naive fool, he absolutely could not gamble on that probability. Other ninja clans. They could barely protect themselves, let alone shelter the two. What to do? At this moment, the only one Kakashi could think of was the Uchiha clan. But, should he really do this? Kakashi fell into thought. As they got closer and closer to the village, he finally spoke hoarsely. "Kai, don't go to my house." What? Faced with Kakashi's words, Meitikai was stunned. In response, Kakashi didn't intend to explain, but said calmly, "Go to the Uchiha clan grounds." Why, oi? Meitikai was bewildered. Kakashi pondered for a moment, then said seriously, "Now only the Uchiha can possibly protect us both." But Meitikai wanted to speak. After all, he wasn't really an idiot. Kakashi clearly didn't trust the village. To be honest, he had originally planned to send Kakashi home, and then go directly to report to the Hokage. Kakashi's words naturally made him conflicted. But before he could finish, Kakashi cut him off. "Kai, trust me." Alright, Meitikai sighed. Although he was still a bit reluctant in his heart, he ultimately chose to trust his best friend. And so, the two went straight to the Uchiha clan grounds. In the pitch-black night, a full moon hung high in the sky. A weakened Might Guy carried Kakashi on his back, relying on Kakashi's keen perception to evade countless surveillance from the village's Umbu, directly arriving at the edge of the Uchiha clan grounds. Who goes there? Kakashi Hatake. Might Guy, what business do you have in the Uchiha clan grounds? The moment they entered, they were discovered by a patrol squad of the Uchiha clan. To be honest, if not for the pair's exhausted and disheartened appearance, the Uchiha patrol would have already unleashed a great fireball at them. After all, with Uchiha Jin taking leadership, the Uchiha clan grounds were under the strictest vigilance. Any suspicious intruder would be eliminated. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, his respect for Uchiha Jin rising another notch. Such tight security, completely disregarding the village's reaction. Even after clashing with the village's higher-ups numerous times, they still hadn't truly broken ties, maintaining a minimal level of peace. That was indeed impressive. However, for the two of them about to defect to the Uchiha, in some ways, it was actually a good thing. We've come to seek refuge with the Uchiha. Might Guy and I failed in our assassination attempt on Danzo, and apart from the Uchiha, we have no other path left. Kakashi's tone was steady. He briefly explained the situation, then waited for their decision. Meanwhile, the Uchiha patrol squad exchanged strange glances. Seeking refuge with the Uchiha. That was a novel concept. They knew the Uchiha had a terrible reputation in the village, almost like dirt. Who would have thought someone would willingly join them? However, the squad leader spoke up. You two need to wait a moment. I'll go report to the elders immediately. The rest of you keep an eye on them. And if anyone from the village tries to cause trouble, take them out. With that, he first summoned 3 patrol squads to watch over Kakashi, and Might Guy subtly signaling that they should be protected if danger arose, then headed straight for Uchiha Jin's residence. Meanwhile, Uchiha Jin, who had been about to sleep, was stunned upon hearing the report from the squad leader. Good heavens, so fast. As the originator of the rumor about Kakashi, he knew full well its power. Kakashi couldn't withstand it. Suicide or revenge were both normal outcomes. But the problem was the speed. He hadn't expected the rumor to spread only today, Kakashi to act tonight, and ultimately choose to defect to the Uchiha. However, thinking of Might Guy, he understood a bit. Kakashi might not care about his own life, but with his nature of valuing comrades, he had to consider his friend Might Guy. Well, good. Kakashi was a powerful combatant for the village, and Might Guy was even a pillar of its strength. Who would have thought they'd both fall into his lap? I agree. Send them over to me. Uchiha Jin said immediately. After the patrol squad leader left, he said to Uchiha Suki beside him, prepare 2 guest rooms. We'll have visitors tonight. Uchiha Suki bowed and left. Although she was the late-born daughter of Elder Shun in another world, she could almost be considered a standard rich beauty. However, she bore no trace of spoiledness. She was more like a standard Yamato Nadeshiko. Getting along with her was indeed quite easy. Soon after, Kakashi and Might Guy were escorted in, and the Uchiha squad bowed before leaving to continue their patrol of the clan grounds. Kakashi, Might Guy. We were classmates who graduated together, though we never interacted before. I don't think we need to be overly hypocritical. Since you've chosen the Uchiha, unless the clan is wiped out, you don't need to worry about your safety. Resign from the Umbu. Write a resignation letter later. I'll have it sent to the Hokage's office tomorrow. Uchiha Jin was straightforward. He detested beating around the bush and always said what he meant. Roll out the welcome mat. Share a bed. No need. In the shinobi world, that kind of thing was unnecessary. Besides, these two didn't truly accept him. In short, it was a matter of necessity, mutual warmth. He needed to model them as a benchmark, showing other clan ninjas in the village that the Uchiha were willing to make room for them. As for Kakashi and Might Guy, since they had offended the village's higher-ups, they also needed his protection. Simply put, each took what they needed. Meanwhile, looking at their peer Uchiha Jin, Kakashi and Might Guy felt a pang of emotion. Indeed, if Uchiha Jin hadn't mentioned it, they wouldn't have realized they were all classmates from the same academy. But back in the academy, Uchiha Jin had hardly interacted with anyone, and his studies and ninjutsu were unremarkable, so they had subconsciously overlooked him. Who would have thought? Now he had become the leader of a faction. Alright, understood. We'll follow your arrangements, Jin-sama. I have no objections. However, I hope you can assign us positions, as we also need a source of income. Kakashi didn't stand on ceremony either. He directly stated his request. After all, they were both ninjas who needed to eat and spend. Work was essential. Other than that, there was nothing else, as they were both alone. Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke, Uchiha, and others were still young. In the original story, they wouldn't become their jonin instructors until they entered the academy and graduated. At this stage, they had almost no attachments. That's no problem. But the Uchiha don't have much to do right now, especially the police department, which is almost half paralyzed. I'll give you both the rank of police department squad leader. Tomorrow I'll assign each of you 3 Uchiha squads. You'll guard the clan grounds, focusing on preventing infiltration from the Umbu and Root. If you have free time, you can visit the Uchiha clan school and teach the children. Other than that, just try to integrate into the clan as soon as possible. Uchiha Jin was also troubled. The Uchiha indeed had few industries, so they couldn't provide many job positions. After all, due to their special relationship with the village, food and ninja tools were almost entirely supplied by the Nakomata clan, while money came from the clan's reserves or occasional raids outside. Root, for example. If other clans defected, it wouldn't be an issue. They didn't lack such resources, and they could just move into the Uchiha grounds to live together. But ninjas like Kakashi and Mangekyō were more troublesome. They couldn't be freeloaders forever, and even if the Uchiha were willing to support them, they wouldn't accept it. So jobs had to be provided. After some thought, Uchiha Jin decided to have them attached to the police department. The next morning, bright and early, Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling refreshed once again, took his seat on the Hokage's throne. However, looking at the deteriorating reputation of the Umbu and the report of the police force's continued negligence, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Truly difficult. But for the trust of Tobirama-sensei, he had to persevere and shoulder the burden of Konoha. Although Uchiha Jin was troublesome, he believed that with his own abilities he would eventually resolve the threat of the Uchiha. For now, he would adopt a wait-and-see approach. Temporarily stabilize the Uchiha, wait for the return of Jiraiya and Tsunade. Then it would be his time to shine. Perhaps Jiraiya and Tsunade each had their flaws and refused to heed their teacher's commands, but the problem was that both loved the village, and that was his opportunity to bind them. Sai, just endure. Let the Uchiha be arrogant for a while longer. Only the one who laughs last is the true king. Take it slow. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a somber tone. After finishing, he skillfully lit his 13th new pipe. There was no help for it. Lately he had been getting angry too, often smashing countless pipes. Now thinking back, it was utterly unnecessary. So don't get angry. No one will take your place if you fall ill. In life, one must remain calm. Upon thinking this, a faint smile crept across his face. The police force's negligence, the Umbu's tarnished reputation, Danzo's failed coup. A mere smile sufficed. He was the god of shinobi. Creak. At that moment, Nara Shikaku entered. Hokage-sama. What bad news now? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled faintly. Nara Shikaku was somewhat taken aback. Could the Hokage have gone mad from anger? His mind unhinged. Though inwardly complaining, he nonetheless reported. The Uchiha handed in Kakashi's resignation letter. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. He recognized each character, yet when strung together, they seemed utterly foreign. Kakashi resigning. And submitted by the Uchiha. Almost instantly, a sense of foreboding struck him. He snatched the letter from Nara Shikaku's hands, and his face immediately turned ashen. After a long pause, he spoke coldly. I understand. Very well. Nara Shikaku promptly said, then I shall take my leave. Having said that, sensing Sarutobi Hiruzen's dark mood, he left the Hokage's office without another word. Indeed. Lately, due to Uchiha Jin, Sarutobi Hiruzen's temper had been extremely volatile. Had it not been for urgent business requiring his presence in the Hokage's office, Nara Shikaku truly would have preferred to stay away. Since the matter was concluded, he had no desire to linger. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not stop him. After Nara Shikaku left, he furiously slammed his new pipe onto the desk. Bang! The new pipe met its demise. Umbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly. Immediately, a masked Umbu knelt respectfully on one knee. Hokage-sama. What happened last night? Why did Kakashi suddenly resign? And why did the Uchiha submit his resignation? Sarutobi Hiruzen wasted no words. He voiced his confusion directly, for he truly couldn't fathom why Kakashi would ally with the Uchiha. Could it be merely because of yesterday's rumors? The kneeling Umbu member spoke with utmost respect. Last night, Kakashi failed to assassinate Danzo-sama. Just as he was about to be killed by Danzo-sama, Mangekyō intervened and saved Kakashi's life. Then the two fled directly to the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen shuddered at the Umbu's words. How could this be? He truly couldn't understand. Kakashi was no longer a youth. After years in the Umbu, he should have long known the truth of his father's suicide. His lack of action over the years had led Hiruzen to believe that Kakashi had truly let go of his vengeance. It was one of his proudest achievements, because it proved the success of his will of fire, and why even after Minato's death he still regarded Kakashi as a trusted confidant. In essence, it was about appearances. As long as Kakashi remained by his side, it would demonstrate to all how successful Sarutobi Hiruzen's will of fire truly was. Why had it all been rekindled by that absurd rumor? Kakashi, Mangekyō, these were among the village's few elites, and now they had been handed to the Uchiha for nothing. At this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Hokage-sama. I'll take you to the hospital immediately. The kneeling Umbu panicked. He scrambled to his feet, his face filled with alarm. If Sarutobi Hiruzen actually fainted from anger, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. If others believed he had harmed the Hokage, he would be doomed. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, I'm fine. There's no need for a hospital, my body isn't that fragile. Immediately send word to find Jiraiya and Tsunade and have them return as soon as possible. Indeed, he could not collapse. If this news got out, the village would descend into chaos. Thus, no matter how furious he was, he had to endure. Yes. The Umbu bowed and accepted the order. Without further ado, he left the Hokage's office, resolving to request a transfer as soon as possible. He would rather fight to the death on the border against enemy villages than stay by Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. Damn, that was terrifying. Just a hair's breadth away. If Sarutobi Hiruzen had truly fainted, his fate would have been miserable. Damn, Uchiha and Kakashi, my guy, I misjudged you both. Has the will of fire been fed to the dogs? How could you attempt to assassinate Danzo-sama? Even if he did something wrong back, then you should have magnanimously forgiven him. In this life, who hasn't made mistakes? As long as one can correct in time, we're all working for the village. Why can't we talk it out? And even if you committed a wrong, you should have come to me, the Hokage, to handle it. How could you? How could you defect to the Uchiha? Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered to himself. His face was terrifyingly ashen, and a murderous aura gathered around him. Clearly, he was truly enraged. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nara Shikaku left the Hokage's office, his eyes dark and unreadable. When he reached a secluded spot, he suddenly dispersed a shadow clone toward the clan compound, while he himself returned openly to his own office. 10 minutes later, the shadow clone of Nara Shikaku back at the clan compound directly sent someone to invite Yamanaka and Noichi and Akimichi Choza. Ever since Minato Namake's death and Sarutobi Hiruzen's ascension, the two of them had been largely idle at home. Only Nara Shikaku's mind was still of some use, allowing him to barely hold a nominal position as advisor with a nearly useless office in the Hokage building. Before long, Yamanaka and Noichi and Akimichi Choza entered and took their seats. Nara Shikaku personally began to brew tea for them. Isn't today not a day off? Shikaku, why aren't you at work? How can you be in the mood for tea at home? Could it be that your advisor position has been revoked as well? Yamanaka and Noichi spoke hurriedly. His expression turned quite grim, for the positions of the Inoshikacho had all been revoked, making it difficult to protect the various industries of their clans. Now the three families could barely scrape by in Konoha, relying mainly on Nara Shikaku's reputation as an advisor to hold things together. If Nara Shikaku's advisor status were stripped, could their family businesses still be protected? How would their clansmen survive in the future? To this, Nara Shikaku shook his head with a faint smile. Don't worry, you two. My advisor position hasn't been revoked. Right now I'm just a shadow clone. Almost instantly upon hearing this, the two men, though their worries subsided, grew even more solemn. The fact that Nara Shikaku would urgently use a shadow clone to contact them during work hours showed how serious the matter must be. Shikaku, what happened? Yamanaka and Noichi asked hurriedly. Nara Shikaku did not hide anything. With a sigh, he slowly said, Uchiha Jin survived Danzo's ambush. This morning Kakashi resigned from the Umbu, and what's crucial is that the resignation letter was submitted by the Uchiha. As Nara Shikaku spoke, Yamanaka and Noichi and Akimichi Choza couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. On one hand, Uchiha Jin's strength was beyond their imagination. But more importantly, it was Kakashi. His status was not ordinary. Though he appeared to be alone, he actually had two forces supporting him behind the scenes. The first was Hatake Tsukumo. As the one who had been the most acclaimed candidate for the fourth Hokage, he had successively served as the head of the intelligence division, the captain of the elite Jonin, the head of the Umbu, and even briefly as the frontline commander. In those days, he had many supporters and was even a candidate for the Hokage's mantle. This was also why Sarutobi Hiruzen had been so wary of Hatake Tsukumo resorting to underhanded tactics to eliminate him. Although it has been a long time since Hatake Tsukumo's era, there are still a group of people. Perhaps they are not very conspicuous on ordinary days, but if Kakashi encountered problems, they would definitely help. Of course, this force, due to its age, might not amount to much. But similarly, Kakashi also had a second force, namely the supporters of Minato Namake's back then. As the only surviving disciple of Minato Namake's before Naruto Uzumaki grew up, he inherently had the right to gather Minato's forces. This was also the reason why in the original story Kakashi was able to ascend to the position of the sixth Hokage. Even the current clan heads of the Inoshikacho could be seen as Minato's faction. Otherwise, after Sarutobi Hiruzen regained power, he would not have suppressed their three clans. The vow of the earrings between the Inoshikacho and Sarutobi had long become a matter of form over substance when they chose to support Minato Namake's. But there was no choice. Who could have imagined that such a brilliant and young Minato Namake's would die so early? Therefore, over the years, these two forces had remained invisible and intangible only because Kakashi himself was in a slump, so these people chose to lie low for the time being. So what about now? In Noichi Choza, we can't wait any longer. According to our previous plan, let the clansmen act immediately. And double it. Each of our Inoshikacho clans will split off half of our members, sending them with half of our family resources to immediately join the Uchiha side. Nara Shikaku spoke with a serious tone. To this, Yamanaka and Noichi and Akimichi Choza pondered for a moment, then finally nodded heavily. There was no way around it. Uchiha Jin had proven himself. If they didn't invest quickly, and if Uchiha Jin truly won in the future, would there still be a place for the Inoshikaicho in the future Konoha? Alright, understood. In fact, the personnel and supplies have long been prepared. I'll just go back and give the orders. Akimichi Choza spoke first. When it came to decisions concerning the future of the Inoshikaicho, he considered his own intellect insufficient, so he naturally followed the Nara family's instructions completely. On the other hand, Yamanaka and Noichi couldn't help but speak up. Wait, Shikaku. Uchiha Jin won't be easily fooled. If we just send half our clansmen over, are you sure the Inoshikaicho will have a future? Anyway, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others are finished, and Jiraiya and Tsunade are unreliable. Why don't we just go all in for a big gamble? To this, Nara Shikaku was taken aback. Even though he was just a shadow clone, his thinking was no different from the original, so he immediately began to think carefully. However, after a moment, he shook his head with a firm tone. No, let's stick to the original plan. As they say, plans can't keep up with changes. Didn't we just suffer a loss with Minato? At that time, who could have imagined that Minato, so young and powerful, would become Hokage and die suddenly within less than a year? So let's play it safe. Our primary goal is survival. Only after ensuring survival can we talk about development. Even if Uchiha Jin truly takes the seat of the Hokage, there will eventually be countless matters in the village that require the support of our Inoshikaicho. That will be the time for us to truly exert our strength. For now, let's be steady. Who knows if the seemingly powerful Uchiha Jin might suddenly fail. So hedging our bets, though it may cost us our reputation, can also maximize the chance for our families to survive. Sarutobi Hiruzen's side may seem decadent, but they still hold the hearts of the village, and Tsunade and Jiraiya are still outside. The outcome is still uncertain. Nara Shikaku spoke with a grave tone. Upon hearing this, Yamanaka and Noichi and Akimichi Choza couldn't help but think of that little son Minato Namikaze. In the end, they nodded solemnly. The next morning at dawn, the news of a sudden internal rebellion within the Inoshikaicho clans, followed by half of their members leaving to defect to the Uchiha, once again landed on the desk of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes turned fierce. He didn't even bother to seek out Nara Shikaku, as he could easily guess the true reason behind this. Was it not simply that they sensed his predicament, and for the sake of the Inoshikaicho's future chose to invest in a diversified strategy? Internal strife. The Nara clan were all exceptionally intelligent, and their personalities were naturally indolent, so the internal atmosphere within the Nara clan was quite harmonious, devoid of the petty squabbles that plagued other ninja clans. The Yamanaka and Akimichi clans were much the same. Due to their close ties with the Nara, they rarely oppressed their own members. In all the years of Konoha, there had never been any reported animosity within the Inoshikaicho. And now, as soon as his own side fell into a disadvantage, the Inoshikaicho suddenly erupted in internal strife. Who were they trying to fool? The half that remained ostensibly loyal to him were also merely considering the future of the Inoshikaicho. So no matter who won or lost, the Inoshikaicho would remain unshaken. Sarutobi Hiruzen scoffed inwardly. For now, he would endure for the sake of the greater situation. Once he had dealt with the Uchiha, he would see to it that they were properly disciplined. Yes, he might not be as cunning as Nara Shikaku, but having served as Hokage for so many years, he could see through Shikaku's schemes. Having thought this far, he regained his composure. Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved a new smoking pipe, lit it, and gazed out the window at the village as he smoked. At this moment, he was still the Hokage who had ruled Konoha for decades. Even with the Uchiha spiraling out of control and the Inoshikaicho wavering, he had not lost his bearings. Just then, on the windowsill of the Hokage's office, a man clad entirely in white fur appeared. He wore wooden clogs on his feet, exuding an air of unrestrained elegance, with a forehead protector bearing the character oil hanging from his brow. Leaping down from the windowsill into the office, he spoke in a frivolous tone. "Old man, after all these years, you haven't changed a bit." "Spill it. Why the urgent summons? What's happened now?" In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a sigh of relief upon seeing this man. Jiraiya. His feelings toward this disciple of his were complex. The man genuinely cared for the village and would surely step in if it faced trouble. But at the same time, his mind was consumed with the search for the child of prophecy, which left Sarutobi rather exasperated. Still, never mind. This was not the time for such matters. He didn't even bother to remind Jiraiya to use the front door. After briefly recounting the recent events in the village, he cut straight to the point. "Jiraiya, stay. I've grown too old, though I can no longer steady the village. Only if you become the 5th Hokage can the village truly find peace." Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with earnest sincerity. He genuinely hoped Jiraiya would take the position, as the man was a political knife, allowing him to pull the strings from behind the scenes. Moreover, given Jiraiya's prestige, the other clans would show respect. At that point, the village would be stable and his own power would remain intact. A single stone killing countless birds. More importantly, Jiraiya had no lust for power. Once he trained Asuma to take over as the 6th Hokage, everything would be set. But unfortunately Jiraiya didn't even hesitate before shaking his head. Old man, give it up. I will never become Hokage. I have more important things to do. But the Uchiha, I'll go talk to him first. With that, Jiraiya, unwilling to waste more words with Sarutobi, Hiruzen headed straight for the Uchiha clan grounds. However, originally intending to barge in, Jiraiya sensed the dense network of visible and hidden sentries, as well as the patrol teams in sight, and ultimately decided to announce himself properly. Otherwise, he estimated that they would have to fight before any talk could begin. The Uchiha respected strength. Thus, upon learning Jiraiya's identity, they did not give him trouble. After obtaining Uchiha Jin's consent, they led him directly to Jin's courtyard. In the front hall's reception room, Uchiha Yu served them tea, then bowed and left the room. Uchiha Jin didn't bother to entertain Jiraiya. After downing the tea in one gulp, he said to the man before him, "You shouldn't have come. This has nothing to do with you. Just go find your child of prophecy. Why meddle in this muddy business?" Jiraiya remained silent, pondering. Finally, after finishing his tea, he spoke directly, "I have my reasons. Let's get down to business. I've heard the situation from the old man, but I'd like to hear the Uchiha's side. I still hope we can all sit down and talk things out. The village belongs to everyone, there's no need for such tension." Jiraiya's tone was grave. He could feel the chaos and strain in the village and genuinely wished to restore peace. In response, Uchiha Jin shook his head. "Coming to me is pointless. The Uchiha are merely acting in self-defense. If the village stops persecuting the Uchiha, apologizes for past wrongs, and brings the guilty to justice, then all conflicts can be resolved. But likewise, if the village continues to play tricks, the Uchiha will drag Konoha down with them, even if it means the clan's annihilation." Uchiha Jin's tone was resolute. He held no goodwill toward Jiraiya, a man fooled by toads unto death, capable, yet cowardly. If Jiraiya had truly been willing to become the 5th Hokage, he might have thwarted Jin's plans. But unfortunately he couldn't. Thus Uchiha Jin merely exchanged platitudes with Jiraiya. For example, Jiraiya pressed, "What has the village done to persecute you?" "Too much." Uchiha Jin shook his head. "It's endless. Go find out for yourself. If you truly want to do something, first return the Mangekyō Sharingan in Danzo's right eye, and the several Tomo Sharingan in his arm. I don't care about the Hashirama cells on Danzo's body, since Tsunade Senju doesn't care, and the rest of the Senju have been all but wiped out. But the Sharingan is different. Though the Uchiha were nearly annihilated by the village's high council, now that I, Uchiha Jin, have taken charge, I will seek justice for my clan." Zillai fell into silence. He was not ignorant of the darkness of the village. This was precisely why he chose to leave the village directly and roam the world in search of the savior. He was not privy to Danzo's affairs, but he knew Danzo was certainly capable of such deeds. Therefore at this moment he did not lose his composure. Moreover, he had never thought of reasoning with Sarutobi Hiruzen, nor had he ever considered actually eliminating Danzo, the darkness of Konoha. Nonsense. If he had such ability and resolve, he would not have needed to leave the village in disappointment, placing his final hope on the future savior. "So sigh." After a helpless sigh, Zillai slowly spoke. "Jin, take a step back. I guarantee Danzo will not act recklessly from now on. For the sake of the village, you Uchiha must endure. The current Konoha is in a state of transition, and the threat from hostile ninja villages still exists. Although the war seems to have ended, the border between Konoha and Cloud remains in a standoff, and a peace treaty has yet to be signed. I know the Uchiha have suffered grievances, but for the sake of the village you should still take a step back." Zillai's tone was stern. His eyes were extremely sincere, containing a trace of apology, but more determination. As for this, Uchiha Jin was completely dumbfounded. What a guy. Really a piece of work. You can't handle the village's upper echelons, so you think the Uchiha are easy to bully. However, similarly, he didn't feel too angry. After all, he had long known what kind of person Zillai was. Under the circumstances, was there any need to get angry? So Uchiha Jin directly picked up his teacup, then pointed to the door with his left hand. "Goodbye, no need to see me off." Indeed. Since they had reached this point in the conversation, what was the point of continuing? Meanwhile, Zillai felt humiliated and immediately slammed the table hard. "Uchiha Jin, is there really no room for negotiation?" "Get lost," Uchiha Jin said without any nonsense. "Haha, do you really think you, the legendary Sannin of Konoha, hold any significant place in my heart? Do you think you're the red-haired Shanks from next door possessing the godlike ability of the face fruit? What a joke. Making me Uchiha step back? I'll step back on your head." Unfortunately, however, Zillai also refused to back down. He directly said, "Even for the sake of the village, I will definitely stop you." "I don't care, I don't mind." Uchiha Jin said sternly, "I'll say it one last time. The Uchiha have already prepared for the extinction of our entire clan, and I have long given my final orders to the clan members. If war breaks out with the village, the first step is to annihilate the Sarutobi clan. If the Sarutobi clan is wiped out, and the Uchiha are not yet extinct, then the second targets are the Zhuanshin Shuohuman and Jichuan clans. If we kill all of them and still haven't perished, then next will be the ordinary civilians. Until the entire clan is wiped out. Fuyue and I, both Uchiha who have awakened the Mangekyō, will then completely hide in the shadows and hunt Konoha ninjas. Unless Konoha is prepared to never leave the village for missions for the rest of its life, we will kill one for every one who leaves and kill two for every two. Of course, I don't think Konoha can last until then, because the Uchiha's extinction will inflict such massive losses on Konoha that it most likely won't be able to withstand attacks from other ninja villages. The core is just one sentence: if the Uchiha cease to exist, then Konoha also has no reason to exist. If you Zillai want to make a move, the entire Uchiha clan will be ready. If you want to play, then go ahead. Uchiha Jin was quite direct. He gave Zillai no face at all, directly issuing an ultimatum. As for this, Zillai was completely stunned upon hearing it. He could tell from Uchiha Jin's eyes that this guy was not joking with him. He was truly prepared for death and clan annihilation. The other party would not back down. This was troublesome, because if it really came to that, the village would surely be reduced to rubble. What to do? Zillai, upon thinking this, was instantly at a loss. After pondering for a long time, he spoke again. For the sake of the village, can't the Uchiha take a step back? The same words to you, Uchiha Jin said with a curl of the lip. For the peace of Konoha, you should persuade Sarutobi Hiruzen to take a step back. It's all for Konoha. Why can't the village step back? Zillai was instantly awkward. Because he had never thought of this before in the past, it was always about making other ninja clans and ninjas step back for the village. So for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. And as for this, looking at the completely dumbfounded Zillai, Uchiha Jin spoke again. You are far inferior to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The current situation in the village is not something you Zillai can change. Take my advice, go find your savior. A guy like you lacking resolve is doomed to be unable to resolve the village's situation. Finally, don't forget, back then Hashirama Senju used the position of Hokage as a bargaining chip to persuade the Uchiha to join Konoha. Otherwise, the Uchiha would not have come to Konoha in the first place. At that time, the village reneged, and we Uchiha endured it. Later, when Tobarama Senju came to power, he said he would establish a Jonin council to vote. Whoever wins, everyone's support becomes Hokage. The Uchiha endured again. But when Tobarama Senju died, he directly abandoned the Jonin council vote. This double standard towards the Uchiha. We still endured it. So Zillai, listen up. Hiruzen Sarutobi came to power by Tobarama Senju's appointment, relying on Mito Uzumaki to put him in the Hokage seat, not through the Jonin voting system that Tobarama Senju established. From this point of view, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself is not clean either. As a member of the second Hokage's guard squad, his duty should have been to die for the Hokage. Who would have thought that when the Hokage died, he shamelessly became the third Hokage? Who was he trying to embarrass? Uchiha Jin was relentless. After all, he had long since burned bridges with the village's upper echelons. Zillai's allegiance was bound to side with Sarutobi Hiruzen. In that case, what was there to say? Meanwhile, on the other side, Zillai's expression was also quite grim. After a long silence, he spoke coldly. I don't want to talk about the past. Why not talk about it? Uchiha Jin immediately retorted. I insist on talking about it. And I'm going to talk about it loudly so that the whole village can hear. Hearing this, Zillai felt stifled. Damn it. Can't he let me finish? Thinking this, he directly said, less nonsense, let's fight. We're both ninjas, let's settle things with a fight first. As for this, Uchiha Jin did not take the bait. He merely gave Zillai a cold glance and said with great disdain, I have no time to fight with someone who can't even make decisions first, because it holds no meaning for me. Even if I win, I gain nothing. So if you dare to lay a hand on me, it will be regarded as Konoha declaring war on the Uchiha. Then the entire Uchiha clan will immediately and without hesitation attack the Sarutobi clan. Uchiha Jin radiating sheer dominance. Did he truly believe that the reputation of the legendary Sannin would compel him to back down? Not a chance. Even if Tsunade herself stood before him, he would still refuse to show any deference. What nonsense. As he had just stated, the Uchiha owed Konoha nothing. Rather, it was Konoha that owed the Uchiha a great debt. Jiraiya's current rhetoric might sway a fool like Fugaku, but it held absolutely no sway over Uchiha Jin. Out-argued, so he simply stops the discussion. Unbelievable. He comes to discuss compensation and apologies, yet drags in the will of fire. I point out that Hiruzen Sarutobi's rise to power was dubious, and hardly clean, casting doubt on his so-called will of fire, and then he has the audacity to threaten me with a fight. And then he claims he doesn't want to discuss the past. Who gave you the right to dismiss it? Since you've chosen to play rough, don't blame Uchiha Jin for discarding decorum. It was fortunate that Uchiha Jin lacked the eternal Mangekyō. He also had to be wary of the Azura Chakra within Naruto Uzumaki, fearing that killing Naruto would draw out the hidden sage of 6 paths. Moreover, he worried that heavy losses in Konoha would weaken its ability to defend the Land of Fire. Destroying Konoha would indeed be easy, but the shinobi world's balance was already set. He still had to consider the clan's long-term survival. An isolated Uchiha clan, without the eternal Mangekyō and the village's protection, could hardly withstand external threats. Otherwise, did you think he actually wanted to negotiate? He would have already taken control of the Nine Tails and unleashed a tailed beast ball barrage on Konoha. Uchiha Jin, have you no will of fire? Are such threats permissible? You're asking for death. Jiraiya's fury erupted. For the first time, a murderous glint flickered in his eyes, clearly provoked by Uchiha Jin's audacity. To him, Konoha was everything. He would never allow anyone to harm it. In the original story, even Tsunade had nearly triggered his murderous intent. Thus, facing Uchiha Jin before him, he shed all his previous amiability, genuinely prepared to resort to violence now. However, it was a pity. Uchiha Jin's face was filled with mockery, his arms crossed, a sneer on his lips. Angry. What right do you have to be angry, Jiraiya? Who do you think you are? Did you truly believe I, Uchiha Jin, would fear you, a legendary Sannin? You came to me preaching peace. When asked to compensate the Uchiha, issue a public apology, and execute Danzo, you failed to deliver. Instead, you resort to preaching this accursed will of fire, demanding my clan put the village above all. You want to talk about the will of fire? Fine, let's discuss the legitimacy of Hiruzen Sarutobi's ascension. But then you claim it's too old a story, refusing to discuss it, and suggest we settle it like shinobi with a fight. What's the matter? Are the Uchiha that easy to bully? If I killed the Sarutobi clan right now and slew your disciple's son Naruto Uzumaki, would you, for the sake of the will of fire and the greater good, choose to forgive my clan? Let me tell you, Jiraiya, I despise people like you the most. When others bully my clan, we must be magnanimous and forgive. But when my clan dares to strike first, especially after you've threatened violence, you can't handle our righteous retaliation. Now that the Uchiha are preparing to act, and only as a defensive response to your aggression, you find it unbearable. What a joke. Get lost, you hypocrite. If you truly enrage my clan, I'll go find Naruto Uzumaki right now and use the Nine Tails to bombard Konoha with a tailed beast ball barrage. Don't you forget I possess the Mangekyō. What that masked man could do on the night of the Nine Tails attack, I, Uchiha Jin, can just as easily control the Nine Tails. Uchiha Jin remained utterly indifferent. Did Jiraiya think his anger would frighten him? In that instant, he voiced all his thoughts without hesitation. Playing an open game, he wasn't afraid of his intentions being known. He simply used the harshest words to make Jiraiya understand he was not to be trifled with. He laid out all his thoughts without hesitation, for he played an open game and feared not having his intentions known beforehand, using the sharpest words to make Jiraiya realize he was not to be trifled with. Jiraiya. At this moment, he was utterly stunned. Gazing at Uchiha Jin, who appeared even more enraged than himself, he was honestly taken aback. In that moment, he truly understood. No wonder his master had summoned him back. With the ferocity Uchiha Jin was displaying, the village was practically sitting on a powder keg, and any single spark could ignite a civil war. Still, he couldn't help but ask, how do you know the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is Naruto Uzumaki? Jiraiya, you're truly dense. Uchiha Jin scoffed. You should be asking who in the village doesn't know. The village's higher-ups have openly called Naruto a fox demon. Even the common civilians know. Besides the Nine Tails, is there any other fox demon in Konoha? Enough, get out. I truly cannot stand the sight of you. A man who couldn't protect his own student nor cares about his student's son, and still has the nerve to preach to me about the will of fire. Absolutely ridiculous. You see our guest out. Having said that, Uchiha Jin rose gracefully and headed directly towards the backyard. Clearly, he was deeply irritated by Jiraiya. This type of typical fantasist was even worse than Hashirama's idealism. They set their dreams too high, never grounded in reality. A man like this belonged with Naruto Uzumaki. He shouldn't have wasted his time meeting Jiraiya today. Damn it. 2 hours wasted and not a single goal achieved. Talking with a waste like Jiraiya was less productive than negotiating with Hiruzen Sarutobi. At least every meeting with Hiruzen yielded some substantial benefits. And Jiraiya, a pauper, a man with nothing to offer except that blasted will of fire, he wasn't even worthy of a conversation. He would be better off spending this time returning home to nurture his ocular power. After all, during the recent battle with Danzo, he had expended a full 10% of his ocular power. Although his recovery speed was several times faster than before, due to constant use of his jutsu, the loss this time was substantial. According to Uchiha Jin's estimate, it would take at least a month and a half of careful nurturing to fully recover. Meanwhile, on the other side, witnessing Uchiha Jin's departure, Jiraiya stood frozen, his mouth opening as if to speak, but failing to produce a sound. Finally, under the courteous farewell of Uchiha Yue, he could only leave Jin's courtyard in dismay. However, just as he was about to leave the Uchiha clan grounds, he was startled to see many members of the Nara, Kimichi, and Yamanaka clans seemingly shopping for food on the streets, appearing to reside there. What baffled him even more was the sight of Kakashi and Might Guy. Wait. Jiraiya rubbed his eyes, murmuring to himself involuntarily. An illusion. Yes, it must be an illusion. How could the Inoshikacho clans and Kakashi possibly be in the Uchiha district? After a moment, Jiraiya took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, he was completely stunned, standing frozen in place. The figures of the Inoshikacho were still there, and Kakashi was also present. He could even hear Might Guy's youth shouts as he trained. Jiraiya was utterly bewildered. At this moment, he could no longer contain himself, and immediately approached Kakashi. Kakashi, what's going on with you and the Inoshikacho? Why are you all gathered in the Uchiha clan compound? Do you have some special mission? Jiraiya asked, clearly still finding it hard to believe even now. Indeed, whether it was the Inoshikacho or Kakashi, they were all supposed to be staunch supporters of the Hokage faction. How could they possibly join the Uchiha? And regarding this, Kakashi, who was on duty, couldn't help but pause for a moment when he saw Jiraiya. Clearly, he hadn't expected Jiraiya to have returned to the village. However, in response to Jiraiya's inquiry, he calmly replied, "No special mission. We've all pledged allegiance to the Uchiha." Why? Jiraiya was shattered. Even though he had been sharply rebuked by Uchiha Jin, he hadn't been terribly angry. After all, he was well aware that Uchiha Jin was a smart man, not one with a mind full of muscle. Such a person, though more dangerous, would not dare to start a war lightly, unless he had a sure win or was truly cornered. But the problem was that the sight of Kakashi and the Inoshikacho right before him truly broke his composure. If even the Inoshikacho and Kakashi, both loyal to the Hokage faction, one by one chose to defect to the Uchiha, then he would feel utterly hopeless about the village's future. And regarding this, Kakashi remained silent for a long time before calmly saying, "I assassinated Elder Danzo. Kai was also implicated. Only the Uchiha can protect us." He offered no explanation, too lazy to mention the difficulties. He simply stated the matter-of-factly without any intention of convincing Jiraiya. But Jiraiya understood. Although he disapproved of his teacher's actions, he was not a fool by nature, otherwise he could not have become the frontline commander during the Third Shinobi World War. He was actually well aware of many things happening in the village. It was just that he always hoped others would deal with these issues while he himself acted like an ostrich, staying far away from the village and leaving everything to time, or perhaps a savior who might appear in the future. So he understood Kakashi. Because although Kakashi seemed dispirited, he was still essentially a smart man. Especially during his years in the Umbu, he must have seen plenty of the village's dark side, and certainly understood his teacher better. If it truly came down to a choice between Danzo and Kakashi, Hiruzen Sarutobi would definitely choose Danzo. Then, Kakashi, who had assassinated Danzo, could only be protected by the Uchiha. As for himself, not to mention Kakashi, even he didn't believe in himself. A wanderer who had long been away from the village, what right did he have to protect Kakashi? He couldn't just take Kakashi on a journey across the entire ninja world, could he? After pondering for a long time, he sighed and asked, "Why did you suddenly assassinate Danzo?" "To avenge my father," Kakashi said lazily, casually. Hearing this, Jiraiya fell silent. Tsukumo Hatake. So that was it. Although Jiraiya had long been away from Konoha, he was still part of the absolute core of the village. If he hadn't been unwilling to go along with the corruption, his status would not be inferior to Danzo's. Thus, the truth behind Tsukumo Hatake's suicide certainly could not be hidden from him, one of the legendary Sannin. Even Tsunade and Orochimaru back then were fully aware of the inside story. Jiraiya even remembered that after Tsukumo Hatake's suicide, Tsunade had said in the izakaya, "The old man messed up." Serves him right. What a pity about Tsukumo Hatake, such a good shinobi. Yes. All three of them knew very well that Hiruzen Sarutobi hadn't intended to kill Tsukumo Hatake. It was just that Tsukumo posed a threat to the Hokage, so he had to be discredited. If Tsukumo Hatake had swallowed this bitter pill and completely tainted himself with darkness, Hiruzen would have still promoted him. But unfortunately, Tsukumo Hatake was a man of unyielding integrity, and in the end, he proved himself with his suicide. For a moment, looking at the languid Kakashi before him, Jiraiya didn't know what to say. Although he couldn't understand why Kakashi, who had long let go of all this, suddenly wanted to retaliate against Danzo, what could he say when it was avenging his father? Continue talking about the will of fire. He could discuss it with a stranger like Uchiha Jin, but with someone close like Kakashi, he couldn't quite bring himself to say it. So with a sigh of helplessness, he patted Kakashi on the shoulder and left directly. And regarding this, Kakashi merely glanced at Jiraiya lightly, then turned around and continued with his own business. Yes, he had to admit that Jiraiya was indeed a good person. However, unfortunately, he was not a reliable elder nor a leader worth following, because he couldn't even protect his own people, so naturally, he couldn't earn everyone's loyalty. So it was best to just stick with the Uchiha. After all, Uchiha Jin had good character, and it seemed his chances of winning were high. Jiraiya appeared somewhat leisurely. He strolled around the Uchiha clan compound like this. Of course, the Uchiha didn't drive him away, since they had no rule forbidding others from visiting the Uchiha compound. Actually, no ninja clan had such a rule. It was just that there was a special unspoken understanding among ordinary civilians and ninja clans. But essentially, as long as one didn't go into the restricted areas of the clan, the Uchiha wouldn't interfere. Not to mention Jiraiya, even if a civilian came, as long as they followed the rules, the Uchiha wouldn't drive them away. Before long, the more Jiraiya walked around, the more solemn his expression became. The Uchiha's defenses were too heavy. Dense sentries, both overt and covert patrol teams everywhere, all composed solely of Jonin. Where were the Chunin and Genin? He couldn't help but grab a random Nara clan member and ask out of curiosity. And regarding this, the Nara clansman who was grabbed upon seeing it was Jiraiya cautiously said, "The Uchiha's Chunin and Genin have almost all gone to the police force." Jiraiya's mouth twitched. The village's security, such a critical issue, was all left to a group of Chunin and Genin, while all the Jonin stayed in the clan compound. However, he shook his head and didn't bother to say more, because he knew very well that this was a preparation for war with the village at any time. Suddenly Jiraiya's eyes lit up. He directly caught up with a figure ahead and draped his arm around his neck. "Shikaku, I never expected you to defect to the Uchiha too. Come on, let's talk." Jiraiya was quite pleased. Kakashi was just an ordinary ninja, his knowledge limited, so he didn't bother asking questions. Now perfect. The Nara Shikichi before him was someone he knew quite well. Back in the frontline camp during the Third War, this man had been his strategist and logistics chief, so their bond was actually not bad. However, upon seeing Jiraiya before him, Nara Shikichi was rather displeased. Being dragged out to work by his clan head was already irritating enough, but now he had to run into someone even more annoying, Jiraiya. After a moment's thought, he couldn't help but say, "I'm with the Uchiha faction now, so it's not appropriate for us to be seen together. You should go find my cousin instead, he's the village faction's man." Unfortunately for him, Jiraiya paid no heed and forcibly dragged Shikichi away. Nara Shikichi. His heart churned with irritation. Yes, he had clearly expressed that he had joined the Uchiha and shouldn't be seen too close to Jiraiya. But to his surprise, Jiraiya didn't care about his predicament at all, nor did he consider how Shikichi would explain things to the Uchiha later. This made Shikichi's opinion of Jiraiya plummet. Nevertheless, despite his inner turmoil, his face betrayed nothing. As someone chosen by Nara Shikaku to lead a new faction, his intellect was no less sharp than Shikaku's own. And so, maintaining his usual lazy demeanor, he invited Jiraiya to his residence. After simply pouring him a cup of tea, he dispensed with pleasantries. "Jiraiya-sama, please get to the point. I have matters to attend to later." He was quite direct. First, this was Jiraiya, and Nara Shikichi certainly didn't want to offend him. However, given his current position, he also couldn't afford to be too close to him. Thus, as a clan leader, he could offer a semblance of respect on the surface, but he had to maintain a sufficient distance and get rid of Jiraiya as soon as possible. On the contrary, his immediate concern was how to explain things to the Uchiha later. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, with his keen perception, noticed Shikichi's displeasure, but simply didn't care. After all, in his eyes, someone who had abandoned the will of fire was lucky not to be killed on the spot. If it weren't for the significant impact it would have on the situation, he would have resorted to violence long ago. This was precisely why he adopted such a hardline stance, completely disregarding Nara Shikichi's feelings. "Alright, just tell me simply what exactly happened in the village. Why did the Ino Shikicho choose to side with the Uchiha, and what's the current status of the Uchiha? Give me this information and I'll leave immediately." Jiraiya was quite direct in his approach. He didn't quite trust what his teacher said, and he trusted Uchiha Jin even less. So even though Nara Shikichi had defected to the Uchiha, he believed the Nara clan were all intelligent people, and he had personally dealt with the man before him. Therefore, he concluded that even if this guy had sided with the Uchiha, he wouldn't dare to deceive him. Jiraiya. After all, not everyone in Konoha was as tough as Uchiha Jin, daring to clash head-on with him. No kidding. He was after all one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, a title recognized by the demigod of the shinobi world, Hanzo of the Salamander. Indeed, this wasn't the era of giant war machines. In this time, before the Akatsuki's major operations, Hanzo still held a formidable reputation in the ninja world. It proved to be true. Despite his irritation, Nara Shikichi eventually began to explain. It started with Uchiha Jin's parents being captured by Root, which triggered his Mangekyō Sharingan, and led to a series of assassination battles against Root. "Kill one of my Uchiha today, and I'll take 2 of your Root members tonight." And so, Uchiha Jin carved his path with slaughter, and with his Mangekyō, he completely won over the radical faction of the Uchiha. Subsequently, during the confrontation with the village's higher-ups, for reasons unknown, the elders backed down. The Anbu and Root units surrounding the Uchiha district were withdrawn, and Uchiha Jin gained even more support thanks to this victory. Later on, the assassination war between Uchiha Jin and Danzo escalated. The radical faction was well prepared, so they suffered almost no casualties. But Fugaku, having chosen to trust Hiruzen Sarutobi, led the moderate and neutral factions into a devastating massacre by Danzo. It was precisely because of this that most chose the radical faction, leaving Fugaku completely isolated and powerless. Once he had control over the entire Uchiha clan, Uchiha Jin used the police force as a stepping stone, clashed with the village's higher-ups, and ultimately forced them to concede. Uchiha Jin, having reclaimed the clan's land, naturally saw his prestige soar even higher. As for the current village, with the police force slacking off, the ANBU had no choice but to pick up the slack, causing their reputation to suffer as well. The village's higher-ups were completely at a loss. There seemed to have been a major battle in the Forest of Death a few days ago, but since Narashikichi's rank wasn't high enough, he didn't know the details. In short, Narashikichi offered no commentary, simply relaying the things he should know to Jiraiya. Anything else? He didn't know. If you wanted to know more, you'd have to investigate yourself. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's expression grew increasingly grave as he listened, his face darkening. He could sense how troublesome Uchiha Jin was. His teacher might not be a good person, but he was certainly skilled. Forcing his teacher into such a corner without resorting to force was a testament to Uchiha Jin's extraordinary abilities. After pondering for a moment, he said, "A few more questions." "Go ahead." Narashikichi nodded. Jiraiya asked, "The police force is being negligent. The Hokage just tolerates it." "The police force has its own explanation," Narashikichi began slowly. "They cite the overwhelming number of complaints, so they must strictly follow legal procedures, which naturally requires a great deal of time. For instance, if you hit me and I file a complaint, the police force would need to investigate, right? Are there witnesses? Is there physical evidence? How severe is the injury? Witnesses need to give statements, but civilians are afraid of trouble, worried about retaliation from the perpetrator after release. Physical evidence. Even harder. Where would an ordinary civilian find physical evidence? For injury assessment, you'd have to go to Konoha Hospital and get an official report. In short, the process is extremely troublesome. Dragging it out for a year or two is easy. It's not like the police force only has this one case. If you want to wait for them to handle it, you'll be waiting a long time. You'd probably be dead before they even get to it. But it's legal." Jiraiya was dumbfounded, frozen in place. Good grief. That actually works. Subsequently, he inquired about several more issues, and Narashikichi answered them all. However, as he listened on, Jiraiya found it increasingly hard to bear. Because he heard about the propaganda war between both sides, and more specifically the rumors spread by the Uchiha. Rumors that Hiruzen Sarutobi's ascension was illegitimate, conspiracy theories surrounding Nawaki Dan Kato Sakumo, and others claims that he deliberately killed Minato Namikaze to reclaim his seat, and that the Senju and Uzumaki clans were wiped out through his machinations. Hearing all this, Jiraiya's heart nearly stopped. What followed was a bone-chilling coldness. He had thought his teacher was unscrupulous, but upon deeper reflection, if these rumors were true, then Hiruzen Sarutobi was truly despicable. Of course, what frightened Jiraiya even more was the feeling that Uchiha Jin hadn't yet played all his cards. He had only spread rumors about cases where all parties involved were long dead. The matters where the victims were still alive, he was holding tightly, waiting for the right moment to unleash them. Like the truth about Naruto Uzumaki's parentage, the village's dark experiments. Just thinking about it made Jiraiya's scalp tingle. Beyond that, he finally fully understood the reason behind Kakashi's vengeance. The rumors spread by the Uchiha were a psychological assassination aiming to destroy the spirit. Any normal person would feel compelled to seek revenge, even at the cost of their own life. Otherwise, even if they seemed alive physically, they would be dead in spirit. Jiraiya could understand Kakashi's actions. But the problem was, what could be done? Even though he could see through Uchiha Jin's tactics, he couldn't think of a countermeasure. Thus, at this moment, Jiraiya felt even more troubled than before. Half an hour later, Jiraiya with a heavy heart slowly left the Uchiha clan grounds and made his way onto the village streets. Then, he was utterly stunned. Compared to the harmony and tranquility within the Uchiha clan grounds, the village was now in complete disarray. He had barely crossed 2 main streets when he witnessed 7 or 8 quarrels, 2 of which had even escalated into outright brawls. Furthermore, ANBU agents were visible everywhere, yet they, having just taken over the police force, were obviously incapable of handling these crises. For one, they could not be impartial. The Uchiha, regardless of who backed them, even the Sarutobi clan of the Hokage himself, would be arrested if they erred. The ANBU, however, clearly could not do the same. But more importantly, they were annoyed and resentful. Initially, they tried to counsel patiently, but as time passed, their true ANBU nature was fully exposed. If you had the backing of a ninja clan, you were fine. Otherwise, they would seize you without a second thought, and their methods were far harsher than the Uchiha, skilled as they were in the arts of killing. This hypocritical behavior only deepened the civilians' resentment. Jiraiya witnessed one villager in a fit of rage curse an ANBU to his face. The ANBU responded with a single slap, breaking the civilian's arm, then promptly handcuffed him and dragged him away. There was no helping it. The physical gap between a ninja and a civilian was immense, and the ANBU, being an organization focused on assassination, even when trying to restrain their strength, could still easily shatter a civilian's arm. Jiraiya opened his mouth, trying to say something. But in the end, He let out a long sigh, shook his head, and walked away. For he knew it would be futile. Jiraiya himself came from a civilian background, so he understood that disputes among neighbors rarely had a clear right or wrong. The ANBU were new to police work, and this chaos wasn't necessarily their fault. After all, they were ANBU. Could you expect an organization that dwelled in the shadows, specializing in assassinations and other dirty work, to effectively mediate petty squabbles between villagers? Uchiha Jin, you are ruthless. Just by adding a few requirements to the police force, you've cornered the village, and we can't even officially find fault with it. The current state of the village is far worse than I ever imagined. Relying on myself alone is too difficult. Should I go find Tsunade? No, forget it. If she ever learned of the rumors spread by the Uchiha, who knows what that woman might do. This is tough. Jiraiya shook his head in dismay and finally returned to the Hokage's office. This time, he didn't come through the window. He pushed the door open and entered. Clearly, having just returned to Konoha that morning, he hadn't had a chance to observe things closely, so his mood had been light. Now, however, everything was different. Having truly delved into Konoha's situation and understood the state of affairs, he didn't even have the heart to visit the hot spring bathhouse for research. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sitting behind his desk, smoking, watched the dejected Jiraiya before him, his expression utterly impassive. What's wrong? Feeling discouraged, Jiraiya nodded listlessly. He grabbed a random chair, sat down in reverse, rested his arms on the backrest, and slumped his head onto his hands. Indeed, the village's situation was too complex. He didn't even know where to begin. Uchiha Jin was exceptionally troublesome. He wasn't a traditional powerhouse whom you could just fight directly. Dealing with someone who used their brains left him momentarily without a strategy. Because with many things you knew they were wrong, but you simply couldn't find a proper justification to act. It's normal, don't overthink it. I called you back this time just to prevent the Uchiha from acting rashly. Resolving the Uchiha threat isn't something you need to handle, Jiraiya. Hiruzen Sarutobi's tone was relaxed. Obviously, he never expected Jiraiya to solve this problem. His only concern was the village's lack of strong fighters, so he wanted to gather a few powerful figures to guard the village. Meanwhile, on the other side, hearing Hiruzen's words, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief, then couldn't help but ask. Although the police force's explanation makes sense, the village's situation is already deteriorating. Can't we just remove the Uchiha from the police force? Then the village can step and summon the major ninja clans, and have each contribute a few ninjas to reform the police force. Wouldn't that work? Jiraiya offered his suggestion. Now that he wasn't the person in charge, freed from such heavy burdens, his mind began to work more clearly. But unfortunately, hearing Jiraiya's suggestion, Hiruzen Sarutobi rolled his eyes. I'm sure the Uchiha wouldn't object. That Jin fellow has long wanted to be rid of the police force. But the problem is who takes over next. The ANBU have held the position for less than half a month, and their reputation is already worse than the Uchiha's was. Do you think the other clan heads are fools? Jiraiya was momentarily speechless. He supposed that was true. So in the end, he let out a helpless sigh, waved his hand, and left the Hokage's office. Before leaving, he said, I won't be leaving the village anytime soon. You can find me if there's anything. As for where I'll be, I'm sure the ANBU can track me down. I'm off. And with that, Jiraiya left in a flourish, and Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't stop him. As he had said himself, he hadn't expected Jiraiya to resolve this. After all, he knew better than anyone just how troublesome Uchiha Jin could be. As long as Jiraiya stayed in Konoha and could be found when needed, that was enough. Time flowed on. Jiraiya, who had just returned to the village and wanted to tackle the Uchiha issue, was immediately shut down by Uchiha Jin. The so-called gallant Jiraiya once again devolved into a lecherous wanderer. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Uchiha took no further action, maintaining their own territory. The police force, meanwhile, had long since become a mere ornament, its functions completely taken over by the ANBU. Uchiha Jin remained dormant. Each day, besides necessary training, he silently recovered his ocular power. He was waiting for Danzo to make his move. Earlier, Uchiha Jin could have easily killed Danzo, but chose to let him live. It was to extract the last bit of use from him. Now the time had come for Danzo to prove his worth. 3 days later, Danzo, bearing an authorization signed by the Hokage, began visiting the village's major ninja clans. His first stop was the Inoshikacho, Nara clan head's residence. Because Danzo had sent a formal letter beforehand, Chozora Kimichi and Inoichi Yamanaka were also present. Watching Danzo walk in Shikaku, Nara's gaze turned cold. After all, this visitor was not one to welcome lightly. Nonetheless, he still invited Danzo to sit and poured him a cup of tea. Elder Danzo visits the Inoshikacho. What business might you have? Nara Shikaku spoke in a calm tone. He held no fondness for the Danzo before him, though he would offer basic respect, but nothing more. After all, the Inoshikacho trio had a firm foothold in the ecosystem of Konoha. Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had returned to power, could strip them of their administrative posts, he could not possibly revoke the positions held by their clan members. Especially the Yamanaka clan. Without their secret techniques, the interrogation and torture division would be rendered completely dysfunctional. Although Jinjutsu and conventional interrogation methods had some effect, they were far inferior to the Yamanaka clan's arts. The Nara clan's intellect was equally irreplaceable. When real trouble or difficulties arose, let Hiruzen Sarutobi dare not to beg them for help. The Akimichi clan, the strongest among the three, was also their combat foundation. Thus, even though the Ino Shikacho had been expelled from the core circle, Nara Shikaku still sat securely in his position. However, unfortunately, when Danzo spoke, Nara Shikaku could no longer maintain his composure. This is the Hokage's transfer order. Each family must provide 17 people. Root urgently needs fresh blood. Since you 3 clan leaders are all here, it saves me an extra trip. I'll give you 2 hours to prepare. And don't try to fool me. At the very least, I need elite Shunin, and the number of Jonin level personnel cannot be less than 5. I'll give you 1 day to prepare. I'll be back at this time tomorrow. With that, Danzo pulled out the Hokage's transfer order, briefly showed it to the 3, and then put it away. Yes. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi had only agreed to conscript 7 people per family, if Danzo did not resort to a little trickery, he would not be the Danzo of the shadows. So he had the forgery experts en route alter the number on the Hokage's order from 7 to 17. Danzo, thinking of this, felt even more admiration for himself. He really was a little genius. Then, without paying any attention to the grim expressions of the 3, he simply walked out of Nara Shikaku's home. The tea room fell into a deathly silence. After Danzo left, the faces of the 3 turned extremely sour. Bang! Akimichi Choza was the first to lose his temper, slamming his palm directly on the table. Damn it, I absolutely refuse. I would rather defect to the Uchiha with my whole clan than allow any of my people to join Root. There is no room for negotiation on this. What are your opinions? Akimichi Choza, without any hesitation, directly expressed his thoughts. Clearly, he had been completely enraged by Danzo. That was 17 clan members, and among them 5 had to be at the Jonin level. If he actually handed over these people, the Akimichi clan might as well disband. The village has indeed gone too far this time. Yamanaka Inoichi's face turned cold, and then he spoke directly. I absolutely cannot accept this either. We might as well all defect to the Uchiha. Yes. Unlike the Nara and Akimichi clans, Danzo was very fond of using Yamanaka clan members. Therefore, Yamanaka Inoichi naturally knew more about Root than the other 2. So even the usually calm man now made the same decision as Akimichi Choza. Then the 2 turned to look at Nara Shikaku, the smartest of the 3 clans. In response, Nara Shikaku let out a turbid breath and drained the tea in his cup. Inoichi Choza, don't be hasty. Danzo gave us a full day. We have plenty of time to analyze this matter. First point 1. Do you think Hiruzen Sarutobi would give Danzo such extensive authorization? Almost instantly. With Nara Shikaku's words, Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza fell into silence. Indeed, Hiruzen Sarutobi's reputation was already bad enough. If the village had no suitable candidate, he wouldn't even be qualified to be Hokage. For a man so concerned with his own image under the current complex circumstances, even if Root truly needed reinforcements, would he possibly issue such an unscrupulous order that disregarded the survival of the clans? Wasn't he afraid of provoking all the clans into rebellion? After all, they were not the only power in Konoha now. The Uchiha had risen. Yamanaka Inoichi pondered for a moment. Shikaku, what do you mean? I think we should not make a decision, Nara Shikaku said slowly. As the old saying goes, just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Danzo wants people, so we'll give them to him. But remember to tell our people once they leave the Ino Shikacho compound, they should immediately defect and run to the Uchiha compound. Civil war, It's already happened once. What's one more time? SSS. Upon hearing Nara Shikaku's words, Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Akimichi Choza couldn't help but ask, is it really feasible to fool Danzo like this? No big problem, Nara Shikaku said slowly. Just bluff. If it were before the Uchiha rose, we certainly couldn't have fooled the village's high level like this. But now it's different. Unless Hiruzen Sarutobi wants us to defect to the Uchiha with our entire clans, even if he knows everything in his heart, he has to pretend not to know on the surface. Even if he wants to settle the score with us later, he'll have to wait until after he destroys the Uchiha. But the question is, can the village's high level hold out until then? Even if the high level eventually wins, they will certainly suffer heavy losses. By then, even if they still want to come after us, how much strength will they have left? If the high level can destroy the Uchiha without any casualties, then we Ino Shikacho will just continue to lie low. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi is very old. No matter how long he lives, how many more years can he have? Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza nodded upon hearing this. It had to be said. Nara Shikaku's plan was good. No matter who won in the end, the Ino Shikacho might not get into the core, but they could preserve their clans without much trouble. Alright, I agree. Akimichi Choza said. Yamanaka Inoichi, let's settle it then. Then with this major matter resolved, the atmosphere naturally became lighter. Akimichi Choza took a sip of tea and couldn't help asking, with Danzo doing this to the other clans, how many do you think will defect to the Uchiha? I think quite a few, Yamanaka Inoichi said directly. The Aburame clan will definitely collapse. They are not good at talking, and no matter who takes power they can't get into the core. And their insects are too versatile. They have both offensive and defensive capabilities, and even possess perception abilities. Besides, the Aburame clan's foundation is not deep. If they don't want to be wiped out, they have to defect to the Uchiha. Yamanaka Inoichi's tone was certain. He clearly held no high opinion of the Aburame clan. Just as he had said, the Aburame were merely a mid-tier ninja clan, and even their clan size could not compare to any one of the Inoshikacho trio. The Inoshikacho could only barely defend themselves when united. And what of the Aburame clan? Due to the nature of their clan, they had almost no allied ninja clans, nor even any friends who would advance or retreat alongside them. Such a mid-tier ninja clan, yet possessing versatile abilities. Faced with Danzo's threats, what could the Aburame clan possibly do? It seemed there was no other choice but to wholeheartedly pledge allegiance to the Uchiha. They had too little room to maneuver when confronted with a crisis. Inoichi Choza, have you noticed? The very fact that Danzo is still alive is utterly perplexing. Let us not forget one thing: Uchiha Jin holds a grudge against Danzo. Danzo captured his parents, yet under such intense hatred Danzo has repeatedly escaped death. Could it be that Uchiha Jin truly lacks the ability to finish him? Think back to that night in the Forest of Death, the black giant, over 30 meters tall. I for one do not believe it. Narashikaku's eyes flickered. His mind began to race, and he posed his own question. At this, Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza's faces darkened instantly. They were not fools. Narashikaku had made it so clear that if they still could not understand, they would deserve to sit at the same table as the Uchiha. Shikaku, you mean? Akimichi Choza was stunned. However, before Narashikaku could speak, Yamanaka Inoichi said coldly, Uchiha Jin deliberately let Danzo live to use Danzo to harass us other clans and force us to flee to their side as soon as possible. Akimichi Choza let out a sigh. Even knowing this, what could they say? After all, Danzo was the one doing the dirty work. They could hardly blame Uchiha Jin. Narashikaku remained silent, pondering. After a long while he shook his head. Forget it, it's none of our concern. But this shows that Uchiha Jin is a man of great forbearance. Konoha is about to descend into chaos. Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza could only sigh once more. Yes, even though they were clan heads on the village's chessboard, they were not qualified to be players. Even with all their might, they could not guarantee their clan's survival. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the Uchiha compound within Jin's courtyard, in the front reception hall, Uchiha Suki, after skillfully brewing tea, bowed slightly and left the room. Uchiha Jin raised his teacup and then could not help but remark, Chief Shibi, it is an honor. I had anticipated that some clan would come to pledge allegiance to the Uchiha, but I never expected the first to do so, en masse, would be the Aburame clan. May I ask, how many people does Danzo intend to conscript from your Aburame clan? Uchiha Jin was full of curiosity. Yes, he was truly astonished. The Uchiha had placed many spies in the village, so he was well aware that Danzo had begun visiting the major clans today. Thus he had prepared accordingly, constantly speculating which clan would be the first to come. But the problem was that he truly had not expected the first to arrive would be the Aburame clan. After all, compared to the Inoshikacho or the Hyuga, the Aburame might be considered a small clan, but within Konoha the Aburame clan was actually quite sizable. Therefore, in Uchiha Jin's view, even if the Aburame clan were to come over, they should at least take a few days to think it over. And now, Danzo had barely left the Aburame clan when Aburame Shibi came directly to pledge allegiance. This left him somewhat bewildered. After all, Uchiha Jin had thought the first clans to come would be smaller ones like the Mitarashi Kato or Kurama. So he asked outright, without even denying that he had anticipated this. In fact, if a clever person heard this, they would realize that Danzo's continued survival was itself a ploy by Uchiha Jin. Meanwhile, on the other side, Aburame Shibi, clad in a black robe and wearing sunglasses, could not help but let out a faint sigh upon hearing Uchiha Jin's words. He downed the tea in one gulp, set the cup firmly on the table, and said in a very somber tone, all of them. Uchiha Jin was a bit confused. That was it. He knew the Aburame were not talkative, but you are the clan head. Could you be a little less laconic? But wait, what did that mean? Uchiha Jin pondered a moment before tentatively asking, Chief Shibi, I don't quite understand. Then, considering Shibi's personality, this conversation felt too dreary. So he called for Uchiha Suki to prepare some dishes and brought out several jars of sake. Then Uchiha Jin raised his cup and began plying Shibi with alcohol. In response, although Aburame Shibi did not care much for drinking, given that he had come to pledge allegiance, he reluctantly started to drink. After 3 cups, Shibi loosened up. Yes, all of them. Aburame Shibi's expression turned cold. Danzo is too greedy. In the past, he only asked for 1 or 2 Aburame geniuses. At those times I gritted my teeth and gave in because the Aburame clan lacked the foundation to resist. We had to bow when necessary. After all, since Konoha's founding, many clans have been wiped out. The Fuma clan, once roughly the same size as the Aburame, and even the Senju, a founding clan, are all gone. The Aburame clan realized this, and for the sake of survival could only stoop low. The village has changed. Ever since Sarutobi Hiruzen became the third Hokage, the village has long ceased to be what the first Hokage promised at its founding. But Danzo has gone too far. This time he ordered me as the clan head to lead the entire Aburame clan into root. How is that different from annihilation? By this point, Aburame Shibi was filled with rage. Especially with the alcohol in his system, his chakra control wavered, causing insects to flutter from various parts of his body. Meanwhile, Uchiha Jin paid no attention to the insects, but was shocked by Danzo's audacity. Damn. Was he insane? Previously, he thought Danzo, even at his craziest, would only demand a majority of the clan's members. But now, you're utterly inhuman, demanding the entire Aburame clan be incorporated into root. Damn it. He's got a hole in his head. Uchiha Jin let out a soft sigh. Looking at Aburame Shibi before him, his eyes were filled with sympathy. How tragic. To have encountered that scoundrel Danzo, it was indeed the Aburame clan's misfortune. But that was fine. At the very least, his trust in the Aburame clan could be a bit higher than in other ninja clans. In the future, he could give the Aburame clan more responsibilities, at least making them stronger than the Inoshikacho clans. Indeed, how could the petty schemes of the Inoshikacho possibly escape his notice? However, in the same vein, he simply didn't care. An old ancestor once said, wisely make more friends and fewer enemies. Now with the Leaf Village's upper echelons as enemies, not only would he accept half of the Inoshikacho's resources as investment, but even if a mere civilian ninja or an ordinary commoner came to pledge allegiance, Uchiha Jin would welcome them all without exception. The more the better. Retaliation afterward. Non-existent. Uchiha Jin's philosophy was point to point. He would not treat the Inoshikacho as a monolithic entity. As long as those who defected from the Inoshikacho truly contributed, he would grant them corresponding trust and benefits. Just like Zhuge Liang during the Three Kingdoms period. Did Liu Bei lose trust in Zhuge Liang just because Zhuge Jin defected to Sun Quan? Impossible. Whoever was truly willing to fight for him would receive equal respect. However, in terms of trust, the Uchiha ranked first, and the Aburame clan could rank second. Because this clan, unlike the Inoshikacho, had no retreat. Having chosen to side with the Uchiha, they could only go all the way. Could I accept? Have the Aburame clan come as soon as possible. For now they can squeeze in with the Uchiha. Next I'll have some Uchiha members cooperate with the Aburame clan to develop a territory in the Death Forest to the west. Then have your clan dispatch some ninjas, mix them with the Uchiha Inoshikacho, and others reorganize into new tactical squads, and jointly take charge of the security of this area. Uchiha Jin spoke with a smile. Indeed, although the Inoshikacho had defected not long ago, he had already broken them apart, and fully integrated them into the Uchiha combat system. Not split the Inoshikacho. Impossible. The Nara's shadow techniques could buy the Uchiha precious time. The Yamanaka secret arts were assigned to intelligence units, and the Akimichi were reliable tanks and offensive assets. On the Uchiha side, there was no such thing as absolutes. Since you choose to join the Uchiha faction, you must demonstrate your value. Of course, he wouldn't enforce complete assimilation. If the Inoshikacho wanted to form a few core teams, Uchiha Jin wouldn't stop them. After all, he was well aware that this was a world where bloodline reigned supreme. Truly integrating everyone into commoners would only dilute the bloodline further, leading to the collapse of the entire team. Therefore, he would maintain a proper ratio. Ninja clans could serve as the core, but they must interweave and cooperate with each other. Alright, I agree. Aburame Shibi immediately nodded. Then, knowing the urgency, he left the Uchiha without another word and began the intense relocation work. Meanwhile, on the other side, watching Aburame Shibi's departing figure, a faint smile appeared on Uchiha Jin's face. Danzo was truly reliable. It seemed his decision to keep Danzo alive for now was correct. Without this cesspool's help, the other ninja clans would never have decided to defect to him so quickly. Had decided. Once this fellow completely lost his usefulness, he would not only kill him, but also burn plenty of gold ingots and spirit money for him. No choice. Such a great benefactor must be properly thanked. However, as he was musing, Uchiha Suki walked in. Jin-sama, the Kurama clan has come to visit. Good, show them in. Uchiha Jin said with a smile. Time passed slowly. In just one day, Uchiha Jin was almost overwhelmed with busyness. He personally received 7 or 8 people, almost all heads of major ninja clans, while those of lesser influence were mostly handled by the clan elders. For a time, the entire Uchiha clan was bustling with activity, with ninja clans constantly joining. This spectacle stunned all the Uchiha. No way. In normal times, the Uchiha were like outcasts. Neither grandmothers nor grandfathers cared for them. they didn't even have a single visiting ninja clan. And now, in the entire ninja world few clans could be seen, but in the Uchiha compound they were everywhere. Of course, considering that the addition of major ninja clans would make the situation increasingly chaotic, Uchiha Jin dispatched Fugaku to coordinate issues among the various clans, ensuring the compound could run smoothly. Elder Jin is truly amazing. Indeed, since Elder Jin took power, the Uchiha have changed every day. Look at this scene. Many ninja clans have joined us. All the Uchiha spoke up. Yes, the Uchiha were just a bit single-minded and appeared arrogant, but in reality, they were very approachable. As long as you were willing to be friends with the Uchiha, they would be willing to take a blade for you. Tobirama Senju had a point. The Uchiha were actually a clan of love, but because their emotions were too intense, they would go mad upon losing their beloved. In the past, since Tobirama Senju's era, the Uchiha had been subjected to all kinds of slander. Especially after Hiruzen Sarutobi took over, the marginalization of the Uchiha intensified, causing them to become increasingly stifled. Coupled with their intense emotions, they became like a powder keg. Now, however, things were different. Under Uchiha Jin's efforts, the Uchiha situation in the village had gradually stabilized, and the reform of the police force had brought a sigh of relief to everyone. Now, with the addition of major ninja clans, they once again experienced the feeling of having friends. Therefore, the Uchiha had now completely normalized. In an alley, Shursui and Itachi were filled with mixed emotions. Indeed, Fugaku had only sealed their chakra and replaced Shursui's eyes with ordinary one-tomo Sharingan, but he hadn't completely confined them. He just forbade them from leaving the Uchiha compound. Therefore, they could still wander around the compound on ordinary days. Itachi, what do you think? Shursui, after a long silence, couldn't help but ask. He looked very dejected. The recent drastic changes within the clan had completely confused his mind. Yes, if at the beginning he could still hold on to his own beliefs, but now, the Inoshikaicho had defected, the Aburame and Inazuka had defected, and ninja clans of all sizes had come. Uchiha Jin, acknowledged by so many people, left Shursui momentarily unable to distinguish right from wrong. Looking at the utterly dejected Ji Shuei, felt a tumultuous complexity in his heart. He could hardly believe his own eyes. Why had all these ninja clans defected to the Yuzhibo? He could not comprehend it. Finally, he suddenly spotted a stout man and walked straight up to him. Goeitai, you... Shodao Goeitai, who was about to head home, paused in surprise at the sight of you blocking his path. Indeed, the two had once been classmates, though you had graduated earlier. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, since his year couldn't form an Inoshikacho team, he was assigned to assist within his clan. Goeitai, can you tell me why you joined the Yuzhibo? I truly don't understand. Yuzhibo, you asked, puzzled. Though he had been aloof during his academy days, he was actually quite sharp and knew everyone in his class. So upon seeing a former classmate, now he naturally asked directly. In response, Chiodao Goeitai looked at Yuzhibo before him. Although he didn't know much about Yu's situation, Narashikaku, being among the high-ranking, often mentioned the village's basic circumstances during clan meetings. The three clans, Inoshikaicho, were united through thick and thin, so he naturally knew a little. Therefore, upon hearing Yuzhibo's question, his eyes instantly turned peculiar. Thinking that from now on the Yuzhibo would be their own people, he coughed softly and said cautiously, "You must have heard some of the rumors your clan has been spreading in the village lately, right? Aren't they just rumors?" Yu asked, innocence written on his face. At this, Chiodao Goeitai was instantly stunned, then looked at him as if he were a rare giant panda. "You actually think they're rumors? Aren't they?" Yu retorted. Chiodao Goeitai's mouth twitched. But in the end, he let out a helpless sigh and after a moment of rueful reflection said, "You, though powerful, are frighteningly naive. Those rumors are certainly true. In fact, those matters are almost an open secret. Even without the Yuzhibo spreading rumors, all our ninja clans are well aware of them. It's just that the village's situation is complicated, and we clans have been keeping out of it to protect ourselves. Since we've now aligned with your clan, I won't lie to you. The village has been targeting the Yuzhibo. The second Hokage's influence plays a part, but the main reason is that the Yuzhibo are too powerful and uncontrollable. Like the Senju, the Yuzhibo either become the village's leaders or are utterly destroyed. There is absolutely no third option. The strong have no right to surrender. Unless the Yuzhibo voluntarily dismantle themselves, either become so weak that only a few members remain or split into a dozen or more factions that are mortal enemies. Otherwise, no matter who sits in the Hokage's seat, they will always find ways to oppose the Yuzhibo. The village's previous approach was exactly that, to co-opt and divide the Yuzhibo, creating as many factions as possible. However, unfortunately, while Hiruzen Sarutobi may only want to split the Yuzhibo, Danzo for some reason is determined to annihilate them entirely. Thankfully, a Yuzhibo gene emerged within your clan. Otherwise, with Danzo's ruthlessness and Hiruzen's way of doing things, the future of the Yuzhibo would be bleak. As for why we joined the Yuzhibo, it's because the village pushed us too hard. Root demanded that each of the Inoshikacho clans send 17 members to join Root. And you know what Root is like. It treats us as mere cannon fodder and sacrificial pawns. In such a situation, why wouldn't we flee? Previously, we clans maintained neutrality, even if we had some grievances against Sarutobi and the others. We were unwilling to meddle in your conflicts. Now it's different. When our own survival is at stake, of course, we have to fight with all our might. Chiodao Goeitai spoke eloquently. Though he was not a core member of the clan's leadership and only knew superficial information, his insights were still beyond what Ji Shui and you could grasp. Hence, this speech rendered you completely silent. Ji Shui, standing nearby, couldn't hold back and blurted out. Though Root is a bit strict, everyone is doing it for the village. A little sacrifice is only natural, isn't it? Everyone is dedicated to the will of fire. Why should we fear a little sacrifice? This was the creed of Ji Shui's life, the very foundation of his convictions. But now, from the mouth of a member of another clan, he could not detect even a trace of the will of fire. Everything was filled with words like calculation, scheming, and choice. For a moment, he couldn't hold it together. Yes. In the past, if a Yuzhibo member said such things, he would think the Yuzhibo lacked a sense of the big picture, their hearts filled with petty schemes. But the problem was that the speaker was not a Yuzhibo, but someone from another clan. Will of fire. Is that just a slogan used by those in power to fool the common people? Did you actually take it seriously? No way. No way. Are there really people in this world so foolish as to believe that damned slogan? Chiodao Goeitai's face was full of disbelief. His face was filled with bewilderment and incredulity, as if he were looking at fools. You, Ji Shui. At that moment, both of them felt extremely stifled. Especially the look of pity on Chiodao Goeitai's face dealt a devastating blow to their worldview. There was no help for it. If a Yuzhibo had said such things, they would have dismissed it as nonsense. But now it was different. The person saying this was a member of the Akimichi clan. Is the will of fire truly wrong? You asked in a hoarse voice. In response, Chiodao Goeitai rolled his eyes. A simple question: have you ever seen the Hokage go to the front lines? But that's because the Hokage must oversee the overall situation. Ji Shui tried to find an excuse. Unfortunately, Chiodao Goeitai retorted directly, don't the Kage of other villages need to oversee the overall situation? Aren't other villages afraid of being attacked? Ji Shui was instantly bewildered. After a sigh, Chiodao Goeitai couldn't help but say, wake up, you two. The will of fire speaks of burning oneself to give children room to grow, but in reality the village cannot achieve that. You both experienced the Third Great Ninja War. Wave after wave of children were sent to the battlefield, while the older generation stayed in the village. Our Hokage and the two elders. Have you ever seen any of those in power personally fight on the battlefield? The ones truly fighting on the battlefield were all the village's children. Chiodao Goeitai said in a calm tone. After finishing, he found an excuse to leave, not wanting to stay too long with those two and risk contaminating his own mind. On the other side, Shursui and Itachi were incredulous, yet they could not refute. After all, Itachi might have been young at the time and only made a brief trip to the battlefield, but Shursui was different. He had participated in the entirety of the Third Great Ninja War. So he naturally knew that Chiodao Goeitai was speaking the truth. Wave after wave of newly graduated from the Ninja Academy perished, and even children who had not yet graduated were forced to graduate and thrown into the front lines, with less than 1 in 10 surviving. On the contrary, the Konoha higher-ups who held the village's power suffered almost no losses. After all, they never even set foot on the battlefield. These words, if spoken by the Uchiha, he would never have listened, but coming from another clan, they truly made him unable to help but start thinking. Was he really wrong? Wait, hiss. As if thinking of something, Shursui's face instantly changed. Seeing this, Itachi couldn't help but ask Shursui, what's wrong? I remembered something. Shursui shook his head, his voice trembling. Itachi was puzzled. However, after hearing Shursui's next words, he felt a chill run down his spine. During the Third War, I never saw any clan members of the village's higher-ups. I never thought too carefully before, but the words of your classmate just now made me suddenly recall the situation during the Third War. Not only the Hokage and the two elders never went to the front lines, but I also never saw the members of their respective clans on the battlefield. Yuan Fei Zhuanqin Shui Human. In theory, these three clans are not small, but I never encountered them on the battlefield. At most, I ran into a few in logistics and administration. So here's the problem. During the Third War, the village was besieged by the 4 great ninja villages, and the entire front line was so precarious that the village had to graduate children and send them directly into the brutal battlefield. With such a dangerous situation, where were the clan members of Yuan Fei and the other two? Why couldn't we see their figures on the battlefield? Shursui's face was grim and his body trembled slightly. Clearly the belief he had held in his heart began to crumble at this moment. After all, although he was stubborn and self-righteous, he was no fool. Previously, he simply believed that his clansmen had a few screws loose, so he was unwilling to communicate with them, and even too lazy to listen to their voices. But at this moment, when a member of another clan he respected spoke all these words, even though he felt very uncomfortable, he still took them all to heart. Then he began to subconsciously reflect. Although he was looking for words to refute, he still recalled the strange situation during the Third War. This is impossible. Itachi's face also changed drastically, and he shook his head instinctively. However, seeing Shirsui's increasingly grim expression, he felt as if his head was about to split. Because he knew that Shirsui would not lie to him. But, if all this were true, wouldn't it prove that Shio Daoguetai was right? Could it be that Uchiha Jin's actions were also correct? Then if Uchiha Jin was right, wouldn't their own actions make them traitors to the clan? Previously, they could still deceive themselves, believing that their actions were actually for the sake of the village and the clan. Even if their chakra was sealed by Fuyue, and Shirsui's eyes were removed, they still believed in their hearts that they were right. Their beloved Hokage would eventually set things right and fix everything. But now, with Shio Daoguetai's words, their beliefs were shattered into pieces. The next morning, in Jin's courtyard, the atmosphere grew heavy. The middle courtyard, originally a training ground, had been converted into a meeting room. No other choice. Although Uchiha Ban's courtyard was indeed large in the past, when the Uchiha clan held meetings, the family's reception room could accommodate everyone. Now, however, it was different. With the addition of various clans, the family's meeting room was clearly insufficient. Helpless, he had no choice but to hold the meeting in the middle courtyard's training ground. However, unlike the slapdash setup of the radical faction days, Uchiha Jin, now fully in power, had brought in countless cushions and low tables, and even placed a pot of tea and some cups on each table. After all, those qualified to attend this meeting were almost all clan leaders and elite members. He couldn't just have everyone standing while he spoke. Even if his strength was formidable, he couldn't afford to slight others. Basic respect was still necessary. As time slowly approached 9 o'clock, representatives of the various clans began to enter. Although they hadn't established any ranking, they chose their seats according to the size and strength of their respective clans. This Uchiha is quite thoughtful. Just giving out cushions is already a sign of respect, but they even provided tables and tea. Even when we had jonin meetings in the village, we only got a cushion each. Tables and tea are standard for the higher-ups. The people present all spoke up, chatting and laughing. From their relaxed expressions, there was little worry about the future. Indeed, the Uchiha themselves were already strong enough, and now with so many clans joining, even if there wasn't a single civilian ninja, it was enough to challenge the Konoha higher-ups, and even set things right. Just self-preservation, no pressure at all. Niliang Lu poured himself a cup of tea before saying to Shanzhong Sun Ren and Xiao Dao Hao Wan, "It seems our decision was right. At least from the Uchiha style, Yuan Fei Risen and the others are no match. Although it's uncertain whether we will lose any chance of further advancement with the Uchiha rising to power from the current perspective, it's still an acceptable matter. After all, the ambition of our Inoshikacho was never that great." Shanzhong Sun Ren and Xiao Dao Hao Wan let out a sigh. Then, Shanzhong Sun Ren couldn't help but say, "I can't see the rest yet, but they show a lot of respect for us clans. But it's understandable. The Uchiha are an emotional clan, and if they are your friends, you don't have to fear a knife in the back on the battlefield." "I have a good impression of the Uchiha too." Xiao Dao Haowan shrugged. "Besides, the position of Hokage is not so easy to touch. If you're not careful, you'll end up shattered to pieces. On the contrary, by showing up this time, we'll probably have to take full control of the clan from now on. Lu Jiao and the other two will probably have to stay behind the scenes." Akimichi Gamaru wore a look of deep regret. Because the Inoshikacho alliance was anchored by the Nara clan status as the greatest strategic minds, relations within the coalition were generally harmonious, with few instances of discord stemming from disputes over wealth. The internal reward and punishment systems were almost entirely devised by the Nara clan, ensuring the greatest possible degree of fairness. And so, this relatively relaxed internal environment meant that the Inoshikacho clans rarely suffered from internal strife. Few harbored ambitions for power, knowing full well that ascending to leadership would only bring greater burdens. The Nara clan in particular was exceptionally peculiar. In every generation's succession struggle, the victor earned the right to rest on their laurels, while the loser was saddled with the responsibilities of clan head. And in this generation, it was Nara Rokichi who ultimately emerged victorious, thereby claiming the privilege of idleness. The defeated Nara Shikaku, by contrast, was left to trudge miserably to the Hokage's office every single day. But unfortunately, due to the sudden rise of the Uchiha clan, Rokichi, who had been enjoying his peaceful retirement, was forced to set aside his leisure and return to active duty once more. Alright, enough grumbling. As for Shikaku and the others, I honestly don't think they'll ever find themselves idle. I have a distinct feeling that Uchiha Jin's schemes run far deeper than we realize. Otherwise, why would he resort to such a slow-cooking approach, methodically seizing power from Konoha's leadership one step at a time? After all, regarding the battle a few nights ago, Inoichi has already obtained the full truth. So many rogue ninja missing mean from various villages, 15 root squads, and an entire battalion of Umbu. All of them effortlessly annihilated by Uchiha Jin's hand. If Danzo weren't still useful for the time being, Jin very likely would have killed him on the spot. So from this perspective, Uchiha Jin's objective is quite clear. He doesn't want to see Konoha lose too much of its strength. If that weren't the case, wouldn't it have been simpler for him to simply kill Danzo a few days ago, and then find an opportunity to dispose of Hiruzen Sarutobi as well? Now do you still believe that Shikaku and the others will have any time to rest? Once the Uchiha fully seize power, even if Shikaku and his team don't earn their complete trust, they'll likely be even busier than we are. Nara Rokichi spoke in a languid tone. He was an even lazier man than Nara Shikaku, yet he was also sharper and slightly more powerful in combat. In fact, ever since Yamanaka Inoichi had quietly slipped into the intelligence unit, located those who had fallen in battle that day, and used the Yamanaka clan's secret arts to extract the circumstances of the clash, the Ino-Shikacho alliance had convened an internal council. Nara Rokichi advocated complete submission to the Uchiha, given that the Uchiha's ascendancy was now unmistakable. The shinobi world, after all, was one where power spoke the loudest. The Uchiha's overwhelming might had already been proven beyond all doubt. Especially Uchiha Jin. His ordinary combat prowess alone was enough to terrify, and when he unleashed his Mangekyō, it inspired a sense of sheer hopelessness. A veritable reincarnation of Madara Uchiha. Though every shinobi clan harbored the desire to eliminate transcendent clans like the Senju and the Uchiha, the time for such an endeavor had long passed. The Uchiha had clearly already moved beyond the point of vulnerability. Thus, for the sake of survival, it was wise to align with the strong. But, unfortunately, Nara Shikaku was the current clan head, and he was far too cautious, seeking perfection in every decision. So never mind. Rokichi had little interest in pressing the matter further. He would simply defer to the clan head's judgment. After all, the worst that could happen to the Ino-Shikacho in the future was being trusted a little too much. The rest of the impact would be minimal, so long as they weren't subjected to any Uchiha reckoning. Still, he unconsciously glanced at the corner of the training ground, where the Aburame clan sat in near total obscurity. A faint sigh escaped his heart, because he understood that once the Uchiha assumed power, the Aburame clan would inevitably rise to prominence. Unlike the Ino-Shikacho, the Aburame had no ability to hedge their bets. But their clan's secret techniques were extraordinarily powerful. Defense, offense, and sensory abilities all covered, leaving virtually no weaknesses. As long as Uchiha Jin wasn't foolish, he would certainly place great value on the Aburame. Is that so? That's good to hear. Akimichi Gamaru laughed and said, as long as they aren't idle, I'll be perfectly content. Yamanaka Hayato's mouth twitched involuntarily. He didn't know what to say about his companion. But then, thinking about how the three of them would once again fight side by side, he had to admit that a faint heat stirred within his blood. Yes, though the most famous Ino-Shikacho trio was Shikaku Inoichi and Choza, in truth, they, Gamaru Hayato and Rokichi, were the true foundation of the alliance, the strongest three-man squad of their generation. It was simply that with Shikaku and his team serving as the public face, there was no need for them to reveal themselves. Time slowly drifted by. By 9:30, nearly everyone who was expected to arrive had come, and even Kakashi and Might Guy were seated in a corner of the training ground. The Uchiha had also arrived, but they no longer conducted themselves with excessive arrogance. After all, everyone present had come to pledge their allegiance, so their expressions, while proud, were also remarkably cordial toward the assembled crowd. They occupied the far left, with the elders seated at the front. Just at that moment, Uchiha Jin arrived. He walked straight to the seat of honor at the very front, while Uchiha Suki knelt silently at his left rear. Gazing at the dense congregation of shinobi clans before him, Uchiha Jin felt a surge of heroic ambition swell within his chest. Indeed, though his official rank was merely that of a chunin, he was in truth the leader of a rising power. With the force assembled before him on this training ground from this day forward, he could stand toe-to-toe with Hiruzen Sarutobi. He now had the right to stake a claim in defining the will of fire. Aburame, Shibi, Kakashi, Might Guy. The three of you, why are you hiding in the back? Come sit up front. Someone bring out 3 more seats. Uchiha Jin's eyes gleamed. He pointed directly to the core positions at the very front, ordering the Uchiha to arrange 3 additional seats. Though the Uchiha did not fully understand Jin's reasoning, they immediately carried out his command. His prestige within the clan had already reached its absolute zenith. In the next moment, Aburame, Shibi, and the other 2 found themselves deeply embarrassed, yet they nonetheless made their way to the front and settled onto the freshly prepared cushions. A low table was placed between the 3 of them, upon which sat a pot of tea and 3 cups. The eyes of everyone present flickered with unspoken understanding, because they all knew full well that this was no mere table and cushions. It was a declaration of these 3 individuals standing within the Uchiha's new order. the first rank beneath the Uchiha themselves. At that very instant, Uchiha Jin's expression grew solemn. Everyone, I'm not one for excessive pretense, so let's get straight to the point. First, the Aburame clan. I pledge to provide you with all necessary support, including but not limited to funding stable enterprises and other resources. My core objective is to help you expand your clan to 3,000 members within 5 years. A sharp gasp of cold air escaped from all the ninja clans present as Uchiha Jin began to speak. It was well known that the Yunf clan, even counting their civilian members, numbered no more than 500 with only just over 100 ninja, and among them merely 12 jonin. This was the scale the Yunf clan had barely managed to preserve after being constantly meddled with by Tuanzang. But now, Uchiha Jin was offering to support them and help the Yunf clan expand to 3,000 members within 5 years. How many ninja could such a scale produce? And how many resources would it require to support? Honestly, everyone was stunned by the sheer scale of Uchiha Jin's generosity. Yun Jue trembled all over Jinku in this. Don't get excited, Uchiha Jin said slowly. There are conditions. From now on, the Yun clan must intermarry with the Uchiha. I believe there are no eternal enemies or friends in this world, but binding clans together through mutual interests leads to greater longevity. Yun Jue didn't hesitate and immediately nodded. I have no objections, I agree. Of course, since the Yun clan joined Konoha, they had never been able to develop. This opportunity was once in a lifetime, only a fool would let it slip. Marrying into the Uchiha was even less of a problem. After all, the methods Uchiha Jin had displayed were enough to see his future governing policies, his courage, and his strength, none of which could compare to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The other ninja clans were red-eyed with envy. Obviously, they too were awed by Uchiha Jin. They had thought today's meeting would be about how to deal with the Konoha high-ups, but unexpectedly Uchiha Jin didn't even mention that, and instead came straight to offering benefits. Everyone's gazes toward the Yunf clan were now filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. However, before they could recover, Uchiha Jin continued speaking. Kakashi, my guy, each of you must marry at least 5 wives, and one of them must be from the Uchiha clan. Especially you, Kakashi. Your father is counting on you to revive the Hatake clan. At your age, you don't even have a girlfriend. Are you worthy of your father's spirit in heaven? Even if you don't practice the Hatake blade technique yourself, you must ensure you pass it on to your son. The White Fang of Konoha is a legend of our village. I don't want this technique to be completely lost to dust. My guy, you too. Your father only had you as a son. The 8 gates release, let alone all 8 gates, just opening the 7th gate, could kick Sarutobi Hiruzen to death. This is your father's lifelong masterpiece. Ordinary people's physiques can hardly cultivate the 8 gates, so if you want to pass it down, you'll have to have more children yourself. Of course, the same goes for you. Among your 5 wives, one must be from the Uchiha clan. And you don't need to worry about money or such things. From now on, you will be our core battle force, and you will both receive top-tier support in all aspects. Uchiha Jin's tone was serious. Whether Kakashi or Might Guy both were the core combat power of Konoha, and he certainly wouldn't let them go. And the best way to bind them in the end was through blood. Once they bore children with Uchiha blood, then regardless of their willingness, they would forever stand by the Uchiha. So Uchiha Jin, who knew well that these two cared little about power, directly pressured them in the name of their fathers. In fact, it was very effective. Although Kakashi initially wanted to retort upon hearing words like Hatake Sakumo, Hatake blade technique, and inheritance, he finally let out a sigh with a bitter face, but ultimately reluctantly accepted. As for Might Guy, he didn't think about those aspects at all. Hearing about inheriting his father's 8 gates, he recalled the scene of his father's death, and then couldn't help but burst into tears. Finally, he jumped up and said, Jin-kun, don't worry. I always remember my father's words. I will pass down the 8 gates. However, on the other side, the people present were all bewildered, even a little shocked. The 8 gates formation. Of course they had heard of it. After all, the incident where Might Guy once kicked to death 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen and made the other 3 run away was not a secret in Konoha. But Might Guy opening the 7th gate could kick Sarutobi Hiruzen to death. That terrifying. They didn't think Uchiha Jin would joke on such an occasion, so when they looked at Guy's bowl-cut head again, their eyes became serious. Next, after dealing with the 2, Uchiha Jin turned his gaze to the other ninja clans present. The core message was just one sentence. Any clan that chose to join the Uchiha would be promised benefits by Uchiha Jin. Once he took power, all these clans present would benefit. Yes, he was not Senju Tobarama, nor was he Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because he understood the underlying rules of this world, he knew the importance of bloodline inheritance. So after taking power, he could give civilian ninja higher status, provide some support in ninjutsu and tools. But he would not suppress the clans, but instead he would develop them even more vigorously. No choice. The situation was different. In another world, he might have supported the civilians, but in this damn world of shinobi, mere training had little effect. In reality, the underlying logic of determining a strong person was still based on the concentration of Otsutsuki bloodline. Suppress the clans. That was suicide. On the other hand, the clans present were not fools. Even though Uchiha Jin had not said it directly, they sensed it vaguely. At this moment, everyone was trembling. Obviously, no one had expected that Uchiha Jin would not suppress the clans. This was good news for them. After all, from Senju Tobirama to Sarutobi Hiruzen, 2 Hokages had actually been suppressing the clans. Although Minato Namake's reign was short, he too represented the civilian ninja. Now, finally, they had found an Uchiha who did not bear hostility toward the clans. No more words kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why endure any longer? Make Sarutobi Hiruzen step down. Jinkuin, make your move. Everyone present spoke up one after another. At this moment, they were truly mad, only wanting Uchiha Jin to become Hokage as soon as possible. Even the always calm Ino Shikacho were, to be honest, a bit excited, wanting to immediately bring the other half of their clan members. Damn it, what the hell are we waiting for? The most important thing is to pull Sarutobi Hiruzen down early and let Uchiha Jin take over. The only one who remained calm was Nailiang Lui. However, he did not speak at that moment, instead choosing to observe Uchiha Jin, the leader, to see what his thoughts were. Uchiha Jin did not disappoint him. After raising his hand to calm everyone down, he spoke in a very composed tone. My friends, do not panic. It is not yet time for an official war, as there are still many high-ranking forces in the village. I wish to take over a relatively intact Konoha. After all, due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's mismanagement over the years, Senju Nawaki Kato, Dan Hitaki, Sakumo, Minato Namake's. All these powerful figures are gone. Tsunade has also left the village. Jiraiya rarely returns unless it's a major event, and even Orochimaru was driven away. Speaking of this, I can only laugh. Orochimaru, a man of civilian origin, where could he possibly obtain all those expensive equipment and instruments? Where did he get Hashirama's cells and experimental materials? Could he go out every day to capture test subjects? Moreover, the equipment required for research is too large to be stored in scrolls. Were all the ANBU blind all these years? Now that the incident has come to light and can no longer be hidden, they let Orochimaru, a mere scapegoat, take the blame. No wonder the Sannin became estranged from Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, these matters are not directly related to us. In short, I hope everyone remains calm for now, as the village's strength must not be consumed in internal strife. After all, the peace agreement between Konoha and Kumogakure has yet to be signed. The other ninja villages are eyeing Konoha covetously. Our precious strength cannot be wasted on useless civil war. Moreover, my friends, there is no need to worry. With the help of Elder Danzo, we will eventually drive the others into our camp. So for now, let us raise our teacups in a toast to Elder Danzo. After speaking, Uchiha Jin raised his teacup, and the others followed suit. However, the eyes of those present were filled with complex emotions. Good heavens! Danzo, that madman, had actually become one of their own. But then again, it made sense. Now, with countless ninja clans joining the Uchiha, the higher-ups in the village were losing combat power. The Root division in particular had been shattered by Uchiha Jin. To restore combat strength quickly, they could only resort to internal oppression. Such behavior from Root only further alienated the village's internal factions. From this perspective, there was no rush. They could adopt a wait-and-see approach, letting the village's higher-ups collapse on their own. Shortly after, the meeting concluded perfectly. The various ninja clans rose to leave, leaving only the clan leaders behind. Uchiha Jin invited everyone to the meeting room and began discussing the reorganization of clan territories and the redistribution of squads among the newly joined clans. After all, to truly integrate the newly joined ninja clans into the Uchiha and maximize their combat effectiveness, this step was absolutely necessary. Suddenly, at that moment, an Uchiha entered. Elder Jin, a group from the Inoshikacho clans, has come to pledge allegiance. A total of 15 Jonin and 36 elite Chunin. Having already learned from other clans about Danzo's ruthless methods, Uchiha Jin immediately understood that Danzo had conscripted these Inoshikacho members, and now they were directly defecting to the Uchiha. This must be Narashikaku's doing. After a moment of thought, he said directly, first send them to our Inoshikacho clan territories. After the meeting, Ins will let the clan leaders handle the rest. How does that sound? He then looked toward Nailiang Lui. Nailiang Lui and the other two exchanged glances and naturally had no objections. The meeting continued. They talked until noon, and after settling everything, Uchiha Jin treated everyone to a meal before allowing them to leave his courtyard. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Uchiha Jin sat in the tea room holding a teacup, enjoying the shoulder massage from Uchiha Yue, and could not help but sigh. This kind of trivial matter is truly exhausting. But the overall situation is not bad. I'm curious to see how the village higher-ups will respond next. Wait and see. Let's watch quietly, Uchiha Jin murmured to himself. Suddenly, he recalled seeing Shursui and Itachi among the crowd earlier. Yes, the two had come today as well. What surprised him, however, was that neither of them spoke a word. They simply watched in silence. This surprised Uchiha Jin, but he could roughly guess the reason. The influx of so many clans had shaken their convictions. They had been educated in the orthodox will of fire, so they knew that the Hokage was the one supported by the people. Now without that support, could they still trust Sarutobi Hiruzen as they once did? On the other side, Uchiha Yue upon hearing these words did not interrupt. She quietly continued to serve Uchiha Jin. She knew her position clearly. She was Uchiha Jin's maid. Apart from carrying out his orders, she never interfered in other matters. But the way she looked at Uchiha Jin grew increasingly passionate. It was inevitable. The Uchiha inherently admired strength, and Uchiha Jin was the strongest in the clan both in power and intellect. At the Fugaku residence, Uchiha Fugaku was busy with his own tasks. His previous actions against Shisui and Itachi had regained Uchiha Jin's trust, so he now had his own work to do. Of course, although he still held the title of clan leader, his role was more akin to an Uchiha elder. In the living room, Shisui and Itachi sat facing each other, their expressions complex. The stance taken by the various ninja clans today had thoroughly shaken them. If it were merely the radical faction within the Uchiha clan acting so wildly, they would have attributed it to internal clan issues. But now with so many clans united in wanting to eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen, they couldn't help but wonder, had the Hokage truly committed something so heinous? So, was he a villain? The atmosphere in the living room grew heavy. After a long silence, Shisui finally spoke. Itachi, what do you think? I don't know, Itachi said, his head aching. They had been taught all along that the Hokage was infallible, chosen by the trust and recognition of everyone. But whether from the casual conversation with Akimichi Keita last time or the words of the clans today, they felt as if their faith was crumbling. Finally, they exchanged glances and let out a sigh. Shisui smiled bitterly before speaking calmly. Let's continue observing. For now, we'll remain neutral. But if the Hokage, no, if Sarutobi Hiruzen is truly evil and deliberately wants to destroy the Uchiha. Itachi's voice deepened. Shisui, what would you do? Shisui did not hesitate. Kill him. Yes. Unlike Itachi, Shisui had always cared for his clan, though he had simply been deceived by the village in the past. So now if Sarutobi Hiruzen was truly at fault, he would be willing to take action himself. Itachi fell into silence, thinking for a long time, before finally nodding slowly. Alright, I understand. When the time comes, I will strike as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, today Danzo felt invigorated. After rising from bed, he set out to visit the various ninja clans, preparing to take over his future subordinates. His mind began to fantasize. Once he took over these personnel, he would immediately plant the tongue-severing seal. Then with the reborn root, he would find a way to deal with the Uchiha. The first clan he visited was of course the most important, Inoshikacho. Shikaku and Noichi Choza. Long time no see. Where are the people I requested? The Inoshikacho were quite cooperative. Gazing at the arrogant Danzo before him, Nara Shikaku immediately waved his hand, and a group of people stepped forward. Danzo looked at the group before him, a faint smile appearing on his face. Very well, farewell. Having said that, he led the group away from the Inoshikacho compound. In response to this, watching Danzo and his men slowly depart, Yamanaka and Noichi's expression turned grim. Danzo is truly a fool. Has he still not realized that more than half of the ninja clans have already pledged their entire allegiance to the Uchiha side? I find this quite normal, Akimichi Choza slowly spoke. The village's upper echelons have become too arrogant over the years. Whether it was the annihilation of the Senju and Uzumaki clans in the past or the deaths of Nawaki Dan Kato and Tsukumo Hitaki, their countless successes led them to overestimate their own abilities. They long forgot that without the united push of the major ninja clans back, then they alone could never have accomplished such things. Now they probably believe they have full control over the major clans, and only the Uchiha as a thorny issue deserves their attention, the Konoha higher-ups. Nara Shikaku remained silent. At that moment his brows furrowed slightly as his mind began to race wildly. To be honest, he also felt that the current Konoha leadership was increasingly unworthy of his allegiance, as if their downfall was already predetermined. So, should he go over to the Uchiha? No, absolutely not. He suddenly thought of Minato Namikaze from the past. Back then his influence was even greater than the Uchihas, but in the end the Nine-Tails night suddenly occurred, and that gentle, sunny young man perished, didn't he? Better to play it safe. Who knew if the Uchiha would face a similar upheaval next? Both of you say no more. It's understandable that the village hasn't noticed. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi doesn't know Danzo dared to alter his authorization orders. Under normal circumstances, taking just 7 people from each clan might cause the clan some headaches, but they could barely tolerate it. Danzo is too arrogant. He dared to add a 10 before the number 7. It's normal that Hiruzen Sarutobi wouldn't anticipate it. And with Danzo's arrogance, he doesn't think the clans would dare to resist. Even if they saw through his little trick, they would probably continue to endure it. But unfortunately, Danzo misjudged. Times have changed. In the past the clans had no choice. Now with the rise of the Uchiha, the clans have options. Why would they continue to suffer? Nara Shikaku let out a soft sigh. His tone remained calm, as if nothing could disturb his composure. Hearing this, Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza shook their heads, too lazy to dwell on such troublesome matters. Inoichi asked, Shikaku, are you going to work today? Maybe you should take the day off, Akimichi Choza suggested. Today the Hokage's office is bound to be in turmoil. Hiruzen Sarutobi will probably go crazy. But unfortunately Nara Shikaku shook his head. His gaze was deep, and then he gave a cold laugh. Precisely in times like this I cannot afford to be absent. Since we have chosen to stay, we must show our loyalty. Moreover, I need to keep track of the next moves of the Konoha higher-ups. As for what our half of the Inoshikacho will do in the future, I will know after I return from the Hokage's office. You two go back and rest. With that, Nara Shikaku left the clan compound directly and headed toward the Hokage's office. In response, Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza's expressions turned serious. I think we need to prepare as well. The Konoha higher-ups are not fools. They will surely figure out the Inoshikacho's arrangement. To prevent them from acting rashly in desperation, we must ready ourselves for the worst. Yamanaka Inoichi's tone was grave. Hearing this, Akimichi Choza became very cautious. I will go and consult the ancestor. This matter may require his presence. Very well. Yamanaka Inoichi had no objection. Then the two, having made their decision, began to act separately. Meanwhile, on the other side, Danzo, feeling invigorated, led the group of Inoshikacho experts away from the Nara compound, intending to head toward the Aburame clan compound. However, just as they passed by the Uchiha compound, all the Inoshikacho members suddenly dashed madly toward the Uchiha. Danzo was dumbfounded. His mind went blank. He stood frozen in place, even forgetting to give chase. It was impossible. He truly had not anticipated such a scene. His mind was filled with a single thought: were these Inoshikacho members insane? 10 seconds later, just as he was about to attempt pursuit, he saw that the group had already reached the Uchiha compound, and a large number of Uchiha had surrounded them. Damn it, bastards. This must be Nara Shikaku's scheme. I'll settle accounts with him later. Let's go to the Aburame clan first. Danzo's face turned cold as he spoke viciously. Yes, steeped in the essence of the way of survival, he alone and unarmed had no interest in confronting the Uchiha head-on. Even if he wanted to pick a quarrel with the Uchiha, he would need to gather some experts first. So he retreated. He even used the body flicker technique to quickly arrive at the Aburame clan compound. Then, he was stunned. Staring at the empty, ghostly Aburame compound, Danzo's mind struggled to comprehend. Where were the people? A very ominous feeling crept over him. Anxiously, he rushed to the Inuzuka clan. It was empty too. Danzo's face grew increasingly grim. He then ran to other ninja clans. But damn it, empty. Still empty. Every clan he had visited yesterday now had its compound completely deserted. Why? Danzo felt his mind about to explode. Just as he was about to head to the next clan, an Anbu intercepted him on the road. Lord Danzo, the Hokage requests your immediate presence in the Hokage's office. Danzo's face darkened, a chill creeping up his spine. Indeed, he was no fool, though initially bewildered realization had now dawned upon him. These clans must have defected to the Uchiha. Obviously, the entire village was under the vigilant watch of the barrier team. Had such a massive exodus occurred, how could they have remained completely unaware? And in the current Konoha, there was only one place they could have gone. The Uchiha. His expression soured further at the thought. The Uchiha were already a handful. With the addition of these clans, just how arrogant would they become? And more importantly, how was he supposed to explain this to Hiruzen? If he learned that his actions had driven the major clans into the Uchiha's arms, Sarutobi Hiruzen would probably tear him apart. What to do? Danzo's mind raced furiously. After a moment's thought, he slowly spoke. Inform Hiruzen that I won't be attending. Root has received intelligence that something has occurred in the other villages. I need to leave immediately to handle it. Yes, that's it. At this moment, Danzo's face was full of solemnity, as if some major incident had truly occurred elsewhere requiring his immediate presence. The Umbu member was stunned. Damn it. How am I supposed to report this? Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Danzo-sama, but the Hokage ordered. Enough, shut up. Danzo cut him off, his tone severe. If this truly delays matters of great importance to the village, can you bear the responsibility? Just report that to Hiruzen. You needn't worry about the rest. With that said, without a moment's hesitation, Danzo vanished using the body flicker technique. Indeed, he was no fool. With all the major clans defecting to the Uchiha, if he went to Sarutobi Hiruzen, now the enraged Hokage might very well summon the Monkey King and smack him out of the village with his staff. So, time to flee. After all, he wasn't the Hokage. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen who should be worried. As Hokage, his concern was far greater. If this matter couldn't be resolved, he wouldn't be able to keep his seat as Hokage. So let Hiruzen handle it first. That would be the perfect time for him, Danzo, to return to Konoha and make his grand move. The Umbu member. His mouth twitched. Watching Danzo's departing figure, he yearned to stop him, but the man's status was too high. He simply didn't dare. No way around it. He was after all the Hokage's comrade. No matter his errors, at worst he'd be scolded, and then everything would return to normal. But what about himself? If Danzo held a grudge, he could start picking out his own grave right now. What to do? The Umbu member was utterly dumbfounded. But alas, he finally let out a helpless sigh and trudged back to the Hokage's office. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen seated behind the desk, his face dark as ink, his aura as cold as a prison, and the two elders standing beside him, the Umbu member couldn't help but shudder slightly. Nevertheless, he knelt respectfully on one knee and spoke in a steady tone. Reporting to the Hokage-sama. Danzo-sama of Root received an encoded message indicating some suspicious movements in the other villages. He had to leave immediately to deal with it. He said he would return once it was handled. After speaking, the kneeling Umbu member couldn't help but sweat. Then immediately before Hiruzen could even speak, Hamuramito Kato let out a shriek. What? Danzo fled. That damn man. He causes such a huge mess, and then you tell me he just ran off. Why didn't you stop him? Koharu's face was twisted with fury as she pointed and cursed at the Umbu. Even Hamura was seething with anger. Indeed, by now they knew exactly what had happened, which was why they'd urgently summoned Danzo. But damn it all. That damn Danzo just brushed off his hands and ran. Enough. This is not the time for blame. We must find a solution, and quickly. You may leave now. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table, shattering his 17th pipe, a testament to his immense rage. However, he still waved the Umbu member away, dismissing him. He was well aware that if Danzo wished to leave, the Umbu neither dared nor had the ability to stop him. With the clans defecting and his forces stretched thin, this was no time to vent his fury and further dishearten his remaining subordinates. The Umbu member felt as if he had been granted a pardon. Without a second word, he hurried out of the Hokage's office, his back completely soaked with cold sweat. There was no helping it. When he'd arrived at work today, he'd found that nearly half his colleagues in the Umbu hadn't shown up, leaving only letters of resignation on their desks. This was a huge problem. The remaining Umbu members immediately reported it, and the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen flew into a rage, ordering an immediate targeted investigation. The clans hadn't bothered to hide their movements, so it was quickly uncovered. Furious, Hiruzen had dispatched him, the unlucky bastard, to find Danzo. But damn it, who would have thought that bastard Danzo could be so shameless? The moment he sensed trouble, instead of trying to solve it, he just ran away. Motherfucker, he screwed me over. As for why this only came to light today, this Umbu member was quite clear on that. Although the Umbu was filled with civilian ninja, the true core strength came from clan members. That was the fundamental reason the massive relocation of the clans last night had gone completely undetected by the village's top brass. The Umbu, the barrier team, the intelligence division, the interrogation unit, all were staffed heavily with clan members. Now that these clans were fleeing, the members in these departments naturally helped to cover it up. Only after their own clan compounds were emptied would these last members finally make their escape. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office was stifling. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other two had grim expressions, unable to devise a solution. The incident was too sudden, leaving them completely unprepared. Helpless. Who could have foreseen Danzo's ruthlessness? His authorization had been for 7 members per clan, but the man had secretly increased it to 17 and even demanded 5 jonin from each. Good grief. That was a death sentence for those clans. Especially the Aburame clan. It was utterly inhumane. To have their leader Shibi Aburame heading the entire clan to join Root. Damn, that was vicious. Upon receiving this news, Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. It was at that moment that Jiraiya leaped in through the window. Old man, what's the urgency? What have the Uchiha done now? Jiraiya felt a headache coming on, his eyes filled with displeasure. Yes, he was no longer the man who had just returned. Being a master of intelligence, he had already investigated the matter thoroughly in the past few days. In his view, this whole affair was entirely the doing of those 3 old men. The night of the Ninetales Minato's death. His heart ached more than anyone's, yet he also understood that this was most likely not the work of the Uchiha. Had they been responsible, they could have openly rebelled then, rather than being cornered in their clan grounds by Danzo alone and obediently surrendering their territory afterward. They were uprooted from the bustling heart of Konoha and relocated to the village's periphery. As if that weren't enough, the Umbu and Root kept them under surveillance, and Uchiha members were vanishing one by one every day. Enemy village spies. Nonsense. If other villages truly possessed such capability, Konoha would be on the brink of annihilation. The village's hostility towards the Uchiha, in Jiraiya's view, had gone too far. Even regarding the Ninetales night incident, combined with the village's rumors, he had begun to suspect these 3 old men before him. The reason was simple. That night, the only one who truly engaged the enemy was Minato Namikaze. Even his teacher before him hadn't actually fought, merely using the adamantine staff to poke at the Ninetales. If all of Konoha's Jonin had joined the battle, even if the enemy wielded space-time, ninjutsu Minato could have held them in check. Had the village acted, the outcome wouldn't have been Minato's tragic death. Of course, even though he had already found his answer, he buried it deep within his heart. He feared that voicing it would shatter the master-student bond between him and Hiruzen Sarutobi. More importantly, Minato was already dead. Even if Hiruzen had been behind it, could he really bring himself to kill his own teacher? So he let it go? Better to remain oblivious. Especially given the village's currently complex situation, he had no desire to see further chaos. Despite his grievances against Hiruzen, he still came when summoned. At most, he was just a bit short with Hiruzen. Jiraiya only wished to resolve this mess quickly and then leave this suffocating village. Even if he never found the Toad Sage's prophesied savior out there, at least he wouldn't have to be entangled in these village troubles. Jiraiya, what is your attitude? We are village elders, show some respect. Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokade began pulling rank as elders before Jiraiya. In response, Jiraiya yawned, dug a finger in his ear, and simply ignored them. What nonsense. Though he was loath to get involved in village affairs, that didn't mean he would tolerate these two old fossils. If not for the sake of the village's stability, he'd have already fled. As one of the legendary Sannin, he had his own privileges in the village. Hiruzen, look. See how your fine student treats us. Rein him in. Koharu and Hamura, seeing themselves ignored, immediately resorted to tattling. And to that, Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a sigh. These two companions of his were utterly useless, incapable of handling even the smallest matter, and only creating more trouble for him. Enough, all of you, be quiet. With things this serious, you're still bickering. Let's focus on the matter at hand. Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table. Then, paying no attention to his two colleagues, he briefly explained the situation and asked for Jiraiya's opinion. Though Koharu and Hamura were deeply dissatisfied, they could only suppress their feelings for now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiraiya, who had been calm, exploded upon hearing the news. What the hell? Every ninja clan of any standing in the village has defected to the Uchiha. Jiraiya's scalp crawled. Learning of Danzo's actions, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Good grief. Absolutely astonishing. Even if Root suffered heavy losses, you can't sabotage others like this. Jiraiya slammed his hand on the table at the thought. Where's that old Danzo? Why wasn't he summoned? Sensei, kill him. As long as that old wretch Danzo lives, Konoha will never know peace. That root of all evil must be eliminated. Jiraiya's fury erupted. His eyes blazed with murderous intent, his white hair whipping wildly in the air. Clearly, he was fed up with that fool Danzo, and had long wanted to kill him, but had always been held back by Hiruzen, forced to watch Danzo play Konoha. Meanwhile, faced with Jiraiya's chilling bloodlust, Koharu and Hamura fell silent. They had no choice. For old-timers like them who hadn't seen battle since the end of the last Great War, provoking this madman in his current frenzied state was unthinkable. Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart trembled. He cursed Danzo for the trouble this incident had caused. However, seeing the murderous look in Jiraiya's eyes, his own resolve wavered. Really kill Danzo? He shook his head internally. Of course not. This was hardly the right moment to discuss such a thing, so he cleared his throat and offered words of appeasement. We'll deal with Danzo later. For now, let's focus on solving the immediate problem. Jiraiya, we're counting on you. We old men are unfit to go out. You, with your status and position, are the perfect envoy to the Uchiha. Talk to those clans. Tell them Danzo's actions had nothing to do with me, the Hokage. Ask them to stop this foolishness and return to their clan grounds. I disavow all of Danzo's actions. As long as they don't want to join Root, I as Hokage will not force them. Hiruzen's tone was heavy. Yes, he was genuinely frightened and was preparing to back down. If these clans would simply return to their grounds, he promised not to provoke them in the future. Instead, he would tacitly allow them to remain neutral. They would no longer be required to participate in matters concerning the Uchiha. He had no choice. The thought of all major clans defecting to the Uchiha made him uneasy. A Hokage's decree, forcibly inducting them into Root. He had long since abandoned such ideas. Even if the Hyuga clan hadn't yet made their choice, and even if all the commoners still supported him, and even if he had the Sarutobi and 3 other clans behind him, facing a coalition of the Uchiha and all the other clans. Honestly speaking, he was still terrified, and to that, hearing Hiruzen's intentions, Jiraiya's face filled with bitterness. Persuade those clans to return. Even he, naive as he could be, knew the difficulty of that. However, for the sake of the village's stability, he let out a sigh and reluctantly agreed. Fine, I understand. I'll make a trip to the Uchiha compound now. But whether I can actually convince them, old man, I really can't say. You need to be prepared for the worst. Bam! As he left, Jiraiya slammed the door shut with all his might, venting the fury that burned within him. But alas, he was merely the second-generation Danzo, not the man himself. The moment Jiraiya departed, Koharu Uchiha slammed her hand on the table in a fit of rage. Hiruzen, look at your precious disciple. He shows us absolutely no respect. Does he harbor some grudge against us? He must be punished. We must teach him what it means to show reverence. Konoha was consumed by fury. Being so blatantly disregarded by a younger generation shinobi, especially as an elder of the village, left her deeply resentful. Even Hamura Mitokado's expression darkened. Hiruzen, something must indeed be done about him. He shows not even the slightest respect for his seniors. It's hard to imagine how arrogant Jiraiya will become if left unchecked. We must establish some rules for these youngsters immediately, or else who will take us old-timers seriously in the future? Hiruzen Sarutobi's brows furrowed deeply. He knew exactly what was running through the minds of his two old companions. To put it plainly, they were getting old, and no one in their own clans had the mettle to take the reins. Even in the best-case scenario, the village would eventually be steered by Jiraiya and Tsunade. And given Jiraiya's current behavior, who knew how he would treat them once he actually took power? So whether for the sake of their descendants or the fear of losing their own authority to the new generation, they both longed to impose some discipline on Jiraiya. However, the problem was this. With the meteoric rise of Uchiha Jin, the village's situation had spiraled completely out of control. Even Danzo had fled outright. Facing such a complex situation, even he himself was at a loss, and could only rely on Jiraiya to try and impose rules at a time like this. Huh, are you asking for death? So with a sigh, letting out a helpless breath, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally spoke. You two need to calm down. If you have the ability to solve our problems, then I'd gladly hand over the title of Hokage to either of you. But if you don't have that capability, then stop causing trouble for me. If you truly drive Jiraiya away, can you handle the Uchiha? If you can't, then keep your mouth shut. His tone was icy cold. In ordinary times past, he might have been more lenient with these two. After all, he needed their support to secure his position as Hokage. But now, the Uchiha's relentless pressure, the unresolved police force issue, and the recent betrayals from various major clans were draining the very life from him. At this critical juncture, he truly had no patience for their petty squabbles. Either come up with a viable solution or shut the hell up immediately. If you can't help at all, and end up driving Jiraiya away, I'll summon Enma and have him knock you both right out of Konoha. Yes, just as he had done with the Nine Tails back then. Konoha Hamura Mitokado. Sensing the full brunt of Hiruzen's wrath, they were instantly deflated. Indeed, they wished to preserve their power, yet they lacked the means to do so. On one hand, they needed Jiraiya to handle matters, on the other they expected him to obey their every command. So in the end, facing Hiruzen Sarutobi's fury, they chose discretion over valor and reluctantly left the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes were sharp. Only after his two old friends had gone did he let out a deep weary sigh, his entire being steeped in an air of despondency. He was old. The ambition of his youth was long gone. Surrounded by useless allies, grieving his eldest son who fell in battle and his second son who was incorrigibly useless. He truly yearned to step down as Hokage. But he couldn't. His prestige was already severely diminished. If he abdicated now, Uchiha Jin would undoubtedly take his place. So he had no choice but to endure. He had to hold the banner of Konoha high until someone truly worthy of the title emerged. Meanwhile, on the other side, unaware of Hiruzen's thoughts, Jiraiya wasted no time in heading to the Uchiha district. After passing a series of rigorous security checks and obtaining Uchiha Jin's permission, he was finally allowed to set foot on the Uchiha clan grounds once more. Indeed, due to the mass relocation of the major clans, tensions between the Uchiha and the village had escalated. A powerful figure aligned with the village like Jiraiya would not simply be allowed open access to the Uchiha territory. After all, the families of all the Uchiha and allied clans dwelled there. If Jiraiya were to lose his mind, the potential for carnage would be unimaginable. However, Uchiha Jin granted permission anyway. He knew Jiraiya's purpose for coming, yet was confident in his ability to control the situation. So, he merely assigned an elite squad to accompany Jiraiya along with 3 Jonin teams for covert surveillance. Having done that, he paid no further attention to the Sannin. Seriously, this is infuriating. I'm a shinobi of this village returning home, and I'm being put under surveillance. Jiraiya was visibly annoyed, crossing his arms and muttering under his breath. But alas, the Uchiha squad tailing him remained cold and stern, showing no intention of offering any explanation for his complaints. On the contrary, they remained on high alert, poised to activate their Sharingan at any moment. Seeing this, Jiraiya felt defeated. He asked a few questions, then made his way to the temporary residence of the Aburame clan. He was received by Shibi Aburame. Once they were seated in the tea room, Shibi began to quietly prepare tea. However, he was a man of very few words. Apart from a quick "Jiraiya-sama," upon arrival he showed no further inclination to speak. Jiraiya, left with no choice, initiated the conversation. Shibi, go back. No. Shibi Aburame shook his head. Jiraiya continued. The orders you received were Danzo's unauthorized commands. The old man never intended such things. He has since rescinded them, and Root will never force the Aburame clan to give up their members again. Return to your normal life, and don't get involved in these troublesome affairs. The stability of the village is paramount. Jiraiya was extremely serious. Though he didn't say it outright, his meaning was clear. While he disapproved of the village elders' methods, he too now considered the Uchiha to be a destabilizing factor. But unfortunately, Shibi Aburame's eyes remained utterly impassive. He simply shook his head again. No. Frustrated, Jiraiya asked why. The Uchiha are good. Shibi's tone was still serene. Was there any doubt? Here was a leader who didn't suppress the clans, and was even willing to help the Aburame grow. This was the first opportunity like this they'd had since joining Konoha all those years ago. Give that up. Do I look stupid? Yunu Jiwei's face remained calm. What did the village's upper echelons think? Did they really believe he was ignorant? The Yunu clan might be taciturn, but we are not fools. They had already made their damn choice. Even if the Uchiha clan were not as good as they claimed, and even without that promise, he could not trust the village's upper echelons. Who knew that after the upper echelons eliminated the Uchiha, they might come back to settle accounts with us? Of course. He did not voice these thoughts, but continued to brew tea calmly, only speaking in a placid refusal when Jiraiya asked. Jiraiya was at a loss, his heart seething with a nameless anger. There was no way around it. Faced with this taciturn man, he truly did not know what to say. In the end, even the usually patient Jiraiya was so enraged that he slammed the table. Yunu Jiwei, speak. What are you dissatisfied with, or do you have any demands? You can just bring them up directly. You need to let me know what you're thinking. Indeed, although Jiraiya had anticipated this trip would not go smoothly, Yunu Jiwei's reaction still struck him hard. In response, Yunu Jiwei remained calm, merely shaking his head slowly. Lord Jiraiya, please return. The Yunu clan has chosen the Uchiha, and we will not change our minds. No explanation, no reason. The Yunu clan was not adept at words. To speak this much at once was already a sign of great respect for Jiraiya. Jiraiya's face darkened. The Yunu clan's firmness puzzled him. Why? In his view, the ninja clan's choice this time was merely driven by Danzo's excessive pressure. As long as the Hokage could rectify the situation in time, everything would return to normal. But now, the facts dealt him a fatal blow. No matter how much he pleaded, Yunu Jiwei remained cold, rejecting him without even a moment's thought. What about the will of fire? Everyone was supposed to be for the village. Why had it come to this? Jiraiya's eyes grew dim, and in the end he had no choice but to leave the Yunu clan. His next stop was the Inuzuka clan. However, unfortunately, although the Inuzuka clan's attitude was polite, their stance was equally resolute. One sentence. They were sticking with the Uchiha, and nothing could change that. There was no way around it. Not only was this behavior a de facto betrayal of the village's upper echelons, but the benefits offered by the Uchiha were genuinely enticing. Although the Inuzuka clan's benefits were not as great as those of the Yunu clan or Kakashi, they were still far beyond what the village's upper echelons could offer. Only a fool would not know which side to choose. Jiraiya returned empty-handed once again, his spirit utterly crushed. Like a walking corpse, he then visited other clans large and small, and the results were no different. Everyone had no interest in returning to the village, all determined to stand with the Uchiha to the end. Nonsense. Whether it was Hashirama Senju's plan to integrate clans into the village, or the policies of Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and other Hokage, they had all overtly or covertly suppressed the clans. Did they really think the clans were blind to it? Now that they had finally encountered an Uchiha, who did not suppress the clans, but instead seemed to vigorously support them, only a fool would not know how to choose. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even a dog wouldn't side with him. Now not even Jiraiya's persuasion, nor Tsunade's arrival, would make any difference. Though the Senju clan's influence remained in matters concerning the clan's legacy, even if Hashirama Senju rose from his coffin, it would be useless. Everyone was set on the Uchiha. Even the Sage of Six Paths would have to step aside. In the end, utterly despairing, Jiraiya finally went to the Inoshikacho clans. The members of the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans did not show themselves. The one receiving him was Nara Lui. Looking at the dejected Jiraiya, Nara Lui shook his head. Lord Jiraiya, save your breath. The Inoshikacho, like the other clans, are determined to stand with the Uchiha to the very end, even if it means clan extinction. We are willing to split the village if necessary. Nara Lui's tone was firm. Before Jiraiya could speak, he had already stated their decision. Clearly being clever, he knew exactly why Jiraiya had come, so he did not give him a chance to speak, and directly revealed the Inoshikacho's stance. He had even relayed the situation to Shikaku and the others, and it was likely that the other half of the Inoshikacho would arrive soon. No kidding. The Uchiha had already laid out their future governance policies. The Inoshikacho, even at the cost of bloodshed and sacrificing clan members, would resolutely push Uchiha Jin into the position of Hokage. Yes. If earlier the Inoshikacho and other clans were only driven by the pain inflicted by Danzo, and reluctantly sought shelter under the Uchiha's wing, now they were steadfast in their support for the Uchiha. The simple fact that the Uchiha did not suppress the clans, and even supported them, was enough. Because everyone had truly had enough of the Hokage faction's decades-long suppression of the clans. If they had known the Uchiha stance earlier, how could they have ever supported someone like Hashirama Senju? As for doubts, suspecting that the Uchiha were just painting a rosy picture and would later suppress the clans once in power. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You could call the Uchiha arrogant, or even extreme, but you could never say they lie. They lacked the cunning for that. The Uchiha's 1,000-year reputation was worthy of everyone's trust. Although there was now a clever one like Uchiha Jin deep down, he was still the same Uchiha. If he were extreme, he wouldn't have awakened the Mangekyō. Why, Louis, tell me, what are you all thinking? If I weren't sure your chakra was normal, I'd think you were under a Jinjutsu. Konoha is everyone's village, don't you know that? Having one Uchiha is already troublesome enough, why do you have to get involved? Are you trying to make the village worse? Why can't we all work together to build the village? The Third Great Ninja War just ended not long ago, and Konoha and Mangekyō haven't even signed a peace treaty yet. Your Nara clan is so smart, how can you not understand such a simple truth? Jiraiya's face was cold, and a murderous glint flickered in his eyes. Yes, the actions of these clans had truly infuriated him. If not for the current Uchiha being so powerful and having such widespread support from the clans, he would have considered a decapitation strike without hesitation. The village was his bottom line. Even if Tsunade crossed to Jiraiya would not hesitate to kill. But the problem was, this time too many people were involved. Not only the strongest Uchiha clan, but also all the major and minor clans of Konoha. That was the only reason he managed to restrain himself. So in utter despair and helplessness, he voiced his confusion. He had lost all hope of persuading these clans. Now he merely wanted to hear from Nara Louis what exactly the clans of Konoha were thinking. Nara Rokichi's eyes flickered. As a member of the In Release clan, though not skilled in sensory ninjutsu, he still caught the killing intent in Jiraiya's eyes, fleeting as it was. However, he did not care. Yet Jiraiya's roar made his expression grow complicated. In truth, during the Third War he had a good relationship with Jiraiya, and the man had even saved his life once. But with the Inoshikacho's shift in allegiance, their friendship was cast into shadow. Watching Jiraiya's stifled frustration, he gently lifted the teacup before him, and as he drained it in one gulp, he truly began to make up his mind. He set down the teacup gently, then took a deep breath before speaking. Lord Jiraiya, I'll tell you then. Consider this repaying the debt from the Third War, but from now on do not come to me again. The core reason the Inoshikacho and other ninja clans chose the Uchiha is simply one: the Uchiha do not restrict clan development. You as a core member of the village must understand in your heart that the village has always supported the civilians and continuously weakened the rights of the clans. How many among the clans should have been promoted to Jonin long ago yet remain stuck? Even if they cannot stall forever, at most they are given the rank of Special Jonin. We do not ask the village to grant clans privileges, but can't we at least have fair competition? The Uchiha are different. They believe in the strong ruling. Perhaps after the Uchiha take the position of Hokage, their clan may occupy it forever, but as long as they treat all clans fairly, we would actually be satisfied. After all, the position of Hokage was never meant for us clans anyway. Moreover, your teacher's nature is too ruthless. We clans know better than anyone that the rumors circulating in Konoha are true. How many clans has Hiruzen Sarutobi destroyed since coming to power? Since we chose to align with the Uchiha, it means a complete break with Hiruzen Sarutobi. A choice of camp. There is no turning back. Otherwise, once the village destroys the Uchiha, all of us clans will die too. So this trip of yours is destined to end in disappointment. You might offer promises, but they are useless in reality. Because behind me stands the Nara clan. My decision represents the life and death of over 3,000 clansmen. Moreover, it represents about 10,000 people of the Inoshikacho. Do you think I dare to gamble on your credibility in such a matter? You are a wanderer. How long can you stay in the village? Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi agrees now, what can you do if he breaks his promise later? Minato Namikaze died in an unexplained manner. Any discerning person can see that this is absolutely connected to the high-ranking officials of Konoha. After all, only a few people knew Kushina's delivery date. So what have you done? You are still running errands for Hiruzen Sarutobi with no intention of avenging Minato Namikaze. Remember, he was your only disciple in Konoha. You don't even care about your own disciple. You haven't even gone to see the only child Minato left behind. So do you have any credibility? Even if the Uchiha had given us no benefits, we still wouldn't dare to trust you given the example of Minato Namikaze right before our eyes. You don't even care for your own disciple. How can we hope that after the village kills us you will seek justice for our clans? And there's another point. Haven't you noticed? Why did Hiruzen Sarutobi send you here? Why doesn't he come himself? You are just a pawn. In the future, Hiruzen Sarutobi can break his promise without any pressure. After all, it was you who promised our clans, not him. He saw through you as his disciple. He knows that once things become a fait accompli, even if you are furious inside, you will silently choose to accept it in the end. Few who lead clans are fools. Civilians might believe in the credibility of you one of the three Sannin, but our clans have entire families behind us. Compared to the empty promises of the White Fang, we quietly observe every action you take. The matter of Minato Namikaze alone is enough to confirm that you are not worthy of our trust. So go back. For the sake of our past friendship, I advise you to leave the village as soon as possible. Power struggles are extremely bloody and cruel. Your personality is truly unsuited for such games. In this regard, Lady Tsunade is a wise person. I suggest you learn from her. After finishing, Nara Rokichi poured himself a cup of tea and continued drinking leisurely. Yes. Out of gratitude for the life-saving favor in the past, at this moment, he concealed nothing and directly laid out the matter in detail. But likewise, this also completely severed the last thread of friendship between them. From now on, if they meet again, they will be enemies, not friends. Meanwhile, on the other side, with these words from Nara Rokichi, Jiraiya's mind was utterly blown. Clearly at this moment, he finally realized that he had been grievously wrong from the very beginning. Clans are different from civilians. They care more about the issue of inheritance. He could naturally empathize with how the village had restricted the clans over the years, since he, along with Orochimaru, Minato Namikaze, and others, were almost all representatives of the civilian faction. The Uchiha were too ruthless. With just this one point, they had bound the clans tightly. Moreover, the credibility issue that Nara Rokichi then raised left Jiraiya utterly stunned. Yes. Although he chose to let go of his hatred for the sake of the village in the eyes of others, it was a sign of having no credibility. Minato Namikaze was his own disciple, yet he did not seek justice for Minato. How could others dare to believe his promises? As for being manipulated by Hiruzen Sarutobi, that point was irrelevant to him. After all, he was not stupid. He could certainly see his teacher's schemes, but the problem was that in his view, as long as it was for the village, he could overlook such trivial matters. At this moment, he was silent for a long time. After a moment, he spoke in a hoarse voice. Rokichi, do you think there is still room for redemption? Nara Rokichi frowned slightly. Looking at the utterly dejected Jiraiya, he felt no sympathy in his heart. On the contrary, after a brief contemplation, he slowly spoke. Lord Jiraiya, you are truly hopeless. Your vision is too lofty. You refuse to lower your gaze, even for a moment. You can't even accomplish the small things. Talking about all this is meaningless. What you should do most now is to care for Minato's child. First, find out how the child has been doing these past years, and recover the inheritance left by Minato and Kushina for the child. You should know that Kushina was a great heiress. She held the inheritance of the Uzumaki clan, and Lady Mito also gave her a share of inheritance. The entire street west of the Hokage building is her inheritance. As Minato's teacher and the child's grandmaster, first recover the child's parents' inheritance. Nara Lui, his face filled with displeasure. Having already repaid the favors he owed, he saw no reason to engage in pointless banter with Jiraiya. So when he saw the man about to continue, he immediately countered with the matter of Naruto Uzumaki. Of course, it wasn't that he cared about Naruto Uzumaki personally. After all, his relationship with Minato Namikaze was merely cordial, and it was Shikaku who had been close to Minato. He was simply using this to shut Jiraiya up. The subtext was simple: you may as well retire and get some rest. He didn't believe Jiraiya could succeed anyway. Minato might not have left much, but Kushina Uzumaki's estate was vast. As a member of the Nara clan, he knew all too well that Kushina's assets had long been carved up and divided. Return it? How? It's all been swallowed into their bellies. Can they cough it back out? Would you like the waste? They've already expelled Jiraiya. To pry such a fortune from their grasp, blood would have to be spilled and lives lost. Would Jiraiya truly go that far for Minato Namikaze? Nara Lui deemed it highly unlikely. Of course, if Jiraiya were actually willing to go that route, it would in a sense be a boon for their Uchiha faction. After all, if the village descended into internal strife, their own power would only grow stronger. Jiraiya rebutted again. He was overcome with embarrassment and agitation. The matter of Minato Namikaze was his sore spot. He instinctively avoided anything related to him, partly out of nostalgia, but mostly because he didn't know how to face it. Even if he avoided Naruto Uzumaki, having lived in the village for so long, he'd often overhear the term demon fox. All he wanted was to escape. He could only hope that Hiruzen Sarutobi would handle things, and that Naruto would one day grasp the will of fire, understanding the meaning and importance of protection once he grew up. But now, he was cornered. Jiraiya was no fool. He caught the implication behind Nara Lui's words. A man who couldn't even protect those close to him had no right to speak of protection to them. He had failed to demonstrate the requisite responsibility in Minato's case. No amount of words would change that. After a long silence, Jiraiya cast a deep glance at Lui, then turned and left without a word. A moment later, after he left the Uchiha compound in dejection, he let out a heavy sigh. Why can't everyone understand that everything I do is for the village? As ninjas, shouldn't we endure? I know I've let Minato down. That boy Naruto must have suffered. But everything is for the stability of the village. Why can't you all let this go? For the sake of peace, what's a little hardship? If everyone just endured, it would pass. Selfish, truly selfish. Jiraiya murmured to himself, his heart full of confusion. Why couldn't everyone learn from him, keep a balanced mindset, and stop obsessing over personal gains? A ninja must endure. With that thought, his gaze grew increasingly resolute. He was certain he had done nothing wrong. The real fault lay with those short-sighted clans who had abandoned the greater good. They were no longer true ninjas, but pitiful creatures of power, no different from his mentor Sarutobi and the others. Birds of a feather. But Sarutobi and the others were too old, he couldn't change their minds. Unexpectedly, after interacting with those clans, he discovered they had been assimilated by Sarutobi's ways, having lost the strategic vision a ninja should possess. To resolve everything, it seemed he could only rely on the savior. But where was the savior foretold by the great Toad Sage now? No, absolutely not. He had to resolve the village's troubles as soon as possible, then venture into the ninja world to find the savior. Only the future savior could fix this increasingly distorted village. Just as Jiraiya made up his mind, he noticed a large group approaching. Jiraiya froze. But once he recognized them, his face turned dark instantly. Leading the group were the Ino Shikacho trio, along with minor clans like Kazurai, Takiki, Shingetsu Yamashiro, and Koga. At the forefront stood the three clan leaders, Nara Shikaku Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza. Jiraiya's face went pale. He immediately barred their way. Shikaku Inoichi. What exactly are you all trying to do? Answer me. His face was livid and his entire body trembled slightly. Clearly, he already had an answer in his heart, but he was reluctant to believe it. There was no other way. A large number of clans had already defected to the Uchiha. If these clans were allowed to pass, the Uchiha would control every major and minor clan in Konoha. He couldn't accept that outcome. After all, with only the Sarutobi and 3 other clans plus countless civilians under his command, even if Hiruzen Sarutobi still held the title of Hokage, could he truly be considered the Hokage of Konoha? Yes. Before, he could still deceive himself. The clans that joined the Uchiha were only a fraction. But now, if these people were allowed through, Sarutobi might not be a commander without an army, but given the Uchiha's current strength, they could easily establish a new Konoha. At the thought of such dire consequences, rage flared within Jiraiya. But unfortunately, despite being taken aback by his blocking, Nara Shikaku quickly regained his composure. Jiraiya-sama, step aside. We clans have made our choice. If you insist on obstructing us, then we will have no choice but to resort to force. It's your call. Nara Shikaku's tone was stern. He was not Nara Lui. His acquaintance with Jiraiya was merely superficial with no real bond. As the head of the Nara clan, his dealings were with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even during wartime, he rarely appeared on the battlefield, as Sarutobi relied on his counsel. Thus, he saw no reason to mince words with Jiraiya. Though his abilities might be slightly inferior to Lui's, his long tenure at the heart of Konoha's power allowed him to strike at Jiraiya's weak spot with a single sentence. Do you want to start a war? Are you willing to plunge Konoha into chaos? Can you bear, dare you bear, the cost? Nara Lui might have shown some deference, but Nara Shikaku didn't give a damn. One strike, a killing blow. Jiraiya. His face was grim, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. By now he was thoroughly enraged. But he had to admit, against Nara Shikaku before him, he felt a greater oppressive force than from Lui. In the end, after a deep breath, he suppressed his murderous intent and reluctantly stepped aside. At that, Nara Shikaku gave a slight bow, then waved his hand, leading the group toward the Uchiha compound. Jiraiya, his face filled with dejection. Though he longed to stop these people, he knew he lacked the strength to do so. As one of the famed 3 ninja of Konoha, he had once enjoyed certain privileges within the village owing to his status as a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his own prowess. Now, however, everything had changed. The ninja clans had resolved to betray the Hokage, and naturally, they would not regard him with any respect. Even if it came to open conflict, they would not fear him, for he was but an ordinary ninja. No matter how strong, his strength held no significance. More importantly, if war truly broke out, could Konoha withstand it? So with a helpless sigh, Jiraiya could only leave in dejection, eventually arriving at the Hokage's office. Jiraiya, you're back. How did things go on your end? How many clans are willing to return? Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even if you can persuade just one person to return, that would be a good thing for us. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a smile. He could clearly see the dejection on Jiraiya's face, but he did not take it too seriously. In his view, Jiraiya was probably setting too high a standard for himself. In reality, he thought that if Jiraiya could persuade even a portion of the clans to return, he would be satisfied. The reasoning was simple. After all, he was still the Hokage of Konoha, inherently holding the moral high ground and the rightful authority. As long as a portion of the ninja clans were willing to accept his rule, combined with the countless common ninja of the village and the core power held by the Sarutobi and other 3 major clans, he could still barely maintain the current operation of Konoha. Other matters could be dealt with gradually in the future. He believed that with his skills, as long as he stretched the timeline, he would eventually be able to dismantle the alliance of clans led by the Uchiha. And then, he would settle accounts with those treacherous clans. Unfortunately, as he smoked his pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not notice the utter dejection and despair on Jiraiya's face. Old man, Jiraiya's voice was hoarse as he tried to speak. But for a moment, he opened his mouth, yet no words came out. Gazing at Sarutobi Hiruzen's smiling face under the dim light, his body began to tremble slightly. And yet Sarutobi Hiruzen still did not notice. After all, in his view, no matter how bad the situation was, how bad could it possibly be? He had weathered countless storms in his lifetime. Could it be worse than the difficulties he faced when he first took office? So he smiled and said calmly, "Go ahead and say it. I can handle it." After speaking, he looked at Jiraiya with an expression that suggested he thought Jiraiya was overreacting. In that case, fine. Hearing these words, Jiraiya gained a bit of confidence. Well, that's good. Truly worthy of the third Hokage of the village. His pressure tolerance was indeed greater than his own. With that thought, he no longer concealed anything. Not a single clan is willing to return to the village. All the clans have now become resolute. They are determined to follow the Uchiha to the very end. And on my way back, I happened to see that the other half of the Ino Shikachō, led by Narashikaku along with over a dozen minor clans, have also thrown their lot in with the Uchiha. In short, as it stands now, apart from the Hyuga clan, which has not yet made a clear stance, all the other families that can be called ninja clans have already sided with the Uchiha. However, it's good that all the common villagers still trust you, old man. That is a positive for us. With the support of the four major clans like the Sarutobi, we still have a fighting chance against the Uchiha. I believe you can definitely handle this, old man. Speaking of which, I have to admire you, old man. Your ability to withstand pressure is truly remarkable. When I learned of this outcome, my heart sank, yet you remained strong and composed. Impressive, truly impressive. Old man, what's wrong? Why are you spitting blood? You must stay strong. At first, Jiraiya had been speaking quite lightly, since the calmness Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed had indeed alleviated 2/3 of the pressure in his heart. But damn it, how could the old man suddenly start spitting blood before he even finished speaking? Where was the promised strength? Where was the composure? Immediately after, he had no choice but to summon the ANBU on duty outside and rush the old man to the hospital as quickly as possible. However, fortunately, the hospital was controlled by Uchiha Koharu, so they managed to save Sarutobi Hiruzen in the shortest possible time. Half an hour later, outside the emergency room, Uchiha Koharu stepped out of the emergency room and looked at the anxious Jiraiya. "All right, don't worry, Hiruzen is stable for now." "That's a relief." Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief. There was no other way. He truly was afraid. If Sarutobi Hiruzen had died in such a situation, the village would be completely finished. Come on, tell me. How did Hiruzen end up like this? Did you complete today's mission? How many of those clans are willing to move back? Uchiha Koharu spoke slowly. Indeed, she had been shocked as well, because both she and Mitokado Hamura had relied almost entirely on Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Sarutobi Hiruzen died suddenly, it would undoubtedly be the collapse of the sky for her. Hearing this, Jiraiya's face darkened instantly. "Are you sure you can handle it?" The old man learned of this news and immediately vomited blood and lost consciousness. His eyes were filled with doubt. There was no helping it. One of the village's top leaders had already fallen, and he did not wish for Uchiha Koharu to collapse as well. Uchiha Koharu's face turned grim. Even before Jiraiya spoke, she knew the situation was not ideal. But after a moment's thought, she still said, "Go ahead, I can handle it." Not a single one was brought back. Jiraiya stated bluntly. Even the other half of the Ino Shikachō and the dozen or so minor clans that had remained neutral, I saw them joining the Uchiha on my way back tonight. Uchiha Koharu gasped, and for a moment, she nearly fainted, her face turning extremely pale. But she knew that the situation was critical, and she absolutely could not collapse now. So she forced herself to endure. However, her expression became frantic. What are we to do? All the clans have defected to the Uchiha. Can the village withstand this? This is the end. Uchiha Koharu murmured to herself. Her body began to tremble slightly, and especially with Hiruzen unconscious, she had completely lost her composure. Seeing this, Jiraiya let out a soft sigh. This old woman clearly could not bear the load. It seemed he could not rely on her. Mitokado Hamura. That old man was equally unreliable. So after a moment of deliberation, he said seriously, "I'll go out and find Tsunade immediately. She is the only one who can handle this now. In the meantime, you take care of the old man, and do not provoke the Uchiha. Buy me some time, and I will definitely bring Tsunade back." Zilai was a man of action. After speaking, he used a body flicker technique and instantly dashed out of the hospital. Zhuanxin Xiaochun. She was completely bewildered. She was about to say something, but all words were choked back. Her face was extremely grim. "Damn it, are you trying to rush to your reincarnation? Can't you wait for someone to finish speaking?" But forget it. Now she let out a sigh and then came to an office. "Director, The young man saw Zhuanqin Xiaochun and quickly stood up ready to pour tea. And to this, Zhuanqin Xiaochun waved her hand, not even sitting down, and directly said, "Those hypocritical formalities are unnecessary. I now assign you 3 tasks. First, immediately return to our Zhuanqin clan, and have the clan leader prepare the entire Zhuanqin clan, all ninjas ready for battle. Additionally, prepare 5 Jonin squads to protect me at the hospital. Also go find Elder Shuohoman Yin and inform him to gather all ninjas of the Shuohoman clan, likewise prepare for the worst mentally. Then have Elder Shuohoman use his elder authority to immediately assemble the ANBU under his command and enter the Hokage building for defense. Also tell Elder Shuohoman Yin that Hokage Raizen is unconscious and I need to take care of him at the hospital, so he needs to handle matters outside. Finally, go notify the Yuanfei and Jitsuan clans to also prepare for battle. Go." After saying this, Zhuanqin Xiaochun immediately left without any intention of wasting words. Yes, compared to other matters, what she cared most about was Yuanfei Raizen. She needed to find a way to make Yuanfei Raizen wake up as soon as possible, because she knew that neither she nor Shuohoman Yin wanted to, and in controlling the overall situation, they must have Yuanfei Raizen. As for Zilai, she actually didn't hold much hope for getting Gangsho back, because she knew that Gangsho and these people were not of the same faction at all. Back then, Yuanfei Raizen's choice to take Gangsho as his disciple was actually just sending a signal to the outside world. Yuanfei Raizen's teacher was Qinsho Feijian. Back then, in order to temporarily stabilize the Qinsho clan, he had to take Gangsho as his disciple as a token. Actually, judging from the choices of Zilai and Dashawan Yuanfei, Raizen intended to take only disciples of civilian origin. Coupled with the subsequent targeting and scheming of the Qinsho clan by the Mai High level, she didn't think these things could fool Gangsho. After all, the former Gangsho was a truly intelligent person, not someone as easy to deceive as Zilai. Why did Gangsho choose to leave? Truly because of so-called hemophobia. Nonsense. As a medical ninja herself, Zhuanqin Xiaochun didn't believe it at all. Gangsho simply couldn't stand the darkness of the village, and because Mai was the life's work of her 2 grandfathers, she couldn't bring herself to retaliate against them. Counting on Gangsho? Not very likely. But, on one hand, she didn't stop Zilai, and letting him try might also be good. If they could really win Gangsho back, even making her the 5th Hokage would be fine. After all, with her influence diluted over so many years, they old-timers were confident in controlling the village's power. On the contrary, using Gangsho's Qinsho reputation might even stabilize those ninja clans. So forget it. For now, she should first prepare for the worst in advance, and then quietly wait for Zilai's subsequent news. Immediately after, with Zhuanqin Xiaochun's arrangements, the village instantly began to fall into chaos. After learning of this, Shuohoman Yin immediately began making arrangements. The Yuanfei and Jitsuan clans also started tense preparations. It wasn't until 3 in the morning that Shuohoman Yin had some free time, and he rushed to the hospital as quickly as possible. "Xiaochun, how is Raizen?" Shuohoman Yin asked hurriedly as he entered. And to this, Zhuanqin Xiaochun let out a helpless sigh, then shook her head and said, "I can't tell yet for now, but he should wake up by tomorrow morning at the latest." "That's good then." Shuohoman Yin sighed in relief. What happened? How did Raizen suddenly fall unconscious? Upon hearing this, Zhuanqin Xiaochun also looked helpless. In the end, she still recounted Zilai's explanation. After listening, Shuohoman Yin was completely dumbfounded. No way. All ninja clans defecting to the Yuzhibo was not good news for them. More importantly, Raizen was unconscious and Tuanzang was also missing. Relying only on the 2 of them, these useless men, could they really hold up the current Mai? To be honest, even they themselves had little confidence. But there was no choice. No matter how panicked and chaotic they felt inside, now they had to tough it out. Either wait for Tuanzang to return, or wait for Raizen to wake up, or wait for Zilai to come back. In short, they could only handle a smooth sailing game, not a desperate situation like this. Just like now, apart from passive defense, they had no idea what to do. As for the civilians, they themselves were almost in chaos. How could they have the heart to deal with those trivial matters? So, they recalled all ANBU, all responsible for guarding their own clans, the hospital, and the Hokage building. As for how to solve the problems civilians would encounter when they woke up tomorrow, just bear with it. Either go line up at the police department, in short, the ANBU won't handle it. Meanwhile, on the other side, compared to the tense atmosphere in the village, the Yuzhibo side was filled with laughter and joy. Another dozen small ninja clans joined, and the power of the Yuzhibo swelled terrifyingly. Even Uchiha Jin, who had just gone to sleep, was directly pulled up by Yuzhibo Shana. "Jin, don't sleep. How can you still sleep now? Another dozen small ninja clans have joined us. Ha ha ha. I never thought that our Yuzhibo would truly have a day of rising. I am so happy, and all of this is because of you, Jin. My choice back then was too correct." Yuzhibo Shana was overjoyed. And to this, Yuzhibo Jin, who had just been woken from sleep and was still groggy, now watched Yuzhibo Shana acting crazy with a head full of question marks. Good heavens. What exactly happened? Damn it, just say it. You've said a bunch of nonsense, but haven't told me why you woke me up. What exactly do you want me to do? Another dozen small ninja clans. Heh, let them come. Why wake me up? Just a bunch of small clans, not even the first to defect. Do I have to go greet them? However, seeing Uchiha Jin's increasingly displeased expression, Uchiha West standing nearby, couldn't bear it, and quickly began to explain for her grandfather. After hearing this, Uchiha Jin was helpless. That's it. Solve the housing and food problems for these people. You woke me up in the middle of the night just to deal with such a trivial matter. Uchiha Jin felt quite displeased. He could understand the excitement among the Uchiha despite this clan's power not being vast, and their quality not matching that of the first clans to pledge allegiance. Yet the significance of their arrival signaled a trend. From this day forward, the tide of attack and defense had turned. Although not a single civilian ninja had defected to them, the power the Uchiha now held was enough to stand toe-to-toe with the village's high-ranking officials, even giving them the right to establish a new Konoha outright. But likewise, couldn't this matter be discussed tomorrow? Did they have to wake him up in the dead of night? However, despite his annoyance, since he was already awake, going back to bed would likely prove futile. So forget it. Since he had been roused from sleep, no one else deserved to slumber either. With this thought, he called out, "Tadashi, come in." Elder Jin. Uchiha Tadashi's gaze was filled with reverence. Clearly, for this man who had pulled the Uchiha from the mire and restored them to their former glory, he had long vowed to dedicate his life. To this, Uchiha Jin remained calm, as all Uchiha had worn this expression recently. Perhaps it was awkward at first, but now it was simply a matter of habit. Notify all ninja clans to send a representative. We're having a meeting. Uchiha Tadashi nodded and immediately left. Shun couldn't help but ask, a meeting at this hour? What's wrong? Uchiha Jin inquired. Shun shook his head, saying nothing more. However, he felt something was amiss, for Uchiha Jin used to despise meetings. Of course. If he knew that Uchiha Jin's actions were simply out of personal annoyance summoning everyone to share his misery, he might find it even more unbelievable. Half an hour later, in the reception hall of the front courtyard, everyone was seated. Many were still bleary-eyed, having been dragged from their slumber. Entering the reception room, Uchiha Jin felt slightly more balanced seeing this scene. Yes, not bad. This is how it should be. Why should I suffer alone? Let's share the burden together. However, this was also a little thought of Uchiha Jin's. In truth, he did have matters to discuss originally planned for the next day, merely moved up to tonight. Firstly, everyone. Perhaps my will of fire burns too strongly, leading to too many people defecting to the Uchiha, and our compound has its limits. Therefore, I've decided to expand the clan grounds near the Nanga shrine outside the village. So regarding the allocation for each ninja clan, I hope we can establish a plan tonight. Don't worry about land shortage, as our land borders the forest of death. We can expand outside the village as needed. Second, we must also devise a plan tonight for barrier defenses, patrol teams, and sentry posts. We must reorganize as quickly as possible, for our enemies won't give us much time. We must swiftly consolidate our forces into a complete combat capability and ensure the safety of our clan territory. Uchiha Jin wasted no words. This was his meeting style: identify problems and solve them. He had no interest in watching factions bicker. He set the framework and they figured out how to build it. This novel meeting style attracted both the Uchiha and the representatives of other clans. Subsequently, under the Nara clan's lead, they reached a consensus after 2 hours. There was no conflict among the clans present. They knew this was temporary. The real resource allocation would happen after eliminating the high-ranking officials like Sarutobi Hiruzen, when the true spoils would be divided. For now, they'd make do. As long as the clan could function, they couldn't ask for more. After all, when defecting to the Uchiha, they could only bring their valuables, or retrieving other assets would take time. At that moment, Nara Rokichi spoke up. Jin-kun, I have a question. Go ahead. Uchiha Jin nodded slightly. Speak freely. We're all in this together now. I won't impose a one-man rule. As long as it's reasonable, we'll analyze and plan together. The same goes for everyone else. If you don't understand something or find it unsuitable, speak up and we'll discuss it. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They had prepared for oppressive Uchiha rule, but surprisingly Uchiha Jin was quite approachable, even willing to consult everyone. This made them feel their choice was indeed a gamble won. With that, Nara Rokichi stopped beating around the bush and asked directly, what are your thoughts on dealing with the village Jinka? Rokichi, what's your take? Uchiha Jin countered. Nara Rokichi didn't hesitate and gave his answer. The village is already severely weakened. I believe there's no need to delay further. Let's convene the Jonin Council, present the root's crimes, and completely remove Sarutobi Hiruzen from the position of Hokage. There may be some turmoil, but it will also thoroughly cleanse the filth, allowing us to concentrate on dealing with other villages. Others voiced their agreement. Having chosen to side with the Uchiha, they had long prepared for a clash with the village. Especially the Uchiha, who were burning with passion. Were it not for Uchiha Jin's restraint, they would have already sought to annihilate the Sarutobi and other 3 clans. Only Uchiha Jin remained silent. Then, after thinking for a moment, he looked at Nara Shikaku. Shikaku, you've spent the most time in the Hokage building, so do you know Sarutobi Hiruzen's background? If conflict truly erupts, what trump cards can he produce? And to this, Nara Shikaku, who had hoped to remain inconspicuous, sighed helplessly upon hearing this, then thought deeply before answering. I'm not part of the Hokage's inner circle, so I don't know the specifics. However, there are 120 registered civilian ninjas, including 132 jonin, though their abilities are slightly inferior to those from the clans. The Sarutobi and other 3 clans are quite large. Each has around 50 registered ninjas with only 6 or 7 jonin. But I often visit the Sarutobi compound to discuss matters with Hiruzen, and from fleeting glances I could tell their actual ninja count is at least 20 times that number. The other 3 clans are similar. Over the years, the village's finances have been heavily embezzled by Sarutobi and his allies, and since these 4 clans rarely fight on the front lines, the exact numbers are impossible to ascertain. Within the Umbu and Root, excluding as clan members, about half are civilians, numbering around 300. But these are all elites, so they pose a significant problem. Furthermore, both Umbu and Root have hidden personnel. I'm almost certain of this, but I'm not sure about the exact scale of these hidden forces. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, controls the Scroll of Seals. Who knows how many forbidden techniques he's mastered? So when facing Sarutobi Hiruzen, you must be wary of his forbidden jutsu. His words shocked the entire assembly. Even Nara Orokichi, who had been clamoring for immediate action, suddenly calmed down considerably, as he was genuinely unaware of this fact. He was a carefree member of the Nara clan, and Shikaku had never discussed such matters before. Thus, hearing it for the first time, he couldn't help but lament the inhumane nature of the likes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the higher-ups. Damn, I knew the Konoha higher-ups were greedy, but I never imagined they would be so blatant. No wonder Konoha has remained stagnant all these years. The assembled crowd voiced their opinions one after another. All their expressions were grim, for if the wealth embezzled by the Konoha higher-ups had truly been used for the village's development, none of them would be living in such dire straits. Then, after venting their frustrations, they once again turned their gaze toward Uchiha Jin. He was the one in charge. What to do next hinged entirely on his thoughts. And in response to this, Uchiha Jin sighed inwardly. Nara Shikaku was indeed no simple man. Even though he was not part of Sarutobi Hiruzen's inner circle, he could still deduce much of the truth, with just a fraction of the authority he held and the things he observed in his daily life. Truly impressive. Yet although Nara Shikaku and Nara Orokichi were equally intelligent, their personalities were entirely different. Nara Shikaku was more cautious, while Nara Orokichi was more adventurous. After a long silence, Uchiha Jin spoke. This world operates on cause and effect. The Sarutobi 4 clans may seem formidable in terms of numbers, but in truth, I do not hold them in any regard. A group of people who have never witnessed bloodshed or experienced battlefield slaughter, even if they possess the chakra of Jonin, can still be effortlessly cut down by us in an instant. Battle-hardened experience and various combat techniques. Flowers raised in a greenhouse cannot be cultivated into warriors. Any elite Chunin could instantly kill those so-called Jonin. So regarding the data, Shikaku mentioned it's fine to keep it in mind, but there's no need to be intimidated by those superficial numbers. These words calmed the crowd considerably. Indeed, those concealed members of the Sarutobi 4 clans at most had eliminated bandits outside the village or guarded the caravans of their clans. Such a level of killing had no real training effect. In contrast, the combat methods of the people before him were all honed on the battlefield. To them, Jonin, created by resource investment, were no different from prey delivered to their doorstep. Even Nara Shikaku nodded slowly. Indeed, Uchiha Jin's words were accurate, but what shocked him even more was Uchiha Jin's ability to adapt on the fly. When everyone was panicking, he could pinpoint the weaknesses and instantly calm them down. From this, it was evident that Uchiha Jin was a qualified leader. Then after the crowd had settled, Uchiha Jin spoke again. First, I believe that for now stability is paramount. This is not the time to completely sever ties with the village and engage in open conflict. My reasoning is actually quite simple. In short, the cost-benefit ratio is too low. The ninja of the Sarutobi 4 clans were forged using the village's resources. Letting them die in internal strife is a waste. Moreover, I do not wish to casually sacrifice even the civilian ninja, even if they are not our allies. Sending them to the border to be worn down is far better than having them perish meaninglessly in civil strife. So, I will make the following arrangements regarding the village's situation. First, the police force will continue to slack off and intensify the spread of various rumors, doing everything possible to stir up the villagers' distrust of the Hokage. Eventually, we should secretly organize some villagers to vandalize the Hokage building, the hospital, and the shops along the streets. The goal is simple: throw the village into chaos. Second, Shikaku. As a Konoha counselor drafted a document based on the official data published by the administrative department listing the financial income and expenditure from the start of the Third War to the present. How much money the daimyo allocated, how much the village earned, and how much came from mission commissions. How much has been spent over the years where it went, and how much remains unaccounted for. Submit this inquiry to the Hokage's office with all the ninja clans present signing their names demanding that the Hokage's office audit the financial accounts from the Third War to the present. If Sarutobi Hiruzen agrees, then we will conduct the audit openly. If he refuses, then spread the word. I recall that the war pensions, ninja tool expenditures, and mission commission fees from the Third War have yet to be settled, haven't they? Moreover, the village's food and material reserves. It seems the village still lacks the funds to resolve these issues, doesn't it? Let the entire village know that Konoha is not actually short of money, it's just that the funds have been embezzled by certain individuals. The civilian ninja who have yet to receive their war pensions and mission commission fees from the war will inevitably become restless and cause a stir. Then we can lend them a hand behind the scenes. Uchiha Jin explained in a measured tone. He did not wish to inherit a ruined Konoha. Therefore, even though he could easily eliminate the village's higher-ups, he decided to slowly wear down Sarutobi Hiruzen and his ilk in order to minimize the losses caused by internal strife. The reasoning was simple: population resources were extremely important. Even those who could become ninja, even if of civilian origin, were valuable assets. Once Uchiha Jin ascended to the position of Hokage, these people would be working for him. Everyone he killed today would mean one fewer worker for him in the future. Such a thing could not be done. Perhaps many leaders in the ninja world did not care about population, often deliberately using war to consume the surplus population they could not support. But Uchiha Jin understood deeply that all development depended on population, especially those who could become ninja. They were practically born to be laborers. Even if they had not yet pledged allegiance to him, Uchiha Jin still wanted to protect them and prevent them from dying in internal strife. His next goal was to tear off Sarutobi Hiruzen's mask and shatter the foundation of his civilian support. Like boiling a frog in warm water, he would hollow him out bit by bit, avoiding provocation and giving him no chance to act forcefully until he was completely isolated. Uchiha Jin was no longer the same as before. In his view, Konoha was his. He would never allow Sarutobi Hiruzen to run amok. Yes. In the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen treated Konoha as his private property and sought to eliminate the Uchiha without cost. Now Uchiha Jin harbored the same sentiment. He regarded Konoha as his own and would not permit Sarutobi Hiruzen to ruin his village. The assembled crowd was utterly astonished. Uchiha Jin's style, methods, and personality all amazed them, for such behavior was hardly typical of a Uchiha. Even the members of the Nara clan were also rather peculiar at this moment. There was no helping it. Such a method sounded perfectly normal coming from their mouths, but when uttered by a Uchiha, it gave them an indescribably eerie feeling. If they weren't certain that Uchiha Jin had awakened the Sharingan, they would have suspected he was actually a Nara, merely swapped at birth by the Uchiha. In particular, Nara Lui and Nara Luji were utterly impressed by Uchiha Jin's methods. Even with their quick thinking, it was difficult to conceive such a precise point of entry. Reflecting on this, the two couldn't help but sigh. With such a capable and shrewd leader in the future, they could imagine their own path would only become more difficult. Indeed, they were truly convinced. Even the trivial affairs of the police department had been manipulated by Uchiha Jin into an art form. At the very beginning, Uchiha Jin had used the police department to break the deadlock, causing Sarutobi Hiruzen to struggle and even tarnishing the reputation of the ANBU. Unexpectedly, he was now using the police department again as a pawn to tear apart Sarutobi Hiruzen's foundation. Truly a one-trick pony that never fails. Especially having them draft a letter of inquiry demanding an audit of the village's finances. This directly struck at the village's leadership's Achilles heel. Because he knew better than anyone that this matter could never withstand scrutiny. If it were normal times, even if exposed, it would at most be pinned on Danzo, and the matter would be brushed aside. But now it was different. 2 or 3 years had passed since the Third War ended, yet the village had not even distributed compensation funds. Rewards for the meritorious settlements, for war commissions. All sorts of messy affairs required financial support. Moreover, someone had just made a fuss about this last month, and it was only barely suppressed. Nara Luji and Nara Lui were well aware that the village leadership was waiting to eliminate the Uchiha, using their assets to fill the fiscal hole. But now, the Uchiha were growing stronger, and they themselves had joined. This path was clearly cut off. Moreover, if they were to detonate this issue once the village learned that there was indeed money, but it was not being paid out as compensation and had mysteriously vanished, one could imagine the desperate lengths the civilian ninjas would go to. Indeed, although the village was cloaked in the will of fire, it could not conceal the fact that Konoha was essentially a military fortress, and the nature of all ninjas was to work for money. With so many casualties in the war, don't even pay compensation or mission fees, and the village's finances just mysteriously vanish. Hehe. Unless Sarutobi Hiruzen could immediately plug this hole, his tenure as Hokage would likely be over. Alright, understood. I have the village's financial data in my hands. I'll draft the inquiry letter as soon as I return, and it will be submitted to the Hokage's office by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Tomorrow afternoon, everyone remember to come to my house to sign. Naruto smiled. He increasingly felt that Naruto's thoughts were correct. Given Uchiha Jin's sophisticated methods and terrifying power, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his allies truly had no hope. More importantly, Uchiha Jin's governance policy. He actually did not restrict the development of the ninja clans. For them, this alone was worth supporting with all their might. Upon hearing this, everyone naturally nodded with smiles. Then, since the important matters had been largely discussed, the atmosphere relaxed. After a few more casual chats, they parted ways. The next day in the afternoon, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just regained consciousness, hurriedly arrived at the Hokage's office. Even though he was still very weak, he had to force himself to sit here in order to barely maintain the village. There was no choice. If he as Hokage were to fall now, the remaining forces under his command would completely collapse. At this moment, due to the absence of Danzo, the Konoha F3 nervously began their discussion. Meanwhile, on the other side, Naruto, who had already drafted the letter of inquiry, submitted it through official channels to the Jonin Council. Indeed, although normally everyone could bypass rules and submit directly to the Hokage's office if on good terms, now that they were enemies, everything had to be done legally and legitimately. Similarly, just as both sides were preparing for their next clash, Jiraiya dragged back an unwilling Tsunade. Tsunade's face was full of displeasure. Even her gaze toward Jiraiya held a deeply hidden murderous intent. She was certainly not stupid. The reason she chose to leave Konoha back then was that she had sensed something wrong. The Senju clan's deaths were too abnormal. But at that time her words carried little weight. Although her grandmother Uzumaki Mito had tried, because she bore the Uzumaki name, she was not taken seriously, leading to the Senju clan's complete extinction. Later, the fates of Nawaki and Dankato further solidified her resolve. It was also around that time that Tsukumo Hatake committed suicide, which made Tsunade fully understand how ruthless her teacher was. From that moment, she made up her mind, leave Konoha. Moreover, as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen was alive, she would never return because she didn't want to see him. Revenge. She had certainly had that thought, and even attempted it. But unfortunately, she failed at the very first step. Because when she tried to use the Senju clan's reputation to rally a group of ninja clans, she keenly noticed that many clans were acting strangely, so she immediately held back her words. Later, upon investigation, cold sweat broke out. It turned out that the vast majority of the ninja clans had participated in the destruction of the Senju clan. In the end, she left with Shizune. Because the enemy's power was too vast, even with the backing of the Senju legacy, she couldn't possibly defeat the entire village. This was also the reason why in the original story, she didn't want to return to Konoha. Even though she saw the shadow of Senju Nawaki in Uzumaki Naruto after becoming Hokage, she only did so for the sake of the name Konoha. She never grew close to any of the major ninja clans. Revenge. Meaningless. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were already dead, and she could hardly completely settle accounts with Hamura Mitokado and Kohor Udatane unless she dug up the filthy secrets of the past. Thus, in the end, after the Fourth War concluded, she abdicated to avoid the trouble. As for now, with Sarutobi Hiruzen still sitting in the Hokage's seat, she truly did not want to come to this dark village, even if its name was the life's work of her two grandfathers. But Jiraiya was too outrageous. He ignored her resistance, and even threatened to fight her just to drag her back to Konoha. Tsunade was furious, yet utterly helpless. After all, the way Jiraiya had brought her back to Konoha this time was almost the exact opposite of the method in the original story. In the original tale, Jiraiya had relied on Naruto Uzumaki to make Tsunade change her mind willingly and return to Konoha to deal with the mess. But now, she had been practically dragged back by Jiraiya. Ever since he found her, he had shamelessly insisted she come back, and despite her clear refusal, he clung to her like a persistent shadow, causing her to be recognized wherever she went. As everyone knew, she had racked up enormous debts outside. Usually when she and Shizune traveled, whether gambling, lodging, or anything else, they would disguise themselves to evade creditors. Now, thanks to Jiraiya's antics, everyone knew she was the legendary Tsunade of Konoha. In the end, she had no choice but to return. Yet at the same time, the thought of all the recent troubles in Konoha made her head throb with pain. Indeed, though she often stayed away from Konoha, she had her own channels for gathering news about the village. So she was well aware that a formidable Uchiha named Uchiha Jin had emerged, someone who could stand against Hiruzen Sarutobi without yielding. Tsunade knew this all too well. But the problem was they expected her to handle something that even Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others couldn't. Damn it, did she even have that kind of ability? And even if she did, the question was, she didn't want to help Hiruzen Sarutobi anyway. So at that moment, Tsunade decided she would simply slack off no matter what Hiruzen said, she would not get involved. As long as she didn't attack the Uchiha, they probably wouldn't provoke her either. Good, that's settled. Since Jiraiya had already targeted her, it was hard to stay hidden outside Konoha anyway. So for the next while she would just stay in the village and do nothing. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, unaware of Tsunade's intentions, led her straight to the Hokage's office. Old man, I'm back. Mission accomplished. I brought Tsunade back. Jiraiya entered the office, his face brimming with pride and joy. Yes, he couldn't handle the Uchiha himself, but he was confident that with Tsunade's abilities, she could resolve the village's turmoil. In response, Tsunade merely sneered at the people present, not even bothering to greet them. She might not have the power to take revenge for past grievances, but she could at least ignore these people. And she was confident they wouldn't dare act against her easily. Otherwise, if they tore away the last shred of the Senju clan's dignity, these old men wouldn't be able to face the entire village, let alone deal with the Uchiha. Tsunade, Jiraiya, do you have no manners? This is the Hokage's office, not your private residence. Can't you even knock? Especially you, Tsunade. Who are you making that sour face at? Can't you even say a simple greeting? Do you have any respect for us elders left? Koharu Udatane slammed the table, clearly displeased with the pair. After all, if Uchiha Jin hadn't been so troublesome, she would never have agreed to let these two return. Hamuramito Kato remained silent. He too was disgusted by their lack of decorum. It was hard to imagine what status the elders would have if Tsunade were pushed into power. Yes, after their three-way discussion, they had already decided to push Tsunade as the next Hokage. There was no other choice. Uchiha Jin was too formidable, and they were no match for him. So the only strategy was to retreat in order to advance. If they could install Tsunade as the fifth Hokage, the entire situation would instantly reverse, for the Senju name still carried weight in Konoha. But the problem was, looking at Tsunade's current attitude, everyone's heart sank. They had managed to manipulate Minato Namikaze, but could they manipulate Tsunade? Just as the Konoha F3 were pondering, Tsunade let out a contemptuous snort. So you don't welcome me at all. I knew I shouldn't have come back. Shizune, let's go. With that, she crossed her arms and strode toward the exit. Shizune, clutching a little pig, looked bewildered, but followed behind. How dare you? Hamuramito Kato couldn't contain himself and bellowed, Tsunade, have you no sense of decency? Sorry, I don't, Tsunade snorted disdainfully. So I won't get in your way. She said it casually, but she didn't stop walking. On the other side, Jiraiya's mind exploded at the sight. He blocked Tsunade's path. Tsunade, don't be angry. The village is in real danger now. This is no time for a tantrum. Tsunade's voice remained icy. Jiraiya, get out of my way. She felt no warmth toward him. After all these years as comrades, Tsunade had long seen through Jiraiya's true nature. He was a fool brainwashed by Mount Mayaboku, clinging to unrealistic dreams, yet lacking the necessary courage and sense of responsibility. That was the real reason she had always looked down on him. At the same time, he was stubborn to a fault. He had a twisted will to protect Konoha, fully aware of the village's true ailments, yet he lacked the boldness to change anything, only wanting to be a patcher who barely held things together. Why had she chosen Dankato back then instead of Jiraiya? Did she really not know Jiraiya's feelings? No. The reason was simple. He was too useless. How could she, Tsunade, choose a partner like Jiraiya? Tsunade, give me a little face, Jiraiya kept trying. But Tsunade simply raised her fist, ready to knock him aside. Just then Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was smoking, let out a sigh. Tsunade, enough. Hasn't it been long enough? Haven't you come to terms with it yet? The village is indeed in danger now. You wouldn't want the hard work of your two grandfathers to be destroyed, would you? Let me be frank. We intend to make you the fifth Hokage. We are old, and it's time we retired. Konoha carries the ideals of Hashirama-sama and the legacy of Tobirama-sensei. It will be the place you protect in the future. Stay? Tomorrow I will send a letter to the daimyo and arrange your succession ceremony. Hiruzen Sarutobi, with deep affection. He was confident in his ability to control Tsunade if she became the fifth Hokage, which was the desperate choice forced upon the Leafs F3. There was no choice. Uchiha Jin's tactics were too ruthless, and many ninja clans had all defected to his side. They knew very well that their reputations had long been tarnished due to their years of mishandling. Now, to reverse the decline, they had to rely on Tsunade's Senju heritage, and they were old hands at this kind of manipulation, having already experimented once with Minato Namikaze. Pulling strings from behind the scenes, they were quite adept. In truth, among the three legendary Sannin, as long as it wasn't Orochimaru who took the position, they didn't really care whether it was Tsunade or Jiraiya. Because both of them lacked the ruthlessness to resist, they would be easily led by the nose. Orochimaru, however, was different. That man's blood ran too cold. If he truly became Hokage, they would all be forced out. Because if they refused to yield power, Orochimaru would actually dare to kill them. Hokage? Only fools would want to be Hokage. Tsunade would never do such a stupid thing. For such matters, find someone else. Tsunade said with utter disdain, speaking the very words from the original story. However, in the original, Tsunade's words were more veiled. and everyone simply thought she was affected by the deaths of Nawaki and Danzo. But in reality, she had long seen the true nature of power, knowing that even the Hokage was a puppet. These old men would never willingly give up their authority. They would spout nonsense like, "You're still young, let us help you manage things," and turn the so-called Hokage into a puppet controlled by them. Tsunade, how dare you? This is the village's decision, you just need to accept it. Do you realize that your actions border on being a missing nin? Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado couldn't help but start ranting again. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt weary and snapped, "Both of you shut up. Isn't the situation messy enough already?" Hiruzen, you. The two were taken aback. But unfortunately, Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't be bothered to argue with those fools, knowing that stabilizing Tsunade was the top priority. Otherwise, who knew how chaotic the village would become? Then, after silencing the two, he turned to Tsunade with a look of deep affection. "Stay, Tsunade. You wouldn't want the legacy of your two grandfathers to be completely ruined by the Uchiha, would you?" Tsunade remained unmoved, because she knew very well that if not for the misdeeds of these old men, the Uchiha would never have been driven to such extremes. However, before she could speak, Jiraiya chimed in again. "I beg you, Tsunade, just agree. Seeing the village torn apart like this, doesn't it pain your heart? You are the only one for the position of 5th Hokage." Unfortunately, Tsunade's face was full of contempt. Even as everyone pleaded, her expression remained utterly impassive. Indeed, according to her own wishes, unless Hiruzen Sarutobi were dead, she wouldn't take a single step into Konoha. This time was purely accidental. She had only been pestered by Jiraiya and had no choice but to return. Becoming Hokage. Not a chance. However, just as Tsunade was about to speak, a village jonin suddenly knocked on the door. Everyone present was taken aback. Especially Hiruzen Sarutobi, whose face showed clear displeasure. Why did someone have to interrupt at such a critical moment? But before he could speak, Jiraiya opened the door. "What is it?" "Nara Shikaku, the advisor, has submitted a letter of inquiry to the Jonin Council." The messenger's forehead was covered in cold sweat, his eyes filled with fear. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat. He knew well that Nara Shikaku had already defected to the Uchiha side. So was this another move from them? Jiraiya instinctively took the letter, then waved his hand to dismiss the Jonin. There was no choice. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office was tense, not suitable for ordinary ninja to linger. And as for that, the Jonin said nothing more and left without a word. Obviously, he also knew the village's situation had been off lately. So many clan members had resigned and joined the Uchiha. Even though he didn't know exactly what was happening, he knew better than to get involved in such messy affairs. Then after the Jonin left, Jiraiya closed the door again. Without regard for his status, he immediately opened the letter and read it, his face turning pale. "Sarutobi-sensei, we have a big problem. Everyone take a look. If this isn't handled properly, it will definitely cause a huge upheaval. We need to find a solution quickly. Knowing Uchiha Jin as I do, that bastard definitely has other hidden tricks up his sleeve." Jiraiya's panic was felt by everyone. Realizing that Uchiha Jin was making another move, they recalled their previous confrontations with him and instantly felt their scalps tingle. That Uchiha Jin is truly relentless. Hamura Mitokado spat out. Koharu Uchiha snorted, "Damn it, we should have killed him long ago." Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't echo their sentiments. Instead, he read the letter of inquiry. Then his face turned livid and his body began to tremble slightly. The others also sensed something amiss and hurriedly took the letter to read. Even Tsunade leaned in. She too wanted to see firsthand what Uchiha Jin's tactics were like. Hiss. After reading it, their scalps went numb. The content of the letter was simple. The village's financial records for the past 3 years didn't add up, and a large number of funds had mysteriously vanished. Considering that the war had ended 2 to 3 years ago, yet compensation for fallen ninja hadn't been paid, mission fees for all ninja hadn't been settled, and various supplies and equipment needed restocking that couldn't be delayed any longer, all the major clans had jointly submitted the letter of inquiry. They demanded an audit. They wanted to know where the funds that had mysteriously disappeared over the past 3 years had actually been embezzled. The letter was well-founded and irrefutable. No one could find a reason to reject it, but it also pushed the village's top brass into a corner. Indeed, Tsunade knew very well that those vanished funds had most likely been pocketed by the high-ranking officials of the village. In the past, Hiruzen Sarutobi and his group had strong control, and even though the clans knew the truth, they didn't dare to challenge them on such matters. But now that they had joined the Uchiha, the tables had turned. Tsunade's gaze grew profound, then fell into utter silence. There was no denying it. Uchiha Jin's methods were a masterstroke of precision, ruthlessness, and accuracy. Though it seemed merely a light inquiry letter, it directly cornered the entire high-ranking officials of Konoha, for such a formal document could not be stopped. Previously, everyone was well aware of the high-ranking officials' covert maneuvers, but no one dared to bring them into the open. Now, however, it was different. Since a formal letter had been submitted, the matter had to be addressed, or else their governing foundation would crumble. This straightforward tactic made even Tsunade sigh in admiration. Uchiha Jin was indeed formidable. Fortunately, she hadn't been persuaded by this group, otherwise if she had truly become Hokage, she would have been forced to confront Uchiha Jin head-on. No way. Given the means Uchiha Jin had displayed, Tsunade didn't consider herself his match. Of course that was the case. Even if Tsunade had a way to handle it, she had no desire to become Hokage. Why bother? She wasn't foolish. Taking the position at this critical juncture would only mean clearing the path for these old fools. Yet now she was in no hurry to leave. She was intensely curious to see how the three old men would handle the current situation. Yes, she was ready to watch the show. Old man, what do we do? This can't be delayed. Oh, we must find a solution. And quickly. I suspect Uchiha Jin has more moves, so we can't give him time to strike. Jiraiya's face was grim, his tone heavy with gravity. Indeed, he was well aware of the village's underhanded dealings. He despised certain actions of the high-ranking officials, which was why he constantly sought to escape the village. But equally he absolutely disapproved of Uchiha Jin's actions, for they would plunge the village into turmoil. Even if the high-ranking officials of Konoha were truly problematic, gentler measures could be taken, but this kind of behavior would destabilize the village. Moreover, he knew deep down that the so-called investigation was a sham. Uchiha Jin's true intention was to target the high-ranking officials. And compared to before this time, he was aiming to shake the very foundation of the Hokage. After all, the village's finances had been troubled, and with war, death benefits, and mission commissions for all ninjas, the village had delayed payments for 2 or 3 years. Once this erupted, chaos would be inevitable. Even just imagining the scene made Jiraiya's heart tremble. Yes, Hiruzen. This matter must be handled quickly. We need to find a solution. Damn Uchiha Jin, they're too insolent. Koharu Utatane and Hamura Kato were instantly panicked. No choice. This matter was too critical. If it were fully exposed, they would all be finished. And as for that, Hiruzen Sarutobi smoked more and more frequently, his mind racing. Without anyone's reminder, he knew the gravity of this issue. But the problem was he couldn't think of a solution. The Uchiha side had employed an open strategy. Their own hands were dirty, so how could he come up with a way on such short notice? Meanwhile, on the other side, watching the troubled expressions, Tsunade almost burst out laughing. Good heavens! During her time in Konoha, she rarely saw such faces. Thinking this, she was even less inclined to leave. Instead, she found a stool, sat down, crossed her arms, and prepared to watch the show. Tsunade, the fire is at our eyebrows, and you're still so leisurely. Think of a way. Koharu could not bear to see Tsunade idle, so she couldn't help but scold. To this, Tsunade rolled her eyes and ignored her. Her Senju lineage alone ensured her invincibility. Did this old hag think she could threaten her? Dream on. Hamura was displeased, but said nothing, clearly aware that Tsunade was beyond their control. Hiruzen didn't even bother to look at Tsunade, knowing that as long as she didn't cause trouble it was enough. Expecting more. Impossible. But Jiraiya couldn't hold back. He spoke urgently. Tsunade, you should think of something too. If this goes wrong, it could truly throw the village into chaos. To this, Tsunade sneered, if you ask me, just let them investigate. It's a formal letter. The content is quite detailed. According to procedure, we should investigate. If someone is found guilty, deal with them directly. As soon as she spoke, everyone was silenced. Damn it. Do you really need to say that? The key was that they all had guilty consciences. They wanted to reprimand Tsunade but couldn't find a reason. Otherwise, wouldn't that be admitting they themselves were guilty? Jiraiya's face darkened. Tsunade's attitude displeased him deeply. The village was in such a state, and she remained indifferent. Did she not care about the village at all? Of course he didn't voice it. He knew that if he did, Tsunade would answer with 2 words. No. So with a sigh, he could only start thinking of a solution. The others did the same. Suddenly faced with such a big incident, they had no energy to bicker with Tsunade. Finding a way was the priority. But unfortunately, against Uchiha Jin's open strategy, they could think of no good solution. Refuse. Impossible. That would only prove their guilt, plunging the village into chaos. Agree. Even worse. Because the ninja world had only entered the era of hidden villages a few decades ago, and no sophisticated method of falsifying accounts had developed. So if the matter were made public, all their dirty secrets would be exposed. So alas, in their helplessness, all they could do was sigh. In the end, they chose to stall. They hoped that by delaying, new variables might emerge. Jiraiya had a nagging sense of unease because Uchiha Jin's personality likely anticipated this, so he probably had more moves prepared. Stalling wouldn't solve the problem. But the issue was that he couldn't think of a better solution, so aside from a sigh, he could only remain silent. On the other side, seeing that there was no more interesting drama, Tsunade simply left the Hokage building. No one stopped her as the inquiry letter had consumed their attention. They had no mind to force Tsunade to become Hokage. Even if they wanted to push her, it would have to wait until after this matter was settled. After all, involving so many ninjas' death benefits and mission commissions, if the high-ranking officials ignored the matter and instead held a Hokage inauguration ceremony, countless villagers and civilian ninjas would explode in anger. because these civilians were the ones most in need of money. 3 days later, the Konoha high-ranking officials still had not found a solution. They and Jiraiya were still working in the Hokage's office. But unfortunately, what the Konoha high-ranking officials did not know was that the Uchiha supporting plan had been set in motion 3 days ago. The spies of the Uchiha and countless ninja clans had long been cooperating with the police department to spread the news of the inquiry among the villagers, but it was still in the incubation period. In an izakaya inside a private room, Tsunade was already slightly tipsy with empty sake bottles scattered everywhere. "Tsunade-sama, you've had enough." Shizune was very helpless looking at Tsunade before her, truly at her wit's end. And as for this, Tsunade however showed a look of disdain, charging the village openly. "This kind of opportunity is rare. Naturally I have to drink a bit more." After saying that, she took another gulp of sake, a hint of bitterness flickering in her eyes. Yes, she was not a born drunkard, she was merely drowning her sorrows. In truth, long ago she was only fond of gambling and rarely touched alcohol. But after Nawaki and Dan died, she became crazily addicted to drink. After all, only when drinking could she temporarily forget the anguish in her heart. Not to mention that this time, to force her into the position of Hokage, the village had even decided to let her charge all her expenses during this period to the village's account. Even though she had never intended to become Hokage, she would not let such a bargain slip by. Shizune was utterly helpless. Finally she stopped thinking about it and began to eat her own food. In contrast, Tsunade grew more irritated as she drank. "What are those people outside making a fuss about? Can't they let me drink in peace?" "Shizune, go and see." Tsunade, while drinking, threw aside an empty bottle and spoke angrily. And as for this, although Shizune was very reluctant, she still left the room. However, when she returned moments later, her face turned deathly pale. "Tsunade-sama, let's go. Those people outside are acting very strange. They seem to be planning to smash the Hokage building. We'd better go back." Shizune was frightened, her eyes full of panic. There was no helping it. Although her medical ninjutsu was decent, she had little confidence in her combat abilities. And to be honest, she had been taken away from Konoha by Tsunade since childhood, so naturally, she had no attachment to the village. If not for Tsunade choosing to return, she would never have thought of coming back. Thus, as someone who felt no bond with the village, her first instinct upon facing this situation was to leave. On the other hand, upon hearing this, Tsunade's dazed eyes instantly cleared. "Smash the Hokage building." "Yes," Shizune immediately replied when Tsunade asked. Tsunade was dumbfounded. Good heavens. She could hardly imagine ordinary people having such audacity. No, something was very wrong. She immediately threw down the sake bottle, left the private room, and went to the hall, where she saw a man shouting loudly. "Friends, compatriots, many of our ninjas have shed blood and sacrificed their lives for the village. Countless relatives and friends have died on the battlefield, yet their pensions have not been paid for 2 or 3 years. Nara advisor recently discovered that the funds allocated by the daimyo to the village have all mysteriously disappeared. Even though an inquiry was submitted a few days ago to audit the accounts, there has been no response from the Hokage building." What does this mean? It means the village high-ranking officials know there is something shady in the finances, but they still dare not let us audit. This proves that the problem might lie with the Konoha high-ranking officials themselves. Think of the fallen comrades, think of our war commission fees. Are you willing to let the money earned with our lives be embezzled by certain village high-ranking officials? No, I will never accept it. Those who are willing to follow me, come with me and smash the Hokage building. After saying this, the leader waved his hand and left the izakaya first. The others followed behind. There was anger burning in everyone's eyes, for the money embezzled by the village high-ranking officials was earned with the lives of their relatives and friends. That money was stained with their blood. And on the other side, having witnessed the entire incident, Tsunade's intoxication instantly dissipated. She immediately told Shizune to use a transformation technique, and then transformed herself into an ordinary-looking ninja. She followed the crowd out of the izakaya. Then she was utterly stunned. She saw a hospital not far away engulfed in flame, shops owned by the clans of the Hokage high-ranking officials being smashed, and even the mission hall and the ANBU building were being stormed by villagers. Tsunade's face turned pale and her scalp tingled. Shizune was also terrified by the scene and couldn't help but ask Tsunade-sama, "Should we go help?" Tsunade shook her head, saying nothing. At this moment, she was convinced that this was not a spontaneous uprising of the villagers, as someone was definitely pulling strings behind the scenes. Then who was it? Almost without thinking, it had to be the Uchiha. However, she thought of Nawaki Dan and the fallen members of the Senju clan. Could she really sacrifice herself for this Konoha high-ranking officials shrouded in darkness? Honestly, at this moment she only wanted to flee, but unfortunately she knew she couldn't. That idiot Jiraiya would definitely come looking for her. Therefore, since she couldn't avoid this matter, to prevent Jiraiya from pestering her, she finally made up her mind. "Shizune, do you trust me?" "Tsunade-sama, I trust you." Shizune's face was calm, and she spoke directly, "Wherever you go, I will go." "Good, then let's go," Tsunade said directly to the Uchiha clan. Shizen was dumbfounded. "Tsunade-sama, what did you say?" "The Uchiha." Tsunade's tone was calm. After saying this, she turned and walked toward the Uchiha clan grounds. Although Shizen's mind was blank, unable to understand why Tsunade made this decision, she still followed behind Tsunade. Yes, her bond with the village was shallow. Her only family was Tsunade. Naturally, she would unconditionally follow whatever Tsunade chose. Soon after, before Tsunade and the other could even step into the Uchiha clan grounds, they were stopped by a patrol team. However, fortunately, in this patrol team, there was a Nara clan member who recognized Tsunade. "Tsunade-sama, what brings you here today?" The leading Nara clan member took the initiative to speak. As the name Tsunade echoed, the rest of the patrol instinctively relaxed their guard. They might not have met Tsunade in person, but they certainly knew the name. One of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. More importantly, the rumors spread by Uchiha Jin had made them well aware of the village leadership's persecution of the Senju clan. Defecting to the Uchiha. "Go report it," Tsunade said with her arms crossed, her tone utterly indifferent. Hearing this, the patrol members' minds went completely blank. What? Tsunade defecting to the Uchiha? None of them could believe it, even instinctively thinking it a joke. After all, Tsunade's identity was no simple matter. Still, they dared not be negligent. One of them hurried toward the clan compound, while the remaining two respectfully escorted Tsunade inside. Moments later, Tsunade was brought into Jin's large courtyard and directly led to the reception room. "So you're Uchiha Jin?" "Yes, please have a seat." Looking at the Tsunade before him, Uchiha Jin's expression remained calm. Once Tsunade sat across from him, Uchiha Jin poured her a cup of tea, then spoke with genuine curiosity. "I truly didn't expect you to choose to defect to the Uchiha." That was the truth. This was the fifth Hokage from the original story, a person who also held no love for the Uchiha. It couldn't be helped. How could the 1,000-year hatred between the Senju and Uchiha be erased by just founding a village? It's often said that Tobirama had a grudge against the Uchiha, but that's actually a misconception. The truth is the entire Senju clan disliked the Uchiha except for Hashirama, who truly regarded them as friends. Tsunade was no exception. It was only because they shared the same village that she didn't target the Uchiha as blatantly as the Konoha F4. That was precisely why Uchiha Jin was curious. He had thought Tsunade would at most stay neutral with a small chance of becoming the 5th Hokage and almost zero chance of joining the Uchiha. So when he learned that Tsunade actually wanted to join the Uchiha, his first thought was disbelief, and his second was that the woman had lost her mind. Meanwhile, Tsunade's expression remained remarkably calm. Even though her eyes betrayed a hint of discomfort when looking at Uchiha Jin, she eventually picked up the tea he had offered. "TCH, it's not sake. My apologies, but I'm not fond of alcohol. It clouds my judgment." Uchiha Jin shook his head, and he was telling the truth. In his past life, he never liked drinking. In this life, the pressure was even greater. His nerves constantly taut. He dreaded that if he drank, the root would finish him off right after. Even now, it was still the same. Though the Uchiha situation seemed favorable, they had only just reached the same level as the village's top brass. Only if this operation succeeded completely could they truly suppress the Konoha leadership. Yes, it was merely suppression. There was still a long way from success. Not willing to drink. Then your life must be quite dull. Even the Nara clan occasionally indulges in sake to unwind. With all that scheming every day, what joy is there in life? But never mind. It's none of my business anyway. As for why I chose to defect to the Uchiha, just take it as me being kicked by a donkey. Tsunade downed the tea in one gulp, her mind clearing slightly. Then she froze. She had actually joined the Uchiha. Why had she done that? Sobering up a bit, she stood there stunned. Though she loathed Hiruzen Sarutobi and the other elders, why would she choose to side with the Uchiha? Truly a mistake made under the influence. But since the die was cast, all she could do was sigh, not knowing what else to say. What to do? She couldn't exactly tell Uchiha Jin that she'd had a few drinks, then recalling the village's darkness, impulsively stormed to the Uchiha compound right. On the other hand, though Tsunade hadn't revealed the real reason, Uchiha Jin sensed her awkwardness. Combined with the heavy smell of alcohol on her, he had already guessed most of the truth. After a moment of deliberation, he spoke slowly. "Lady Tsunade, your words are like the fed not understanding the hungry. If I didn't scheme, the Uchiha would have been annihilated long ago, and I'd at best be a missing nin now. With such immense survival pressure, how could I find room for joy? Of course, I roughly understand your situation, Lady Tsunade. The Uchiha are free to come and go, we force no one. If you have regrets, feel free to leave at any time." Uchiha Jin remained utterly calm. Having sensed Tsunade's emotions, he immediately gave his word. Yes. Perhaps Tsunade's status as a medical ninja and the last Senju was a huge boon to the Uchiha, but he truly didn't place much importance on it. To put it plainly, in Uchiha Jin's grand scheme, there was no place for Tsunade, so he naturally didn't care if she left. He had enough confidence in himself to achieve all his goals through the righteous path. Hearing this, Tsunade was taken aback, her face full of astonishment. Though she seemed to be wallowing in self-destruction, she was still clear-headed about herself. Even if she didn't carry the Senju surname, the name Tsunade remained irreplaceable in Konoha. Otherwise, Hiruzen and Jiraiya wouldn't have gone mad trying to bring her back. But looking at the calm face of Uchiha Jin, she couldn't help feeling a bit irritated. Oh, such generosity. Aren't you afraid I might actually become the 5th Hokage? That would surely have a deep impact on your plans, wouldn't it? The moment I nod, the chaotic civilian ninjas, villagers, and even the daimyo would all recognize my position without question. Even among the clans you've won over, I'm confident I can win some of them over. Aren't you afraid of that? Tsunade was inwardly confident, as she truly had that capability. Of course, the precondition was that she must not exact revenge on the Sarutobi and other clans, or she would face the hostility of all the ninja clans. After all, those clans had played an ignoble role in the fall of the Senju. Though they also hated Hiruzen and the others, they feared even more that she, as the 5th Hokage, would settle old scores with them. Therefore, as long as she gave up pursuing the village's top brass, she could definitely ascend to the position of the 5th Hokage. Uchiha Jin, his countenance serene. Observing Tsunade's barely concealed fury, he nearly laughed aloud. This woman, old enough to be his mother, acted more like a child. Yet after a moment's deliberation, he instantly grasped the underlying reason. Examining Tsunade's earlier years, though they were fraught with tragedy, her brother and lover both perished, and the Senju clan dissolved into oblivion, her personal circumstances remained rather comfortable. Unavoidably, to preserve the Senju legacy, Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not overstep with Tsunade, the last of her lineage, and often indulged her whims. Even Danzo, the shadow of the shinobi world, refrained from scheming against her lest Sarutobi retaliate. Hence, Tsunade presented a paradoxical figure. Though her heart harbored deep shadows, she occasionally displayed the petulance of a young girl. He glanced at Tsunade, then spoke with casual indifference. I rarely engage in arguments, as they are meaningless. But considering your actions do save me considerable time, I shall indulge in this game of debate with you. First, the ninja clans will never choose you. There are 2 reasons. First, they have already betrayed the Konoha leadership. If they then betray the Uchiha, their credibility would be shattered beyond repair, and no future ruler would trust them. Of course, I know you would trust them, but each clan bears the weight of an entire lineage. They dare not gamble on such a risk. Second, I offered the clans a hope, a promise not to restrict their development. This alone makes them impossible for you to recruit. From the village's perspective, whether you become the 5th Hokage or not has no bearing on me. Because the village is now a colossal mess. The Konoha leadership's tyrannical rule has left the village riddled with wounds. Take the current issues of ninja pensions and war compensation. Can you truly bring yourself to eradicate the Sarutobi and the other 3 clans, Tsunade? You are too soft-hearted. I am certain you cannot. Your only recourse would be to seek more funds from the daimyo. That might temporarily stabilize the village, but never forget, unless you fully purge the village's upper echelons, this injustice will remain a thorn in the hearts of the villagers and shinobi. And do not forget, I will not cease stirring trouble. Since the Konoha leadership has been so inhumane, I can easily ignite public outrage at any moment. As long as you refuse to eliminate the current leadership and conduct a thorough purge, Konoha will never know peace. Finally, even if you could steel yourself to destroy those old relics, I, Uchiha Jin, could still establish a new Konoha, and I am confident the daimyo would support it. The reason is simpler. No matter how close your relationship with the daimyo, as a creature of power, he cannot help but fear an uncontrollable entity like a ninja village. Even though the daimyo cannot control the Uchiha, a new village hostile to Konoha would be a welcome development for a power seeker like him. At the very least, he could play favorites, supporting the weaker village to subtly influence the balance. Would the daimyo refuse such an opportunity? On my side, I have the entire Uchiha clan plus all major and minor ninja clans of Konoha, and perhaps some civilians from outside. Within a decade, a new Konoha would emerge. But on your side, with vested interests like Sarutobi Hiruzen dragging you down, how many prodigies can arise from the common populace? You must admit that ninja clans produce geniuses at a higher rate, and with their secret techniques they are more likely to become powerhouses. You know this well. Throughout Konoha's history, the only notable powerhouses from commoner origins are Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Minato Namikaze. But what of the geniuses from the ninja clans? Of course, I do not believe you would side with the Konoha leadership. You share enmity with them. What you truly care about is the village itself, the cherished legacy of your grandfathers. Thus this debate is indeed pointless. I have already prepared countless strategies. No matter what Sarutobi Hiruzen does, I have a tailored response. Having said that, Uchiha Jin raised his teacup again, refusing to look at Tsunade. Yes, to him it was meaningless. It would be advantageous if Tsunade joined him. She would be another card to expedite the collapse of the village leadership. But likewise, how much of a help would she be? In truth, it was modest. Even if Tsunade chose to aid the leadership or became the 5th Hokage, he still had countless countermeasures. The Konoha leadership was doomed. If not for his reluctance to waste resources, he could even repurpose the Sarutobi and the other 3 clans as assets, and his wariness of the Sage of 6 Paths not wanting to draw the attention of those behind the scenes. Otherwise, he would have eliminated the leadership long ago, without waiting so long. Meanwhile, Tsunade, after hearing this, could not help but tremble. Uchiha Jin's plan was too comprehensive. She racked her brain, but found no way to break the deadlock. Unless her grandfather could be resurrected to crush the Uchiha with absolute power, it would be futile. And this was without the Uchiha resorting to force, merely political maneuvering. Remember, both Uchiha Jin and Fugaku had already awakened their Mangekyō, and their forces comprised Konoha's elite, the Uchiha, and various ninja clans. Could the current village withstand such pressure? Even if she joined the leadership, the only powerhouses available would be herself, Jiraiya, and Sarutobi Hiruzen. But Sarutobi was old, and she suffered from hemophobia. Could she rely solely on Jiraiya? Realizing this, Tsunade let out a deep sigh. You win. It seems I am not that important after all, but for me that is rather a good thing. I will join the Uchiha. However, you do not need me for the conflict with the village. I will handle the medical affairs from now on. Of course, there is a condition: settle my outstanding debts. I am worth that price, am I not? Uchiha Jin nodded at Tsunade's demand. There was no need for deliberation on this point. Setting aside the psychological impact Tsunade's joining the Uchiha would have on Konoha's populace, a top-tier medical saint alone was worth the price. Money. He had never considered such trivialities. Even if the Uchiha currently appeared to be living off their past glory, he had never bothered to engage in commerce, yet if he wished he could acquire wealth beyond measure. Economic development could wait until he secured the position of Hokage. No problem. Starting tomorrow, you may select promising talents from the Uchiha compound and various ninja clans, and set up the medical framework as soon as possible. As for the rest, you need not concern yourself. Uchiha Jin's tone was calm. Having settled the matter, he directly raised his teacup, signaling the end of the conversation. Yes. He had nothing more to discuss with Tsunade. Though she appeared remarkably youthful and beautiful, seemingly possessing the secret of eternal youth, she was essentially old enough to be his mother. He had no interest in developing any relationship beyond the professional. To this, Tsunade, though initially puzzled by the Uchiha's implication, quickly grasped the meaning after a moment of thought. Thus, her expression turned exceedingly sour, for she had never been so blatantly dismissed in her entire life. Yet she said nothing more, merely snorted and departed. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the tranquil Uchiha compound, the entire village had descended into utter chaos. Sounds of smashing and the crackling of raging fires filled every corner. Chaos. Complete chaos. Especially since Hiruzen Sarutobi, in a bid to preserve his already diminishing benevolent facade, had initially resorted to persuasion and other ineffective measures against the villagers' excessive actions, thereby restraining the Umbu. This inevitably led to the current dire situation. Helpless. The police department was now a mere ornament, and the Umbu, under Hiruzen's orders, could not attack the villagers without cause. Perhaps at the very beginning, even when incited, the villagers had exercised restraint. But later things changed. Many opportunists, sensing the chaos, began to exploit the turmoil for personal gain, and inevitably the situation spiraled out of control. Fortunately, Hiruzen Sarutobi was a seasoned veteran. With the police department refusing to obey orders and his black-gloved assistant Danzo absent from the village, leaving him without a scapegoat, he quickly regained the decisiveness of the ninja hero. Under his command, the Umbu immediately took action. In the end, the Umbu, now unshackled, began forcibly dispersing the crowd, and even resorted to killing those who disobeyed. Only by around 2 in the morning did they barely manage to contain the chaos. Jiraiya stood there, his clothes filthy, his face bearing traces of smoke and fire, his white hair disheveled, and faint bloodstains visible on his body. Yet his eyes were filled with sorrow. Seeing the village now in ruins, so battered and desolate, he trembled with rage. However, in the end, he let out a sigh and reluctantly made his way back to the Hokage's office. Jiraiya, have you brought the situation under control? Hiruzen Sarutobi remained seated behind his desk, puffing continuously on his pipe, his eyes clouded with inscrutable gloom. Seeing Jiraiya enter, he managed a forced greeting. To this, Jiraiya gazed at his teacher's aged face and the shattered window pane in the Hokage's office. He opened his mouth several times, yet failed to utter a single complete sentence. He truly could not comprehend how things had escalated to such a state. After a long silence, a soft sigh escaped him. Don't worry, old man. The situation is barely under control. Those who deliberately stirred up trouble have been either captured or killed. But I don't know what to do about the aftermath. Jiraiya's voice was low, his eyes filled with dejection. Helpless. He knew that after tonight's incident, the village could never again speak of the will of fire. Of course, tonight's events were brutally suppressed. How could anyone still believe in the will of fire after this? Yet at the same time, he understood his teacher's predicament. Tonight's incident was too severe. If not forcefully suppressed, the situation would have been even more chaotic. Speaking of which, the Uchiha were to blame. Even though no Uchiha had appeared tonight, Jiraiya knew deep down that the Uchiha were undoubtedly behind this scheme. However, despite his burning fury, he could not attack the Uchiha. Doing so would mean a complete rupture. If a full-scale battle broke out, the entire Konoha would be reduced to rubble. Not only were they no match for the Uchiha faction, but even if they somehow managed to eliminate the Uchiha, how could the devastated village face the other ninja villages? So alas, he could only let out a helpless sigh, knowing not what else to do. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent. Faced with the situation that had escalated to such a point, even he was at a loss. His black-gloved assistant Danzo had completely left the village, clearly indicating that he would not return until Hiruzen cleaned up this mess. Koharu Utatane and Hamuramito Kato were also unreliable. Countless ninja clans had all pledged allegiance to the Uchiha. The only ones he could rely on now were Jiraiya and Tsunade. Thinking this, he immediately asked, "Where is Tsunade?" "I'm not sure," Jiraiya replied somewhat awkwardly, but then added, "Should I go find her?" Obviously, due to the night's chaos, they were unaware that Tsunade, in a drunken stupor, had already defected to the Uchiha. Thus, in Jiraiya's mind, Tsunade was either at a bar or gambling. Finding her, he thought, would not be difficult. To this, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. Bring her back. We have no other choice. We must hasten to install Tsunade as the 5th Hokage. And don't worry, Koharu has already gone to the daimyo's palace. The daimyo will surely agree. The Jonin Council is also nothing to fret about. Even if all the ninja clans have defected to the Uchiha, we still hold 40% of the Jonin. I will also urgently promote some Jonin from among the Umbu, who performed well tonight, and even from the ninjas stationed at the borders. As long as we pass the Jonin Council, Tsunade will become the 5th Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a grave tone. Clearly, the current situation left him no room for deliberation. He had to swiftly elevate Tsunade to the position of 5th Hokage, leveraging the lingering prestige of the Senju clan and her reputation as a medical genius to temporarily stabilize the village. As long as the village could be steadied for the moment, those of them who had retreated to the shadows would have time to slowly contend with the Uchiha. As for the rest, there was no time to worry about that. Will this do? Remember, we haven't yet found a way to resolve Narashikaka's letter of inquiry. If we push for the 5th Hokage election now, will the villagers truly accept it? Jiraiya was taken aback, clearly not entirely agreeing. No choice. It's too rushed. Would this hastily chosen 5th Hokage really gain everyone's recognition? And to this, hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. He merely gave Jiraiya a cold glance, then said in a very serious tone, "Jiraiya, there's no time to worry about that. Though it's a bit unfair to Tsunade at this point, we can only ensure the process goes smoothly. As for whether the villagers are convinced, that's not something we can concern ourselves with. But it doesn't matter. As long as Tsunade sits on the position of 5th Hokage, I have ways to make those people fall in line, and even genuinely legitimize Tsunade's position as Hokage." While saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was full of confidence and determination. Indeed, in matters like this, he truly had a say. Because when he had ascended as the 3rd Hokage, the situation he faced was even harsher than the present. At that time, the Senju clan didn't recognize him. The Uchiha stirred up trouble everywhere, and the major ninja clans watched from the sidelines. Perhaps Mito Uzumaki did give him a hand back then, but in reality her help wasn't all that significant. The fact that he managed to secure his position as the 3rd Hokage was entirely due to the combined efforts of the Konoha F4. If I could secure my position back then, I can help Tsunade secure hers now. Is that so? Understood. I'll go find the Hokage right away. You handle the rest, old man. Farewell. After saying that, Jiraiya let out a sigh and prepared to leave. Indeed, although he also felt a bit sorry for Tsunade. After all, in his original plan, he had no intention of setting her up. Even if she became Hokage, it would be like the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, a Hokage genuinely recognized by everyone. But there was no choice. The situation changed too quickly, leaving him overwhelmed. The original plan was no longer possible, but he believed Tsunade would accept it since they all wanted the village to become better. It might cause Tsunade some grievance, but for the sake of her 2 grandfathers' village, Jiraiya didn't think Tsunade would refuse. However, just as Jiraiya was about to leave, an Umbu member hurriedly knocked and entered. "Lord Hokage, Lord Jiraiya." The Umbu monitoring the Uchiha report that Lady Tsunade has headed to the Uchiha compound. Hiss. Upon hearing this, both of them drew in a sharp breath. Both of them were stunned. Their faces instantly turned pale, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. What the hell? Tsunade joined the Uchiha. This joke is not funny at all. Especially Jiraiya, who directly grabbed the Umbu member. "You're joking, right?" "Lord Jiraiya, The Umbu stammered, but still spoke. "I wouldn't dare to make such a joke." Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. Clearly, At this moment, he could no longer spare a thought for the Umbu before him. His mind went blank, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Meanwhile on the other side, Jiraiya stared hard at the Umbu, and only after a long while did he release his grip. The Umbu fled without another word. No choice. At that moment Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen were too terrifying. Especially Jiraiya's gaze, which seemed as if he wanted to kill the man. Especially considering the suppression measures at the Hokage building earlier that day, a chill ran down his spine. Honestly, if it weren't for the Uchiha looking down their noses and being as cold as ice, he would have defected to the Uchiha long ago. Indeed, unlike the major ninja clans who had previously defected to the Uchiha, these civilians of humble origins knew little about the Uchiha's true nature and simply took the Konoha higher-ups' propaganda at face value. Therefore, even though Jiraiya had intimidated him, he couldn't make a firm decision. Meanwhile on the other side, the two in the Hokage's office were unaware of the Umbu's thoughts. Both of them were frozen in place, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know what to do. All of Sarutobi Hiruzen's plans relied almost entirely on Tsunade. Now that Tsunade had gone straight to the Uchiha, his plans instantly fell apart. However, he was well aware that the issue now wasn't to dwell on this, but to figure out the quickest way to handle everything. So, after taking a deep breath, his tone turned exceptionally cold. Jiraiya, you will become Hokage. What? Me? Jiraiya immediately shook his head. No, absolutely not. I'm not cut out to be Hokage. How could I possibly do such a thing? No, really no. He refused without even a moment's consideration. Are you kidding? If I really became the Hokage of Konoha, would I still have time to search for the savior? Besides, I'm a wanderer, sitting in the Hokage's office every day. I'll forget it. At this moment, he didn't bother to think about the village's situation. His first thought was to completely shirk this responsibility. After all, compared to the savior who would save the entire ninja world, the current chaos in Konoha was much more acceptable. After all, if he could find the savior, the entire ninja world would be saved, and then Konoha would surely return to peace. But unfortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't someone easily fooled. In the past, he had tolerated Jiraiya's various refusals because he hadn't been pushed to the brink, so he had no interest in forcing Jiraiya. Now it was different. If the Uchiha really took the Hokage seat, they would definitely settle scores with them. Therefore, at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed his resolve as the hero of Konoha and directly issued a firm order without any hesitation. Jiraiya, I'm not discussing this with you. If you refuse to accept the position of Hokage, I will immediately list you as an S-rank missing nin of Konoha. You should be well aware that your actions are essentially no different from a rogue ninja. After all, which ninja would spend so much time wandering around the ninja world? You have no choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was icy cold. There was no other choice. The current situation left him no room for hesitation, nor did he have time to slowly discuss with Jiraiya. He knew Jiraiya's temperament well. If he truly deliberated with him, even if the Uchiha clan were annihilated, Jiraiya would most likely never consent. Thus, no more words. One word: compel. As Jiraiya's teacher, he understood his disciple's character thoroughly. Though Jiraiya currently refused with utmost firmness, if he pressed him with unwavering resolve, he would probably turn into a coward instantly. And indeed, that was the case. With his forceful declaration, Jiraiya stood frozen in place, utterly stunned. He stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen in disbelief before finally blurting out in astonishment, "Teacher, have you lost your mind?" Jiraiya, do not blame me. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice remained icy. The situation demands I make a decision. If we hesitate any longer, the Uchiha will eventually destroy the village. For the greater good, it is time you, Jiraiya, made a sacrifice. If you are unwilling to sacrifice for the village, then, as your teacher, I must force you to do so. All for the sake of Konoha. A sharp intake of breath. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Jiraiya felt as though his soul had been drained. He was dumbfounded. In the past, he had always been the one telling others to sacrifice for Konoha, even asking the Uchiha to make concessions for the village. But now when Hiruzen wrapped it in the guise of for Konoha and asked him to make a small sacrifice, he could barely contain himself. How could he sacrifice himself? He still had a crucial mission, to find the savior who would rescue the ninja world. Yet he also knew that telling Hiruzen about this was futile. Hiruzen did not believe in any savior. He had only indulged Jiraiya before, because the village's situation was not so tense. But now it was different. The village's tension was too high, and Hiruzen could not afford to let go of this fresh force. Unless he was willing to become a rogue ninja, he had no other choice. What to do? A cold sweat instantly broke out on Jiraiya's forehead. In the end, after swallowing hard, he solemnly said to Hiruzen, "Let me go and persuade Tsunade. She is the most suitable person to become Hokage." "Of course, I have no objection." Hiruzen nodded. "But Jiraiya, if you can bring Tsunade back, all is well. Otherwise, you must accept the position of the 5th Hokage. Otherwise, do not blame your teacher." Jiraiya remained silent, unsure how to respond. Could he resent his teacher? Yet deep down he understood that Hiruzen truly had no other options, or he would not have spoken such words. So with a helpless sigh he dejectedly left the Hokage's office. He moved like a walking corpse, making his way to the Uchiha clan compound, and stating his intention to talk with Tsunade. In response, the Uchiha camp naturally had no goodwill toward Jiraiya. However, after reporting, Uchiha Jin nodded in agreement. Yes, he agreed. In Uchiha Jin's eyes, Jiraiya was no different from a clown. He did not think the man could persuade Tsunade. Of course, if Tsunade truly wished to leave, Uchiha Jin would not stop her. Without absolute loyalty, he had no interest in forcing her to stay, as it would only destabilize the interior. Thus, not only for Tsunade, but for anyone else if they wished to leave, Uchiha Jin had no interest in stopping them. 15 minutes later, Jiraiya arrived at Tsunade's temporary residence, a one-bedroom apartment of about 30 square meters. Frankly speaking, this was already a privilege for Tsunade, as even ordinary jonin in the current Uchiha clan compound were only allotted an 8-person temporary dormitory. Even the Uchiha were no exception. Even married families now had only about 10 square meters each. There was no choice. Because countless ninja clans had all relocated here, and the construction outside the village had just begun, the per capita living space within the Uchiha compound was extremely tight. Why not let those clans return to their own homes, and only send signal flares in emergencies with the Uchiha, then dispatching a rescue team? Wishful thinking. This world had sealing techniques. In the original story, on the night of the Uchiha massacre, the entire clan perished, yet Konoha remained silent, unnoticed by anyone. That was the Uchiha. If it were other clans, should the village leadership decide to act, they could simply set up a large sealing barrier outside to ensure no one could escape. The clans were wise, they would not gamble on probabilities. They would rather crowd into the Uchiha compound than test whether the village's top brass dared to strike ruthlessly. Of course, because countless clans had poured into the Uchiha compound, the Uchiha, while happy, naturally had to contribute a large number of houses to temporarily accommodate these people. Under these circumstances, Tsunade obtaining a one-bedroom apartment was already quite generous. Even Uchiha Jin's own compound now housed many Uchiha clansmen. Only because he needed to receive guests and hold meetings did he keep one room for himself, a large meeting room and a reception room. Tsunade naturally understood this and was quite satisfied with the arrangement. By now she had completely sobered up. Facing Jiraiya's sudden visit, Tsunade showed no surprise. She simply said calmly, "Shizen, go brew some tea." "Yes, Tsunade-sama." Shizen nodded slowly. Tsunade knelt on the tatami, and Jiraiya sat opposite her. They sat in silence. 10 minutes later, after Shizen placed a teapot and 2 cups on the table before them, Tsunade said calmly, "Shizen, go to your room." "Okay." Shizen nodded. Knowing they had matters to discuss, she obediently retreated to her room. With Shizen gone, Jiraiya finally spoke. "Tsunade, can you come back?" He had many questions. Why she had done this. But in the end, all he could utter was this one sentence. However, in that moment, he could say no more and ultimately could only voice those words. Tsunade's expression remained unchanged. She merely gazed at Jiraiya, before her mind drifting back to their shared childhood, a profound melancholy settling in her heart. After taking a sip of tea, she spoke slowly. "Have you heard the rumors in the village about the Senju clan Dan and Nawaki?" "Those are lies, Tsunade." Jiraiya's scalp tingled, yet he forced an explanation. "The Uchiha fabricated them to undermine the village." "Can the Uchiha produce evidence?" "How can you believe such things?" "Don't be deceived." Jiraiya hastily argued, having heard those rumors himself. He didn't believe them, finding the accusations too absurd. Hiruzen Sarutobi was his teacher and he knew the old man well. Despite being often inhumane, Jiraiya couldn't accept the Uchiha slander. Thus, hearing Tsunade echo those words, he couldn't help but defend his position. Inwardly, he even felt a flicker of relief. If Tsunade were to defect to the Uchiha over such trivial matters, he was confident he could persuade her back. But alas, Tsunade's gaze remained placid. Once Jiraiya had truly calmed down, she spoke in a level tone. "The Uchiha may lack evidence, but as it happens I can provide some." "What?" Jiraiya was stunned. His face turned pale, and his body began to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tsunade paid him no mind, instead pouring herself another cup of tea. After a brief pause to collect her thoughts, she continued calmly. "During the years when the Senju fell and Dan and Nawaki died, I secretly investigated those events. And I did uncover some truths. I once considered revenge, but in the end I gave up. I couldn't find any trustworthy allies. And just as I was agonizing over how to exact revenge, Tsukumo Hataki's suicide occurred. That incident terrified me, making me realize the old man's iron grip on the village. Utterly despairing of revenge and disillusioned with the old man, I eventually used my hemophobia as an excuse and left the village with Shizen. I feared that if I left Shizen behind, the old man would have her killed. After all, she lacked the Senju name to protect her. Who knows if he would have snuffed out Dan's only remaining kin." Having spoken, Tsunade ignored Jiraiya's ashen face and continued sipping her tea. Though she had once been a heavy drinker after truly joining the Uchiha and making her choice, she found herself less inclined to alcohol. On the contrary, after experiencing Uchiha Jin's hospitality, she discovered that tea was indeed a fine thing. Jiraiya sank into thought. His mind was a blank, unsure how to face Tsunade. After a long silence, he asked, puzzled, "Why have you never spoken of this over the years?" "You weren't trustworthy," Tsunade replied flatly, then added, "Orochimaru knew. But back then the three of us lacked power and reputation. Do you know why Orochimaru turned into a cold, venomous snake after Nawaki's death? We talked about it. I remember him saying that revenge was meaningless. I later realized he was right. Even if we killed the old man, would Nawaki and Dan come back to life? Then Orochimaru joined Root, and I left the village. Over the years I've let it go. I just didn't want to see the old man. If you hadn't dragged me back to Konoha, I would never have returned unless he died. But unfortunately you pulled me back. Seeing that old face again rekindled my rage. And tonight after a few drinks I witnessed the village's farce, which infuriated me. This isn't what the village should be. It's filled with scheming and conspiracies. My two grandfathers' dream was to create a peaceful village where children wouldn't have to go to war. And look at Konoha now. The old man sits in the village while wave after wave of children are sent to the battlefield. I've had enough. So don't bother persuading me. I'm not going back to the village. If I hadn't been here when this happened, I would have pretended not to know and let the villagers fight among themselves. But since you forcibly dragged me back, I don't mind settling old and new scores together. So you go back. Tsunade's face was full of contempt as she vented all her pent-up frustration. Indeed, she held grudges against the village's leadership, and even without the Uchiha's revelations she had long known the truth. For certain reasons, she had chosen to let it go. But now everything was different. Even if her decision was fueled by alcohol, she ultimately chose to stand with the Uchiha. Meanwhile, on the other side, after hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya was utterly dumbfounded. What? Tsunade had investigated these matters long ago, and Orochimaru knew too. They just hadn't consulted him. It was hard to accept. To Jiraiya, Tsunade and Orochimaru were his true friends. Tsunade, why? Was I really so untrustworthy? Jiraiya's anger flared, his eyes filled with resentment. He felt betrayed. He didn't even care about persuading Tsunade anymore. He just wanted to know why she and Orochimaru had excluded him. To this, Tsunade's face remained calm. She said evenly, "Because you've been brainwashed by the toads of Mount Myaboku. Look at your headband now. You've replaced the ninja headband with Mount Myaboku's oil symbol. Moreover, when faced with trouble, you only ever run away. Can you truly resolve anything? You fled from Minato and Kushina's situation, and now you're fleeing from your disciple's son Naruto Uzumaki. With such a character, who would dare to trust you?" Jiraiya stood frozen as he gazed at Tsunade before him. He had never expected that in the eyes of Tsunade and Orochimaru he would be perceived in such a light. Touching the oil character on his forehead protector, and recalling the words Tsunade had spoken, he could only let out a sigh, utterly unable to utter a single word in response. He wanted to explain his thoughts, but deep down he knew that Tsunade would not listen. Seeking a savior. It seemed that in this life aside from himself no one else believed in him. Thus he let out a helpless sigh, realizing that his ideas had completely failed. Yet he still made one last attempt. "Tsunade, don't you care about the village? Perhaps the old man and the others do have their issues, but if the village is truly handed over to the Uchiha, given their extreme nature, aren't you afraid the village will be dragged into war?" As for this, Tsunade, who was sipping tea, wore an increasingly disdainful expression. She cast a final glance at Jiraiya before speaking calmly. "I don't see the Uchiha as extreme. Rather, I see the village's high-ranking officials as extreme, going to all lengths to slander and oppress the Uchiha. When my grandfather was in power, though the Uchiha had their grievances, both sides could still communicate. But ever since the old man took over, the tension between the village and the Uchiha has only escalated. Did the Uchiha contribute little during the war? With so many of them dead, why is there no positive feedback within the village, not even a place on the memorial stone? And let's not go far back. Take the Third Great Ninja War, for instance. Forcing the Uchiha clan to contend with a single hidden village, and one that counters the Sharingan the most, Kirigakure. Can you claim that the village's actions align with the will of fire? The Ninetales incident had nothing to do with the Uchiha yet, because the one controlling the Ninetales had the Sharingan. They pinned the blame on them. Are the Uchiha the Hyuga? They have no caged bird seal. Many Sharingan have been lost. Does the village have evidence that the Uchiha did it? Besides, I recall that on the night of the Ninetales incident, the old man ordered the Uchiha to refrain from helping Minato Namikaze, and they reluctantly complied. After Minato became Hokage, the Uchiha's situation improved. Why would they target him? Would they want to worsen their own lot, paving the way for the old man who opposed them? Are the Uchiha foolish? Since the old man returned to power, they moved their clan compound, as ordered, tolerated the surveillance from the Umbu, and Root endured the daily disappearances of Uchiha members, and still held out. How much more do you want them to endure? Now under the village's high-handedness, they've produced an Uchiha Jin, and you still call them extreme. Then I'm sorry, but all I see is restraint. Even with such persecution, the Uchiha choose to remain restrained. Given the Uchiha's current situation, do you really think it's difficult for them to launch a military rebellion? Can the old man and his faction truly withstand an Uchiha uprising? Even now, when they seek power, they do so with utmost restraint, using methods that least harm the village's strength, all to ensure that even after a successful takeover, the village remains intact. You say the Uchiha are extreme. Where exactly are they extreme? Tsunade's tone was filled with irritation, and her gaze at Jiraiya was as if she were looking at a fool. Indeed, were it not for the restraint and calm she had perceived in the Uchiha's methods, she would never have chosen to join them, even in her drunken state. She was a Senju inherently predisposed against the Uchiha. Yet, even she sided with them. How could one call the Uchiha radical? And, do you truly think the major ninja clans of the village are fools? If the Uchiha were truly extreme, even under Hiruzen Sarutobi's suppression, they would never have chosen to defect to the Uchiha. Clearly the major clans also recognized the Uchiha's restraint, which is why after suffering under Hiruzen's pressure, they ultimately chose to join the Uchiha. Jiraiya's words and Tsunade's perception were nothing but a damned prejudice. And thus she held Jiraiya in even greater contempt. Jiraiya stood stunned. Through Tsunade's words, a thunderous realization struck his mind. It seemed, indeed, that was the case. If the Uchiha had not been exercising restraint, given the current state of Konoha's high command, they would hardly have been able to withstand an Uchiha rebellion. At this moment he was truly speechless. In the end, Jiraiya found no words, and simply chose to leave helplessly. As for that, Tsunade couldn't be bothered to see him off, but she simply watched him depart. After downing the tea in her cup, she couldn't help but sigh. No wonder that Uchiha brat enjoys tea. It's certainly better than sake. Tsunade felt an indescribable sense of relief. Watching the gradual decline of the village's high-ranking officials, she experienced an inexplicable feeling of ease. Moreover, she increasingly felt that the current Uchiha resembled the Konoha that her two grandfathers had envisioned. The current village leadership, what were they even? Tsunade-sama. Just then Shizune emerged from the room. Her expression was somewhat uneasy. Though she had little emotional attachment to her uncle Kato Dan, he had died when she was very young. Overhearing the conversation about his death being the result of a conspiracy weighed heavily on her heart, like a stone. It was suffocating. Yet with just a glance at Shizune, Tsunade understood what she wanted to say. After a long silence, she finally spoke. What I said just now is true. Dan's death was indeed related to me, and to his being a genius back then. In the Konoha ruled by the old man, although genius shinobi could be accepted, they had to serve his purposes. Otherwise they would die. Such things were not meant for Shizune to know, but since they had now allied with the Uchiha, there was no need to hide them. After all, with the Uchiha faction's abilities, protecting Shizune was no issue now. Shizune sighed softly, unable to articulate her feelings. Only a profound complexity. Finally, she nodded, having no intention to inquire further. The Hokage Tower. Under the shroud of deep night, it was filled with a decaying atmosphere. Jiraiya walked in, dejectedly glanced deeply at the Hokage's office, and after a long silence knocked on the door. After receiving permission, he walked in. The aged Hiruzen Sarutobi, clad in the Hokage robe and wearing the Hokage hat, cast a cold glance at Jiraiya. Without any inquiry, he directly issued his decision. Jiraiya, it seems you have failed. Then there's no need for further words. Prepare to ascend as the 5th Hokage in the coming days. For other matters you need not concern yourself. Tomorrow morning Koharu will return, and tomorrow afternoon we will hold the Jonin meeting. The day after tomorrow morning, the Hokage inauguration ceremony. Rest well tonight. I also need to return and make arrangements. After saying this, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up, directly too indifferent to acknowledge Jiraiya, and left the Hokage Tower. Indeed, he didn't need to ask Jiraiya at all. Just from the dejected look on his face, Hiruzen immediately understood the outcome. He was truly busy now. With little time left, he had no leisure to console Jiraiya. He had to push Jiraiya onto the throne of the 5th Hokage before the Uchiha could press further. Only by settling this matter and calming the village could he free his hands to confront the Uchiha. Therefore, even though he discerned Jiraiya's unsettled mind, he deliberately ignored him. What if Jiraiya refused and took the chance to leave Konoha? He wasn't afraid. Jiraiya had grown up under Hiruzen's watchful eye, so he knew Jiraiya's character well. He was an escapist who would only try to avoid problems, and when he couldn't avoid them, he would passively follow others' commands. And indeed it was so. Watching the decisive Hiruzen, Jiraiya stood frozen in place. He tried to speak, but in the end, after Hiruzen had left, he still couldn't utter a word. Refuse. He couldn't say those words. Though he admitted that Tsunade's reasoning had some merit, he still couldn't believe the Uchiha could become a good Hokage. Perhaps Uchiha Jin's words were right. The prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain. No matter how hard you try, you can never move it. In short, he just couldn't trust the Uchiha. Even if the Uchiha were truly wronged, he would be willing to compensate them in other ways, but he absolutely refused to let the Uchiha take the Hokage seat. So alas, with a helpless sigh, he left the Hokage tower. No choice. Facing Hiruzen, he truly couldn't refuse. And most importantly, given the current state of Konoha, no one else was truly suitable to become Hokage. Could they let Danzo do it? That man would be willing. However, just thinking about that possibility made him shudder involuntarily. The next day at 10 in the morning, in the grand meeting hall of Uchiha Jin's residence, the clan heads and elite members of various ninja clans had all assembled, with Uchiha Jin still seated high in the first place. Once everyone had arrived, Uchiha Jin spoke first. Everyone present, you all likely know. Koharu has already received the daimyo's authorization, and the Hokage's office has also issued a notice. Hiruzen Sarutobi is preparing to step down and has nominated Jiraiya as the 5th Hokage, which has also gained the daimyo's consent. The Jonin Council is to be convened this afternoon. My opinion is that we will not attend. Let them play among themselves if our course of action remains unchanged. Continue spreading rumors to undermine their administrative foundation. Then on the day Jiraiya becomes Hokage, we will directly enter the Uchiha clan grounds at the village's edge and immediately announce to the outside that we are establishing a new Konoha. Shikakuzu Fugaku. You two will make a trip to the daimyo's mansion for me. I need official authorization from the daimyo's office. As for how to win over the daimyo Shikakuzu, I trust you. Fugaku, you will lead 5 elite Jonin squads to ensure Nara Shikakuzu's safety. Uchiha Jin's expression was calm. He had no intention of discussing anything with the others. He simply issued his decisions directly. The so-called meeting was merely to inform everyone. As he had said before, the real discussions had already been fully decided by the core members in a small meeting 2 hours earlier. This gathering was just a formality to announce the decisions. As for the daimyo, of course he disliked that man, but he knew well that one must eat one bite at a time. Eating too much at once could choke. So for now he had no interest in breaking the rules of the shinobi world. His current goal was solely to gain complete control of Konoha. Until then, everything would proceed as usual. Nara Shikakuzu, though resigned, still made a request. I have no problem with this, but I ask that Shikaku accompany me. That's fine, you two can decide among yourselves. Uchiha Jin nodded. Though in normal procedure Shikaku and others should remain hidden in the background. Given that their allegiance was relatively recent, and considering the peculiar rules of the Nara clan, it was likely Shikaku preferred to stay home and rest. So forget it. Since Shikakuzu had mentioned it, let the two of them sort it out. Meanwhile, Nara Shikaku wore a displeased expression, but ultimately gave a soft sigh. He naturally didn't dare to object, and since he was familiar with the daimyo despite the trouble, he would make the trip. 20 minutes later, the meeting concluded successfully, but Tsunade did not leave. Instead, she followed Uchiha into the small meeting room. Hey Uchiha Jin, what's the point of this so-called meeting? Aren't you just acting like a dictator? Tsunade, without mincing words, immediately voiced her objection. Indeed, though she admitted Uchiha Jin was excellent in many aspects, the Uchiha's extreme tendencies must be corrected, or else she feared Jiraiya's worries would come true. Since she had joined the Uchiha camp, she intended to resolve all problems from the start. To be honest, when she first attended the meeting, she was curious about how the Uchiha conducted their assemblies. But after truly participating in one today, she was utterly astounded. Good heavens, was that what they called a meeting? It was as if Uchiha Jin was simply talking without even asking for anyone's opinion, right? She absolutely could not accept this. Konoha was the life's work of her 2 grandfathers, and since she had already joined the Uchiha camp, she would never allow Uchiha Jin to act recklessly. In response, Uchiha Jin remained calm, poured Tsunade a cup of tea, and then spoke in an extremely composed tone. Tsunade, you're overthinking it. The real decision-making meeting took place 2 hours ago in the small meeting. The large meeting is just to inform everyone of the decisions so they know what to do next. And haven't you noticed? Do any of the ninja clans present show the slightest confusion? In the small meeting 2 hours ago, we had already reached a consensus on this decision. It's just that you're not yet qualified to attend the small meeting. Uchiha Jin spoke in a calm tone. He showed no intention of granting Tsunade any face. After all, although she had proven somewhat useful upon first joining, she was hardly qualified to enter the inner circle at present. Thus, when the true internal meeting convened that day, there was naturally no plan to invite her. How should one put it? For the Uchiha faction, as it stood now, Tsunade was more of a mere figurehead. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon hearing this, Tsunade froze instantly, her face turning quite awkward. There was no way around it. Despite how miserably things had been for her before, as long as she abandoned her quest for revenge, she could still insert herself into nearly every matter discussed among the Konoha leadership. Hadn't Jiraiya come to beg her the previous evening to ascend as the 5th Hokage? She simply hadn't expected that after voluntarily joining the Uchiha faction, she wouldn't even be able to penetrate the most basic core circle. This drastic shift in status created quite a psychological gap for her. Nevertheless, she accepted it rather quickly. After all, such things were quite normal. She was not among the first batch of joiners, and her position within the Uchiha was somewhat awkward. But her demands were not high. As long as Konoha remained stable and harmonious, she did not care about power or status. After a moment of contemplation, she asked with some confusion, "Could you explain in more detail? I'd like to know your specific procedures on this end." Minor matters are discussed in large assemblies, important matters in small gatherings, and critical matters are never discussed at all, Uchiha Jin said, without reservation. Of course, considering Tsunade's special position, he offered a brief explanation. The reason for this is quite simple. Humanity as a group is conformist. If discussions were truly opened up, efficiency would be terribly low. Everyone holds different thoughts, and no organization can possibly satisfy everyone's ideas. Therefore, focusing on the key points while letting go of the trivial is the most suitable approach. Each ninja clan will consider its own people, and those who rise to positions of authority can naturally represent their respective clans. Combined with the elites from various factions to form the leadership, I believe they can already represent the majority's opinions. On this point, the former Uchiha clan council serves as a cautionary example. They deliberated over both major and minor matters, yet when the village was on the verge of annihilating their clan, nothing productive was discussed. It was precisely this consideration that led me to establish the current system. Truly important matters are discussed internally among the various leaders and faction elites. The so-called large-scale meetings are more like platforms for communicating conclusions, letting everyone know the faction's decisions. Their responsibility is simply to execute. As for those truly critical matters that affect the survival of the faction, I would not discuss them with anyone. Every minute wasted could determine the boundary between life and death. Therefore, I would issue orders without hesitation and have those truly loyal to me execute them immediately. The second reason is to prevent spies. With the addition of various ninja clans, internal problems are certain to arise. The issue of spies is simply unavoidable. If we held large meetings to address these issues, I fear the spies would have already passed the information to the enemy before we could even finish discussing the matter. Another cautionary example remains the Uchiha clan council. Uchiha Jin spoke in a somber tone. Indeed, the so-called Uchiha clan council of the past was a textbook case of failure. Upon hearing these words, Tsunade admitted to herself that she found it somewhat hard to accept. After all, her two grandfathers had not managed Konoha using Uchiha Jin's approach. However, after genuine reflection, she had to admit that Lin Mo's thinking was correct. Indeed, one could not simply follow the opinions of subordinates, for they were far too easily stirred into action. One only needed to look at the village today to see this clearly. The public opinion from both the Uchiha and the village had plunged the entire settlement into chaos. With a helpless sigh, she asked the question she cared about most: will you continue to uphold the will of fire in the future? To be honest, that is merely a moral standard, Uchiha Jin said calmly. Look at Konoha today, who still believes in the so-called will of fire. Of course, I will continue to promote it. After all, the will of fire is quite admirable, and I strongly encourage everyone to embrace it. However, I will not issue strict mandates demanding that people sacrifice themselves for the village. This should be something that comes from the heart, something people are genuinely willing to do of their own accord. I will establish rigorous legal standards and minimize ambiguities as much as possible, striving to make everything transparent. Take the case of Hatake Tsukumo, for example. I would not say that saving lives is more important, nor would I say that missions are more important. I will completely quantify mission standards, fully standardize mission ranks, and inform the ninja beforehand of each mission's level of importance before execution. For less critical missions, saving lives takes priority. For truly important missions where lives may be at stake, I will inform them in advance. If they can accept the possibility of sacrifice, they may take the mission; if not, they may decline. I will not force the issue. Of course, I will also establish corresponding rewards for each mission rank. For ninja who indeed sacrifice themselves for the village, I will properly plan their posthumous honors and compensation. Even the annual benefits their families can receive, tuition-free education for their children, and preferential treatment during recruitment by various departments will all be addressed. I have always believed that building a sound institutional system is far more practical than empty slogans. If ninja know while carrying out missions that even after their sacrifice their families will receive the village's various welfare benefits, preferential treatment in employment and business, and so on, then I believe they will truly be willing to sacrifice themselves willingly. Almost instantaneously, as Uchiha Jin spoke, Tsunade finally listened with her full attention. She had to admit that Uchiha Jin's ideas were far more practical and compelling than the mere will of fire. In the past, the village would only ask people to sacrifice themselves, and then offer their families a single compensation payment, after which nothing more was done. But what about Uchiha Jin? He would establish and perfect a comprehensive system of laws, institutionalizing everything thoroughly. When ninja carried out missions, they would know exactly what benefits their families would receive in the future for every action they took. In that case, how wonderful. I look forward to the actual implementation of these laws. You Uchiha Jin are truly a natural-born leader. Even though you have not yet become Hokage, I can already envision what the village will look like in the future. A smile appeared on Tsunade's face. Clearly, Uchiha Jin's words had completely convinced her. Gazing at Tsunade's faint smile, Uchiha Jin remained silent, a subtle smile playing on his lips. This was indeed not difficult. For him, it was merely copying homework. It required hardly any deep thought, not even a full replication. Just a small portion of the welfare measures would suffice to make anyone fight desperately for him. It was unavoidable. This world truly did not treat ninjas as human beings, constantly spouting that ninjas were tools. All he needed to do was simply treat ninjas as people, implement a few welfare measures, and slightly refine the laws. That would be enough to earn the loyalty of every ninja. His mind raced with thoughts, then his eyes suddenly lit up. Tsunade, how about this? Since you've been relatively free lately, I'll entrust you with the entirety of the ninja welfare and the drafting of the first set of laws. I'll have the various ninja clans provide you with personnel, especially more from the Nara clan. I'll also send you an outline, and you can prepare the laws based on it. Once Shikaku and the others obtain the daimyo's authorization, I'll ascend as Hokage of the new Konoha alongside Jiraiya, and then we'll publicly announce the welfare and laws you've drafted. What do you think? Do you have confidence? Uchiha Jin said with a smile, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. Yes, he had directly revealed his ambition. Although Tsunade's position was indeed special, his time was equally precious. If he hadn't had other plans for her, he wouldn't have spent so long chatting with her here. Hearing this, Tsunade was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help asking, "You trust me with this?" "Why not?" Uchiha Jin replied calmly. "You still don't understand me. I have no interest in schemes and conspiracies. My moves are always open and above board. My plans can be placed in the sunlight for all to see and scrutinize. Konoha was built by your grandfather's hard work. Deep down you care about the village. This matter benefits the village, and I don't think you'd have any reason to sabotage it." At these calm words, a complex expression crossed Tsunade's face. Even she had to admit that Uchiha Jin was truly different, with a mindset entirely unlike other Uchiha. Finally, she nodded solemnly. "Though time is tight, I promise I'll complete the task." "Good, very well." Uchiha Jin said directly, "I trust you." Immediately after, he summoned a subordinate and instructed him to gather personnel from the major clans, and also allocated an office for Tsunade to draft the laws and welfare policies. Then Uchiha Jin took out paper and a pen and quickly wrote out an outline. After reading it, Tsunade's blood boiled with excitement. Without another word, she left immediately. Seeing the fire in Tsunade's eyes, Uchiha Jin couldn't help but smile slightly. Not bad. He had just gained another top-tier workhorse. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the large courtyard of Uchiha Setsuna, one of the grand reception halls had been completely requisitioned by Uchiha Jin, now serving as Tsunade's temporary office. Soon the ninjas summoned from various clans all looked at Tsunade with confusion. In response, Tsunade didn't hesitate. She briefly explained the situation and then presented Uchiha Jin's outline. Naruto glanced at the outline and drew a sharp breath. This? Is Lord Jin really planning to do this? The financial burden would be immense. If these welfare benefits were truly implemented, the village would face severe fiscal problems every year. And this financial disclosure system, these mission execution standards. It's terrifying. Yet I must admit, if this system were implemented, the cohesion of our new Konoha would be extraordinary. Even the civilians from the old Konoha would likely flock to us in droves. Naruto trembled all over. Hearing his words, the other clan members were astonished and stepped forward to examine the outline. Then, everyone drew in a cold breath, their hearts burning with excitement even before the system was fully drafted. Clearly, all of them had to admit that if this system were truly implemented in the future, there would be no need to speak of the will of fire. They would willingly die for the village. It was inevitable. The ninja world treated ninjas so poorly, and now encountering an Uchiha Jin who treated ninjas as human beings, they truly didn't mind dying for him. Alright everyone, don't worry about the finances, just hurry up and draft this system. Once Shikaku and the others return, Jin will soon become Hokage, and this system will be put into effect immediately. Time is tight, so we must work quickly. If we truly run into money problems, I'll go see the daimyo myself. At this moment, Tsunade exuded an air of dominance. Indeed, she wasn't worried about financial issues at all, for she was Tsunade Heim, the rightful princess of the Land of Fire. Getting some money from the Land of Fire was hardly a challenge for her, as the current daimyo happened to be her uncle. Of course, the Senju clan didn't actually have a branch in the Land of Fire. It was simply that when Hashirama founded Konoha, the daimyo's sister married Tsunade's father, and only then were she and her brother Nawaki born. So for her, asking the daimyo for money wasn't really a big deal. She just hadn't been interested in doing so before. Obviously, Hiruzen Sarutobi had wiped out the entire Senju clan, and her brother and boyfriend had also been killed. Why would she be insane enough to ask for money for Hiruzen? But now the situation was completely different. She truly saw hope in Uchiha Jin, and thus she was more than willing to approach the daimyo for funds. Meanwhile, as Tsunade spoke, everyone present became stirred with excitement. Clearly, everyone was well aware of the relationship between Tsunade and the daimyo, so they understood that if she was truly willing to act, financial matters were nothing to worry about. And it was precisely because of Tsunade's promise that everyone was filled with renewed vigor, eagerly beginning to design the welfare standards and laws for the new Konoha based on the outline provided by Uchiha Jin. Of course, driven by this fervent attitude, they managed to fully refine these standards in just 3 days. The next morning at the break of dawn, while the Uchiha faction was quietly preparing, Konoha Uchiha returned weary from her journey. Upon seeing the authorization from the daimyo in his hands, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face finally revealed a faint smile. He then began preparing for the afternoon Jonin meeting. Kohara Hamura, this matter is of the utmost importance to us. The Uchiha faction is now too tightly sealed. We can hardly discern their intentions. Therefore, during this afternoon's Jonin Council, we must all remain vigilant to prevent Uchiha Jin from seizing the opportunity to stir up trouble. I have secretly recalled all qualified border guardians. I have also temporarily promoted some elite Chunin from our own clans to the rank of Jonin. You too will settle these men. Their trust votes will be our trump card in this afternoon's Jonin Council. Go now. With that, Hiruzen Sarutobi pulled out 3 thick stacks of Jonin promotion orders from his desk drawer and handed them directly to Konoha Uchiha. Without hesitation, Konoha Uchiha and Hamura Midokado accepted the promotion orders and departed. Clearly, they understood that the success of this endeavor would determine whether they could continue to wield power over the village in the future. Thus, they harbored no doubts and cooperated fully with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Next, Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered for a long while, then summoned an umbu. He wrote a letter on the spot, handed it to the operative, and spoke with grave severity. Deliver this letter to the village's root ninja. Have him contact Danzo at the earliest possible moment. Also convey this to Root. This juncture is critical. Danzo himself need not return, but the umbu forces must be placed at my disposal. Only for this afternoon's Jonin Council. Go now. The umbu took the letter, bowed, and withdrew. Only after the operative had truly left the Hokage's office did Hiruzen Sarutobi finally breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Jiraiya stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the window, watching Hiruzen Sarutobi issue various orders. Yet his eyes were filled with sorrow and helplessness. He could not condone such underhanded tactics. In fact, he felt a subtle contempt for Hiruzen Sarutobi, for in his view his teacher's methods were far less honorable than those of Uchiha Jin. But alas, thinking of the situation he would soon face, Jiraiya could not help but let out a helpless sigh. That very sigh drew Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face darkened, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He then took out a new tobacco pipe, lit it, and after a few puffs of smoke spoke to Jiraiya in a calm tone. Jiraiya, do not blame me. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. My methods may be unsavory, but everything is for the survival of the village. I will bear all these dark and dirty deeds. You know nothing of them. Just wait peacefully to ascend as Hokage. I will leave you a clean village. His words were heartfelt and earnest. It seemed as if Hiruzen Sarutobi was willing to bear every sin just to leave a pure village for Jiraiya. Yet it must be admitted that Jiraiya took it to heart. He looked at his teacher with gratitude. Teacher, you have suffered. Everything is for the village. Hiruzen Sarutobi replied calmly, his voice laden with gravity. I made a promise to Lord Tobirama, and I must protect the village. Where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire burns ever brighter. The flame will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. Now your teacher is at the point of burning himself to light the path for you, Jiraiya, the new leaf. You need not concern yourself with anything else. As his words fell, Jiraiya was deeply moved. Yes, even if his teacher's methods were a little dirty, it was all for the sake of illuminating the village's future. This filled Jiraiya's heart with fervent emotion. After taking a deep breath, he spoke solemnly. Teacher, rest assured. I will definitely protect the village and not let your efforts go to waste. The evil Uchiha, I will not allow them to succeed. Jiraiya's face was stern, and a hint of killing intent flickered in his eyes. Before, he had never quite understood why his teacher and the others were always on guard against the Uchiha. Now he understood. It was such a trivial matter. He had even gone to persuade them personally. Yet those damned Uchiha still refused to reconcile. Indeed, the evil Uchiha. Hiruzen Sarutobi was naturally very satisfied, and sent Jiraiya off to prepare. However, once Jiraiya had truly left, Hiruzen Sarutobi relaxed, leaning back in his chair and taking a deep drag from his pipe. Truly relaxed, watching Jiraiya depart, a cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the Jonin meeting officially commenced, and many Jonin arrived one after another. Hiruzen Sarutobi and the other Konoha higher-ups were on high alert, their minds racing. How was the Uchiha clan going to break this deadlock? This silent contemplation continued until the meeting began. Then Hiruzen Sarutobi was instantly stunned, because neither the Uchiha nor any of the other major ninja clans had shown up. Not a single one. Yes, not even a representative had come, leaving him completely dumbfounded. Where is the Uchiha? Where are the other major clans? Why haven't they come? Hiruzen Sarutobi was on the verge of losing his composure. He knew full well that if these clans refused to participate, even if he forced Jiraiya into the Hokage position, it would feel illegitimate from the very start. But faced with Hiruzen Sarutobi's fury, the assembly hall remained dead silent. Especially the Hyuga clan. Apart from the Sarutobi and the other three clans, and the civilian ninja, only the Hyuga clan had chosen to attend. This naturally made every Hyuga present feel awkward and deeply uncomfortable. There was no helping it. All the other ninja clans had banded together, leaving them standing out like a solitary crane among chickens. But they had no choice. Because of the caged bird seal, Danzo had no interest in the Hyuga branch family. The main family had only a few members, and they could not be sent into root. Under these circumstances, the Hyuga had no reason to defect to the Uchiha. Moreover, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans had always been rivals, so they would not willingly surrender. But damn it, staring at this bizarre situation, Hayashi Hyuga was truly embarrassed. Hayashi, what should we do? It seems we shouldn't have come. Does this so-called Jonin assembly even need to continue? We need to think of a solution quickly. You are the clan head of the Hyuga. Many elders of the Hyuga clan began to speak cautiously. Initially, they had been quite pleased. After all, while the village's high-ranking officials and the Uchiha were locked in conflict, the Hyuga clan could sit back and watch from the sidelines, never needing to participate in the struggle between the two factions. Especially when they saw countless ninja clans being humiliated by the root, or even joining the Uchiha camp, they could still watch coldly, even sneering at those clans. Their Hyuga clan's caged bird had once suffered so much unfair treatment, but now they suddenly felt that their ancestors had been wise and farsighted. Because of the caged bird, the Hyuga clan had managed to avoid this crisis. Even a villain like Danzo of the Root had no intention of troubling the Hyuga clan. But now, seeing what happened today, the Hyuga clan was instantly at a loss. No way. All other ninja clans had not attended this Jonin assembly, so the Hyuga clan stuck out like a sore thumb. Hyuga Hayashi. At this moment his expression was grim, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes. What to do? How would he know? Originally he had wanted to see how the Uchiha would contend with the village's high-ranking officials, and even thought that perhaps both factions would try to win over the Hyuga clan. Then, having some leeway, he could wait until the two factions had fought to the end, and only after seeing the winner would the Hyuga clan cast their votes. But damn it, the Uchiha Jin faction didn't attend the Jonin assembly, leaving the Hyuga clan in an awkward position. Should they really side with the village's high-ranking officials now? No, absolutely not. If they sided with the village's high-ranking officials, wouldn't that offend the Uchiha faction? Abstain. That didn't seem right either. Since the Uchiha Jin faction hadn't shown up, if the Hyuga chose to abstain, they would directly offend the village's high-ranking officials. If the high-ranking officials won in the end, the Hyuga clan would face hard times. What to do? Hyuga Hayashi was now caught in a dilemma. Cold sweat began to form on his forehead, and his mind was in turmoil, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no attention to spare for the Hyuga clan, as he himself was also caught in a dilemma. The Uchiha faction not coming was actually a good thing, because then Jiraiya could directly ascend to the position of 5th Hokage. But without the Uchiha faction's participation, would Jiraiya, as the 5th Hokage, be able to command authority in the future? So, should they invite the Uchiha faction? After thinking it over for a long time, he still felt it was unnecessary. After all, if Jiraiya, as the 5th Hokage, couldn't command authority, that was actually somewhat beneficial to him, as it would make it easier for him to rule Konoha from behind the scenes in the future. Hiruzen, what should we do? Should we go find the Uchiha faction? It's already time. Should we wait a bit longer? While Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking, Udatain Koharu and Mitokado Hamura spoke up. Clearly, they were also uncertain about the current situation. Even Jiraiya subconsciously looked over. And to this, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment, then said calmly, I don't think we need to wait. Since we've already notified them in advance, their absence is their decision. Let's just count them as abstaining. Let's begin directly. After saying this, having made his decision, Sarutobi Hiruzen had the Umbu close the doors, then stood up and began to deliver his remarks. His speech was quite conventional. He first spoke of his achievements as Hokage over the years, then mentioned some of his failures, and finally stated that due to his advanced age he had decided to resign and preside over the selection of the 5th Hokage. Then, the voting began. Almost everyone present at today's Jonin assembly was a loyal follower of Sarutobi Hiruzen, so naturally, they all voted for Jiraiya. Only the Hyuga clan was racking their brains. Who to vote for? For the Hyuga clan, this was a difficult choice. Although under normal circumstances Jiraiya was almost certain to win, the fact that the Uchiha faction hadn't shown up made him feel a trace of unease. What exactly was the Uchiha faction plotting? Without figuring this out, he truly didn't dare to casually vote for Jiraiya. Clan head, we must choose now. We have to decide who to support. Vote for Jiraiya. Or vote for the Uchiha. The Hyuga clan members spoke one after another. At this point, almost everyone present had finished voting, and all eyes were on the Hyuga clan. So, they were indeed anxious. In fact, Hyuga Hayashi was even more anxious, cold sweat on his forehead, but after pondering for a long time he said, "Let's abstain." The Hyuga clan members were stunned. However, before they could voice objections, Hyuga Hayashi gave his reasons. The Uchiha faction is acting very suspiciously. They seem to be plotting something. In any case, I don't believe they would easily surrender. After all, they've been fighting the village's high-ranking officials tooth and nail. So let's abstain. We'll remain neutral between the village's high-ranking officials and the Uchiha. No matter who comes to power, they won't get to be a Kugen of the Hyuga clan. At worst, neither side will be close to the Hyuga clan, but that's still better than the cost of choosing the wrong side. Many Hyuga clan members let out a sigh. They had to admit that their clan head's thinking was correct. Perhaps for the Hyuga clan this was the safest choice. After all, the Byakugan was too important to the village, especially during wartime. No other secret technique could replace it. Whether it was sensory ninjutsu or the secret arts of the Aburame clan, they could hardly replace the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. So no matter which faction came to power, at most they would just suppress the Hyuga clan a bit. Anything more was unlikely. For this reason, many jonin of the Hyuga clan all cast their abstention votes. Half an hour later, after the village tallied all the votes, the winner was undoubtedly Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed. He cast a cold glance at the Hyuga clan, then stood up and solemnly announced, "Everyone, the results are in. Let us congratulate Jiraiya, who will be the 5th Hokage of the village. Tomorrow morning the new Hokage will be inaugurated." After speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen left the meeting room directly. Udatain Koharumido Kato Hamura and Jiraiya naturally followed behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once they departed, the assembled jonin began to leave as well. However, unlike previous elections for a new Hokage, this time almost everyone present wore no smiles on their faces. This was understandable. Although these civilian jonin had still chosen the Hokage faction, the sudden rumors spreading through the village had made their hearts skip a beat. Moreover, the fact that almost all ninja clans had abstained from this jonin meeting cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Was there still a future for the village? Even if they inwardly resented the clans, they had to admit that ninjas from clan lineages were elites. A 5th Hokage unsupported by all the ninja clans. Even if they had thrust Jiraiya into the role, could he truly hold that position steady in the future? Hard to say. It was precisely this thought that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Clan leader, the Hokage's gaze at you just now was off. Was our decision this time a mistake? Is our Hyuga clan really choosing neutrality? Members of the Hyuga clan spoke up one after another. All eyes turned to Hyuga Hayashi, their hearts filled with anxiety. As for this, Hyuga Hayashi himself felt a twinge of guilt, but since the decision was made, there was no room for regret. After a moment of deliberation, he finally spoke slowly. "I trust my choice. The Uchiha faction won't give up so easily. The inauguration ceremony tomorrow. I sense something major will happen. Let's go. We'll find out who wins and who loses tomorrow." With that, Hyuga Hayashi led the way out of the meeting room, and the other Hyuga members followed suit. As they walked through the streets, the village's atmosphere was eerily strange. Even though a new Hokage had been elected, not a single villager's face showed joy. Such a situation had never occurred in Konoha's history. Looking at the numbed villagers on the streets, Hyuga Hayashi felt increasingly certain that his decision to abstain was absolutely right. The village had lost its cohesion. He remembered when Minato Namikaze became Hokage. The entire village was festively decorated with celebrations everywhere, and many shops even offered discounts to mark the occasion. But this time, instead, there was a sense of impending storm. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Jiraiya leaned by the window, staring at the deathly silent village, his mind in turmoil. "Old man, the Uchiha faction's silence is eerily suspicious, and it makes me deeply uneasy. Are your plans really going to work?" In response to Jiraiya's inquiry, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued smoking his pipe. Clearly, he too felt a nagging unease, but he had no choice. He had to grit his teeth and push forward. Seeing Jiraiya's anxious face, he sighed and finally spoke. "Jiraiya, we have no choice but to go all the way." "That's true." Jiraiya laughed wryly. Indeed, even though they knew the Uchiha faction was acting suspiciously, they had already lost their retreat. Even if the Uchiha side was up to something, could they simply give up? No, they couldn't. Facing the increasingly assertive Uchiha faction, the Hokage side had no cards left to play. The only option was to make him Jiraiya the 5th Hokage, reopening the game for a chance to compete. Otherwise, they would have to burn their bridges, or simply wait for death. With a soft sigh, he spoke slowly. "I hope tomorrow goes smoothly." Sarutobi Hiruzen did not answer. Though he wanted to comfort himself, he too was deeply uncertain. After all, he had clashed with Uchiha Jin for a long time and knew that man wouldn't surrender so easily. On the contrary, the calmer the other side appeared, the greater their scheme must be. But the question was, what angle could Uchiha Jin possibly use to break the deadlock? He couldn't figure it out. In his view, the best way for the Uchiha to break through was to defeat Jiraiya in today's Jonin meeting and then forcibly claim the title of 5th Hokage through sheer strength. But unfortunately, the Uchiha faction had abandoned that easiest path. So what the hell was that bastard Uchiha Jin thinking? And it was with this anxious feeling that he remained until 9 o'clock the next morning. In front of the Hokage building, countless numb villagers and ninjas stood like hollow shells in the streets and alleys before the Hokage building, gazing at the rooftop with nervous, doubtful, and worried eyes. Hyuga Hayashi and several clan elders sat in a tea house, their seats offering a clear view of the Hokage building's rooftop. Clearly they too were waiting, eager to see what sort of mischief the Uchiha faction was plotting behind the scenes. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the same. At that moment he was clad in a Hokage robe, his face under the hat still dark and uncertain. Beside him Jiraiya was in the same state. He too wore a pure white Hokage robe, the only difference from his teacher being the words 5th Hokage on his back, while Sarutobi Hiruzen's robe clearly read 3rd Hokage. Ninjas, villagers. Today is a good day. This old tree has withered, and it is time to pass on the position of Hokage. But fortunately the village's new sprout has grown. Jiraiya's abilities and merits are sufficient. He will lead the village to greater glory. Where leaves of the wood dance, fire burns ever brighter. After a short speech, Sarutobi Hiruzen removed his Hokage hat and solemnly placed it on Jiraiya's head. His eyes held reluctance and sorrow. After all, he had worn that hat his entire life. Though each Hokage had multiple robes, the Hokage hat was one of a kind. Jiraiya's expression was complex. The moment the hat settled on his head, he instantly felt a heavy burden of responsibility. Nevertheless, he stood on the rooftop of the Hokage building, looking down at the dense crowd of Konoha villagers, and solemnly declared himself the 5th Hokage, promising to lead them toward a better life. After a few dry words, he fell silent. He had no choice. Unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, he lacked the skill for speeches. But even so, a wave of applause rose from below. Though no one truly felt like celebrating, they had to show the proper respect. However, the two men on the rooftop had no mind to appreciate the scene. Instead, their minds raced, wondering what the Uchiha faction was up to. Jiraiya had already become Hokage. Why hadn't they made a move yet? Could it be they had truly given up? Just as they were pondering this, an ANBU member rushed to their side. Lord 3rd, Lord 5th. Disaster. A sharp gasp. In an instant, Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen's faces turned pale. They knew the dreaded event had finally come to pass. Over on the Uchiha side, there was finally a new development. However, the two of them said nothing more at the moment. After finishing their research as quickly as possible, they headed straight to the Hokage's office. But this time Sarutobi Hiruzen and the two elders sat to the side, while Jiraiya took his seat at the Hokage's desk. Then from an ANBU operative they received a shocking piece of news. Uchiha Jin was establishing a new Mai, and today he had ascended to the position of Hokage. Holy shit. The moment they learned this, everyone in the Hokage's office erupted almost instantly. Outrageous, damn it. How dare that Uchiha do this? Does he intend to split the village directly? We must stop that madman no matter the cost, even if it means war. We have to kill him. Uchiha Koharu slammed the table and immediately roared. However, deep in her eyes there was nothing but fear. Because she knew that if they couldn't handle this matter, then the high-ranking officials of Mai would be finished. Today's ascension of Jiraiya would become a joke, and the so-called power in their hands would turn into a laughingstock. Nonsense. The other side had already established a new Mai. Regardless of whether you were in the right, you had no way to influence them. More importantly, almost all the elite of the village were on the side of the new Mai. Relying solely on the 4 ninja clans like the Sarutobi, plus a few civilian-born ninjas, and the fence-sitting Hyuga clan, they might seem somewhat impressive in numbers, but they were simply no match for the Uchiha side. Mitokado Hamura trembled slightly, but spoke with grave seriousness. Hiruzen, Jiraiya, there is no room for hesitation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was grim. Clearly, although he had imagined countless possibilities, this was the one he had never anticipated. That Uchiha Jin would just flip the table and refuse to play. Thinking this, he said in an icy tone, "Let's go to the Uchiha compound." After speaking, he strode out of the Hokage's office with Uchiha Koharu and Mitokado Hamura following closely behind. Jiraiya. At this moment, he was totally bewildered. Holy crap. He was supposed to be the Hokage, wasn't he? But well, never mind. Anyway, he agreed with Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision. He had no mind to bother with such trivial matters, so he grabbed his Hokage robe and headed outside. Then the group, accompanied by a squad of ANBU, rushed toward the Uchiha compound in a flurry. The villagers on the streets wore strange expressions, and their hearts sank to the bottom. Even if they didn't know the specifics, they could smell the gunpowder in the air. Nonsense. If nothing major had happened, why would anyone go looking for trouble with the Uchiha on the very day of Jiraiya's ascension? On the tea house, Hyuga Hayashi, who was sipping tea, had clearly noticed the scene. Something's happened. Just as I expected, the Uchiha camp has made a move. What's not clear now is exactly what happened to make the village's high command so furious. Hyuga Hayashi set down his teacup. His tone turned serious, and he immediately activated his Byakugan. Veins bulged around his eye sockets, but in the end he saw nothing. No choice. The Uchiha compound was shrouded by countless sealing techniques. Even his Byakugan couldn't penetrate them. The others' faces changed drastically. They admired their clan leader's choice even more, yet their hearts grew increasingly uneasy. Yes. Judging from the expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his entourage, they looked ready to go all out. So what choice would the Hyuga clan make next? Clan leader, what should we do? It seems we can't stay neutral anymore, can we? After all, it looks like a fight is about to break out. Yeah, even if we try to stay neutral, we'll probably get dragged in. The people present all spoke up. By now Hyuga Hayashi was also hesitating. Finally, he stood up directly. We'll return to the compound and seal it off completely. We'll wait until the situation becomes clear. Yes, he had chosen to be a turtle, sealing the Hyuga clan away, caring about nothing, thinking about nothing. He would wait until the situation was clear before making any decision. The other Hyuga members wanted to say something, but in the end they chose to shut up completely. After all, unlike other ninja clans, the Hyuga had the caged bird seal, which left ordinary members with virtually no say in matters. Meanwhile, on the other side, compared to the panicked Hyuga who chose to seal themselves, and Sarutobi Hiruzen and his group arrived at the Uchiha compound. Facing the Uchiha patrol that suddenly appeared to block their way, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke coldly. Move aside. I want to see Uchiha Jin. He must give me an explanation. Otherwise it's war. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was icy. Now he had even changed into battle gear and summoned the Monkey King Enma, transforming him into the adamantine staff and holding it in his hand. Yes, in his fury he had long forgotten that he had already abdicated, and the current Hokage of Mai was Jiraiya. Of course, under the current circumstances, Jiraiya said nothing. His face was grim and terrifying, his eyes flickering as if lost in thought. The Uchiha patrol, however, did not step aside. Instead, they all drew their weapons, looking ready to start a fight. But after firing a signal flare, one of them broke away from the formation and dashed straight into the compound. Seeing this, Jiraiya stepped forward. Sensei, calm down. Let's wait for Uchiha Jin and the others to come and hear what they have to say first. Clearly, he was also trying to avoid a civil war, because no matter who won, dealing with the other ninja villages would be a huge problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled all over. Though he was already boiling with rage, when he met Jiraiya's firm gaze, he finally relaxed a little. He stood there in silence, waiting. 5 minutes later, Uchiha Jin, also wearing a Hokage robe, walked out with the strong of all the major ninja clans following closely behind. Even Tsunade Kakashi and Mangekyō were among them. They stood directly opposite Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, I heard you've already abdicated. Now the Hokage on your side, is Jiraiya right? Judging by your little show, it seems like you're still the one in charge. Well, I can understand that. When Minato Namikaze took over, isn't that exactly what you did, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Is this your second abdication, preparing to rule from behind the scenes again? I'm not one to talk, but you're already so old. If you're going to step down, then step down completely. Why bother? Uchiha Jin opened his mouth to hurl sarcasm, showing no respect for Uenfei Risen. This was easy to understand. This was no longer the time when Uchiha Jin had just risen to lead the radical faction. Now he not only firmly controlled the Uchiha clan, but also had the entire major ninja clans of Mai joining him, and even Tsunade Kakashi and Mangekyō had joined. Under this new situation, he no longer needed to follow the rules of the game, because he now had the power to set the rules. Thus a mere Uenfei Risen was worthy of only sarcasm. Given his current power, if he hadn't been considering a seamless takeover of the entire Mai, he would have already started a war. Of course, he shared the same thought as Uenfei Risen. The more one truly ascends to power, the less they actually wish to go to war, for war is always the worst option. The supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. The next best is to break their alliances. The next is to attack their army. The worst is to besiege their cities. As a transmigrator, he understood this simple truth better than anyone. Uchiha Jin, stop the nonsense. Your so-called new Mai is a provocation to the entire village. I advise you to immediately abandon the division of the village and recognize Jiraiya's position as Hokage, or else we will be forced to go to war. Uenfei Risen's tone was icy. He didn't care about Uchiha Jin's sarcasm. After all, as Hokage for so many years, his skin had grown thicker than a city wall. He cared only about interests. A face was inconsequential. Thus he wasted no time on other matters with Uchiha Jin and directly raised his core demand. Abandon the division of Mai and recognize Jiraiya as Hokage. But unfortunately, since Uchiha Jin dared to establish new Mai, he had naturally made all preparations. Therefore, he calmly rejected Yuanfei Rizen's demand. Yuanfei Rizen, you've got one thing wrong. When Mai was founded, there was a promise that every ninja clan could withdraw at any time. Given the special situation between the Uchiha clan and the village, since we couldn't truly integrate after decades, the Uchiha naturally choose not to integrate. Withdrawing from Mai is better for all of us, isn't it? The Uchiha's withdrawal complies with the original covenant. You Yuanfei Rizen have been Hokage for so many years. Could it be that you don't even know this basic covenant? If so, you are hardly a competent Hokage. As for the other ninja clans, it's mere coincidence. They also felt uncomfortable staying in Mai and voluntarily withdrew. That has nothing to do with the Uchiha. Our clans got together and thought since we've all withdrawn, we might as well establish a new ninja village. So we reported this to the daimyo, who was very willing to support us and provide financial and material aid. Thus, our village building process complies with all procedures. Both the withdrawal from Mai and the laws of the Fire Country justify my actions. Finally, let me remind you. Although we are currently in Mai, we have obtained the daimyo of the Fire Country's approval. Until the new Mai plan is completed, we have the right to stay on this land. Once the site designated by the daimyo for our new village is built, we will naturally relocate to that new land. If you start a war with us now, it will not be an internal conflict of the village, but an invasion of New Mai by Mai. Then New Mai has the right to defend and counterattack. Moreover, regarding this act of aggression, we will definitely seek a judgment from the daimyo. I doubt your invasion has been authorized by the daimyo of the Fire Country, has it? When the daimyo cuts your funding or punishes you in other ways, don't blame me for not warning you in advance. Uchiha Jin's tone was calm. He always acted only after careful planning. Since he had decided to establish New Mai, he ensured that no flaw could be found in either legal principles or any other aspect. Of course, only Uchiha Jin could pull this off. The previous Uchiha clan lacked the capability, because this was a world where martial might reign supreme. Even if the Uchiha had sought refuge with the daimyo in the past before they could reach the daimyo's residence, Mai would have annihilated the entire clan en route. Even if the daimyo was displeased, he wouldn't bother to create friction with Mai over a dead Uchiha clan. Uchiha Jin was completely different. First, he himself was a Mangekyō powerhouse, and he had recruited Fugaku, another Mangekyō user, while uniting the entire Uchiha clan and attracting countless other clans large and small. His strength and influence were enough that he didn't fear Mai turning hostile, so he had the qualifications to play this game. Because the first principle of power play is to use absolute hard power to force the enemy to the negotiating table. The previous Uchiha lacked this capability. After speaking, he directly pulled out the daimyo's authorization document and tossed it to Yuanfei Rizen. On the other side, looking at the daimyo's authorization document, before him, Yuanfei Rizen's heart instantly turned cold. Damn it. Familiar with the daimyo's affairs, he knew this document was genuine. But this made things incredibly difficult. Because Uchiha Jin was right. Before the village was founded, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama had publicly promised that every ninja clan had the right to withdraw. However, as the village developed, the power of the higher-ups grew heavier, and the rights of the ninja clans were squeezed to nothing. The original covenant was thus thrown into the trash. Without the strength to back it up, a covenant is just a scrap of paper. If Yuanfei Rizen wished, he could instantly think of countless reasons to discard that covenant and destroy the opponent. The victor takes all. But now, the Uchiha faction's power was right there, and they had the strength to uphold that covenant. This was trouble. Yuanfei Rizen's mind raced frantically, but he couldn't find any counterargument. The power he currently commanded made it impossible to break the deadlock through violence. On the other side, Jiraiya, after reading the authorization document, felt his heart sink to the bottom. He couldn't help but ask, "Old man, is this real? Was there really such a covenant when Mai was first established?" Obviously, he was born too late, not even remembering Senju Tobarama. Thus, he naturally knew nothing about this covenant from the era of Senju Hashirama being born after the village's founding. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. His mind was a chaotic mess, utterly at a loss for how to respond to Jiraiya. Should he admit it? Absolutely not. Wouldn't that be acknowledging the other party's act of splitting the village? But to deny it was equally difficult. After all, the original covenant was written into the provisional regulations of Konoha. To commemorate the village's founding, these historical documents were displayed in the administrative office. However, Konoha had only ever cultivated ninjas, and no one had ever taken the time to study such matters. But equally so, even as the third Hokage, he had no way to erase that original covenant. Damn it. Sarutobi Hiruzen was now deeply troubled, for Uchiha Jin was by far the most troublesome opponent he had ever encountered. Though seemingly a Mangekyō wielder, this man never resorted to brute force to break through. Instead, he played by the rules and regulations at every turn, which proved to be a massive headache. When dealing with previous enemies, he could always position himself on the side of justice, which was precisely why he could so easily dismantle his opponents. But now, In his clashes with Uchiha Jin, he felt constrained at every turn. There was no way around it. That bastard Uchiha Jin always managed to place himself squarely on the side of justice. Take this current mess for instance. The man had followed every procedure to the letter, leaving Hiruzen without even a pretext to declare war. After all, this covenant allowing free withdrawal was established by the first Hokage Senju Hashirama himself, and the man had also obtained the daimyo's authorization. So his creation of new Konoha was procedurally sound as well. So, what was he supposed to do? His mind was spinning out of control. Should he just slink away in defeat? He refused. Or should he truly throw all caution aside and force a war? First of all, he wasn't certain he could defeat the Uchiha faction. Secondly, he had to consider how to explain things to the daimyo afterward. After all, the current daimyo already held no goodwill toward him because of those third war troubles. If he gave the daimyo another reason to criticize him this time, then not only would this year's budget allocation be cut, but next year's would likely be out of the question too. Old man, say something. As your Hokage, I need to know, does this covenant actually exist or not? Jiraiya was getting irritated. After all, he was the fifth Hokage of the village. He had directly questioned the old man, yet received no response for so long. This was treating the village chief like he wasn't even a cadre. Meanwhile, on the other side, though Sarutobi Hiruzen was resigned, he ultimately nodded. When Konoha was founded, there was indeed such a covenant, that any clan could come and go freely and could choose to withdraw at any time. In truth, this was precisely why he had spent all these years vigorously supporting the civilian faction while suppressing the clan factions. The clans held far too much power. Not only could they leave Konoha at any time, but village rules couldn't interfere with clan affairs either. This practically made the clans into villages within the village. Senju Hashirama didn't care about any of this. His sheer strength could suppress everything. Senju Tobirama, while supporting civilians and willing to let some clan members integrate into Konoha, also placed few restrictions on the clans, as long as they obeyed when he gave orders. After all, while his strength might not be as overwhelming as Senju Hashirama's, he was still among the very strongest in the entire ninja world. Not to mention that he possessed considerable wisdom as well. As for the next generation, Senju Tobirama wasn't particularly worried either. Though he had indeed planned to support Sarutobi Hiruzen, to him Hiruzen was merely a transitional figure. The real goal was to buy time for Senju Nawaki to grow. And incidentally, it was rather nice to have someone else serve as Hokage for a term, so the village wouldn't gossip about the Senju clan monopolizing the position. As for the Senju clan itself, needless to say, across 1,000 years they had always been one of the strongest clans in the ninja world. As long as Senju Nawaki could rise to power, he would absolutely secure the Hokage seat. And afterward it would be the same. As long as each generation of the Senju clan remained stable, they could absolutely keep the entire Konoha in check. But unfortunately, he never expected that his own reckless moment on the battlefield would lead him to encounter the Gold and Silver brothers, who countered the flying Raijin technique. After his death, Konoha did not develop according to his plans at all. That transitional Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen unexpectedly became a Hokage with real power, and even reduced the Senju clan's legacy to ashes. And Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his limited abilities, naturally could only find ways to suppress the clans to secure his position as Hokage. There was no other choice. He lacked the strength of Senju Hashirama and the wisdom of Senju Tobirama, so suppressing the other clans was the only path available. So this is how it is. This is truly troubling. What was the first Hokage thinking back then? How could he allow such a covenant to exist? This is a disaster. Jiraiya sighed, blurting out his honest thoughts. There was no helping it. Though he had already risen to the position of Hokage, he didn't understand the intricacies of power struggles at all, so he simply spoke his mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen was instantly dumbfounded. Damn it. No matter how much you complain internally, you must never say such things out loud. Before those words were spoken, there was still room for negotiation. But once you as the Hokage say something like that, you've essentially acknowledged the covenant's validity. So what room is left for further discussion? And indeed, that was exactly what happened. Following Jiraiya's words, Uchiha Jin immediately spoke up. Well, excellent. It seems our fifth Hokage has also affirmed the validity of this covenant. In that case, all's well that ends well. Today marks the founding of our new Konoha, and also the day I ascend as its first Hokage. We warmly welcome friends from Konoha to visit. How about it? Would you care to come in for some tea? Uchiha Jin's demeanor was gentle. A faint smile never left his face. He simply filtered out Jiraiya's displeasure and extracted only the fact that the man had acknowledged the covenant. Are you kidding? Letting trash like Jiraiya become Hokage? Huh. If it weren't for that old fox Sarutobi Hiruzen, he could crush someone like this without even needing a plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen G. Right. Yeah, Jiraiya. At this moment, he was completely bewildered. Clearly he still had no idea what on earth was happening. So instinctively he waved his hand and said, I haven't acknowledged any such covenant. Uchiha Jin, don't make things up. So you're opposing the founding covenant, then? Uchiha Jin immediately fired back. Jiraiya, I advise you to think carefully. This was established by the first Hokage Senju Hashirama himself. Are you the fifth Hokage going to oppose the first Hokage's promise? With a single sentence he smoothly planted a massive trap. Even as dense as Jiraiya was, he instantly sensed something was wrong. But before he could speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen clamped a hand over his mouth. Jiraiya, just shut up. I'm begging you, alright? Hiruzen Sarutobi was on the verge of madness. Faced with this Jiraiya before him, he truly felt like breaking down. Damn it. If you don't understand the intricacies here, then please just shut up, alright? It was also because Konoha was too weak now and he couldn't find a suitable candidate for Hokage, or otherwise he really wouldn't want to put Jiraiya in that position. Although it was easy to take power back from him in a peaceful era with a normal transition, he would rather have Jiraiya take over. But now it was different. Now with Uchiha Jin as a great enemy in the village, having such a useless Hokage on his side meant that one careless moment could easily be exploited by Uchiha Jin. Jiraiya was speechless with a black line on his face. This made him quite displeased. Was he not even allowed to speak as the Hokage? Having never wanted to be Hokage in the first place, he now felt even more stifled. However, he also knew the situation was delicate, so despite his frustration, he ultimately chose to remain silent. But unfortunately, that wasn't enough. Even if Jiraiya kept quiet, Uchiha Jin would not let the opportunity slip and immediately spoke out. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you've gone too far. Even if you were the Hokage before, you've already stepped down now, understand. Jiraiya is the Hokage now, and you should show at least a basic level of respect to the Hokage. Instead of resting on the laurels of a former Hokage and nitpicking the current one, got it. Hiruzen Sarutobi was extremely displeased. But in the end he chose to stay silent because he couldn't think of a way to refute it. Finally, he merely shot a deep glance at Uchiha Jin, then grabbed Jiraiya and left directly. As for Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado, they hadn't said a single word throughout. The reason was simple. They had long realized that Uchiha Jin wouldn't buy their act, and since they couldn't restrain him through status and position, the only thing they could do was not cause trouble for Hiruzen Sarutobi. Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi turn and leave, they along with the other Umbu had no choice but to head back. 20 minutes later. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was oppressively heavy. There was no helping it. Although today was the day Jiraiya, the new Hokage, took office, the troubles within the Uchiha faction diluted the joy, casting a shadow over everyone's hearts instead. If a solution wasn't found soon, Konoha would be on the brink of falling apart. No one present was a fool. Even though they had been suppressing the ninja clans all these years, they had to admit that the various ninja clans, big and small, were the true pillars of the entire village. In every war, the ninja clans were the main force. Even though civilian ninjas had grown a lot over the years, they still couldn't replace the niche of those clans. The gap between them was simply too huge. Now that those clans were going to the new Konoha, if war broke out again, would they have to rely on civilians to fight? Nonsense. Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado didn't speak up, nor did they chatter as they used to. Clearly this matter was beyond their capability. Hiruzen Sarutobi was the same. He couldn't think of a good solution, and after much deliberation the only option was war. But they couldn't afford to fight. The village didn't have any strong warriors now. Even if they had enough civilian ninjas, could they really wear down the Uchiha faction in a prolonged war? He felt that was doubtful. But Jiraiya couldn't hold back and blurted out a question. Old man, tell me. Why did the village establish such a rule back then, allowing ninja clans to withdraw from this kind of alliance? It's utterly ridiculous. Why did the village's higher-ups make such a promise in the past? As for Jiraiya's curiosity, Hiruzen Sarutobi had no interest in explaining. He was too annoyed. Why would he bother satisfying Jiraiya's curiosity? Even if Jiraiya was the so-called Hokage, Hiruzen didn't care. Meanwhile, on the other side, although Koharu had no intention of dealing with Jiraiya, Hamura Mitokado sighed softly and began to explain. Jiraiya, you wouldn't understand. You were born after the founding of the village and don't know the special circumstances back then. Konoha itself was formed by the Senju clan through their strong rallying power. There was no civilian class at that time. Civilians only gradually joined after the village was established. In the old Warring States period, each ninja clan had mortal enemies. No matter how strong the Senju clan was, they couldn't force the clans to join, could they? Back then there was no concept of a village, so to attract various ninja clans to join the Senju clan had to make various promises to dispel the clan's concerns. Without such promises, no clan would dare to easily join a village. But who could have imagined that after so many years Uchiha Jin would dig up such old history? Hamura Mitokado looked helpless. Indeed, if Uchiha Jin hadn't brought up this alliance, none of them old-timers would have remembered that their village even had such a damn thing. But there was no way around it. It held up legally, which made them extremely uncomfortable. Unless they could suppress the other side with absolute force, they could hardly think of any other solution. After all, Uchiha Jin's new Konoha was also a formal ninja village recognized by the Land of Fire's daimyo. If you chose to go to war now, it wouldn't be an internal dispute within Konoha, but a war between ninja villages. Whom would the daimyo support? That was truly hard to say. After listening, Jiraiya was also stuck. Although he was furious at the Uchiha's choice, they were acting according to the rules, so he had no way to refute it. Finally, he could only look at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Old man, have you thought of a solution? Hiruzen gave a soft sigh. A solution? If he could think of one, would he be sitting here worrying? Meanwhile, on the other side, compared to the quandary of Hiruzen's group, the Uchiha side was quite lively. Especially the words that effortlessly forced Hiruzen and his group to retreat deepened everyone's sense of unity toward the concept of the new Konoha. Today, the Uchiha clan grounds were completely immersed in a carnival of celebration. Behind the clan grounds, near the huge open area by the Forest of Death, a massive platform had been temporarily constructed. There was no helping it. The Uchiha clan grounds didn't have a building like the Hokage Tower, so to hold today's ceremony and speech, they had to build this temporary structure. Uchiha Jin leaped up onto the platform. Looking at the densely packed ninja clan members and civilians below, he pondered for a moment and then began his speech. My fellow compatriots. My fellow countrymen. Ever since Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended to the position of the third Hokage, he began suppressing our various ninja clans. Consequently, countless clans that had survived the Warring States era vanished without a trace during the age of the hidden villages. Among them, the most lamentable is the Senju clan, the founding ninja clan of Konoha. Furthermore, numerous powerful individuals were viewed with suspicion by the higher-ups due to their formidable strength and were subsequently liquidated by the village under various pretexts. Senju Nawaki Hatake, Kakashi's father Tsukumo Hatake. Most regrettable of all is Minato Namikaze. He was chosen because he lacked a background. Sarutobi Hiruzen's aim was to install a civilian Hokage so they could continue pulling the strings behind the scenes. And the facts prove I am not speaking without cause. Those who lived through the fourth Hokage's administration know that during Minato Namikaze's tenure, the the Ninja Academy and the Education Department remained under Sarutobi Hiruzen's control. The Barrier Team, the Administrative Department, and the Interrogation and Torture Division were led by Uchiha Jin, and Danzo commanded the infamous route. As the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze could truly only command the Jounin Council, which held little real power, and the Analysis Team. The higher-ups of the third Hokage's era never truly stepped down. And when Minato Namikaze attempted to reclaim authority within less than a year, he could only manage to have Kakashi join the and reorganize his own personal guard. But just as he began to act, the village was struck by the Ninetales rampage, and they even pinned the blame on us Uchiha. Speaking of this, I can't help but laugh. During the Ninetales rampage, the Uchiha were blocked by route. So what did Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other higher-ups do? Apart from Sarutobi Hiruzen striking the Ninetales with his staff and knocking it out of Konoha, there were no other actions worth noting. What's more thought-provoking is that Kushina's delivery date was kept extremely secret. No one except the village's higher-ups knew about it. Especially the Uchiha, who were not trusted by the village, had no possible way of knowing this. Yet the higher-ups, fully aware of this fact, still chose to suspect us Uchiha after the incident. Before his death, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki chose to seal the Ninetales within their child Naruto Uzumaki, but entrusted the key to unseal the 8 trigram seal to Mount Myaboku rather than to Sarutobi Hiruzen. What does this prove? It proves that Minato Namikaze on his deathbed had likely guessed who the real culprit was. My fellow countrymen. Because of the repeated actions of the village's higher-ups, we had no choice but to leave the village to protect ourselves, and today we have established our new village anew. Here I can assure everyone I will never do anything to target the ninja clans. Our Uchiha clan cannot afford such disgrace. Let the capable govern and the incompetent step down. As long as you can prove your strength and ability, you are qualified to stand for the position of Hokage. On this day of my ascension, I have also prepared a gift for everyone. Tsunade, I leave it to you. In an instant. As Uchiha Jin spoke, even though these rumors had circulated before, hearing them directly from Uchiha Jin himself now left everyone with expressions of profound complexity. Rage, frustration, helplessness. A myriad of emotions intertwined, ultimately erupting into a resounding cheer. Yes, everyone believed in the Uchiha's promise. After all, everyone understood the Uchiha's character. You could call them radicals, or even villains, but the promises they made were always upheld. On the other side, watching the crowd cheering, Uchiha Jin immediately stepped aside and allowed Tsunade to come to the front. At this moment, Tsunade's eyes were filled with complex emotions. She gave Uchiha Jin a profound look before solemnly addressing the crowd below. Everyone, over this period of time we have compiled 2 sets of rules. First, the property disclosure system. From now on, all finances of the new village, every expenditure, where it was spent, how much, and the remaining balance, will be made public. Everyone has the right to know these details and to raise objections to any income or expense. Second, the shinobi system. Is saving companions more important? Or is completing missions more important? This dilemma that once confused and unsettled everyone will cease to exist from today onward. From now on, the shinobi of our village will no longer be tools. They will be true, complete human beings. Before issuing a mission, we will disclose the specific requirements, the consequences of success or failure for the village, and the difficulty level of the mission in advance. Each shinobi may voluntarily accept or decline a mission. Of course, under special circumstances, such as war, mandatory missions will be issued. However, if you are willing to renounce your status as a shinobi, you may also refuse to carry out these compulsory missions. Naturally, the rules governing shinobi service have also been revised and improved. This includes, but is not limited to, a fixed salary for every shinobi, an unconditional portion that each shinobi can receive regardless of whether they have undertaken a mission that month. Additionally, for those who retire due to injury, disability, or age, the village will take responsibility for their future care and medical expenses, and they will even receive a fixed pension each month. Moreover, retired shinobi may enjoy certain privileges, such as exemption from tuition and fees for their children's schooling, exchange of ninjutsu for low merit, and priority job placement for descendants with no ninja talent. As Tsunade spoke, everyone erupted into an uproar. Even though they came from ninja clans, a clan could not support a person for life. Unless one reached a high position within the clan, life was only slightly better than that of a civilian. But now, the two policies issued by the new village would elevate their lives several notches above before. Long live the Hokage. We firmly support the village. The crowd below was completely immersed in cheers. If before they had chosen to join the Uchiha faction mainly because of the harsh oppression from Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Uchiha Jin's earlier speech only deepened their hatred for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now it was different. Tsunade's words had truly begun to stir their hearts, making them identify with the new village. 20 minutes later, after the inauguration ceremony of the Hokage ended, once Uchiha Jin and the others had all departed, the simple platform was naturally dismantled. Yet throughout the entire Uchiha compound, every corner was immersed in an ocean of boundless joy. Time flowed slowly. 2 years later, the new Konoha had been completed, and all members of the Uchiha faction had moved to the new village. The entire new village was thriving. Under the new regulations issued by Uchiha Jin, all ninjas had burst forth with great enthusiasm, and in just 2 years the village's various departments were established. During this period, Tsunade personally visited the daimyo's residence, securing a one-time funding of 5 billion ryo and a commitment of 2 billion ryo annually thereafter. Everyone cheered. After all, in the old Konoha, the annual daimyo allocation was only 1.2 billion ryo. Moreover, because the new Konoha was established with the daimyo's endorsement, countless civilians chose to join within less than 2 years. Similarly, due to the daimyo's backing and the presence of major clans like the Uchiha, numerous nobles and merchants placed their trust in the new village, and a flood of mission requests poured in. The daimyo's allocation and mission requests were the financial sources of the new Konoha. Of course, Uchiha Jin's supportive policies for ninjas were well executed. Even with the hospital, administrative department, ninja academy, and other branches to sustain, the village still managed to save several hundred million ryo each year. This brought joy to everyone, but also deepened their disdain for the old Konoha. Indeed, the new Konoha provided so many benefits to ninjas, and still saved that much money annually. The old Konoha also received considerable financial allocations, yet the ninjas got little, and the village seemed perpetually strapped for cash. Where did the money go? Meanwhile, the old Konoha and the new Konoha were in stark contrast. These 2 years the old Konoha had been living quite frugally. At the beginning, Uchiha Jin had Tsunade tally the debts of the old Konoha to the major clans during the Third Shinobi World War, including unpaid pensions and mission fees. Then he directly sent the bill to Jiraiya, the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya, being a man of honor, argued with Hiruzen Sarutobi and eventually forced the three families, Sarutobi, Udatain, and Midokado, to pool their resources to barely resolve the matter. However, the ninjas of the old Konoha were not so fortunate. Their salaries were almost entirely on hold. It was unavoidable. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi and other high-ranking officials had embezzled a lot, they had converted all the funds into resources over the years to train their own ninjas. Under these circumstances, even if you pushed Hiruzen Sarutobi to the brink, he couldn't conjure up that much money. Now, being able to pay the debts of the major clans had drained their liquid assets. This was only achieved under Jiraiya's firm insistence. If it were up to Hiruzen Sarutobi, he wouldn't have paid a single ryo. Thus the atmosphere in the old Konoha grew increasingly tense. Although Jiraiya staked his reputation as Hokage to urge everyone to endure a little longer. But damn it, we need to eat. Especially when news of the new Konoha's treatment of ninjas spread, more and more civilian ninjas, enraged, secretly began to defect to the new Konoha. In response, Uchiha Jin accepted everyone who came. Of course, Jiraiya realized that something had to be done. Ultimately, Hiruzen Sarutobi made the final decision to forcibly restrict all ninjas from leaving. They were not allowed to leave the village unless on a mission. Even if a ninja had to go on a mission, their families had to remain in Konoha. As for ninjas without families, though Hiruzen Sarutobi said nothing openly, behind the scenes Danzo, who had returned with a vengeance, quietly arranged for all of them to be conscripted into Root. Of course, on the surface, these ninjas were all listed as missing during missions. Jiraiya might have sensed something was wrong, but he had no evidence, so the matter eventually faded away. But the civilians, though not privy to high-level information, were not fools. Even if fear of authority kept them silent, they were all simmering with resentment. Given the chance, they would erupt. For a time, tension filled the air in the old Konoha. Everyone lived in numbness like walking corpses. In the new Konoha, the atmosphere was entirely different. Happiness shone on every face in the streets. Kakashi sat on the rooftop of a tea house, watching the bustling crowd below, their faces radiant with vibrant smiles. A faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. He suddenly realized that choosing to side with the Uchiha might not have been a bad decision after all. While he was enjoying the sunshine and chatting with Might Guy, an ANBU appeared beside him. The ANBU knelt on one knee and presented a scroll. Chief Intelligence from the old Konoha has arrived. Good, I understand, Kakashi nodded. Because of his experience in the old Konoha's ANBU, he was naturally appointed as the head of the new ANBU after the establishment of the new village. At that moment, he took the scroll and dismissed the ANBU. Then, instead of opening it immediately, he said to Might Guy, "Guy, please give me a moment." "All right, we'll talk after work," Might Guy said without hesitation. He knew Kakashi had work to attend to and couldn't continue their chat. With that, he left to train. Kakashi, wearing the new Konoha headband, glanced at the scroll's contents, then, with a serious expression, headed to the newly built Hokage building. Now he felt at ease. Evidently, because of Tsukumo Hitaki's rehabilitation, he was no longer the walking corpse he once was. Arriving at the Hokage's office, Kakashi knelt on one knee. "Lord Hokage, Lady Tsunade. Intelligence from the old Konoha indicates that the envoy from Mangekyō has arrived, ready to sign a peace treaty with the old Konoha." In response, Uchiha Jin took the scroll and told Kakashi to rise. Not far away in the Hokage's office was Tsunade's desk. Tsunade now wielded little real power. Her job was to assist Uchiha Jin with administrative affairs. In short, she was his secretary. Since she had been Hokage in the original timeline, Uchiha Jin wasn't about to let such a capable workhorse go to waste. So aside from training medical ninjas for the new Konoha hospital, Tsunade came to work for Uchiha Jin. Idle. Impossible. Uchiha Jin might pay generously, but he made sure every workhorse stayed busy. Mangekyō is coming to sign a peace treaty. I really can't understand why you care about this. And also, you could have wiped out Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others 2 years ago, but you chose to create a new Konoha instead. What's on your mind? Can you tell me? At that moment, Tsunade was truly intrigued. Even Kakashi, who stood by, instantly became interested upon hearing this. And regarding this, Uchiha Jin put down the scroll in his hand, gazed at the two curious individuals before him, and after a moment of contemplation, he slowly began to speak. "Since you're so eager to know, there's no harm in telling you. In simple terms, what is happiness? When people are hungry, all they think about is how to fill their stomachs. Once full, they desire better clothing. After wearing fine clothes, they yearn for a good house. And having a good house, they seek greater wealth. Human desires are boundless. Do you truly believe the ninjas and villagers in our current village are living well? But in my eyes, they are merely average. So why are they so content? In my view, it's purely a matter of comparison. Because the old Konoha suffered greatly, when compared to that, don't they feel they are doing quite well? That's the first reason. As for the second, it's that I want to take over a Konoha that is as intact as possible. In my view, human nature is inherently base. This is neither a compliment nor an insult, merely a descriptor. 2 years ago I could have acted, but that would have led to bloodshed. Even though I believed I had enough strength to easily eliminate Hiruzen Sarutobi and the other high-ranking officials, would the villagers truly accept me? Honestly, it would be difficult. Because my path to power would not be honorable, and the villagers' stereotype of the Uchiha clan would still persist. Even if I could forcibly suppress everyone and make them obey my commands, a village lacking internal cohesion would bring me no benefit whatsoever. I couldn't fully focus on external threats. When an emergency occurred at the border while I was defending against foreign enemies, I would still have to worry about whether the village would cause trouble. Would certain schemers rebel? Too troublesome. Though justice is ethereal, it is still crucial at times. If I had chosen bloodshed 2 years ago, regardless of whether Hiruzen Sarutobi struck first, or I did, my position as Hokage would have been tainted. My enemies might not be able to defeat me, but they would exploit this taint to the fullest. Thus 2 years ago was not the optimal time to seize power. Because I did not wish to rule through terror, stepping back was the best choice at that time. By leveraging the alliance to withdraw from Konoha and establish my own village with the Uchiha, as the absolute core of the village's founding and severing ties with the old Konoha. The rift between the villagers and the Uchiha would automatically dissolve. Everything would be legitimate and procedurally correct. You must understand that prejudice in people's hearts is like a great mountain. No matter how hard you try, you cannot move it. In the old Konoha, where the Uchiha were long antagonized, even if I became Hokage, it would be difficult to completely sever that prejudice. But now it's different. Look at the new village. Is there still that hostility toward the Uchiha? Even the villagers and ninjas who later joined from the old Konoha have automatically shed their former animosity toward the Uchiha. On the contrary, they can now genuinely go on missions together. So the existence of old Konoha is actually quite meaningful. Jiraiya can hardly gain real control of the village, and old Konoha remains under Hiruzen Sarutobi's rule. The villagers of old Konoha never noticed anything amiss before, but now with new Konoha before their eyes, they will naturally compare the differences between the old and the new. Now all I need to do is wait. Wait for Hiruzen Sarutobi to exhaust the last of his goodwill. Wait for the villagers of old Konoha to become utterly despairing and disheartened. That will be the time for the two Konohas to merge. And now the opportunity has come. What are the Cloud Ninjas like? Do you think they will quietly sign a peace treaty? I don't believe it. They have always sought to obtain bloodline limits from other villages. When Konoha was strong, they dared to lay hands on Kushina. Now facing a weakened old Konoha, do you think Cloud will let this chance slip? No. A leopard cannot change its spots. I am certain Cloud has some scheme. Actually, just use your brain. The Land of Fire now has two Konohas. What use is a mere agreement between Cloud and old Konoha? Without our nod, does that agreement have any effect? But unfortunately, Hiruzen Sarutobi, blinded by the peace treaty, has likely been dazzled by peace. The covert struggles between us over the years have exhausted old Konoha. He dreams of presenting a credible achievement to give old Konoha a brief respite. This peace treaty is crucial to Hiruzen Sarutobi. So wait. We just wait for him to make a mistake, for him to sound the final death knell for old Konoha. Uchiha Jin's tone was icy. Yes, his retreat back then came at a cost. He stepped back to gain even more. And now it was finally the time of harvest. Tsunade, Kakashi. After hearing Uchiha Jin's words, both felt a chill run down their spines. Good heavens. At this moment the two of them felt a deep, bone-chilling cold. Previously they had not understood why Uchiha Jin had stepped back, then why he hadn't directly fought for the position of the 5th Hokage. Now that they knew the truth, they couldn't help but silently mourn for Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others. Truly a method of killing the soul. However, they had to admit that Uchiha Jin's approach was effective. Looking at the thriving and prosperous new Konoha, and then at the neighboring old Konoha, which grew more decayed, stale, and exuded a faint aura of death, the two of them already had their answer. No wonder Uchiha Jin insisted on building the new village right next to old Konoha. It was all to make the people of the two villages compare. Uchiha Jin, you really don't seem like an Uchiha. Even the Nara clan doesn't have a mind like yours. Now everyone in our new Konoha is filled with boundless confidence in the village. Even I, Tsunade, seem unable to escape this worldly sentiment. At first I still had some lingering feelings for old Konoha, but now I don't have a shred of goodwill toward that village. Kakashi, what about you? Tsunade sighed deeply, then turned to look at Kakashi. Yes, she had to admit that Uchiha Jin was right, because even she had been influenced. Previously, she believed the village was the legacy of her two grandfathers, so even though she was reluctant to return, she was eventually dragged back by Jiraiya. On one hand, she couldn't stand Jiraiya's pestering. But more importantly, deep down, she actually had feelings for Konoha. Now, she felt no goodwill at all toward that decaying neighboring village. Even if that village were destroyed, Tsunade's heart would not stir. Kakashi, his face etched with bitterness. In the past, his deepest affections were for the old Leaf Village, for Obito Lin, and his teacher Minato Namikaze had all died for the village's sake. Even his own father, having suffered such immense injustice, chose suicide rather than harm the village. To be honest, this was precisely why, even knowing the village had its problems, he could not bring himself to act against it. For him, the village was the pure light of his heart. Like his father Tsukumo Hatake, he harbored a profound intrinsic love for the village, willing to live as a soulless husk. Yet he had remained silent all these years to preserve that light in his heart. After all, this was the village for which his friends, comrades, teacher, and father had chosen to die. Had it not been for Might Guy, he would rather have died than defect to the Uchiha. But now, he had personally helped build this new village, witnessing everyone gradually construct it into something splendid, especially free from the chaos of the old Leaf Village. It had become a haven in his heart, a true refuge. As for the old Leaf Village, frankly, his feelings were tangled, impossible to articulate. To sum it up, simply sorrow for its misfortune, anger for its unworthiness. He merely felt that his loved ones had died in vain for such a village. So in the end, after a moment of contemplation, Kakashi gave his answer to Tsunade's question. Before the new Leaf Village was established, I stood with the Uchiha faction. But not out of genuine fondness, only to protect Guy. Now that the new Leaf Village is built, I have truly come to love this place, and I am willing to give my life for it. The Hokage's word comparison is apt. I never realized how rotten the old Leaf Village was until I saw the contrast. Now it's clear that village is utterly decayed. Such a corrupt village no longer deserves to exist. Kakashi was quite blunt. He spoke his true thoughts without reservation. Even Uchiha Jin could not help but remark, I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. Brilliant, Kakashi praised. Tsunade also sighed, I never knew you could utter such profound words, Jin. Both of them were filled with emotion. They realized that this saying was indeed true. Though they had always resented the old Leaf Village, without witnessing the new Leaf Village they would never have grasped the severity of its flaws. And now, the comparison between the old and new villages made it instantly clear the old Leaf Village was nothing but a pile of dung. Just then Kakashi suddenly spoke, by the way Hokage-sama, I would like to know your view on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Why didn't you consider retrieving him in these 2 years? For a moment. With Kakashi's inquiry, Tsunade also turned her gaze to Uchiha Jin. Indeed, both of them were puzzled. Since Uchiha Jin was in a good mood today, they were curious whether he had other schemes in mind. To this Uchiha Jin pondered briefly, but did not answer directly. Instead he smiled, and asked back, what about you two? Naruto Uzumaki is the child of your teacher Kakashi, and Kushina used to call you big sister Tsunade. In short, that boy is also your kin. Why haven't you two cared about him all these years? For a moment both fell silent. Tsunade spoke first with a soft sigh, I didn't know of the child's existence until I heard it from the Uchiha side. But by then I had already chosen to join the Uchiha. Since you Jin were aware of the boy's situation, yet did nothing for years, I assumed you had other plans, though I could never guess what they were. But I have witnessed all your strategies and preparations over the years. Even what I didn't understand at the time later proved the accuracy of your vision. So I trust you. Perhaps you have no bond with the child, but Minato never targeted the Uchiha, so I don't believe you would intentionally harm him. Uchiha Jin understood Tsunade's reasoning. Having left the village early, she was not well informed about its affairs. She barely knew that Minato and Kushina had died, let alone whether they had left a child. After Jiraiya dragged her into the village for a few days, she had a drink and joined the Uchiha faction. So, he then looked at Kakashi, but obviously Kakashi was reluctant to speak. Finally he sighed, at first I didn't know either. Naruto Uzumaki's existence was top secret in the village. Hiruzen Sarutobi never assigned me such a mission. Shortly after my teacher died, most of my ANBU missions were on the border. Later, perhaps because of my behavior, Hiruzen deemed me trustworthy and sent me back to secretly watch over the child. However, Hiruzen forbade me from contacting Naruto. I was just an ordinary ANBU ninja. It was impossible to approach him without the village's notice. A squad of ANBU constantly monitored him. There was little I could do. Keeping him alive was the best I could manage. If I had forced my way into his life, his situation might have grown worse. So I believed maintaining the status quo was the optimal choice. Though Kakashi lived like a walking corpse, he still had feelings. But unfortunately, he was merely an ordinary ANBU ninja. As Minato's student, he was never truly trusted by Hiruzen, so he remained a squad leader in ANBU. Unlike regular ninjas, ANBU members frequently concealed their identities. The reputation he had earned on the battlefield and his identity as the fourth Hokage's disciple had long been eroded by time. Aside from the title of Elite Jonin, he had almost nothing at that time. The same was true in the original story. Except for his fellow ninja who still remembered him, he was known as the copy ninja in other villages, but within the village itself, he had almost no renown. Otherwise, when Naruto's team first appeared, no one would have recognized Kakashi Hitaki. It was only thanks to Might Guy that they learned of his strength. From this perspective, it actually made sense. Kakashi didn't want to neglect his teacher's child, but he was no Jiraiya or Tsunade. He simply lacked the power to protect Naruto. Forcing his way in would only have made things worse for himself. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi was no saint, and Danzo lurked in the shadows. If Kakashi had interfered, he would have given Danzo an opportunity to intervene. Yuzhibo Jin, a soft sigh. The group of high-level officials led by Uenfei Risen truly did nothing worthy of respect. They didn't simply target the Yuzhibo clan alone, but equally targeted everyone in the entire Mai. As long as you had a bit of capability, unless you could kneel and become their dog, you were their target. Kakashi was later assigned to the team monitoring Xuanhua Mingren essentially because he had been a dog for a long time to earn that. However, just as Yuzhibo Jin was pondering, Kakashi interrupted directly, Lord Hokage, it's your turn. Oh, I see. Yuzhibo Jin nodded. Xuanhua Mingren. I have no schemes against him. Even if he is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki for our Yuzhibo clan, especially those who have awakened the Mangekyō, the threat is not that great. On the contrary, if we had forcibly taken Xuanhua Mingren back, then it would likely have driven Uenfei Risen and his group completely mad, and that was not the best time for a full-scale war. As for Xuanhua Mingren's safety, neither of you need to worry. I cannot say much, but I can tell you that his background is terrifying. He is not merely the son of bluffing Shumen, nor just the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He actually has an even more fearsome background. Anyone might die, but he cannot. The one who could kill Xuanhua Mingren is still just a little brat right now. Uchiha Jin, full of disdain. He truly was not worried about Xuanhua Mingren's safety. Although this was not explained in the original story, the reincarnations of Axuo and Yinshualuo could only ever die at each other's hands. And this time, because Heijue had schemed against Uchiha Ban, it was almost the most special reincarnation cycle. Would Lu Dao Xianren really allow these two to come to harm? Don't talk about Lu Dao Xianren not knowing Heijue's schemes. The entire Pure Land was Lu Dao Xianren's domain. Uchiha Ban, as the reincarnation of Yinshualuo, had not returned to the Pure Land for a long time. If Lu Dao Xianren really didn't know about such a thing. He didn't believe it. Uchiha Jin would rather think too much than dare to gamble on this matter. On the contrary, if Xuanhua Mingren was actually killed by Yuanfei Risen or Tuanzang and Lu Dao Xianren showed no reaction, then Uchiha Jin would definitely set off firecrackers to celebrate. It was precisely considering these things that he increasingly wanted to ignore Xuanhua Mingren. After all, he had no relationship with him. If after he settled everything he could naturally return to the new Mai-Oh if he was killed in the meantime, then that would be a good thing for him. Gongsho. Kakaxi. Hearing Uchiha Jin's words, the two were utterly bewildered. Background. That little brat Xuanhua Mingren, besides being Shumen's child and the Nine-Tails container, could he have some other background? How could they not know? Jinyu. Gangzhou hesitated, trying to speak. But before she finished, Uchiha Jin stopped her. Don't ask, can't say. Then he looked at the two before him, becoming very serious. Anyway, just remember this matter. The waters of this world are deep. The 5 great shinobi villages amount to nothing. The future world will become very chaotic. All I can say is to strive. Enhance your strength as much as possible. In the future battlefield, elite ninja are merely cannon fodder. Kaga level barely counts as a small fry. Only Super Kaga level can barely be considered a strong warrior. If you don't reach the Rakudo level, you're just a slightly stronger ant. Uchiha Jin spoke sternly. The reason he had been so low-key all these years was simply because this world was too dangerous. As a time traveler without a system, his current Mangekyō meant nothing. Perhaps after awakening the eternal Mangekyō, he might be qualified to roam the ninja world a bit. Knowing too much was indeed not a good thing. It was precisely because he knew too much and his strength couldn't improve that he had to scheme step by step carefully. If only he had a system, he would have been wild and unrestrained by now. Why would he bother with political schemes here? But there was no way. Meanwhile, Kakaxi and Gangzhou on the other side started to be shocked and bewildered. They had indeed heard Uchiha Jin's evaluation of strength before Jinin Shunin Jonin Kaga level Super Kage Rakudo. But actually they had treated it as a joke because the strongest in the ninja world were Jonin and the so-called Kage was just a title. But now, they could sense that Uchiha Jin wasn't joking. But thinking that future Jonin would only be cannon fodder and so-called Kage level could barely intervene in wars filled them with shock and worry. Lord Hokage, are you sure you're not joking now? Kakaxi couldn't help asking, a hint of doubt in his eyes. To this Uchiha Jin just nodded, then said seriously, quickly pick up the Hitaki sword technique you abandoned and develop your Sharingan as much as possible. Uchiha Jin was not interested in Obito's eyes. Since Kakaxi was one of his own, he would just wield Kakaxi as a blade. After all, he wasn't a lone wolf. Since he now had a village serving him, he should make his subordinates as strong as possible. When he needed to target Obito in the future, Kakaxi would be a trump card. Alright, I understand. Kakaxi nodded. His tone became serious. In fact, after recovering in the past 2 years, he had reconciled with his deceased father and had started practicing the Hitaki sword technique 2 years ago. But before, he just didn't want his father's sword technique to be disgraced. So at Uchiha Jin's suggestion, he had resumed training in the sword technique after no longer being listless for 2 years. But now he suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Taking a deep breath, he spoke again. By the way, Lord Hokage. Since I'm here today, let me report as well. After 2 years of effort, the Umbu has tried to collect the existence of special bloodlines in the ninja world. Although we haven't gained nothing, we haven't had any major finds either. The Blood Dragon I clan only has 12 members left. When we opened the seal in the land of Lightning Fire City, Yin had already begun slaughtering the clan. Even though we intervened, we only saved this many. Among them is Fire City, Yin's young daughter. Although Fire City, Yin has escaped with this bond, we might be able to try to win him over in the future. As for the Uzumaki clan, following your instructions, we found Karen and her mother. But her mother was severely injured and died on the way back to the village. We couldn't find other Uzumaki members. Perhaps Yuanfei Risen went too far back, then causing the Uzumaki clan to distrust our Mai, so they might have all gone into hiding. As long as the Uzumaki clan members dye their hair, the difficulty of finding them is too great. Oh, and one more thing. While collecting the Umbu happened to encounter another group also gathering bloodlines. They were not Kumogakure ninja from the land of lightning. We haven't identified who they are yet. Other than that, no more gains. Perhaps some bloodline families that were exterminated still have a few descendants scattered outside, but they have likely all gone into hiding. It's still too difficult to find them. Uchiha Jin instantly understood. Kakashi intended to end the mission believing that further execution would yield little effect. He had no objections to this, for one must not underestimate the wisdom of others. Just like Nagato's parents, it was only after Nagato's rise that everyone learned they were of the Uzumaki clan. What about before? Any sane person would not expose red hair. The same applied to other ninja clans. Their enemies were too formidable, so to survive they would conceal themselves as much as possible. Even from their own children, they would never reveal their origins or the truth. Alright, understood. Then let's end the mission. As for these newcomers, Tsunade, you'll help them integrate into the village. I believe in you. Keep up the good work. Uchiha Jin was quite straightforward. He had no intention of wasting time on such trivial matters. On the other hand, Tsunade, upon hearing this, bristled with irritation. Indeed, Tsunade, who had joined New Konoha, was vastly different from her original counterpart. Without the hindrance of Kohara Udatain and Hamura Mido Kato, the village was free of all those messy troubles. Thus, she was not as irritable as in the original story and had even given up her drinking habit. Except for occasional gambling, when in good spirits, she had shed most of her vices. However, hearing Uchiha Jin assign her another task instinctively stirred a strong sense of displeasure within her. But before she could speak, Uchiha Jin stood up. I suddenly remembered something at home. Everyone go about your own business. Having said that, he immediately prepared to leave. Kakashi stopped him. Lord Hokage. Something. Uchiha Jin was taken aback. Kakashi rubbed his forehead. Don't we need to make arrangements for the old Konoha? To this, Uchiha Jin rolled his eyes. No need to arrange anything deliberately. Save Sarutobi Hiruzen from overthinking. You should have some faith in Sarutobi Hiruzen's foolishness. He will manage to ruin this matter all on his own. We don't need to do anything, just wait patiently. Then he patted Kakashi on the shoulder and left the Hokage office with graceful ease. Kakashi and Tsunade, of course, were long accustomed to this. Uchiha Jin was nothing like the previous Hokage. He had no interest in sitting in the office all day. He would come by, make a round, and then return. In his own words, he was only responsible for the grand direction and strategy. The minor matters held no interest for him. He would rather spend time establishing a comprehensive set of regulations so that everyone could focus on what they excelled at rather than meddling in everything like former Hokage. One's energy is finite and his top priority was cultivation. He delegated almost all routine administrative tasks to others, only intervening in matters of utmost urgency or critical decisions. Meanwhile, on the other side, after arriving at the new clan compound, Uchiha Jin looked at the smiles on his clansmen's faces and felt a surge of accomplishment. Since the establishment of the new village, the Uchiha had hardly participated in the power structure. They no longer schemed for high positions and even lost interest in the police force. As Uchiha Shun once said, when he had no power, he thought about it every day. But oddly enough, after truly obtaining power, he suddenly found it insipid and tasteless. In the early days, Uchiha figures were often seen in various departments, but within a few months, they all submitted their resignations one after another. Their excuse was that the headache-inducing documents made them want to smash the desks. Too painful. Uchiha Jin could understand this perfectly. The Uchiha's previous desire for power was merely a result of being suppressed too harshly. Now, however, it was different. In New Konoha, the Uchiha were not suspected, and everyone treated them with deep respect. With no resentment in their hearts, they naturally lost interest in power. After all, by nature, the Uchiha temperament was not suited for clerical work. Instead of sitting in an office, they longed for battle and combat. Thus now, apart from Uchiha Jin becoming Hokage and Fugaku firmly holding the position of police chief, all other Uchiha had become freelance ninjas, their days filled with missions and training. Lord Hokage, if you're not busy, could you spare a few minutes? Just as Uchiha Jin was deep in thought, someone called out to him. He turned around. Gazing at the increasingly mature Shisui, who was holding little Sasuke in his arms, Uchiha Jin's expression grew thoughtful. Oh, what a rare sight. So you two finally acknowledge me as Hokage. 2 years, truly not easy. Uchiha Jin's words left Shisui and Itachi feeling somewhat embarrassed. No help for it. Too much of a slap in the face. They had once believed their clansmen were too narrow-minded, that only integration into the village could bring change, and that Uchiha Jin's methods were too radical. 2 years ago, even with the ninja clans joining, even with Kakashi and Tsunade joining, they might still have managed to deceive themselves. But now, Uchiha Jin's new Konoha proved that the Uchiha were not outcasts, that they could coexist normally with other clans and even civilians. Their previous struggles in Old Konoha were purely due to being bullied too harshly. Especially now that they had left Old Konoha and viewed it from the perspective of New Konoha, they found the old village increasingly repulsive. Previously trapped in the game, they now had a comparison, and the disparity was too stark. They could no longer deceive themselves. They had indeed been wrong. But before the two could speak, Uchiha Jin took Sasuke from them. After playing with the little one for a while, he said directly, "What do you want to ask? Just say it." Indeed. Compared to Shisui and Itachi, he was more curious about Sasuke. After all, a living reincarnation of Indra. And little Sasuke in his current state was incredibly adorable, far better than the two older ones. As for Uchiha Jin's action, Itachi reacted as if his favorite toy had been snatched away. For a brother complex like his, if it weren't Uchiha Jin, he would have been ready to attack. On the other side, Shisui spoke with profound dejection and solemnity. Is power really that important? Even now I cannot understand why Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others value it so much. Hearing this question, Uchiha Jin fell silent. Finally, after handing little Sasuke back to Itachi and noting the latter's relieved expression, he spoke with great gravity. Power is certainly important, because when you obtain power you automatically gain control over resource distribution. On a small scale, the ability to decide life and death with a single word is a tremendous temptation for anyone. On a larger scale, it allows your descendants to enjoy more resources and enables your clan to thrive and develop. But in this world, there is something more important than power: strength. As long as your strength is sufficient, you can overpower power. The Uchiha's weak interest in power is merely supported by their strength. An Uchiha with awakened eyes can instantly kill 3 peers of the same age. That's why even after becoming Hokage, I have no interest in sitting in the office every day, because I know very well that strength is far more important than power. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others value power simply because they cannot obtain strength. They reached their strength ceiling 20 years ago, which forced them onto the path of pursuing power. Uchiha Jin spoke with ease, showing no sign of insincerity. After all, Shisui and Itachi were rare and formidable warriors. Now that they genuinely acknowledged him, having no system to rely on, he regarded them as his most elite allies. A few words of explanation cost nothing. And indeed, he hadn't deceived them. In his view, if this were an ordinary world, power and authority would certainly matter. But unfortunately, in the shinobi world before him, strength reigned supreme. Much like the current Uchiha clan, once the pressure from above was removed, their strength ensured that no one would dare offend them lightly. The sole flaw of the Uchiha was their excessive emotional depth. This intensity granted them immense power, but it also made them prone to stubborn fixation. These two present were classic examples. Had Uchiha Jin not seized power, established new Konoha, and deliberately left old Konoha as a contrast, Shisui and Itachi would never have been so easily persuaded. I see. You were right, Jin. Shisui and I were too naive before. From today onward, I pledge my life. Shisui sighed softly, his gaze turning solemn as he gave his vow. Having fully seen the decay of old Konoha and the vitality of the new village, he had made his choice. At that, Itachi quickly added, "I am with you." Uchiha Jin smiled faintly. Not bad. Both stubborn Shisui and Itachi had been won over, and the entire new Konoha flourished with a thriving spirit. The last remnants of old Konoha had been squeezed dry. It was time to use the Kumobikure incident to bury the old village once and for all. Good, understood. Go find Fugaku to have your seals removed, and Shisui retrieve your eyes. After that, you two will join the Umbu. Kakashi is overwhelmed with work. Go assist him. Having said that, Uchiha Jin waved his hand and left. As for whether Shisui and Itachi were pretending, he harbored no concern. The Uchiha simply lacked the subtlety for such deception. Meanwhile, watching Uchiha Jin depart, Shisui and Itachi exchanged a look of mutual embarrassment. After all, they had once believed themselves to be the clear-sighted ones of the Uchiha, deeming the rest of the clan too radical, and that only they could save the Uchiha from calamity. Now, however, it was proven that they were the ones holding everyone back. We were wrong, Itachi. But being wrong is not terrible. Only persisting in error is truly dreadful. Since Jin's decisions are correct, I will fully support him from now on. Shisui's voice was firm, his eyes resolute. Itachi had no objection, though he was reserved and rarely showed his emotions. Yet recalling how Hiruzen Sarutobi had manipulated both him and Shisui, and now that he had seen the truth through new Konoha, he instinctively revealed a look of utter disgust. Old Konoha must die. Only by utterly eradicating the cancerous high-ranking officials like Hiruzen Sarutobi can Konoha truly be reborn from the ashes. I am willing to bear this sin if it means the village can become better. Shisui stood frozen, staring at Itachi's calm face, his mind blank. After a long silence, he spoke gravely. Itachi, you are too extreme. We only need to follow Jin's orders. You should know by now that he never sends his people to their deaths. Itachi nodded. He was still the same person as before, only now willing to sacrifice his clan for the village. Now, having truly embraced new Konoha, he was equally ready to slay Hiruzen Sarutobi and his ilk for the sake of his beloved village. Sasuke watched, utterly bewildered. He couldn't understand what his brother and Shisui were discussing, but having his brother nearby was enough. After a moment of confusion, he giggled foolishly. Meanwhile, in Uchiha Jin's courtyard, there was a massive training ground. After an hour of simple training to ensure his taijutsu hadn't regressed, he took a bath and lounged on the tatami in the living room. Holding a miniature pagoda pendant in his hand, he immersed his mind entirely into it. What exactly is this thing? Since it could follow me across worlds, it must be no ordinary object, likely my cheat. But damn it. I've tried countless methods over the years, yet I can't activate it, not even damage it. Buddy, I've almost conquered Konoha. Do I have to rule the entire ninja world before you truly activate? Uchiha Jin was deeply frustrated. Every day besides training and handling village affairs, he spent most of his time studying the pendant. There was no other choice. His strength had reached a bottleneck. No matter how hard he trained, he could barely advance further. Knowing how terrifying the future power levels would be, Uchiha Jin had to rely on the pagoda pendant to grow. He would rather not take Orochimaru's path unless absolutely necessary. He admitted Orochimaru was a genius and Hashirama cells might help, but he still preferred not to go down that road. Even in a world of bloodlines, he felt that when it came to the body, the original parts were better. Injecting someone else's cells into his body gave him the creeps. That was also why he never bothered to take Shirsue's Mangekyō. He wasn't even interested in Hashirama's cells. Of course, it wasn't a matter of cleanliness, but rather a mindset rooted in Chinese philosophy. In this world, ninjutsu cultivated the spirit without refining the body, whereas Taoism emphasized a perfect, untainted physique, like a golden elixir for longevity. If he pursued mainline cells, and eye-swapping it might boost his power temporarily, but in the long run would a mixed body completely block the path to further advancement. Thus he kept studying the pagoda pendant. Unless the situation became so dire that he would face certain death without stronger power, he truly didn't want to follow Orochimaru's method. Uchiha Jin grew more and more irritated. What a pathetic transmigrator he was, possessing a suspicious cheap pendant, yet still forced to rely on his own hard work and even depend on wisdom as a crutch. Damn it. Which transmigrator to the ninja world gets by on wisdom alone? Uchiha Jin found himself in a state of profound irritation. At that very moment, Uchiha Tsuki entered carrying a tray of tea. She appeared entirely composed, her demeanor gentle as she knelt beside him. Without a word, she began to pour tea and spoke. I am not privy to the cause of your distress, Jinkun, but perhaps a cup of tea might ease your mind. All troubles shall find their resolution. You have already achieved greatness, do not burden yourself with undue pressure. Jin accepted the teacup, his gaze falling upon Tsuki, and a warmth began to spread through his heart. She was the epitome of grace and humility, devoid of any haughtiness, exuding the quintessence of a perfect Japanese gentlewoman. In his past life, a woman of such caliber would have been far beyond his reach. But now, she had been placed by his side, attending to him with meticulous care each day. How could his spirits not be lifted? I understand. Jin nodded. However, on the other side, observing his still furrowed brow, Tsuki's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. By the way, Jinkun, she said, I recall that Elder Fugaku once wished to rename his son Sasuke, but you insisted he keep that name. Might I ask what was in your mind? I cannot believe you did it merely to curry favor with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Her intention was to lighten his mood, thus she sought to divert the conversation. But at the same time, her curiosity was genuine. Initially, Elder Fugaku had named his second son Sasuke to ingratiate himself with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Later, due to the deteriorating relations between the clan and the village, Fugaku wished to change his son's name, but Jin prevented it. Everyone was astonished. Yet out of trust in Jin, Fugaku ultimately decided to retain the name. At the time, though all were curious, no one dared to ask. Now recalling it, Tsuki voiced her question spontaneously. On the other side, hearing this, Jin could not suppress a laugh. The name Sasuke, he said. To be honest, I didn't overthink it. I simply thought that since Sasuke is Hiruzen Sarutobi's father, wouldn't it be amusing if Hiruzen had to call that little brat dad? If that were the case, wouldn't Fugaku become Hiruzen's grandfather? Jin remarked casually. But Tsuki was stunned by his words. Neither she nor anyone else in the entire shinobi world would have ever conceived such a connection. It was inevitable. Unlike Jin's past life, in this world, naming a son after a deceased person was a tribute to a powerful figure. Yet with Jin's interpretation, Tsuki suddenly found this shinobi tradition utterly absurd. Too absurd. Could it be that Fugaku originally named his second son Sasuke, just to become Hiruzen's grandfather? After the laughter subsided, Tsuki cautioned, Jinkun, please refrain from speaking of this outside. The practice of naming children after the deceased is not uncommon, many do it to honor the fallen. Jin nodded. He was not foolish, he understood such matters well. They chatted briefly, and seeing Jin's mood improve, Tsuki bowed slightly and took her leave. Clearly she knew her place. Her purpose in staying to chat was merely to lift Jin's spirits. Now that his mood had brightened, she knew it was time to depart. Not disturbing his thoughts was ingrained in her very being. Jin did not detain her. After Tsuki left, he turned his attention back to the pagoda pendant in his hand. Suddenly, Jin realized there was an untried method. In release. In simpler terms, spiritual energy, or the power of the Mangekyō. He acted without hesitation. As he opened his eyes again, the three tomo began to spin wildly, transforming into his unique Mangekyō. Almost instantly the room was filled with an icy aura. Jin channeled the eye's power, assaulting the pagoda pendant with relentless force. It works. Sensing the ocular power merging into the pagoda, his eyes lit up. However, just as he prepared to intensify the infusion, the seven-tiered pagoda pendant transformed into a beam of light, entering his body and firmly settling in his sea of consciousness. Of course, this was merely Jin's assumption. He was uncertain whether the location was truly the sea of consciousness. In his previous life, he had never studied Taoist scriptures. All he knew was that it was not a physical organ, but a mysterious ethereal realm. In his perception, it was an endless ocean, but the waves churning were black, an ominous sight that unsettled him. Yet upon closer inspection, it felt remarkably similar to his ocular power. But then came the question. Ocular power should reside in the eyes. He had even seen his Susanoo within his eyes resting quietly in their depths. Thus he was certain this was not his eyes nor any other organ. Therefore the only explanation that came to mind was the sea of consciousness. Boom. At that moment the seven-tiered pagoda suddenly expanded, emitting a golden light that swept across the entire black ocean. Then Jin saw countless sealing techniques floating above the dark sea, but the golden light shattered them all. Afterward, he felt his eyes connecting with the vast ocean before him. This boundless black sea was incredibly his own ocular power, sealed away by those techniques, leaving him only a sliver to use. Why? Jin's face turned ashen. He recalled that chakra was essentially the energy of the divine tree, and Kaguya Otsutsuki in the original story could absorb all chakra. The tree itself was a possession of the Otsutsuki clan. So if he dared to speculate, what was the true nature of the eternal Mangekyō achieved by transplanting a sibling's eyes? Could it be that everyone's ocular power was originally infinite? Was it that some unknown power of the divine tree or Hagoromo, the progenitor of chakra, deliberately sealed the ocular power of every Uchiha, leaving them with only a minuscule fraction? The eternal Mangekyō. Eternal. Perhaps the concept of the eternal Mangekyō never truly existed. It was merely a coincidence that Uchiha Madara used Azuna's eyes, causing the dojutsu power of both Mangekyō to overlap, thereby tearing apart the sealing technique within Madara's body. Having obtained infinite dojutsu power, perhaps Uchiha Madara himself never pondered the underlying principle and casually named this stage the eternal Mangekyō. Then the next question arises. If the Uchiha's dojutsu power was sealed, does the Senju clan also possess something similar? He thought of Senju Hashirama. The only one who could actively awaken would release was also an outlier among the Senju. Could it be that within the chakra of the Senju there also exists some kind of sealing technique? Did Senju Hashirama, as this generation's Ashura, manage to break the seal, and awaken would release, because the cycle of reincarnation had strengthened his power over time? Or was it the Sage of Six Paths who deliberately orchestrated it? Seeing that Uchiha Madara had coincidentally fused his brother Azuna's eyes and inadvertently shattered the seal on his dojutsu power, so he decided to proactively unlock the seal within Senju Hashirama, allowing his two sons to remain evenly matched. Unknown, uncertain. Uchiha Jin's mind was in turmoil. These were merely his conjectures. But the one thing that could be affirmed was that the depths of this shinobi world were indeed profound. First, the Otsutsuki planted the divine tree to harvest planetary energy. The situation in the shinobi world was merely a special case. The invention and use of chakra by Otsutsuki Hagoromo likely only tapped into a fraction of the divine tree's functions. In essence, perhaps even Kaguya and her son Hagoromo had only a partial understanding of the divine tree, having merely developed a portion of its capabilities. This was unavoidable. Kaguya herself was a mere branch family member of the Otsutsuki, originally meant to be devoured by the divine tree. How could she possibly know all its functions? Thus another possibility emerged, that the Uchiha's dojutsu power was sealed, and perhaps even Hagoromo was unaware of it. Regardless, it's still a good thing. At the very least, in this muddled state, I've managed to obtain the eternal Mangekyō. Although Kaguya can directly devour chakra, the purpose of Hagoromo's Pure Land remains unclear, and the infinite chakra of impure world reincarnation bodies all suggest that there might be a deeper conspiracy behind chakra. But that's too far away. For me now, worrying about these things is unnecessary. The priority is to find ways to strengthen my power. Of course, from a long-term perspective, I need to set aside more time to ponder over my own pagoda. After all, compared to the chakra system, I am willing to trust this pagoda. Uchiha Jin's eyes flickered. His mind began to race. Just as he was weighing the pros and cons, he suddenly received a message from the pagoda. Insufficient energy activation failed. Detected that the host's mental energy has been invaded by an unknown contamination source. Preliminary cleansing of the unknown entity's residual consciousness fragments within the host's body has been completed, and the so-called unknown seal hidden within the host has been torn apart. Please have the host expand their influence as much as possible and enhance their own fortune. The Hongmeng Pagoda will autonomously absorb the host's fortune. 72 of the fortune value remains to be consumed before activation. No one was actually speaking. Uchiha Jin had only received a mere consciousness. Yet his eyes instantly lit up because what he feared was not the difficulty of the path ahead, but the inability to find a direction to strive toward. Expand influence and enhance fortune. A faint smile began to curl at the corners of Uchiha Jin's mouth. 2 days later, late at night. Unable to continue slacking off, Jiraiya's eyes had become lifeless, his once straight back now hunched. Sitting behind the Hokage's desk, his face was etched with exhaustion. Old man, isn't it time to clock out? How about you take this seat instead? I just want to go outside for some fresh air. Is that too much? Mangekyō is signing a peace treaty with the village tomorrow. There's nothing else for us to do, right? I just want to go keep Naruto company. You know how bad he's feeling. After all, he only learned of his true identity from the enemy's rumors, and those rumors were filled with slander against Minato and you. If I don't watch him, I'm afraid the kid will overthink things. I'm doing this for the village too. Jiraiya roared, his face full of frustration. Ever since he became the 5th Hokage 2 years ago, he felt his life had turned into a tragedy. In the past, he could still sneak off to the women's bathhouse for research, but now as Hokage, it was inconvenient. And that damn old man Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had been asking for that crystal ball for ages. He just wouldn't give it. In 2 years, he had sacrificed his entire reputation to clean up after Sarutobi Hiruzen. Looking at the half-dead village now, he felt truly exhausted and worn out. It was already 9:30 p.m., and he just wanted to get some air. Was that too much? Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat nearby calmly smoking his pipe. He cast a placid glance at Jiraiya before speaking in a leisurely tone. Jiraiya, you need to mature. I'm teaching you how to be a good Hokage. Back in my day as Hokage, I never left the office before midnight. Get to it, approve the documents. Tomorrow is the official signing of the peace treaty with Mangekyō. You won't have time to handle these administrative tasks then, so you must finish all these files tonight. After speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly pulled out a stack of documents waist-high and slammed it heavily onto the desk. However, what he said wasn't entirely true. In the past, he might have handled many documents, but never as many as Jiraiya had now. Yes, indeed. He was doing it deliberately. Sarutobi Hiruzen not only handed over the Hokage's paperwork, but also dumped the work that used to belong to Uchiha, Konoha, Kado Hamura, and Nara Shikaku onto Jiraiya. The reason was simple: to keep Jiraiya as trapped in the Hokage's office as possible, preventing him from getting involved in the village's affairs. Otherwise, he was afraid that Jiraiya would find out what he had done over the past 2 years and get so angry that he'd beat him to death. What else could he do? He had done many dirty things in these 2 years, such as forcing the village's shinobi to take on missions, while paying them even less than before his tenure, and even forcing all villagers not to move out of the village, requiring shinobi to have their families watched while on missions. Previously, to maintain his pure image as Hokage, he would still cover up such actions. Now, he had completely stopped covering up. Would it damage his reputation? No. Not to mention that his reputation was already bad enough, but the key was that he was now just a powerless advisor. The current 5th Hokage was Jiraiya after all. Even if the villagers wanted to curse, they'd be cursing Jiraiya. Staring at the towering stack of documents on the desk, Jiraiya's mouth twitched more and more. It was absurd. He had been processing files all day, yet here it was nightfall, and there were still so many documents left unapproved. He suspected he was being set up, but he had no proof. After a moment's hesitation, he let out a soft sigh. Resignedly, he pulled out a document and began to read, then started to think carefully. After all, despite his usual tendency to slack off, when faced with problems, his feelings for the village of Konoha ran deep. Whenever a matter was placed before him, he would still strive to do his utmost. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Jiraiya scrutinizing the documents and felt a slight sense of relief. He then continued to smoke and ponder. Jiraiya's reputation was probably ruined. But if he could hold on for a long time, could he thoroughly train Asuma during Jiraiya's tenure? Honestly, it would be very difficult. After all, Asuma was still too rebellious, especially in recent years with the rise of Uchiha Jin. Under the barrage of those baseless rumors, Asuma increasingly looked down on his own father. Although he had tried to explain that these were slanders by enemies, unfortunately Asuma refused to listen. What to do? He dearly missed his eldest son Shinosuke. If he hadn't died on a mission in the past, he wouldn't be struggling with Asuma's issues now. But alas, with a helpless shake of his head, he resumed his contemplation. He had to make the most of the transition period while Jiraiya took office, at least elevating Asuma to Kage-level strength, and then find ways to build up his reputation. Once Jiraiya's reputation was completely ruined, he could push Asuma into the position of the 6th Hokage. Whether it was enhancing Asuma's strength or reputation, Hiruzen had confidence in himself, but Asuma's mindset was a headache. Indeed, like his own teacher Tobirama Senju, he had chosen to let Jiraiya become the 5th Hokage, essentially to have him serve as a placeholder. His unwillingness to relinquish power now was actually to save it for Asuma. Once he managed to persuade Asuma, all the power in his hands would be handed over to him. Time passed slowly. Jiraiya was toiling over documents while Hiruzen was lost in his own thoughts. But at that moment, an Umbu knocked and entered. Lord Hokage, Lord, 3rd. There's trouble at the Hyuga compound. Lord Hayashi has killed the lead envoy of Kumogakure. Kumogakure was apparently trying to steal the Byakugan bloodline, so they secretly abducted Lord Hayashi's eldest daughter Hinata. Lord Hayashi discovered them, and during the struggle struck the envoy dead with a palm. A sharp intake of breath. Hearing this, both Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen turned grim. This was a huge problem. Regardless of the rights and wrongs, this matter would be extremely difficult to handle. Jiraiya's face darkened as he pondered while Hiruzen had already risen and headed straight for the Hyuga compound. Seeing this, Jiraiya abandoned the documents and quickly followed. However, by the time Hiruzen and Jiraiya arrived at the Hyuga compound one after another, Uchiha Koharu and Mitokado Hamura, as well as the Kumogakure delegation, were already there. This matter demands an explanation from Konoha, otherwise forget the peace treaty. Under the Raikage's leadership, we will march our forces to Konoha and demand answers. Let's go. After saying this, the Kumogakure delegation, without waiting for a response from Konoha, took the body of their dead envoy and left the Hyuga compound. In Konoha, there was dead silence. Hiruzen's expression was grim as his mismanagement over the past 2 years had cast a heavy cloud over the village. Perhaps he could shift all the blame onto Jiraiya, but the instability of Konoha was hard to change, especially with the thriving new Konoha nearby. Hiruzen was under immense pressure. He had to find a way to ease the situation or the entire village would collapse before Jiraiya even stepped down. And today, the peace treaty negotiations with the Kumogakure envoy were the best remedy at this moment. He could clearly see that this was a scheme by the Kumogakure delegation, but could he blame them? No. Konoha was too weak now, even weaker than in the original timeline. If they went to war with Kumogakure, Konoha would collapse before the enemy even arrived. What to do? Hiruzen closed his eyes, his mind racing. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had stayed silent the entire time, only speaking after the Kumogakure delegation left. Hayashi, what happened? Hyuga Hayashi also wore a grim expression. He knew the Hyuga clan had been set up because he hadn't used his full strength earlier. Obviously, he wasn't stupid. Even if the Kumogakure envoy was despicable during the peace treaty negotiations between the two villages, no matter how much he hated that envoy, he wouldn't have actually killed him. But damn it, who would have thought that this Kumogakure envoy was so fragile that he died from just 30% of his strength? If this wasn't a conspiracy, even a dog wouldn't believe it. But the problem was that the envoy was dead and he died at his hands. Now it couldn't be explained. Especially seeing the current high-ranking officials of Konoha, Hayashi's face grew even darker as anyone with a bit of sense could see that the village leadership wasn't going to stand up for the Hyuga clan. What to do? His mind raced, but he couldn't find a way out. Finally, with a sigh, he reluctantly spoke. The despicable Kumogakure kidnapped my daughter. I fought with this envoy to rescue her. I swear I held back. But he died anyway. This is definitely a Kumogakure conspiracy. After saying this, Hayashi looked at Jiraiya, hoping he could help his clan this time. After all, Jiraiya was not Hiruzen, and as the 5th Hokage, if he were willing to support the Hyuga clan, they could weather this storm. But on the other hand, Jiraiya opened his mouth several times, but couldn't say a word. If it were the old him, he would surely have supported the Hyuga clan since the fault lay with Kumogakure. But now he couldn't. As the 5th Hokage, his position had changed. Could he still blindly protect the Hyuga clan? With the village so weak now, could they really afford a war with Kumogakure? Just as Jiraiya was at a loss for an answer, Hiruzen, who had been silent with eyes closed, spoke. Enough, go back. I know the Hyuga clan is not at fault, but everyone knows the village's situation. As the village's leaders, we must consider the whole village. Go back and discuss countermeasures first. We'll see what Kumogakure demands. Hyuga Hayashi, you better watch out. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to leave. Jiraiya, who was deeply anticipated by Hayashi, Hyuga, merely sighed and left directly without giving Hayashi any assurance or promise. Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado eventually left the Hyuga clan grounds without saying a word. Yes. Ever since Jiraiya became Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo worked in perfect coordination, leaving no room for them. Now the two are mere tools. Whatever Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo ordered, they would comply accordingly. This was their only value. By obeying Sarutobi Hiruzen, they could ensure the stability of their two clans and even secure some resources in the village's distribution. Otherwise, what else could they do? Go and join that fool Jiraiya. Not to mention that the man has been stripped of power by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if the two were willing to help Jiraiya, would he be willing to share some resources with the two clans? Impossible. Jiraiya is too naive. He would absolutely handle things strictly by the book and not share resources or benefits. Besides that, what else? Defect to the new leaf of Uchiha. That would be like seeking death, so it's better to play it safe and continue with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Apart from no longer holding power, it's no different from before. This was also the reason they didn't voice opinions on the Hyuga matter today. They no longer held any power as Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had stepped down, had taken all their authority into his own hands. So as for now, the two merely came to observe the situation. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen left, they naturally wouldn't stay either. Hayashi Hyuga. At this moment his face was grim, watching the others leave smugly, his heart instantly sinking to the bottom. He was not stupid. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words before leaving had subtly expressed the village's stance. Even if this incident was instigated by Cloud for the sake of the village's peace talks, the village could only choose to endure. After Cloud makes its demands, the village can only bargain. But in essence, even if Cloud is demanding a lot, in the end the Hyuga clan will have to compensate. Clan leader, the village's high-ranking officials are untrustworthy. Let's just defect to the Uchiha since all the ninja clans have gone there. Over these 2 years the village has become increasingly heartless. I think it will eventually be absorbed by the new leaf. The Hyuga clan members spoke up one after another. They were all angered by the village's actions. It was Cloud that wronged them first. How could the Hyuga let Cloud snatch their bloodline and just stand by watching others take it? But now, even though the Hyuga clan did nothing wrong, the village's current move is unbearable for all of them. This is different from the original story. In the original, due to the absence of the new leaf, the Hyuga clan had no other choice, so Hayashi's twin brother could die in his place. Now with the new leaf, no one would choose that path. On the one hand, the Hyuga clan has pride, since Cloud is clearly at fault sending their own clan member to death. Moreover, for the clan leader to die and even hand over the corpse to Cloud. What a joke. On the other hand, they must consider the internal stability of the Hyuga clan. The problems between the main and branch families are already significant. If they truly choose to let the branch clan leader die, wouldn't that drive the remaining branch members to complete despair? In the original, this was impossible. Without the new leaf, the branch family had no choice but to die together, or else the main family could absolutely control them. Now it's not possible. The new leaf's policies are clear. They respect everyone who joins and welcome the Hyuga clan to join. However, if the Hyuga truly join the new leaf, they might not stop the caged bird, but they would absolutely abolish the main family's control, developing new sealing techniques to prevent the main family from controlling the branch. This was also why the Hyuga clan hadn't defected to the new leaf over the past 2 years. But now, if the Hyuga clan dares to say such a thing as sending the branch clan leader to die, then it's uncertain if the angered branch members would defect to the new leaf in droves. They can do this. Although the leaf has sentries, patrols, and even sealing barriers, the Hyuga clan all possess the Byakugan bloodline. Even if the branch family's Byakugan has a 1-degree blind spot due to the caged bird, they can still avoid the village's surveillance. Once these branch members join the new leaf, they naturally receive its protection. The new leaf is different from the old. Their leader is Uchiha Jin. He won't back down. If the main family truly dares to use the curse mark to kill branch members who join the new leaf, then Uchiha Jin would absolutely use this as an excuse to start a war. And with the current attitude of the old leaf's high-ranking officials, they don't dare start a war with Cloud, so would they dare start one with the new leaf? Alright, stop arguing. The elders will go to the meeting room to discuss. Everyone else disperse. After saying that, Hayashi Hyuga handed his daughter to a maid, and then headed to the Hyuga meeting room first. Many elders from both the main and branch families followed, while other Hyuga members, though angry, eventually chose to go home. Soon in the meeting room, Hayashi Hyuga sat at the head, looked at the elders below, and immediately spoke. Elders, the situation is as such. Now I should properly discuss how the Hyuga clan should proceed from here. Everyone has seen the state of the old leaf over these 2 years. In my view, the old leaf can't hold on much longer, especially with the new leaf clearly present. Anyone not stupid knows what to choose. The old leaf seems to hold on now only because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's authoritarian rule. The Hyuga clan joined the leaf originally because the village could protect the clan and allow it to live better and normally. But now, the old leaf clearly can't provide this. The subtle choice of the village's high-ranking officials just now has proven this to us. They want to back down, but the Hyuga clan will pay the price. The new leaf side is also troublesome. Everyone knows the policies Uchiha Jin promotes. The new leaf doesn't force the removal of the caged bird, but it strictly prohibits the main family from using the curse mark to control the branch. So let's discuss. Should the Hyuga clan defect to the new leaf in the future? In the meeting room, a dead silence prevailed. After Hayashi Hyuga's words, no one present dared to speak. As for the branch family, there was no need to mention them. They had little say in the matter. That they were even allowed to attend the meeting was already a favor from the main family. As for the main family, well, although they rarely left the village and did not participate in wars, those who held high positions were hardly fools. With the option of New Leaf Village now available, they naturally would not clamor for Hayashi's brother Hisashi to be sent to his death. First, although Hayashi and Hisashi were from the main and branch families respectively, their brotherly bond remained. Unless it were a situation with no other choice as in the original story, no one would be foolish enough to propose such a suggestion. They might not fear angering Hisashi, but Hayashi was the clan head of the main family. Even if he could not openly target them, who could guarantee that he would not secretly make life difficult for them? Second, they could clearly see that the old Leaf Village was already on its last legs. It might still hold up for now, but who knew how much longer it could endure? The Hyuga clan had to consider the future. Had it not been for the overly stringent conditions of New Leaf Village, they would have defected 2 years ago. After a long silence, an elder of the main family finally attempted to speak. Hayashi, can we negotiate? If New Leaf Village does not interfere in our clan's internal affairs, then the Hyuga clan will choose to join New Leaf Village. There's no need for so-called discussions. With his words, others chimed in one after another. Their opinions were astonishingly unanimous. Everyone wanted to join New Leaf Village directly, yet also wished to retain the autonomy of ninja clans. In response to this, the branch family's expression remained unchanged. But from their tightly clenched fists, it was clear their hearts were not calm. Of course, they desired freedom. That was the wish of all branch members. Even if they still had to retain the caged bird seal in the future, as long as the main family had no right to judge them and could no longer treat them like livestock or slaves, it would be enough for the branch family. So, seeing the main family's opposition, they were naturally furious. But likewise, unless the Hyuga clan truly joined New Leaf Village, they dared not voice their true feelings. Otherwise, what awaited them would be a fate worse than death, if not death itself. Enough, shut up. Hayashi Hyuga had heard enough and immediately spoke to silence everyone. New Leaf Village's policies are right there. It is we who are eager to join them, not them begging us to join. Hearing this, many of the main family members were instantly stunned. Indeed, it was not New Leaf Village begging the Hyuga clan to join. In such a situation, they had no bargaining power. The village not interfering with ninja clans was a rule set by the old Leaf Village. New Leaf Village had no such rule. Other ninja clans might not care, for the Uchiha were too arrogant to bother with internal affairs of other clans. The Hyuga clan was a pure exception. Because the caged bird seal was utterly detestable and other ninja clans did not have such accursed things, they naturally had no objections. In the end, a dead silence fell. Seeing this, Hayashi understood at once. The elders of the main family were still reluctant to give up. But well, he would wait until tomorrow to see the conditions from Mangekyō, then carefully consider whether to join New Leaf Village. With a helpless wave of his hand, he ended the meeting. Meanwhile, on the other side, only 3 people remained in the Hokage's office: Hiruzen, Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and Danzo. As for Koharu and Hamura, they had long lost any right to make decisions. This matter is troublesome. Although Mangekyō is clearly intentional, we must back down. If things go wrong on the front lines, the Leaf Village would be completely finished. The village cannot sustain a war right now. We cannot drag the entire village into a war for the sake of one Hyuga clan member. Whatever demands Mangekyō makes, we must bear them. Even at critical moments, we might have to pressure the Hyuga clan. Any objections? Hiruzen put down his pipe, his tone low. His eyes sharp as an eagle's fixed on Danzo and Jiraiya. In response, Danzo, whose aura grew ever gloomier, did not clamor for war as he had in the original story, but his tone remained contemptuous. Hiruzen, you are too weak. The Leaf Village cannot sustain a war, but can Mangekyō sustain one? Don't forget that Mangekyō also suffered heavy losses in the Third Great Ninja War. Moreover, if the Leaf Village truly goes to war with Mangekyō, would the wicked Uchiha just stand by and watch us fight? The daimyo of the Land of Fire would never agree either. So what are you afraid of? This incident was provoked by Mangekyō. Even if it spreads across the entire ninja world, it is Mangekyō that will lose face. I think we should be tough and simply push back. I don't believe Mangekyō dares to start a war. Danzo's eyes were cold and his tone was adamant. He might look down on the Hyuga clan, but he was an absolute hardliner. It was impossible for him to show weakness. Even if Mangekyō truly dared to go to war, he would find a way to drag New Leaf Village into it. Hiruzen fumed and slammed the table. The village needs stability and recovery. We must prevent any accidents. Your plan may sound good, but what if something unexpected happens? If we drag the village into a war, how can it recover? Even if the Hyuga clan has to suffer a little for the sake of the village's overall stability, I believe Hayashi will understand. Everything for the village. I will not allow you to act recklessly. In response, Danzo rose in anger and shouted, Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo, don't forget. Hiruzen slammed the table again. I am the cough. Clearly, he suddenly remembered that he was no longer the Hokage. So for a moment, Hiruzen was at a loss for words. In response to this, Danzo let out a disdainful sneer, then turned and left the Hokage's office, slamming the door shut behind him. Hiruzen was extremely embarrassed. But after taking a deep breath, he looked at Jiraiya beside him. Jiraiya, you are the Hokage. What do you think we should do about this matter? Indeed, although he held the village's power, Jiraiya was the Hokage, so he needed to make the final decision. Or put simply, he would take responsibility for it. The label of coward externally had to be pinned on Jiraiya. In response, Jiraiya did not think much about it, and simply said lightly, "Old man, I only worry about one thing. If the village doesn't protect the Hyuga clan, what if they turn around and join New Leaf Village? Have you considered that?" Jiraiya, possessing a clear mind, voiced his concerns. With the emergence of the new Hidden Leaf, the situation had become dire for their village. Aside from the 4 ninja clans led by Hiruzen and the other elders, the Hyuga were now the only remaining ninja clan in the village. Though he leaned towards supporting commoner ninja, he had to admit that in true combat those of ninja clan lineage were simply superior to commoners. Overwhelmingly superior in every conceivable way. If they truly drove the Hyuga clan away, the village would instantly descend to second-rate status. As for the 4 clans of Hiruzen and company, he had never paid much attention to such matters before, but now that he had risen to the position of 5th Hokage and had actually met the ninja of these clans, even Jiraiya the Hokage could not help but shake his head in disappointment. They were utterly inadequate. First, these 4 clans possessed no Kekkei Genkai. Second, they had no secret techniques to speak of. Though they had been pampered and fattened by the 4 old men, like Hiruzen, their actual combat prowess was remarkably lackluster, even inferior to the elite among commoner ninja. With these 4 underwhelming clans and commoner ninja, the village could hardly compare to the other 4 great ninja villages. It was nearly falling behind even the Hidden Rain and Hidden Dragon villages. Did he, the 5th Hokage, even deserve the title of Kage? And so Jiraiya now perhaps had no desire to wage war, and might even concede a step in skirmishes with the Hidden Cloud, yet he absolutely refused to accept an endless retreat without principle. "Jiraiya, you worry too much." Hiruzen Sarutobi, looking at the deeply concerned Jiraiya, took a drag of his pipe before speaking slowly. "The new Hidden Leaf will never permit the traditions of the main house and branch house. On that point alone, the Hyuga clan will never defect to them." His gaze was filled with unwavering conviction. Indeed, if the Hyuga clan had wished to defect to the new Hidden Leaf, they would have had countless opportunities to flee over the course of 2 full years. Yet they had not done so. That in itself was sufficient proof of his assertion. After all, the Hyuga had not been pushed to the brink of destruction. They were merely being asked to pay a certain price. What was the big deal? Jiraiya opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately let out a sigh, shaking his head as he lost the will to argue further. Perhaps Hiruzen was right. The village truly could not afford war right now. The night passed without further words. The next morning, the envoy from the Hidden Cloud arrived at the Hokage's office and immediately stated their demands. Hyuga Hayashi must pay with his life for the death of their ninja, and they would take his corpse back with them. A sharp intake of breath. Everyone gasped at the exorbitant demand. Jiraiya slammed the table at once. "Absolutely impossible. Don't even think about it." "Oof, as you wish." The Hidden Cloud envoy showed not a trace of concern. He cast a contemptuous glance at everyone present, then spoke in a frigid tone. "This is the final decision of the Raikage-sama. The ninja who died last night was our Hidden Cloud's Tetsurame Dano, one of the elite jonin of our village and a rare possessor of the storm release Kekkei Genkai. If the Leaf refuses even this modest request, then this so-called peace negotiation is meaningless. You may as well prepare for war. Our delegation will give you 1 day. If there is no answer by this time tomorrow morning, well then humph." With those words, the Hidden Cloud delegation did not linger to bicker. They turned and left with a cold snort. All the great villages knew of the matter between the old and new Leaf. Everyone had spies planted in other villages. With 2 Mangekyō wielders and major clans joining the new Hidden Leaf, Cloud might not dare provoke them. But the old Leaf, oh, what a joke. "I'll bully you openly, and what can you do? Declare war on the Hidden Cloud." After the Cloud envoy departed, Jiraiya slammed the table again. "The Cloud bullies us too much. A storm release Kekkei Genkai user killed by Hayashi at merely 30% of his power. This is outright extortion." Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi, puffing ceaselessly on his pipe, summoned an ANBU with a wave of his hand. "Go ask Danzo whether that man was indeed a storm release ninja." "Yes." The ANBU bowed and departed. Not long afterward, the ANBU returned to the Hokage's office and knelt on one knee, speaking respectfully. "Tetsurame of the Hidden Cloud is indeed a storm release ninja. However, this man was diagnosed with a blood illness 2 years ago. According to Root's intelligence from spies in the Cloud, he would have died this year under normal circumstances." Almost instantly, silence fell so thick in the Hokage's office you could hear a pin drop. So the so-called storm release ninja was actually real. This was going to be a problem. Jiraiya slammed the table in fury. "They use a storm release ninja dying of blood illness to trade for the head of our Leaf's Hyuga clan leader. What a masterful scheme those damned Cloud bastards have hatched. Everyone knows blood illness is incurable. The man was good for nothing but waiting to die." Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes flickered with thought. His mind raced at full speed. After a long deliberation, he cleared his throat. "Jiraiya, calm down. Anger solves nothing. Even though the man had a blood illness, we cannot say a word against it. Because he genuinely did die at Hayashi's hands. And that gives the cloud ample justification to start a war. Our Leaf absolutely cannot afford to give them that excuse. The current Leaf cannot withstand such a conflict. At his words, Jiraiya slumped in defeat. If Uchiha Jin had not created the new hidden Leaf, and all the major clans had remained in the village, he would never have endured such humiliation. But, alas, the fact that they had already gone to establish a new village left him feeling helpless. He asked, "Old man, what's your take on this? Hyuga Hayashi cannot die. That much is beyond question." Hiruzen Sarutobi first established that bottom line, then pondered briefly before speaking again. First inform the Hyuga clan of this news. Let us gauge their reaction. If they can resolve this matter themselves, that would be a benefit to the village as well. With that, he had the ANBU deliver the news to the Hyuga clan, without even consulting Jiraiya the Hokage for his opinion. And as for that, the ANBU bowed and departed. As a member of the ANBU, he understood perfectly well who truly wielded power in the village. Even though he personally preferred to follow Jiraiya the Hokage's command, he also knew that Jiraiya had no real authority in the village. It seemed Jiraiya himself had never even considered seizing power. So forget it. He was merely a low-ranking ANBU. He dared not get entangled in such matters. He feared that if he pledged allegiance to Jiraiya, Hiruzen Sarutobi would have him eliminated the very next day. He did not believe that Jiraiya the Hokage would defy his teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi for the sake of a mere ANBU like himself. Within the Hyuga clan's compound, as the ANBU departed, Hyuga Hayashi's expression darkened with terrifying intensity. The worst-case scenario had come to pass. Mangekyō wanted his life, the life of the Hyuga clan leader, and even sought to take his corpse away, as good as declaring outright that they coveted the Byakugan bloodline. More critical still was the village's stance. Jiraiya, his last hope, had offered not even a single word of support, sending ANBU to notify him. What was the meaning of this? His heart ached as if twisted by knives, his visage grim beyond measure. His fists clenched tightly as flames of fury rose within his eyes. A moment later, in the Hyuga clan's meeting hall, elders of both the main house and branch house gathered. As Hyuga Hayashi relayed Mangekyō's demands and the village's position, every elder present was consumed with rage. Absolutely unacceptable. This is blackmail. They want the life of our Hyuga clan leader and even the Byakugan bloodline of our clan. Shameless wretches. Clan leader, what do we do? We must make our decision now. The branch house members spoke one after another. Their expressions were steeped in grim fury, incensed by the village's shamelessness. The entire meeting hall soon resounded with condemnations of the village. The main house, however, had yet to voice their stance. Soon after, sensing something amiss, the branch house elders gradually lowered their voices. Within mere minutes, the meeting hall once again fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. The branch house elders' faces grew increasingly grim. They too were no fools. The main house's refusal to speak was itself a declaration of intent. They remained unwilling to join New Leaf for the rules there disadvantaged them. Should the Hyuga clan truly align with New Leaf, they would lose their elevated standing forever. Hyuga Hayashi's expression was equally grim. As the clan leader from the main house, how could he fail to perceive the main house's stance? But the problem was, his very act of convening this meeting and condemning the village's shamelessness represented his own position as clan leader. The main house elder's lack of support was a direct slap to his face as clan leader. Cold glints flickered intermittently in his eyes. For he understood all too well the main house's baseness. If they refused to join New Leaf and yet wished to survive this crisis, only one path remained. That was Hyuga Hisashi. He instinctively glanced at Hyuga Hisashi, and upon seeing his tormented, twisted expression, Hayashi's heart felt as though it were being sliced apart. The two were twins born of the same womb. How could there be no bond between them? In the original tale, that was because New Leaf did not exist, and Hyuga Hayashi's strength was too ordinary. For the sake of the clan, he had no choice but to send his brother to his death. Now it was different. Unbroken by absolute despair, Hyuga Hayashi still harbored genuine affection for his younger brother. However, he did not betray his inclination. He remained seated in tranquil composure, though his gaze toward the main house elders grew increasingly undisguised in its coldness. The main house elders were unnerved by that stare. They might treat the branch house like dogs, but they dared not overstep with Hyuga Hayashi. After all, compared to Hayashi, who had truly fought on the battlefield, these main house elders were raised like pampered livestock. If they provoked Hayashi into a full outburst, even setting aside his status as clan leader, they would gain nothing from the confrontation. Powerless, the main house elders, their scalps prickling under his gaze, saw their leader Hyuga Tendu venture tentatively. New Leaf treats the Hyuga clan too harshly, and our clan has yet to reach a point of life and death. So I believe. He attempted to persuade Hyuga Hayashi, but before he could finish, Hayashi cut him off directly. Enough, Elder Tendu. I know exactly what you intend to say. You want Hisashi to die in my place, don't you? I tell you now, that is nothing but a fantasy. Though the branch house exists to protect the main house, has the Hyuga clan truly reached a point of utter desperation? Hardly. Hisashi may be of the branch house, but he is still my brother. You seek to serve your own selfish interests, yet you dare to cloak it in grand rhetoric about the clan's welfare. I have made my decision. We will align with New Leaf. Elder Tenda, do you have any objection? Hyuga Hayashi exuded absolute authority. His strength perhaps insignificant by the standards of the entire village. Even with the Byakugan's Kekkei Genkai, he was at most an elite jonin, perhaps seated at the same table as Kakashi. Yet among the current Hyuga clan, he was undeniably the mightiest warrior. And indeed it was so. With Hyuga Hayashi's declaration, the main house elders fell completely silent, none daring to challenge his decision. As for Hyuga Hisashi of the branch house, his gaze toward his elder brother grew profoundly complex. Clearly, he had never expected that the brother he had resented his entire life would go to such lengths for his sake. It was at this moment that Hyuga Hayashi spoke again. I must remind you, elders of the main house. The current Konoha grows ever more rotten. All of us possess the Byakugan. All of us should clearly see the village's state. Though the members of the Sarutobi and the other three clans are numerous, they have never partaken in war. How much real combat strength can they truly command? And the villagers of Konoha have long harbored the desire to join New Leaf. It is only through the village's heavy-handed suppression that they remain here for now. Can the village maintain this oppressive policy forever? Should even a single unexpected incident occur, they would pour out of the village like a flood, flocking to New Leaf. I cannot allow the Hyuga clan to be destroyed alongside Old Leaf. Therefore my actions are likewise for the sake of our clan. So now I declare. Return to your homes, and pack your most essential belongings. Tonight at 2 a.m. we depart from the village's west side through the direction of Training Ground No. 37. My Byakugan has confirmed that the defenses are weakest there. Hisashi, make a trip to the Hokage's office. Tell Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi that the Hyuga clan needs time to deliberate, and we will present our decision tomorrow morning. Daihi, you take charge of watching over the main house. Before we truly leave the village, anyone who dares to make any move, whether deliberately exposing our whereabouts or attempting to contact the village, when discovered they will be executed without mercy. His words dripped with murderous intent. In the original tale, he had long harbored the desire to lift the caged bird seal, but was constrained by insufficient strength, lacked a compelling justification to raise the matter, and could not muster the resolve to suppress the main house faction. Now it was different, because with New Leaf's emergence, Old Leaf had grown ever more decrepit, and the Kumogakure delegation incident had handed him the perfect pretext. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense. The elders of the branch house struggled to contain their excitement, but those of the main house wore grim expressions. Faced with a resolute and justified Hayashi Hyuga, they could think of no way to stop him. The so-called caged bird seal was utterly ineffective against Hayashi Hyuga himself. Upon hearing his elder brother's orders, Hisashi Hyuga was the first to bow. Clan head, I'll go at once. Having said that, he left the meeting room without another word. Meanwhile, Taka Hyuga, who had been waiting outside, entered and bowed respectfully. As you command. As one of Hayashi's most trusted confidants, he fully understood the implication of this order. The ordinary members of the branch house couldn't possibly keep watch over the main house. To achieve that, it had to be his team. Indeed, every ninja clan harbored hidden operatives, shinobi who were not part of the village's official ranks, and who never participated in wars or missions. His team was directly under the clan head, and none of its members bore the caged bird seal. The elders of the Hyuga main house were livid. They glared at Hayashi with seething fury, yet unable to find a rebuttal, they could only scoff and storm out of the meeting room under the watchful gaze of Taka Hyuga. There was nothing they could do. Under Hayashi's authority, they couldn't even vent their frustration on the branch house. A moment later, once everyone had left, the meeting room fell into utter silence. Hayashi Hyuga remained seated in his chair, but he now seemed utterly dejected. After a long while, he began to murmur to himself. Ancestors, forgive me. I do not know if this choice is right or wrong, but the village has indeed begun to rot. I cannot stand by and watch the Hyuga clan be buried with the village. The system of main house and branch house can no longer be sustained. Do not blame me. His eyes were clouded with deep, unreadable emotion, and his heart was far from at peace. He himself did not know how long he had been lost in thought in that room. Only when the sun was about to set did Hayashi Hyuga slowly rise and leave the meeting room, heading straight for the clan head's residence. Time passed slowly, and soon it was 2 o'clock in the morning. The entire village of Konoha was shrouded in darkness. The Hyuga clan had already gathered, and with a faint wave of Hayashi's hand, they all began to retreat along the pre-planned route. The journey was remarkably smooth. Thanks to the Byakugan's Kekkei Genkai, and even more so, because the old Konoha no longer had any ninja clans, they evaded the patrol squads and lookouts of the Umbu, en route, eventually crossing Training Ground No. 37 to reach the outskirts. Listen carefully, everyone. We are about to trigger the village's sensory barrier. Each Chunin and Genin will carry one civilian clan member on their backs, then run for the new Konoha with all their might. All Jonin rally to me. I will personally lead the rear guard. I've calculated the distance between here and New Konoha. We only need to hold for 15 minutes. As for the main house, do as you please. Do whatever you want, even defecting to Hiruzen Sarutobi if you like. Move out now. With Hayashi's command, the entire Hyuga clan sprang into action. Chunin and Genin began hoisting civilians onto their backs, preparing for the final sprint. Even Taka Hyuga stopped guarding the main house and led his men to Hayashi's side. Hayashi Hyuga's expression was grave. This was the absolute limit of what the Hyuga clan could achieve. Though the Byakugan had gotten them this far, they were not part of the village's high command, so they had no way of knowing the precise details of the village's large-scale sensory and defensive barriers. So next, the barrier squad would surely detect the Hyuga clan's defection. Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi would then come after them. The only saving grace was that the distance between the old and new Konoha was not too great. Even the village's strongest would need at least 5 or 6 minutes to reach them. If he could lead the clan's Jonin in holding the line for 10 minutes, the bulk of the Hyuga clan would enter New Konoha, and then he and the other Jonin could retreat toward New Konoha as well. 3 minutes later, once everyone was ready, Hayashi Hyuga finally gave the signal with a sweeping gesture. In almost an instant, everyone began sprinting desperately toward New Konoha outside the village, while Hayashi led the Jonin at the rear. It was worth noting that even the main house was running toward New Konoha. They were clearly not foolish. Since they couldn't keep the branch house, who would they command if they stayed in Old Konoha? Conversely, having no value to Old Konoha, they would likely be forcibly recruited into route by Danzo. After all, without the caged bird seal, Danzo could still make use of them. So off to New Konoha it was. They might no longer command the branch house, but at least they could live like normal people. Hayashi, commanding the rearguard, turned his head to look back at Konoha. He saw a signal flare shoot into the sky, and within less than a minute, ANBU operatives, route patrols, and sentries began to appear, charging straight at them. Hyuga clan, are you defecting? The leading ANBU demanded in an icy tone. In response, Hayashi couldn't be bothered to answer and simply continued running with his clansmen. Time was life now. Every extra step counted. Who had time to argue with the ANBU? Enraged, the ANBU leader gave a wave of his hand. Kill them. In an instant, all the ANBU and root members who had arrived surged forward, attacking the Hyuga clan. The many Jonin of the Hyuga clan, regardless of whether they were from the main or branch house, engaged the ANBU directly in fierce combat. Even Hayashi himself joined the fray, taking down an enemy with every swing of his hand. Indeed, as an elite Jonin with the Byakugan Kekkei Gunkai, these ANBU might be skilled, but they were mostly commoners by birth. They were no match for Hayashi at all. Everyone fight while retreating. Don't waste time. Hayashi roared, casually dispatching an ANBU with a palm strike as he continued moving toward New Konoha. The others instantly understood. They stopped focusing on killing enemies and focused instead on running toward New Konoha, only engaging when ANBU caught up, then quickly disengaging to continue their retreat. 9 minutes later, Jiraiya, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and their forces finally arrived. They had been completely caught off guard by the Hyuga clan's defection. So even though the barrier squad had reported it, it took time for Jiraiya to gather his forces. Hayashi Hyuga, have you lost your mind? Can't we resolve this through discussion? Why would you defect without a word? Jiraiya was beside himself with grief and indignation. As a complete fool when it came to political machinations, he failed to grasp the true significance behind Hiruzen Sarutobi's decision to have the ANBU relay the Cloud Village delegation's demands to the Hyuga clan. It was precisely for this reason that he now felt ever more anguished. After all, from his perspective, although the Cloud Village delegation's demands were indeed outrageous, the village was unwilling to go to war, so it was merely a matter of everyone discussing things with one another. But what he never anticipated was that such a simple action would lead to the Hyuga clan's defection. It shouldn't be. Hadn't Hiruzen Sarutobi assured him that the Hyuga clan would never defect when he had previously voiced his concerns about that very possibility? With this thought in mind, he instinctively glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi. He saw that Hiruzen's face was now grim and dark, with a flicker of fury and malice gleaming within his eyes. Helplessly, Hiruzen was bewildered as well. His methods had been far more lenient than usual, and moreover this whole affair had been instigated by the Hyuga clan themselves. So what was wrong with asking the Hyuga clan to resolve it? Back when he had targeted the Uchiha, he had been far more ruthless than he was being with the Hyuga. Hadn't the Uchiha endured it as best they could back then? Why was it that now, when it was the Hyuga clan's turn, they couldn't bear even the slightest grievance? Hayashi turned back. While there is still room to salvage this situation, I can promise that nothing happened tonight. Take my advice, defecting to the Uchiha will do the Hyuga no good. As for the Cloud Village matter, we can still discuss it. Hiruzen Sarutobi's tone was as gentle as possible as he tried his utmost to persuade Hayashi to change his mind. Helplessly, Konoha was far too weak now, and the Hyuga clan was considered one of its pillars. If even the Hyuga clan chose to defect to Uchiha Jin, then old Konoha would truly be nothing more than an empty shell, and who could then claim to represent the true legitimacy of Konoha? But unfortunately, Hayashi's expression remained remarkably calm. He still didn't order his clansmen to stop, and didn't even acknowledge Jiraiya and the others. Instead, he continued to urge his clansmen to flee as quickly as possible. After all, the two villages were not far apart, and every extra minute they gained meant another clansman could survive. So, in the pitch-black darkness of the night, the Hyuga clan frantically rushed towards New Konoha, with Jiraiya, Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and the others chasing behind them. The scene was naturally quite absurd to behold. Hayashi, don't run. Tell me your conditions, we can still talk. I really don't want to fight you, please don't force my hand, alright? Jiraiya chased after him, trying to persuade Hayashi all the while. But unfortunately, at that moment Hayashi was solely focused on running, having no intention whatsoever to banter with Jiraiya. He only thought about stalling for time. He even silently began to pray that Jiraiya would try to persuade him more, granting the Hyuga clan more precious time to escape. Even just one more minute would be enough. Chaos Lion's main technique. Jiraiya wasn't foolish. Seeing the situation before him, he knew he couldn't wait any longer. So, seeing that Hayashi remained silent and intent on his path, he knew the man had made up his mind. He made his move. The hair behind him grew wildly at an astonishing speed, aiming to directly restrain Hayashi. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Seeing this, Hayashi turned and struck out a palm. His Byakugan bulged, and Jiraiya's chakra flow became vivid and clear before his eyes. His palm struck precisely at the junction of Jiraiya's chakra circulation, instantly disabling Jiraiya's jutsu. Clearly, as long as Jiraiya didn't use Sage Mode, Hayashi was still capable of exchanging blows with him. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Hiruzen Sarutobi made his move as well. After casually throwing a single shuriken, he rapidly formed hand seals, and it instantly multiplied into hundreds upon thousands, flying densely towards the Hyuga clan. Forced to, Hayashi and several jonin had no choice but to halt their escape and began to counter with the 8 trigrams palms. Fire-style Dragon Flame Jutsu. Earth-style Earth Dragon Jutsu. Lightning-style Thunderclap. Water-style Water Dragon Jutsu. Combined Jutsu Earth Dragon Flame Stream. Combined Jutsu Lightning Water Dragon Jutsu. Unlike Jiraiya, who was still trying to persuade Hiruzen, had already discerned from Hayashi's eyes how resolute the Hyuga clan's conviction was. Therefore, at this moment, he no longer held back. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi displayed the formidable power of the Professor of Jutsu. His hand seal speed was incredibly fast, and his chakra reserves were vast. Standing in the distance, he resembled a cannon turret, unleashing one jutsu after another with effortless ease. Under this barrage of jutsu, several Hyuga jonin were instantly killed, and a large number of lightly and heavily wounded fell to the ground in droves. It must be said, against opponents weaker than himself, Hiruzen's advantage in group combat was immense. Faced with this scene, Hayashi was utterly enraged. 8 trigrams palms rotation. Hayashi let out a furious roar. A spherical chakra shield formed, instantly blocking the hail of jutsu, even reflecting countless attacks back at his opponents. Almost simultaneously, even the numerous ANBU charging in were instantly blasted away, suffering significant casualties. Don't underestimate the Hyuga clan. 8 trigrams Mountain Crusher. Hisashi also made his move. A massive beam of chakra akin to a laser shot out in a straight line. The ANBU caught in its direct path were instantly annihilated, but the primary target, Hiruzen Sarutobi, agile as a nimble monkey, dodged in the blink of an eye and immediately used the summoning jutsu to call forth Enma. Hiruzen, this time the opponent is. No time to explain, transform into the adamantine staff. This. Very well. Enma, who had just appeared, hadn't even grasped the situation before transforming into the adamantine staff and being grasped in Hiruzen's hand. He then ferociously charged straight at Hayashi. And for this, Hayashi countered with the 8 trigrams 128 palms. Although fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, he was barely managing to hold on with the help of his Byakugan. Damn it all, why? Why has it come to this? We were all comrades. But forget it. Since we have become enemies, I can no longer hold back. Summoning jutsu. With a resounding poof, a colossal toad appeared. Gamabunta, buy me some time. Gamabunta, with a large pipe clenched in his mouth, drew the massive sword from his waist and engaged Hisashi in battle. As for Jiraiya, he had now brought his hands together in a seal, looking as if he was about to enter Sage Mode. There was no other way. Since the Hyuga clan could no longer be kept as the Hokage of Konoha, he had no choice but to eliminate them. Meanwhile, on the other side, a massive contingent of the Hyuga clan rushed toward New Konoha, naturally drawing the attention of its covert sentinels. The recent treaty between the Cloud and Old Konoha only heightened the alertness. While Uchiha Jin might have dismissed this matter, Kakashi took it quite seriously. Thus, under his orders, every Umbu unit of New Konoha, even those not deployed near Old Konoha, silently observed the direction of Old Konoha from beyond New Konoha's borders. Before the Hyuga clan could reach New Konoha, an Umbu squad intercepted them. "You are the Hyuga clan." Leading the squad was Uchiha Itachi. Since he and Shursui had changed their minds, the 4 symbol seals within them had been undone, and both had chosen to join the Umbu. Clearly, unlike ordinary Uchiha who preferred to serve as freelance ninja, they were willing to operate in the shadows, clearing all obstacles for the village. "Yes, we are the Hyuga clan. This time our clan leader Fugaku leads us. We have come to seek refuge in New Konoha. All our clansmen are here. The Jonin led by Fugaku have been intercepted by the Old Konoha higher-ups, and they are likely still engaged in battle. We beg you to lend aid to our clan leader." The speaker was merely a Hyuga Chunin, his heart filled with anxiety as he faced the Umbu of New Konoha. There was no helping it. They were only seeking refuge not yet acknowledged by New Konoha, so he was uncertain whether New Konoha would be willing to help. Nevertheless, considering the safety of their clan leader, he instinctively pleaded. To this, Uchiha Jin nodded. He offered no promises, only ordering his subordinates to fire a signal flare before addressing the Hyuga clansmen. "Head toward New Konoha. I will have an Umbu member guide you. As for whether to aid your clan leader, that decision rests with my superiors." The Hyuga clansmen felt a pang of disappointment. Nevertheless, the mere permission for their clansmen to proceed to New Konoha filled them with gratitude. They nodded and continued their journey. They were but ordinary ninja with pursuers from Old Konoha on their heels. All they could do was avoid adding to the burden of their stronger clansmen. Uchiha Itachi watched group after group of Hyuga pass him, sprinting toward New Konoha, his gaze complex. A strange, inexpressible turmoil churned within him. How absurd. The village he had once believed in had become so reviled that even the last great clan, the Hyuga, this clan, which had long vied with the Uchiha for the title of the village's foremost family, was now willing to lower its proud head and flee with all its members to New Konoha. Looking at it this way, his former self had been truly foolish. Yet, just as Uchiha Itachi was lost in thought, Kakashi arrived with the main Umbu force, and even Fugaku, his own father, led the Uchiha elite to the scene. "Captain Father." Uchiha Itachi spoke respectfully. Kakashi nodded at Itachi, then drew his father's white light chakra saber. "By the Hokage's order, aid the Hyuga clan." Then, he transformed into a flash of lightning, his eyes blazing with excitement, his body flicker technique pushed to its absolute limit as he charged directly toward the battle zone. Indeed, in the case of his father's suicide, Danzo had been the true instigator, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was also complicit. For 2 years, he had lacked the opportunity. Now that a chance had finally arisen, he was determined to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing Kakashi's command, Fugaku Itachi and the others did not hesitate, charging straight into the battle zone. A fierce glint flickered in every eye. For those who had joined New Konoha, nearly every clan harbored some grievance against Sarutobi Hiruzen and his ilk. In the dense forest outside Old Konoha, Jiraiya, having entered sage mode with the aid of the 2 Mount Myaboku sages, single-handedly suppressed Hyuga Hayashi and Hizashi. If not for the faint glimmer of hope he still harbored, he could have struck them down long ago. "Hayashi, Hizashi, I'll give you one last chance. Look around you. These are your Hyuga elites. Is it not a pity to let them die here? Surrender. As the 5th Hokage of Konoha, I promise that tonight's incident can be overlooked." Jiraiya fought, even as he urged surrender, a glimmer of compassion in his eyes. To this, Hayashi and Hizashi, battered and bleeding from the corners of their mouths, instinctively glanced around at Jiraiya's words. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's rampage, their clan's Jonin had suffered heavy casualties. The sight made their hearts bleed. Hayashi in particular felt a piercing pain. He had known this defection would cost some clansmen, but witnessing the actual loss now was a torment beyond words. Yet his gaze remained resolute. By delaying so long, he believed most of the Hyuga clansmen had already reached New Konoha. Thinking this, his tone was laced with contempt. "Jiraiya, save your breath. Your promises and guarantees mean nothing. You abandoned avenging your own disciple, and even when your grand disciple Naruto sank to such depths, all you offered was cheap concern. Now that you are Hokage, you cannot even restore his reputation. 5th Hokage, how what a joke. Do you have even a shred of real power? How could I entrust the lives of my Hyuga clan to a puppet Hokage like you? So spare me your words. Today we may be doomed, but the majority of the Hyuga clan should have already entered New Konoha by now. They will welcome a new life. That is enough. I, Hyuga Hayashi, die without regret. My brother and I will await you in the Pure Land. Let us see how long this rotten old Konoha can endure." Hyuga Hayashi was defiant. Having come this far, he was prepared for death, and no longer would he cower as he once did. Jiraiya's expression darkened, but just as he was about to strike, a sharp sound of something cutting through the air reached his ears. Raikiri. Then a brilliant flash of lightning, and a white figure charged fiercely towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kashi. Jiraiya growled through clenched teeth, his voice turning icy. Kakashi is incredibly fast. He is the most typical assassin-type ninja with almost no advantage in group battles, and in direct confrontation, he is merely an elite jonin. However, in terms of assassination, he is absolutely at the king level. Especially in such a chaotic battlefield, no one noticed the hidden Kakashi, and when he struck, it was as swift as thunder tearing across the sky. Especially a technique like Chidori, which requires the coordination of the Sharingan, fully demonstrates the terrifying level of his speed. Therefore, for a moment, even a Kaga-level powerhouse like Sarutobi Hiruzen broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead in an instant. Even though he used the clone technique to escape elsewhere in a thousandth of a second, the moment his clone shattered, his real body was stabbed an inch into the chest. In the blink of an eye, blood flowed. Teacher. Seeing this, Kakashi was utterly enraged. Even though his teacher had done many wrong things, he was still his teacher. At this moment, he was filled with rage and wanted to charge straight over. Now the eyes looking at Kakashi also began to flicker with killing intent. But unfortunately, before he could truly rush to Kakashi's side, Fugaku directly blocked his path, instantly activating his Sharingan to 3 Tomo, and his murderous aura locked onto the Jiraiya before him. Jiraiya, your opponent is me. But I don't want to fight you for now, so I advise you to give up today's actions. The Hyuga clan is protected by New Konoha. Since we are here, you have no chance. Fugaku's face was stern, and in his battle state, even Jiraiya before him now felt his hair stand on end. Yes. Before he came, he had been briefed by Uchiha Jin and knew that tonight's main objective was still to safely escort the Hyuga clan back. Even though he also hated the old Konoha high-ups, he knew that tonight was not the time for battle. On the other side, Jiraiya looked at Fugaku before him, and his eyes flickered with shock and bewilderment. Obviously, the first time he encountered Fugaku in a battle state, the feeling was completely different from usual. Even Jiraiya, who had activated Sage Mode, now dared not show the slightest slack. Fugaku, your new Konoha has gone too far. This is our village's affair. What does it have to do with new Konoha? What right do you have to stop us? Seeing the increasing numbers of new Konoha, Yanbiyu and Uchiha, Jiraiya, though feeling frustrated in his heart, knew that tonight's matter would likely be difficult to continue. No choice. Old Konoha had too few strong warriors. He subconsciously looked around at the situation. The new Konoha Yanbiyu were almost all elites, with the Ino Shikacho, Aburame, Inuzuka, and others joining them. His own Yanbiyu couldn't hold on for long. Especially Kakashi, holding the White Fang short sword, and having picked up the Hitaki sword style again, directly forced his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen into repeated peril. No choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a professor of ninjutsu. Although he had also trained in taijutsu and kenjutsu, he was slightly inferior compared to his ninjutsu. Especially now that he was too old, his taijutsu and kenjutsu were no match for Kakashi. Additionally, Kakashi's speed was extremely fast, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, unable to break free, could not use his powerful ninjutsu at all. It was precisely considering this that Kakashi chose to negotiate. And regarding this, Fugaku, hearing Jiraiya's words, breathed a sigh of relief. Honestly, he was not willing to fight Jiraiya. After all, a regular 3 Tomo couldn't defeat Jiraiya in Sage Mode, and using the Mangekyō would consume ocular power. So, this level of opponent should be left to Uchiha Jin. After all, in over 2 years, he had long understood Uchiha Jin's situation. No choice. Uchiha Jin had used the Mangekyō too many times before, so the entire Uchiha clan was worried about Jin's eyes going blind. Finally, annoyed by the constant concern, Uchiha Jin simply revealed some information about himself to the clan. One of his ocular techniques could slowly restore ocular power. What else was there to say? Guys like Jiraiya should be left to Uchiha Jin in the future. Thinking of this, Fugaku immediately said in a calm tone, "You have forgotten the founding promise of old Konoha. Any ninja clan can unconditionally withdraw. Since the Hyuga clan has chosen to withdraw from a legal standpoint, there is no problem." Founding promise. Damn it. Jiraiya's head ached terribly. At this moment, he was instantly stunned. The village's predecessors were too irresponsible. How could they make such a shameless promise? Even if the village was difficult to establish back, then they couldn't just casually agree to such a thing. Now damn it. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen becoming more and more perilous, Jiraiya fell silent for a long time before issuing an order. Everyone stop. We withdraw. Though extremely unwilling in his heart, Jiraiya still gave the order. And regarding this, Fugaku immediately spoke upon hearing it. Kakashi, stop. Don't forget our mission. Although Kakashi, who was in the midst of battle, was very displeased as a ninja, he chose to stop. There was no anger in his eyes. Because as a high-ranking member of New Konoha, he knew very well that there would be plenty of time to play with old Konoha in the future. So no rush. He slowly retreated to Fugaku's side before sheathing the White Fang short sword in his hand. At this moment, Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen's gazes towards Kakashi and the others naturally became extremely complicated. But in the end, they all chose to retreat. After the other side was almost gone, Fugaku calmly said to the people behind him, take the Hyuga clan back to the village. With his command, the Uchiha immediately set into motion. Kakashi's Anbu did not move. All Anbu members directly dispersed around to guard to prevent old Konoha from playing tricks and suddenly striking again. Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi finally relaxed at this moment. The two knew they were saved. However, their gazes towards Fugaku were very complicated. After all, thinking back to the beginning, the Hyuga clan was once comparable to the Uchiha clan. But what about the future? Don't even think about it. For the Hyuga clan to survive, they might have to watch the Uchiha's expression. Finally, after a soft sigh, the two turned their gaze to the dead Hyuga clansmen, their eyes filled with sorrow. After all, these people were the foundation of the Hyuga clan. All were lost tonight. Even though they knew this was a necessary cost, the weight of this cost still made their hearts heavy. After all, those who were chosen to stay and fight alongside the two blocking old Konoha were almost all elite Hyuga members carefully selected by them. But alas, after a helpless sigh, they closed the eyes of their clansmen and then left with their bodies. At the Uchiha clan compound in New Leaf, Jin's courtyard, despite the late hour, Uchiha Jin still received Hyuga Hayashi. The reason was simple. Although the Hyuga clan now seemed quite lackluster, their potential was still considerable. After all, they were descendants of Hamura. Hayashi, welcome to join. However, my demands remain unchanged. Though New Leaf does not wish to meddle in the internal affairs of clans, the caged bird of the Hyuga clan is utterly detestable. This must be abolished with no room for negotiation. Uchiha Jin spoke in a stern tone. He did not waste words, directly stating his bottom line. After all, he was now the one who held the moral high ground. He had not forced the Hyuga to join New Leaf. This was their own decision. Likewise, this was also the reason he wanted to establish New Leaf. If he had instead seized power directly in the old Leaf, he would have had to acknowledge the messy affairs of the previous Hokages. Far better to start a new game and set his own rules. I understand. Since we have chosen to join New Leaf, the Hyuga clan will naturally comply. But I still wish to ask, why is Jin-kun so strict with only the Hyuga clan? Hyuga Hayashi nodded. Having already decided to defect to New Leaf, he had long prepared himself mentally. Nevertheless, he still couldn't quite understand why Uchiha Jin would do this. After all, New Leaf had been established for 2 years, and even ordinary civilians knew its situation, so it was impossible for the Hyuga clan not to know. Thus, he was well aware that New Leaf supported ninja clans and did not interfere with others. Yet when it came to the Hyuga clan, Uchiha Jin was extremely harsh. Why? If Uchiha Jin were from a Hyuga branch family, it would be understandable, but he was an Uchiha. Why was he so strict with the Hyuga? On the other side, seeing that Hyuga Hayashi only asked but did not resist the rules he had set, Uchiha Jin felt even more admiration for himself. If he had chosen to seize power directly, it would not have been so easy to make the Hyuga submit. Putting down his teacup, Uchiha Jin pondered briefly. After a short contemplation, he did not beat around the bush and spoke seriously. Because the Hyuga clan also has tremendous potential. The future enemies of the village will be extremely powerful, so I need to prepare in advance. The Hyuga clan is one of the pieces I am preparing. During the Warring States period, though the Hyuga clan was not as strong as the Uchiha and Senju, they were only slightly weaker than the two of us. They were still the strongest among the second tier. Have you ever thought carefully about when the Hyuga clan began to decline? I can tell you directly, it started with the invention of the caged bird. That thing indeed protected the Byakugan bloodline, but it also severely limited the development of the Hyuga clan. Now it has even become a tool for the main family to rule the branch families. Under such circumstances, how can you expect the branch families to strive in cultivation? Perhaps the Hyuga clan has also produced brilliant geniuses over the years, but under the caged bird seal their wings have been completely broken. In the end, they all became mediocre. It was under these conditions that the Hyuga clan grew increasingly decayed. Although it seemed to preserve the Byakugan bloodline, your clan has completely lost the qualification to climb upward. It is fortunate that we are now in the era of ninja villages and the basic abilities of the Byakugan are still useful. Otherwise, your clan would have been annihilated long ago. Now, however, things are different. Since you have chosen to join my New Leaf, in order to fulfill my plans, I hope the Hyuga clan can produce some true geniuses, thereby adding more weight to my future schemes. Uchiha Jin did not conceal his thoughts. He certainly could not reveal the full truth, but a subtle hint was harmless. The Hyuga clan were descendants of Hamura. If not for the absurd caged bird, how could they have failed to produce a single Jogan or Tensigan after all these years? In contrast, why could the Uchiha be so strong, producing powerful figures in every generation? It was precisely because the Uchiha had no caged bird that even though many died in each generation and endured brutal battles, this was also the necessary breeding ground for the birth of true strength. On the other side, hearing Uchiha Jin's words, Hyuga Hayashi was utterly stunned. Clearly he had imagined countless possibilities, but never this one. Merely to let the Hyuga clan produce more strong individuals, and that the village's future would face some great enemy. An enemy so formidable that someone like Uchiha Jin had to be on full alert and prepare in advance, even going so far as to cultivate the Hyuga clan. Of course these matters were too far from him. Even if the future was truly terrifying, Uchiha Jin would bear the brunt. So now he was more focused on Uchiha Jin's evaluation of the Hyuga clan. After a moment, however, he had to admit that Uchiha Jin was right. The caged bird, while seemingly protecting the Byakugan bloodline, also restricted the development of the Hyuga clan, especially the privileges of the main family over the caged bird, which made the Hyuga clan lifeless and decayed. Even if the branch families could not resist, they could simply slack off. Realizing this, Hyuga Hayashi's face twisted into a bitter smile. His fists clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly. After a long silence, he spoke solemnly. Jin-kun, what is your vision for the future of the Hyuga clan? Let nature take its course, Uchiha Jin said calmly. It depends on personal choice. Those who are not afraid of hardship and dare to fight as long as they are willing to bear the risk of being hunted by enemies need not be branded with the caged bird. But if they die, they can only blame their own lack of ability. Those who fear death may have the caged bird. But all clan members must be told in advance the caged bird may protect them, but it will also suppress their bloodline power, and they will never become true experts. The choice is given to each person, and they decide for themselves. Of course, the control techniques within the caged bird need to be removed, retaining only the core mechanism that destroys the Byakugan upon the user's death. Hearing Uchiha Jin's arrangement, Hyuga Hayashi frowned slightly, his mind racing. In the end, he had to admit that this was indeed the best possible arrangement. Everything is a matter of free choice. Life and death are one's own responsibility. An hour later, having taken a reassuring pill, Rishyong Rizu arrived at an open space on the western side of Exinmai. Since Uchiha Jin had long anticipated the Hyuga clans joining, he had already planned ahead several days ago, allocating a new clan territory for the Hyuga in the future. Of course, at present it was still all vacant land. The Hyuga clan would have to build their own territory, though if they were willing to spend money, they could also post tasks at the village's mission hall. As for tonight, Exinmai only provided them with basic supplies, new tents, bedding, and mattresses, the most fundamental necessities. The injured Hyuga members were slightly better off. They had already been admitted to the Exinmai hospital for the night. Chief, you're back. What is the Hokage's thinking? What arrangements does he have for us, the Hyuga clan? As Rishyong Rizu returned, all the Hyuga clansmen crowded around him. Their eyes were filled with confusion, worry, and fear, but also faintly a glimmer of anticipation. It was inevitable. Even though they had learned some information beforehand, today was the first time they had set foot in this unfamiliar place. Suddenly arriving in such a strange land, fear and concern were natural. That faint glimmer of anticipation stemmed from the previous rumors they had heard about Exinmai's attitude toward the Hyuga clan. The caged bird must be undone. So at this moment, seeing Rishyong Rizu's return, everyone yearned to hear the concrete details from his lips. And Rishyong Rizu, understanding their worries, made no attempt to conceal anything. He straightforwardly told all the assembled clansmen exactly what Exinmai had arranged for the Hyuga. Immediately afterward, countless branch family members wept with joy, their eyes blazing with excitement. Even though the caged bird still remained on their foreheads, they felt a freedom they had never experienced before. Only the main family wore grim expressions. Watching the branch family's ecstasy, they longed to use the caged bird to discipline them, but mindful that this was Exinmai's territory, they ultimately chose to yield. No kidding. Exinmai refused to recognize the main family's privileged status. The main family could punish the branch members, but Exinmai would equally punish them. Rishyong Rich's expression was complex. He couldn't help touching the caged bird on his forehead, and then hurried over to Rishyong Rizu. Brother, does this mean Ningxi won't have to be branded with the caged bird? His eyes were urgent, for Ningxi was his child. This year, 5-year-old Ningxi, according to Hyuga tradition, was originally scheduled to receive the caged bird after Chutian's birthday. But now, Rishyong Rizu looked at his younger brother and finally nodded solemnly. Richa, don't worry. From now on, Hyuga children do not need to be branded with that ugly caged bird before graduating from the Ninja Academy. Only when they have graduated from the Ninja Academy, truly chosen to leave the village and face the storms of the ninja world, will they need to consider the caged bird issue. Moreover, the caged bird will not be mandatory. It will follow each person's own inner choice. Only those who fear death, dread being targeted by hunters, and lack a strong heart will, if they voluntarily request it, be branded with the caged bird. If one possesses the heart of a true warrior and is prepared to face the bloody storms of the ninja world, then naturally there is no need for such a thing as the caged bird. But likewise, without the protection of the caged bird, the danger of encountering peril may increase. If Ningxi chooses not to be branded with the caged bird, he must be prepared to grow through slaughter. The possibility of death will naturally surpass that of ordinary ninjas. Do you understand, Richa? Rishyong Rizu spoke frankly. Although the Hyuga and Uchiha both belonged to the Dojutsu clans, the Hyuga were far more dangerous than the Uchiha. Because while the Sharingan was powerful, the side effects of transplantation were severe. Kakashi was a clear example. A once brilliant Konoha prodigy now exhausted after just a few jutsu. The Hyuga's Byakugan, however, was entirely different. Anyone could easily transplant and use its basic functions, making it a coveted prize throughout the ninja world. And at this Rich's initially excited heart froze in place. In the past, bound by the caged bird, his life had been that of a slave treated like a dog by every main family member. Even as the chief of the branch family, he was essentially powerless. The main family elders cared nothing for his chieftain status. If not for Rishiang Rizu's presence granting them a slight show of respect, Rishiang Richa would have had no dignity at all. Growing up in such a harsh environment, he had never had time to contemplate a life without the caged bird. Now everything was different. Only after truly no longer needing to consider the caged bird did he realize that the outside world was equally fraught with risk. Brother Rishiang Richa fell silent. Because at that moment the joy in his heart was utterly shattered by this harsh reality. The same was true for the other branch family members. Although the absence of the caged bird filled them with elation, they would soon face a violent storm, for the ninja world was filled with too many covetous eyes on the Byakugan. Witnessing this, Rishiang Rizu patted Rishiang Richa on the shoulder and then addressed everyone present. Xin my needs the strong. This is the fundamental reason the Hokage chose to intervene in the Hyuga clan. Though from now on, without the protection of the caged bird, the risks encountered by the Hyuga will greatly increase, so too will the probability of producing geniuses and strong warriors. True strength can only be forged through slaughter and blood-soaked storms. So Hyuga, if you wish to become strong, then fight like the Uchiha, battle and risk your lives. Of course, if you lack that ambition, then honestly accept the caged bird and take on the responsibility of continuing the Hyuga bloodline. By now, Rishiang Rizu had clearly come to a full understanding. He too longed for the Hyuga to become as powerful as the Uchiha. Thus, even if the path ahead was drenched in blood and storm, he would walk it without regret. His words also ignited the desire for strength in everyone. In an instant, with the loosening of the caged bird, a brilliant light burst forth from the eyes of every Hyuga present. That light was called ambition. A strong warrior. I will become one. Just like the Uchiha next door, their strength was earned through battle and sacrifice. The Hyuga clan is no less. Fight Hyuga. The next morning at the break of dawn, at the Hokage Tower in a small meeting room. Inside, a long rectangular conference table dominated the space. Uchiha Jin sat at its head with the leaders of the various ninja clans seated around it. Off to the side was a smaller table where Tsunade, Kakashi, Fugaku, and Nara Rokichi were seated. This was the new structure of the new Konoha. The great clans held no real political power. Their members were divided into three distinct groups. The first group handled administrative duties. The second group managed the clan's business enterprises, while the final group became independent ninjas free from direct clan or village assignment. The true high-ranking officials of Konoha now consisted solely of Uchiha Jin, the first Hokage, Nara Rokichi, the Jonin squad leader, Kakashi, the ANBU captain, Fugaku, the police chief, and finally Tsunade, the head secretary. They were simply known as the Group of Five. Institutions from the old Konoha, such as the Interrogation and Torture Unit, the Intelligence Division, and the Barrier Squad, were all reorganized as subordinate divisions under the ANBU, all under Kakashi's sole command. Meanwhile, the Administrative Department, Education Department, Ninja Academy, Mission Hall, and Medical Department were all managed by Tsunade, the head secretary. Nara Rokichi, the Jonin squad leader, handled the day-to-day affairs and was directly accountable only to Uchiha Jin, the Hokage. Now that everyone is here, let's begin the meeting. After 2 years of planning and scheming, the time for harvest has finally arrived. Under the tyranny of the old Konoha, the Hyuga clan has joined us, sounding the death knell for the old village. The old Konoha now has virtually no strong warriors left. Its civilians and common ninjas are voicing their grievances. The time has come to completely overthrow it. Today's agenda has one primary objective: to utterly destroy the old Konoha while preserving as many of its ninjas as possible. Even the ninjas of the Sarutobi and other 3 clans should be persuaded to surrender unconditionally. The reason is simple. I view every ninja as a valuable resource. Although members of the 4 clans like Sarutobi must be put on trial, I do not wish to simply execute them. Because in my view, that is the most wasteful course of action. These ninjas can be utilized during the war or assigned to mining, cultivating medicinal herbs, growing food, or even constructing roads and houses. All of these are far more beneficial than simply killing them. I call this labor reform. They represent a high-quality, reusable human resource. Of course, a fair trial is still mandatory. After judgment, they shall atone for their past deeds through labor. Of course, to prevent these convicted individuals from resorting to extremes, we must also give them hope. Therefore, we need to establish a set of procedures for this labor reform. Those who show good behavior can have their sentences shortened. After a period of labor, they might even be granted status as citizens of the new Konoha. We will discuss the specifics. Hence today's meeting must achieve two objectives. First, how to cause chaos and collapse within the old Konoha all while remaining within the bounds of justice. Second, how to take over and resettle the large population and ninjas of the old village. And once criminals like Sarutobi Hiruzen are judged, where should the labor reform operatives be placed? Within which clan's industries? That is the general framework. Now let's hear your opinions. Tsunade, you go first. Uchiha Jin wasted no words. After laying out the broad strokes, he allowed the others to fill in the specifics. No one was surprised that after 2 years they were all accustomed to Uchiha Jin's style. Concise and efficient. Only the newly joined Hyuga Hayashi was completely stunned. Holy shit. At first glance, Uchiha Jin seemed like a benevolent man. The old Konoha elite had persecuted the Uchiha so harshly, yet this young man could still be so magnanimous, refusing to blindly kill, even after a trial. But damn it. Upon reflection, Uchiha Jin was a devil. He intended to squeeze every last drop of value out of everyone, maximizing benefit with ruthless efficiency. Honestly, it would almost be better to just kill Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Then at least one swift strike would end it all, and they'd know nothing. But now, their remaining years would likely be spent in continuous labor reform, converting themselves into economic benefits for the new Konoha. Ruthless. Utterly ruthless. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his lips twitched uncontrollably. Tsunade, however, was unfazed. She too had grown accustomed to Uchiha Jin's methods. She immediately voiced her opinion. Hokage-sama has set the general direction, so I'll briefly add some details. I believe we should also categorize the criminals from the old Konoha into different classes. Those guilty of heinous crimes must be executed, otherwise we cannot uphold the law or deter evildoers. Similarly, the labor assigned should be graded according to its severity. Those with lighter sins can be given easier tasks, while the more serious offenders must undertake hard labor. Of course, the specific arrangements will need a suitable plan from the administrative department in the coming days. That's all I have to say. Next, following Tsunade's opening, the others spoke up, each contributing details to refine the plan. Finally, it was Nara Rokichi who spoke. Regarding Hokage-sama's plan to destroy the old Konoha justly, I have a small idea. It is precisely because of the old Konoha's misrule that we have been persistently working to win over its ninjas over these past 2 years. The results are quite promising. Since the various clans have members with prior work experience in the old village's departments, we have leveraged this to recruit a considerable number of ninjas from its ANBU intelligence and administrative divisions. We can use this current cloud incident as a pretext to provide support to these defectors. They can stir up trouble from within, causing disruption and chaos. As chaos ensues, we can spread propaganda and open the old village's exits. I believe the civilians, tired of the old regime's oppressive rule, will flee without a second thought. At that point, all we need to do is prepare to receive them here in the new Konoha. Finally, we can have these recruited ninjas organize the civilians to create a petition from the people. This way, the new Konoha can justly answer the people's will, arrest the old Konoha's high-ranking officials, and then hold a trial. Uchiha Jin nodded slightly. He inwardly agreed with Nara Lui's suggestion. How could personally judging Sarutobi Hiruzen and his cohorts be as righteous as being petitioned by the masses? Good, it's settled. Next, we need to decide which industries within the village will receive the future reform through labor workers. This must be implemented before the collapse of the old Konoha. Which clan's industries need them? We'll follow the old rule and hold a bidding process. The specifics will be handled by Tsunade. As for the final strike against old Konoha, Nara Lui, you'll be responsible. Kakashi Zanbu must be mobilized to ensure that the Sarutobi and the other 3 clans don't act recklessly in desperation. Fugaku's police force must maintain stability, ensuring that the influx of people from old Konoha does not disrupt the normal order of our village. Alright, dismissed. With that, Uchiha Jin stood up and left the meeting room. As he departed, the other clan leaders began to gather around Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, the Nara clan's medicinal herb plantation, needs to sign up. Our Inuzuka clan's dog kennels also need reform workers. No matter what, we must get a batch of them. The Aburame clan's insect breeding base also needs them. Everyone present began to speak. At this moment, they didn't seem like clan leaders, but rather ordinary street vendors arguing over the reform workers. This was only natural, for the benefits were too great. After all, in their clan businesses, they would normally have to pay to hire people. But with this batch of reform workers, they only needed to pay a fixed fee to the village, and then they could use these laborers for free over a long period. Only a fool would refuse such a good deal. Seeing the crowd surging toward her, Tsunade felt her scalp tingle. Bang! She slammed the table. Stop your arguing. Go back and write an application first. The application must strictly state how many positions can be provided, the specific types of work, and the annual tax amount to be paid to the village. after saying that she couldn't be bothered with the crowd, and simply left the meeting room. Then, Kakashi, Nara, Louis, Fugaku, and the others also left. In the end, although these clan leaders had been scolded, there was no displeasure on their faces. Instead, they hurried back to prepare their application plans. The last to leave the meeting room was Hyuga Hayashi, but his face was filled with emotion. No wonder. The shock he had received was too great. The atmosphere and work procedures in the new Konoha were completely different from the old Konoha, but he had to admit that after streamlining the new Konoha's efficiency was simpler, more direct, and more effective. This atmosphere is truly good. It seems that from today on the Hyuga clan should welcome a new life. Thinking about other things is still too far off, though I should go back and build the new clan compound first. A faint smile appeared on Hyuga Hayashi's face. He needed to establish the new clan compound, and then find a way to sort out all of the Hyuga clan's assets as quickly as possible. After all, the new Konoha would soon have countless free laborers. He didn't want to miss this wave of era dividends. In the Hokage's office, just as Uchiha Jin was sitting behind his desk enjoying life, Nara, Louis, Kakashi, and Tsunade arrived together. The expressions on all three were grim. Seeing this, Uchiha Jin asked with confusion, "What happened? Why do you all look like that?" "Lord Hokage, I think you've forgotten something," Nara Louis said seriously. "That is Kumogakure." Tsunade also spoke. "With the Hyuga clan joining the new Konoha, I'm afraid that Kumogakure will turn its spearhead against us." Kakashi, however, said nothing, and simply looked directly at Uchiha Jin. Clearly, he wanted to know how his Hokage would resolve the Hyuga clan issue. Hearing this, Uchiha Jin couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Hey, you scared me. I thought something major had happened. You don't need to worry about Kumogakure. There won't be a war. The fourth Raikage may seem reckless and rude, but it's actually just his disguise. No one who becomes a Kage is a fool. Think about the fourth Raikage's performance during the Third War. Even though his father, the third Raikage, died at the hands of a Wagakure, he was still able to put aside the vendetta and ally with a Wagakure to attack our Konoha together. Can someone who does that be a reckless man?" During the Third War, Kumogakure suffered heavy losses to the point where their younger generation was almost wiped out. How could he possibly dare to start a ninja war at this time? He simply saw through Sarutobi Hiruzen's age and fear of war, so he thought he'd give it a try. If those Kumogakure fellows really dare to come, just tell them to get lost. His words were full of authority. After hearing this, Tsunade and the others thought it over and realized it seemed to make sense. The fourth Raikage could even endure the murder of his father. He truly didn't seem like a mindless, brutish person. But it must be said, his disguise in the past was too good. Everyone had taken him for a rude person. If not for Uchiha Jin's revelation, perhaps they still wouldn't have realized it. "Makes sense." Nara Louis spoke first. "Lord Hokage, I am enlightened." The others nodded in agreement, and then they all took their leave to attend to their own affairs. Time passed slowly. With the conclusion of today's meeting, the entire new Konoha immediately began to operate efficiently, sharpening their blades for the decaying old Konoha not far away. But unfortunately, the new Konoha had already launched new actions while the old Konoha was completely unaware of this, instead struggling with how to give an explanation to Kumogakure. In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya sat behind the desk, almost scratching his head off. "Old man, talk to me. Now that the Hyuga clan has defected to the new Konoha, how do we explain this to Kumogakure? We can't really follow Danzo's example and choose to go to war with them, can we?" His words were filled with displeasure. Because he had expressed his concerns earlier that evening, fearing that too direct a method would drive the Hyuga clan away, but Sarutobi Hiruzen had paid no attention, even saying that the Hyuga clan would never accept the new Konoha's rules. But now, the Hyuga clan had joined the new Konoha without looking back, and now these Konoha high-level officials could only stare helplessly. What to do? Losing the Hyuga clan not only weakened the village, but also made the Kumogakure issue unsolvable. Meanwhile, on the other side, at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also full of regret. Had he really pushed the Hyuga clan too hard? This shouldn't be. Compared to his past ruthless methods against the Uchiha, he felt he had been quite restrained this time, so Hiruzen Sarutobi still couldn't understand how he had driven the Hyuga clan away. Honestly, this incident was a huge blow to him. However, after listening to Jiraiya's words, he immediately retorted without hesitation. "No, absolutely not. The village is in a precarious state now, but we truly cannot start another war. Otherwise, I fear our village will truly collapse." Hiruzen Sarutobi broke out in a cold sweat. He had no choice. Because Jiraiya, being merely a puppet Hokage, had no idea of the village's true situation, and Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't let him know. But others might not know, yet Hiruzen Sarutobi himself knew well. The village had long lost the hearts of its people, but was only held together by his iron-fisted rule. The villagers weren't staying because they wanted to, but because they had to. Otherwise, they'd face death. In the past, he hadn't worried about this, because he had dealt with such situations many times and had various ways to ease them. First, give money. If he could just pay the pensions and war commissions owed since the Third War, he was confident he could temporarily stabilize public sentiment. Second, an outlet for frustration. Whether it was Tsukumo Hatake at the beginning or later Orochimaru's defection, the Uchiha being slandered, Naruto Uzumaki being rumored as a fox demon. In essence, beyond other schemes, the most important thing was to give the villagers an outlet for their frustration. Because if they couldn't benefit from the war and couldn't resent him as Hokage, then finding a scapegoat would attract all the villagers' resentment and anger. Although the second war was won without reparations from the defeated nation, they made Tsukumo Hatake the outlet for everyone's frustration. Underground human experiments discovered. Then let Orochimaru take the blame. After the third war, no pensions, so resent the Uchiha. After the Night of Nine Tails, the Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki bore it together. But unfortunately now the village could neither produce money nor find a suitable outlet. Though it seemed there was Naruto Uzumaki as the nine-tailed fox on one hand, his identity as the fourth Hokage's son was exposed, and on the other, since Jiraiya had become the fifth Hokage, he simply couldn't manipulate that matter. After all, even if Jiraiya was a puppet, he ate and lived with Naruto every day. It was under such circumstances that he devised a third method. Use the peace treaty with Cloud to give everyone some spiritual encouragement, at least loosening that tightly stretched string a bit. Unexpectedly, it also failed. Not only did it fail to ease the village's tension, but it even drove the Hyuga clan to defect. Now go to war. What are you thinking? Hiruzen Sarutobi was certain that if the village dared to go to war with Cloud, then before the village's ninjas could even reach the front lines, most of them would likely have fled cleanly along the way. As for taking ninjas' families hostage before missions like they do now, perhaps it works for daily mission requests, but doing so during war is suicide. Because with the large-scale mobilization of ninjas, the village wouldn't have enough people to guard so many hostages. If those ninjas were all gathered together, as long as a leader waved his hand, they could kill the ANBU guarding the hostages, and then take all their families to defect to New Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi dared not let those ninjas he didn't trust gather. But unfortunately, Jiraiya was unaware of Hiruzen's thoughts. He simply thought the old man was a bit cowardly, lacking the spirit of the former ninja hero. With a helpless sigh, Jiraiya spoke. The Hyuga clan has already fled. How should we explain to Cloud? Tell them the truth. Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered for a long while, then said in a low voice, directly tell the Cloud delegation that Konoha is willing to pay Rio in compensation. If they're still unsatisfied, they can go to New Konoha. Jiraiya was stunned. He looked at Hiruzen in disbelief. Will that work? Whether it works or not, let's give it a try. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head. Anyway, I don't have any good ideas. If Cloud insists on war, then we'll have to follow Danzo's plan and try to get the daimyo to make New Konoha fight, since our village has no strength to wage war. If Cloud invades the Land of Fire, those who suffer the most will be the daimyo and the nobles of the Land of Fire. Then they will force New Konoha to join the war. At this moment, he was completely resolute. He had no choice. Truly no choice. The current Konoha could no longer be described as backbone missing. Anyway, they definitely couldn't afford compensation, and they had no spare strength to help in a war. So let them lose face. It was better than the village collapsing. Jiraiya was full of black lines, his mouth twitching fiercely. However, he also knew Konoha truly couldn't bear it, so with a sigh he could only agree. Morning 9 o'clock. The Cloud delegation arrived at the Hokage's office, their faces full of arrogance, believing that Konoha could only bow and submit. But one sentence from Jiraiya completely stunned them. Sorry, we can't compensate. The Hyuga clan has already left the village, and according to the agreement at Konoha's founding, our village cannot stop them. If Cloud wants compensation, you'll have to check with New Konoha. As for our side, considering that your delegation's leader did die in our village, we are willing to give 1 Rio as humanitarian compensation. That's all. There's no more, as the village's finances are also tight. The Cloud delegation was dumbfounded. They looked at Konoha's high-ranking officials, who had completely given up, momentarily at a loss for words. The deputy envoy Atsui couldn't help but ask, aren't you afraid that we Cloud will go to war with Konoha? It doesn't matter, suit yourself. Jiraiya waved his hand. Hiruzen Sarutobi coughed and added, Konoha is too weak now. Even if you Cloud conquer the Land of Fire, we Konoha have no ability to respond to war. But the Land of Fire isn't the only ninja village. Presumably when you invade the daimyo, we'll send the Uchiha's village to fight you. The implication was simple: our village has given up. You Cloud can do whatever you want. Atsui. At that moment he was completely stunned. Wow. Konoha had simply given up? What was he supposed to do next? Asii opened his mouth to say something, but no words came out. How frustrating. Facing this group of my high-ranking officials who had completely given up on saving face, his mind went completely blank. How to break this situation? The village never taught him how to deal with this. In the end, he could only say coldly, you will regret this. I am the cough. Yuanfei Risen subconsciously wanted to retort, but then suddenly realized that the person in front of him was not Tuanzang, and he himself was no longer the Hoying. So aside from his awkward cough, his aged face flushed horribly. Zilai's mouth twitched. As Yuanfei Risen's disciple, he naturally knew the truth. The old man had simply misspoken. In essence, it was just a reflex. After all, the words of the Yunin envoy were too similar to that old fellow Tuanzang. Huh, what's wrong with you? The Yunin envoy Asii was taken aback, obviously confused about the situation. In the end, he could only roll his eyes, then stormed out of the Huiying office and used a summoning beast to contact the village. He briefly reported the situation and received a reply from Sadai AI that very afternoon. First, go to New Mai and have a look. Give it a shot whether there's a chance or not. Then, they were stopped right outside the village before they even entered New Mai. The gatekeeper ninja contacted the Huiying office and received direct instructions from Uchiha Jin. One word: get lost. Get as far away as possible. Do whatever you Yunin want. War. If you have the guts, move your Yunin ninja army to the border. Tell the Yunin envoy exactly those words, no need for any rhetorical flourish. After the New Mai ninja conveyed this message, Asii's face turned green with rage. What a mess. Old Mai had completely given up, while New Mai was even more arrogant than their own Laying. They didn't even have the basic courtesy to receive him, the Yunin envoy, in person, and wouldn't even let him enter the gates of New Mai. Outrageous. Far too outrageous. But what could he do? Helpless Asii had no choice but to temporarily return to Old Mai and use a summoning beast to contact his own Laying. Yunin building. Upon receiving this news, Sadai AI was so furious that he smashed his desk to pieces. Damned Uchiha. I will kill him. How dare he tell me to get lost, and even refuse entry to the Yunin envoy. I absolutely will not accept this humiliation. I will crush Uchiha's New Mai. Sadai AI was completely enraged. After all, he had never suffered such humiliation in his life. Even knowing that Yunin was not fit for war at present, he still wanted to lead an army to reason with Uchiha Jin. But unfortunately, Mabui immediately stopped Sadai AI. Lord Laying, you must be calm. The village cannot afford another war. AI, calm down. Tutai, very helpless, directly said. Mabui is right. The village can't afford war now. Anyway, our goal this time was just to test Mai and see if we could get some benefits on the side. If we can't get anything, forget it. We still have to sign the peace agreement. The big picture. Everything for the big picture. Sadai AI's forehead veins bulged, and he trembled with rage. Obviously, he really wanted to charge into the land of fire and smash Uchiha Jin's skull. But alas, after a helpless sigh, he could only force himself to calm down. After all, as the Laying, he knew the village's situation better than anyone. So in the end, he could only say with a face full of displeasure, don't ever give me that chance, or I'll definitely kill that bastard Uchiha Jin. In the end, the matter was settled like that. As for Asii, who received the message from his village, though equally displeased, he had no choice but to sign the peace agreement with Old Mai, and finally left with one of the tails of silver, slinking away in shame. However, while Asii and Yunin were displeased, Yuanfei Risen was even more displeased. Looking at the peace agreement in his hands, his entire aged face darkened completely, and his body trembled with rage. So simple, eh? Ha ha ha, just like that. Damn Yunin, mother. Yuanfei Risen was dumbfounded. If he had known earlier that Yunin's true goal was merely to test Mai and see if they could get some benefits, how could he have ever thought of making the Rishiang clan suffer a loss? But now, because of his own misjudgment, he had so easily abandoned the Rishiang clan. Damn it, he truly deserved to die. On the other side, Zilai was also not feeling well. There was no helping it. If they had correctly judged Yunin's true intentions early on, how could there have been so many troubles? Now, although the peace agreement was signed, his heart could not be happy at all. However, before he could complain about Yuanfei Risen, he suddenly saw Yuanfei Risen starting to lose his mind. In an instant, his scalp went numb. Zilai quickly stepped forward, soothing his breath while trying to persuade him. All right, old man. No one could have predicted something like this. Let the past be the past. We should look to the future. At least the peace agreement has been signed. Now we can recuperate and develop our village properly. Although his heart was full of anger and he somewhat resented Yuanfei Risen at this moment, he kept it to himself and did his best to persuade Yuanfei Risen. No choice. The village's situation was very unfavorable now. Only he and Yuanfei Risen were Kaga-level powerhouses. If Yuanfei Risen fell, it would not be good for the current Mai. However, fortunately, Yuanfei Risen had weathered many storms. Although he had suffered such a great loss this time, with Zilai's repeated consolation, he quickly recovered completely. On the other side, New Mai. Kakaxi stood respectfully in the Huiying office, reporting the details of the peace agreement signed between Yunin and Old Mai. Then the look in his eyes toward Uchiha Jin became filled with boundless admiration. In fact, it wasn't just him. Even Gangsho sighed with emotion. Jin, you were right. Yunin was just bluffing. They didn't dare to start a war either. That old man Yuanfei Risen is probably furious now. He suffered such a huge loss only to find out it was just him scaring himself. Uchiha Jin sat behind the Huiying desk, his expression still very calm. After all, he had anticipated this long ago, so there was nothing to be surprised about. Setting down his teacup, he spoke softly. All right. Since the peace agreement has been signed, it's time for us to make our move. Tell Nara Lui to prepare for action. Uchiha Jin's expression remained indifferent. He had long anticipated that Kumogakure would choose to back down, because even in a high martial world like the ninja realm, warfare was inseparable from financial resources. At present, all major ninja villages across the ninja world had just endured the Third Great Ninja War, and were now in a period of recovery and recuperation. Kumogakure's bluff had already pushed the limits. If they attempted to mobilize their ninja forces and confront Konoha on the front lines, the financial cost would be staggering. Ninja were not regular soldiers. Even deploying them to the front lines was considered a war mission, even without active combat. The basic war mission fees, chakra pills, ninja tools, provisions, and other supplies consumed enormous amounts of money daily. Spending so much just to confront Konoha, that would be insane. If they were certain Konoha would yield, fine, but what if Konoha held firm and refused to back down? The fourth Raikage of Kumogakure, unless he were foolish, would not dare to gamble such a massive cost on an uncertain outcome. Otherwise, Kumogakure itself would be the one cornered. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kakashi, upon hearing Uchiha Jin's command, a flicker of something unusual shone in his eyes, but he still respectfully acknowledged the order and departed. Tsunade's face also bore a complicated expression. Gazing out the window at the village and the distant Hokage rock of the old Konoha, her eyes were filled with profound emotion. After a brief moment of thought, she looked at Uchiha Jin. Hokage, after we annex the old Konoha, could you tell me your specific plans going forward? Especially regarding the arrangements for the former villagers, and whether we will relocate. If we move to the old Konoha, what about our current territory? If we don't move, how do we handle the old Konoha's land? Uchiha Jin was momentarily taken aback. Seeing Tsunade's solemn expression, he instantly understood that this old woman was likely feeling sentimental. Thinking it over, he could understand. After all, the old Konoha was the lifelong work of her two grandfathers, and she had grown up in that village. Now they were about to deliver the final blow to it. With Tsunade's intellect, she naturally knew that since he had chosen to strike, the old Konoha could not withstand his assault. After all, he had been silently sharpening his blade for 2 years to deliver this blow. This strike was one the old Konoha could not endure. However, what to do with the old Konoha afterward truly stumped Uchiha Jin. He had never considered this before. But now, since Tsunade had raised the issue, and considering the old woman was one of his own, he began to ponder it seriously. He silently walked to the window, gazing at the Hokage rock in the distance. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Jin took a deep breath and gave his answer. Keep it. The new Konoha will remain here. I will not destroy the old Konoha. Instead, I will allocate funds each year for its upkeep. Furthermore, I will compile all history from the founding of the old Konoha by the first Hokage Hashirama Senju to the present day into a book and place it in the old Konoha. I will neither vilify nor beautify anything. All events during each Hokage's tenure, whether good or bad, will be displayed there. Anyone interested in history can visit and read. Remember, history forge ahead. I hope the children growing up in the new Konoha can learn from the history of the old Konoha and serve as a warning to future generations not to repeat the same mistakes. Of course, the annual maintenance costs are considerable, so I plan to turn the old Konoha into a tourist attraction. Anyone who wishes to visit will need to buy a ticket. Uchiha Jin's tone was somber. Indeed, since he had established the new Konoha, he could not relocate to the old one, or his efforts would be meaningless. However, simply destroying it would be too wasteful. So with his mind merging two worlds, he decided to transform it into a tourist attraction and educational base. Of course, admission would be charged. After all, he was now the Hokage of the new Konoha, and every initiative he implemented required vast amounts of money. It was only natural to fence off the old Konoha and charge admission. So as he explained his plan in detail, he failed to notice Tsunade's expression growing darker. Tsunade was speechless. She was stunned, her face a mix of confusion and disbelief. The way she looked at Uchiha Jin was as if she were staring at a demon. Especially when she saw the solemn expression on his face, she felt like cracking open his skull to see what was going on inside that head of his. Damn it. At first, hearing that Uchiha Jin would preserve the old Konoha, she was actually touched, thinking he had some conscience. But hearing the rest, she could barely contain herself. Educational base. Exhibition hall of crimes. Tourist attraction. Good grief. Was she, Tsunade, going to have to pay to visit her own home in the future? Son of a bitch. At that thought, Tsunade's fists clenched. Uchiha Jin, you've gone too far. My Senju clan's old residence is still there. Are you going to open my room to the public, so anyone can pay to tour it? You bastard, I absolutely refuse. Tsunade's fury erupted, her killing intent condensing. No way. Imagining the old Senju residence with signs reading Hashirama Senju's former home, Tobarama Senju's former home, Tsunade's former home, complete with her biography, family photos on the table, and people paying to stroll in, examining her childhood pictures and gossiping. She was livid. She was absolutely furious. If not for Uchiha Jin's strength, she would have punched him already. On the other hand, Uchiha Jin was utterly perplexed by Tsunade's anger. Clearly he thought this was a good thing. Why was she so angry? Wasn't it good for future children to remember the Senju clan? Puzzled, he asked, why refuse? Not only will the Senju clan's residence be open, but the Uchiha clan's residence will also be open to the public. In fact, not just our two clans, but all major ninja clans including the Sarutobi and the other three will be preserved for everyone to visit. Uchiha Jin was utterly perplexed. After all, for a time traveler like him, wasting such a simple way to make money would be sheer madness. Indeed, having now become the Hokage of New Konoha, he couldn't engage in robbery as blatantly as before, though he didn't entirely rule it out. He needed to diversify his legitimate income streams. Enclosing old Konoha and charging admission was the simplest method he could think of. More importantly, it was a sustainable business requiring minimal effort. Just cordon off the area and collect fees. You? Tsunade was stunned, her lips twitching. She felt utterly helpless before Uchiha Jin, unable to refute his logic. If it were merely about enclosing the Senju clan's ancestral home for ticket sales, she might have mustered the strength to confront him. But now, he was also opening the Uchiha compound to visitors, leaving her at a loss for words. Upon reflection, this might actually be beneficial. If left unattended, old Konoha would inevitably crumble into ruins. Conversely, following Uchiha Jin's approach, annual funds would be allocated for restoration, which was in a sense a positive development. In the future, when she wished to reminisce, she could return to visit her former home. Fine. You have a point. Let's do it your way. Maybe it's a good thing. Tsunade reluctantly conceded, as his reasoning was sound. Yet even now she couldn't be certain whether this was truly beneficial. Uchiha Jin, observing this, curled his lips slightly. The shinobi world was still too crude. Perhaps due to the brief history of the hidden villages, or the misaligned status of ninjas, many things were utterly bizarre. Televisions and streetlights had long existed, and even computers could be found in Orochimaru's research facilities. Yet other foundational technologies were woefully underdeveloped, so the real estate industry naturally didn't exist. The Senju clan's old mansion was still preserved, because it held little value. The Konoha higher-ups like Sarutobi valued ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, and banknotes above all. While land had some worth, it wasn't enough to compromise the Hokage's dignity. That was precisely why when Uchiha Jin requested the clan's territory, Sarutobi Hiruzen, though reluctant, agreed relatively easily. The fundamental reason was that it wasn't worth much. Despite Konoha's vast size, the civilian population was sparse. It wasn't that the village refused to accept them, rather civilians would rather be exploited by the daimyo than associate with ninjas unless absolutely desperate. Even though ninjas wielded devastating power in this strange, shinobi world, their status was abysmally low. Not only did the daimyo and nobles look down on them, but even commoners held them in contempt. After all, if you could hire a ninja for money, how could civilians truly respect them? Thus, this was why villagers dared to challenge ninjas in Konoha, and why even Hitaki Sakomo was driven to suicide by public opinion. Of course, Uchiha Jin understood the deeper reasons. It was likely a scheme orchestrated by the daimyo and nobles to tightly control the ninja villages, financially suppress their social identity, and even make ninjas believe they were inferior. And under these circumstances, they still periodically instigated wars among the major villages to reduce the number of ninjas. Why? Because they were afraid. If they didn't force the villages to fight regularly, binding the ninjas with chains of hatred and resource scarcity, they feared the ninjas would awaken and overthrow the daimyo and nobles. These elements weren't depicted in the original story simply because the focus was on the ninjas. But from Naruto's first C-rank mission, escorting the bridge builder Tazuna, it was clear that Tazuna mocked Naruto in the Hokage's office. As an outsider, he showed no respect for ninjas. Even Konoha's villagers paid little heed to ninjas, clearly illustrating this trend. As for old Konoha, if Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't been forced to impose high-pressure rule, who knew what chaos would have ensued? But soon, once he truly controlled the entire village, he planned to test the daimyo's court. Was it the daimyo and nobles who had bound ninjas with moral chains, or were there hidden forces behind them? Now possessing the eternal Mangekyō, Uchiha Jin naturally wanted to probe. As for unifying the shinobi world, Uchiha Jin had no such intention for now. Eliminating other villages might provoke unknown entities behind the scenes. So he would take it slow. No rush. He would first explore the daimyo's court. If there were no hidden masters, he would simply eliminate the daimyo and nobles. Would his ruthless actions drive other daimyo mad? No matter. First, Uchiha Jin was a good person. After deciding to eliminate the daimyo and nobles, he would also help other villages by wiping out all of them. Regardless of age or gender, he would ensure that other villages could find no suitable person to become a daimyo, even if they wanted to maintain the one country, one village system. Would they elevate a commoner? That would be no different from a puppet. Under those circumstances, would other villages have time to trouble him? Without the constraints of daimyo and nobles seeing him control the entire land of fire, he was certain other villages would be tempted. Why? Because Uchiha Jin was a good person. Knowing other villages couldn't bring themselves to act as fellow ninjas, he didn't mind lending them a hand. Secondly, he wasn't foolish. Even if he planned to eliminate the daimyo and nobles, he wouldn't do it openly. He would simultaneously eliminate all daimyo and nobles of the 5 great nations. Then, as a victim himself, he would be persuaded by everyone to take over the Land of Fire. Why? Because he was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see the people of the Land of Fire suffer. If the daimyo and nobles of the 5 great nations died simultaneously, who could link it to him? Uchiha Jin's eyes flickered as he pondered. What are you smirking about? You're definitely plotting something. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. Uchiha Jin shook his head and offered no explanation. Such dark deeds were best entrusted to trusted allies not to be known by all. Though he favored open schemes, he was no stranger to underhanded tactics. Conveniently, his reputation for preferring open strategy would make it even harder to connect him to the future deaths of the daimyo and nobles. In the old village, night had fallen. Beneath its tranquil facade, undercurrents of tension ran deep. In a room on the village's edge, 6 or 7 figures had gathered, their faces cold and steeped in murderous intent. Remember, all of you. The success of our operation hinges entirely on tonight's actions. If we can plunge the village into chaos, then half our battle is already won. Who among us will meet their end tonight, and who will live to see the morning sun rise over the new village will depend on each person's own fortune. One final question: does anyone regret this? The leader, bearing a large scar across his face and wearing a forehead protector from the old village, spoke with utmost caution. Yet his tone was frigid. As he spoke, another man's face twisted into a sneer of utter contempt. Relax, what's a little life risking? Even if we stayed in this rotten village, we'd eventually be squeezed dry and die anyway. We shinobi live on the edge every single day. Who can truly be sure they'll see the next sunrise? Even if I die tonight, if I can secure a future for my wife and children. That's enough. Following his declaration, the others chimed in one by one. Their thoughts were unified, all prepared for a desperate struggle. Naturally, the very fact they had been swayed by the new village proved they had long since abandoned all hope for the old one. They did not fear death, for the new village had promised them wealth and status upon success. Even if they perished this very night, their children would be cared for. And suspicion of betrayal, the thought never crossed their minds. For one thing, they had witnessed the prosperity of the new village with their own eyes over the past 2 years. For another, the Uchiha name remained a millennium-old stamp of trust. The men in this room were the architects of tonight's operation, hold respectable positions in the old village, and serving as key figures in various pivotal posts. Very well then. Ogawa Takahashi, your men will gather as many villagers as possible and head to the Hokage Tower to raise a ruckus at 10 o'clock tonight. The bigger the crowd, the better. Too small a gathering will be easily suppressed by the Umbu. Remember this point well. For the sake of your family's lives, spare no expense to swell the numbers. Taniguchi, Nakayama, Yamamoto, Kirikawa, Ishida. You are the Umbu members on duty for tonight's patrols and gate watch. Once the village is in chaos, take control of your units, eliminate the loyalists of the old monkey Sarutobi, and secure all critical points throughout the village. All this must be accomplished within half an hour. By 1030 p.m., you must have full control and ensure the escape routes are clear. Finally, at 1040, Fuji Okada and I will lead the families of all participating shinobi in the first wave storming out of the village. We'll create as much chaos as possible, sweeping up more people to follow. Any objections to this plan? Yano Ryoichi, their leader, asked with a grave tone, to which everyone remained silent, their expressions stern, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. There was nothing to say. This plan was as close to perfect as it could get. If it still failed, it would only prove their own incompetence. All or nothing. If it failed despite this, then fate had simply decreed it so. Finally, with a single command of dismissed from Yano Ryoichi, everyone silently slipped out of the room, dispersing into the shadows of the old village, vanishing into the pitch-black night. The old village returned to silence once more. But this calm was fleeting, a mere breath before the coming storm. As time passed, 10 o'clock arrived. Organized groups of villagers poured out of their homes, hoisting signs high that read, Jiraiya must step down, punish Hiruzen Surtobi Danzo Shimura Koa Udatain, and Hamura Mido Kato, and we demand compensation, marching swiftly towards the Hokage Tower. The Umbu on guard were stunned into inaction. What to do? Although Hiruzen Sarutobi had secretly ordered them to kill any villager who dared to cause trouble without hesitation. But damn it, there are too many of them. In the span of a heartbeat, the streets were flooded with over 10,000 civilians. Did they really dare to slaughter them all? They realized that things had escalated far beyond control tonight. Some Umbus, sensing the dire situation, began to doubt if the old village could survive this. Discreetly, they slipped into the shadows, and a few, especially those without families, took advantage of the chaos to flee the village entirely. But most hurried home instead. They needed to secure their families amidst the chaos. After all, one must be clever to become an umbu. Such a massive, coordinated demonstration without a leader behind it. You'd be foolish to believe that. Moreover, these umbu had little faith in the village's future themselves. Seeing this, their loyalties wavered, and most began to think only of escaping the chaos and reporting to the village elders. No one did. Not a single one. For the clans of Sarutobi and their allies had long since become rotten. Even though Hiruzen Sarutobi had placed them in the umbu and key positions, they considered themselves born superior to the common folk. Under the pressure from the new village, they initially performed their duties. But then what? 2 whole years passed, and the new village made no move. Their vigilance had long since eroded. Mundane tasks like guarding gates and patrolling streets were long since delegated to those of true commoner birth. They meanwhile were enjoying their comfortable lives somewhere else. Were there no intelligent people among the Sarutobi and other 3 clans? There were. Quite a few, in fact. But all those clever ones had already been appointed to important positions, never to be assigned to the lower ranks. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi was desperately short of competent people. How could he ignore his own capable kin? Thus, the initial sparks of chaos left unchecked and unsuppressed swiftly ignited and engulfed the entire village. 15 minutes later, by the time Hiruzen Sarutobi realized something was wrong, over 30,000 people had taken to the streets. Within this massive upheaval, some had even begun to loot and smash property. In an instant, the entire village of Konoha had descended into anarchy. Shouts, smashes, screams. The once peaceful old Mai, from the initial protests to the lack of umbu oversight, had instantly devolved into chaos. In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya stood before the window gazing at the escalating turmoil outside. His heart was filled with fury, yet his mind was a complete blank. Helpless. Though he was formidable in combat, he could think of no solution to the crisis unfolding before him. The sound of his master's roaring only fueled his inner agitation. Unfortunately, Hiruzen Sarutobi was oblivious to this. He was now nearly mad with rage, directly cursing the kneeling umbu operatives. Useless. Idiots. Imbeciles. An incident of this magnitude tonight could only have been a meticulously planned unified operation. What the hell were you umbu doing? You didn't detect a single sign. The riots have been raging for so long. Where are your men? Get out. Mobilize every available force immediately and suppress this at any cost. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was now a mask of cold malevolence. Clearly, he had lost all interest in playing the role of the benevolent elder. His true nature, steeped in ruthlessness and chill, instantly plunged the Hokage's office into an icy silence. In response, Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado wore expressions of sheer terror. Though they had been invited to the so-called Supreme Council meeting today, there was no joy on their faces. After all, the current situation was as clear as a sieve. Old Mai was doomed. Since the chaos hadn't been quelled at its inception, suppressing it now, given the level of turmoil, was nearly impossible. They could only think of their own escape routes. This was precisely why the two had remained silent until now. They had already abandoned hope for the village, and Danzo's continued absence only confirmed their suspicions. He had the keenest nose for danger. By the way, where is Danzo? Why hasn't that bastard shown up yet? Umbu, go find Danzo immediately. Tell him to deploy all of Root and suppress the uprising with maximum speed. Koharu, Hamura, you two go back at once and mobilize every member of your clans. Suppress this chaos at any cost. We have no retreat. Old Mai will never accept us. Do you understand? Hiruzen Sarutoyo's voice was ice cold. He was more anxious than anyone. Anyone could surrender to new Mai, except him, Hiruzen Sarutobi. But the same held true. The Uchiha and Mitokado clans were also trapped. His face twisted with ferocity. At that, Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado shuddered, but they gritted their teeth, nodded, and left the Hokage's office. After they left, Hiruzen Sarutobi slumped into his chair. Exhaustion etched his face. He hadn't expected new Mai to be so ruthless. Yes. Even without evidence, he was certain that Uchiha Jin was behind this. Without the backing of new Mai, the common civilian ninja of the village would never have dared to stir up such chaos. And not to belittle them, but even if they wanted to cause trouble, they could never have been so meticulous. Damn it. I was wrong. New Mai has been silent for 2 years. I thought that bastard Uchiha Jin had already satisfied his ambitions. I was wrong. This is a full-scale annexation of the village. Hiruzen Sarutobi murmured to himself. His eyes were filled with regret and fury. When Uchiha Jin had led the ninja clans away to establish new Mai, he had breathed a sigh of relief, believing that was the extent of Jin's ambition. On second thought, it wasn't so bad. Even if old Mai would be weaker than new Mai, at least without the constraining influence of the major clans, the Sarutobi clan could truly seize control. Overall, it was acceptable. Who would have thought? In just 2 years, as soon as new Mai stabilized, it struck directly at his own village. At that moment, he finally understood. Uchiha Jin's method was like boiling a frog in warm water. Exactly the same tactic he himself had used against the Uchiha. Step by step dismantling your power, each move seemingly gentle and barely tolerable. But by the time you truly realized what was happening, you had already lost all means to counterattack. What to do? His eyes were bloodshot, but he could only hope his forces would act faster. Just then Jiraiya suddenly spoke. Old man, aren't you going to step in? If you're willing to bear the burden of all sins and indiscriminately slaughter, you might still be able to intimidate everyone. As long as you can hold out until the Umbu and the 4 major ninja clans' armies appear, the village might be stabilized temporarily. Then I as Hokage will step and kill you, the evil tumor, and believe the village can be reborn with new vitality. So teacher, are you willing to sacrifice yourself for the village? His tone was icy. The fury that had been on his face vanished, replaced by an indescribable calm. Clearly at that moment many things dawned on him. Perhaps today's action had Numai's hand in it, but if Old Mai had truly been a solid block, could Numai have won over their own ninja? Looking back at the 2 years since he took office, aside from sitting in the office approving documents, he had essentially done nothing else. The Umbu should have been the Hokage's loyalists, but he couldn't command them at all. In fact, upon reflection, not a single department listened to him. He remembered his promise when he first became Hokage to quickly distribute all the war compensation and pensions from the Third Great Ninja War. Yet after more than 2 years, nothing had been achieved. No money. Still no money. It seemed the village would never have that money. So where did it go? Even as a puppet, Hokage Jiraiya knew in his heart. All of it had gone into the pockets of the 4 major ninja clans. Because 2 years ago the compensation paid to Numai's clans had caused the Sarutobi and other 3 major clans to suffer a massive hemorrhage. To recoup, they continued to loot the village's finances. He couldn't bring himself to oppose Hiruzen Sarutobi, so the matter kept being delayed. Now it could no longer be delayed. The villagers had reached their breaking point, and they were willing to risk everything to flee to Numai. So he truly wanted to kill that cancer Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yet thinking of his life, this teacher had been kind to him. Even though he was disheartened, he couldn't help but offer a way out. Kill. If Hiruzen Sarutobi could be ruthless enough to bear the sin of slaughter, then after stabilizing the village, Jiraiya would step in and take over the mess. Forcefully make the 4 major clans spit out half their money, and he could stabilize the village. Then with the village in peace and prosperity, he, the 5th Hokage, could breathe new life into it. Jiraiya had an epiphany. He suddenly recalled a remark Orochimaru often made: the village was already rotten, and only by forcing the older generation to relinquish power could the windmill of Konoha spin anew. In the past he had not understood, or perhaps had refused to understand. Like an ostrich burying its head, he pretended all was well. But now it was different. He could no longer deceive himself. His own teacher was the village's cancer. Only through cauterizing the wound could the village be revitalized. Yet to achieve this, his teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi would need the resolve to sacrifice everything for the village. Yes. Just as in the original tale, Itachi Uchiha was willing to take up the blade to slaughter his own clan for the sake of the village. If the old Konoha wished to endure, then Hiruzen must summon the same resolve as Itachi. Hiruzen Sarutobi. At that moment he was utterly bewildered. What on earth? Sacrifice himself for the village. His mind went blank, and he stared at Jiraiya in stunned silence. He even wondered if Jiraiya had a fever. The entire village belonged to Hiruzen, and the Sarutobi clan reigned supreme. All his life he had strived toward that goal, and now Jiraiya wanted him to sacrifice himself. However, he could not say such words outright. Though his expression soured, he pulled out his pipe and began to smoke. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Jiraiya, no. As the 3rd Hokage, of course, I have the resolve to die for the village. But the village cannot do without me now. You have only recently taken up the reins. You lack the capacity to bear the village's burdens. However, do not worry. The Umbu and the 4 great clans move swiftly. Once the reinforcements arrive, they will swiftly apprehend those who disrupt the village. Just wait a little longer. Hiruzen spoke slowly, his words seemingly selfless, as if all his actions were for the village's sake. Of course, in truth, he had no wish to bear such guilt. Instead, he hoped Jiraiya would willingly take on the role of one who shoulders the bloody burden for the village. Just like Minato Namikaze in his day. But he could not voice such thoughts, so he only prayed inwardly that Jiraiya would come to that realization on his own. After all, did not Jiraiya care deeply for the village as well? Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiraiya was unaware of his teacher's true thoughts. On hearing those words, he saw a glimmer of hope in his despair. His eyes lit up, and he suddenly perked up. Teacher, do you remember? Where leaves dance, fire burns anew. I assure you I now have the ability to shoulder the village's fate, and I have long been mentally prepared. As the 5th Hokage, I swear I possess that resolve. So do not worry, teacher. Go and burn yourself for the village with peace of mind. If you bear this burden, I promise to breathe new life into the village. It cannot be helped. In any other matter, I would not hesitate to die for the village. But not now. For besides being the 5th Hokage, I also hold the title of Mount Myaboku's disciple. I bear the great Toad Sage's mission, to seek the savior for the entire ninja world. So teacher, do not hesitate. For the will of fire, the time has come for you to burn yourself and illuminate the village. At that moment Jiraiya was deeply agitated. Indeed, as a shinobi he did not fear death. If it were for the village's future, he would not shy away from sacrificing himself. But no, for according to the great Toad Sage's prophecy, he was destined to become the teacher of the savior. It could not be helped. His time to die had not yet come. Thus, to save the village, his teacher would have to make the sacrifice. Hiruzen was stunned. He stared at Jiraiya in disbelief. Had he not known his disciple's nature, he would have thought the man was deliberately sending him to his death. Yet precisely because he knew Jiraiya, he became all the more certain that Jiraiya was serious. This disciple of his was indeed willing to die for the village, but the fool had clearly been brainwashed by Mount Myaboku. A savior indeed. Hiruzen, who did not believe in such nonsense, wanted desperately to convince his foolish disciple that there was no savior. The prophecy was just a lie to dupe him. So you need not worry about that ridiculous savior business. Just calmly sacrifice yourself for the village. But damn it. He could not voice such thoughts. Hence for a moment his face flushed crimson with fury. He opened his mouth several times, yet could not utter a single complete sentence. Jiraiya, you. Meanwhile Jiraiya remained unaware of his teacher's inner turmoil. Instead, he believed his teacher was merely worried about the village's welfare. So he attempted to console him. Teacher, fret not. Go to your death for the village with ease. You know my character? After your sacrifice, I will not move against the Sarutobi clan. The village is sorely lacking in shinobi, but they must cease their attempts to plunder its resources. I will surely rejuvenate the village and restore it to its golden age. I will also find the true savior and bring lasting peace to the ninja world. At that moment Jiraiya felt a surge of purpose. He was already immersed in a vision of Hiruzen sacrificing himself for the village, of leading the village to become the strongest again, of finding the savior and bringing peace to the world. Thus he kept trying to reassure Hiruzen, convincing him of his capability, so that he could go to his death without worry. But unfortunately Hiruzen absorbed none of it. Instead, he trembled with rage. Good grief. This was utter madness. For a phantom savior, you could send your own teacher to his death. A spray of blood burst from his mouth, and he collapsed unconscious. There was no choice. He had to faint, for he could not refute Jiraiya, nor could he truly sacrifice himself for the village. So unconsciousness it was. He believed that at the critical moment Jiraiya would be willing to die for the village. By the time he woke, perhaps his disciple would have already made that sacrifice. Then he would mourn for Jiraiya, take up the mantle of Hokage once more, and lead the village back to greatness. Master, wake up. How can you faint at such a critical moment? If you collapse, what will become of the village? I still bear the heavy responsibility of finding the savior. I cannot sacrifice myself for the village now. Jiraiya was utterly dumbfounded. Staring at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had directly fallen unconscious, he desperately thought of countless methods, yet still could not awaken his teacher. Then he slumped weakly to the ground, sinking into a state of turmoil. What to do? His teacher, vomiting blood and unconscious, could not sacrifice for the village, but he himself still bore the burden of teaching the savior. So alas, after a helpless sigh, Jiraiya rose and walked to the window, where he saw the remnants of the Umbu, and the ninjas of the four great clans had already arrived. However, it seemed the village gate guards and patrol squads had vanished. He could see vast numbers of civilians frantically fleeing from the old Konoha. He flashed to the top of the Hokage building, where he could see towering flames erupting everywhere across the village. Even with the Umbu and the four great clans joining the effort, they could not stop the people from fleeing in panic. Instead, they only made the chaos worse. It's all over. I must preserve my own life to find the savior of the ninja world. Why should I sacrifice myself for the village? Master, you will surely regret this. Having said this, he leaped away from the Hokage building and headed toward Naruto Uzumaki's home. But unfortunately, he could not find Naruto Uzumaki. He immediately searched the surroundings, yet still found no trace of him. It's over. This must be a plot from the new Konoha. Someone wants to take the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to trade for a better life in the new village. What to do? Minato, I have failed you. Helpless Jiraiya sighed and began to leave. His face was filled with anguish. He should have foreseen this, but now regret was useless. He did not believe he had the ability to go to the new Konoha and retrieve Naruto. So alas, even though this was somewhat disloyal to Minato for the sake of the great Toad Sage's prophecy, he had to urgently set out to find the savior. When he eventually reached the Pure Land, he would apologize to Minato then. Over at the new Konoha, the gates were now tightly shut. As wave after wave of old Konoha villagers arrived, the Umbu were on full alert, as if afraid the rioters would rush into the village and disrupt public order. As for the Uchiha police force, they were maintaining order outside the village. Everyone stay quiet. First, the new Konoha welcomes you all, but before that you must register and be catalogued. Only those with verified identities can truly enter the village to live. Do not worry about your well-being or safety during the wait. The new Konoha will provide you with all necessary guarantees. Everyone line up properly and follow the orders of the police force. Fugaku Uchiha shouted loudly. Countless Uchiha activated their Sharingan, keeping a stern watch over everyone before them. Indeed, even if the new Konoha was willing to accept these old Konoha civilians, it could not take them all at once. At the very least, they had to verify identities and conduct a simple screening. Thus, the new Konoha had prepared a comprehensive procedure. He directly summoned Itachi and said in a grave tone, "Secretly inform all police force members anyone who causes trouble is to be killed without prior authorization." These are the Hokage's exact words. In turbulent times, harsh measures are needed. Stability is paramount. Anyone attempting to incite unrest must be eliminated immediately. The families of ninjas participating in the operation can enter the village in the first batch after identity verification. Next are ordinary ninjas, and finally ordinary civilians. During the screening, be sure to identify all the thugs and habitual troublemakers from the old Konoha. Deal with them all discreetly. The new Konoha does not want trash. The Hokage has temporarily dispatched a group of Nara clan members. If you encounter a special situation and cannot report in time, follow the Nara clan members' instructions. Itachi Uchiha nodded solemnly. Although he was not qualified to attend the high-level meeting, upon hearing his father's words, he immediately understood the Hokage's intent. The Uchiha had been in charge of the police force during the old Konoha era, so they knew exactly who the troublemakers and scoundrels were. Their main task was to admit people in batches and prevent a massive influx from disrupting the village's order. Beyond that, they were to weed out the rotten elements. That was also why he and Umbu member had been temporarily reassigned. So, without a second word, he went to make arrangements. Thanks to the Nara clan's efforts, it took only about half an hour for order to gradually emerge outside the new Konoha. Of course, some were dissatisfied. Seeing the Uchiha, they immediately shouted about unfairness. "Why, we chose to join your new Konoha because we think highly of your village. We want to enter the village." They were not afraid. In the old days, when the Uchiha managed village security, they had often acted this way, and the Uchiha dared not touch them. Right? But unfortunately, before the man could finish his rant, an Uchiha rushed out and severed his head with a single slash. All the old Konoha villagers stood frozen in shock. Finally, the Uchiha who stepped forward, his Sharingan blazing, flicked the blood off his blade and said in a frigid tone, "Those who do not wish to join may leave. Our village is not begging you to stay. Those who want to leave, get out now. Those who want to join the new Konoha, obey orders. Troublemakers will be killed." With the Uchiha's iron-fisted slaughter, the vast majority of old Konoha villagers fell into line. Of course, some defiant ones chose to leave, and the Uchiha did not stop them. As long as order was not disrupted, they were free to come or go. The new Konoha was not short of villagers. After 7 or 8 such killings, order outside the new Konoha barely began to function. An hour later, with the new Konoha's gates open, the first batch of verified individuals officially entered the village. It was precisely this first entry that gave the waiting people hope, prompting them to genuinely cooperate with the identity verification process. The Nara clan worked at a decent pace. Every half hour they would let in a batch of people. However, the number of old Konoha villagers was overwhelming. In half an hour they could barely verify the identities of over 500 people. But in that same half hour, more than 1,000 new arrivals would flood in from the old Konoha. So there was no way around it. Both the Uchiha and the Nara were exhausted, but they dared not slack off. The Nara worked meticulously, while the Uchiha strictly enforced police discipline. Anyone who caused trouble was killed without a second thought. New Leaf Village Hokage Building. In a small meeting room next to the Hokage's office, there were only 5 single-seat sofas with Uchiha Jin sitting in the very center. To the left sat Kakashi and Tsunade, to the right sat Nara Rokichi, and the remaining empty seat was clearly for Fugaku. Fugaku was currently stationed outside the village, so naturally, he wasn't called to this meeting. There is only one topic for today. Our plan has progressed too smoothly. Even I didn't anticipate that Old Leaf Village would rot to such an unbelievable extent. The backup plan is no longer needed. Old Leaf Village has collapsed on its own. So should we take this opportunity and directly annex Old Leaf Village tonight? After finishing, Uchiha Jin directly picked up the teacup beside him. Yes, he still felt a sense of disbelief. Who could have imagined that merely by winning over a few ninjas they could so easily cause Old Leaf Village to collapse? But this alone was enough to show that Old Leaf Village was truly rotten to the core. And regarding this, Tsunade simply shrugged. "I have no objections. It doesn't seem to make much difference whether we strike tonight or later. It's just a pity that the life's work of my 2 grandfathers has turned into this mess. That old fool Hiruzen Sarutobi truly deserves to die." At this moment, she was very dejected. After all, Old Leaf Village carried her childhood and was the dream of her 2 grandfathers, yet now it faced its final destruction. Although the village before her was good, and also named Leaf, it was ultimately not the original village. Just like the Eastern Han and Western Han. Though both were called Han, their essences were completely different. The same naturally applied to New Leaf Village and Old Leaf Village. Therefore for Tsunade at this point it was already good enough that she was willing to support and not cause trouble. She clearly had no intention of worrying about anything more. Kakashi glanced at Tsunade, then let out a sigh. I think it's feasible. Our village's strength is now formidable. Dealing with Old Leaf Village shouldn't be too difficult. He and Tsunade were actually similar. Old Leaf Village had also carried the first half of his life. His father teacher's wife Obito Rin. Now watching Old Leaf Village crumble, and even being one of the gravediggers himself. This feeling was indeed hard to describe. However, he had no regrets. Because that village had already decayed, too many strong individuals who should have grown up were destroyed by Hiruzen Sarutobi and other high-ranking officials. Thinking of all this, he felt deep pain and anger. Such a village deserved to be destroyed. The last to speak was Nara Rokichi, but his thoughts differed from Tsunade and Kakashi. My suggestion is to wait. The destruction of Old Leaf Village is already a foregone conclusion, so there's no need to rush. The justice that Lord Hokage spoke of is important. A grand and righteous path will more easily win people's hearts. So at this stage we just need to surround Old Leaf Village and prevent the 4 great ninja clans, including Sarutobi, from escaping. As for the rest, take it slowly. We should still go through the proper procedures. This will benefit the cohesion and centripetal force of the village. Nara Rokichi's tone was serious. Although all the power was in their village's hands, and destroying Old Leaf Village was as easy as saying a word. But a village is composed of people, and each person has different thoughts. Since it's not an urgent moment, we should go through the process under the name of justice with overwhelming momentum to destroy Old Leaf Village, so that New Leaf Village can have the most orthodox legitimacy in the future. Uchiha Jin nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, just like the feudal dynasties of a past life, they also had to observe the ritual of 3 declines and 3 acceptances and perform sacrifices to heaven and earth. Isn't that right? The ninja world was much more rough, but having something was better than nothing. Taking a deep breath, he directly ordered. Alright, let's do it this way. Kakashi immediately take charge of the Umbu and surround Old Leaf Village, making sure the 4 great ninja clans, including Sarutobi, don't escape. Rokichi, you go find Fugaku and complete the screening process as soon as possible. Tsunade, go to the mission hall and issue a temporary B-rank war mission to assist the Umbu in besieging Old Leaf Village. All ninjas in the village can freely accept it. Set the reward and merit points as you see fit. After that, go to the administrative department and do your best to integrate the villagers of Old Leaf Village into our village. With Uchiha Jin's words, everyone stood up and respectfully accepted the orders. Immediately after, the 3 left and began their respective tasks. Uchiha Jin also yawned and went home to rest. Yes, even though the entire village was busy, he as the Hokage was an exception. Even at the critical moment of Old Leaf Village's destruction, it couldn't affect his normal routine. He had no interest in being like other traditional Hokages who had to handle everything themselves, big or small, just like Naruto Uzumaki in the original story, who exhausted himself to the point of neglecting his family. He became Hokage to enjoy life, not to be a beast of burden. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nara Rokichi went directly outside the village to help Fugaku, while Tsunade went directly to the mission hall and issued a war mission. B-rank mission: assist the Umbu in besieging Old Leaf Village. Chunin and above are allowed to accept the mission. Those interested gather at Training Ground 13 within half an hour. Chunin reward 100 Rio, 50 merit points. Perimeter containment low mortality elite Chunin reward 300 Rio, 100 merit points. Frontal confrontation medium mortality Tokubetsu Jonin reward 500 Rio, 200 merit points. Temporarily assigned by Umbu high mortality Jonin reward 800 Rio, 500 merit points. Must face the elites of the 4 great clans, extremely high mortality. Unlike the mission releases of Old Leaf Village under the reforms promoted by Uchiha Jin, he not only introduced a merit point exchange system that allowed every ninja to clearly see how many merit points they had accumulated and what level of ninja tools, techniques, or special guidance they could exchange for. Moreover, the missions clearly indicated the level of danger. No mandatory assignments, everything was left to your choice. Even during wartime, there were no forced requirements. If you lacked ambition and preferred to slack off, no one would force you. Of course. Because it was already late at night, Tsunade sent someone to notify everyone about this matter. Almost instantly, all the ninjas who received the notification almost unanimously chose to accept it. There was no choice. They didn't care much about money, as it could only improve their families' living conditions. What they truly cared about was merit points. That was the only path to becoming a strong ninja. During the Old Leaf Village era, civilian ninjas could only obtain techniques depending on the mood of their supervising jonin, or after accumulating great merits they still had to be favored by the higher-ups to receive them. Now, In New Leaf Village, everything was quantified. Once your merit points reached the threshold, you could automatically exchange them. Under these circumstances, everyone naturally enjoyed doing missions. Even for the ninja clans, the value of merit points was quite high, because they also needed certain special techniques, high-value items, and even guidance from certain strong individuals. Of course, when strong individuals provided guidance, they could also earn merit points. Half an hour later, Training Ground 13. It was the largest training ground in the new Hidden Leaf, capable of accommodating 3,000 people for drills, yet when used for temporary troop assembly, it could hold every shinobi in the entire village. Kakashi stood with a calm expression. He led a squad of Umbu, and stood silently in place watching the countless freelance shinobi gradually gather. Time's up, no more waiting. Move out. After speaking, he led the Umbu directly toward the old Hidden Leaf. The gathered shinobi squads followed behind the Umbu under their captain's command. As they left the village gates, they also saw the Uchiha and Nara clans along with the former villagers of the old Hidden Leaf, who were queuing for screening. Everyone's eyes were filled with complex emotions. After all, 2 years ago they had all been from the same village. But now, 2 years later, everything had changed. People and circumstances were no longer the same, and their statuses had long shifted due to the differences in their choices. Indeed, though the new Hidden Leaf appeared peaceful on the surface, it was actually divided into distinct classes. The treatment received by newly joined villagers and old villagers could not be compared. This was perfectly normal. The old Hidden Leaf was founded by Hashirama Senju, who believed everyone was one family, so there was little difference between newcomers and old-timers. The new Hidden Leaf, however, was different. It was the village built by Uchiha Jin, so the rules had to follow his vision. Uchiha Jin was a pragmatic man, especially due to the lessons of his past life, which taught him that class was inevitable. Enforcing absolute equality would benefit no one. On the contrary, it was precisely because of class that everyone harbored the ambition to climb higher and were more willing to strive for the village and their families. Therefore, what he needed to do was ensure class mobility. Provide everyone with a clear path for advancement, or whether they could achieve it was up to them. 20 minutes later, with the arrival of the Umbu and freelance shinobi, Kakashi began urgently assigning tasks. Though Kakashi had never served as a frontline commander, he had followed Minato Namikaze during the Third War, so he had no issues with troop deployment and formation. Finally, around 1:30 in the morning, the encirclement of the old Hidden Leaf was completed. Boom. While Kakashi was studying the old Hidden Leaf's defense map in the temporary command tent, he suddenly heard explosions outside. Stepping out, he saw a skirmish taking place not far to the west. 1st Battalion Squad Jia 10 and Jia 20 moved to support immediately. Squad Jia 9 observed from close range, identify the enemy, and hurry back to report. For the freelance shinobi, dispatch 30 squads. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and issued orders directly. He was not flustered now, because the entire 1st Battalion of the Umbu served as a mobile force, and he had also kept 50 regular freelance shinobi squads in reserve. No matter where an engagement broke out, he could provide emergency support. Such a minor incident did not trouble him. Immediately, 11 Umbu squads and 50 freelance shinobi set out rapidly, closing in on the location of the battle. About 10 minutes later, Squad Jia 9 of the 1st Umbu Battalion returned. Lord Kakashi, its route. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's eyes turned icy cold. Then, without waiting for Squad Jia 9 to finish their report, he drew his white fang short sword, transformed into a flash of light, and charged toward the battle. Lord Kakashi, Danzo isn't there. You're the commander. You can't go to the front line. Let me finish. The squad leader of Jia 9 was stunned, watching Kakashi charge off, frozen in place. This is terrible. If the frontline commander ran off, what would happen if an emergency arose? Thinking this, he felt a chill run down his spine. But on the other side, Kakashi, oblivious to his muttering, burned with killing intent and reached the engagement zone in just 3 minutes. Lightning release chakra flowed through the hand gripping his sword, and as it passed through the white fang chakra short sword, it transformed into streaks of white lightning. His speed was extreme. After 2 years of grueling training and Uchiha Jin's assistance, he was no longer the Kakashi of old, but had taken on the aura of Tsukumo Hatake. Even against Root's elite, each swing of his blade claimed a life. With Kakashi's arrival, the battle ended in less than a minute. 30 Root corpses were left on the scene, and 6 of them were captured alive. 4 refused to cooperate, while 2 were willing. The other 2 had not been brainwashed for long, so they chose to cooperate, but their faces were filled with conflict. Though we very much want to cooperate with the new Hidden Leaf, we have curse seals placed on us. We cannot reveal any information about Root. At that, the other 4 Root shinobi immediately began cursing. Bastards! How dare you betray Lord Danzo? You too will die a terrible death. Lord Danzo will not forgive you. Kakashi's eyes flickered. After a brief moment of thought, he directly ordered all Yamanaka clan members step forward. Attempt to extract the memories of these 4. Then 5 Yamanaka clan shinobi stepped out, placing their hands on the heads of the 4 Root shinobi, who glared at them with venomous eyes. Secret technique mind transfer technique. Amid their screams, the 6 Yamanaka shinobi broke out in sweat. After a long while, the cursed seals on the 4 root shinobi activated, churning their brains into a pulp. The 6 Yamanaka shinobi stood up, all shaking their heads helplessly. No good. The root's tongue curse seal is too strong. We cannot break through its restrictions. Though we obtained some intelligence by force, it's fragmented and hard to organize quickly. Kakashi's expression remained unchanged. He had clearly anticipated this. In truth, he had simply taken the opportunity to eliminate those 4, and if possible glean a bit of root intelligence. Even if it failed, it didn't matter. Even just intimidating the 2 remaining root shinobi was a net gain for Kakashi. He turned to the remaining 2 root shinobi. Since you're willing to cooperate, the new hidden leaf will do its best to ensure your safety. I won't ask about root's intelligence. I'll try to avoid triggering the tongue curse seal. Now tell me, how many people did root transfer? The 2 root shinobi were thoroughly frightened. They had joined root not long ago with minimal brainwashing, and their quality was far from that of the former elites. So trembling and forcing themselves to speak, they said we're the last batch. Do you know where they were transferred? Kakashi continued. The root shinobi attempted to answer. We can't say the exact location, but we do know where it is. No need to explain, lead the way. All Umbu members follow me. The rest continue with the defense. Move out. Kakashi issued his commands with utmost directness. The 2 root ninja showed remarkable compliance, immediately taking the lead. The Umbu ninja following Kakashi departed straight away with the 2 root members, while the other ninjas resumed their defensive positions. Of course, though Kakashi sought to settle scores with Tuanzang, he did not forget to report to the village. He summoned his ninja dog Paik and ordered it to race to Exion Mai with all speed. Time trickled by. Barely half an hour later, the group arrived at a dense forest. Kakashi and the Umbu concealed themselves. The 2 root members, trembling, formed a highly peculiar hand seal. The air around them shuddered, revealing a modest mountain and a pitch-black entrance. 2 root guards approached. Why are there only 2 of you? Where are the others? At the root ninja's query, the 2 defected root members found themselves at a loss for words. Then in the next instant, Kakashi and his Umbu squad burst forth from the forest. Damn it! You 2 are traitors. The 2 root guards erupted in fury, but as they moved to kill the defectors, Kakashi transformed into a white flash, slaying both guards instantly. He then kicked the door open and charged inside. The other Umbu did not hesitate. They followed closely behind Kakashi, plunging into the dark gateway. As for the 2 root defectors, Kakashi and his team paid them no heed. Whether they became wandering ninja or joined Exion Mai was entirely irrelevant. Join another village? Impossible. No village would ever trust them. If they chose that path, they would be drained of value and then killed. Become rogue ninja. They lacked even that qualification. Exion Mai would not bother to issue a bounty. What do we do? One of the root defectors couldn't help but glance at his companion. In response, the other defector sighed softly. Let's go to Exion Mai. With this merit, we probably won't be executed. Is that so? Very well. The other nodded. Immediately after, the 2 set off toward Exion Mai. This choice was only natural. After all, whether as wandering ninja or cowering in some corner, nowhere offered more comfort than Exion Mai, especially since they had rendered some service tonight. Meanwhile, at Exion Mai, upon receiving the message from Kakashi's ninja dog Paik, Gangsho was so enraged that she smashed her desk. Though pursuing the route was important, it was not the primary mission of the night. Kakashi's behavior was utterly deplorable. After all, he was the frontline commander. If he went after Tuanzang, who would oversee the camp. Despite her fury, she woke the sleeping Uchiha Jin. Kakashi, he's gone to avenge his father. Though understandable, the law must be upheld. After this is over, confine him for a week and deduct half a year's salary. But we can't let Tuanzang escape. Send Jishue and Fuyue to assist Kakashi. Have Kakashi's dog guide them. Let Naoyang Lui temporarily handle the screening and registration outside the village. As for the frontline commander besieging Jiomai, summoned Shodao Chiefing from the Akimichi clan. After all, he's a disciple of your second Hokage's master. I trust his abilities and methods. Let him reunite with his old comrades. Uchiha Jin was quite displeased. He had just fallen asleep when he was roused, and all because of Kakashi. But even if he wanted to punish the man, it had to wait until the Jiomai affair was resolved. He did not blame Gangsho. She lacked the authority to issue such orders, and Uchiha Jin would not permit it. Only he could command the mobilization of a general. As for capturing Tuanzang personally, Tuanzang was not worthy of that honor. His subordinates were countless and formidable. He had no need to act himself. So having said his piece, he immediately went back to sleep. Gangsho, however, was visibly annoyed. She worked like a dog every day, while Uchiha Jin, the Hokage, enjoyed high status, immense power, and, crucially, far fewer troubles. She wanted to be that kind of Hokage too. But enough. She was quite satisfied with the current village and no longer inclined to slack off as she once did. With a resigned sigh, she set about her duties. Upon hearing the order, Jishui and Fuyue immediately set out to hunt Tuanzang. After all, the enmity between the Uchiha and Tuanzang was beyond words. Given the chance to kill Tuanzang, they would waste no words. The only one displeased was Chodao Chiefing. Me, the frontline commander. Gangsho, you. Is that Uchiha Jin insane? I'm already too old for this. Having just lain down, Chodao Chiefing's face was full of irritation. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen took power, he had completely withdrawn from the core of authority due to their differing worldviews. But who would have thought? After all these years, now that he was old, he had to toil like a beast of burden again. Gangsho's expression remained unchanged. She said calmly, "This is the Hokage's order, Senior Chiefing. Please don't throw a tantrum. Louis and I are all too busy to handle this." "Oh well." Chodao Chiefing sighed helplessly. "Fine, I understand. But I'm an old man now. Surely I can find a few helpers. Let Lu Jiuhai and Dingzuo assist me. That should be fine, right?" He had no choice. Though he wanted to refuse, he knew the times had changed. He might not fear Sarutobi Hiruzen and could even fight him in the village without consequences. But the problem was that the Uchiha now held power, and he had no rapport with them. The only Uchiha he had some friendship with, Uchiha Kagami, had died too early. Considering the future of the Inoshikacho clans in Xin, he ultimately reluctantly accepted the Hokage's order. Of course, as he said, he was no longer young and had not been on missions for a long time. So he intended to bring the original Inoshikacho trio. Gangsho did not hesitate and immediately nodded. "No problem, do as you wish." Uchiha Jin has no intention of purging them. On the contrary, as the earliest defectors, the Hokage must promote them to set an example for the rest of the village. "Since you wish to take them, Senior, go ahead." Akimichi Torafu let out a sigh. Yet he still yawned and donned his combat gear, taking the opportunity to summon the three of the Nara Yamanaka and Akimichi clans. "Torafu-senpai, what's this?" Nara Shikaku was utterly bewildered at that moment. Clearly, the one sent by the Akimichi clan to summon them didn't know the specifics, only hoping they'd come quickly. So Nara Shikaku, having been roused from sleep with a yawn, was stunned speechless upon seeing Torafu in full combat gear. "Shikaku, you've arrived. I never thought at my age I'd be dragged out for night work by that brat Uchiha Jin. Get ready, we're heading to the front lines. Objective: besiege Old Konoha." Hearing this, Nara Shikaku was rooted to the spot. However, with his sharp mind, he instantly deduced that something unexpected must have occurred at the front to warrant summoning them. Soon after, when Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza arrived, Akimichi Torafu stood up, directly move out. With that, he took the lead and departed. The previous generation's Inoshikacho trio naturally followed, with Nara Shikaku briefly explaining the situation to his two companions en route. "Unbelievable. The three of us, the previous Inoshikacho, are actually joining forces again, and to fight against the former village's high council. When you think about it, it's ironic." Yamanaka Inoichi's face was full of shock, then he couldn't help but sigh. As for that, Nara Shikaku also sighed, but after shaking his head, he refrained from saying more. Akimichi Choza, on the other hand, showed only brief surprise before regaining his composure. Clearly, he held no particular fondness for the former village's high council. Half an hour later, after the four arrived at the frontline command camp, Akimichi Torafu took out the Hokage's order and assumed command of the entire camp. Torafu sat at the head, with the Inoshikacho trio flanking him. As the various key personnel of the camp arrived, Torafu immediately asked, "Who will brief me on the defensive layout?" "Allow me." A Jonin stepped forward. "I'm the deputy head of the intelligence division and the deputy commander of the front lines." Subsequently, after stating his identity, he gave a concise overview of Kakashi's arrangements to everyone present. After listening, Torafu directly asked, "Shikaku, any additions?" "None." Nara Shikaku slowly shook his head. "Kakashi's deployment is sound. It's just enough to keep the four clans of the Sarutobi faction from desperate measures. With current strength, that's achievable. If we hastily reshuffle frontline forces, the enemy could exploit weaknesses and break through. So let's leave it as is." His tone was calm, his eyes briefly flickered, and he gave his verdict. As for that, the others naturally had no objections, holding Nara Shikaku in sufficient trust. Compared to Kakashi, the frontline commander Shikaku had frequently been on the front lines during the Third Great Ninja War, assisting three commanders, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Minato Namikaze, and even personally commanding the camp when commanders were absent. Since he said there was no problem, there was nothing more to discuss. Just then, an ANBU entered, knelt on one knee, and reported, "Lord Torafu, the Uchiha and Midokado clans are currently forcing their way through our northern 9th defensive line stronghold. They have overwhelming numbers. We need immediate reinforcement." Hearing this, everyone's eyes narrowed. Akimichi Torafu sighed softly. The very thing he dreaded most had come to pass. Uchiha Koharu and Midokado Hamura. He truly didn't want to face his old friends in battle. However, since the Inoshikacho had made their choice, and after observing the new village for 2 years, he found it far preferable to the old one. So, for his clan, for the Inoshikacho, for the new village, Torufu immediately stood, "Commit all mobile units. I'll personally confront those two clans. Shikaku and Noichi chose you're with me." With that he didn't hesitate and headed out. The others were stunned. Commit everything. After all, the Shimura and Sarutobi clans had yet to make a move. If they attempted to break out, there would be no reserve forces left. However, despite their doubts, Torufu was the true commander and held the Hokage's order, so despite their confusion, no one dared to speak up. 10 minutes later, all ninjas surged out of the camp, and under Torufu's leadership headed straight for the 9th temporary stronghold. Along the way, Nara Shikaku couldn't help but ask, "Torufu-senpai committing everything?" But unfortunately, before he could finish, Torufu cut him off. "I know those fellows better than you. The Shimura clan has only a few cats and dogs. Danzo doesn't treat them as his own. At best, he simply doesn't oppress them. That madman Danzo cares more about Root. He has no interest in the Shimura clan. So in essence, the Shimura clan follows the Sarutobi. As for the Sarutobi clan, they won't leave Konoha because Hiruzen knows full well that no nation in the ninja world would accept them. Their clan knows too many secrets of Konoha, and with their years of enmity with the Uchiha, if they were to fight to the bitter end, they might carve out a slim chance of survival by leveraging the village's resources. Fleeing. That's suicide. Nara Shikaku was taken aback. Despite serving as Jonin squad leader and Hokage advisor for years, he didn't know the village's high council as intimately as Torufu did. After all, he was a comrade of Hiruzen and the others. However, since Torufu said the Sarutobi and Shimura wouldn't flee, Shikaku felt somewhat relieved. He had feared their Ino Shikacho ancestor might, out of old friendship with Hiruzen and company, let them escape on the battlefield. If that happened, the Ino Shikacho would lose the Uchiha's trust in the new village permanently. But after a moment's thought, he still asked, "Does the old village still have hidden resources? Torufu-sama, do you know something?" "Of course it has reserve strength." Torufu murmured, "Don't underestimate Konoha. Although the monkey has done nothing good these years, the old village still carries the legacy of the Senju clan. The first Hokage and Lord Tobarama were absolute powerhouses. A lean camel is still bigger than a horse. What I fear most is Orochimaru, and even more the impure world reincarnation technique." Nara Shikaku was stunned upon hearing this. Orochimaru, the impure world reincarnation technique. For a moment his mind struggled to process it. Hadn't Orochimaru become a rogue ninja long ago? And what exactly was this impure world reincarnation technique? Meanwhile, on the other side, Akimichi Torufu, though not looking at Nara Shikaku, knew his junior must be pondering these questions. So he immediately began speaking with great seriousness. "First, Orochimaru, do not simply view him as a rogue ninja. In truth, his bond with the old monkey runs deep. Otherwise, do you think he would have escaped Konoha so easily after the incident years ago? It was merely that Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't bear to strike him down. That Orochimaru is also a bit twisted. After completely losing the chance to become the 4th Hokage, he poured all his energy into research. And staying in Konoha, human experiments were too restricted. That's why he chose to expose himself and sever ties, to conduct his experiments more freely outside. The old monkey also knows he wronged Orochimaru regarding the Hokage selection. Though he gave up on Orochimaru to hold on to power, he still has feelings for his disciple. That's why old Konoha never truly pursued Orochimaru all these years. Orochimaru may bear resentment towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, perhaps even looking down on his teacher, but if the old monkey faced such a crisis, he would definitely come to help. Second, the impure world reincarnation. This is a technique Lord Tobarama developed back in the day, capable of summoning the dead back to the living world. Although Lord Tobarama hadn't perfected it before his death, the souls summoned could only exert limited power. But that Orochimaru is a bit twisted. Who knows if he's perfected it over the years? So whether we can absorb old Konoha depends on our Hokage, Uchiha Jin. Of course, that kind of high-stakes battle is not our concern. We only need to make sure they're trapped and can't leave. Akimichi Torufu said calmly. As Tobarama's disciple, his understanding of his teacher naturally surpassed ordinary people. So, he knew well the true foundation of Konoha. The impure world reincarnation was usually a forbidden technique, but with Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed to the brink, if the old monkey fought desperately and summoned the previous Hokages Uzumaki Mido, Hatake Tsukumo, and other powerhouses, it was hard to say. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nara Shikaku and the others were stunned. Old Konoha actually had such a bizarre technique, summoning the dead. Even after serving as old Konoha's high-ranking officials for so many years, they never imagined the leadership held such terrifying power. After a moment of deliberation, he asked in confusion, "Can our new Konoha withstand this? Old Master Torufu, why didn't you stop us back then?" To this, Akimichi Torufu's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he merely said calmly, "Old Konoha's foundation comes from the Senju clan. Why do you think the Uchiha have no foundation of their own? Never forget that during the Warring States era, the Uchiha fought the Senju for 1,000 years. Old Konoha relies solely on the Senju's legacy, while the Uchiha rely on their own. Just think about the Mangekyō Sharingan. How many Uchiha have awakened it now? At these words Nara Shikaku was left dumbfounded. Indeed, Old Konoha's so-called foundation came only from defeating the Senju and inheriting their legacy. But what about the Uchiha? They were also a prestigious clan that once rivaled the Senju. Did they lack their own foundation? And with the near-invincible Mangekyō, the Uchiha already had 3 users openly. Jin Fugaka Shursui. So, indeed, just as old Master Torafu said, this high-stakes battle should be left to the Uchiha. They just needed to do their own part. Before long, they arrived at temporary stronghold No. 9 and immediately joined the battle. Expansion Jutsu Meat Tank. Akimichi Choza without hesitation transformed into a massive ball of flesh and charged straight at the Uchiha clan. In an instant, he carved a bloody path through the battlefield. Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi also charged in without a word. Countless ANBU and freelance ninjas saw this, and immediately plunged into the fray, stabilizing the situation in moments. At that moment Uchiha Koharu and Midokado Hamura stepped forward. Aki, Michi, Torai, Fu, have you and old man also become a lackey of the Uchiha? For the sake of old friendship, show us a way out. The two spoke immediately, hope gleaming in their eyes. Indeed, they truly hadn't expected the old man Akimichi Torafu to appear, let alone take the Uchiha's side. Yet they couldn't help but try. After all, given their years of friendship, they hoped that Akimichi Torafu would show some consideration. But unfortunately, Akimichi Torafu's face was full of disdain, his tone cold and indifferent. Go back. If you turn back now, I promise I won't lay a hand on you. And don't bring up friendship, it's nauseating. Of all our old comrades, the only true friend I had was Kagami. Do you really think I don't know how you bastards conspired to kill Kagami back then? Kagami's eyes are still in Danzo's sockets. Did you really think I returned to my clan and lived in seclusion all these years because of a difference in principles? It was Kagami. The old monkey was chosen by the teacher. Back then I had no power to avenge Kagami, and honestly I couldn't bring myself to kill you. But likewise, don't expect me to let you off easy. Since the Ino Shikacho will be working with the Uchiha from now on, I Akimichi Torafu would never be foolish enough to let you go. So get out. I don't know what Uchiha Jin will do to you, but if you don't get back now I'll kill you both right here. These words were dripping with killing intent. Though Akimichi Torafu was advanced in age, the killing intent he exuded was formidable. Meanwhile on the other side, Uchiha Koharu and Midokado Hamura were frozen in place. Clearly, they never expected that the seemingly simple-minded Akimichi Torafu would know about Uchiha Kagami's matter. This was it. They were doomed. Their expressions turned grim, and for a moment they were at a loss for words. The Uchiha and Midokado clans ultimately chose to retreat. It couldn't be helped. They could sense the killing intent in Akimichi Torafu's eyes. Back in the day among Tobirama-sensei's disciples, his strength was only slightly below that of Uchiha Kagami, while he and Sarutobi Hiruzen were evenly matched. Although this old man hadn't made a move in many years, they still didn't consider themselves his match. So alas, if New Konoha truly intended to kill them, then their two clans would certainly have to fight to the death tonight. But the problem was, judging from New Konoha's current tactics, they didn't seem to harbor such intentions at all. Thus their resolve to fight to the death was naturally not very strong. Hope still lingered in their hearts. What if Uchiha Jin never actually intended to kill them? Besides, it would be better to return to Old Konoha and see if Sarutobi Hiruzen had any tricks left to turn the tables. At the very least, it would be better than dying at Akimichi Torafu's hands. Alright, go back. Akimichi Torafu glanced at the retreating Uchiha and Midokado clans, then let out a sigh and turned away. Meanwhile, Shikaku and the other two exchanged glances. They first replenished the personnel at temporary outpost 9, then gathered the remains of the fallen shinobi before leaving the area and hurrying back to the frontline camp. Along the way, Nara Shikaku sighed repeatedly. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. He might have been able to resolve this himself, but it would have cost many lives. After all, while the Uchiha and Midokado clans might not have as many elite fighters as other shinobi clans, their sheer number of clan members was substantial. The combined strength of the three Inoshikacho clans probably isn't even as numerous as one of those clans. It couldn't be helped. These Konoha higher-ups had monopolized the village's resources for far too long. Who knows how much they had embezzled over the years. While money might not be able to cultivate top-tier experts, it was certainly enough to train ordinary shinobi. But now, Akimichi Torafu just showed his face, barked a few reprimands, and sent them packing. True, it didn't seem like he killed many enemies, but the key point was that their mission wasn't to kill anyway. It was to keep the four clans trapped within Old Konoha. After all, Uchiha Jin had no intention of killing them. He regarded them all as free labor. The supply of such top-tier workhorses was dwindling. Lose one, and he's gone forever. The Inoshikacho industries would also need plenty of manual labor in the future. Torifusama is truly remarkable. Even someone from the Nara clan like me couldn't think of such a solution. Nara Shikaku sighed with admiration. Yamanaka and Noichi and Akimichi Choza couldn't help but nod in agreement. Truly an elder in the family is a treasure. Although Tora Fusama seemingly didn't lift a finger, his contribution was immense. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kakashi and the Yanbu had already stormed the Root headquarters. The battle was almost one-sided. The current Root was no match for the Yanbu's assault. Damn it! If it weren't for that bastard Uchiha Jin. As he watched the battle unfold, Danzo's heart bled. It couldn't be helped. Last time when they tried to surround and kill Uchiha Jin, nearly all of Root's elite forces were wiped out. Although he later attempted to conscript from the various shinobi clans, he only ended up driving them all into Uchiha's camp, and Root didn't gain a single new recruit. So Danzo had to settle for a lesser option, recruiting from civilian shinobi. Consequently, facing this Yanbu force composed entirely of elite shinobi, his Root troops barely put up any fight before they were almost completely slaughtered. So, Kakashi's eyes blazed with fury, his voice as cold as iron. Lightning crackled around the white fang saber in his hand as he charged at Danzo at blinding speed. In response, Danzo remained calmly speaking while working on dismantling the seal on his arm. Fu Ryoma, buy me some time. At Danzo's command, the two responded with calm composure. Then, without a second word, they launched themselves at Kakashi. Heart-turn puppet curse seal technique. Yamanaka Fu formed hand signs, well aware of Kakashi's troublesome nature, and went straight for a killing blow from the start. In an instant, a puppet was unleashed, immediately executing the mind-body switch technique. Although Kakashi's speed was at its absolute limit, Yamanaka Fu still managed to seize control of him. As one of Danzo's top generals, Yamanaka Fu's abilities remained as troublesome as ever. However, just as the secret technique was about to seal his soul, Kakashi's three-tomo Sharingan suddenly contorted, transforming into the shape of a sickle. In that very instant, even though it was Kakashi's first time awakening the Mangekyō, he instantly understood the ability of this new ocular power. Kamui, the puppet approaching him, was instantly warped and twisted out of existence. And in response to this, Yamanaka Fu, though surprised, pressed forward with his kunai. Unfortunately for him, while his swordsmanship was decent, it paled in comparison to Kakashi's. Within barely 10 exchanges, he was already struggling to hold his ground. Ryoma now, Yamanaka Fu bellowed. On the other side, Aburame Ryoma finally completed his hand signs. Kikeichu Void. A torrent of insect swarms filled the air. These were his special parasitic insects. While perhaps not as formidable as Aburame Torian's nanoscale insects, these unique bugs were still terrifying, capable of directly devouring an enemy's chakra. Damn it, Kamui. Though Kakashi was already feeling drained, the Mangekyō's power was immense, but took a heavy toll on his body. But there was no choice. Facing this sky-darkening swarm of special insects, he could only use Kamui again to swallow them. Then, he forcibly drew out his remaining chakra, and with 3 clean slashes, he finished off Yamanaka Fu. Then he charged straight at Aburame Ryoma. 2 minutes later, Aburame Ryoma was dead. It was at that very moment that Danzo finally unraveled the seal. And on the other side, Kakashi's steps faltered with exhaustion. His strength might have grown considerably over the past 2 years, but Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Ryoma were also the last 2 elite generals under Danzo's command. Defeating these 2 was already pushing Kakashi to his very limits. Kakashi, you're quite impressive, but you're still far inferior to your father. Had he faced Fu and Ryoma, he could have killed them both in an instant. Still, I commend you. After all, those were my 2 finest subordinates. Now then, it's time for you to die. As Danzo unraveled the bandages, he revealed the pale, withered skin ravaged by Hashirama's cells, with 3 Sharingan gleaming with a sinister crimson light. Danzo quickly formed hand seals for Maohaiwei, and Izanagi immediately took effect. Unlike the original story where he fought against Sasuke, Danzo didn't probe. Due to the rise of Uchiha Jin, he had almost no Sharingan left in stock. Unable to be reckless, he could only engage in mid-range combat. Wind-style vacuum serial waves. In an instant, a series of sickle-shaped wind blades shot rapidly toward Kakashi. Kakashi's forehead beaded with sweat. He could barely even extract chakra. Now facing this fierce and urgent onslaught, he was utterly unable to resist for the moment. But at that moment, Shisui and Fugaku, who had just rushed in, saw this. Shisui charged at Danzo with Itachi, while Fugaku pulled Kakashi aside to dodge. Kakashi, get some rest. Leave the rest of the battle to us. After saying that, Fugaku looked at Danzo again, especially at the Sharingan on his arm, and his eyes turned extremely ferocious. He activated his 3-tomo Sharingan and unleashed a great fireball technique. Danzo, who was engaged in a taijutsu and ninjutsu clash with Shisui, narrowed his eyes, used Shisui's attack to leap backward, dodge the fireball, and then fired a vacuum great sphere. Obviously, even though he rarely fought, he had been on the battlefield many times. So in a mere conventional battle, even though Shursui and Fugaku were both strong, they could not easily subdue Danzo. Damn it! Danzo's eyes flickered with evasion. He had not expected the reinforcements from New Leaf to arrive so quickly, and such Mangekyō wielders as Fugaku and Shursui. Even though the two had not yet used their Mangekyō, he knew it would be difficult to gain anything today. So he immediately summoned the Baku, and without a word retreated through another secret passage. Yes, Danzo was well aware that the old Leaf village was beyond saving. Since the New Leaf ninja had pursued him, it seemed this base could no longer be held. He had originally wanted to kill Kakashi and take as many resources as possible. Now it seemed there was no chance. Danzo was fast, seeing that the Baku had just blocked the two. He turned and fled without a word. Don't even think about escaping. Shursui saw this and became furious. He immediately activated Susanoo and slashed the Baku to death with one stroke, while Fugaku chased after Danzo. Uchiha Jin re 20 times. To prevent Danzo from truly escaping, Fugaku did not spare his Mangekyō's ocular power. As a trail of blood tears flowed from his eyes, he immediately slowed Danzo's speed by 20 times. Fugaku caught up to Danzo and directly cut off his head. Elder Fugaku. Shursui, who had caught up, couldn't help asking, "Is he dead, just like that?" "No, not yet." Fugaku shook his head and said slowly, "Izanagi." In fact, it was so. Just as Fugaku finished speaking, the corpse on the ground gradually disappeared. Danzo immediately appeared on the other side. Just revived, he used Izanagi while frantically fleeing out of the base. But at this moment, Fugaku did not give him a chance to use Izanagi. Without a word, he used Uchiha Jin again, and with a ruthless heart, he directly slowed him down by 30 times. Even though it was just 3 hand seals, Danzo's speed of forming them was as slow as a snail. Taking this opportunity, Danzo roared, "Shursui, seize the Sharingan." "Yes." Shursui nodded. Then his speed reached its limit. He first cut off Danzo's would-release arm with a single stroke, then dug out the grandfather's eyes from his eye sockets. Seeing this, Fugaku deactivated his Mangekyō. "Oh!" Danzo let out a scream. Without the suppression of the Sharingan, the stump of his arm began to turn to wood. "Damn it, bastards. You two damned Uchiha, even if I die, I'll take you with me. It's a pity that Uchiha Jin is not here." At this moment, Danzo was very clear that he had lost his last resort. So without hesitation, he now unleashed his final technique. Reverse 4-symbol seal. Seeing black ink splattering from Danzo's chest, Shursui sensed something was wrong and immediately kicked him deep into the corridor. A few seconds later, accompanied by Danzo's shrill, desperate cry, he sealed half of the secret passage. Nothing could be done. At this moment, he was truly desperate. He had not expected that his final dying move would not even take a single enemy with him. What a terrifying sealing technique. Fugaku gasped and couldn't help saying. Shursui nodded upon hearing this. Fortunately, he had kicked Danzo away, otherwise both of them would have been buried with him. "Elder Fugaku, what about this arm?" Shursui picked up Danzo's would-release arm and looked at Fugaku with confusion. As for this, Fugaku thought briefly, then used the 4-symbol seal to seal it and directly placed it into his storage scroll. Soon after, when the two returned, the fighting among the Umbu had already ended. Seeing this, Fugaku said directly, "I'll take Kakashi back first. Leave the rest to you, Shursui." "All right." Shursui nodded. Then Fugaku carried Kakashi on his back and headed straight toward New Leaf Village. Meanwhile, temporarily taking command of the Umbu, he ordered them to seal the route supplies here. On the other side, the two clans Koharu and Hamura had also returned to Old Leaf Village. "Hamura, we." Koharu's voice was a bit hoarse. Hamura did not answer, looking utterly dejected. After a long silence, he finally spoke slowly. "Koharu, you don't need to worry too much. Although that old man Torafu is unwilling to help, he still gave us a subtle reminder. Uchiha Jin probably doesn't really want to kill us, otherwise they wouldn't just surround the village. Take it easy, don't overthink it." Hearing this, Koharu didn't know what to say except let out a sigh. Of course she knew that. If not for Torafu Akimichi's subtle hint, she would never have let the clan retreat directly tonight, even if it meant a desperate fight. But still her heart was uneasy. While the two were discussing this, a member of the Sarutobi clan ran over and said, "Elder Koharu, Elder Hamura. The Hokage-sama is still unconscious. Young Master Asuma sent me to ask you to help treat him." Hearing this, the two were stunned. "Hiruzen Sarutobi is unconscious." Hamura pondered for a moment, then said firmly, "Koharu, let's go take a look." "All right." Koharu nodded. As the head of the medical department, her medical ninjutsu might not be as good as Tsunade's, but she was still a skilled practitioner. Now she understood Hamura's implication. Since they couldn't escape anymore, they might as well see if Hiruzen had any hidden trump cards. If he had, all the better. If not, then they could only pray that Uchiha Jin would show them mercy. Huiying Building. After Zhuanxin Xiaochun and Shuahomen Yen arrived again, they looked at this core building of Mai and somehow felt a decaying aura. However, when the two arrived at the Hokage's office and saw the unconscious Yuanfei risen, as well as the elders of the Yuanfei and Jimu clans present, their brows involuntarily furrowed. "Where is the Hokage?" What is that fellow Zilai doing now? Zhuanqin Xiaochun frowned and asked. But the people who heard this did not know how to answer for a moment. Finally Asama shook his head. After we arrived at the Huaying building we have never seen Zilai again. No one knows where he went. Have you searched? Shua Hominyan asked. Asama nodded. We have sent people to search, but still haven't found him. Zhuanqin Xiaochun was somewhat stunned. Zilai couldn't have run away, could he? It's hard to say. Shua Hominyan sighed. Zilai is different from us. He might not surrender to the Xianmai, but besides being loyal to the village he is also loyal to Miamu Mountain. That fellow has been thoroughly fooled by Miamu Mountain taking the search for the savior as his lifelong belief. It's possible that after realizing the village is hard to change he plans to preserve himself and go around the world looking for the savior. His tone was very calm without any anger or resentment. Obviously with the village in such a state, it wouldn't be of much use for Zilai to stay. So it doesn't matter. After all, these village rulers don't hold much hope for the current village anymore. Isn't that right? Upon hearing this, Zhuanqin Xiaochun also sighed. Finally, she turned her gaze to the unconscious Yuanfei Risen, and after thinking for a moment, she directly took action, using professional methods to stimulate his brain, causing Yuanfei Risen to instantly wake up. Xiaochun, Yanasama. Why are you all here? Where is Zilai? Could he? At this moment, the just awakened Yuanfei Risen did not realize the seriousness of the problem. He even thought his plan had succeeded. Especially when he thought of Zilai bearing the sin, and that he had lost another piece, he even began to feel a little guilt. However, unfortunately Zhuanqin Xiaochun shattered his fantasy with a single sentence, Zilai can't be found. It seems he has probably run away. And the village is now finished. All the villagers have fled. Now only our 4 ninja clans remain, and the village is completely surrounded and blocked by the Xianmai ninja army. Do you have any trump cards in your hand? If you do, take them out quickly, otherwise we are all dead. Hiss. Accompanied by Zhuanqin Xiaochun's words, Yuanfei Risen was instantly dumbfounded. What? What did you say? At this moment his mind went blank, and he couldn't help but go to the window, and then his heart sank. He saw that all around the Huaying building it was occupied by ninjas from the 4 clans, even the elderly and children of the clans had come. Further away there was nothing but dead silence. Everywhere was filled with broken ruins from smashing and looting. Besides that, he couldn't even see a single ordinary civilian. Why? Why did it come to this? Where is Zilai? Didn't he sacrifice himself for the village? What exactly happened? Countless questions tangled in his mind, and his face began to turn worse and worse. Zilai. He suddenly thought of the conversation he had with Zilai before he fell unconscious. The savior, damn it. Did that bastard think that finding the savior was more important than saving the village? Thinking of this, he suddenly began to regret. If he had known that finding the savior weighed so heavily on Zilai, he shouldn't have staged the fainting act earlier. But there was no way. Who could have thought that that bastard Zilai would be so stubbornly devoted to Miamu Mountain? What to do? Did he still have any trump cards? No. Of course he had thought of the impure world reincarnation technique, but the problem was that the technique was incomplete. In the past, Jinsho Feijin had not truly perfected it. Even if he actually summoned the 1st and 2nd Hokages through impure world reincarnation, they would have no power to resist the Xianmai. Could he rely on the 2 Hokages to plead for mercy and ask Gangzhou to let them off? But the problem was, although Gangzhou is also a high-ranking official in the Xianmai, unless Uchiha Jin nods, this matter is completely meaningless. Just as he was thinking, suddenly a snake slithered in through the door crack. With a bang, Dashuan appeared before them. Dashuan. With his appearance, everyone present was shocked. In response, Dashuan revealed a sinister smile, full of contempt for everyone present. Finally, he looked at his teacher Yuanfei Risen, gazing at his increasingly aged and stooped figure after a long while he couldn't help but speak. How ugly it is, teacher. I told you before, you old people are already a burden to the village. You should learn to let go and hand over power to the next generation. Only when the wind flows can the windmill of the village turn. But unfortunately, you have been blinded by power and have given up so many opportunities. I am very curious, do you regret it now? Dashuan's tone was deep. Although he had not systematically studied it, he had still accurately pinpointed the village's fatal weak point. Only when the old generation completely hands over power and allows the new generation to rise can the social strata of the village flow normally. But unfortunately, these old men were too greedy for power, forcing one genius after another to their deaths. And now, they seem to have retained power, but in the end the village is completely ruined. And in response, Yuanfei Risen looked at his disciple and instantly understood his purpose. Then he directly said to everyone, you all leave for now. I need to have a private talk with Dashuan. The others of course were unwilling. Asama even stepped in front of Yuanfei Risen. Dashuanyu. Asama, get out. Before Asama could finish his words, Yuanfei Risen interrupted him. Father, you. Asama was stunned. Yuanfei Risen, trust me, get out. On the other side, Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shua Hominyan instantly understood the situation. Dashuan, most likely was not an enemy. Thinking of this, a glimmer of hope surged in their hearts, and they directly took Asama and the others and left. Shortly after, the Hokage's office became quiet again. That night no one knew what Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru had discussed. In any case, that very night Orochimaru excavated the graves of many powerful warriors, while Sarutobi Hiruzen selected many jonin from the 4 great clans who would voluntarily sacrifice themselves. There was no choice. Now that there were no other shinobi clans or civilian classes, they could only sacrifice their own ninjas. Within the 4 great clans a sense of panic immediately spread. Even they began to feel a subtle resentment toward Hiruzen and the other high-ranking officials, but unfortunately, they had no power to resist. In the end, they all became the necessary materials for the Edo Tensei. Clan leader, I don't want to die. I'm only 17, a prodigy of the clan. Why was I chosen? Please spare me, I beg you. The selected children had all their chakra sealed, but they still kept begging for mercy with their mouths. There was no way. They were not fools. Even if they didn't yet know what they were chosen for, the presence of Orochimaru, that sinister rogue ninja, was enough to prove that what awaited them was nothing good. Orochimaru stood still, his face filled with mockery and disdain. Behind him stood Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Koharu, and Midokado Hamura, who looked at the clan prodigies before them with deep concern and regret. These were the most talented members of their clans. Uchiha Koharu and Midokado Hamura remained silent. After a long deliberation, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but ask, Orochimaru, do we have to use them? There's no choice, master. You should know that. Orochimaru licked his lips, his tone relaxed. The quality of the sacrifices determines how much of their original strength the resurrected warriors can unleash. If we used ordinary sacrifices, let alone dealing with the Uchiha strong ones, even ordinary ninjas could easily defeat and seal them. Of course, if you regret it, Master Sarutobi, we can just call off the deal. Indeed. Although Orochimaru was willing to help his master, he would not engage in a losing business. This time he was indeed willing to help Sarutobi Hiruzen block the strong forces of New Konoha, but in return Hiruzen had to pay an enormous price. That was these sacrifices. You see, for the resurrected warriors to exert their full strength, the quality of the sacrifices was crucial. Unlike the later era when Kabuto could simply have black Zetsu hand over a bunch of white Zetsu, the rogue ninja Orochimaru now found it no easy task to find suitable sacrifices. And now, the 4 clans led by Sarutobi handed over all their prodigies and strong members, which saved Orochimaru a lot of trouble. As long as he helped Old Konoha withstand the attack of New Konoha this time, then the batch of resurrected warriors would become his private assets. That was the deal between the two. While helping his master, he also added a trump card for himself. Similarly, he was also very curious about that Uchiha Jin. A once ordinary ninja had not only risen and developed rapidly himself, but also managed to unite the Uchiha in such a short time, and even recruited so many clans, finally establishing New Konoha. So, just in time, Pain of the Akatsuki had issued this mission, and he took the opportunity to learn about the Uchiha situation. I understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen was unaware of Orochimaru's thoughts. After confirming that this matter could not be changed, he could only sigh and turn to look at those clan prodigies who were now sacrifices. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. I'm sorry, children. Although I know you are innocent, and we old men don't want to sacrifice you, either we have reached a point of life and death. But what I want to say is that your sacrifice is meaningful. I can guarantee that your families will be taken care of better. Finally, after saying that, he sighed and turned to Orochimaru. All right, let's begin. Good. Orochimaru nodded. After preparing the Edo Tensei ritual, he immediately formed hand seals. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon. Edo Tensei. As Orochimaru completed the final seal, a large amount of dust began to cover the sacrifices, slowly transforming into various former Konoha strong warriors. Now they had their eyes closed with large cracks on their faces. Seeing this, Orochimaru was slightly puzzled, because the Edo Tensei of the 4th Hokage Namake's Minato had failed. However, considering that the Edo Tensei of the others all succeeded, he was in a fairly good mood. He turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, Master, would you like to communicate with the 2 Hokage? No need. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, as if he had brought the village to such a state. How could he face those 2 Hokage? If they learned of his actions over the years, they would most likely kill him, the 3rd Hokage, first. So it was better to wait until the actual battle began before restoring their consciousness. Thinking this, he couldn't help but look at Orochimaru. Can you erase the consciousness of the 2 Kage and control them yourself to fight? Obviously, even when battle truly began, he didn't want the 2 former Hokage to regain their consciousness. And to this, Orochimaru shook his head and said directly, I'm sorry, master. Although I can erase their intelligence and control the 2 Kage, to fight the strength they can exert is limited. To fight against New Konoha, it would be almost impossible. I suggest that you think carefully tonight, master. When the two former Hokage see that all the major clans, and even Tsunade have defected to the Uchiha, how will you explain this to them? After saying that, he immediately formed a hand seal, and a large batch of coffins rose. The resurrected warriors entered them, and as the coffin lids closed, the batch of coffins instantly sank into another dimension. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked grim. He kept taking big puffs of his pipe, trying to find an excuse. But damn it. All the major clans had abandoned Konoha, and even Tsunade of the Senju clan had chosen to join the Uchiha's camp. There was simply no way to explain this. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was nearly scratching his scalp off. However, compared to the troubled Hiruzen, Udatain Koharu and Midokado Hamura were a bit better off. There was no choice. With Sarutobi Hiruzen bearing the brunt, the two didn't need to worry about such things. Alright, master. The preliminary preparations are done. Now we just wait for the battle to begin. I really look forward to it. A sinister smile filled Orochimaru's face. Then, without acknowledging Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, he left the basement on his own. The next morning at the break of dawn, under Uchiha Yu's attentive service, Uchiha Jin, who had just risen from bed, stretched lazily, feeling refreshed and invigorated. After he finished washing up, Uchiha Yu had also prepared breakfast. Looking quite at ease, Uchiha Jin finished his meal quickly and then headed to the Hokage's office. Fugaku, Kakashi, Tsunade, Rokichi. The entire core high-ranking members of the new Konoha had already arrived at the Hokage's office. Lord Hokage, have a seat. Uchiha Jin casually waved his hand. Only after he settled behind his desk did the others except Tsunade take their seats on the reception sofa. As for Tsunade, as Uchiha Jin's secretary, she naturally had her own place in this office. Rokichi, you go first. Uchiha Jin picked up his teacup, his tone relaxed and casual. How is the screening of the old Konoha civilians progressing now? Lord Hokage, it's 3/4 done. Nara, Rokichi spoke with reverence. The civilian shinobi and their families have been screened, and the screening for regular civilians will be finished within the hour. As for the rest, they are either local thugs, those who joined old Konoha only a few years ago, those from the orphanage, or the current children and staff of the orphanage. This part is the most difficult to screen. Needless to say, the thugs are a problem, but among the civilians who haven't been around long, the probability of them being spies is extremely high. As for the orphanage itself, it was Root's very own breeding ground. This is also the hardest part of the screening, but I can guarantee it will be concluded this afternoon. However, even for those who pass the screening and are allowed into the new Konoha, I suggest we have the Umbu and the police force monitor them for a period of time. Nara, Rokichi's work ability, strategic mind, and wisdom far surpassed even those of Shikaku. Despite the urgency of the matter, he handled everything with remarkable order and efficiency. This was a fact acknowledged within the Nara clan. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Jin nodded in agreement. Alright, do as you suggest. Fugaku and Kakashi make sure the police force and Umbu cooperate. Next, Tsunade. Regarding the siege of Old Konoha, how is Akimichi Torafu's progress? Tsunade's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. Her expression turned somewhat grim, but she let out a sigh before speaking. The siege on Old Konoha is going smoothly. Last night, the Sarutobi and Midokado clans attempted to break out, but they were ultimately pushed back by Akimichi Torafu. However, our intelligence operatives have brought back some troubling news. Orochimaru has returned. Furthermore, last night the 4 great ninja clans conducted large-scale grave-digging operations in the various cemeteries of Old Konoha. I have a bad feeling about this. I'm afraid that Orochimaru. Tsunade's face grew colder and colder. Clearly, as the last surviving member of the Senju clan and the granddaughter of Hashirama and Tobarama Senju, she had certainly seen the Forbidden Scroll. Perhaps the intelligence operatives didn't know what Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and Orochimaru were up to, but how could she not guess? But the problem was she truly didn't know how to voice it. Part of her wished she could see her former relatives again, but a greater part felt fear and sorrow, because she would likely become enemies with them. On the other side, hearing Tsunade's report, a flicker of surprise passed through Uchiha Jin's eyes. Orochimaru. He truly hadn't expected that guy to return, and to resort to large-scale grave digging at that. Looking at Tsunade's conflicted face, he set down his teacup and spoke slowly. It seems the remnants of old Konoha like Sarutobi Hiruzen have chosen the impure world reincarnation as their final means of resistance. And with a researcher like Orochimaru involved, it's highly likely that this jutsu has been perfected and improved. Impure world reincarnation. Upon hearing the name of this jutsu, almost everyone present wore a look of utter confusion. Yes, perhaps this jutsu was frequently mentioned among the transmigrators, but the natives of the shinobi world knew nothing about it. However, the fact that old Konoha had faith in it to resist the new Konoha and the grave digging that happened last night. Frankly, it was a bit creepy. Tsunade, however, was stunned. Jin, you know of it? Oh, of course I do. Uchiha Jin nodded. Your second grandfather was indeed a genius. Using the genetic information of the dead as an anchor, he altered the summoning jutsu's link to the Pure Land, then used a sacrificial vessel to bring the dead back to the world of the living. So it seems we're about to face an army of the dead. A collective sharp intake of breath echoed through the room as Uchiha Jin spoke. And then came the anger. They were shocked by the terror and malevolence of the impure world reincarnation, but were even more enraged by the grave-robbing actions of Sarutobi and the other 3 clans. Damn it, there was no need to even think. The bastards were definitely digging up the graves of the powerful shinobi from the various clans. For a moment the entire room fell into a dead silence. No one knew how to react to such a situation, and even Tsunade's eyes had turned icy cold. Seeing this, Uchiha Jin couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Alright everyone, don't panic. The impure world reincarnation isn't without its weaknesses. After all, they are just a bunch of undead. Sealing jutsu is a great point to exploit. Since we still have some time before the real battle begins, Tsunade, you and the barrier squad should get to work. Design a sealing jutsu capable of containing the impure world reincarnation as quickly as possible. Also make as many sealing scrolls as you can. Give them to our stronger fighters. Even if they don't know sealing jutsu, they can find an opportunity to use them on the impure world reincarnated fighters. As for the strongest, the 1st and 2nd Hokage, I will handle them myself. However, for the impure world reincarnated souls to unleash their full living combat power, the quality of the sacrificial vessels needs to be exceptionally high. And as everyone is well aware of the current state of old Konoha, for sacrificial vessels, they can only use the strong warriors from their own clans. Among the 4 great ninja clans like Sarutobi, they may have a vast number of shinobi, but they have very few truly powerful ones. Now that the impure world reincarnation has drained another batch, those 4 clans are practically just a flock of sheep. So when the real battle begins, once we confirm the number of their impure world reincarnated fighters and have assigned our opponents, the rest of you must move quickly to capture the members of the 4 ninja clans. Capture 1, imprison 1. Use our village's numerical advantage. Even if we can't seal those impure world reincarnated fighters, as long as we capture the clan members of Sarutobi and the other 3 clans, they will become our hostages. Do you all understand what I mean? Uchiha Jin is tone calm. As a transmigrator, since he had chosen the path of conquest, would he not consider how to deal with the trump cards in Konoha's hands? The impure world reincarnation technique was so famous in the original story. Over the past 2 years he had been thinking about how to counter it. To be honest, he was very satisfied with the current situation, because the timing he had chosen was excellent. The major ninja villages, just having ended the 3rd Great Ninja War, had no energy to influence Konoha. The Akatsuki organization was still in its dormant period, and Obito, for unknown reasons, had not come to cause trouble. Yes, in fact, during these 2 years what he worried about most was this wise fool. Because to ensure the progress of the Moon Eye plan, Obito needed to continuously weaken the strength of the major ninja villages. Under normal circumstances, he would certainly target the Uchiha first, since the Uchiha clan was too unstable. The Uchiha only grow stronger through battle. If 10 Uchiha without awakened Sharingan were thrown onto the battlefield, perhaps 5 would die instantly, but the remaining 5 would almost certainly awaken their Sharingan. Once they awaken, they become elites. Furthermore, the more you push the Uchiha to the brink, the greater the chance of them awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan. Unless, as in the original story, a traitor like Itachi emerged from within a clan like the Uchiha, would be very difficult to exterminate. So logically, seeing the Uchiha so prosperous, Obito should be anxious and angry. Whether he came personally to cause trouble within the Uchiha, or controlled the mist to declare war on the land of fire, to be honest, Uchiha Jin could understand it all. He had even prepared for the worst. But damn it, after waiting a full 2 years, Obito had taken no action at all, as if he had forgotten about Konoha. This was very strange. After all, in the original story, Obito had always been watching Konoha. Why was he not watching now? This made all of Uchiha Jin's preparations go down the drain. Of course, this was also a good thing. Although Uchiha Jin was not sure of the reason, he was happy to maintain the status quo and develop slowly. This plan is not bad. As long as my Lord Hokage can hold off the strongest 1st and 2nd Hokage, then even if Sarutobi Hiruzen schemes his heart out, our chances of winning will be enormous. We don't even need to seal those impure world reincarnation warriors, it's enough to stall them for a while. Use this time to capture the ninja of the 4 great clans. As long as we capture enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen will likely have no choice but to surrender. Nara Lui's eyes lit up. Uchiha Jin's plan was actually not complicated. If he wanted, he could easily think of it too, but the problem was that he lacked Uchiha Jin's strength, so naturally, he could not devise such a scheme. However, after a sigh of admiration, he could not help but speak. But my Lord Hokage, the core of this plan actually lies with you. Can you really hold off the 1st Hokage and Madara Uchiha? As for the 2nd Hokage Tobirama, and even Tsukumo Hitaki, although they are powerful, we can find ways to restrain them. Only the 1st Hokage Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha are too powerful. I have read the clan's records before, and honestly, if I had not seen your Susanoo, my Lord Hokage, I would have thought those were myths. Yes. Although Naralui had never met Hashirama or Madara, he was not as busy as Narashikaku in the past, so he would spend his idle time reading the clan's historical records. Regarding the records of Hashirama and Madara, his first thought was disbelief. Because those were not ninja, they were more like the work of gods. But he also knew that the clan's elders would not record things recklessly, so he had remained skeptical of these records until 2 years ago, when he saw Uchiha Jin's Susanoo. Only then did he reluctantly believe the clan's records. But at the same time he now worried even more, could Uchiha Jin truly withstand the impure world reincarnated Hashirama and Madara? As Louis spoke, the others also turned to look at Uchiha Jin, especially Tsunade. Although she was young back then, and had never seen her granduncle fight at full strength, she had seen Hashirama clap his hands together, and then Konoha gained a forest of death. Could Uchiha Jin really hold them off? In response, facing everyone's doubts, Uchiha Jin could not help but smile. Louis, don't worry. First, as for Madara, Uchiha, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Orochimaru cannot summon him via impure world reincarnation. Second, I have awakened the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Perhaps I cannot defeat a living Hashirama Senju, but an impure world reincarnated one is nothing to me. Yes, if it were a living Hashirama Senju, perhaps if the white Zetsu were used as a sacrifice in the later stage, he might truly not be able to defeat him. Because of the sage arts. Sage art would style true, several thousand hands cannon Buddha. In the past, even Madara with the Nine Tails armored in Susanoo could not win, so now someone with only the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, naturally, could not defeat a peak Hashirama. But unfortunately at this stage, Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation was not fully perfected, and he could not obtain the highest quality sacrifices. Want to summon a peak Hashirama Senju? Absolutely impossible. As Uchiha Jin spoke with such dominance, everyone present, including Tsunade herself, did not understand impure world reincarnation. Well, so, in the end they could only nod. Because apart from trusting Uchiha Jin, they had no other choice. I understand. Naralui said at once. I will complete the screening as soon as possible, and push them to petition collectively begging my Lord Hokage to give them justice. As for the sealing techniques, I can only say I'll do my best. Tsunade with a headache could not help but say, if the impure world bodies do not resist, I am confident I can seal everyone, including my 2 grandfathers. But we don't know how many strong enemies they have reincarnated. If we mass-produce sealing scrolls, we will not have nearly enough manpower. Even if we produced that many scrolls, it would be hard to find people who can use them. After all, to seal someone as strong as my grandfather's, ordinary sealing scrolls are useless. We would need at least large sealing scrolls. To this, Uchiha Jin remained calm. Having silently pondered for 2 years, he naturally already had a set of countermeasures. Looking at Tsunade before him, he shook his head and said, Tsunade, you're overthinking it. Orochimaru can reincarnate only a limited number of strong people. First, he cannot summon Madara. Uchiha Minato Namikaze is currently in the belly of the death god, so Orochimaru cannot summon him either. So the strongest he can reincarnate are at most your 2 grandfathers, and Tsukumo Hatake, 3 people. So preparing 5 large sealing scrolls will be enough. For other ordinary strong people, regular sealing scrolls will suffice. I don't think Orochimaru would dare to reincarnate the Kage of other villages, or he would have to prepare for war with the other 4 great ninja villages. Uchiha Jin was quite certain. In the original story, Kabuto Yakushi dared to recklessly reanimate the powerful figures from several major ninja villages, because he and Obito had already prepared to initiate the 4th Great Ninja War. But now, would Orochimaru be willing to defy the other 4 major ninja villages, just for Hiruzen Sarutobi? Nonsense. Even if Orochimaru were willing, Hiruzen Sarutobi wouldn't dare to allow it, would he? Otherwise those 4 ninja clans wouldn't just be unable to survive in the Land of Fire, the entire ninja world would issue a kill order against them. Therefore, in his view, preparing 5 large scrolls was sufficient. After all, the powerful adversaries they would likely face were only Hashirama Tobirama and Tsukumo Hatake. As for Mito Uzumaki and Kushina, they were merely members of the Uzumaki clan. When reanimated, they wouldn't have the Nine Tails as a deadly weapon within them. I see. Then I have no further issues. I guarantee the task will be completed within 3 days. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief and then agreed. She was also a master of sealing techniques. 5 large sealing scrolls were nothing to her. Finally, after everything was settled, Uchiha Jin turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, you. Never mind. I don't even want to bother with your matters. Go to the confinement room for 3 days. Kakashi had no objection. After all, what he had done was indeed excessive. As a ninja, he had disobeyed orders, especially as a commander. If it weren't for the fact that many could replace him in the new Konoha, he would have caused a major disaster, and this was entirely different from Tsukumo Hatake's experience. Thus, 3 days of confinement was already a lenient punishment. Fugaka, what about you? What's the situation with Danzo? After dealing with Kakashi, Uchiha Jin looked at Fugaku. In response, Fugaku's tone was very calm. Danzo is dead, and Root has been eradicated. His would-release arm was brought back. Should we remove the Sharingan from it? Uchiha Jin was stunned. Danzo died just like that. For a moment his gaze was distant. After all, for other transmigrators Danzo was at least a minor boss. But now, he hadn't even seen Danzo's last face, and he was killed directly by Fugaku. At this moment, he felt somewhat wistful. Nevertheless, he shook his head and spoke directly. There's no need to remove the Sharingan for now. Without it to suppress the arm, it would instantly turn into a large tree. Hashirama cells can replenish Mangekyō ocular power. After we eliminate the old Konoha's Sarutobi and others, we can have Tsunade study it thoroughly. If we can weaken the mainline cells, you and Shursui might not achieve eternal Mangekyō, but at least you won't have to worry about exhausting Mangekyō's ocular power in the future. Uchiha Jin was quite straightforward. Even though this matter involved Hashirama cells, he had no intention of hiding anything. He felt the same way even when facing Tsunade. In truth, conducting research wasn't terrifying. What was terrifying was secret research. As long as everything was placed in the open and supervised by everyone, it was acceptable. Thinking this, he added directly, "First, I declare that the new Konoha will not engage in shady dealings. I don't need a so-called Root to bear the so-called darkness for me. Even research work will be conducted openly and supervised by everyone, including the villagers." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a slight relief. Well, that was good. They were truly afraid that Uchiha Jin would also adopt that approach. They had been genuinely traumatized by Hiruzen Sarutobi's methods. Although the idea of conducting research made them uneasy since it was open to supervision and involved restoring Mangekyō ocular power, they could agree to it. After all, if the problem of Mangekyō blindness could be resolved, the village's combat power would instantly surge significantly. Tsunade, who had also breathed a sigh of relief, couldn't help but ask, "Can my grandfather's cells restore the ocular power consumed by the Mangekyō?" That statement is not entirely accurate. Uchiha Jin shook his head. More precisely, it's the extreme yang release and life force within Hashirama's cells. The Uchiha and Senju are actually related. That's the real reason why Danzo's Hashirama cell arm needed the Sharingan to stabilize. This is recorded on the Uchiha stone tablet. His words left everyone present stunned. The Senju and Uchiha were relatives. Tsunade couldn't help but ask, "Jin, are you joking? Jin, that can't be right." Fugaku also quickly spoke up. "I have also viewed it with my Mangekyō. What the Sharingan can see is a God-divided yin and yang for stability. The interaction of opposing forces yields all things. What the Mangekyō can see is he who merges the power of Uchiha and Senju can open the Rinnegan and gain the power of all things. Infinite Tsukuyomi is the only path to save the Uchiha." But the first line sounds more like a myth, and what the Mangekyō shows doesn't prove the two clans are related. As for the so-called infinite Tsukuyomi, I don't know what it refers to. With Fugaku's words, everyone became interested. They all looked at Uchiha Jin, clearly eager to hear this gossip. In response, Uchiha Jin smiled and spoke. "Fugaku, what you saw is incomplete. The stone tablet has been altered. There's no need for you to dwell on the specifics. Sometimes knowing too much isn't good. When the time comes, I will naturally tell you what you need to know. What I can say is that the Uchiha ancestor is Indra and the Senju ancestor is Ashura. They were true brothers. Their father is Otsutsuki Hagoromo. His other name might be more familiar to you all. The Sage of Six Paths. He was also the founder of the Ninshu sect. However, when choosing a successor, the Sage's test was solved by Indra through force, while Ashura chose to communicate and cooperate with the villagers. The Sage of Six Paths chose Ashura, which led to Indra's dissatisfaction, and the two brothers began a lifelong battle. This is also the reason for the 1,000-year blood feud between the Senju and Uchiha. It's just that the descendants of the two brothers, due to years of conflict, had long forgotten that the two clans were actually relatives. For a moment, everyone present fell into silence. Clearly, they had never imagined that in the distant past the Uchiha and Senju shared such a history. While everyone was stunned, Uchiha Jin stood up. "All right, no need to dwell on it. It's been such a long time. Just treat it as an interesting story. Today's work is done. Keep up the effort, everyone. I'll head back now." 3 days later, the population of New Konoha had increased by roughly 90,000, and a vast expanse of new buildings had risen from the ground, a feat made possible thanks to Kakashi. It was through his personal efforts that Yamato chose to join New Konoha. Clearly, Yamato trusted Kakashi, his comrade from the Umbu days, deeply. And by utilizing the wood-release multi-layered house technique and a massive supply of military ration pills, he managed to erect an entire district within 3 days, simultaneously amassing a considerable fortune in merit points and money, surpassing even Kakashi, who had been a member of New Konoha for 2 years and served as the Umbu commander. It must be said, real estate was truly lucrative. Of course, the local thugs of Old Konoha, along with the informants secretly backed by Danzo, who had also served as his primary weapon for stirring public opinion, were largely filtered out by new Konoha this time, and ultimately Kakashi's decapitated them all in the shadows. Furthermore, taking advantage of this opportunity, spies of various sizes from other hidden villages were nearly wiped out. Yamato, how do you find it here in New Konoha? At the street corner by the alley, Kakashi leaned against the wall watching Yamato, who had just pressed his palms together and conjured a new house, a faint smile crossing his face. And upon hearing this, Yamato turned. When he saw it was Kakashi, a warm smile appeared on his face. Kakashi, is your confinement over? Yeah, just finished. Kakashi shrugged. At that moment, he looked somewhat fatigued. After all, confinement was a damnable thing, even for a veteran ninja like him. That's great. Yamato was delighted. Kakashi patted him on the shoulder. Come on, let's talk. Yamato did not refuse. They went straight to a tea house where Yamato finally voiced his thoughts. New Konoha, how should I put it? Maybe because I haven't been here long, I don't quite understand many things yet, so I can't really say whether it's good or bad. But one thing that struck me deeply is order. New Konoha rarely preaches the will of fire, nor does it gloss over things like the old Konoha did. What can be done and what cannot. Everything has become clear law. To put it simply, take acquiring a jutsu for example. In New Konoha, you know exactly how many merit points you need and what rank you must achieve to obtain a certain technique. Everything is clear and transparent, you just work toward that goal. Old Konoha was different. Getting a new jutsu relied more on luck. Either finding a reliable jonin instructor or making a contribution to the village and hoping the higher-ups would allow you to exchange for it on a whim. Under such vague circumstances, people didn't even know how to strive. So to get a jutsu, you had to resort to scheming and currying favor with your superiors. From that perspective, I prefer New Konoha. Everything is so orderly and people don't have to play mind games. At this point, Yamato's face was full of emotion. However, he did genuinely hold a favorable impression of New Konoha. Many things that he had once taken for granted only now made him realize how old Konoha had truly treated ninja as tools, not people. Take the jutsu exchange system for example. He used to think old Konoha was fine, but after comparing it with New Konoha, he saw how terrible the old system really was. And upon hearing this, Kakashi nodded and said, our Hokage once said the law is the lowest baseline of morality. For ninja willing to sacrifice for the village will honor them with glory, money, support for their families and descendants, and spread their achievements throughout the village. But if you are unwilling to sacrifice, the village will not morally blackmail you. As long as you abide by the minimum standard of morality, that is the law, you can live a peaceful and normal life in the village. The Hokage says that everyone is first a human and only second a ninja. Being a ninja is just a job, so he doesn't treat ninja as tools. That's the real reason I'm willing to work for the Hokage and join New Konoha. Kakashi's tone was serious. Yes, at first he had joined the Uchiha faction simply to protect Might Guy. Now it was different. He truly acknowledged Uchiha Jin and was genuinely willing to fight for him and for New Konoha. Sometimes he thought if his father had lived in New Konoha, perhaps that tragedy would never have happened. Yes, when the word moral blackmail came up, he couldn't help but think of his father. Wasn't his father Tsukumo Hatake driven to death by moral blackmail back then? And upon hearing this, Yamato nodded his heart, also full of agreement. But just then the two noticed chaos outside. When they stepped out, they saw countless villagers from old Konoha heading toward the Hokage building. They were still holding up all kinds of signs denouncing the failures of old Konoha and the atrocities of Hiruzen Sarutobi, and others demanding that Uchiha Jin hold a public trial for them. At that moment, an appeared. Kakashi-sama, the Hokage requests your presence. Alright, understood. Kakashi nodded. Then, after the left, he turned to Yamato. I have to go to work. We'll talk later. Okay. Yamato nodded in response. I'll go build houses too. Yes. Compared to the bloodshed of the he preferred using wood release to build houses. Kakashi watched Yamato walk away, then used the body flicker technique to head toward the Hokage building. Shortly after, when he pushed open the door of the Hokage's office and saw the people inside, he was stunned. Because of Naruto Uzumaki. Besides Jin, Tsunade, Fugaku, and Shikichi, the one who drew his attention most was that small figure. Kakashi bowed. Hokage-sama. Have a seat. Uchiha Jin nodded. After Kakashi took his place, Uchiha Jin said to Naruto Uzumaki, this Kakashi is a disciple of your father. Because of Hiruzen Sarutobi's prohibition, he couldn't show up to help you before. From now on you'll live with him. I believe he will take good care of you. Patting Naruto Uzumaki on the shoulder, he pushed him toward Kakashi. Naruto Uzumaki was a little bewildered. His father's disciple. Thanks to the Uchiha founding New Konoha, he had long known that his father was the fourth Hokage. Moreover, back in old Konoha, Jiraiya had apparently been his father's teacher, and now a disciple of his father had suddenly appeared. This left him at a loss. There was no helping it. At this age, Naruto Uzumaki was still far too young. Meanwhile, on the other side, watching Uzumaki Naruto walking over in a daze, Kakashi's eyes were filled with complex emotions. His teacher's child. He felt he had failed his teacher. Naruto, don't worry. I am indeed your father's disciple. From now on I will take good care of you. Kakashi spoke softly. He could feel Naruto's fear and trepidation, so he directly pulled Naruto into his embrace. At this moment Naruto's mind was in utter chaos. Yes, his current behavior was completely different from that in the original story. After all, in the original story Naruto did not know his parents' identity. Although he kept saying, "I am not a demon fox," in reality he acknowledged his identity as the demon fox. Therefore, to gain others' attention lacking familial bonds and friendship, he naturally caused all sorts of trouble just to attract notice. But now it was different. Having learned his true identity at an early age, even with Azura's chakra within him, he still felt deep confusion and suffocation. His parents had sacrificed themselves for the village, and his father was the Hokage. Why did he become the so-called demon fox? Moreover, although Jiraiya, his father's teacher, had taken good care of him over the past 2 years, he had never truly given him a proper title. So when the Uchiha first caused trouble, Naruto did have a slightly better time. But what happened later? Shortly after the Uchiha's departure, rumors of the demon fox surged back like a flood. At first, Jiraiya had promised to explain his identity to the entire village in his capacity as Hokage, but later it was left unresolved. Young Uzumaki Naruto had asked, but Jiraiya only said that the village was in a difficult time and it was not the moment to give him a title. He told him to wait. Moreover, Jiraiya was often busy with work and rarely chatted with him, so essentially, he was not very close to Jiraiya. This was also why even after being brought to the new Leaf Village his expression remained largely unchanged. Because he was too young, unlike in the original story, he did not understand what the village represented. Kakashi. Later take Naruto to bathe, get a haircut at the barber, tidy up his facial whiskers, and buy some new clothes. That fool Jiraiya can't even take care of his own disciple's child. What does he think about every day? Uchiha Jin muttered a couple of complaints. Then he said to Naruto, Kakashi is your father's disciple, and Tsunade here is a relative on your mother's side. In the future, if you need anything, just go to them. Why not entrust him to me? Tsunade was displeased. Why give him to Kakashi? Uchiha Jin rolled his eyes at that. Your own daily life relies on Shizuno's help. Can you take care of Naruto? You? Tsunade felt stifled, then sighed. Alright. She really couldn't take care of Naruto. Even if she took him home, it would only add to Shizuno's burden. After all, Shizuno was now the hospital director, and she still had to take care of Tsunade's daily needs when she returned home. So it seemed she truly lacked the capacity to look after Naruto. On the contrary, although Kakashi was a man, he was not a slob. So from this perspective, Kakashi was the right person to take care of Naruto. Naruto remained bewildered. Clearly being too young at this point, he still did not understand the situation. How did another relative suddenly appear? As for the confused Naruto, Uchiha Jin did not bother to explain too much since he was too young to understand anyway. Jin, what about Naruto's identity? Can we issue a public announcement directly? Tsunade asked, her tone very serious. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up. Clearly he could understand that. Uchiha Jin directly said, of course, go ahead and announce it. Include Naruto's identity as the son of the 4th Hokage, our village's Ninetales Jinchuriki, and why Minato Namikaze did this. Decrypt everything. I am not like Hiruzen Sarutobi. I, Uchiha Jin, fear no challenges and have no need for those underhanded tricks. His words were resounding. Hearing this, everyone present was deeply moved. Uchiha Jin's governance was completely different from Hiruzen Sarutobi's. Perhaps because he was powerful enough, he had no need for Sarutobi's scheming. But it had to be admitted, Uchiha Jin was really damn cool. Even Tsunade's gaze toward Uchiha Jin began to turn complex as she vaguely saw the style of her granduncle in him. Alright, let's talk business. Uchiha Jin looked directly at Tsunade. Are the sealing scrolls ready? Yes, ready. Tsunade said with pride. 7 large sealing scrolls, 200 ordinary sealing scrolls. Hearing this, a faint smile finally appeared on Uchiha Jin's face. Good, that's enough. Send a message to Hiruzen Sarutobi, demanding unconditional surrender before tonight, and acceptance of the most impartial trial of the entire Leaf Village. Otherwise don't say we didn't warn you. Uchiha Jin said, with a domineering look. Hearing this, everyone's tone instantly turned serious. Then, as the meeting concluded, Narashikaku began drafting a document and sent someone to deliver the ultimatum to the old Leaf Village directly. Tsunade first issued a public statement officially restoring Uzumaki Naruto's identity and strictly forbade anyone from discriminating against the hero's son. Anyone found doing so would be sentenced to prison. Then she went directly to the sealing squad and discussed specific tactics with the sealing ninjas, as well as the distribution of sealing scrolls during the battle. Fugaku handed over the work of the police department to his subordinates and began to gather the Uchiha clan members to prepare for war. Yes, for this kind of combat work, the Uchiha were the main force. As for Kakashi, his Anbu didn't need much preparation, so after entrusting the final preparations to Shisui, he directly took Uzumaki Naruto and left. Looking at the somewhat gloomy Naruto, Kakashi sighed and couldn't help feeling a bit of heartache. But in the end, He still first took Naruto to the newly opened Ichiraku Ramen to eat, then to bathe, buy new clothes, change his hairstyle, and so on. It must be said, when Naruto left the barber shop again, Kakashi was momentarily stunned. There was no help for it. In the past, Naruto had no one to take care of him, wearing a dull yellow outfit and often looking dirty. Unless someone knew his identity, they wouldn't connect him with Minato Namake's. But now, after bathing, changing into a new black and white outfit, trimming his facial whiskers, and styling his hair, he was a spitting image of a mini Minato Namake's. "Teacher," Kakashi murmured. On the street, Kakashi walked with Uzumaki Naruto, but now Naruto could feel that the overwhelming malice he had once sensed in the village was absent. Occasionally he might encounter one or two individuals carrying hostility, but they no longer dared to curse him as before. In fact, upon seeing Kakashi, they would display a flicker of fear and swiftly vanish from their sight. Uzumaki Naruto looked puzzled. Glancing at Kakashi beside him, he couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Kakashi, all those who bore me ill will have fled in haste. They are afraid, terrified." Kakashi replied simply, "Because I am a ninja. The village we are in now is different from the one you lived in before. Here ninjas hold a high status and authority. They cannot afford to provoke us, so they hide. Listen, Naruto, the malice you suffered in the past is over. From now on, no one will dare to show you hostility. All you need to do is grow up happily. I believe that is what your teacher and his wife would have wished for. I give you my word on this." Kakashi's face was filled with determination. In the past, he truly lacked the ability. Now, however, it was different. In this new village, he possessed the strength and status to protect his teacher's child. As for Naruto's future, he was not worried. First, most of the villagers in New Mai had joined from other parts of the whole country over the past 2 years. They did not know Uzumaki Naruto, nor had they been exposed to the old Mai's prejudices, so they lacked that mindset. Second, the status of ninjas had risen. New Mai was completely different from old Mai. Ninjas held a very high position, and common villagers had no right to meddle with or discuss ninja affairs. Ninjas were the rulers, the privileged class. Even villagers who had migrated from old Mai had to accept this reality, no matter how displeased they were. Yes, this was not old Mai. If you were unhappy, you could leave. In fact, over the past 2 years, Kakashi had gradually come to understand why Uchiha Jin had chosen to establish New Mai rather than vie for power in old Mai. If he had fought for power in old Mai, even if he ultimately seized control, he would still be trapped by its entrenched systems, making reform extremely difficult. Most people were unwilling to accept change. By stepping back and creating New Mai, it was like painting on a blank canvas. As the village's founder, he faced no constraints, and no one could resist Uchiha Jin's will. Now when villagers from old Mai sought to join, all they could do was accept it. Even if they were dissatisfied, they could not vent their grievances. Because this was no longer the village they had lived in before. If they could not accept it, they would have to leave. To stay, they had to abide by Uchiha Jin's laws. No one was begging you to stay. "Thank you, Uncle Kakashi." At that moment, Uzumaki Naruto finally breathed a sigh of relief. The ever-present tension in his heart eased, for he truly felt the goodwill of the new village. The overwhelming malice from the old village had completely dissipated. It was precisely because of this that he for the first time truly accepted Kakashi. This was exactly what Uchiha Jin had hoped for. He even felt that exposing Naruto's Azura chakra could be quite beneficial. Just like the Uzumaki Naruto in the original story, who would give his all for the sake of Mai. But now though, he would strive with everything he had for himself. In the future, as the Hokage of this new village, Uzumaki Naruto would likewise defend him with all his might. A truly top-notch workhorse. If he had remained within the confines of old Mai, Naruto might have become an enemy, and he would have tried to stir Naruto's discontent with the village. But now, by simply changing the perspective, Uzumaki Naruto had become his workhorse. At 3 in the afternoon, Kakashi bought a large quantity of items, bedding, toiletries, and various groceries, before taking Naruto to his home. A 3-courtyard mansion. It was even several times larger than the house he had in Old Mai. However, the courtyard was merely a symbol of status. Kakashi had no interest in hiring servants. At 5 in the afternoon, after 2 hours of work, Kakashi cleared a sunlit room beside his own bedroom. Opening the window, he could feel the golden sunlight streaming in. After working for a while, Kakashi gazed at the view outside, and a sense of languor washed over him. "All right, Naruto. This will be your room from now on. Let's make the bed first, put your new clothes in the wardrobe, and then you can go play as you like. As for me, I need to prepare dinner. We have guests coming tonight," Kakashi said with a smile. And with that, looking at the now clean and tidy room, the wardrobe full of new clothes, and especially the view of the garden outside through the window, while sitting on the bed. Was this his new home? Thinking this, a smile appeared on Uzumaki Naruto's face. Clearly at this moment, he felt a flicker of anticipation for his new life. Filled with enthusiasm, Naruto began to organize his new clothes, carefully putting each piece into the wardrobe. Soon after finishing, Kakashi led Naruto to the living room. "You can explore the whole house. If you want to read, go to the study. If you're bored, you can watch TV. The small garden outside is also a great place to play. You can have some fun on your own for a while. I need to start preparing dinner for tonight. After the guests leave, I'll teach you how to refine chakra. Kakashi, who had long since shed his lethargy, naturally had no interest in Jiraiya's masterpieces, so he wasn't worried about Naruto stumbling upon any inappropriate books. After all, his previous behavior was merely a way to distract himself to avoid being idle. Otherwise, whenever he had free time, he would inevitably recall the pain of the past. Meanwhile, upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes lit up. Refined chakra. Uncle Kakashi, are you going to teach me ninjutsu? Kakashi patted Naruto's head and said with a smile, yes, ninjutsu. By this time next year, you'll be attending the Ninja Academy. It's time to teach you some basics. Alright, go play. I need to get busy. After settling Naruto and briefly, Kakashi went to the kitchen. Left alone in the living room, Naruto was a bit reserved at first, but soon became lively. After all, he was just a child. In the past, he was too young, still at the age of breastfeeding, so even if someone harbored hostility toward him, he simply didn't understand. The actual experience of hostility had only been a little over a year. Coupled with the influence of Asura's chakra and the fact that today in this new village there was no longer any hostility, he was soon captivated by novelty. The energetic and restless Naruto played in the living room for a while, then ran straight to the small garden outside to play. Soon, as the sun set and dusk fell, Tsunade and Shizune arrived together, and Kakashi had also prepared the evening meal. Lady Tsunade, Shizune, welcome, please sit down. Just as he brought the last dish to the dining room, seeing Tsunade and Shizune before him, a faint smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Tsunade sat at the table looking at Naruto, not far away. Kid, come here. Oh, okay. Naruto's face was full of a silly grin. Seeing Naruto, Kakashi couldn't help but show a faint smile. Then the four of them ate and chatted, the atmosphere quite harmonious. At this moment, Naruto felt an immense happiness, then couldn't help but ask, since you are all my relatives, why didn't you bring me here before? Obviously, Naruto had his own concerns. Previously in a defensive state, he simply hadn't dared to ask directly. Now that he had truly relaxed and begun to accept the two relatives before him, he couldn't help but voice his confusion. And to this, Tsunade let out a helpless sigh, because that guy Jiraiya is also one of your relatives. Who would have thought he would be so unreliable? She didn't tell the truth. In fact, Tsunade was well aware of Uchiha Jin's intentions. Only by having Naruto suffer discrimination and humiliation in the old Konoha could he better integrate into the new Konoha when he came. This was also why he had established the new Konoha and had been too lazy to seize power before. However, these things were unnecessary to tell Naruto, letting him grow up happily was enough. That white-haired old man. He was indeed quite nice to me, but he often broke his promises. He clearly promised to clear my name, but he always made excuses to put it off. He just kept telling me to endure and understand others, and he was always busy off and not coming home. Naruto began to complain, feeling quite discontent. Obviously, because of Jiraiya, his life was better than in the original story, but the improvement was quite limited. After all, he lacked the courage to reclaim the Hokage's authority. With Sarutobi Hiruzen and others holding him back, Uzumaki Naruto's treatment could not have been much better. That idiot Jiraiya, that's just his nature. Tsunade's face was full of disdain, which was also the reason she looked down on Jiraiya. He wanted everything, but had no backbone. So over the years they had only been friends and comrades, but that relationship would never spoil. Kakashi patted Naruto's head. From now on, don't think too much. Just live happily. Uzumaki Naruto nodded. Since he was brought to this new village, from the moment he met Kakashi throughout the day, he keenly felt that his life had changed. There was no longer the overwhelming malice. Instead, he had gained two relatives in his life, which naturally filled him with confidence for the future. By the way, Kakashi, from today Shizune and I will move in as well. Remember to prepare 2 rooms for us so we can all live together and have more fun. Also, there's your marriage issue. Over the past few years, we've arranged so many blind dates for you, and you've rejected all the girls from the major clans. Our Hokage is very displeased about this. I advise you to find a girlfriend on your own in the next month or 2, otherwise I'm afraid Jin will personally take matters into his own hands. Tsunade suddenly spoke, her tone very serious. Hearing these words, Kakashi stood frozen in place, then felt a headache coming on again. He had no objection to Tsunade and Shizune moving in. Naruto was still a child, and having a lively home was fine. But whenever the topic of blind dates came up, he felt even more despondent. There was no help for it. Although his attitude toward life had become much more positive over the past 2 years, to be honest, he still had no confidence in starting a family. Could he really take on the responsibility of a family? Thinking of his father who committed suicide, his deceased teacher's wife Rinobito, his heart still ached, and he hesitated to take that step. However, yet he also knew Uchiha Jin's temper. This Hokage of theirs wouldn't think too much. Although this time he had Tsunade remind him if he still didn't show an attitude, the next time Uchiha Jin took personal action, he would most likely be forced to have a wife assigned to him. Not ready to take on a family. With Uchiha Jin's temperament, he would force him to be ready. So alas. After a helpless sigh, Kakashi could only say reluctantly, "Alright, I understand." I'll do it as soon as possible. Hearing this, Tsunade said no more. After the meal, Tsunade and Shizune did not stay at Kakashi's house directly, as it was difficult for Kakashi to prepare guest rooms that night, so they temporarily returned to their own home. Later, after Kakashi had prepared the rooms, they would truly move in together. Meanwhile, on the other side, in stark contrast to the new Konoha, the old Konoha was filled with deathly stillness and decay. Especially after receiving a sternly worded letter from the new Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen was so furious that he directly smashed his 71st new pipe. Bastard, damn it. An evil Uchiha, what right does he have to judge me on behalf of the people? And he advises me to surrender unconditionally. Accept his righteous judgment. Get out. Get out of here right now. Go back and tell Uchiha Jin he has no right to judge me. I represent the real Konoha. He is nothing but a forced usurper. And you, Nara Shikaku, you Ino Shikacho, have betrayed the oath of the earrings. I don't want to see you get out. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was icy. His face was as dark as water as he roared at the messenger from the new Konoha. To this, Nara Shikaku, as the messenger remained calm in both tone and expression. He did not take Sarutobi Hiruzen seriously, nor did he fear that Hiruzen might kill him in desperation. So after listening to his outburst, he spoke calmly. Fine, but let me remind you one last time, the new Konoha is giving you only one night to think it over. If you remain obstinate, by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, the new Konoha will launch a full assault. Nalyang Lugio departed without any superfluous words. After all, he knew this was merely a formality. Even Uchiha Jin, the new fire shadow of New Mai, had not expected Uenfei Risen to surrender had he. Thus, having completed the perfunctory procedure, Nalyang Lugio could not be bothered to listen to Uenfei Risen's ramblings. And as for this, Uenfei Risen's eyes blazed with murderous intent, countless times tempted to kill Nalyang Lugio on the spot, yet in the end he chose to desist. Because it was meaningless. First, Nalyang Lugio's strength was quite ordinary, and now he held no significant power in New Mai, barely a figure of importance. Killing him would not affect the overall situation. On the contrary, it would enrage New Mai. Although Orochimaru had assembled a team of impure world reincarnation experts, their true prowess remained untested. He had to preserve a last retreat for the Uenfei clan. Even if he himself failed and perished, even if most of the Uenfei clan were purged, as long as the final layer of face was not torn, there might still be a chance to preserve a thread of bloodline for the Uenfei family. Damn it, why? Why has it come to this? Uchiha Jin. Heaven truly has no eyes. I had already controlled, and could even obliterate the Uchiha. Why did the heavens send such a cunning fellow to the Uchiha? Uenfei Risen was seething with rage. If the Uchiha had not possessed Jin, he was confident he could have exterminated them 2 years ago. Even if the Uchiha awakened 1 or 2 Mangekyō, it would only be a minor inconvenience to him. Dealing with them would not have been a great problem. But then, Uchiha Jin not only awakened the Mangekyō, but was also a rare Uchiha with intelligence. A Uchiha with formidable strength and a mind rivaling the Nara. That was the true reason the village's situation spiraled out of control. Nevertheless, alas. With a helpless sigh, Uenfei Risen opened the drawer and took out a new pipe. Yes. Over the past 2 years, he had developed the habit of stocking up on new pipes, for his pipe breakage rate had increased dramatically due to Uchiha Jin. Without a certain reserve, he would often find himself without tobacco. Lighting another pipeful, Uenfei Risen's gaze grew deep and unfathomable. Orochimaru, I'm counting on you. I hope the village can survive this ordeal, or otherwise the decades of accumulated foundation of the Uenfei clan might vanish into thin air. I hope everything goes smoothly. He rose and walked to the window, gazing at the pitch-black village outside. Uenfei Risen sank into reminiscence. In the past, even at night, the village was alive with the glow of myriad lights. But now, apart from the 4 major clans, including the Uenfei, the entire village was filled with deathly silence and desolation. Finally, with a helpless sigh, he shook his head and left. Tomorrow was the day of battle. He needed to sleep early tonight to ensure his energy tomorrow. Early the next morning, on the New Mai side training ground 13, the village's elite gathered like a forest, and Uchiha Jin's face bore no trace of laxity, replaced by an oppressive and awe-inspiring dominance. Gazing at the strong men under his command, he fell into contemplation. He thought of the fear upon his first transmigration, the terror of having no golden finger, the caution during the 3rd shinobi world war, the silent preparation of a retreat after the Uchiha clan massacre, the despair upon returning from training to find his parents taken by root. All of that was in the past. With the awakening of the Mangekyō in despair, he had schemed step by step until now his wings fully grown. Only the final battle remained to truly and completely control the entire Leaf Village. And it would be his own creation. A leaf without the Senju clan's traces, without any shackles, a leaf that belonged solely to him. At the thought, a surge of pride swelled within him. Finally, taking a deep breath, he spoke coldly. Move out. At Uchiha Jin's command, he did not indulge in excessive sentimentality, or even a speech. He had absolute control over the village before him with no need for the will of fire like Uchiha Risen. In an instant, as Uchiha Jin departed, the assembled crowd followed in his wake. 20 minutes later, when the group arrived at the entrance of old Uchiha Risen and his men had long been waiting. Clearly they did not wish today's battle to take place within old Mai. Uchiha Jin, you have gone too far. Back then when your Uchiha clan wanted to secede and establish new Mai, I did not stop you and watched as your various clans departed. Even if we are no longer from the same village, we are still both shinobi villages of the Land of Fire, and our Leaf Village is willing to maintain friendly ties with yours. But your appetite is too great. Not only did you secretly instigate and incite a riot in the village, but now you even intend to completely annihilate our village. There are limits to forbearance. Today, even if I have to sacrifice my old life, I will cut down you evil Uchiha right here. Uchiha Risen struck first, firmly seizing the banner of justice, determined to brand Uchiha Jin as a traitor. Even if Uchiha Jin could destroy his village, he would forever bear these stains. As a ruler for so many years, such tactics had become almost instinctive. But unfortunately, had it been anyone else, they might have silently endured, but Uchiha Jin was not the type to fall for such tricks. Without even lifting his eyelids, he retorted directly. Uchiha Risen, don't flatter yourself. I originally had no interest in meddling with the affairs of your old Mai, but the villagers who fled to us hold such deep hatred for you that they insisted I, as their fire shadow, seek justice for them. As for that, I am quite helpless. However, considering that we all belong to the Land of Fire, and considering all the messes you, the third-generation Fire Shadow, have created during your administration, I, as a Fire Shadow, do not wish to see the title Kage tarnished. Thus I have come here for the sake of justice and righteousness. Our new Mai is determined to eradicate you, this cancerous tumor that brings shame to the title Fire Shadow. So enough talk. Are you ready to accept the judgment of justice? Uchiha Jin wore a mask of unimpeachable righteousness. His speech emphasized his reluctance and expressed his determination to act for fairness and justice, to seek vindication for all the wronged villagers. And upon hearing this, Uchiha Risen was so furious that he nearly spat blood. Hiruzen Sarutobi was on the verge of despair. This was almost his final attempt, yet the outcome yielded nothing. There was no choice. Uchiha Jin was simply too troublesome to deal with. Not only was Jin's strength impossible to suppress, but even in political maneuvering, he had suffered a crushing defeat. Orochimaru began. After a soft sigh, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke helplessly. Yes, further words were pointless. In the end, force would have to decide the matter. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's gaze was deep and profound as he stared at Uchiha Jin from a distance, unable to resist licking his lips. This was his first encounter with Uchiha Jin, but hearing the words spoken made him lament his teacher's misfortune in facing such an endlessly troublesome Uchiha. He truly deserved to lose. Yet his gaze at Uchiha Jin remained filled with greed. After all, desiring immortality and mastery of all knowledge, he genuinely envied the Uchiha's supreme bloodline limit. Especially someone like Jin, the strongest among the Uchiha. He truly wished to bind him to an experiment table. However, he also knew this thought was rather unrealistic. So shifting his gaze, he immediately pressed his palms together. Then, row after row of coffins rose from the ground, accompanied by thunderous bang 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 sounds as the coffin lids slammed onto the earth. One by one, powerful figures resurrected by the impure world reincarnation emerged. All their eyes were filled with confusion. Wasn't I dead? Where is this? It looks like Konoha. Is this the impure world reincarnation? Tobirama, this is all your fault. Big brother, shut up. Numerous resurrected ninja all began speaking simultaneously. However, they quickly noticed something amiss and began to carefully observe the current situation. Meanwhile, Orochimaru wasted no words with these resurrected warriors, instead turning his curious gaze toward Uchiha Jin. Jin-kun, hello. I never expected that after parting ways at the Kikyo Mountain battlefield you would have become the leader of an entire village. I am truly curious about you, Jin-kun. This impure world reincarnation technique is my strongest move. Please do give it a taste, Jin-kun. Alright. Allow me to briefly introduce it. This is my perfected version, improved based on the incomplete version left by the second Hokage Tobirama-sama. After more than 2 years of dedicated work. Ever since I learned of your power, Jin-kun, I abandoned all other research over these 2 years, dedicating myself entirely to refining and perfecting this technique. Now, by using elite Jonin as sacrifices, this impure world reincarnation can fully unleash approximately 80% of the resurrected warrior's original strength. Even without erasing their consciousness, I can issue simple commands they are compelled to obey. While precise control isn't possible, I believe this is more than sufficient. Of course, considering that impure world reincarnation is Tobirama-sama's technique, the second Hokage might possess the hand seals to release it. So I specifically modified this aspect, meaning you need not worry about Tobirama-sama forcibly unsealing my control. So from here on, let me enjoy your performance, Jinkoin. Please begin. Orochimaru's lips still curled into a sinister smile. After speaking, he quietly stepped back and made a pleased gesture toward Uchiha Jin. It was as if Uchiha Jin were a circus monkey performing for him, while Orochimaru sat as the audience enjoying the show. On the other side, Uchiha Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. He was genuinely taken aback by Orochimaru's words. He had originally assumed that Orochimaru of this era had only made minor improvements to the technique, but he never imagined that due to his own sudden rise, Orochimaru abandoned all other research for 2 years to wholeheartedly refine and perfect the impure world reincarnation. Furthermore, from what Orochimaru said, it seemed the impure world reincarnation he would face today was likely the truly perfected version that Kabuto Yakushi had only fully completed during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Honestly, this caught him completely off guard. He had been viewing things with outdated perspectives. He never expected that his own existence, like a single butterfly flapping its wings, had caused Orochimaru to perfect the impure world reincarnation ahead of time. Although in the original story it was Kabuto who perfected this technique, he had to admit Orochimaru was equally a genius. What Kabuto could achieve, Orochimaru certainly could as well. Now trouble was coming. He had originally expected to face resurrected warriors with erased consciousness, but instead he must confront a group retaining their intellect, while still being controlled by Orochimaru. Monkey, answer me. What is the meaning of this? Is that man over there an enemy of the village? Why do I sense they are all from our village's clans? And that Tsunade over there, why is she on the enemy's side too? Tobirama Senju's eyes were ice cold. Even without understanding the full situation, he instantly sensed something was wrong. Meanwhile, Hashirama Senju was also slow to react. Little Tsunade, why are you on the enemy's side? Grandfather, you. Tsunade was deeply troubled. Although seeing her relatives brought her joy, this situation gave her no reason to be happy. Moreover, her grandfather's foolishness made her feel deeply embarrassed. Little Tsunade, come back. And that young man beside you is an Uchiha, isn't he? Why have you both gone over to the enemy's side? Hurry, come over here. Hashirama Senju said with a smile on his face. He kept waving for Tsunade and Uchiha Jin to come over as he recognized Hiruzen Sarutobi, the disciple of his brother Tobirama, and thus instinctively assumed Uchiha Jin's side were the enemies. Of course, he didn't overthink it. He simply believed Tsunade and Uchiha Jin were standing on the wrong side. Big brother, shut up. Tobirama Senju couldn't hold back, scolded his brother, then directly shouted at Tsunade. Tsunade, how can you stand with the wicked Uchiha? Second grandfather, I'm sorry. Tsunade could only say helplessly, the situation is complicated and hard to explain in a few words. In short, you just need to know it's not just me. The entire village, every villager, every clan has all chosen to side with the Uchiha. You just need to know that your old disciple Hiruzen Sarutobi went so far that nobody could tolerate him anymore. People would rather turn to the Uchiha than continue with him. In short, from now on we are outright enemies. However, second grandfather, rest assured. I will definitely seal you and send you back to the Pure Land to rest in peace. Tobirama Senju was instantly dumbfounded. He of course was not stupid. Seeing that all the major clans, including Tsunade, had joined the Uchiha faction, he knew that his disciple must have done something heinous, yet his heart was still filled with great reluctance. Why join anyone else? Why must it be the Uchiha? Monkey, what exactly did you do? Driven to the extreme of anger and frustration, he roared directly at Hiruzen Sarutobi. As for this, even the slowest reacting Hashirama Senju belatedly sensed something amiss. Tobirama, are you saying that all those people on the other side are from our village? Big brother, you just figured that out. Tobirama was speechless. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was grim. He opened his mouth to defend himself, but let out a helpless sigh. Orochimaru began. I'm fine. Orochimaru nodded, then said with a smile, alright everyone. The chit-chat time is over. Let's not keep Lord Jin waiting. All you predecessors, it's your turn to perform. After saying this, with his instantaneous hand seals the many reanimated strong ones present charged directly toward the opposite side. Tobirama Senju was so angry he could spit blood. Good grief. Even ignoring the questioning of his own teacher, this made the proud Tobirama want to slap that old monkey to death. Monkey, you. Before Tobirama could finish his cursing, his body already charged toward Uchiha Jin. Hashirama Senju's face was dark. Seeing his beloved village reduced to this, his heart was more grieved than anyone else's. But seeing that everyone, even his own granddaughter, had betrayed the village, he knew that Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage, must have committed grave mistakes that even his own people could not tolerate. So while performing the tree birth depths with his hands clasped together, he shouted directly at Uchiha Jin, descendant of the Uchiha, be careful. Although this body can only exert 70 of my power, it is still enough for me to use the sage art true several thousand hands. I don't know the weakness of this technique either, so I can't guide you in that regard. Be careful. Boom. As Hashirama spoke, a vast forest instantly rose from the ground, and his own speed surged to the extreme as he charged directly toward Uchiha Jin. Evil Uchiha. But forget it. Since Tsunade chose you, I will tell you the weaknesses of my techniques. Seal us as soon as possible. Although Tobarama Senju wore a look of displeasure from Hiruzen's, ignoring he understood that the heir he had sought was probably also doing a terrible job. So even though he despised the Uchiha, he had to reluctantly help Uchiha Jin. Water release water shockwave. As he performed hand seals, a vast ocean instantly emerged accompanying the forest that rose from the ground, rushing directly toward Uchiha Jin. As for this, Uchiha Jin's eyes turned serious. Watching the two brothers Hashirama and Tobarama charging at him, he did not hesitate to activate his Mangekyō, and then directly manifested the complete Susanoo. A massive black Susanoo towering over 100 meters stood proudly at the entrance of the old Konoha. Fire release, great fire annihilation. In an instant, a massive fireball, like a meteor, crashed into the ground, creating a sea of flames. The moment it collided with Tobarama's water release, a vast cloud of steam rose up. The next second, Hashirama Senju slammed a heavy fist into the Susanoo, causing a large crack to spread across it. Oh, not bad. This complete Susanoo is almost as good as Madara's. Hashirama laughed foolishly. But upon hearing this, Uchiha Jin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Truly the god of shinobi. His own complete Susanoo could actually be cracked by pure taijutsu. Water release water severing wave. While Uchiha Jin was thinking, Tobarama also charged in. Then from his mouth he spat out a thread-like ultra-high-pressure straight water jet, which slashed directly across the crack that Hashirama had created. In an instant the Susanoo shattered completely. Seeing this, Uchiha Jin couldn't help but be filled with shock. So formidable. Even though he had already overestimated these two Kage after the exchange, he realized he had still underestimated them. Even if these were not their full power, they were still not easy to deal with. But thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, in the original story, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Tobarama's water-severing wave could cut through the roots of the divine tree. Thinking of this, his Mangekyō spun wildly. The shattered Susanoo instantly reformed, and he drew his Susanoo's greatsword. Boom. With one slash, the earth was torn apart. After Hashirama and Tobarama dodged, Hashirama immediately clasped his hands together. Sage art would release true several thousand hands. Under Orochimaru's control, a giant Buddha far larger than the Susanoo appeared and directly engaged Uchiha Jin's Susanoo in battle. For a moment, Uchiha Jin's pressure increased sharply. Even though the current Hashirama did not use the Buddha's palm, it was still beyond his current ability to contend with. Meanwhile, on the other side, just as Tobarama was about to strike again, Shursui directly blocked him with his Mangekyō glaring. Another Mangekyō. Tobarama's mouth twitched. Although he was forced to participate in the battle, and even reluctantly willing to secretly help the Uchiha, seeing another Mangekyō emerge from the Uchiha still made him extremely displeased deep inside. But unfortunately, just as Tobarama was about to act, Fugaku also stood to his left with his Mangekyō. What the hell? Another Mangekyō. Is this era so crazy? Seeing Fugaku in front of him, Tobarama truly broke down. You see, in normal times for the Uchiha, each generation basically had only one Mangekyō. The era of Madara Uchiha was considered the most prosperous, giving rise to two Mangekyō users, Madara and Izuna. But now, just the ones revealed so far amount to 3 pairs. Second Hokage, my apologies. Shursui drew his short sword, manifested 6 clones, and charged directly at Tobarama. Although I'm not happy about it, kid, watch out. I'm going to use the Flying Thunder God. After saying that, in an instant Tobarama's figure vanished from the spot. Fugaku wasted no words, immediately spinning his Mangekyō. Ting Gaojin Ri 30 times. Since he couldn't catch Tobarama, he directly covered a 10-meter radius with his dojutsu. The next second, Tobarama's figure appeared to Fugaku's left, only 3 inches away from him. Seeing this, Fugaku broke out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't unhesitatingly used his Mangekyō technique, he would probably have been stabbed to death by Tobarama's kunai by now. Bagua Sealing Seal. Fugaku hesitated no longer, directly pulling out the sealing scroll that Tsunade had given him. Fuyu moved with incredible speed. As he formed a single-hand seal, the sealing scroll in his hand instantly unraveled, releasing a dense array of sealing techniques that crawled over Tobarama Senju's reanimated body. In the next moment, Tobarama's impure world reincarnation form was completely sealed within the scroll. Breathing a sigh of relief, Fuyu let out a breath. That was too close. Truly worthy of Tobarama Senju. Even facing only a reanimated body, he nearly killed me with a single kunai. And I am a Mangekyō wielder. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Fuyu deactivated his Mangekyō Sharingan and wiped away the blood trickling from his eyes. Of course, he knew this was pure luck. His Mangekyō ability happened to counter Tobarama, otherwise sealing him would not have been so simple. Yet just as he relaxed, a flash of white light darted across his vision. He stood there utterly bewildered. What was that? Obviously, with his Mangekyō deactivated, his naked eye could not perceive such speed. While Fuyu was still stunned, Shui suddenly stepped in front of him and clashed directly with the newcomer. Seeing this, Fuyu sighed softly. There was no choice. Having just used his Mangekyō, he was now severely drained. After all, Tobirama Senju was too formidable. Freezing and slowing his time with ocular jutsu required an immense amount of dojutsu power. Last time he had easily sealed Shui and Itachi because they were caught off guard, but Tobirama was a completely different story. Thus he was already exhausted. Not to mention the drained dojutsu, his chakra reserves had been pushed to the limit, squeezing out both mental and physical energy. Yet he endured the stinging pain in his eyes and reactivated his 3-tomo Sharingan only to see that the newcomer was none other than Tsukumo Hitaki. Young Uchiha, my weakness is obvious. Find a way to restrict my speed and you'll be halfway to victory. You are fast. I believe you can do it. On. When you see Kakashi, tell him I'm sorry. Tsukumo Hitaki spoke with remarkable gentleness. Yet his blade was swift as lightning, each strike cunning and seasoned. Shusui's face turned grave. His Mangekyō allowed him to follow Tsukumo's blade, but his body still lagged slightly behind. No help for it. Though his moniker was Shui of the body flicker, it relied heavily on Jinjutsu. In pure swordsmanship, he was formidable, but still a step behind Tsukumo. As for ocular jutsu, useless. Kodo Amatsukami alters a person's thoughts, but Tsukumo's mind was intact. He didn't want to fight, only his body was being controlled by Orochimaru. Susanoo. First, his Mangekyō was not eternal, so he could barely sustain the second stage, and even that would be a strain. Tsukumo was too fast. Even if he forcibly activated Susanoo, he would only be a punching bag. Shui, hold him off. I'll call for reinforcements and find a way to trap him. The Uchiha aren't skilled in area control. We need earth and water release ninjas. With that, Fuyu immediately ran back and summoned a large group. Earth release, earth flow wall. Earth release, earth prison dome. Water release, water prison technique. Earth release, earth mound technique. A series of earth walls rose first. Though Tsukumo could easily shatter or dodge them, breaking one wall only revealed another, and dodging was futile. The summoned ninjas were ordinary, and Tsukumo could kill them in an instant. But unfortunately, Shui clung to him, relentlessly denying him the time. Thus, his maneuvering space shrank. He was an assassin, unbeatable one-on-one, and able to retreat from a group. But with Shui hounding him and a horde of ordinary ninjas using various techniques to trap him, this time he had no way out. 10 minutes later, Tsukumo was confined to a tiny space, and Shui promptly unfurled a sealing scroll. Seal. Everyone, I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble. While I still have some time, could you tell me briefly, how is Kakashi doing? As the dense sealing marks crawled over his body, Tsukumo's face remained gentle. Clearly he was deeply worried about Kakashi. To this, Shui offered a faint smile and said sincerely to the swordsman, Kakashi is the captain of the ANBU in New Leaf Village. In fact, he's my direct superior. I see. That puts my mind at ease. Tsukumo sighed in relief. As he finished speaking, the sealing marks climbed over his head, and he was completely sealed away. Meanwhile, on the other side, thanks to the sealing scroll Tsunade had prepared in advance, the New Leaf forces faced the reanimated army without panic. Within just 10 odd minutes, most were sealed. Grandmother, forgive me. That bastard Orochimaru. I will make him pay for disturbing your peace in the Pure Land. Tsunade's face was stern, tinged with reluctance. Facing Mito Uzumaki, she had so much to say, but unfortunately, they were on a battlefield and she had no time to waste. Mito remained unfazed, caring not for the battle, but instead fussing over Tsunade's personal life. New Leaf. I did know about the monkey's affairs. I just never expected him to be so useless that even the major clans abandoned him. And I never thought the Uchiha would establish New Leaf, and that you little Tsunade would willingly join, and be so devoted. Tell your grandmother the truth. Have you taken a liking to some Uchiha? Though I dislike the Uchiha, if you like him, your grandmother won't mind. I'll only bless you. Listen to your grandmother, you're no longer young, it's time to marry, you understand. Moto chattered on endlessly. Having personally elevated Hiruzen Sarutobi to power, and having witnessed the downfall of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, how could she not know Hiruzen's true nature? Thus she cared nothing for the fall of Old Leaf. She had chosen not to make a fuss back, then only out of respect for Hashirama. But now it was different. As a dead woman, she was indifferent to the Leaf's demise. Her only concern was Tsunade's personal affairs. At her age, still unmarried, Tsunade, listening to her grandmother's nagging, grew increasingly irritated. Grandmother, stop worrying. Just go to the Pure Land. My affairs are none of your concern. Seal. Tsunade, enraged, accelerated her sealing speed. Before Mito Uzumaki could finish her last words, she was completely sealed within the scroll. Witnessing this, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally some peace and quiet. Though she had once dreamed of seeing her loved ones again, now that she truly met them, she was so annoyed that she wished to send them back to the Pure Land at once. Uchiha Jin. Me interested in him? Impossible. His mother is younger than me, right? How could I possibly be interested in him? On the battlefield, Tsunade fell into contemplation. But in the end she shook her head helplessly. When she came back to her senses, she saw many injured allies around her. There was no help for it. The 4 clans like Sarutobi had not yet acted, and these were merely a few reanimated corpses. Even with the sealing scrolls, she had prepared casualties and deaths were inevitable. Or, dog, bird, monkey, ram. Summoning Katsuyu. With a loud bang a giant slug was summoned. Tsunade-sama. Katsuyu spoke in a sweet voice. Tsunade's tone was stern. Katsuyu, go heal everyone. Almost instantly, the giant slug split into countless small slugs which then crawled onto each injured person. Then immediately after, Tsunade also made her move facing an acquaintance. Tsunade-ne. I never thought we would meet under these circumstances. Do you know how that boy Naruto is doing? Kushina Uzumaki, while exchanging blows with Tsunade, tried to inquire about her son. To this Tsunade felt a bit overwhelmed at a loss, even somewhat suffocated. She felt guilty for Kushina's nay, but after a moment's hesitation, she said helplessly, Naruto. He actually had a rough life before. That vile Sarutobi Hiruzen embezzled the inheritance you and Minato left, and even hid Naruto's identity. All these years in old Konoha he was known only as the Fox Demon. But don't worry, Naruto has been brought to New Konoha and is now under Kakashi's care. From now on I'll look after him. Upon hearing this, Kushina felt a pang in her heart, her expression turning increasingly grim. She had already guessed as much for the fact that many ninja clans and civilians had all chosen to abandon Sarutobi Hiruzen and flocked to the Uchiha faction spoke volumes. So alas, after a helpless sigh she forced herself to perk up. I understand. Thank you, Tsunade-ne. Don't say that. It's I who wronged you. Tsunade shook her head helplessly. In the past, she had been too self-centered, never considering the feelings of those around her. Then after a brief chat, Tsunade sealed Kushina. That was only natural. At present, Kushina did not have the 9 tails inside her. She was just an ordinary Uzumaki with average combat skills. Although her Uzumaki bloodline was potent, and her adamantine sealing chains could restrain the 9 tails, the problem was that Minato had doted on her, taking on countless missions with his flying Raijin to keep her off the battlefield. Therefore, Kushina's combat ability was weak, so, without the 9 tails, she stood no chance against Tsunade. Time slowly passed. After just over 20 minutes, only Hashirama Senju remained of the reanimated army that Orochimaru had summoned. To be honest, Uchiha Jin was fighting with great difficulty. Facing a Hashirama, who could only exert 70 of his full power, he was still at a disadvantage. There was no helping it. Hashirama Senju was from the Warring States era, having spent nearly every day in battle. His killing techniques far surpassed those of Uchiha Jin. Especially since he often fought Uchiha Madara, the great Hashirama was extremely familiar with Susanoo, so Uchiha Jin was truly frustrated and furious. Eternal Mangekyō. If not for Hashirama, he could indeed dominate the current era. Even against Nagato with the Rinnegan of the Akatsuki, he might not win, but would likely not lose either. After all, the Rinnegan didn't belong to Nagato, he couldn't fully utilize its powers. But alas, looking at the silly grin on the great Hashirama's face, Uchiha Jin, who had been about to show off, decided he'd better play it safe for now. Ha ha ha. Young Uchiha, your strength is quite impressive. Apart from Madara of old, you're the only one who's managed to fight me to this point. Hashirama Senju wore a foolish grin. He was genuinely praising Uchiha Jin. Indeed, because throughout Hashirama's life Uchiha Jin was only slightly inferior to Madara. As for others, they didn't even qualify to make him use his true several thousand hands. Hey great Hashirama, the battles on other fronts have ended. I'm about to put an end to this fight as well. So let's talk later. Uchiha Jin let out a great roar. Yes. He had fought with Hashirama for so long mainly to gauge his own strength and to train his combat skills against a powerful opponent. Now after this battle with Hashirama, realizing he was still a notch below Hashirama and Madara, he naturally lost the interest to continue playing with Hashirama. For the main task was more important. On the other side, hearing Uchiha Jin's words, Hashirama was momentarily stunned. Oh young man, it seems you still have hidden abilities. Show me, let me see. Standing atop the Buddha's head, Hashirama couldn't help but become intrigued. Clearly he was curious whether Uchiha Jin's techniques could actually harm him now. In response, Uchiha Jin did not hesitate. He retracted his Susanoo and his Mangekyō began to spin wildly. Susanoo. Almost instantly, with the power of his eternal Mangekyō, an immense amount of dojutsu was consumed in an instant. Though nothing seemed to happen externally, the great Buddha of Hashirama began to crumble inch by inch. Yes, Mangekyō techniques were so unreasonable. As long as you had enough ocular power, you could achieve anything. However, in the same way, the stronger the enemy, the greater the ocular power consumed. Just as when he had restricted Tobarama, which drained Fugaku instantly, Uchiha Jin's dojutsu seemed equally overpowered, but the amount of ocular power needed to shatter Hashirama was also tremendous. If he hadn't awakened his eternal Mangekyō, even if his Mangekyō were destroyed, he wouldn't be able to easily shatter the Hashirama before him. Almost instantly Uchiha Jin sensed his ocular power draining at an alarming rate, even the vast reserves of his eternal Mangekyō struggling to keep pace. Simultaneously as Uchiha Jin exerted his power, Hashirama Senju's colossal Buddha began to crumble piece by piece, and even his reanimated body started to disintegrate. Incredible. So this is the Mangekyō technique Madara spoke of. It's truly overbearing and utterly unreasonable. Young one of the Uchiha, it seems you are indeed the victor here. Hashirama Senju remained calm. As a dead man, he held little concern for the matters of the living. Especially since in this instance Uchiha Jin seemed to be the hero, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, the villain, he cared even less about losing to the Uchiha before him. On the contrary, he was in quite high spirits after their battle. And because of Madara Uchiha, he was certainly not unfamiliar with the unique Mangekyō techniques of the Uchiha clan. However, Madara's mind was rather straightforward, so his Mangekyō ability was purely an amplification type. This was why his jutsu and his Susanoo were vastly more powerful than those of other Uchiha. So today Hashirama was able to witness firsthand the strange and varied Mangekyō abilities of the Uchiha. Then, even as he marveled, his body began to crumble. However, due to the Edo Tensei, he was quickly restored. But at that moment Uchiha Jin charged forward, and using Tsunade's sealing scroll, directly sealed Hashirama away. At this point Uchiha Jin wasted no more words, standing silently before Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others. Meanwhile Tsunade Kakashi and the other shinobi of New Konoha had all gathered behind him completely, surrounding Hiruzen Sarutobi and his remaining forces. I'll ask one last time. Will you surrender? As he spoke, the atmosphere froze solid. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face turned ashen. He fully understood Uchiha Jin's unspoken implication. Surrendering would save face for everyone. Given that he had provided Jin with a claim of righteousness, he himself and the other core leaders might face severe punishment, and his clan might face discrimination and hardship in the new village. But his clan would survive. At worst they'd find themselves in the same position the Uchiha were in before, but at least they could avoid a massacre. Could Uchiha Jin secretly kill them later? Impossible. The Uchiha's 1,000-year reputation was something one could trust. After all, the Uchiha were not like Danzo. But if they chose not to surrender, could he even escape the Land of Fire? Honestly, that would be very difficult. First, the Uchiha faction was far too powerful. Even with a desperate fight, only a small fraction of their 4 clans could hope to escape. And even if they did escape, what then? Would other ninja clans accept them as rogue ninja? No. Because the Sarutobi and the other 3 clans weren't bloodline limit families, not even on par with secret technique clans like the Nara Yamanaka or Akimichi. They didn't even have the value to be used as breeding stock. With this realization, he took a long, deep breath. I surrender. With his declaration, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. For the members of the Sarutobi and the other 3 great clans, at least they had avoided the worst-case scenario. Their lives were spared. On the other side, the people with Uchiha Jin were also overjoyed. After all, if a real battle had broken out, not only would they have suffered casualties, but even a few more deaths among the Sarutobi and other 3 clans would have been a great loss to them. Such excellent top-tier workhorses, it would be such a waste for them to die here. Clearly, after 2 years under Uchiha Jin's rule, the ideology of these clans had changed from what it was before. Previously, they might have thought that too many ninjas wasn't a good thing, and they might have even used wars to cull the numbers. Now, however, it was different. With their changed mindset, everyone felt a pang of loss at the thought of losing such top-tier workhorses. After all, providing these workhorses with a little food each day yielded returns hundreds or thousands of times over. Good. It seems you are a wise man after all. In that case, let's proceed with the formalities. Tsunade. Use sealing techniques to control all of them and temporarily transport them to the wasteland west of our village. Rokichi. You'll be in charge of their resettlement. Uchiha Jin spoke with a smile. As he gave the orders, Tsunade led the sealing team and began to seal the chakra of Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others. Hiruzen Sarutobi avoided Tsunade's gaze as she approached. He opened his mouth several times as if to speak, but Tsunade couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him. She placed the seal on him without a word and turned to leave. She didn't spare him a single glance, a trace of disdain curling her lips. Clearly, she harbored a deep resentment towards her former teacher. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Watching Tsunade walk away, he could only let out a helpless sigh. He was in utter despair. He had hoped to appeal to Tsunade to go easy on the Sarutobi clan. Unfortunately, Tsunade ignored him completely, leaving him at a loss for words. Of course, after a moment's thought, he understood Tsunade's perspective. After all, when Hiruzen Sarutobi was at the height of his power, he had shown no mercy to the Senju family. If Tsunade's position wasn't so unique, if she hadn't left the village on her own accord and avoided politics, she would likely have been killed too. So under these circumstances, why should she show any mercy? He had no one to blame but himself. He had been too ruthless in the past. His ruthless actions back then had completely severed any path of retreat for the Sarutobi clan. Time passed slowly. As Tsunade's team sealed one group, Kakashi's transported them to New Konoha. Uchiha Jin with his main force kept the remnants of the four clans tightly encircled, preventing any desperate escape attempts. 2 hours later, after the last group was moved, Uchiha Jin looked at Orochimaru. Yes, Orochimaru had not left, nor had he chosen to interfere. He had simply stood by and watched. A flicker of sorrow arose in his eyes, especially when he saw Hiruzen Sarutobi, his chakra sealed, being led away by Kakashi's Clearly he had feelings for Hiruzen Sarutobi. After all, when he was young his parents had died on the battlefield. And it was his teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi who had filled that void. For this teacher Orochimaru harbored complex emotions. On one hand, when he was young and had just lost his parents, the teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi filled the void in his heart, making Orochimaru feel the warmth of family in those days. Especially the Hiruzen Sarutobi of the past, who was genuinely good to him as a disciple. He set no barriers regarding ninjutsu resources or money. Ordinary ninjas had to accumulate years of merit and complete hundreds of missions just to qualify for exchange, and then still needed to curry favor with superiors, pull strings, and spend money to obtain the forbidden techniques that Orochimaru could acquire with a mere word. He needed nothing at all. Growing up in such an environment, how could Orochimaru not have feelings for Hiruzen Sarutobi? But on the other hand, Konoha had indeed fallen into decline under his rule. To maintain his authority as Hokage, countless powerful ninjas perished in his schemes, and the windmill of Konoha became utterly decayed. How did Nawaki die? Did Orochimaru really not see through it? Why did Tsunade leave the village? The bloodshed and the power struggles involving the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan, Tsukumo Hatake, and Dankato had nearly worn away Orochimaru's goodwill toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. Of course, the most important thing was that when he was vying for the 4th Hokage position, his teacher stabbed him in the back. You see, at that time, although Minato Namake's reputation was rising, he was far inferior to Orochimaru in essence. Because Minato Namake's had a major issue with his abilities. No one could keep up with his flying thunder god technique, causing him to often act alone on the battlefield, which prevented him from cultivating his own trusted subordinates. Aside from a few individuals like Shodao Tangdong and Unv Jiwei, and his sole disciple Kakashi, Minato Namake's had virtually no loyal followers. His so-called reputation was actually quite hollow. Ninjas are an extremely pragmatic group. No matter how formidable the Yellow Flash might be, what benefits could he bring to others if he became Hokage? The key point was that people were not close to him. Under such circumstances, even if you were incredibly powerful, you were not one of their own, so why should they support you? As for Jiraiya, although he was also one of the legendary Sannin, and seemed to stand on the same level as Orochimaru in essence, that was nonsense. Jiraiya was by nature a wanderer. Even though he came from a commoner background, he had never truly fought for the right status or wealth of the common people. Though he participated in the 2nd and 3rd Great Ninja Wars, Jiraiya never cultivated trusted followers or subordinates, so his support for Minato Namake's was actually quite limited. But Orochimaru was completely different. He had genuinely striven for the position of 4th Hokage, and with his ambition for power, he had been laying the groundwork as early as the 2nd Great Ninja War. Especially knowing the pain of the commoners, Orochimaru's treatment of his subordinates boiled down to 2 words: fairness. Whether or not they were his trusted aides, as long as they achieved merits, they would be rewarded. The correspondence between merits and rewards was clear and transparent. As long as you worked under Orochimaru, no one could steal your achievements. You could call him ruthless and merciless, but he would ensure you received the benefits you deserved. Take the Battle of Kikyo Mountain during the 3rd Great Ninja War, for example. Most thought he used his own ninjas as pawns to sacrifice, luring the main forces of Mangekyō into a trap, and then wiping them out in one fell swoop. But in reality, those Konoha ninjas who were treated as pawns did so willingly. It was all because of fairness. Back then, Orochimaru told everyone, your mission this time is to go to your deaths, but your families and children will be under his protection. The proper compensation and rewards even the 3rd Hokage and Danzo would not dare to touch. What was even more crucial was the protection of Orochimaru, one of the Sannin. As long as they were willing to sacrifice for him, the darkness of the village would never affect their families. So no matter how much Jiraiya and Minato Namake's were also from the commoner faction, their foundations were far inferior to Orochimaru's. Even Tsukumo Hatake in his prime had far less influence and appeal among the commoners than Orochimaru. It could be said that if Orochimaru had truly fought for the position, even Hiruzen Sarutobi's support for Minato Namake's would have been useless. So why did he lose? Because his heart had grown cold and disillusioned. His teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi had abandoned him. The man who, though he never said it, he had treated like a father since childhood, had so lightly cast him aside for the sake of power. For the proud Orochimaru, the title of Hokage was no longer an honor. Even the mere mention of the word Hokage filled him with disgust. He had voluntarily given up the fight for the 4th Hokage position. Otherwise Minato Namikaze was nothing, he had never regarded that junior as a threat. This was the real reason why Orochimaru was willing to come now, when Hiruzen Sarutobi had lost power and the clan was on the verge of collapse. Collecting the corpses of powerful ninjas and materials for the impure world reincarnation was certainly one of the benefits he sought. But more than that, he wanted to help Hiruzen Sarutobi. In the original story, when his teacher was old and frail, and Konoha had grown even more corrupt, he gave his teacher a grand funeral. Now it was the same. Even though Hiruzen Sarutobi had made countless mistakes, even though Orochimaru himself looked down on this teacher, this seemingly cold and venomous snake still displayed the last warmth that should not have existed. However, unfortunately, he still failed. The power of Uchiha Jin was too terrifying. Even the impure world reincarnation he had mastered could not help Hiruzen Sarutobi. Of course, he had anticipated this outcome. His appearance this time was merely to fulfill his duty. But now, even though he ultimately failed, he considered that he had done his filial duty as a disciple. After completely releasing the last shred of attachment in his heart, Orochimaru felt a sense of relief. At the same time, he could not help but look at the Uchiha Jin before him, his eyes revealing a deep curiosity. Yes, a Uchiha who was the least like a Uchiha, whose political acumen was even more terrifying than the Nara clan, and whose strength nearly reached that of the god of shinobi Senju Hashirama. This was truly an irresistible attraction for Orochimaru. He really wanted to study him. However, just as Orochimaru was about to exchange a few pleasantries and then prepare to retreat, Uchiha Jin directly spoke. Orochimaru, hand over the impure world reincarnation technique and the control of these resurrected powerful ninjas. I will spare your life and let you leave. His words were filled with overbearing dominance. As Uchiha Jin's domineering words echoed, Orochimaru, who was about to speak, was taken aback. He stared at Uchiha Jin as if looking at a fool. Ridiculous. Who did he think Orochimaru was? Although he had indeed failed to save his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen today, did you really think you could dictate terms to him? Thinking this, he let out a cold laugh. Jin-kun, you've gone too far. Do you believe you have me cornered? Orochimaru's tone was icy. At this moment, he was truly angered, his eyes turning cold and furious. He intended to retract his previous assessment. In his view, Uchiha Jin was far too foolish. Orochimaru had roamed the ninja world for many years. Perhaps his strength was not the greatest, but he held absolute confidence in his survival abilities. Uchiha Jin wanted to trap him. Wishful thinking. It was for this reason that Orochimaru did not flee. Even surrounded by so many leaf ninjas, he was confident he could escape. After all, not to mention Uchiha Jin before him, even the Akatsuki's leader Pain was not someone Orochimaru truly feared. In fact, he harbored a desire to study the so-called god. Why? Because he believed that if he wished to leave, even Pain, that self-proclaimed deity, could not capture him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Jin observed Orochimaru, whose eyes brimmed with disdain, seemingly unbothered by the encirclement, even daring to meet his gaze. A smirk of mockery crept across Jin's lips. Heaven's Curse Seal, Living Corpse Reincarnation, Eight-Headed Serpent Technique. If I am not mistaken, these are the foundations of your audacity. But it's understandable. The Heaven's Curse Seal allows you to implant a portion of your soul into another's body as a curse mark, enabling rebirth even if your original body perishes. Living Corpse Reincarnation is equally formidable, allowing you to continuously reincarnate through souls in different bodies. And these two techniques serve the Eight-Headed Serpent Technique. The Eight-Headed Serpent Technique is the core of all your ninjutsu, your greatest trump card. From this perspective, Orochimaru, you are indeed a genius. I, Uchiha Jin, sincerely admire you. Perhaps you are not the strongest ninja, but your survival abilities are terrifyingly formidable. Your pride is understandable. Uchiha Jin's tone was calm. A sharp intake of breath echoed among the onlookers. Though they were aware of Orochimaru's prowess, they had not taken it too seriously. Even now, Orochimaru remained unflinching, sparking curiosity, yet they still did not regard him as a major threat. After all, could Orochimaru be stronger than an entire ninja village? But now, as Uchiha Jin's words spilled forth, the crowd's gaze toward Orochimaru shifted to one of terror. How terrifying! If Uchiha Jin spoke the truth, they might indeed be unable to detain Orochimaru. His survival abilities were simply spine-chilling. Tsunade blurted out in astonishment, Orochimaru, is Jin telling the truth? She was bewildered. As one of Orochimaru's friends, she knew he had a sinister side, always pursuing immortality. However, she had always deemed such a concept too elusive, never imagining Orochimaru could succeed. But now, from Uchiha Jin's tone, had Orochimaru truly succeeded? Orochimaru was stunned. Hearing Jin's words, a chill ran down his spine. He could not fathom it. Even his most trusted subordinates only knew of living corpse reincarnation. He had never disclosed the Heaven's Curse Seal to anyone, and those who knew him well were only aware of the Earth Curse Seal at best. The eight-headed serpent technique was the core of his secrets and knowledge he would never share, even with Kabuto Yakushi. So how did Uchiha Jin know? At this thought, panic crept in and cold sweat soaked his back. How? How do you know? Orochimaru blurted out in shock. In response, Uchiha Jin's gaze remained calm, but he offered no explanation for his source of information. Instead, he spoke in a flat tone. Allow me to introduce my left eye's dojutsu Susanoo. It awakens through extreme love, which is why the Uchiha are known as the clan of love. It is precisely because the Uchiha love everything that upon losing that love they have a chance to awaken the Mangekyō, its ultimate form. The Uchiha's Mangekyō Sharingan is also called the Eye of the Heart's Reflection. The greatest wish in one's heart at the moment of awakening spontaneously forms the unique dojutsu of the Mangekyō. My Sharingan awakened for my parents. At that time, Danzo's root ninjas abducted my parents from within the clan. I loathed my own powerlessness, unable to protect even my own damn parents. So at that moment I longed for destruction to obliterate the entire world, which is why I awakened the dojutsu Susanoo. Its function is simple: ignore all defenses and annihilate everything, including time and space. Recently, after evolving to the eternal Mangekyō, this ability naturally evolved further. Now this dojutsu has been enhanced to annihilate souls. Simply put, no matter how many pieces you split your soul into, if I use my dojutsu to annihilate your current soul, my dojutsu power will take your present soul as a reference, ignoring space and distance. All your souls will be extinguished in an instant. Your soul won't even have the qualifications to be sealed by the death god or reach the pure land. Now do you understand? If you know what's good for you, hand over the impure world reincarnation technique and the control of these resurrected strong ones. Otherwise, you will die today, and even the Sage of Six Paths cannot save you. I assure you. Uchiha Jin was utterly domineering. As his words fell, a chill ran down the spines of everyone present. Even Orochimaru stood frozen in place. There was no helping it. The dojutsu Uchiha Jin awakened was simply shameless. Such power was virtually unsolvable. Unless your strength surpassed Uchiha Jin by a major realm like Senju Hashirama, who could withstand it head-on, no one could endure such an unreasonable dojutsu. Orochimaru's expression flickered with uncertainty. His entire body trembled with rage, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. At this moment he truly felt a surge of panic. Indeed, he had come this time with a desire to repay a debt of gratitude, and perhaps even to acquire a batch of impure world reincarnation bodies at the Jonin level, but all of this was predicated on his assurance of a safe retreat. But now, after hearing Uchiha Jin's self-introduction, he could only sense the absolute confidence Uchiha Jin had in himself. He had already been cornered. Should he believe it? For a moment he sank into deep thought. He couldn't help but reflect on the earlier clash between Uchiha Jin and Senju Hashirama, especially the moment when Uchiha Jin activated his dojutsu. There was no fluctuation in chakra nature, and nothing was visible on the surface. Yet in that instant Hashirama's wood-released Buddha began to collapse and dissipate into the void in a manner he could not comprehend. Even Hashirama's impure world reincarnation body collapsed and vanished completely in that same moment, only to be sealed after the reincarnation had been reconstituted. To be honest, this kind of unreasonable Mangekyō dojutsu was indeed troublesome. Even a research scholar like Orochimaru couldn't grasp the fundamental principles behind it. But one thing was certain: Uchiha Jin's attack earlier had only targeted the material plane without annihilating Hashirama's soul. However, the question remained, was Uchiha Jin incapable of doing so, or had he deliberately held back? After a moment of thought, Orochimaru leaned toward the latter. The reason was simple. Hashirama was after all Tsunade's granduncle, and Tsunade was now a core member of Uchiha Jin's leadership. Showing restraint out of consideration for her was perfectly plausible. Of course, more importantly, he believed in the name Uchiha. The Uchiha clan was one that never lied. Out of pride for their lineage, they would never stoop to deception. That Uchiha Jin had awakened the Mangekyō was ample proof that he was an extreme individual. From Orochimaru's analysis of human nature, the likelihood of Uchiha Jin lying was exceedingly low. Moreover, Uchiha Jin's governance lent immense credibility to his words. Although Uchiha Jin's tactics and schemes were more formidable than even those of the Nara clan, from his rise to power to the present, his confrontation with his teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi had never employed the underhanded strategy of deception. Uchiha Jin had relied almost exclusively on open strategies. So after a long deliberation, Orochimaru unrolled a scroll and tossed it directly to Uchiha Jin. Fine, take it. This time you've won, Jinkoin. I, Orochimaru, accept defeat gracefully. The impure world reincarnation technique, along with the control seals for these reincarnated bodies. It's all yours. Orochimaru's voice was calm. He was a man who could accept loss. As long as it didn't touch his core interest, techniques like impure world reincarnation mattered little to him. In response, Uchiha Jin did not reach for the scroll directly. Instead, he employed an extraordinary application of fire-release chakra nature transformation, effortlessly drying the mucus on the scroll without damaging the scroll itself. This display made Orochimaru narrow his eyes. Such precise chakra nature transformation proved that Uchiha Jin's strength, even without the Sharingan, had reached the Kage level. It further convinced him that during the Third Great Ninja War, Uchiha Jin had definitely not been fighting at full strength. To conceal his power at a time like that, especially on a battlefield, and to do so without anyone ever discovering, it spoke volumes about Uchiha Jin's formidable nature and tenacity. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Jin didn't even bother to look. After drying the scroll's mucus, he casually tossed it to Tsunade. Inspect it. His tone was perfectly calm. Tsunade caught the scroll and began a meticulous examination. She frowned slightly. In truth, she had seen the original manuscript of her granduncle's Impure World reincarnation. After all, Konoha's forbidden scrolls were essentially the Senju clan's legacy. But what Orochimaru had provided was far more refined. However, Impure World reincarnation was still a combination of summoning and sealing techniques. Tsunade herself was a skilled sealing expert, so with a few simple deductions, she could confirm that the scroll in her hands was genuine. Then she pulled out the scroll containing Kushina Uzumaki's seal, released Kushina, and applied the control seal. Only then did she speak to Uchiha Jin with utmost seriousness. "Jin, it's fine." "MMIC." Uchiha Jin nodded. Hearing this, Orochimaru couldn't help but ask, "Can I leave now?" "Wait." Uchiha Jin interjected. Orochimaru's expression darkened. He had already handed over the Impure World reincarnation technique, and nearly all of the Jonin-level reincarnated bodies he had gathered had been taken by Uchiha Jin's side. In short, he had gained nothing from this venture. And under these circumstances, he still wasn't being allowed to leave. At this thought, Orochimaru's demeanor turned grim. "Jin-kun, don't go too far." His eyes flashed with cold menace. Yes, he was one of the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru was not someone to be trifled with. Uchiha Jin was different too. Even if Uchiha Jin's terrifying dojutsu did give him pause, Orochimaru was not entirely without a means to fight back. "Rest assured, Orochimaru. I, Uchiha Jin, keep my word. The Impure World reincarnation technique you just gave me is your apology for the trouble you caused us today. Now I wish to make a deal with you. Of course, you are free to decide whether to accept it. Even if you refuse, it's fine." Uchiha Jin's tone was calm. As the Hokage of the new Konoha, he naturally wouldn't contradict his own words. After all, his earlier conversation with Orochimaru had been witnessed by the entire village. He couldn't afford to go back on his word. Otherwise, who would trust him as Hokage in the future? Thus, since Orochimaru had offered an apology, the trouble he had caused would be considered fully settled. What he wanted now was a transaction. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon hearing this, Orochimaru breathed a slight sigh of relief, and his expression began to soften. Good. Uchiha Jin was being honorable, which lifted his spirits considerably. A transaction? I'm very interested. What do you need, Jin-kun? Orochimaru's eyes flickered with curiosity. Indeed, Uchiha Jin was no ordinary man now. As the Hokage of a hidden village, what could he possibly want from him? Observing Orochimaru's face brimming with curiosity, Uchiha Jin had no intention of wasting words. "Hashirama's cells. And all the research materials you have on them. If you're interested, feel free to make an offer." Uchiha Jin spoke with blunt directness. As his words echoed, the people behind him, though initially startled, quickly composed themselves. It was Orochimaru who froze entirely. Hashirama's cells. Could such a thing really be spoken of so casually in public? In Orochimaru's understanding, this was an absolute taboo for the ninja villages, especially Konoha. Even if Uchiha Jin truly coveted the power of wood release, he should never have voiced it so openly. Especially Tsunade. She was right there in the crowd. How could she possibly tolerate him so blatantly discussing research on her great-grandfather? Instinctively, Orochimaru couldn't help but glance at Tsunade, only to find himself even more stunned. Her expression was remarkably calm. He couldn't contain himself. "Tsunade, Uchiha Jin wants to study Hashirama's cells. Don't you have anything to say?" Orochimaru asked, bewildered. Unfortunately, Tsunade responded with utter composure. "Even if you're willing to trade these materials, the research will likely fall to me anyway. Do you understand what I mean?" Yes. The research on Hashirama's cells was not a secret in the new Konoha. Unlike the secretive research in the old Konoha, the new Konoha's work was conducted openly. It was simply that Tsunade had been too busy, especially with the old Konoha still existing, to dedicate much time to it. Orochimaru. At this moment, he was truly dumbfounded. He quickly scanned the expressions of everyone present and instantly realized that the research on Hashirama's cells was no secret in the new Konoha. In fact, it seemed everyone already knew. He couldn't help it. A faint envy stirred within him. Back in the old Konoha, none of these people held such attitudes. Everyone refused to conduct such cruel experiments. In those days, he had to hide in the basement every day for his experiments, living like a rat ashamed of the light. But now the new Konoha conducted such research openly in the daylight. He wanted that too. If the old Konoha had permitted such practices, even if he had lost the position of 4th Hokage, he would never have left in anger. So, he couldn't help but look at Uchiha Jin, the core figure of the new Konoha. Jin-sama, can you tell me why? How did you convince everyone? Why do they all have such expressions? Tell me the truth, and I'll give it to you for free. Orochimaru spoke immediately. Yes. While Hashirama cells were precious, they could be cultivated indefinitely. There was essentially an unlimited supply. As for his own research manuscripts on Hashirama's cells, they were worthless. Consider that even after all this research, although they had produced Yamato and Danzo's Hashirama cell arms, they were essentially unfinished products. So these materials were hardly precious. On the contrary, he was genuinely interested in the current situation, unable to understand how Uchiha Jin had convinced everyone in Konoha. He was truly jealous. If the Hokage of the old Konoha had been Uchiha Jin, he would never have become a missing nin. So, he genuinely wanted to know the specific reasons willing to gift all of this away for free. After all, it was worthless. Meanwhile, a faint smile appeared on Uchiha Jin's face before he spoke in a remarkably calm tone. The reason is simple. Because I, Uchiha Jin, am sufficiently transparent, and my heart holds none of the darkness that people like Hiruzen Sarutobi harbors. Therefore my actions can naturally be brought into the sunlight, open to everyone's scrutiny and observation. I do not discriminate against human research, nor do I treat scientific inquiry as an abomination. On the contrary, I regard it as a ladder for human progress. Thus, the research facilities of the new Konoha are not hidden in some underground secret chamber, but in a plainly visible 3-story building not far from the Hokage Tower. The funding allocated for research as well as all other expenditures are publicly disclosed on a monthly basis. As for the sources of experimental subjects in human research, they are generally prisoners from hostile villages, though more often they are volunteers. For instance, those seeking a better life for their families, or those whose injuries render conventional medicine useless, so they gamble on this special treatment. The sources are quite numerous. Moreover, even those who become subjects are not controlled. They remain free individuals throughout the process. They may leave at any time, and can even return home each day. Furthermore, our laboratory commits to employing gentle approaches rather than radical, indifferent ones that disregard the well-being of subjects. Roughly, that is all. Therefore, our research institution in the new Konoha is entirely different from what you imagined, Orochimaru. This is an organization that can be placed under the sunlight. As for the research on Hashirama's cells, it is essentially unrelated to other ninja clans. Even if there are subjects, they would only be Uchiha. Because my research on Hashirama's cells is fundamentally aimed at solving the problem of Mangekyō Sharingan users going blind after prolonged use. I presume you have also discovered through your years of research that the Sharingan can suppress Hashirama's cells. Danzo's arm is a product of that finding. However, while your approach focused on the Sharingan suppressing Hashirama's cells, my primary research explores using Hashirama's cells to stimulate and gently nurture the Sharingan, especially the Mangekyō. Uchiha Jin spoke with calm composure. This was hardly any secret to him. As Hokage, he had no need for shadows, root, or darkness. Everything he did was conducted in the open for all to witness. So, since Orochimaru wished to know, there was no harm in telling him. After all, he had already prepared for this transaction. Since Orochimaru now offered to gift it freely, he certainly had no reason to refuse such a fortunate opportunity. Meanwhile, having listened to these words, Orochimaru's eyes grew increasingly complex. After a long while, he let out a soft sigh and casually tossed another scroll forward. At this moment, Orochimaru felt utterly dejected. Yes, he did. When he thought about how the new Konoha openly conducted research without any discrimination, and even Tsunade could carry out her studies so openly, he had to admit he was envious. Though he had made immortality his lifelong goal and seemingly severed all ties with Konoha when he defected, in truth, it was a necessity. But in reality, it was a last resort. After all, humans are social creatures. If others had understood his pursuits, would he have chosen to defect so directly back then? He used to think it didn't matter. As long as he could pursue immortality, losing friends and severing bonds was acceptable. But now, seeing the new Konoha, his heart began to feel unbalanced. Thus he felt it was all meaningless. He even secretly wondered if only he had met a Hokage like Uchiha Jin back when he was still in Konoha. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Jin used a fire release to dry the mucus on the scroll before casually tossing it to Tsunade. Then, looking at the disheartened Orochimaru, he pondered briefly and seemed to grasp Orochimaru's thoughts. After a moment's thought, he added, "Orochimaru, would you like to join the new Konoha?" "Me? Join?" Orochimaru was taken aback. "But I'm a rogue ninja. You would let a rogue ninja like me join, eh?" Orochimaru couldn't quite understand. Yes, indeed. If Hiruzen Sarutobi were still in charge, he would have been confident about returning to Konoha simply by using a classified mission as an excuse. But back then he looked down on Konoha's decaying windmill. Of course, if Jiraiya or Tsunade had taken over, he would have had a chance to return as well. But Uchiha Jin. This left him puzzled as he had no prior connection with him. Regarding this, Uchiha Jin spoke calmly. Why not? Orochimaru, you need to understand one thing. I didn't seize power within Konoha. I chose to start anew from scratch. I founded the new Konoha. Everyone else joined later. You are a rogue ninja of the old Konoha. What does that have to do with my new Konoha? Orochimaru was stunned. Being a sharp-minded person, he instantly understood. Indeed, Uchiha Jin didn't inherit or usurp power. He didn't take on the role of the fifth Hokage. He simply built a new village outside, becoming its founder and first Hokage. Nominally, he was still a rogue ninja of the old Konoha with no ties to the new Konoha. Therefore, he could remain a rogue ninja of the old Konoha while still joining the new Konoha before him. In an instant, fully grasping this, Orochimaru couldn't help but admire Uchiha Jin. Though it seemed to involve the same old personnel in essence, it was an entirely new framework and system. The old baggage of Konoha could no longer affect the present. Thinking this, he began to feel tempted. After all, truly starting a venture outside was indeed difficult. His current sound village was nothing but a small-scale operation. The resources and manpower he could muster were incomparable to a major ninja village like Konoha. His underground research facilities had to be moved frequently, and a single battle could destroy a base. Those high-precision research instruments cost a fortune to set up each time. In contrast, if he had a major village like Konoha as his backing, he wouldn't have to worry about such troubles and could devote himself entirely to his research. Honestly, he was truly tempted. After all, the new Konoha was different from the old. It didn't restrict his research. However, after careful consideration, Orochimaru shook his head helplessly. I'm sorry. Though this offer is very tempting, I've already joined a mysterious organization, so I'll have to think it over. Yes, despite his inner temptation, after a moment's deliberation, he reluctantly declined. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Jin couldn't help but smile faintly. The Akatsuki, right? Orochimaru was stunned. You know about it, Jin, eh? Of course, Uchiha Jin replied. I know it well. If you're worried about pain of the Akatsuki, there's no need. I admit the Rinnegan is powerful, but I have the ability to protect you. If Pain disagrees, let him come to me. Oh, and I also understand your thoughts. You want to study the Rinnegan, don't you? That's not necessary. I can tell you that Pain is just a decoy placed in front to draw attention. There's a mastermind behind the Akatsuki. And behind that mastermind lies an even deeper one. You won't succeed. Uchiha Jin's expression remained calm, but his tone was domineering. Yes, he admitted that Nagato with the Rinnegan was strong, but they were roughly evenly matched. In short, they were both at the Super Kage level. After all, the Rinnegan didn't truly belong to him. Despite his powerful Uzumaki bloodline, the constant draining by the demonic statue of the Outer Path, and the Rinnegan had nearly turned Nagato into a dried-up husk. Nagato was now a crippled version. Though he could seemingly wield the Rinnegan's power, he couldn't sustain a prolonged battle. But he was different. Even with only the eternal Mangekyō, he had no fear of Nagato. The Akatsuki. Tsunade was startled and asked in confusion. The others also showed expressions of surprise and curiosity upon hearing this. But Uchiha Jin simply smiled. This isn't important. I'll tell you when I have time. Alright, Tsunade nodded. Meanwhile, on the other side, Orochimaru, who was well acquainted with the Akatsuki, stood frozen in place, truly stunned. Yes, he couldn't understand. From what he knew of Uchiha Jin, the man had barely left Konoha since the end of the Third Great Ninja War. So how could he know so much about the Akatsuki? It didn't make sense. Regarding the bewildered Orochimaru, Uchiha Jin offered no further explanation. Orochimaru, after a moment of contemplation, simply nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall join you. However, if that is the case, I trust you Lord Hokage will handle the troubles with the Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru's eyes flickered with thought. On one hand, Uchiha Jin's openness regarding research fields was indeed far more beneficial than his previous solitary pursuits. Yet more importantly, he wished to probe and see how this new Hokage would deal with the Akatsuki moving forward. As for his research falling into Uchiha Jin's hands after joining the new Hidden Leaf, he scoffed inwardly. He cared not. As long as his pursuit of immortality wasn't hindered, nothing else truly mattered to him. Good, welcome aboard. Don't worry about the Akatsuki. If they dare to act recklessly in the Leaf, I will deal with them personally. Also, since you've chosen to join my new Leaf, there's no need for your hidden sound village to continue existing. Move your personnel and laboratories back here as soon as possible. Uchiha Jin said with a smile. He harbored no concern for the Akatsuki. After all, Nagato wasn't yet prepared and wouldn't easily step onto the stage to oppose a major village like the Leaf. Moreover, even if he did attack, so what? The Leaf under his rule was far from the broken village that was ravaged by Hiruzen Sarutobi and then inherited by Tsunade in the original timeline. While his village might not boast a forest of experts, it certainly wasn't intimidated by the Akatsuki either. The Uchiha clan alone had him, with his eternal Mangekyō plus Fugaku, and sure sway with their Mangekyō. Itachi had also touched the limits of his 3-tomo Sharingan, teetering on the verge of awakening his Mangekyō. However, Uchiha Jin had held Itachi back. His physique was too frail to withstand the drain of the Mangekyō. If forced to awaken it now, he would become as weak as his original counterpart. Though seemingly powerful, he would be a spent force merely holding on until Sasuke grew up. Why? He was simply too young. Despite his strong Uchiha bloodline in the original story, his Mangekyō was forced open by the trauma of Shirsue's death. Now it was different. The Uchiha were immensely powerful, and with Uchiha Jin's rise, relations with the village had completely thawed. There was no need for Itachi to be pushed prematurely. So his advice to Itachi was to temporarily set aside his Sharingan and train in taijutsu with Might Guy to build up his physical strength. Then once the Hashirama cell research was on track and he had received the transplant, he could awaken his Mangekyō without suffering the fate he did in the original story. Under these circumstances, even if the Akatsuki were to attack, Uchiha Jin wouldn't be the least bit afraid. I see, understood. I will have my people return to the leaf as soon as possible. Orochimaru's eyes held a deep, unfathomable look. He truly hadn't expected Uchiha Jin to be so formidable, knowing not only about the Akatsuki's movements, but also having him completely figured out, even down to the affairs of the Hidden Sound Village. Good. Let's head back. Uchiha Jin naturally noticed Orochimaru's deep gaze, but said nothing more. With a faint smile, he took the lead towards the new hidden leaf. The others naturally followed. Time passed. 3 days later, the western wasteland where the Sarutobi and 3 other clans were temporarily detained had been transformed into a massive temporary prison. Tall wooden walls surrounded the area and countless ANBU monitored the perimeter. Apart from a daily delivery of food supplies, the prisoners were essentially left to their own devices. Through the intense efforts of Tsunade and Shikazu over these past few days, the allocation of the labor force from the 4 clans had finally been tentatively agreed upon by the major ninja clans. Today was the day of the formal trial held in the vast plaza before the Hokage building. A temporary stage had been erected in the square. Uchiha Jin, along with Fugaku, Tsunade, Shikazu, and Kakashi, sat behind desks on the stage. The leaders and elders of the major ninja clans were seated to the right of the stage, while the heads of the village's various departments were on the left. Directly facing the stage stood countless civilians of the new hidden leaf, and in the center lay the captured members of the Sarutobi and other 3 clans. However, the faces of the 3 former leaf elders, including Hiruzen Sarutobi, were pale and filled with a creeping dread. Clearly, they never imagined Uchiha Jin would go for the jugular, subjecting them to a public trial. Evil Uchiha, how dare you? We are former leaf elders. Even if we made mistakes, you cannot humiliate us in this manner. Damn it, what do you think the title of Hokage means? Even if you had us executed in secret, you shouldn't trample the name Hokage underfoot. Don't you understand even that basic principle? Hamura Midokado and Kohor Udatane were cursing loudly. Yes, they couldn't believe Uchiha Jin would dare to do such a thing. Especially Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even though he wasn't shouting, his eyes were dark and venomous, his face was ashen, and his entire body trembled with rage. He was grinding his teeth so hard it seemed they might shatter. He was consumed by hatred. Had he known Uchiha Jin would resort to a public trial, he would have killed himself upon surrendering 3 days ago. As the 3rd Hokage, he could not endure such humiliation. But why? Hiruzen Sarutobi genuinely couldn't comprehend it. Uchiha Jin was the Hokage now. Didn't he realize the immense impact of putting him on trial? Any normal Kage would try to downplay this affair, at least grant him some dignity. He could be killed, but the title of Kage should not be dishonored. This was the reason he had chosen to surrender 3 days prior. Having clashed with Uchiha Jin these past years, he knew him to be a formidable leader and had assumed naturally that Uchiha Jin would understand these unspoken rules. Like himself in the past, even after destroying the Senju clan, he hadn't tarnished their reputation. He had even elevated Tsunade, holding her in high regard. But damn it, he hadn't expected Uchiha Jin to be so dishonorable to actually stage a public trial for him. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. With his chakra completely sealed, he couldn't even take his own life now. Uchiha Jin remained expressionless. Seated high in the center of the podium, he completely ignored the clamor of Udatane, Koharu, and Midokado Hamura, choosing to disregard them. Just a bunch of grasshoppers after autumn. He turned to Tsunade and spoke in a calm tone. Summon the ancestors using the impure world reincarnation. On such a momentous day, they should witness this too. It will greatly benefit the stability of the new village moving forward. Although I founded the new Konoha, it is still built upon the legacy of the old. Tsunade was stunned. She had never expected Uchiha Jin to do this. This was a ruthless strike against the very soul of the old regime. But upon further thought, it made sense. Uchiha Jin's reasoning was sound. Though this was the new Konoha, it still had the foundation of the old. Having the ancestors of the old Konoha bear witness would greatly contribute to the village's future stability. With this in mind, she nodded and began forming hand seals. Impure world reincarnation. With a series of explosions, rows of coffins were summoned. As the coffin lid slowly came down, the many resurrected warriors gradually opened their eyes. Tobirama Senju stretched his hands and looked at them with displeasure, summoned again by this damn jutsu. Tobirama, it's all your fault. Hashirama Senju shouted. I told you many times. Just stick to mastering your water style, instead of constantly researching those strange techniques. You never listen. Now look what's happened. His eyes were filled with reproach and anger. In response, Tobirama let out a disdainful snort, completely ignoring his elder brother. Enough, Hashirama, shut up. Mito Uzumaki crossed her arms and shot a warning glare at Hashirama. He instantly cowered. The person he feared most in life was Mito Uzumaki. Whenever he wanted to secretly play with Madara, he had to carefully avoid her, and every time he returned home, he was sure to be scolded. Grandmother. Kushina Uzumaki smiled gently upon seeing Mito. As for Tsukumo Hatake, he remained silent, instead fixing his gaze on the podium, specifically at the white-haired masked man seated at the edge. Although he had never seen an adult Kakashi, he instantly recognized his son. At that moment, Kakashi also looked at Tsukumo Hatake. Father. He murmured softly, but his voice was low given the formal occasion. He could not simply go and greet him. Tsukumo Hatake waved at him. Seeing his own son seated among the core leadership, he could die content. Just then Tsunade approached the group. Grandfather, granduncle, grandmother. Today I have summoned you from the Pure Land to witness the trial of Hiruzen Sarutobi and others, and to draw a final conclusion on the decades of corruption in Old Konoha. Tsunade did not waste words. After briefly greeting everyone, she directly stated the purpose. Then, considering that those present were unfamiliar with the situation, she began recounting events from the death of her grandfather Hashirama Senju onward, covering everything that had happened in Konoha up to the present. It was necessary to give them a basic understanding of the circumstances. Half an hour later, the resurrected warriors, now fully informed, fixed their gazes on Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others with extreme hostility. Especially Tobirama Senju, as these were the students he had mentored. Their disgrace reflected poorly on him as a teacher. However, he said nothing and instead turned a cold gaze toward Uchiha Jin on the high platform. Clearly, even after learning of the events of the past years, he still harbored deep resentment toward the Uchiha. But Tsunade, after briefly explaining the situation, returned to her seat on the podium to the left of Uchiha Jin. As a village leader, it was awkward for her to sit while her elders stood, but in such a formal setting there was no alternative. On the other side, seeing Tsunade return, Uchiha Jin finally spoke. All right, everyone. Old Konoha is now history, but we must remember history, using it as a lesson to avoid repeating the same mistakes. While exposing those criminal and foul secrets may tarnish the title of Hokage and cover it with dust, if we do not cut away these parasitic tumors, the village will never be able to move forward unburdened. Therefore, today's trial is not only to judge Hiruzen Sarutobi and the Old Konoha leadership, but also to sound an alarm for all of us present. From now on, when anyone contemplates committing crimes, they should remember the fate of these people. Only by remembering history can the alarm bell ring forever. Uchiha Jin's lofty words instantly brought solemnity to the entire gathering. Indeed, many present were reluctant to see Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others put on trial. In their view, these were former village leaders. Why not simply dispose of them quietly? Tarnishing the name of the Hokage was not beneficial to those in power. The higher one's status, the more one wishes to preserve the veil of superiority. But Uchiha Jin's words left everyone speechless. Only Hashirama Senju clapped in approval. Well said. Young man of the Uchiha, I support you. Tobirama Senju was exasperated. However, he had to reconsider the Uchiha before him, as such words were not typical of an Uchiha. But unfortunately, Uchiha Jin had no time for idle chatter. He merely paused briefly before continuing his speech. He detailed the dishonorable rise of Hiruzen Sarutobi, his persecution of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, the deaths of Nawaki and Dan, the forced suicide of Tsukumo Hatake under public pressure, the suspicious circumstances of Minato Namake's death, and finally the persecution of the Uchiha under Hiruzen. Upon hearing of the persecution of the Senju, Hashirama immediately spoke. I never said that the entire Senju clan should dissolve into the village. I only hoped that some members would integrate, and that was merely a call, not a forced requirement. I must clarify this. I simply believe that too few villagers could condense chakra, and I hope that by blending some of the Senju bloodline into the village, more ordinary people could become civilian ninjas. Senju Hashirama was consumed by fury. He believed that Sarutobi Hiruzen had twisted his words. He had never said anything about the Senju clan being forced to integrate into the village. This was utter nonsense. And at this, Senju Tobirama's expression turned equally grim. He immediately spoke coldly to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Monkey, you deserve to die. As my disciple, do you even understand such a basic truth? Back then my brother and I consented to a portion of the Senju members integrating into Konoha solely to nurture more individuals with ninja potential among the common populace. This was to expand the ninja base, thereby countering warriors from other hidden villages. And after my brother's passing, I revised his approach entirely. My brother spoke of voluntary integration. Any Senju clan member could assimilate into the village if they wished. But my intention was that only commoners within the Senju clan and those with poor ninja aptitude could be permitted to abandon the Senju name and merge into the civilian populace. Senju members above the rank of Chunin, even if they desired it, were forbidden from merging into the civilians. Even after integration, should any prodigy emerge among their descendants, they must rejoin the Senju clan. As my disciple, how could you be unaware of this? Or did you deliberately choose ignorance? Senju Tobarama erupted in fury. Indeed, though his elder brother was a simpleton, he would never orchestrate the demise of the Senju clan. He had merely called for a portion of people to voluntarily integrate into the populace. And at the time his brother's motive was not to increase the ninja base, but to stabilize the newly founded village, which was fraught with internal strife. But equally, his brother Senju Hashirama had never intended for the Senju clan to perish. And after Hashirama's death, when Senju Tobarama assumed leadership, he changed his stance entirely. He no longer spoke of voluntariness. Instead, he tightened the restrictions directly. Senju members with considerable ninja talent were strictly forbidden from abandoning the Senju title and joining the civilians. Only commoners and those with poor ninja aptitude were allowed. But now, according to what reached Sarutobi Hiruzen, it became that the entire Senju clan had to relinquish their title, and everyone must integrate into the village. What was even more infuriating was that those who refused to abandon the Senju title were all sent to the front lines and met their deaths. Meanwhile, those who were willing to give up the Senju name were tricked into becoming sacrificial victims for Hashirama cell experiments. What a brilliant move. On the other side, Uzumaki Mido remained indifferent to these matters, having witnessed such scandals back in her day. Thus, she was not particularly enraged now, though her gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen grew colder. Hatake Tsukumo felt the same. Though he was a samurai devoted to justice, his time in the ANBU had exposed him to the village's darkness. Therefore, his choice of suicide was solely to protect Kakashi. Because when Sarutobi Hiruzen failed to halt the public outcry, Tsukumo knew that Hiruzen wanted him tainted by darkness, stripping him of any chance to become the fourth Hokage, ultimately forcing him to serve as Hiruzen's obedient dog. But equally, though Hatake Tsukumo had never aspired to become the fourth Hokage, his pride would never allow his life to be manipulated by Sarutobi Hiruzen, nor would he be coerced into embracing darkness and becoming a lackey. However, the question arose, could he resist? Despite his abilities at the time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was firmly entrenched in the Hokage's seat. Any rebellion would have been futile. Defect. What about young Kakashi? So unwilling to be a dog, yet desperate to protect Kakashi, he hardened his heart and chose suicide. Thus, when Uchiha Jin revealed the truth, Hatake Tsukumo's face betrayed no surprise, for he had long known the truth in his heart. Therefore he merely watched silently. Only Uzumaki Kushina. At this moment, upon hearing Uchiha Jin mention that the Knight of the Nine Tails was also suspicious, she became utterly incandescent with rage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you deserve to die. How could I have never considered this before? Now that I think about it, it all makes sense. Back then, only a few top Konoha officials knew the time of my delivery. Even the ANBU covertly guarding on the day of birth were only notified an hour beforehand. So how did the mastermind behind that night learn the true date of delivery? There must be a traitor. But I never imagined that you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would not even tolerate Minato for the sake of power. To think that Minato back then showed you, a retired third Hokage, considerable respect. Even after you stepped down, whenever you spoke, Minato would comply despite his deep discomfort. Ultimately, he always acquiesced. Under such circumstances, what more could you want? Minato, with his gentle nature, was still too much for you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to bear. I have realized. On the night our couple died, when Minato sealed the Nine Tails into Naruto, he specifically entrusted the key to Mount Myaboku. At the time I was baffled as to why. You had already arrived, Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Minato chose to give the key to Mount Myaboku rather than to you. So even then Minato must have seen through you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, even without concrete evidence, didn't he? Thinking back, it all makes sense. These years, why has my Naruto suffered so much? My child has survived only because you lack the key to unlock the Nine-Tail seal on Naruto, unable to extract the beast from him. That is the sole reason he has managed to cling to life, isn't it? If Minato had truly handed the key to you, I suspect Naruto would have met an untimely end for some reason long ago. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are truly ruthless. How could I have never seen through you, such a despicable man? Why, is power truly that important? If it was so important, why did you hand it over to Minato? Why did you let him become the fourth Hokage? At this moment, Kushina Uzumaki's tone grew increasingly cold. Clearly after hearing Uchiha Jin's words combined with the events of the Nine-Tails Night, she instantly understood Minato Namake's choice. Back then the couple had already determined that death was inevitable for them. Thus making their child the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was the only means to protect him. Because the key to the 8-trigram ceiling was in Mount Myaboku, the Konoha higher-ups, led by Hiruzen Sarutobi, might have made their child's life miserable, but they would absolutely protect his life. Change the Jinchuriki. Absolutely impossible. This was the only solution Minato Namikaze could think of to protect his child after detecting the darkness in the village. Perhaps their child would suffer, but he would never die young. Hashirama Senju's face darkened. After hearing about the good deeds Hiruzen Sarutobi had done over the years, the usually carefree Hashirama's aura dropped to a terrifying low. At this moment, he truly displayed the demeanor of the god of shinobi. He stared fixedly at Hiruzen Sarutobi from a distance. Though he seemed not to utter a single word, his surging killing intent firmly locked onto the old man. Yes, this god of shinobi had earned his title through bloodshed. Although he usually appeared lazy and simple-minded as a powerhouse capable of dominating an era, his true fury was something ordinary people could hardly withstand. They deserve death. All these old Konoha elites deserve death. I've always wondered, why was Hiruzen Sarutobi the so-called strongest Hokage leading the village into ever-growing hardships? Strong individuals and geniuses kept emerging, yet they died for no reason. Only those old bastards remained unscathed. When did our village begin to decline? It started with Hiruzen Sarutobi's reign. Thinking about the will of fire. How ridiculous. Isn't that right? Saying the old leaves burn to protect the new sprouts, but all the new sprouts died inexplicably while these old leaves thrive. Countless civilians began to speak. Their expressions were grim, for they were too far from the upper echelons to notice many things. Previously they had vaguely sensed something wrong with the village, but they couldn't pinpoint exactly what. But now as Uchiha Jin slowly spoke, exposing the dirty deeds of the old Konoha elites, these civilians belatedly understood the things that had once puzzled them. Meanwhile, amidst the curses and cries of death to them, Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado stared blankly, offering no reaction at all. After all, ever since they surrendered and were captured, they had anticipated this scene. Neither of them cared much about reputation. Even now, facing such a public trial, they only feared execution. Our reputation meant nothing to them. The only one who cared was Hiruzen Sarutobi. All his life, he valued reputation above all, second only to clan legacy. Thus he trembled with rage, his aged face twisted into a grimace. Nonsense. Slander. I admit the matters regarding the Senju and Uzumaki clans, and I acknowledge my wrongs to Tsukumo Hitaki. I also bear responsibility for Orochimaru's situation, and I can admit to marginalizing the Uchiha. But the incident involving Minato Namikaze, it truly had nothing to do with me. I never intended to harm Minato. He was an excellent Hokage. Although I did cling to Hokage authority at the time, and thought of having Minato serve as a transitional Hokage while I groomed my son for the 5th Hokage position. I swear I never planned to kill Minato. That incident had nothing to do with me. Hiruzen Sarutobi roared. Yes. Though earlier he had refused to admit anything, now that things had reached this point, he chose to confess everything. Except the matter of Minato Namikaze, which he would never acknowledge. Nonsense. That incident truly had nothing to do with him. He could swear it. Seated on the high platform, Uchiha Jin watched the aggrieved Hiruzen Sarutobi, and couldn't help but show a hint of sympathy in his smile. Yes. Others might not know, but as a time traveler he was fully aware that Hiruzen Sarutobi wasn't lying this time. If blame was to be placed for the Minato Namikaze incident, it should fall on Kakashi, who was sitting beside him. It was Kakashi who, while visiting Rin Nohara's grave, spoke a few extra words that were overheard by Obito lurking in the shadows. But why should he seek justice for Hiruzen Sarutobi? Honestly, those unaware of the truth would never guess it involved Kakashi. Just as Uchiha Jin was lost in thought, Kushina Uzumaki, standing below, could no longer contain herself, and shouted at Hiruzen Sarutobi. You old monkey, you're lying. Minato told only you the exact time of my delivery. Even Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado didn't know the full details. Only you and Kakashi were fully informed. The other ANBU only knew there was a mission that night, but not the specifics. If not you, then who? Could it be Kakashi? With Kushina Uzumaki's roar, Hiruzen Sarutobi was left speechless. Yes, in a sense, even Hiruzen Sarutobi began to wonder, could he really be the culprit? Could he have forgotten due to senility? But no. He truly didn't recall such a thing, yet he had no way to refute Kushina Uzumaki. Because Kushina was right. The delivery date of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was a critical secret. Since Minato Namikaze was the Hokage at the time, such important information would not have been shared with others. He told Hiruzen because of his status as the 3rd Hokage, whom Minato deeply respected and trusted. He told Kakashi because Kakashi was his student. Beyond that, no one else knew. Whether it was the ANBU guards that night or the medical ninjas at the hospital, they were all notified just before the operation began with no opportunity to inform anyone else. Given the attackers' behavior on the night of the Nine Tails, they clearly knew the Jinchuriki's delivery date in advance. Thus, the only possible leakers were the two who knew the full truth: Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and Kakashi. Kushina Uzumaki trusted Kakashi. Given his deep respect for Minato, he would never have leaked such information. Therefore, the only person with a motive to leak it was the power-hungry Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing these words, he stood frozen in place. There was no way. He truly could not refute. Uzumaki Kushina's chain of suspicion was far too airtight. Although she could produce no evidence, the matter required none. Only himself and Kakashi had known the information in advance, and he was convinced Kakashi was not the one who leaked it. Then who else could it be? It seemed only himself. But damn it, it really wasn't him. Sarutobi Hiruzen was driven to the brink of madness, yet no matter how he racked his brain, he could not find a scapegoat. Wait, scapegoat? A figure instantly flashed through his mind. His lifelong comrade, the one whose face and arms were wrapped in bandages. Yes, that was Konoha's king of scapegoats, Danzo. At the thought, his eyes lit up, and he immediately spoke aloud. Danzo. It must be Danzo. Initially, considering the gravity of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki's childbirth, I secretly informed Danzo's route to stand guard. Danzo also knew of this in advance, so this must be his doing. That man's lifelong ambition was to become Hokage. When the fourth was about to assume the position, I had to go to the daimyo's residence to negotiate. Back then, Danzo even attempted to assassinate me. Considering his advanced age, he must have thought that if he could eliminate Minato Namikaze, he would seize the chance to become the fifth Hokage. Danzo has a motive. This must be his secret operation behind my back. Damn it, it's definitely him. After all, that fellow also possesses Kagami's Mangekyō Sharingan, which explains the Mangekyō projection in the Nine Tails' eyes back then. Sarutobi Hiruzen declared immediately. At first he merely sought to shift blame, but the more he thought, the brighter his eyes became. Because it made far too much sense. Even he began to feel that this was not merely scapegoating. It was highly likely that Danzo had indeed done it. His gaze grew increasingly resolute, and even the others began to believe. Uchiha Jin narrowed his eyes. How intriguing. He had never expected events to unfold in such a manner. However, watching a dog-eat-dog spectacle would be quite entertaining. With that thought, he summoned a scroll and retrieved Danzo's would-release arm from within. Then, Uchiha Jin spoke. Truth becomes clearer through debate. Under my rule, the new Konoha will not let a single villain escape, nor will it wrong an innocent man. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen is guilty of heinous crimes, if he did not commit this act, I will not pin the blame on him. This is Danzo's modified would-release arm, containing not only would-release cells and Sharingan, but also a portion of Danzo's genetic information. Guards, bring me a death row convict from the prison. As Uchiha Jin spoke, the eyes of everyone present instantly filled with admiration and pride. Look, this was their new Hokage. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen was already guilty of monstrous crimes, their new Hokage still refused to falsely accuse him. This behavior only deepened everyone's trust in Uchiha Jin. Not letting a villain escape, nor wronging an innocent man. Well said. Hearing this, the commoners erupted in fervent applause and cheers. Tsunade frowned upon hearing this. Frankly, she disliked the frequent use of the Edo Tensei technique, but she could not refute Uchiha Jin's words. In the end, she sighed softly and accepted it. Meanwhile, on the other side, the many reincarnated warriors, commoners, and shinobi below the stage saw Danzo's arm, and their faces instantly darkened. Especially the pale would-release cells and the crimson three-tomo Sharingan, which deepened their disgust toward the old Konoha leadership. Look, this was one of the sins of the old Konoha leadership. The old Konoha leadership truly deserves to die. What were Hiruzen and the others planning with would-release and the Sharingan? What I'm more concerned about is, didn't they taint other bloodlines as well? This is damnable. Thank heavens for the rise of our new Hokage Uchiha Jin, or else we clans would have been ruined by those old leaders. Indeed, those old Konoha leaders deserve to die. Everyone present spoke out. Especially the clans with bloodline limits or secret techniques. Their expressions grew increasingly grim, and their gazes at Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others became filled with murderous intent. In fact, even the reincarnated warriors wore dark expressions. Hatake Tsukumo sighed softly. I knew the old Konoha had darkness, but I never imagined it to this extent. Damn it. Uzumaki Kushina cursed furiously. So this is the so-called will of fire. Uzumaki Mito snorted. Seeing this arm makes me sick. As for Senju Hashirama, he was seething with rage. Frankly, he valued the village, yet he also did not value it too much. What he truly wanted was to establish a village where children could grow up safely. Whether it was Konoha or not did not matter. That was why he had not been overly angered when he learned that Uchiha Jin had founded the new Konoha. In his view, as long as Uchiha Jin had earned everyone's recognition, the original village's name was irrelevant. After all, it was still the same people. But now, earlier hearing the list of Hiruzen's crimes, he had been angry, but not truly affected. Now, however, it was different. Staring at that revolting arm, especially the crimson Sharingan upon it, Senju Hashirama felt his heart bleed. Was this the village he had created? Had it decayed to such a degree? Frankly, if the current Hokage Uchiha Jin had not yet spoken, he would have wanted to crush Sarutobi Hiruzen with a single slap. But he restrained himself, choosing to leave the judgment to Uchiha Jin. So, he immediately pointed at Senju Tobirama. Tobirama, look at the disciples you taught. Brother, Senju Tobirama's mouth twitched. They were not like this before. Speaking thus, Tobirama was dumbfounded and felt deeply wronged. There was no help for it. In the past, these disciples of his had been quite obedient and well-behaved, hadn't they? Tobirama Senju felt extremely aggrieved. He was well aware that the environment could change a person, especially one who held power but lacked strength. So he had initially believed that Hiruzen Sarutobi would inevitably undergo some changes. But damn it. First of all, he never truly thought he would die. In hindsight, that incident was merely a test for his disciples. After all, he was a man who possessed the Flying Thunder God technique. Even though he had been pushed to the brink by the Cloud Village, he honestly didn't think they could kill him. The problem was, who could have imagined that the Cloud Village's Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers would pull out Six Paths artifacts that could counter the Flying Thunder God? Secondly, even when he was on the verge of death, he had considered that after Hiruzen Sarutobi took power, since the Sarutobi clan had no bloodline limit, their strength ceiling would likely be low, and so for the sake of power, he would inevitably make some mistakes. But at that time, he was not afraid. In Tobirama Senju's plan, Hiruzen Sarutobi was merely a transitional Hokage. Considering that the Senju clan had no strong figures emerging at that time, and that if the Senju clan held the Hokage position for 3 consecutive generations, it would easily provoke discontent among the other ninja clans, especially the Uchiha. Therefore, the fact that Hiruzen Sarutobi's strength ceiling was low was actually a good thing for him. Allowing the weak Hiruzen Sarutobi to serve as Hokage for a term would conveniently silence the other clans, especially the Uchiha, preventing them from gossiping that the Senju had completely monopolized the Hokage position. Then, as long as his elder brother's grandson Nawaki Senju grew up, it would be effortless for him to take over as the 4th Hokage. The reasoning was simple. The ninja world ultimately speaks through strength. So-called power is never as important as actual ability. As long as Nawaki Senju could grow strong, relying on the Senju clan's foundation, reputation, and influence, pushing him to become the 4th Hokage would be a piece of cake. But the problem was that even Tobirama Senju had not anticipated that power would cause Hiruzen Sarutobi to change so drastically in an instant. This bastard gave Nawaki no chance to grow. As soon as he gained power, he began plotting against the Senju clan and casually wiped out the Uzumaki clan, the Senju's core ally. Using the excuse of integrating into Konoha that he and his brother had casually mentioned, he directly sent the Senju elite to the battlefield to be consumed. Then, under the pretext of would-release experiments, he schemed to kill a large number of Senju members. Finally, taking advantage of the Senju's decline, he killed Nawaki Senju. Killed by explosive tags. Thinking of this, he sneered inwardly. The Senju clan was renowned for its powerful life force, and Nawaki Senju was the one with the strongest bloodline in the clan. Even though he seemed foolish as a child, as he grew up and his bloodline power awakened, Nawaki Senju would definitely become a powerhouse. Just like his elder brother Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, their strength as children was actually quite poor. They only began to slowly awaken their bloodline power around the age of 15 or 16. Therefore, Tobirama Senju was absolutely certain that someone like Nawaki with such a powerful bloodline, even if the power hadn't manifested due to his youth, was definitely not someone ordinary could compare to, let alone being killed by explosive tags. Even if he were covered in them, they would at most severely injure him, never take his life. So alas, thinking that the strongest Senju clan of the Warring States period would be directly destroyed in the era of ninja villages, his heart became extremely aggrieved and pained. However, looking at the arm of Danzo that Uchiha Jin was holding, his eyes couldn't help but flicker. Sharingan would release. As a master of scientific research, he instantly understood that the purpose of the Sharingan was to suppress his elder brother's cells. This approach was indeed clever. Back then he had vaguely sensed this, but he died too early and never had the chance to continue his research before perishing on the battlefield. But thinking that there was such a brilliant researcher in this era, his mind began to conceive some other ideas. Tobirama, it's all your fault. If not for your precious disciples, the village wouldn't have ended up like this, and the Senju and Uzumaki clans wouldn't have been destroyed. In any case, you must take responsibility for this. Hashirama Senju kept roaring. At first he was merely venting his anger, but soon he vaguely felt that he seemed to be a bit stronger than his younger brother. at least the destruction of the Senju clan had nothing to do with him. It's all that fool Tobarama's fault. Yes indeed. Tobarama is the fool, oh I'm smarter than him. Although the destruction of the Senju clan made him furious thinking that he was smarter than his brother, still made him want to laugh secretly. No help for it. Although his strength surpassed his brother's, Tobarama had spent his whole life mocking his intelligence. And now, facts prove that Tobarama is the fool. Tobarama Senju. He just glanced sideways at his elder brother and knew exactly what he was thinking. But the problem was he couldn't refute it. So though he felt extremely aggrieved, he could only silently endure. Meanwhile on the other side, just as Hashirama Senju was cursing his younger brother Tobarama, the Umbu directly brought a death row prisoner to the scene. Lord Hokage. This is a spy from the Cloud Village at Shunin we captured. The Umbu knelt on one knee, his tone calm. In response to this, Uchiha Jin just nodded. Upon hearing this, we only need to ask Danzo some questions. A Chunin-level impure world reincarnation is sufficient. After speaking, he nodded to Tsunade beside him. Though still reluctant, Tsunade stood up and walked over to the unconscious death row prisoner. However, she did not act directly. Instead, she called out Orochimaru, who was watching the show, and quickly performed the impure world reincarnation ritual. Finally, she formed hand seals and summoned Danzo's soul from the Pure Land. This is impure world reincarnation. The awakened Danzo looked bewildered. Then as he instinctively looked around, his face instantly turned ashen. Clearly he realized that the old Konoha had completely collapsed. However, thinking that his old friends like Hiruzen Sarutobi had become prisoners, his mood instantly improved. Although he had failed in his lifelong pursuit of becoming Hokage, the fate of his old friends didn't seem much better, which for Danzo was evidently a somewhat acceptable outcome. Speak. What do you want by summoning me with impure world reincarnation? At this moment Danzo looked defiant. Yes, since he was already dead, what was there to fear? At this moment Danzo bore an expression of arrogant defiance. After all, he was already a corpse. What could Uchiha Jin possibly do to him now? He unconsciously glanced around. Although the appearance of Chinsho Feijin sent a chill down his spine, he quickly regained his composure. He was dead already. What was there to fear? By nature he was utterly selfish and self-serving. Back when Chinsho Feijin had denied him the title of Hokage, resentment had already begun to fester in his heart against his teacher. After a long life filled with failed attempts to seize the Hokage position, his hatred for Chinsho Feijin had only deepened. Of course, if he were still alive, no matter how bitter he felt, he would never dare to openly defy Chinsho Feijin. But the problem was, he was already dead. So with a cold snort, Danzo dismissed Chinsho Feijin from his thoughts and began surveying the situation around him. Almost instantly he grasped that this was a trial for Uenfei Risen and the others. Yet he couldn't fathom why such a trivial matter had summoned him back. Danzo, tell me honestly, was the death of Bofeng Shuemin your doing? After all, only Shuemin Kakashi and I knew the delivery date of Jixinai, and I only told you. Uenfei Risen immediately launched his attack, voicing the suspicion he had just formed. Clearly he intended to pin this blame squarely on Danzo. He had no choice. His reputation was the most precious thing to him in life. Even if his name was already tarnished, he refused to bear such a heinous stigma for Danzo. Bofeng Shuemin was a Hokage. The weight of this accusation was terrifying. Though he had been involved in the persecution of the Uchiha clan and the suicide of Chimu Shumao, their status could never compare to that of a Hokage. Even the deaths of Chinsho Shushing and even the entire Chinsho clan paled before the crime of assassinating a Hokage. In Konoha, the Hokage held a singularly sacred position. It was not merely a title, but the spiritual leader of all. If Uenfei Risen were to bear this accusation, the Uenfei clan would be utterly destroyed. In fact, they would never rise again. As long as the name of Hokage endured, the stigma of the Uenfei clan's treachery would be passed down through generations. Who would ever dare to promote or trust the descendants of the Uenfei clan? Indeed, Uenfei Risen could accept the past misdeeds because at worst he and those who performed the dirty work would die. The clan would surrender all the resources they had plundered, and the remaining Uenfei disciples would be sent to the front lines to perish. That would be enough. As time passed, the Uenfei clan might still have a chance to rise again. But if he admitted to the assassination of a Hokage, then as long as Konoha existed in this world, the Uenfei clan would never have a chance to recover. So this burden must be placed on Danzo. Moreover, Uenfei Risen had always believed that it was highly probable Danzo had indeed done it. After all, the man had once attempted to assassinate him, the Hokage. Thus, under these circumstances, finishing off the fourth Hokage as well seemed perfectly plausible. Danzo, confess. Did you have anything to do with the fourth Hokage's death? Look me in the eyes and tell me. Chinsho Feijin's gaze was icy. He stared fixedly at Danzo, clearly placing great importance on this matter. The position of Hokage was far too special. Almost instantly, with Chinsho Feijin's words, the eyes of everyone present turned toward Danzo. Danzo. At that moment he was utterly bewildered. What the hell? Wolfeng Shuimin was killed by me. Damn it. Even though I have indeed done many dirty deeds, you can't just dump any filth on me. His eyes were filled with shock, and then he burst into furious curses. Yuanfei Risen, you've gone too far. What does Wolfeng Shuimin's death have to do with me? Why do you push everything dirty onto me? And don't you forget one thing, I was your black glove. Every dirty deed my root carried out had your approval. Take Orochimaru's research on Hashirama's cells for example. Without your consent as Hokage, how could all those high-precision instruments have been brought into the village? Such large objects couldn't be hidden with storage scrolls. Were all your Umbu blind? The same logic applies to Wolfeng Shuimin's death. First that night, I led Root to monitor the Uchiha clan. There was absolutely no way I could have been involved in the Ninetales incident. Second, I admit I desperately wanted to become Hokage, but do you think I had the ability? If I truly had the power to control the Ninetales, or even kill Wolfeng Shuimin, then he wouldn't have been qualified to become the fourth Hokage in the first place. So spare me. Don't try to smear me with this filth. I'm already dead. Do you expect me to take the fall for him? Danzo raged, showing no respect for Yuanfei Risen. Of course, when he was alive, he had always borne the blame for Yuanfei Risen. Back then, because he wanted to expand his power and seize the Hokage position, he swallowed his pride and accepted it silently. But now it was different. He was already dead. What benefit could Yuanfei Risen offer him? So why should he take the blame? Yuanfei Risen was stunned. After turning it over in his mind, he had to admit there was logic to it. Indeed, he knew his old partner well. If Danzo truly had the power to kill Wolfeng Shuimin or control the Ninetales, he would never have chosen to lurk in the shadows. So who was the real culprit? He was certain he wasn't the killer, and it seemed Danzo wasn't either. Could it be Kakashi? The name flashed through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Ridiculous. Absolutely impossible. He would rather believe he had amnesia and forgotten about it than believe Kakashi was the murderer. So well then, after perfectly eliminating the true culprit, Yuanfei Risen was at a loss. The matter was stuck. He couldn't refute Uchiha Jin's claim, only he Kakashi and Danzo knew in advance about Xuanhua Jixinai's delivery date. First, Kakashi wasn't the killer. Danzo didn't seem to be either. So who was the murderer? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. Because no matter how you looked at it, he seemed to be the most likely culprit. But damn it, he really wasn't the one. At this moment he was about to cry, so anxious that he was nearly scratching his scalp off. After all, taking the blame for assassinating the Hokage was a burden he absolutely could not bear. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was racking his brains, Danzo, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but sneer and say, "Enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I am already a dead man now. The world of the living has nothing to do with me, and I am destined never to become Hokage. So you should understand in your heart that I have absolutely no reason to deceive you. Minato Namake's death has nothing to do with me, Danzo, or Root. On the contrary, I also believe that Kakashi is not the killer, since he had no reason to betray Minato Namake's. So admit it. This matter was most likely done by you, you old monkey. But speaking of you, you old monkey, you are truly a ruthless man. Just because Minato Namake's refused to obediently be a puppet Hokage, you actually had the audacity to directly kill him. To be honest, even I was deceived by you. I thought you were becoming more muddled and timid with age. I never imagined that Minato was killed by you. I always thought the Uchiha were the killers. But now that I think about it carefully, I finally understand. The Uchiha were not accepted by the village's high-ranking officials at that time. How could they have known in advance the delivery date of the Ninetales Jinchuriki? In that case, only you monkey have this ability. After all, you knew the Jinchuriki's delivery date, and you also had a motive to take action yourself. Because although Minato Namikaze seemed gentle and easy to talk to, in reality, ever since he became the fourth Hokage, he had been trying to reclaim the Hokage's authority. On one hand, he had Kakashi join the Umbu, clearly intending to disrupt your Umbu monkey. Secondly, he formed his own Hokage Guard. You know this institution was thrown into the trash along with your ascension as the third Hokage. But Minato Namikaze still fished it out of the trash and used the Hokage Guard to win over the common ninja class. More importantly, at that time, although Minato didn't have devoted followers through the simple bonds formed during the Third Shinobi World War, by carrying out missions with the Inoshikacho clans, he managed to win over the four clans, the Nara, Akimichi Yamanaka, and Abure. Furthermore, thanks to Kushina Uzumaki and Mikoto Uchiha, the Uchiha clan had actually begun to implicitly support Minato Namikaze during that period. I believe that if Minato were given 2 more years, he would certainly have wrested the Hokage's great power from your hands. But who would have thought? Old monkey, you are so ruthless. Not only did you instantly sense the danger, but you also struck viciously and directly killed Minato Namikaze. Impressive. Truly impressive. Everyone, including me as your comrade, has underestimated your methods, old monkey. Although I still can't figure out where you found such a person. Not only possessing Mangekyō Sharingan to control the Ninetales, but more importantly, the guy you found is also proficient in space-time ninjutsu. Space-time ninjutsu. If you think about it carefully, isn't it just the Flying Thunder God technique? I never thought about this subconsciously before, but now that I think about it, the answer is already obvious. After all, besides the Flying Thunder God, where else in the ninja world could a new space-time ninjutsu come from? I suppose that person was secretly trained by your Sarutobi clan, right? As for the mysterious person's Mangekyō on the night of the Nine Tails, I always thought it was a symbol of the Uchiha. But upon careful thought about Kagami's Mangekyō Sharingan back, then I actually only obtained one of his eyes. So where is the other Mangekyō? How so hard to guess? Danzo's tone was filled with sarcasm and disdain. However, accompanied by Danzo's new version of conspiracy theory, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. Because if we follow Danzo's reasoning, the events of that Nine Tails night can indeed be explained. The mysterious person's proficiency in space-time ninjutsu could be attributed to his learning the Flying Thunder God. And the Flying Thunder God is a forbidden technique unique to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen obviously had the ability to obtain it. Secondly, the mysterious person's Mangekyō Sharingan could be the other eye that Kagami mysteriously lost back then. The logic loop is closed. It really is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now it's confirmed. I never would have imagined that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen was so ruthless back then. The other Mangekyō that Uchiha Kagami lost back then, plus a member of the Sarutobi clan proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique. But it's a bit inconsistent. If that mysterious person was truly a member of the Sarutobi clan, why hasn't he stepped forward to help Sarutobi Hiruzen when the Sarutobi clan is in such dire straits now? What's so inconsistent? Probably the Sarutobi clan split into two branches long ago to protect themselves. Who knows which corner of the ninja world the other branch of Sarutobi is in? I see, that makes sense. Everyone present began to speak. Even Tobarama Senju and others who had previously been sure that Danzo was the culprit now looked gravely at Sarutobi Hiruzen not far away. Obviously, they were also convinced by Danzo's words. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew the Jinchuriki's birth time, and he also had the opportunity to obtain the other Sharingan that Uchiha Kagami lost back then. More importantly, only Sarutobi Hiruzen had the authority to cultivate someone capable of mastering a forbidden technique like the Flying Thunder God, since others, including the Uchiha clan, could not access Konoha's forbidden technique scrolls. Therefore, all things considered, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the most suspicious. Uchiha Jin. At this moment, he was sitting on the podium, frozen in place. His mind went blank, staring at Danzo in shock. To be honest, if he as a reincarnator didn't know the truth, that the culprit of the Nine Tails night was a Beto which he happened to hear from Kakashi, he would have believed Danzo's words. Damn it, Danzo is truly a talent. No, it's not. All of you believe me. I really didn't kill Minato. I can swear to the heavens. Damn it, believe me. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was shrill. At this moment his whole body was cold and his face was extremely ugly. He had no choice. He felt terribly wronged. However, it was a pity. Faced with Sarutobi Hiruzen's clamor, he did not gain anyone's trust. Danzo's logical chain was too complete, and Sarutobi Hiruzen also had that motive. Thus, even without any evidence, he was still destined to bear the blame. As for Danzo, although he possessed the scroll of the Flying Thunder God technique and could obtain the Mangekyō Sharingan, seemingly making him one of the best candidates to take the blame, the problem was that he could not quite shoulder this burden. Because if the mysterious person were one of Danzo's men, then given Danzo's obsession with the Hokage position, he would never have allowed Sarutobi Hiruzen to reclaim the Hokage's authority so easily after Minato Namake's death. Enough, stop arguing. Let me add a few words. First, from the principle of who benefits most is most likely, there is no doubt that the fourth Hokage Minato Namake's death brought the greatest benefit to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He directly seized this opportunity to regain the Hokage's authority, and upon taking office he immediately completely negated the fourth Hokage's governing policies. As everyone knows, when Minato Namake's became Hokage, he pursued contact and negotiation with the Uchiha clan, helping them integrate into the village as much as possible. At that stage, the Inoshikacho clans also became high-ranking officials due to their outstanding abilities. But with Sarutobi Hiruzen's return to power, the process of integrating the Uchiha into the village was completely shattered, and they even faced more severe hostility than before. If the Uchiha matter were an isolated case, then the purge of the Inoshikacho clans and the removal of key positions like the Jounin commander and intelligence chief would be enough to show that the targeting of the Uchiha was not simply a Uchiha problem. This is a purge of factions. If Sarutobi Hiruzen only targeted the ninja clans after taking power, it might be understandable, but does anyone still remember the members of Minato Namake's Hokage Guard? And no one remembers. And this point is enough to prove my view. From Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions after his return to power, it is clear that he was extremely dissatisfied with Minato Namake's. Otherwise, he would not have so thoroughly eliminated every trace of Minato's influence immediately upon taking office. Second, The possibility of Danzo being the culprit is slim because he gained almost no benefit. Although I truly loathe that bastard Danzo, I must admit that on that night Danzo and Root were locked in a standoff with the Uchiha. If he were the real culprit, he would have used this opportunity to plot his rise to Hokage rather than wasting time confronting the Uchiha. Afterward, when Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage, Danzo did not make a big fuss. If Danzo were the real culprit, he would not have given up so easily. After all, why would he pay such a huge price just to pave the way for Sarutobi Hiruzen? Considering that Danzo had even attempted to assassinate Sarutobi Hiruzen in the past to become Hokage, the likelihood of him being the culprit is extremely low. As for the Shimura clan, they gained no benefits afterward either. So although I hate Danzo to the core as a member of the Uchiha, I disdain lying. The probability of Danzo being the culprit is not high. On the contrary, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the most likely. Does anyone still remember that during the Ninetales night, Sarutobi Hiruzen contributed almost nothing? Throughout the entire incident, apart from knocking the Ninetales out of the leaf with a single staff strike, he did little else. Logically, as the strongest Hokage, he should not have been so useless. If he truly believed in the will of fire and was willing to sacrifice for the village, he should have performed the dead demon consuming seal in place of Minato Namikaze. After all, he was the withered leaf that should burn for the village, while the young Minato was the village's fresh sprout. But the reality was exactly the opposite. In the end, it was Minato Namikaze, the sprout, who sacrificed himself, while Sarutobi Hiruzen, the withered leaf, lived on to reclaim the Hokage's seat. By now everyone should understand. The will of fire that old Konoha revered was nothing but a joke, just a slogan for the rulers to exploit the common people. That is also why my new Konoha does not advocate the will of fire. Because I find it meaningless. The Uchiha disdain such hypocrisy. Instead, I advocate that credit and reward should be proportional. The more you contribute, the more you gain. Fair and reasonable, honest and trustworthy. Uchiha Jin declared loudly, seizing the moment to deliver his speech. Not only did he firmly nail Sarutobi Hiruzen to the pillar of shame, but he also took the opportunity to scorn the old Konoha and positively promote the benefits of the new Konoha. For a moment, with Uchiha Jin's speech, everyone inwardly nodded in agreement. Clearly, compared to the old Konoha, which only demanded dedication without offering benefits, Uchiha Jin's new Konoha earned more favor from the crowd. Yes, although Hashirama Senju founded Konoha and truly valued the village, even to the point of defeating his own brother Madara Uchiha, he however did not care who held the reins of power. As long as the village could protect the children as they grew, he was satisfied. Thus, although the old Konoha he created had crumbled, this village still nurtured the descendants of the major clans and commoners. That was enough for Hashirama Senju. He cared nothing for his reputation as the first Hokage. Mito Uzumaki, already displeased with Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions, cared even less about the village's fate. Tsukumo Hatake was even simpler. He had long been disillusioned by the old Konoha. He did not care whether it lived or died as long as Kakashi was well. As for Kushina, she and her husband died for the village, yet their child lived like a stray dog. Moreover, she was originally from the Uzumaki clan and only later joined Konoha. What do you think she would feel for the old Konoha? Only Tobarama Senju felt deeply frustrated. Unlike the naive Hashirama, he truly harbored affection for the old Konoha. Seeing it destroyed naturally left him bitter, but considering the mess his own disciples had made, he could not bring himself to refute Uchiha Jin. Moreover, his granddaughter Tsunade had joined the new Konoha and, judging by the current situation, had even become a high-ranking official. So he let it be. With a helpless sigh, he chose to say nothing more. That was that. If there was anyone present who was most displeased and aggrieved, it was clearly Sarutobi Hiruzen, the one being judged. Helpless, because in his heart he knew very well that he was not the real culprit behind the scenes. However, it was a pity. No one cared about his roar and clamor. Instead, they directly moved on to the next step. To avoid any appearance of bias, Uchiha Jin remained silent. Instead, it was Nara Roku who stepped forward to directly announce the final judgment. Sarutobi Hiruzen Udatain Kohor Mito Kato Hamura and Shimura Danzo. These four, as the old Konoha High Council, orchestrated a series of horrific incidents that shocked the shinobi world, all to cling to their own power. This resulted in countless talented individuals and geniuses of the village meeting untimely ends and reduced Konoha from the strongest ninja village under the second Hokage to its current state of decay and decline. Second, during the tenure of the Konoha F4, they embezzled a significant portion of the village's financial budget. Third, they were weak against external foes, yet cruel domestically. Despite being victorious in the Third Great Ninja War, they secured no reparations. During negotiations with Kumogakure, even though the Cloud Village had conspired to steal the Byakugan, they not only failed to seek justice for the Hyuga clan, but shamelessly ordered the clan to resolve it themselves. Fourth, they conspired to kill the fourth Hokage and falsely branded his heroic son Naruto Uzumaki as the Fox Demon. This led to the hero's son being ostracized by the entire village. Moreover, the inheritance of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki has yet to be returned to Naruto. In conclusion, the verdict is as follows. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other 3 high-ranking Konoha officials are sentenced to death row, but they shall also be made to serve 30 years of hard labor in their reanimated forms to atone for their crimes. The high-ranking members of the 4 great clans as lackeys of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his cohorts are sentenced to 20 years of forced labor. The mid- and low-ranking members of the 4 great clans, while perhaps not guilty of direct crimes, have benefited from the resources embezzled by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Therefore, they are all sentenced to 15 years of forced labor. Furthermore, all family assets are to be confiscated. Of course. Considering New Konoha is a humane village, our esteemed Hokage Uchiha Jin is willing to offer those who have erred a chance to reform. During the labor reform, rankings will be held every 10 days. The most diligent workers among the top 100 will earn 1 point, the top 50 earn 3 points, the top 10 earn 5 points, the third place earns 10 points, the second place earns 20 points, and the first place earns 30 points. Accumulating 100 points grants a 1-year reduction in the labor sentence. Additionally, there are other ways. After each day's labor, one can write reflections or statements of remorse. The most sincere can also earn points as encouragement. Those who choose to join the battlefield during times of war and achieve merits can also earn points. Those who invent a new jutsu and new technology, or even find ways to increase agricultural yield, or invent new farming tools will receive substantial innovation bonus points for each contribution. Specific rules will be provided to you once you begin your labor reform. After saying this, Nara Roku sat back down, but an eerie silence fell over the gathering. Clearly, the verdict from New Konoha was vastly different from what everyone had anticipated. After all, following the traditional norms of this era in the shinobi world, the typical outcome would involve executing Sarutobi Hiruzen and his cohorts, completely purging the 4 clans, confiscating their assets, and suppressing them into insignificance. Just like the Uchiha were once suppressed by the village high council. But this current judgment left them utterly perplexed. What's going on? Is this punishment heavy or light? I can't quite figure it out. I'm also unsure, I can't quite say. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Even the resurrected figures stood there filled with bewilderment and shock. Only Hashirama Senju immediately clapped his hands in approval. Young Uchiha, I support you. Thank you for giving those kids like Sarutobi Hiruzen a chance to reform. I increasingly believe you will become a great Hokage in the future. Keep it up. I don't blame you for establishing New Konoha. Please take good care of the village from now on. Hashirama Senju spoke with great emotion. Although Uchiha Jin intended to execute Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, his simple values told him they deserved it. As for the judgment on the 4 clans, he also sensed a strong element of humanity. Labor reform. Those 2 words really weren't bad. Beside him, however, Tobarama Senju stood with his arms crossed, looking at his elder brother in exasperation, a line of black lines forming on his forehead. Idiot. Brother, shut up. Unable to contain himself, Tobarama snapped at Hashirama. And to this, Hashirama scratched his head, looking at his brother in confusion. Tobarama, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? Brother, do you truly think this judgment is light? Tobarama countered. Hashirama nodded. It does seem light. For such severe crimes, only 4 people are being executed in the end. Hearing his brother's words, Tobarama was left speechless. Because it was the truth. On the surface it appeared so, but as the second Hokage he immediately perceived the deeper implications. Light? Tobarama said coldly, brother, you're wrong. This punishment is severe. It would have been kinder to simply kill them. That wicked Uchiha to think of such a method. Hashirama was utterly baffled, staring at his brother who looked so confident, and as if he saw through everything. Hashirama was momentarily frozen in place. This judgment is severe. I really can't see it. Just as he was pondering, Minato Uzumaki frowned and spoke. Tobarama, please explain. I also sense something is off. Yes, I'm curious too. Kushina Uzumaki couldn't help but nod. Though Tsukumo Hatake remained silent, he too looked at Tobarama with great curiosity. Indeed, they were not dense like Hashirama, and could vaguely sense the abnormality in this judgment method. But unfortunately, if pressed to articulate what exactly was wrong, they would struggle. It was no use. They were not masters of political intrigue. Being able to sense something amiss was already a feat. If they possessed such political acumen, they wouldn't have been so easily eliminated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. And to this, Tobarama frowned, organizing his thoughts before speaking in a grave tone. In the past, criminals were simply imprisoned. This required dedicated personnel for guarding and managing their daily needs. But now, under that wicked Uchiha boy, these criminals have become the cheapest source of labor. Tobarama Senju spoke with eloquence and ease. As a former Hokage, he easily discerned the ruthlessness within this judgment and was inwardly startled by the troublesome Uchiha, brat Uchiha Jin. He even held a fundamentally pessimistic view of the village's future. There was no helping it. Not only was this bastard exceedingly powerful, but his political maneuvering was so ruthless it sent chills down his spine. Almost as soon as this judgment was rendered, Tobirama Senju's heart was certain that unless some unforeseen accident occurred, the village would completely become the Uchiha's village from now on. Indeed, back when he was Hokage, he too had tried to reshape Konoha into the Senju's village. But unfortunately, he had underestimated Kinkaku and Ginkaku of Kumogakure, which led to a mistake in the succession plan for the village's leadership. Had he not been so reckless back then and died on the Kumogakure battlefield, he could have continued to nurture Nawaki Senju for another 10 years. Once Nawaki truly matured, he could then have handed the village completely over to Hiruzen Sarutobi as the third Hokage. Perhaps he himself would have passed away by then, but with a fully grown Nawaki Senju and the Senju clan's formidable dominance, Hiruzen Sarutobi would have had absolutely no room to maneuver. He would ultimately have become nothing more than a dispensable, transitional Hokage. Had Nawaki Senju become the fourth Hokage, then with the Senju clan's strength as time passed, as long as they could suppress the Uchiha, they would absolutely be able to completely dominate the entire village of Konoha. Yes, the ninja world is not like an ordinary historical world. One must remember that this world venerates martial might above all. With the Senju clan's bloodline, each generation could produce a large number of elite jonin and chunin, as well as one or two exceptionally powerful juniors. Moreover, as time passed, the Senju clan's dominance over Konoha would only grow more terrifying. Therefore, as long as each generation could firmly suppress the Uchiha, the village of Konoha would eventually become the Senju clan's private domain. Did Tobirama Senju desperately suppress the Uchiha merely because the Uchiha were extreme, because the Uchiha killed his 3 younger brothers, or because of the hatred between the Senju and Uchiha clans? Nonsense. He did it to completely rule Konoha village for generations upon generations. Tobirama Senju had long since keenly perceived the underlying logic of this world. Because the power inherited in the Senju clan's bloodline meant they would never face the decline seen in the later stages of dynasties in the history of the Land of Flowers, he established the foundational rule of suppressing the Uchiha. As long as they could suppress the Uchiha, completely make them as docile as sheep, and eradicate the Uchiha's path to supremacy at its roots, the Senju clan would eventually become the royalty of Konoha. Because aside from the Uchiha, no other ninja clan or commoner had the qualifications to challenge the Senju clan. Even if future Senju generations lacked political cunning, it wouldn't matter in this world that revered martial might. Having strength was enough. But unfortunately, with his reckless death on the Kumogakure battlefield, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the designated transitional Hokage, directly became the de facto ruler of Konoha. He even ruthlessly eliminated the Senju Uzumaki and all other challengers within the village. Had Hiruzen Sarutobi truly managed to eliminate the Uchiha, then the Sarutobi and other 3 clans would have grown into the position he had originally planned for his own Senju clan. This was also the reason why Tobirama Senju, despite being angry after being reanimated, was not overly furious. Because had he been in Hiruzen Sarutobi's position, he would have made the exact same choices. To put it simply, the Senju clan simply lacked luck. He had made a strategic error, so he couldn't blame others. With this thought, he let out a soft sigh. Looking at the gazes of those around him, he pondered for a moment before beginning to speak again. The point system is even more ruthless. Originally, despite being pressured by the entire village, the Sarutobi and other 3 clans remained in unbreakable unity internally. But with the implementation of the point system, the internal cohesion of these 4 ninja clans will be completely destroyed. The Sarutobi and other 3 clans have embezzled the village's financial resources for so many years, so you can imagine how rapidly they have developed over this time. Everyone must understand one thing: as long as you have money, offspring will multiply very quickly. Even if each clan has only 10,000 members, the 4 clans together would have 40,000. But according to the point system established by Uchiha Jin, only the first 100 people can earn 1 point. That means the remaining 39,000 people will earn 0 points. Under this system, the difficulty of obtaining a sentence reduction is unimaginable. In the end, it's highly likely that only a very small number of people will succeed. But at the same time, as this system is implemented in order to reduce their sentences and get out of prison, they will fall into competition amongst themselves, and there will be no possibility of them uniting in the future. After all, humans are selfish. Once they fall into competition, the internal cohesion of the ninja clans will plummet. As time passes, they will completely degenerate into commoners, thus losing all threat to the village. In fact, to avoid being purged, people released from prison will likely abandon their family names. The so-called 4 great ninja clans will naturally dissipate like smoke. On the contrary, Uchiha Jin not only easily deconstructed the Sarutobi and other 3 clans, but also gained a free labor force of at least 40,000 people. Moreover, motivated by the point system, they will work desperately to earn points, and when war breaks out they will desperately kill enemies on the battlefield. Everyone must understand one thing: even if these 40,000 people were all just farming, they could significantly increase the annual food production. Not to mention industries like mining, road construction, and medicinal herbs. If operated well, they would definitely generate a large amount of money. The annual economic benefit these 40,000 people could produce might even match the daimyo's financial allocation, I suspect. But what's even more ruthless is that the punishments for former leaders like Hiruzen Sarutobi are truly cruel. Even in death, they will not find release. Not only must they do forced labor in their reanimated bodies, but they must also witness their own clans being divided and deconstructed, ultimately causing all their clansmen to fall to the status of commoners. What does this mean? They will never rise again for eternity. Death itself isn't scary. When you close your eyes, you know nothing. But Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others have to do 100 years of forced labor. It's equivalent to watching their own clans disappear into the annals of history. This kind of psychological blow will likely make their lives worse than death. So now do you understand? That wicked brat Uchiha Jin is not implementing some humane system here. He harbors a deep-seated hatred for Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others. Compared to Uchiha Jin's ruthless methods, my past measures to guard against and suppress the Uchiha seem utterly childish in comparison. As Uchiha spoke, the people around him couldn't help but gasp. A chill ran down their spines, for they had not anticipated that this seemingly lenient verdict concealed such a bitingly cold intention. For a moment none of them knew what to say. Uchiha felt a pang of discomfort. He wanted to interject, yet words failed him. After all, Uchiha could only speculate. He had no concrete evidence. On the surface at least, Uchiha Jin's judgment appeared remarkably lenient. At the very least, he had only executed the 4 ringleaders, while the punishments for the others were relatively light, certainly better than the Uchiha's previous predicament. From this standpoint, he could not speak out. Moreover, as a dead man, he naturally refrained from interfering in the world of the living. Thus, despite the turmoil in his heart, he remained silent. Yet his gaze toward Risen and the others began to brim with a peculiar sympathy. No, I refuse to accept this. I cannot agree with this verdict, Uchiha Jin. You might as well kill us all. Slay every shinobi from our 4 clans, and spare only the civilians and the elderly. I beg you, kill me. Risen spoke out. Clearly, his political acumen might not match Uchiha, but he had been Hokage for decades. The Senju and Uzumaki clans had perished under his watch, and countless strongmen had fallen to his schemes. So yes, he saw through the ruthlessness of Uchiha Jin's plan, and that was precisely why he was truly terrified. He was willing to trade the lives of all shinobi from the 4 great clans for a future where the Uenfei clan could rise again, as long as the civilians and the elderly of the Uenfei clan were spared. The civilians of the Uenfei clan could earn a living, and thanks to the clan's rise in recent years, most children had the potential to become shinobi. The surviving elders could naturally teach them. Combined with the vast collection of jutsu he had amassed, as long as the sins ended with this generation and Uchiha Jin did not deliberately target the Uenfei clan's future, then, when the children grew up, they would restore the Uenfei clan's prestige. The Uenfei clan would remain a shinobi clan. Even if its size shrank 10-fold or 20-fold, it would still survive, the worst case being a return to its pre-Konoha scale. At least compared to the clans that had vanished into history, the Uenfei clan's fate was still tolerable. But if they did not resist and followed Uchiha Jin's plan, the Uenfei clan would be utterly annihilated. The reason was unity. Even if all the shinobi of these clans died, the 4 clans, including Uenfei, remained internally united. If they stood together through the toughest times, a new generation would rise in 10 years, and the Uenfei clan would still be a shinobi clan. But if they followed this verdict, the Uenfei clan would crumble from within. Yes, he keenly sensed the terror of the merit system. It was clearly designed to divide the clan from the inside. After all, the Uenfei clan had no bloodline limit, nor was it a secret technique family like the Inoshikacho. Once internal stability collapsed, they would be no different from commoners. Thus absolutely not. But unfortunately, before Uchiha Jin could even speak, Xuanqin Xiaochun screeched at Uenfei Risen. Uenfei Risen, shut up. If you want to die, I don't. My Xuanqin clan accepts this punishment. Thank you, Lord Hokage. My Xuanqin clan is willing to undergo reform through labor. Xuanqin Xiaochun spoke immediately. Yes. Who would choose death when they could live? Though she was certain she would die this time, her family and children would survive. Reform through labor was merely that, and with the merit system, she believed her efforts would at least allow her family to earn early commutation. Shuahomen Yin nodded as well. I also agree with the village's punishment plan. The Shuahomen clan thanks the Lord Hokage for his mercy. Uenfei Risen was furious. His 2 old friends were utter fools. How could they not see such a scheme after holding high positions for so many years? But alas, the truly intelligent were few in this world, and in the history of the shinobi world schemes like this were rare. Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shuahoman Yin were the majority. Of course did they truly not understand. Perhaps they simply chose not to. After all, compared to the extinction of their clans, they preferred to protect their own families. At most one could say that Yuanfei Risen chose the clan while they chose their families. Similarly with Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shuahoman Yan's agreement, the Jitsuan clan, unseen in the frame, also accepted. As for Tuanzang, he was utterly indifferent. His first priority was the Hokage seat, the second was his rude organization. The clan itself held no significance in his eyes. Though the Jitsuan clan existed and had reaped some benefits from Tuanzang, they were meager. Tuanzang had not been as ruthless as in other tales. He did not drag the entire Jitsuan clan into rout, but neither did he bestow excessive favors upon his own family. At best, they were treated slightly better than ordinary civilians in other clans. Now that he was dead, even if controlled by the impure world reincarnation, he would not willingly submit to labor. Either he would be forced to work or he would utterly slack off. Since he cared nothing for the clan, it mattered little. For the desireless are unbending. Meanwhile, on the podium, Uchiha Jin watched the quarreling below and frowned. He had not expected that old fox Yuanfei Risen would actually discern the deeper meaning of his plan, but it mattered not. He cleared his throat, sharply silencing the commotion. Enough, all of you shut up. Yuanfei Risen, understand this: what you see before you is a punishment for your misdeeds. This is not a negotiation. It is the village's final decision. Whether you understand or not, it must be carried out. And so it is settled. Proceed with the execution. After these people die, Orochimaru, you will use the impure world reincarnation to bring them back. Kakashi, it's your turn. Having said this, Uchiha Jin sat back down and leaned against his chair, falling silent. Meanwhile, at Uchiha Jin's command, Kakashi rose and drew his white light chakra saber, stepping deliberately toward Yuanfei Risen and the others. Kakashi's blade was steady. The gazes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others toward him had become exceedingly awkward. After all, the Kakashi of old had been their own blade. But this time the blade they had nurtured was about to slay its master. Kakashi, you. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth, still wanting to say something. Before he could finish, however, Kakashi's wrist flicked, and with a piercing white flash, Sarutobi Hiruzen's head was severed in an instant. In a flash, blood sprayed. Then, to the astonishment of Udatain Koharu and Midokado Hamura, Kakashi's blade rose and fell, slaying them both in an instant. Next, he solemnly approached Hatake Tsukumo's side. Father, I have avenged you. Kakashi, you. Hatake Tsukumo's face was filled with shock. Clearly, the adult Kakashi before him was vastly different from the one in his memories. Hatake Tsukumo's eyes grew deeply complex, and after a long pause, he let out a sigh. Kakashi, you have suffered all these years. I am fine, father. Kakashi's gaze was profound, but he spoke slowly. I was too young before and even misunderstood you. But I was fortunate. Because of the Hokage, I gradually came to understand your choices back then. You were forced into a corner with no choice but to do what you did to keep me alive. Hatake Tsukumo's face could not help but reveal a faint smile. Watching Kakashi, who had gradually matured, he could finally set his heart at ease. When the impure world reincarnation ended, he would be able to depart peacefully for the Pure Land. Pondering this, he mused for a moment, then spoke to Kakashi solemnly. Kakashi, when I took my own life, you were too young. There were many things I could not tell you because at that time you had no ability to protect yourself, nor even the capacity to act. If you had shown even a glimmer of hatred back, then Sarutobi Hiruzen would never have let you live. I had to make you truly resent me to make you believe your father was a coward. Only then could you grow up safely in Konoha. Seeing you now, I am truly relieved. Kakashi, you have grown up. At that moment, Hatake Tsukumo was deeply gratified. But upon hearing the conversation between father and son, Senju Hashirama's face instantly turned grim. It was hard for them to comprehend how their village had come to such a state. Was such a drastic measure truly necessary to allow a child to survive? Sarutobi Hiruzen truly deserves to die. Senju Hashirama spoke coldly. Clearly, even as a dead man, he could scarcely accept this. After all, this village was forged with his own blood. Senju Tobarama, however, said nothing. As a cold-hearted ruler, he understood well that it was not entirely Sarutobi Hiruzen's fault. In the end, it was merely the victor's justice. Whoever wins is right. Now the Uchiha had won, so the situation had turned out this way. Otherwise, if the Uchiha had not produced such a monstrous prodigy as Uchiha Jin, they would likely have been crushed by Sarutobi Hiruzen long ago. Uzumaki Mido and Kushina both wore extremely grim expressions. Clearly they held not a shred of goodwill toward the Konoha of today. Meanwhile, on the other side, while the resurrected warriors were chatting, 3 new spies were brought in. Orochimaru approached and immediately performed the impure world reincarnation technique. The next moment, the 3 just slain, Sarutobi and his 2 companions, stood once more in their original spots, but now in the form of impure world reincarnation. At this moment the three stared at their own corpses on the ground, their faces twisting into extreme ugliness. Uchiha Jin, you truly deserve to die. You won't even let the dead rest. Truly an evil Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was icy. His gaze toward Uchiha Jin was now filled with chill despair and regret. Yes. If before he had held a sliver of hope for the future, believing that even if Uchiha Jin acted ruthlessly, he might still leave a thread of survival for the Sarutobi clan. Now it was different. On one hand, he had guessed the deeper meaning behind Uchiha Jin's judgment, knowing that the Sarutobi clan would likely vanish completely. On the other hand, being already dead, he no longer cared about earning Uchiha Jin's spite. However, unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, Udatain Koharu and Midokado Hamura, though death was indeed painful, had not fathomed the hidden implication behind the verdict. Of course, even if they had guessed, it would still be the same. After all, even if they could not save the clan, protecting their family and children would be enough. To this, Uchiha Jin could not be bothered to say more. He immediately stood up and declared today's trial ends here for now. The subsequent handling of these Reformation prisoners will be fully entrusted to Tsunade and Nara Rokichi. As for the resurrected warriors, there is no need to return to the Pure Land immediately. Since you have returned, take this chance to reunite with your loved ones. Dismissed. After speaking, he paid no further attention to the crowd and vanished in an instant using the body flicker technique. With Uchiha Jin's departure, the onlookers also began to leave one after another. After all, they had their own work to attend to. Taking time out to watch was already a luxury. Compared to the old Konoha, the new Konoha had more reasonable rules and stronger motivation to work, but naturally everyone was busier than before. As for the resurrected warriors, almost all of them followed Kakashi, heading straight toward his residence. Yes. First, Hatake Tsukumo had to stay with Kakashi. Second, Uzumaki Naruto was staying at Kakashi's house, so Uzumaki Kushina naturally had to go as well. As for the Senja brothers and Uzumaki Mido, since Tsunade was temporarily lodging at Kakashi's place, they had no choice but to go too. At Kakashi's house. After the group arrived at the large courtyard, Hatake Tsukumo could not help but remark, "It seems you are doing well, Kakashi. That puts my mind at ease. He is after all an ANBU captain. Such treatment is only natural." Senju Tobarama nodded. Senju Hashirama, on the other hand, found everything novel and bore an easygoing demeanor. As for Kushina, the moment she saw Uzumaki Naruto, she knew instantly that this yellow-haired boy was her child. She immediately embraced him tightly. "Naruto, I'm sorry. Mother made you suffer." "You?" Uzumaki Naruto was bewildered. Instinctively, he looked at Kakashi. Seeing this, Kakashi shrugged and said, "This is your mother, Naruto." "Mother?" Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto froze in place. In the Kakashi household, warmth and joy abounded. Although all of them were reincarnated through the impure world reincarnation technique, devoid of any sense of touch or smell, the mere sight of their loved ones once more filled their hearts with elation. Yet on the other side, Tsunade and Rokichi found themselves overwhelmed with work, for settling these free laborers was no easy task. On the western side of the village, Tsunade and Rokichi, along with a group of staff, set up several large tables in the wasteland where the four clans were being held and began processing paperwork on the spot. The managers of various ninja clans formed a long queue. "First, listen to me. The members of the Sarutobi and other three clans have all been dispersed. We cannot achieve absolute fairness in allocation, only a semblance of relative equity. I hope you all understand this. First, for the Aburame clan's insect breeding base, we allocate 3 jonin, 50 chunin, 200 genin, and 1,500 civilians. Here is the list. Sign and take your people." Tsunade sat behind the desk, swiftly producing 2 contract documents. The Aburame clan member wearing sunglasses joyfully signed his name, and after Tsunade also signed, she handed both contracts to him. Immediately after, the sunglassed Aburame ninja went straight to Nara Rokichi, tucked one contract away, and presented the other to him. Nara Rokichi, without much scrutiny, simply tucked away the contract, signed a form, and passed it to an administrative staff member waiting behind him. "All right, Moshi," Rokichi said. "Follow the staff to receive your people." Upon hearing this, Aburame Moshi nodded with a smile and followed the staff into the temporary holding area. Then, with the staff's cooperation, within about 15 minutes, he received the full quota he needed and happily headed toward his clan's insect breeding base. Even though he was alone, he had no fear of the laborers escaping. For over the past few days, these prisoners had already been marked with sealing tags, and he had received the control tags for them, so there was no need for mass supervision as in the ordinary world. The Aburame clan was but a microcosm. Countless ninja clans and merchants of the new Konoha waited in line, chatting pleasantly. As they awaited their allotments, the atmosphere relaxed and cheerful. Only Tsunade, Rokichi, and the other staff were exhausted, for the paperwork was the most time-consuming part. But there was no help for it. Uchiha Jin placed great emphasis on procedures, so even though Tsunade considered these processes and documents utterly pointless, she could only helplessly sign her name one after another. The on-site process was efficient and smooth, almost like an assembly line. Only the old Konoha high-ranking officials, such as Sarutobi Hiruzen, were deliberately left unassigned for the time being, perhaps to maximize their humiliation, and were instead made to sit near Tsunade's work area. They watched as their clan members, even their own kin, were led away like livestock or tools by various ninja clans and merchants, and this sight pierced their hearts like knives. "Grandpa, I don't want to be taken away. Grandma, save me. Lord Hokage, do something. You traitor Sarutobi Hiruzen, I hate you to death. You embezzled so much of the village's supplies and my family never got a penny of benefit, yet now we have to atone for your deeds." As the members of the four clans were led past Sarutobi and the others, they almost all shouted abuse. Cries for help, pleas for mercy, curses. These shouts intermingled like sharp daggers, stabbing repeatedly into the hearts of Sarutobi and his cohorts. Danzo, for his part, snorted coldly, his face full of contempt. Even as his own Shimura clan was led away like livestock, he merely smiled faintly, utterly indifferent. After all, compared to the darkness of his root organization, this minor spectacle was nothing. As for Koharu and Hamura, they kept their eyes shut, unable to watch, their hearts evidently in turmoil. Honestly, they regretted it now. But looking back on their lives in their youth, they had wielded immense power, making all of Konoha tremble beneath their feet. A single order or word could decide a ninja's life or death. But now, this felt like a karmic cycle. In the past, they had held high positions, yet treated other ninja as less than human, even clamoring that ninja were mere tools. Now, fortunes had reversed. Their own clansmen had truly become tools. That feeling was utterly agonizing. And the one who suffered most was undoubtedly Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had once been the Hokage, the highest authority in the village, respected by all, even when his actions were wrong. You could question or resist unless you didn't value your life. But now, because of that damned Uchiha Jin, he had been reduced to a prisoner. At this moment, he truly regretted it. He should have heeded Danzo's advice long ago. Even if it meant turmoil in the village, he should have done everything to destroy the Uchiha clan. But it was too late now. With that thought, he turned his gaze to Tsunade. "Tsunade, enough. I was your teacher, and I've treated you well over the years. Even when you wanted to leave the village, I never labeled you a rogue ninja, and I even covered your debts from time to time. Now I'm not asking you to let me go, but at least spare me this torment. Assign me quickly. It's but a word from you. Can you do that?" At this point, Sarutobi forced down the anger festering within him. He stared at Tsunade with icy eyes, clearly unable to bear the resentment and hatred of his own clansmen, and now only hoped that Tsunade would allocate him somewhere quickly. But unfortunately, the busy Tsunade, upon hearing his words, simply ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen entirely. However, Tsunade's utter disregard infuriated Sarutobi Hiruzen. He kept nagging in Tsunade's ear without pause, until finally, furious, she slammed the table, created a shadow clone to sign documents in her stead, then turned and yelled at Sarutobi. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, that's enough. Do you really think you were good to me all these years? You can't be that deluded, can you? Not declaring me a rogue ninja. Would you dare? The last descendant of the Senju clan, branded a rogue by the very village we founded. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I ask you, would you dare?